Shunan Province, Longhu City, Longhu High School, School Plaza. Next, Shin-chi, the staff member on the central platform, announced loudly. As the words fell, a young man slowly walked out from the crowd below. He was dressed in a clean white shirt, with handsome features, a tall and straight posture, and an extraordinary aura. His appearance immediately caused a commotion. This young man was Shin-chi, the focal point of this year's Lord Awakening ceremony. In the 5 previous mock Lord exams, he had consistently ranked first. Teachers, school leaders, and even the major Lord guilds in Longhu City were closely watching Shin-chi's performance. It's Shin-chi's turn. Our school already has 3 A-level talents this year. I bet Shin-chi will awaken as an A-level too. With Shin-chi's ability, he might even awaken as an S-level. How enviable. Ha, you're overthinking. Our Longhu High hasn't seen an S-level talent in years. Shin-chi listened to the murmurs around him, his mood calm, as he stepped onto the stage. 3 years ago, Shin-chi transmigrated to this world. According to the original owner's memories, this world was in the Lord era. Everyone who turned 18 could participate in the Lord Awakening ceremony. After awakening, they would gain a Lord talent and, after trials, could enter the Endless Lands to participate in racial wars. This was seen as the best opportunity for ordinary people to change their lives. The country had unified the curriculum, and schools nationwide established Lord courses. Lord Awakening relied on talent and later learning to enhance comprehension and deepen the connection with the world's essence. Through generations of standardized training, the average awakening rate had now reached 30%. Shin-chi's academic performance was outstanding, and everyone had high expectations of him. At this moment, in the audience, a graceful young girl raised her head slightly to look at Shin-chi on stage. She exuded an aura of pride. She was Lu Qingyue, who had just awakened an A-level talent and was another hot contender in this year's Lord Awakening ceremony. Surrounded by a group of eager admirers, their gazes fervent, Lu Qingyue neither accepted nor rejected anyone. Her gaze bypassed the crowd and landed directly on Shin-chi. In her view, only strong and handsome men were worthy of her. Although she had rejected Shin-chi's confession 3 years ago, if he awakened with an A-level talent, she planned to give him a chance. At this moment, Shin-chi paid no attention to the discussions below. He extended his hand and placed it on the Lord Awakening stone. All eyes were on him. The hallmark of a new Lord Awakening was the light emitted by the Awakening stone. Different colors represented different levels of talent: white for the lowest E level, green for D level, blue for C level, purple for B level, gold for A level, and orange for S level or above. Awakening an S level or higher talent usually triggered heavenly phenomena. However, such phenomena hadn't appeared in Longhu City for 10 years. Shin-chi's hand touched the Awakening stone. Soon, the surface of the stone began to emit a faint glow. Shin-chi's heart steadied. The Awakening stone's reaction meant that he had successfully awakened his Lord talent. But what level would it be? According to records, in previous years, the top students without exception awakened A-level talents. Shin-chi had a clear idea of his own situation. However, in the next moment, the Awakening stone suddenly emitted a pure white light. This represented the lowest level, E-level talent. Shin-chi's face instantly darkened. The scene fell into a strange silence. Am I seeing this right? E-level? That's impossible. Well, you never know. Awakening talent does rely on luck. This can't be real. Can someone check the Awakening stone? Shin-chi, the top student, awakened E-level? Among the crowd, someone who had always been jealous of Shin-chi's achievements saw that he had awakened an E-level talent and couldn't wait to mock him. He couldn't help but sneer, preparing to say, "Oh, so the top student is just average after all?" However, the next moment, the situation took a dramatic turn. In the sky above the school, which had been clear and sunny moments ago, dark clouds suddenly gathered, and the temperature plummeted. Immediately, countless bizarre scenes appeared high in the sky, stretching endlessly like a mirage: tattered flags covering the land, rusty armor piled into hills, massive cities collapsed into ruins, dried blood staining thousands of miles, endless deserts, desolate forests, mountains, swamps, canyons. Every place was littered with bones. Faintly, distant battle cries seemed to echo, as if coming from the clouds. In the sky, an ancient battlefield appeared. Though there was no visible clash of blades, the dense killing intent seemed to extend from the ancient battlefield into reality. The crowd looked up in shock, their hearts trembling with fear and awe. This is a heavenly phenomenon. Moments later, the senior school officials on stage finally reacted, crying out in astonishment. The person who had just been preparing to mock Shin-chi turned pale instantly. His words of ridicule stuck in his throat, unable to come out. Everyone exclaimed, "Wasn't he supposed to awaken E-level? How could there be a heavenly phenomenon? A heavenly phenomenon. That means, but that's the mark of an S-level talent. Could it be Shin-chi has actually awakened an S-level talent? If it's truly S-level, that's incredible." At this moment, Shin-chi had no mind to pay attention to the discussion discussions around him because a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on awakening a god-level talent, Netherworld Monarch. Wandering souls of the world, wailing ghosts, you sit alone in the sacred hall, ruling over the departed. You wield supreme authority, walking the underworld, commanding billions of spirits. You are the eternal, indestructible monarch of the everlasting night. At the same time, a panel that only Shin-Chi could see appeared in front of him. Talent, Netherworld Monarch. Grade, God level. Attributes, 15, click to view. Shin-Chi's pupils suddenly contracted and his heart surged with turbulent waves. God-level talent? The highest recorded talent in history for lords was only SSS level, right? And this talent has 15 attributes? Shin-Chi's thoughts were in a whirl. Typically, an A-level talent only had 2 or 3 attributes. Even an S-level talent had just 5 or 6. Even for an SSS level talent, the most it had was 9 attributes. A God-level talent actually had a full 15 attributes? Shin-Chi took a deep breath, feeling the need to calm himself. Standing on the stage, the great director Tang Jing watched this scene, his gaze frozen, his face full of shock. Someone who had awakened an E-level talent actually triggered a celestial phenomenon representing an S-level talent? If this got out, other schools would die laughing. But now, this absurd scene was unfolding right before everyone's eyes. He had no choice but to believe it. What was even more shocking was that from his perspective, the range of the celestial phenomenon was vast. It might even affect the entire Longhu city. This meant that the strength of the talent triggering the celestial phenomenon was far beyond an ordinary S-level talent. The people below the stage had their mouths agape, their eyes dazed, unable to utter a word. Some people's faces turned red. Just moments ago, they were mocking Shin-Chi for awakening an E-level talent, and in the next moment, a celestial phenomenon representing an S-level talent appeared. This was the first time in over a decade that such a phenomenon had occurred in Longhu City. Too absurd. A scriptwriter wouldn't dare write such a plot. Tang Jing could no longer sit still. He stood up with a swish and strode over to Shin-Chi. His expression was serious as he extended his right hand and lightly tapped the frame of his glasses with his index finger. Then, a fine beam of light shot out from the middle of his glasses, scanning Shin-Chi up and down. These glasses were professional appraisal tools. But in the next second, a glaring red X suddenly popped up on Tang Jing's glasses. At the same time, a piercing alarm rang out in his mind. Rank too high, forbidden to probe. Forbidden to gaze. Tang Jing's pupils contracted sharply, his expression broke down in an instant, and his mouth twitched. He was a level 42 elite lord, yet he couldn't see through the talent information of a newbie lord? What kind of joke was this? Meanwhile, a mechanical voice echoed in Shin-Chi's mind. Netherworld Monarch attribute. Forbidden gaze passively triggered. Your presence is hidden within the netherworld, and no one can probe you, but you can see through everything. Shin-Chi was stunned. The first attribute had been activated. He began to ponder the meaning of these words. So, no one can view my information, but I can see through everything? Someone just tried to probe my talent and failed. He stared at Tang Jing without showing any expression. It seems my god-level talent won't be easily discovered by others. The celestial phenomenon in the sky lasted for a full 10 minutes before it slowly dissipated. The chilling air that had enveloped the earth receded like a tide, and the sky became clear again, leaving not a trace behind. The staff at the workbench felt a headache coming on. The glow of the awakening stone representing an E-level talent, combined with the celestial phenomenon representing an S-level talent, had appeared simultaneously. He felt something was off, as if he'd seen a similar situation somewhere before. After hesitating for a long time, he finally wrote talent unknown in Shin-Chi's talent column on the form. The commotion caused by Shin-Chi completely disrupted the process, and the staff had no choice but to let him leave first and continue registering the other awakeners. The hundreds of people on site, however, fell into dead silence, unable to recover. Countless complex gazes focused on Shin-Chi, their emotions fluctuating like a roller coaster. At the same time, the major forces paying attention to Shin-Chi had all sensed the enormous secret he carried. The top-ranked Sangshan Guild in Longhu City immediately sent people to investigate him secretly. The next day, Shin-Chi got up from his rental apartment and walked into school as usual. The moment he stepped into the classroom of Class 1, Grade 12, the originally lively atmosphere instantly quieted down. As soon as Shin-Chi appeared, the classroom fell silent. They glanced at him and quickly turned their heads away. Shin-Chi noticed this detail but remained expressionless as he returned to his seat. As soon as he sat down, his deskmate Chen Xin leaned over. He looked at Shin-Chi, hesitating to speak. Shin-Chi asked, "What's the matter?" Chen Xin hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, "Shin-Chi, I've heard you were rejected by the Zangshan Guild?" Shin-Chi froze for a moment, then immediately took out his phone and opened his email. Sure enough, there was an unread message. The sender was Zangshan Guild. He clicked on the email. "Dear Shin, we regret to inform you that after a professional evaluation by the guild, you do not meet the membership criteria. Please seek other opportunities." Zangshan Guild was the top guild for lords in Longhu City. Previously, Previously, the school had recommended that Shin-Chi apply. In the era of lords, there was a customary practice: new lords could actively contact guilds around the time they awakened their abilities. If a new lord could join a powerful guild early on, their lord career would have a smooth start. The guild's resources and network were immensely helpful for newcomers. Similarly, well-known guilds sought to recruit promising talent in advance. Shin-Chi was one such promising individual. He was the top student in his year at Longhu High School. Many guilds had extended invitations to him early on. After careful consideration, he chose Zhongshan Guild. Shortly after submitting his application, he received preliminary approval. All that was left was the official membership notification. Unexpectedly, he now received a rejection letter. What did this mean? Had Zhongshan Guild gone back on their word? His heart sank, and his brow furrowed. At that moment, a commotion arose outside the classroom. Lu Qingyue walked in with another male student. They headed straight for Shin-Chi. The classmates in the room turned to watch, their eyes filled with faint ridicule. Their expressions were completely different from the shock they displayed yesterday when Shin-Chi awakened with a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Shin-Chi ignored Lu Qingyue, but he noticed the shift in the surrounding attitudes. He narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems something happened today. Just then, Chen Xian leaned close and whispered, "Early this morning, Wang Bin, one of Sui's lackeys, spread rumors that you were rejected by Zhongshan Guild. They're saying your ability was assessed as the lowest E-grade, necromantic perception. They also claim that while there was a phenomenon of heaven and earth at the time, it was just a misunderstanding and nothing significant." Shin-Chi was taken aback. He hadn't expected so much to happen in just a few hours without him knowing. Standing in front of him, Lu Qingyue frowned upon seeing him completely ignore her. Looking at his handsome face, she even felt a tinge of annoyance. She spoke loftily, "Shin-Chi, I've agreed to be with Su-He, so I can only reject you." It was as if Shin-Chi had only just noticed her. He slowly turned to look at her. His expression was calm, not hurried or flustered as Lu Qingyue had imagined. Instead, it seemed as though he was asking, "Who are you?" Shin-Chi frowned, his face full of puzzlement. "Oh, and so?" Lu Qingyue was stunned. How could he respond like this? Shouldn't he be panicking, desperately trying to win her over? Why did he seem like he didn't care at all? That morning, Lu Qingyue had heard that Zhongshan Guild had rated Shin-Chi's ability as the lowest E-grade, necromantic perception. E-grade, necromantic perception, was the most common and useless ability in the necromancy category. At the start, it was likely to summon only first-tier skeleton minions, and first-tier skeleton minions were notoriously worthless. Their attributes were abysmal. Coupled with the universally acknowledged difficulty of developing a necromancer lord, awakening necromantic perception was almost equivalent to a death sentence. Even passing the 7-day novice trial would be a challenge. Zhongshan Guild was the top guild in Longhu City, and their assessment was highly authoritative. As for why there was a phenomenon of heaven and earth during Shin-Chi's awakening, yesterday, Zhongshan Guild also provided an explanation. After researching data from the past 30 years, they found that 17 necromancer lords had experienced similar phenomena. Strangely, these 17 necromancer lords had talent grades ranging from E to S, breaking the convention that only S-grade talents triggered such phenomena. Even more bizarre, none of the 17 achieved greatness in the end. They either died prematurely or became utterly mediocre later in their careers. Now, Shin-Chi had awakened a necromantic talent accompanied by a phenomenon of heaven and earth, and it was E-grade. This suggested that Shin-Chi was likely fated to follow in the footsteps of those 17 necromancer lords, doomed to an unremarkable future. This internal information from Zhongshan Guild was leaked by Su-He through his connections and passed on to Lu Qingyue. She was utterly disappointed. She had initially thought that Shin-Chi had awakened a 1 in a million S-grade talent. Now, she decided not to waste any more time on Shin-Chi. Su-He, on the other hand, had awakened an A-grade talent. His chances of success in the novice trial were high, and his future was bright. Furthermore, he was a gentleman, came from a good family, and was generous in his pursuit of her. Compared to Shin-Chi, Lu Qingyue had no hesitation in choosing Su-He. She came to Shin-Chi merely to use the faint affection she once had for him to inform him of her decision to move on. Lu Qingyue was accustomed to being the center of attention among boys. She naturally believed that all boys should like her, and Shin-Chi was no exception. After all, 3 years ago, Shin-Chi had even given her a love letter. At the time, she didn't respond because she had too many admirers, and Shin-Chi seemed so ordinary that she didn't spare him a second glance. Unexpectedly, 3 years later, Shin-Chi had grown increasingly outstanding, gradually becoming a focal point. Lu Qingyue's view of him had slowly begun to change. People often teased that they were a couple. She had always thought that Shin-Chi still had feelings for her. However, at this moment, Shin-Chi's reaction was completely unexpected. Shin-Chi raised his head and thought for a few seconds before remembering. Oh, Lu Qingyue, she seemed to be some kind of campus beauty, and she was also the goddess of the original protagonist. But as for him, now, what did the goddess of the original body have to do with him? Xinqi looked at Lu Qingyue's reaction, feeling even more puzzled. She rejected him and he didn't react, so why did she still look disappointed? The boy next to Lu Qingyue was Su He. He was a popular lord with an awakened A-level talent this year. The school authorities were optimistic that he could achieve excellent results in the trials and bring glory to the school. With a privileged background and outstanding appearance, he was one of the many admirers of Lu Qingyue. However, he had always disliked Xinqi at this moment. He couldn't help but speak up. Xinqi, Qingyue is already with me. Stop dreaming. He squinted, looking at Xinqi with disdain. With your talent, you probably can't even pass the novice trials. You're not worthy of Qingyue. He couldn't stand Xinqi sitting at the top of the grade rankings, stealing the spotlight. After all, Xinqi had no background, and in the eyes of these wealthy scions, he should only live humbly and insignificantly. How could Xinqi's grades surpass those of the noble children? How dare he steal the limelight? Early in the morning, Sui had heard that the Zangshan Guild rejected Xinqi. There were even rumors that Xinqi had only awakened an E-level necromancer's perception talent. The world-shaking phenomenon that had stunned the city was actually just a bluff. Xinqi was likely to remain ordinary and unremarkable after all. Sui felt secretly pleased, thinking he finally had a chance for revenge. Xinqi, so what if you have good grades? With that E-level talent, you'll never turn things around. I've awakened an A-level talent. Can you even compare to me? With such an opportunity to humiliate Xinqi in front of the whole school, so he wouldn't miss it. Early in the morning, he had his lackeys spread gossip in every class, smearing Xinqi as someone who awakened a trash talent as a necromancer lord. The entire school now knew that Xinqi was just a guy with a worthless talent awakening. Next to him, the lackey Wang Bin quickly chimed in. Yeah, Xinqi, just stay in your lane. Stop staring at the campus beauty. Think about whether you're even worth it first, right? Xinqi's gaze was as cold as a blade. He stared at Lu Qingyue and Su He, his eyes devoid of warmth, and slowly opened his mouth. You two are together? What does that have to do with me? He enunciated every word clearly. What talent I awakened? What does that have to do with you? The room instantly fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Xinqi. Lu Qingyue seemed even more incredulous. Several boys in the crowd immediately started speaking up, one after another, trying to refute Xinqi. Xinqi, that's too much, isn't it? Isn't Su He just stating the facts? You have an E-level talent. You're not worthy of her at all. Exactly. Everyone can see you're still hung up on the campus beauty. Stop pretending to be aloof. It's just a natural phenomenon, and you think you're an S-level talent? I heard that those necromancer lords with natural phenomena are all trash. They all struck a righteous pose, eager to defend Lu Qingyue. Xinqi crossed his arms over his chest and let out a cold snort. He stared at the eager boys, speaking one word at a time, calm and composed. Jiang Hao, Song Lei, Sunny Yun, I remember none of you have even awakened your talents, right? So who gave you the audacity to look down on an E-level talent? If E-level talents are trash, then what are you, who haven't even reached E-level? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of those boys turned pale instantly. The atmosphere in the classroom plummeted to freezing point. Their expressions were extremely grim. Lu Qingyue and Sui's faces also darkened. At this moment, what's going on here? A stern voice came from the hallway. Grade Director Tang Jing walked into the room. His face was serious as he stared at everyone in the classroom. Those boys froze for a moment but quickly put on smug smiles, rushing to tattle first. Director Tang, Xinqi was bullying Lu Qingyue and saying awful things to her. Yeah, we just tried to advise him, but he even insulted us. That's right, Lu Qingyue rejected him, and as a guy, he's still making a fuss, losing his temper, and it's just embarrassing. Probably because he awakened an E-level talent and couldn't accept it. People like that just take their failures out on others and won't amount to anything after graduation. The onlookers nodded in agreement. They stared at Xinqi with gloating expressions. Everyone knew that Director Tang was hot-tempered and hated being contradicted by students. His punishments were always harsh. If Xinqi dared to argue back, it would only provoke him. He might even get scolded or slapped on the spot. Plus, with the crowd on their side, Director Tang would definitely back them up. Lu Qingyue and Su He, who had felt a little embarrassed earlier, now looked much more at ease seeing Tang Jing appear. Xinqi was simply too unreasonable to oppose them in public like that and make them uncomfortable. Now's the perfect time to teach him a lesson. Tang Jing's face showed no expression as he walked straight to Xinqi. Xinqi, unafraid, raised his head and met Tang Jing's gaze head-on. Those around them wore gloating expressions. After a long long moment, Tang Jing did not question Shen-Chi as everyone had expected. Instead, he slowly turned his head and swept a sharp gaze across the room. His voice was cold, bone-chilling. Do you think I can't see or hear? What? Those who had been eagerly awaiting Shen-Chi's reprimand now looked shocked. Shen-Chi has ignored you from the start, but you insisted on provoking him. Do you think I'm blind? And now you dare to twist the truth and spread rumors in front of me? This kind of malicious behavior, how many times have you done it before? Judging by your expertise, I must have been too lenient with you. Just as well. The graduation list hasn't been finalized yet. Do you not want to graduate? Fine. The classroom instantly fell into an eerie silence. No one dared to make a sound. Tang Jing then ignored everyone else and turned to Shen-Chi. His expression visibly softened as he said, Shen-Chi, the novice trial starting today has no death penalty. Give it your all and leave no regrets. If you complete the trial successfully, I will personally apply for a stipend for you. His tone carried genuine concern. Everyone around was dumbfounded, unable to believe what they were witnessing. This development was completely unexpected. Shen-Chi was equally surprised, his eyes narrowing slightly. It was said that this dean was notoriously strict and unfeeling. Why would he go out of his way to defend him? However, Shen-Chi quickly adjusted his expression and solemnly replied, Mr. Tang, understood. Thank you for your concern. Tang Jing gave Shen-Chi a deep look. His words of caution stemmed from a belief that Shen-Chi's talent was far from ordinary. The celestial phenomenon that had occurred before, combined with the warnings from evaluation tools, left a lasting impression on him. Moreover, Tang Jing had investigated Shen-Chi's character. Despite being an orphan, Shen-Chi was self-reliant and hard-working, unfazed by others' opinions. He studied diligently and excelled academically. Over the past 3 years, his classmates consistently praised him. If he were to give up because of a failed talent awakening, it would be a great loss. In truth, the school's higher-ups were engaged in heated discussions about Shen-Chi's case. Most believed he was unlikely to pass the novice trial, and recommended stripping him of his outstanding graduate title, deeming it a waste of resources. But Tang Jing insisted on giving him a chance. After finishing his remarks, Tang Jing cast another sweeping gaze across the classroom. His commanding aura was impossible to ignore. No one dared to speak. Their faces were pale. They were convinced that anyone who dared to challenge Tang Jing would face dire consequences. Lu Qingyue bit her lip, her face full of fear and grievance. Sui lowered his head, his heart racing. He couldn't understand what made Shen-Chi so special that he earned Tang Jing's protection. His eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. Inwardly, he roared, just wait. After the 7-day trial, I'll definitely. But these harsh words remained stuck in his heart. Faced with Tang Jing, he didn't dare to speak up. After all, the intimidating aura of a high-ranking expert was real. A mere glance was enough to make him tremble. Finally, at 10 a.m., the novice trial officially began. Millions of novice lords across the Dragon Nation were about to embark on this life and death test, entering the trial grounds. In the plaza, long lines of people stood neatly. On the platform, staff members activated the teleportation array. Soon, the space began to ripple, and a massive portal slowly opened within the array. It was Shen-Chi's turn. Ignoring the gazes directed at him, he calmly stepped into the portal. A flash of blinding white light, a swirl of heaven and earth, and Shen-Chi found himself in the trial grounds. Quickly surveying his surroundings, he assessed the environment. On one side lay a dense forest, on the other, a vast plain. In the distance, the sound of wind echoed through a valley, accompanied by the babbling of a stream. At that moment, a majestic voice rang out from the sky, resonating like a bell. Welcome to trial grounds number 9657. There are 1,000 novice lords here. The trial lasts 7 days. Every day at noon, monsters will invade. The first round of the trial officially begins tomorrow at noon. From now on, the territory will have 24 hours of protection. Once the first round begins, the protection will be lifted. Monsters and other lords will be able to attack your territory. There is no death penalty during the trial. If defeated or if your lord core is destroyed, you will lose your lordship and be teleported out of the trial grounds. Novice lords, prepare yourselves. Hearing this, Shen-Chi felt reassured. He focused his mind, and a lord interface appeared before him. Territory, unnamed. Lord, Shen-Chi. After some thought, Shen-Chi named his territory, Nether Realm. He opened his backpack and located 2 items. One was the Lord Core, which, once placed, would establish his territory. The other, it's a barracks novice gift pack. Upon opening, it will randomly generate a type of barracks. The type of barracks is related to the Lord's talent. For novice lords, whether they can awaken advanced talents and draw powerful troop types determines their growth potential. Shen-Chi set down the Lord Core first. A flash of white light passed, and a shabby little wooden hut appeared before him. The Lord Core floated. Inside the hut, a faint blue light screen spread out from the core, covering 100 square meters acres of land around it. This was his initial territory. Next, he opened the random barracks gift pack. A mechanical voice sounded. You have obtained the barracks, Ownerless Grave. After being constructed, Ownerless Grave can recruit Tier 1 troops, skeleton grunts. Shen-Chi. Did he just draw the most basic Tier 1 undead troop? He smiled wryly but still took out the Ownerless Grave. It's better than nothing. At least undead troops have the advantage of infinite stamina. Although undead lords have a tough start, it's not impossible to develop step by step. More importantly, he was looking forward to the power of the god tier talent. At that moment, the familiar mechanical voice echoed. Netherworld Sovereign trait, Netherworld Guidance, activated. As the ruler of the Netherworld, your Netherworld power is guiding you forward. A weak barrier between this location and the Netherworld plane has been detected. Ownerless Grave has automatically evolved into the mythic tier barracks, Ancient Battlefield. Ancient Battlefield will break through the planar barrier, forming a space portal to the Netherworld plane. A beam of light flashed, and before Shin-Chi, a dark purple vortex portal appeared on the ground. Shin-Chi was stunned. What is this? It emanated a mysterious and profound aura. Shin-Chi was completely dumbfounded. His barracks, Ownerless Grave, had somehow automatically upgraded to Ancient Battlefield, and it was mythic tier? It took him a few seconds to process this. He hurriedly walked closer to the teleportation array and opened the system panel to check. Ancient Battlefield. Tier, mythic tier. Description: in ancient times, this was a battleground for gods. Races fought fiercely, and in the end, both gods and countless powerful races perished in this war. Now, it has become a silent graveyard for myriad races. Mythic tier? Barracks are classified based on the quality of troops they can summon, from Tier 1 to Tier 9, namely, Basic, Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Legendary, and the highest, Mythic tier. His basic barracks had somehow evolved to the highest Mythic tier. This was incredible. Soon after, the mechanical voice sounded again. Unlock Netherworld Sovereign trait, Undead Allegiance. You can detect and summon nearby undead, making them your subordinates. This consumes mental energy. Nearby undead detected. Would you like to summon them? Shin-Chi stared excitedly at the screen. Did this mean he could directly recruit troops from this portal to the Ancient Battlefield? His heart raced, and he shouted eagerly, "Summon!" Ding! Successfully recruited 5-star hero, Skeleton General Ajuan, consuming 50 mental energy. The next moment, a tall figure slowly emerged from the teleportation array. The outline was clear. It was a general. He wore heavy black iron armor, a tattered cape draped over his back. A quiver of arrows was strapped to his back, a 6-foot-long sword gripped in one hand, and a small round shield hung at his waist. But beneath the armor was a sturdy gray-white skeleton. His helmet encased a massive skull, with 2 eye sockets burning with faint blue flames, staring intently at Shin-Chi. Skeleton General Ajuan, Jinyuan Legion. Grade, 5-star hero. Level, 1. Health, 305. Attack, 201. Defense, 154. Agility, 49. Stamina, infinite. Mental energy, 100. Talent, peerless martial arts. Proficient in swords, blades, axes, shields, bows, spears, and other melee weapons. Weapon attributes plus 100%. Commands all subordinate undead troops, increasing melee weapon attributes by 30%. Skill 1, Bones of the Fallen. Unleashes 12 sword strikes, quickly dealing small area damage with knockback and stagger effects. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Skill 2, General's Command. Increases the entire Jinyuan Legion's melee critical hit rate by 20%, critical damage by 300%, attack speed by 50%, and defense by 100%. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Description: Ajuan was the commander of the Jinyuan Legion, proficient in various weapons. In a battle, his entire legion perished, leaving their corpses in the wilderness. He engraved the soul marks of all his legion members onto a general's command token. Shin-Chi couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap, a 5-star hero." His eyes widened, his breathing quickened, and his heart pounded furiously. The Lord knowledge he had learned in class instantly resurfaced in his mind. Ordinary troops can be recruited in large numbers, but each hero is a unique treasure. The higher the hero's grade, the stronger their initial attributes, growth potential, and level cap. More importantly, heroes possess commanding abilities capable of leading troops independently and reducing the Lord's burden. The most crucial thing is that heroes can enhance the combat power of the entire legion. A legion with heroes and one without are worlds apart in strength. For most lords, at the beginning, all troop types are below Tier 2. Having Tier 3 troops would already be considered extremely lucky, not to mention having a hero, and a 5-star hero at that. Absolutely explosive. Shin-Chi took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, then stared intently at the hero panel, his gaze blazing. Ordinary Tier 1 skeleton soldiers only have 5 health points and 2 attack points. They are not only fragile, but also pathetically weak in attack. But this 5-star hero before him, just look at those initial stats. Simply heaven-defying. Not only are the attributes astounding, but it also comes with 1 talent and 2 skills. Ding! Triggered Nether King trait. Absolute loyalty. Subordinate heroes maintain 100% loyalty to you, charging into battle fearlessly. The skeleton general bowed slowly, saluting Shin-Chi. Honorable Lord, thank you for summoning my soul back. I will remain forever loyal to you, following in your footsteps. Even if the entire world is erased by the gods, I will never regret it. A new trait again? Absolute loyalty. Full loyalty means a 100% mental connection between the Lord and all troops. This essentially ensures absolute obedience to orders. For battlefield command, this is practically a divine artifact. Shin-Chi then looked at the ancient battlefield teleportation array. A sudden inspiration struck him. If recruiting a 5-star hero is this easy, could I continuously recruit heroes from the ancient battlefield? If that's the case, how would other lords even compete? Shin-Chi's eyes lit up as he rubbed his hands in anticipation. Let them play their small skirmishes. Warning: your remaining mental energy is insufficient to activate Undead Allegiance. Shin-Chi froze. He immediately opened his character panel. Shin-Chi, level 1, health 10, attack 1, defense 3, agility 2, stamina 8, mental energy 151st, talent Nether King. Shin-Chi's expression darkened. These stats are too awful, even weaker than a tier 1 skeleton soldier. However, his initial mental energy is 51 points. Generally, new lords have only 2 to 10 mental energy points. Having 51 mental energy means his mental growth upon leveling up will be very substantial. After recruiting a hero, he was left with just 1 point of mental energy. A lord's mental energy can only recover naturally over time or be accelerated through deep sleep. In short, there's no summoning troops today. At this moment, Asen stepped forward, respectfully presenting a small item with both hands to Shin-Chi. Lord, this is my general's token. It bears the soul marks of all the members of the Jinyuan Legion. Shin-Chi asked curiously, Jinyuan Legion? Asen patiently explained, my lord, the Jinyuan Legion was the army I commanded during my lifetime, consisting of 10,000 soldiers. After the outbreak of the God War, the entire army was annihilated, dying across the lands of the Withered Mountain, with their remains scattered and unburied. With this general's token, I can sense the soul spirits of nearby Legion members. If you permit me to use Undead Allegiance, I can immediately summon nearby Legion members without consuming your mental energy. I request your permission to return to the ancient battlefield, traverse the Withered Mountain, and awaken the Legion members, so the entire army may swear allegiance to you. Shin-Chi caught the keyword and asked, Withered Mountain? Asen replied, yes, my lord. Withered Mountain is my resting place. The ancient battlefield is the site of the Third God War, spanning 90 million miles. Withered Mountain is only part of the eastern region of the ancient battlefield. Shin-Chi began to suspect that the ancient battlefield was more than just a special barracks capable of summoning specific undead troops. Now it seemed that the ancient battlefield was a real place, and not just an ordinary battlefield, but a vast battleground where gods clashed. This divine war zone exists independently in a nether realm shrouded in death energy, with a territory spanning a full 90 million miles. The nether realm is essentially a world ruled by death, devoid of any living beings. Most notably, Shin-Chi's god-level talent, Nether King, had actually bridged the gap between the mortal world and the ancient battlefield. This meant he could directly recruit the undead armies from the ancient battlefield. Those powerful undead who perished in the God War, the legendary mighty races, and even fallen deities. Thinking of this, Shin-Chi began to breathe heavily. After all, there were no real gods left in this world. Shin-Chi asked, alright, so how do I assist you in activating Undead Allegiance? Asen patiently explained, the Lord and subordinate troops can communicate through a mental link. Once I use the general's token to sense the soul spirits of nearby Legion members, I will transmit a request to you through the mental link. You only need to respond to the thought of Undead Allegiance through the link. Shin-Chi suddenly understood. Asen would use the general's token to enter the ancient battlefield and sense the nearby Legion souls. Shin-Chi would then remotely activate Undead Allegiance through the mental link to recruit them. Recruit Legion members. The key is, this process doesn't consume mental energy. It's practically a free advantage. Is there really such a good thing? Shin-Chi burst into laughter and immediately sprang into action. Ajuan accepted the order and turned to enter the ancient battlefield teleportation array. In no time, Shin-Chi felt a vague yet clear thought in his mind. He instinctively grasped the concept of undead submission. The next moment, a mechanical prompt sounded in his ears. An undead has responded to the call. You have recruited the unit skeleton archer. An undead has responded to the call. You have recruited the unit skeleton warrior. The notification kept ringing, Half an hour later, the area around the teleportation array was packed with a group of pure white skeletons. There were skeleton warriors clad in armor with sturdy bones, wielding long swords and round shields. There were also skeleton archers with quivers on their backs, holding short bows. Each skeleton exuded an imposing aura, far beyond what ordinary skeleton minions could compare to. Skeleton Warrior, Jin Yuan Legion. Level 1, 3rd tier unit. HP, 55, Attack, 40, Defense, 20, Agility, 15. Stamina, Unlimited, Mental Power, 5. Skill, Heavy Sword Sweep, AoE Attack, increases attack by 30%, includes knockback effect, cooldown 10 seconds. Skeleton Archer, Jin Yuan Legion. Level 1, 3rd tier unit. HP, 50, Attack, 30, Defense, 15, Agility, 17. Stamina, Unlimited, Mental Power, 5. Range, 300 meters, Attack Speed, 3 seconds per arrow. Skill, Triple Shot, fires 3 arrows simultaneously, cooldown, 12 seconds. They're all 3rd tier units. Their attributes far surpassed those of ordinary skeleton minions. There were 30 skeleton warriors and 15 archers. Shin-Chi's grin grew wider and wider. Finally, he had grasped true power. For lords, the first recruitment is free, but subsequent ones require spirit crystals. How to obtain spirit crystals? By slaying monsters or producing them at resource points. Generally, novice lords rely on free units to slowly build up, saving enough spirit crystals to recruit more and expand their legion. But Shin-Chi was different. He relied on Ajuan to summon the Jinyuan Legion from the ancient battlefield, directly recruiting a team of skeleton soldiers without spending a single spirit crystal. It was as if he had activated a cheat code. More importantly, Ajuan informed him that once he gathered 10,000 members of the Jinyuan Legion, he could obtain the special title power of 10,000 troops. In other words, only by assembling the entire legion could he unleash their true strength. But that was a long-term goal. For now, he needed to lead his units to grow quickly and prepare for tomorrow's novice trial. With a 5-star hero as his escort, safety was guaranteed. Shin-Chi was about to set off, unaware that the system's chat channel was abuzz. Crying, I actually drew a half-tier slime. What a joke. Now I'm just staring at these unlucky things. Half-tier? That's killing me. Ha ha ha. You're so unlucky. I drew a 2nd-tier dire wolf with a sea-level talent strength enhancement. It's strong enough. I've already killed over a dozen monsters. Whoa, big shot. Ha, that's nothing. True experts summon angels, elves, or demons at the start. Who do you think is the strongest lord in this zone? I know, it's Lu Feichin, S-level talent dragon whisperer. He started with a 4th-tier black dragon, and I go to the same school as him. What the hell? A 4th-tier unit at the start? Insane. S-level talent plus a dragon lord. He's definitely going to crush us newbies. No doubt. Based on past experience, even A-level talents are rare. S-level talents are on another level. Looks like the first trial clear bonus will definitely go to Lu Feichin. They say the first clear rewards are amazing, and there's even an announcement for the whole zone. So jealous. After the trial, there will also be a leaderboard. I can't imagine anyone but Lu dominating it. Lu Feichin. I'll aim to complete the trial within an hour. I'll try for the first clear, but no guarantees. Whoa, the big shot has spoken. Do you need a leg pendant, big shot? The big guy is too modest. Completing the trial within an hour has been rare in the past 5 years. This one's going for a record. The first clear isn't even a concern. Big shot 666. Shin-Chi led his troops out of the territory. Russell. Not far from the territory, faint noises emerged from the forest ahead. A massive, colorful tiger slowly stepped out, snapping dry branches under its weight, with a few green flames floating around it. It watched Shin-Chi warily. Spirit Flame Tiger 2nd tier level, 5. HP, 163 attack, 101 defense, 35 agility, 19. Stamina, 15 mental power, 4. Skill, Spirit Flame Strike. A 2nd-tier Spirit Flame Tiger. Not only adept at pouncing and tearing, but also capable of long-range fire attacks. It would be a tough challenge for ordinary novices, but Shin-Chi showed no fear. Kill it. Attack. At Shin-Chi's command, a few skeleton warriors in the front row immediately brandished their iron swords and charged at the Spirit Flame Tiger. The tiger agilely swung its tail, attempting to sweep away the approaching skeleton warriors. Just as its tail was about to strike, in the middle of the battlefield, a skeleton soldier quickly reacted, stumbling back a few steps before steadying itself and halting in place. The Spirit Flame Tiger firmly planted its 4 limbs, its throat rumbling with a low growl. Then, it suddenly raised its head, its eyes narrowing into slits. Activating skill, Spirit Flame Impact. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. Several wisps of azure flames around the tiger rapidly spread out, transforming into massive fireballs. The azure fireballs shot out like arrows. The foremost skeleton warrior had no time to dodge and hurriedly raised its shield to block. The fireball slammed into the shield with a thunderous explosion. 5 skeleton warriors collapsed to the ground, their health plummeting sharply until only a sliver of life remained. Immediately after, the spirit flame tiger leaped forward, pinning a skeleton warrior's ribcage beneath its paws. It was about to extend its sharp claws to crush the opponent. However, before it could act, over 20 skeleton warriors from the rear charged forward. Iron swords swung wildly like a storm. Skeleton archers simultaneously unleashed a volley of arrows. The rain of arrows was dense, the gleam of swords flashing, the scene resembling a flurry of snowflakes. Though the spirit flame tiger was fierce, it couldn't hold its ground alone, roaring in fury as blood sprayed everywhere. Countless wounds and holes quickly covered its body. The spirit flame tiger's vitality drained rapidly, like air escaping from a punctured balloon. Ultimately, it was slain on the spot. Killed. Level 5 spirit flame tiger, gained EXP plus 50, obtained spirit crystals *20, obtained tiger hide *2, obtained beast meat *10. As the first battle ended, the system notification sounded. Shin-Chi's expression remained calm, thinking it was nothing more than an ordinary, justified group fight. Suddenly, the system chimed again. Ding! Triggered the Nether Sovereign trait, Prayer of the Eternal. The souls slain by you are repenting and praying. For every monster you kill, you gain prayer points equal to the EXP earned. Each prayer point equals 10 EXP. Prayer points can be freely allocated to your units. You gained prayer points *50 in this battle. Shin-Chi was full of confusion. Another new trait activated? He was stunned again. For every monster killed, he could earn additional prayer points equivalent to the EXP gained, and each prayer point could be exchanged for 10 times the EXP. In other words, for every monster killed, he could earn 10 times the EXP. Moreover, these points could be freely distributed. This was essentially an 11-fold EXP boost. My goodness! Shin-Chi's breathing quickened, his heart pounding, but he forced himself to stay calm. He then decided to allocate all the prayer points from the first wave to the hero Asin. Skeleton Commander Asin gained EXP *500. Skeleton Commander Asin leveled up from level 1 to level 3. Looking at Asin's upgraded stats, Shin-Chi couldn't help but exclaim. Attack power exceeded 600 and health surpassed 900. This was the terrifying power of a high-tier hero. The stronger the initial stats, the greater the improvement from leveling up. It seemed today would be a day of intense leveling. Shin-Chi was brimming with confidence. The leveling rules were as follows. Units needed 100 EXP to level up from level 1 to level 2, 200 EXP to reach level 3, 1000 EXP to reach level 11, and 2000 EXP to reach level 12. The higher the level, the more EXP required. However, now with an 11-fold EXP boost, Shin-Chi had no concerns about the development speed of his army. Leading his skeleton squad, he continued deeper into the forest. In less than 10 minutes, they encountered more monsters. Level 2 Dark Magic Wolves, Level 1 Goblins, Level 4 Blood-Eyed Rabbits. For novice lords, these are significant challenges. However, Shin-Chi's skeleton squad effortlessly annihilated them all. He accumulated another 112 prayer points. Without hesitation, he used them all on Ajuan. The upgrade effect flashed, and faint glimmers of light scattered across Ajuan's body. Skeleton General Ajuan has leveled up from level 3 to level 6. Skeleton General Ajuan level 6 health, 1892 attack, 1198 defense, 785 agility, 120. In such a short time, his attack has already surpassed 1000. Facing monsters below level 15 is as easy as mowing grass. Over the next 3 hours, Shin-Chi cleared all the monsters within a 1-kilometer radius. Ajuan leveled up to level 8. His health exceeded 2500 and his attack power reached 1654. All the skeleton soldiers under his command leveled up to level 3 or higher. Their attack and health stats all exceeded 100. Plus, skeleton soldiers don't need food, rest, or fear injury. The more they fight, the stronger they become. While venturing deeper into the dense forest, Shin-Chi discovered a resource point. Spirit crystal mine grade, black iron daily output, 3000 spirit crystals. This is truly an unexpected gain. If the spirit crystal mine could be captured, it would provide a continuous supply of spirit crystals. For a novice, 3000 spirit crystals per day is undoubtedly a significant amount. Spirit crystals are the basic currency in the world of lords, used to recruit troops, buy equipment, and upgrade territories and buildings. Shin-Chi was already eager to act, but capturing the spirit crystal mine wouldn't be easy. Guarding the mine was a team of Minotaur sentinels. A group of strong and sturdy Minotaurs sat around the mining area, resting with massive iron hammers in their hands. Their numbers were estimated to exceed 30. Minotaur Sentinel level, 6 health, 325 attack, 197 defense, 186 skills, Iron Hammer Smash, Earthquake. The Minotaur Sentinel's attributes already surpassed Shin-Chi's skeleton soldiers. The most challenging part was that the leader of the Minotaur Sentinels was an elite monster. Minotaur Sentinel Captain, Elite Grade, Level, 10 health, 824 attack, 487 defense, 335 skills, Iron Iron Hammer Smash, Earthquake, Shattering Strike monsters are categorized into normal, elite, champion, and king grades. Among the same level, elite monsters are far stronger than normal ones. Champion monsters are equivalent to bosses. King grade monsters are even stronger, typically serving as leaders of large monster nests, heads of advanced secret realms, or final bosses. For ordinary novices, such a Minotaur Sentinel team would definitely be something to avoid. But Shin-Chi would never let this opportunity slip by. Action! As Shin-Chi approached, the Minotaur Sentinels immediately became alert. 30 Minotaurs stood up simultaneously, entering combat mode. They snorted heavily, raised their iron hammers with both hands, and staggered toward Shin-Chi. The skeleton warriors advanced slowly, raising their shields to block. Behind them, the skeleton archers quickly knocked arrows and pulled their bowstrings taut. In an instant, countless arrows rained down, speeding toward the approaching Minotaur squad. However, the damage from the arrows was too low to penetrate their defenses. Before long, the Minotaurs were already within striking distance. They swung their massive hammers, smashing fiercely into the skeleton warriors' shield formation. 3 skeleton warriors were struck by the heavy hammers and sent flying. The other skeleton warriors seized the opportunity to stab at the frontmost Minotaurs from the sides. As soon as the sword tips touched the Minotaur's skin, they were deflected. The Minotaur's thick skin and tough flesh remained unscathed. Then, the Minotaurs gripped their hammer handles tightly with both hands and slammed the hammerheads into the ground. Skill activated, Earthquake. The ground shook violently, sending debris flying everywhere. A large number of skeleton warriors were thrown into the air. The formation was instantly disrupted. The Minotaurs in the rear followed closely. They let out deafening roars, raised their massive hammers in unison, and prepared to smash down. If the hammers hit the skeleton warriors, they would be shattered instantly. At that moment, Skeleton General Ajuan, holding an iron sword, strode forward resolutely and leaped directly toward the frontmost Minotaur. With a snap, he landed on the Minotaur's head, raising his sword to strike. In the next moment, 10,000 bones wither, activate. In an instant, 12 deep crimson sword energies burst forth from the blade. Airwaves rolled, dust flew. 12 crimson and beautiful crescent-shaped sword energies rapidly spread outward, slashing continuously at the Minotaur guards. -1,654, -1,642, -1,757. A series of striking damage numbers popped up. The Minotaur guards hit by the sword energy didn't even have time to raise their hammers above their heads before being instantly struck down. Groups of Minotaurs froze in place. A second later, their bodies shattered into pieces. Blood splattered, and severed limbs scattered everywhere. The Minotaurs in the rear were also knocked to the ground by the residual waves of sword energy. The Minotaur guard squad collapsed instantly. Ajuan continued to move nimbly. Without using any more skills, relying solely on his excellent combat techniques, he swung his sword, slashing horizontally, chopping vertically, spinning to strike, and piercing. With just normal attacks, he cut down the Minotaur guards one by one. In the rear, the Minotaur guard captain saw this and angrily pounded his chest. Roaring furiously, he swung his giant hammer, stepping heavily toward Ajuan. Each step caused the ground to tremble, leaving deep footprints. Suddenly, he raised the hammer high and smashed it fiercely into the ground. Shattering strike. The ground exploded at the point of impact, and massive earth spikes continuously shot forward. The skeleton soldiers quickly retreated upon seeing this. Ajuan leapt lightly, soaring into the air. He raised his long sword high, pointing it toward the sky. Under the sunlight, the blade gleamed with a cold brilliance, as if covered in frost. Then, he elegantly slashed toward the Minotaur captain. The sword's momentum was like a gentle breeze brushing against the face. As the blade barely grazed the Minotaur's skin, it left a bright red wound. Immediately, the wound split open, as if tearing through fabric, accompanied by a muffled sound. -1824. Health instantly dropped to 0. One strike, instant kill. The Minotaur captain's limbs stiffened, his face full of unwillingness and resentment. His hands weakened, and the giant hammer fell to the ground with a bang. The battle was over. Experience gained *3254, Spirit Crystals gained *1448, Prayer Points gained *3254, Loot obtained, Guard's Giant Hammer, *9, Sturdy Bullhorn *12, Kill Reward obtained, Black Iron Grade Treasure Chest *1, Skeleton General Ajuan level increased from 8 to. Shin-Chi took a deep breath. The hero unit acted, instantly clearing a monster stronghold. A level 10 elite monster was instantly killed with a single normal attack. Too powerful. Shun-Chi stored all the battle rewards in the system backpack. As for the 3254 prayer points, equivalent to 32,540 free experience points, he allocated them all to Ajuan as usual. Skeleton General. Ajuan level 12 health, 3845 attack power, 2532 defense, 1258 skill 3, soul chasing arrow, newly unlocked, fires an arrow imbued with the power of lost souls. souls, increasing this attack's damage by 500%. The arrow emits the power of lost souls, reducing the mobility of enemies along its path by 80% and their defense by 60%. Cooldown time 10 minutes. Attack power directly broke through the 2500 threshold. More importantly, he gained a ranged bow skill. Soul Chasing Arrow. Single attack damage increased by 500%, which is 6 times the damage. This is a ranged burst skill. Moreover, it has a control effect, significantly weakening the mobility and defense of enemies along its path. Next, Shin-Chi evenly distributed the remaining prayer points among the other skeleton units. After all, the overall strength of the main force must keep up. Otherwise, as seen earlier when facing the Minotaur guards, they couldn't even break through the defense and almost suffered a setback. After distributing all the experience points, the strongest skeleton units had already reached level 6, while the others had all reached level 5. Their attributes improved significantly. Dealing with ordinary monsters was now more than sufficient. Then, Shin-Chi collected the 3,000 spirit crystals produced by the spirit crystal mine and tallied the day's resource harvest. Spirit crystals *5848. Additionally, there was beast meat, fur, wood, stone, iron ore, and weapons and materials dropped by monsters. Beast meat could be used as food, but skeletons didn't need to eat, so it was only necessary to provide for his own rations. Wood, stone, iron ore, and other basic materials are used to build and upgrade the territory. Being in a dense forest, wood resources are relatively abundant, while iron ore is the scarcest. After defeating the stronghold monsters, the spirit crystal mine became an unclaimed resource. Shin-Chi opened the spirit crystal mine panel and registered his information with the system. This way, the spirit crystal mine became his private property. The spirit crystals produced daily would automatically be deposited into his account. Next, he took out the black iron-gray treasure chest dropped by the Minotaur guard captain. Rubbing his hands together with anticipation, he exclaimed, "Open." Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a black iron-gray territory building. Blacksmith shop *1. Wow, he actually got a territory building. The blacksmith shop could forge equipment and weapons to arm his troops. Such buildings were rare but incredibly useful. With a blacksmith shop, he might be able to mass-produce weapons in the future. After handling everything, Shin-Chi looked up at the sky. It was already near dusk. A few strands of orange sunlight filtered through the dense leaves. He decided to return to the territory, to rest and plan for the next day. Suddenly, a mechanical prompt sounded in his ears, striking his eardrums. Your character level has increased to level 7. You have unlocked the Nether King trait, Immortal Body. You can use mental power to construct an immortal body and attach your consciousness to it, allowing you to move freely in the ancient battlefield. The immortal body is a spiritual entity, undetectable, unattackable, and unable to touch any objects. Would you like to consume 300 points of mental power to construct the immortal body? Shin-Chi was stunned. This new trait, does it mean I can create a body to carry my consciousness and then enter the ancient battlefield? Shin-Chi's spirits lifted, filled with anticipation. Constructing the immortal body required consuming 300 points of mental power. He immediately opened his character panel. Mental power, 314/354. With the level up, Shin-Chi's mental power had surged to 354 points. The Lord's leveling system was different from that of troops. Troops could level up simply by killing monsters, but Lords could only gain a small amount of experience. Of course, if the Lord personally killed monsters, they would gain full experience. After summoning heroes, Shin-Chi still had over 300 points of mental power left. This was enough to activate the immortal body. Without hesitation, he began to act. Shin-Chi quickly returned to the territory with his troops. He first took the blacksmith shop out of his backpack and casually placed it on the ground. Before long, an ancient-style blacksmith shop appeared before him. Then, he transferred the resources collected during the day from his backpack to the Lord's cabin warehouse. After finishing these tasks, Shin-Chi solemnly walked to the ancient battlefield portal. He adjusted his clothes and composed himself. Then he shouted loudly, "Immortal Body! Ding! You have triggered the Nether King trait, Immortal Body. ZZZZZ. The immortal body has been constructed. You can attach your consciousness to the immortal body and move freely in the ancient battlefield." Mental power drained rapidly like water. A strong dizziness surged in his mind. Shin-Chi closed his eyes, frowned, and rubbed his temples with both hands. After a moment, he recovered. Then, with a thought, his consciousness seemed to sink into an endless abyss. A faint light swept across his retinas. His vision gradually cleared. His feet were already on the ground. Shin-Chi looked around in confusion. The sky was gray and oppressive, making it impossible to tell whether it was day or night. Surrounding him was an endless expanse of scorched earth. In the distance, a few rocky mountains occasionally appeared, resembling the spines of giant beasts stretching across the horizon. Broken flags indicate war. Chariots were scattered on the ground. A few arrows were stuck in the sandy soil at his feet, their fletchings swaying gently in the wind. There was no sign of life in sight. Occasionally, a cold wind blew, producing a low, mournful howl, adding to the desolation and silence. This was the ancient battlefield. It was exactly the same as the vision he had seen during the Lord's awakening ceremony. Shin-Chi was deeply shocked. He tried to take a step forward. With a thought, his body floated lightly like a swallow, instantly gliding 4 or 5 meters away. Was this the ability of his new body? He lowered his head to look at his arms and body. His entire body was semi-transparent, with edges glowing faintly with golden light. Now, he was in a spiritual form. Suddenly, detected undead nearby. Summon? Still adapting to his new body, Shin-Chi heard the mechanical voice and abruptly looked up. He followed his instincts and looked in the direction. 20 meters away was a cliff. To see clearly, he quickly ran over. Standing at the edge of the cliff, he looked down. Below the cliff was a massive pit filled with bones. Skulls, rib bones, leg bones, spinal bones, all kinds of human bones piled up chaotically. A cold wind swirled at the bottom of the pit, emitting a low, eerie howl. Within the wind, faintly, came the sound of mournful wailing. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Detected 687 Tier 1 pit skeleton soldiers. Summoning all requires 687 mental energy detected. 1 Tier 4 wailing wraith. Summoning requires 13 mental energy. Tier 4 unit. Shin-Chi exclaimed in surprise, then fell into deep thought. Summoning all these Tier 1 skeleton soldiers was completely unrealistic. His mental energy was far from enough. Moreover, Tier 1 units had mediocre combat power, so there was no need to recruit them all. On the other hand, that Tier 4 unit was an absolute surprise. He still had over 10 points of mental energy, enough to summon 1 Tier 4 undead. Making up his mind, he ordered softly, "Summon, Wailing Wraith." In the next moment, the previously dull, cold wind at the bottom of the pit suddenly became fierce. The violent wind carried countless piercing wails. Numerous blurry, ghostly green faces appeared above the pile of bones. The cold wind gradually weakened, and the wailing subsided. Countless light particles converged into a ghostly green humanoid figure. The Wailing Wraith slowly floated toward. Shin-Chi successfully summoned 1 Wailing Wraith, consuming 13 mental energy. Description: a battalion of soldiers was massacred and buried in a pit. Hundreds of vengeful souls merged into one, wandering among the bones, wailing night after night. Ancient battlefield exploration point +1 Withered Mountain exploration progress +1% Golden Sun event fragment number 1 +1 system. Notifications sounded one after another. Shin-Chi immediately checked the Tier 4 units panel. Wailing Wraith level 1, health 225, agility 73, stamina infinite, spirit 31, skill 1. Bone hand combines all linked skeletons' bones into a massive skeletal hand. Attack power equals the number of linked skeletons times 1. No cooldown, consumes 15 mental energy, lasts 1 minute. Skill 2, bone armor connects linked skeletons' bones into armor. Defense equals the number of linked skeletons times 1. No cooldown, consumes 5 mental energy, lasts 5 minutes. Skill 3, resentful. Frost, a spirit-based skill. Upon hitting a single target, it causes mental confusion and a staggered state, reduces their defense by 50%, and doubles piercing damage dealt by allies. Consumes 20 mental energy, cooldown 3 minutes. Description: the Wailing Wraith is formed from the souls of the pit skeleton soldiers and can link and manipulate their bones. After reading the panel, Shin-Chi was somewhat shocked. He had initially thought the Tier 1 skeleton soldiers at the bottom of the pit were useless. Now he realized they were the foundational material for the Wailing Wraith. The more skeleton soldiers linked, the stronger its power. For example, Bonehand could combine all linked skeletons' bones into a giant hand. If all 687 skeleton soldiers were linked, the attack bonus would reach 687. One strike could crush a Minotaur guard. The real highlight was the skill Resentful Frost. It had a control effect, causing the enemy to stagger, and creating opportunities for allies to deal damage. It also halved the enemy's defense and doubled the damage dealt by allies. Control, defense reduction, and damage amplification. 3 effects in one, making it a god-tier support skill. Recruiting the Wailing Wraith was incredibly worthwhile, costing Shin-Chi only 13 mental energy. Summoning the remaining skeleton soldiers would require 687 mental energy in total. That was clearly not feasible today. He decided to mark the location clearly. Next, he would recruit all the skeleton soldiers from the pit in batches. However, Shin-Chi noticed a strange prompt, exploration point +1 and exploration degree +1%, along with event fragments. What were these things? Before he could figure it out, Ajuan's voice echoed in his mind, Lord, please allow me to return to the ancient battlefield with you. I can continue summoning members of the Jinyuan Legion to further strengthen the army. Upon hearing this, Shin-Chi immediately agreed. The next moment, a vortex slowly opened, and a tall figure emerged from it. Perhaps due to his Nether King talent, Shin-Chi quickly understood how to use the portal. The teleportation points in the real world were fixed, but those in the ancient battlefield could be altered. His immortal body acted like a small base, used to enter the ancient battlefield. When Shin-Chi exited the ancient battlefield, only his consciousness left the immortal body, while the immortal body itself remained in place. The next time he entered the ancient battlefield, he could only start from the location of the immortal body. As for the undead units he summoned, in the real world, Shin-Chi could choose to have them return to the ancient battlefield from the point they last left or have them appear directly near the immortal body. Whether it was Shin-Chi or the undead units, as long as they were in the ancient battlefield, they could open a portal at any time to return to the real world. Shin-Chi squinted his eyes, thinking, there's a lot of potential here. Coming back to his senses, he continued, exploring the ancient battlefield with Ajuan. Wailing wraiths followed closely behind them. Ajuan raised the ancient token in his hand as they walked. An undead creature has been summoned. You successfully summoned a Tier 3 skeleton warrior. Not far away, a crack suddenly appeared in the ground. A skeletal hand stretched out from the earth. Then, a skeleton emerged from the ground. It shook off the dirt on its body and walked behind Shin-Chi. So, this was how skeleton warriors were summoned. Shin-Chi continued flying forward. Ajuan kept summoning members of the Jinyuan Legion. Meanwhile, Shin-Chi curiously observed his surroundings. His first impression of this world was desolation. Endless red sand stretched everywhere, with monotonous and repetitive scenery. Although he occasionally managed to recruit some scattered undead, their numbers were limited. Shin-Chi frequently asked Ajuan about the ancient battlefield, gradually gaining a general understanding of the place. The scale of the divine war was immense. Countless legendary races participated in this protracted war, and in the end, they all perished. Even the gods who orchestrated the war fell one after another. Since then, no living beings had inhabited this place. The ancient battlefield spanned vast territories, crossing several continents. It was roughly divided into 5 regions: east, south, west, north, and central. The eastern region alone contained countless mountains. Hundreds, if not thousands, of cities fell during the war. Each city became a dead city, buried deep within the earth. The place where Ajuan fell, Withered Mountain, was merely a remote and desolate edge of the eastern region. The ancient battlefield was like a massive graveyard. For an undead lord like Shin-Chi, it was practically a paradise. His undead allegiance ability allowed him to recruit undead to form his army. The remains of any powerful race were a tremendous opportunity for him. However, the ancient battlefield was simply too vast. To seize these opportunities, he would have to traverse mountains and rivers, traveling thousands of miles. But there was no rush. Suddenly, a particularly striking spot in the distance caught Shin-Chi's attention. He changed direction and flew toward it. As he got closer, he saw it clearly. It was in front of him was a small hill. But this was no ordinary hill. It was entirely made of piled-up weapons, broken and bloodstained armor, helmets, swords, and bows. There were an astonishing number of them. Shin-Chi focused his gaze. He guessed that this must have been where an army was utterly defeated, and the enemy had collected their weapons and armor to pile them here as a display of victory. Shin-Chi was about to continue on his way when a panel suddenly popped up. Iron sword quality, black iron attack power, 45 trait. Corrosion. This weapon was abandoned on the battlefield and has been eroded by nether forces, granting it the corrosion trait. Attacking enemies with it will make them sluggish, reducing their movement speed, attack speed, and defense. The weapon itself will gradually dull, significantly lowering its attributes. Each layer of sluggishness increases by 7%, stacking up to 7 layers. Shin-Chi was taken aback. He hadn't expected this to be a black iron grade weapon with special attributes. He crouched down and reached out to pick it up. However, his semi-transparent hand passed right through the iron sword. Shin-Chi frowned. I'm currently a spiritual entity and can't touch anything. Alas, he could only watch this treasure helplessly, unable to take it. Just as he felt a bit unwilling, Ajuan behind him respectfully said, "My lord, please allow me to retrieve the iron sword for you." Shin-Chi stood up and turned to look at Ajuan in surprise. Then he understood. Ajuan had been summoned from the ancient battlefield. His body existed in the same dimension as this world. In that case, he could have Ajuan take the iron sword and bring it back to the real world. Shin-Chi nodded and gestured for Ajuan to proceed. Ajuan stepped forward, bent down, and easily pulled out the iron iron sword. Success! Shin-Chi's eyes lit up. This sword could be used by the skeleton warriors. Using the iron sword with the corrosion trait to attack enemies could stack sluggishness effects. At the maximum of 7 layers, the enemy's movement speed, defense, and attack speed would be reduced by nearly half. Amazing! Shin-Chi continued to carefully examine the pile of weapons. He discovered several panels floating above. Different weapons. Iron sword quality, black iron trait, corrosion attack power, 39. Bow quality, black iron trait, corrosion attack power, 36. Iron sword quality, black iron trait, bloodstain attack power, 46. This weapon, eroded by nether forces, possesses the bloodstain trait. Attacking enemies with it causes them to bleed continuously, slowly losing 10% of their health. When the weapon is stained with fresh blood, its attack power increases by 50%. Another black iron grade iron sword, and this one had the brand new bloodstain trait. Bloodstain could cause enemies to bleed continuously. When the weapon was bloodstained, its attack power would increase significantly. Incredible. Additionally, there was a black iron grade corrosion bow, a ranged weapon with the corrosion trait. Shin-Chi was overjoyed. He could use a rain of arrows to cover enemy troops, subjecting them all to the sluggishness effect. This was truly a treasure trove. Weapons with special attributes were far more valuable than ordinary weapons of the same grade. In the end, Shin-Chi selected 13 iron swords and 8 bows. All were black iron grade with either the corrosion or bloodstain trait. He instructed the members of the Jinyuan Legion to step forward one by one and retrieve the weapons to take them away. For a novice lord, black iron grade weapons were extremely precious, but to Shin-Chi, these things were practically worthless. He laughed with delight. The ancient battlefield truly lived up to its reputation. With treasures so abundant they dazzled the eyes. This would significantly enhance his legion's combat power, recruiting those who had turned into undead soldiers and picking up scattered, unclaimed weapons. This was just the edge of the ancient battlefield. Venturing deeper into the ancient battlefield would surely yield even more unexpected opportunities. With excitement, Shin-Chi continued leading his team to explore the ancient battlefield. Another half hour passed. Shin-Chi felt a wave of heavy fatigue wash over him. This was a sign of excessive mental energy consumption. In that case, he decided to call it a day. He returned to his territory in the real world through the portal. Ajuan stayed behind in the ancient battlefield, tirelessly summoning members of the Jinyuan Legion. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Shin-Chi woke up on time. After a night's rest, he felt refreshed and full of energy. He opened his character panel to check. His mental energy had recovered to 354 points. With a quick kip up, he sprang from the straw bed. At noon, the novice trial would officially begin. There was still the entire morning to prepare. He looked at the Lord Core floating in the center of the small cabin, crystal-like and emitting a faint glow. Netherworld Realm Lord, Shin-Chi level, 1 health, 100 area, 100 square meters warehouse capacity, 200 resources required for upgrade, 500 spirit crystals, 1,000 stones, 1,000 wood, 500 iron ore. Currently, the territory was only at level 1. Its health was only 100 points. Too fragile. Resources must be gathered to level up. But for now, there was something more important to do. Shin-Chi stepped out of the Lord's cabin, walked to the portal, and entered the ancient battlefield. Today, he was going to recruit skeleton soldiers from the pit. He appeared at the spot where he logged off from the ancient battlefield yesterday. Opening the system map, he quickly headed to the marked location of the pit. Upon reaching the target point, Shin-Chi shouted without hesitation, "Summon 300 pit skeleton soldiers." The next moment, a piercing clattering sound erupted. Countless bones in the pit trembled, floated, and connected, forming skeletons. The skeleton soldiers wobbled as they stood up, all raising their heads to look at Shin-Chi. A faint blue light flickered in their eye sockets. Ding! Successfully summoned 300 pit skeleton soldiers. Mental energy consumption, 300 points. Next, Shin-Chi summoned the Wailing Wraith from the territory. Wailing Wraith linked skeletons, 300 successfully linked 300 skeleton soldiers. This meant all 3 skills could now be used normally. The attack bonus of Bone Hand increased by 300 points, making it stronger than skeleton warriors. Shin-Chi led the Wraith and all the skeleton soldiers out of the ancient battlefield and returned to the territory. For the rest of the morning, he sent out some skeleton soldiers to gather resources. Finally, it was 11:30 a.m. Shin-Chi issued a command through mental linkage to recall all the skeleton soldiers. He also summoned Asin back from the ancient battlefield. The territory was now packed with a dense crowd of skeleton soldiers. Asin had spent the entire night in the ancient battlefield summoning members of the Jinyuan Legion. Now, The Jinyuan Legion consisted of 248 skeleton warriors and 196 archers. Shin-Chi distributed all the rusty, blood-stained weapons to the warriors and archers. Next, Shin-Chi stepped out of the territory and arranged all the troops into formation. Finally, at 12 o'clock noon, the protective shield above the territory shattered with a loud crash. It dissolved into countless points of light and disappeared. The novice protection had ended. Shin-Chi looked into the distance. A black line slowly approached from the direction of the plains. A dark mass surged forward, charging fiercely toward the territory. The rumbling sound grew louder and louder, and the black line gradually turned into a dark cloud. Wave after wave of goblin armies were closing in aggressively. These goblins had dark green skin, hideous appearances, and wielded massive bone clubs. Their deafening battle cries filled the air as they charged with all their might. The novice protection had ended, and the novice trial had officially begun. Monsters would attack in 3 waves. The first wave with 100, the second with 300, and the third with 600, followed by a powerful boss at the end. Defeating monsters would earn points. The trial would last for 4 hours, after which all monsters would disappear. To pass the trial, one must either defeat the boss or survive for 4 hours. If the lord was killed or the core destroyed, they would be eliminated. The systems voice echoed in the ears of every lord. All the lords gripped their weapons tightly, ready to face this beast tide. This was not only a test but also an opportunity to grow stronger. No one wanted to fall behind. Shin-Chi fixed his gaze on the goblins at the forefront. The attributes of the monsters appeared in his vision. Goblin brute level, 3 health, 125 attack, 82 defense, 34 agility, 14 stamina, 37. The 100 goblin brutes before him let out deafening roars as they swarmed forward. Shin-Chi raised his hand, signaling the archers to prepare. All 196 skeleton archers simultaneously drew their bows and knocked their arrows. In an instant, the sky was filled with dense arrows, like a thick cloud, swiftly pressing down on the goblins. The next second, the rain of arrows poured down. The goblins in the front row didn't even have time to react before being pierced through by the wave of arrows. Damage numbers kept popping up. -96, -186, -442. A level 1 archer's attack power is only 30, but at level 6, the attack exceeds 150 points. Combined with the archer's skill triple arrow and Shin-Chi's hero skill general's order, which boosts the entire team's attack speed, the damage from the rain of arrows was both high and dense. The goblins couldn't withstand it and were torn to shreds by the arrows, one after another. Ding! The system notified him of gaining experience points. The rain of arrows wiped out most of the first wave of enemies. Then, Shin-Chi shouted, wailing, "Wraith, Bone Hand!" A glowing green phantom slowly rose. Instantly, 300 skeleton soldiers at the rear of the territory disintegrated, transforming into countless bones. Rumble! The bones gathered like a tide, quickly rushing toward the phantom of the Wraith. A massive bone hand, over 10 meters long, suddenly appeared, its imposing presence awe-inspiring. Bone Hand rose high and swung fiercely. A strong wind howled, and a large group of goblins was knocked to the ground. Immediately after, the second wave of arrows poured down. Again, taking advantage of the situation to claim more goblin lives. The remaining enemies were covered by arrows shot from the rusted bow, inflicting the sluggish effect, rendering them almost immobile. The Bone Hand rose again, opening its palm. The next moment, the palm struck heavily downward. Damage numbers flashed continuously, -154, -162, -168. Another large group of goblins was smashed into pieces. In just 10 seconds, the number of goblins on the battlefield was reduced by nearly half. The Bone Hand continued to fight, sometimes punching downward, sometimes slapping with its palm, or sweeping horizontally with its massive arm. Each strike claimed the lives of a group of goblins. After all, the Bone Hand had 300 health points, incredible strength, and was unstoppable. The attack power bonus made its basic attacks unmatched, effortlessly crushing the goblins. The archers continuously fired waves of arrows, one after another, without pause. Blood stained the battlefield red. The number of goblins rapidly dwindled, until the last few monsters approached. The skeleton warriors guarding the front line finally swarmed forward, frantically swinging their swords to kill. -189, -234, -297. The goblin brutes were all annihilated. In less than a minute, the first wave of monster invasion was completely repelled. With just the cooperation of the archers and the Wailing Wraith, this battle was almost a one-sided massacre. The sound of notifications for experience, spirit crystals, prayer points, and various drops rang incessantly. Shin-Chi stood quietly in place, waiting for the next wave to arrive. A minute later, a new black cloud rose in the distance. This time, the scale of the monster tide had greatly increased. A total of 300 monsters were approaching the territory. This time, it wasn't just goblin brutes on the ground, a large group of monsters was flying in the air as well. Shin-Chi used Soul Link to carefully observe the monster information. 200 goblin brutes, 100 harpies. Harpies level, 5 health, 249 attack, 117 defense, 74 agility, 42 skills, Screech, Falling Feather Arrow. These were aerial monsters. They possessed the mental attack skill Screech, which could weaken the enemy's state. They also had a ranged area attack Falling Feather Arrow directly targeting ground units. The difficulty of the second wave of monsters was clearly higher. Shin-Chi quickly issued commands through Soul Link. 200 skeleton warriors charged forward with full force to confront the goblin brutes head-on. Some archers used arrow rain to cover the ground, applying the sluggish effect to the monsters. Another group of archers specifically targeted the harpies in the air. The Wailing Wraith controlled Bone Hand to fully disrupt the aerial enemies. In an instant, the goblin brutes reached the front line. A level 6 skeleton warrior swung its blood-stained iron sword and slashed down fiercely. Ajuan activates the skilled General's Order. Melee critical hit rate for Legion members increases by 20%, critical damage increases by 300%, attack speed increases by 50%, and defense increases by 100%. Combined with the talent Unparalleled Martial Arts, cold weapon attacks gain an additional 30%. The Black Iron Bloodstained Sword has a base attack of 46, with an additional 50 after being bloodstained. A level 6 skeleton warrior has a base attack of 248. 1 slash, minus 1012. With all bonuses added, the first critical hit easily breaks 1000 damage, effortlessly slaying the incoming goblin brute. The skeleton warriors from the rear quickly charge forward. Under the boost of General's Order, their attack speed increases by 50%. Every 5 attacks trigger a triple damage critical hit. Over 200 skeleton soldiers swarm like locusts, frantically tearing away the goblin brutes' lives. Harpies flap their wings, covering the skeleton army overhead like dark clouds. Then, a sharp, piercing screech echoes through the sky. However, the skeleton warriors' movements remain unaffected, because skeleton units are completely immune to mental skills. Seeing that Screech is ineffective, the harpies desperately flap their wings. Swish, 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 countless sharp feathers rain down like arrows. The Wailing Wraith has already summoned Bone Hand. A massive skeletal arm swings fiercely toward the sky, scattering all the feather arrows and simultaneously knocking down a large number of harpies. The skeleton warriors on the ground seize the opportunity to charge. The monsters rush forward madly. Each sword strike lands precisely, fiercely slashing at the grounded harpies, leaving them no chance to rise. The archers in the rear quickly open fire. Dense volleys of arrows rain down like a storm, covering the sky. The harpies crash into the arrow rain and fall one after another. Seeing this, the skeleton warriors immediately swarm forward. The tide of battle begins to shift in Shin-Chi's favor. At this moment, Ajuan officially joins the fray. He charges into the goblin army like a whirlwind. His black cloak is violently torn by the wind, leaving only a fleeting shadow. The bloodstained iron sword in his hand is raised high, flashing with dazzling cold light as it falls. Sword energy bursts forth, sweeping through like cutting iron as if it were mud, slaughtering enemies. 2639, minus 2587, minus 6849. These damage numbers leave Shin-Chi stunned. Ajuan's figure moves like a ghost, weaving through the battlefield and reaping lives in swathes. 5 minutes later, the skeleton army sweeps through the monster forces like a storm. The second wave of monsters is completely annihilated. After the intense battles of the first 2 waves, Shin-Chi's skeleton soldiers collectively level up. He waves his hand, spending 5,000 prayer points, all of which are given to Ajuan. Ajuan directly breaks through to level 20. Skeleton General Ajuan quality, 5-star hero level, 20 HP, 6352 attack, 4258 defense, 2400. Talent, Unparalleled Martial Arts LV2 Mastery of Swords, Blades, Axes, Shields, Bows, Spears, and other cold weapons. Weapon attributes increase by 200%. Subordinate units using cold weapons gain a 50% attribute boost. Skill 1, Withered Bones LV2 Swing the weapon to unleash 12 fierce sword energies, causing terrifying area damage, accompanied by strong knockback and stun effects. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Skill 2, General's Order. Skill 3, Soul-Chasing Arrow LV2 Shoot an arrow imbued with the power of lost souls, increasing this attack's damage by 500%. The arrow has an armor penetration effect of 80. Enemies along the path are affected by fear, reducing mobility by 80%, attack by 50%, and defense by 80%. Cooldown, 5 minutes attributes are greatly enhanced. Talents and skills have also been upgraded. The cooldown for withered bones is reduced to 5 minutes. Soul-chasing arrow now includes an armor penetration effect. Armor penetration of 80 means it can weaken 80% of the enemy's armor. Defense reduces damage by a fixed value, while armor reduces damage proportionally. Typically, bosses or high-level monsters have armor attributes. Therefore, the armor-piercing effect of soul-chasing arrow is crucial when fighting bosses. Subsequently, Shin-Chi allocated the remaining 10,000 prayer points to other skeleton units. The Wailing Wraith was upgraded to level 9. Bone Hand LV2 quickly connects linked skeleton bones into a giant skeletal hand. Attack bonus is twice the number of linked skeletons. Consumes 17 spirit points. Lasts for 2 minutes. After upgrading Bone Hand, the attack bonus doubles. The remaining skeleton warriors and archers were also upgraded to level 3. Among them, the highest levels were the level 8 skeleton warriors and archers. Shin-Chi ordered the skeleton army to quickly reform their formation. Ajuan personally took the lead, standing in the front row. The skeleton units lined up neatly, ready for battle. 1 minute later, the final wave of monsters attacked. From afar, a wave of monsters even more terrifying than before swept in. A chilling aura spread ahead like cold mist. The final wave of monsters arrived. 300 goblin brutes, 200 harpies, 100 goblin fighters wielding giant axes. Goblin fighters were more robust than ordinary brutes, with solid muscles exuding a strong sense of intimidation. Goblin fighter, level 7, HP 429, attack 267, defense 148, skills giant axe smash, iron wall. The strength of these goblin fighters even surpassed the minotaur guards encountered earlier, and this time there were a full 100 of them. The difficulty of the novice trial was unexpectedly high. Shin-Chi doubted whether anyone could pass smoothly without cheats. He was distracted for a second but quickly adjusted his mindset, focusing entirely on observing the battlefield and swiftly deploying tactics. He still let the skeleton warriors charge forward to face the goblin army head-on. Most of the skeleton archers specifically targeted the airborne harpies. The Wailing Wraith used the Bone Hand skill to disrupt the enemy forces comprehensively. As soon as the two armies clashed, the battle erupted instantly. The sound of metal clashing was deafening. Ajuan was the first to charge forward. He gripped his longsword tightly with both hands and unleashed a spinning slash. A crescent-shaped sword light flashed, instantly killing a circle of goblins. Damage numbers kept popping up. -4,624, -4,873, -11,520. Critical damage exceeded 10,000. Shin-Chi's pupils contracted sharply, utterly shocked. The Wailing Wraith quickly summoned a massive Bone Hand. The giant skeletal hand creaked as it reached out toward the enemy forces. The shadow of the arm, like the arrival of the Grim Reaper, loomed over the goblins' heads. The skeletal hand randomly grabbed a goblin fighter and lifted it into the air. The fingers clenched tightly. -513. The immense grip directly crushed the thick-skinned goblin fighter. Blood splattered, and its life vanished instantly. The skeletal hand continued to strike the harpies, smashing them one by one to death. The monsters let out piercing wails. The skeleton archers relentlessly fired thousands of arrows. The goblin fighters were continuously afflicted with the sluggish debuff. Their movement speed visibly slowed. The skeleton warriors seized the opportunity to charge forward. Sword light swept like the wind, delivering consecutive slashes. The enemy forces rapidly dwindled. Shin-Chi initially thought the battle would end quickly. Unexpectedly, a sudden change occurred. He keenly noticed ahead that a skeleton warrior had just delivered a fatal blow to a goblin fighter. The goblin fighter fell, but at that moment, a faintly flickering red light floated over. The red light suddenly merged into the body of the fallen goblin fighter. Moments later, the goblin fighter abruptly opened its eyes. It suddenly reached out and grabbed the ankle of a passing skeleton warrior. As the goblin fighter slowly stood up, the skeleton warrior was lifted upside down into the air. Then, the goblin fighter violently slammed the skeleton warrior to the ground. Crack! The skeleton warrior instantly shattered, its bones scattering everywhere. The soul fire extinguished. You lost a skeleton warrior. Hearing this notification sound, Shin-Chi's expression changed. This was the first time there had been a loss of troops. Before he could think further, more red dots floated in the air above the battlefield, flickering ominously. The red dots descended. The goblin corpses that had already fallen and died began to rise one by one. They started pounding their chests and rejoined the battle. With giant axes and bone clubs in hand, they let out excited roars and charged back into the fray, fighting madly. You have lost a skeleton warrior. You have lost a skeleton warrior. The notification sound kept ringing as one skeleton warrior after another fell. Shin-Chi frowned deeply, his gaze fixed on the direction of the goblin army's advance. Behind the layers of advancing monster troops. A massive figure faintly appeared, moving slowly. Shin-Chi's heart tightened. That's the boss of the first trial. As the figure drew closer, its details became increasingly clear. A 3-meter-tall giant with dark green skin, a robust build, and clad in heavy armor. Its head was large and hideous, with tusks protruding from its mouth, giving it a ferocious appearance. One hand gripped a curved blade, while the other held a staff. From the staff emanated hundreds of tiny red lights. Goblin Warlock level 10 rank, tier 3, champion level, HP 54 224 attack, 1 587 defense, 2 125 armor, 80 skills, berserk, flesh regeneration, last stand. Blade of Annihilation. This champion-level Goblin Warlock was incredibly powerful. With over 50,000 HP and a defense exceeding 2,000, its agility value surpassed 100, indicating an extremely high evasion rate. Its 3 major skills were highly threatening. Berserk could plunge the entire Goblin army into a frenzy, significantly boosting their combat power. Last stand allowed it to gradually recover HP after taking damage. Flesh regeneration was even more terrifying, enabling dead Goblin soldiers to resurrect and rejoin the battle. Most crucially, its armor 80 meant an 80% damage reduction. In other words, attacks would first have 80% of their damage deducted, and the remaining portion would still need to exceed its 2,125 defense to inflict actual damage. In other words, even Ajuan, with an attack power exceeding 4,000, would struggle to break through its defense. However, Ajuan still had one armor-piercing arrow left unused. Shin-Chi focused more intently on observing the battlefield, occasionally issuing commands to Ajuan through their mental link. On the battlefield, the resurrected Goblin soldiers swung their weapons, crashing into their enemies with wild abandon. Large numbers of skeleton warriors were shattered upon impact. Ajuan decisively leaped into action, landing on the head of a Goblin fighter. Withering bones. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted in a spherical blast. Crimson sword energy bloomed instantly, like a massive fiery lotus, both beautiful and deadly. The entire battlefield was suffused with the aura of death. Sharp sword energy rippled outward in waves, like water spreading. As it swept through the Goblin soldiers, it instantly slaughtered a large number of enemies. The recently resurrected Goblins fell once more, dying in droves. The Goblin Warlock, witnessing this scene, was consumed with rage. It swung its staff furiously. The staff quickly heated up, emitting an angry red glow. A vast expanse of red light spread across the battlefield like ripples. Berserk! The Goblin soldiers, enveloped in the red light, swelled in size. Each Goblin twisted its body excitedly, howling madly. Their attack, defense, and movement speed all increased dramatically. The enhanced Goblin army began a frenzied counterattack against the skeleton forces. Immediately, another wave of notifications about fallen skeleton troops appeared. 3 minutes passed. The intense battle caused the numbers on both sides to dwindle continuously. Ajuan weaved skillfully through the Goblins, swiftly closing in on the Goblin Warlock. He raised his longsword and slashed down fiercely. The Goblin Warlock quickly blocked with its curved blade. Clang! A piercing, metallic clash rang out. Blade and sword collided, sparks flying in a dazzling display. In the next moment, the Goblin Warlock swung its curved blade forcefully, unleashing a pitch-black arc of energy. Blade of Annihilation. The arc of energy collided with the sword that shielded Ajuan. Bang! Ajuan was sent flying 10 meters away. Minus 2,914. With a health pool of 6,000, Ajuan suffered a heavy blow for the first time, losing half his health instantly. Yet, he showed no fear, quickly stood up, and decisively sheathed his sword. Reaching behind him, he steadily drew a bow and arrow. Drawing the bow, aiming. The next moment, the arrow shot out, soul-chasing. Arrow! The arrow streaked across the sky above the Goblin army like a meteor. Its speed was unstoppable, heading straight for the Goblin general. The arrow's shaft was entwined with a purple spectral power. Countless skeletal shadows followed closely behind, emitting piercing wails. A large number of frenzied Goblins were instantly gripped by fear. Their movement, attack, and defense all dropped significantly. The skeletal warriors seized the opportunity to charge forward, launching a frenzied assault. Meanwhile, the soul-chasing arrow continued its trajectory toward the Goblin general. Sensing the danger, the general prepared to rely on his 107 agility points to evade the fatal strike. However, the soul-chasing arrow was even faster. Whoosh, boom, minus 30,897. The arrow pierced through the armor, striking a vital point. The Goblin general was knocked back, flying 20 meters away. He crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, looking utterly disheveled. After falling, the Goblin general took a while to slowly get up. His face twisted into a more ferocious expression, his breathing heavy. With a sudden resolve, he yanked out the soul-chasing arrow embedded in his chest. Kneeling on one knee, he used his staff for support. Bowing his head, he closed his eyes. Last stand. In an instant, strands of red light rose from the void, swirling around the general. His health bar began to recover rapidly. The goblin general, already boasting a high health pool, now recovered at a rate visible to the naked eye. Plus 1,524 plus 1,024 plus 1,245. In just a few seconds, he regained over 10,000 health. The general slowly stood up. The momentum weakened by the soul-chasing arrow quickly returned. With a sudden dash, he charged into the skeletal army, swinging his blade in sweeping arcs. Black blade lights flashed repeatedly. The skeletal warriors had no chance to retaliate, falling one after another. Soul flames scattered. Bones littered the ground. In the blink of an eye, the goblin general's health had risen above 30,000. At this moment, Shin-Chi quickly calculated the damage in his mind. His gaze sharpened as he decisively commanded, "Wailing Wraith, cast Frost of Resentment on the goblin general. Ajuan, get close to the general and prepare to unleash the final strike, Withering Bones." Success or failure hinged on this moment. The Wailing Wraith obeyed, detaching its arm bones, which transformed into a ghostly green shadow and flew into the air. Frost of Resentment. A biting chill suddenly descended. A wave of frost burst forth from the Wailing Wraith, light and swift, landing atop the goblin general's head. Upon hitting the single target, Frost of Resentment caused mental disarray and immobilized the target. It reduced defense by 50% and allied attacks gained pierce, doubling the damage. The general's body seemed to lose control, suddenly dropping to his knees. He let go of his curved blade, clasping his hands tightly in agony, struggling, clutching his head, unable to move. Frozen in place, he was at the mercy of his enemies. The effect of Frost of Resentment lasted only about 5 seconds. During these 5 seconds, they had to unleash their full power. Ajuan's figure flickered, swiftly dashing toward the goblin general like a drifting cloud. With a forward somersault, he landed steadily on the general's shoulder. One arm tightly wrapped around the goblin general's chest, while the other held a sword, pressing it against his neck. The sword gleamed, Withering Bones LV2. In the next moment, the goblin general's entire body erupted with dazzling sword light. The radiance was as crimson as the evening glow, as brilliant as a blooming lotus. On the battlefield, this scene was both magnificent and tragic. Minus 6,513, minus 10,462, minus 5,954, minus 18,562, minus 20,586. Withering Bones had just finished its 5-minute cooldown. With the boost from General's command, melee critical hit rate increased by 30% and critical damage tripled. Enhanced by Frost of Resentment, Ajuan's attacks gained pierce, doubling the damage. All 12 segments of Withering Bones hit the goblin general. Ajuan's combo instantly dealt 100,000 damage. The goblin general's health bar was instantly emptied, leaving no chance to activate Last Stand. After the leader fell, the small monsters on the field instantly collapsed. The remaining skeleton soldiers were swiftly cleared. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the first trial boss Goblin Warlock. Congratulations on becoming the first lord in this zone to complete the first trial, taking 17 minutes and 27 seconds. Rewards for defeating the boss: Bronze Chest *1, Hidden Gift Box *1. First clear rewards: 100,000 XP pack, 20,000 Spirit Crystal pack, Bronze Chest *1, Prayer Points. Earned, 105,687, obtained from Goblin Warlock drop, Warlock Staff *1, highest difficulty trial points earned, 16,752, triggered. Level 3 highest difficulty newbie trial, points tripled, final trial points, 50,256, newbie trial leaderboard is now open, viewable. In the system interface, a series of system notifications for battle settlement kept ringing, leaving Shin-Chi dizzy. After a while, the noise finally subsided. Just as Shin-Chi thought everything was over, a loud voice suddenly echoed throughout the entire newbie zone. Global announcement: Lord Shin-Chi has become the first lord in this zone to complete the first round of the newbie trial, taking only 17 minutes and 27 seconds. Trial ground number 9657. All the lords who were struggling to resist the monster waves paused for a moment, their faces showing bewildered expressions. What? How is that possible? Asterisk: on a towering cliff stood a fortress. Wave after wave of monsters charged toward the fortress. A strong black dragon hovered in the air, flapping its wings. A tall, thin man stood on the dragon's back, calmly overlooking the battlefield. Lu Feichen had awakened the S-rank talent dragon speaker, allowing him to command dragon-type units. In his primary barracks, he had the rare luck of drawing a black dragon nest. Black dragons are tier 4 dragon species with extremely powerful base attributes. Lu Feichen had been trained as an elite since childhood, with a proud and confident personality. He made no effort to hide his ambition, loudly declaring in the chat channel that he would claim the first clear. And indeed, his strength proved formidable. He held off the first wave of monsters in less than 5 minutes. The second wave took him 10 minutes. The third wave was significantly more challenging, but with his abilities, he was confident he could clear it within half an hour. That was his goal, to complete the newbie trial in under an hour. A speed almost unheard of. Lu Feichen's lips curled into a smug smile, his gaze sharp and determined. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Global announcement. Lord Shinchi has become the first player in this zone to complete the first round of the newbie trial, taking only 17 minutes and 27 seconds. Lu Feichen's smile froze instantly. His eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. The proud and confident expression on his face completely crumbled, but reason told him that the chances of a system announcement being wrong were almost zero. His mind buzzed. After a long moment, he snapped back to reality, clenching his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. Who is Shinchi? He had investigated all the capable lords in the zone and had never heard of this name. He recalled how he had confidently declared in the chat channel that he would claim the first clear. But now, this unknown figure had stolen his thunder, leaving him humiliated. In his mind, the first clear should have been his. Taking first place and basking in everyone's admiration, that was the life he had been accustomed to since childhood. But today, all of that was shattered. All because of this sudden appearance of Shinchi. His eyes turned red, a flash of hatred crossing his gaze. Asterisk at this moment, the chat channel was in an uproar. Many players, taking advantage of breaks between trials, quickly typed with their mental power, sneaking in some gossip. Guys, did I hear that right? Someone completed the newbie trial? What the hell? Is this person even human? I haven't even cleared the first wave of monsters yet. Weren't people betting on Lu Feichen or Lin Hanyu to get the first clear? Who is Shinchi? Never heard of him. Did he cheat? Try finding someone who can cheat under the watchful eyes of the heavenly Tao? That's too outrageous. The first clear should have belonged to Lu Feichen. This guy is so annoying, stealing Lu's first clear. Wait, are you sure Lu could complete the trial in 17 minutes? As soon as this was said, the channel fell silent. Lu Feichen's fans wanted to argue, but after looking at Shinchi's results, could only admit defeat reluctantly. The novice trial is usually a prolonged battle, with 3 to 4 hours for completion being common. Players who can finish within an hour are extremely rare. The strongest first clear in history, achieved by a master who awakened in SSS level talent 10 years ago, still took 26 minutes, but Shinchi completed the first clear in 17 minutes, which was simply unbelievable. Asterisk Shinchi didn't even notice the commotion in the channel. He was reviewing the trial he had just completed. Finishing the first clear in 17 minutes, he achieved the highest score. In the novice trial, killing monsters earns points, and the number of points depends on the coefficient. The faster the kill, the higher the coefficient. The coefficient is divided into 5 levels. Killing a monster within 10 minutes of its appearance has a coefficient of 1. Killing it within 10 to 20 minutes has a coefficient of 0.8. Within 20 to 30 minutes, 0.6. And over an hour, only 0.2. For example, killing a goblin brute within 10 minutes earns 30 points, but killing it after 10 minutes only earns 24 points. Shinchi killed all monsters within 10 minutes of their appearance, so his coefficients were all the highest at 1. However, what surprised him was that he triggered the third level, the highest difficulty upgrade for the novice trial. No wonder the monsters were so strong and their scale exceeded expectations. The novice trial is divided into 3 difficulty levels: level 1, level 2, and level 3. Level 1 difficulty is the default standard level, where most lords challenge. Level 2 difficulty only appears in trials for lords with S level or higher talents. The difficulty increases significantly and the rewards are naturally richer. But Shinchi actually triggered level 3 difficulty. This is the legendary highest difficulty trial. Shinchi felt a bit helpless. He had heard that this highest difficulty was a method used by the heavenly Tao to limit super powerful individuals. In any case, he felt targeted. However, the trial rewards were incredibly generous. His points were directly tripled. He even obtained 2 bronze treasure chests. It's worth noting that on the first day of the novice trial, almost no lord possesses black iron level resources. Shinchi began checking the upgrade status of his troops. After the third wave of monsters, his skeleton army had undergone significant improvements. It was truly a case of using battle to nurture battle. Asen earned 50,000 experience points from killing the boss, and combined with the numerous smaller monsters he had previously defeated, he directly leveled up to 23. Among other troops, 3 skeleton warriors and 1 archer broke through to level 11. Now, Shi had a large experience package at his disposal. He could freely allocate 100,000 experience points. Additionally, he had 105,687 prayer points, equivalent to 1.15 million experience points that could be freely distributed. It was practically a windfall. Shi's heart raced with excitement. After calming down, he began to consider how to allocate these experience points. Based on previous battle experience, the importance of heroes was extremely high. Without Asin turning the tide, he would have had no chance of victory. Thus, Shi decided to allocate nearly 600,000 experience points directly to Asin. Boom! A dazzling light erupted from Asin's body. Skeleton General Asin leveled up from 23 to 37 in one go. Amazing! Although it cost nearly 600,000 experience points, troop upgrades require increasingly more experience as levels rise. Leveling up from 1 to 2 only requires 100 experience points. From 11 to 12 requires 2,000 points, but leveling up from 31 to 32 requires a staggering 70,000 experience points. However, there was no other choice. Shi needed a powerful hero as his absolute trump card. He looked expectantly at Ajuin's attribute panel. Skeleton General Ajuin level, 37 HP, 11287 attack, 7682 defense, 3876 talent, Supreme Martial Arts LV3 Mastery of Swords, Knives, Axes, Shields, Bows, Spears, and other cold weapons. Weapon attributes increased by 300%. Undead units under the Lords Command holding cold weapons have their attributes increased by 100%. Skill 1, Withered Bones LV3 releases 19 sharp sword energies, quickly causing terrifying area damage, accompanied by powerful knockback and immobilization effects. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Skill 2, General's Command Skill 3, Soul Chasing Arrow LV3 shoots an arrow, increasing this attack's damage by 500%. The arrow has 100 armor-piercing effect. Imbued with the power of the undead, it causes mental shock to enemies along its path, increasing fear value, reducing mobility, and defense. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Shi's eyes lit up. Ajuin's HP directly exceeded 10,000. Base attack was close to 8,000. Both the talent and 2 skills had been upgraded. Most importantly, the main output skill Withered Bones had increased from 12 segments of damage to 19. This damage was simply explosive. Shi's confidence instantly soared. Next, it was time to allocate the remaining 500,000 experience points. 1 minute later, the Jinyuan Legion had all been upgraded to level 6, with the highest even reaching level 13. Level 13 skeleton warriors saw their HP soar to 723, and attack power reached 529. Even the lowest level members had attack power exceeding 200. The overall combat power and morale of the skeleton army had significantly improved. Then, Shi took out the clearance rewards, 2 bronze treasure chests and 1 hidden gift box. He couldn't wait to see what treasures were inside. First, he opened the hidden gift box. Ding! You have obtained a bronze grade item. Job change certificate. Can be used to change the job of units, limited to units below tier 3. Shi immediately understood the value of this item. For example, the knight unit could use it to change into wolf knight or bear knight, and might even trigger the rare dragon knight. This would maximize the potential of the units. Definitely a treasure. He decided to keep it for later use. Next, Shi opened one of the bronze treasure chests. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a barracks. Mage Tower. Can recruit tier 3 units. Mage Apprentice. It turned out to be a tier 3 barracks, and it was the popular Mage Tower. Unfortunately, it wasn't an undead unit. For a lord, recruiting units that align with their talent is the most efficient choice. Not sure how to use it for now, Shi placed the Mage Tower into his backpack. Even if it couldn't be used immediately, it could be sold for a good price in the trading market later. Mage Tower was a hot commodity and would definitely fetch a good price. He then took out the other bronze treasure chest, clasped his hands together, and closed his eyes to pray. Please, give me something good. Open. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a bronze grade item. Resting place of the dead. Can expand a 10 cubic meter portable space to store undead units and summon them at any time. A gray-black oil lamp appeared in Shi's hand, with a faint light flickering inside the glass cover. Fantastic! It turned out to be a unit space type item, and it was exactly what he needed for undead units. This was perfect. When leaving, he could store the units in the space, easily reduce the marching troop size, and even hide his movements. Extremely convenient. But before he could finish finish celebrating, the faint blue light inside the oil lamp suddenly turned into a rich deep purple. The system prompt sounded, detected a weak spatial barrier between the current coordinates and the nether plane ancient battlefield. Nether King trait nether guidance activated. Resting place of the dead automatically evolves into a mythic great item. Journey of the dead. Journey of the fallen has broken the barrier between your reality and the ancient battlefield, forming a small spatial passage. Through Journey of the Fallen, you can allow your undead troops to reside in the ancient battlefield and summon them for battle at any time. Undead troops in the ancient battlefield can slowly recover health and mental strength, as well as accumulate experience. Shin-Chi was so shocked he couldn't speak. This was too incredible. This wasn't just a small 10 cubic meter space, it was the entire ancient battlefield. He could place all his undead troops there and summon them at will. It was practically a portable portal. Shin-Chi could summon skeleton soldiers from the ancient battlefield at any time, which was simply astonishing. Even more outrageous was that these undead troops, while residing in the ancient battlefield, could automatically recover their state and accumulate experience. Shin-Chi was completely dumbfounded. A god-tier talent, what other secrets are you hiding from me? It took him a full minute to calm down. He pulled up his character panel. After the first trial, his level had increased. Shin-Chi level, 16 health, 171. Attack, 26 defense, 57 agility, 17 mental strength, 523/824 talent. Nether King, god tier. Trait 1, Nether Guidance. Trait 2, Forbidden Gaze. Trait 3, Undead Allegiance. Trait 4, Absolute Loyalty. Trait 5, Immortal Body. Trait 6, Eternal Prayer. Trait 7, Eternal Night Summoning, records the soul imprint of subordinate troops. After death, they can be resummoned from the Nether, retaining 1/3 of their original level and attributes. Trait 8, Undead Rebirth, can transform non-undead troops into undead troops, making them loyal to you. Huh? Shin-Chi exclaimed in surprise. When did he gain 2 new traits? Eternal Night Summoning could actually resummon fallen troops. This was incredible. During the first trial, he had lost 23 skeleton warriors and 12 skeleton archers, but he hadn't recorded the soul imprints of these skeletons. Didn't that mean he had lost those troops for nothing? Just as he was puzzled, Ajuan walked over in time. Lord, the General's order has already recorded the soul imprints of all members of the Jinyuan Legion. You can use it to try Eternal Night Summoning. Shin-Chi's eyes lit up. This was perfect. He took the General's order from Ajuan's hand. Eternal Night Summoning. The token instantly emitted a beam of light. Moments later, a series of glowing inscriptions began to appear around Shin-Chi. Then, a group of blurry shadows gradually took shape. One by one, skeletons slowly emerged. Their hollow eye sockets exuded a heavy aura of death. The inscriptions flew out and embedded themselves into each skeleton's skull. Before long, all the skeletons' eyes ignited with ghostly green soul flames. Shin-Chi was overjoyed. The Jinyuan Legion was fully restored. Now, even death could no longer threaten them. Shin-Chi then turned his attention to the other new trait, Undead Rebirth, which could transform ordinary troops into undead troops. A bold idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Clenching his left fist, he slapped his right palm with a resounding clap. He immediately pulled out the mage tower he had just stored in his backpack. Moving to an open area, he quickly set it down. A flash of light, and a brand new stone circular tower rose from the ground. The mage tower. It could recruit tier 3 mage apprentices. Without hesitation, Shin-Chi shouted, "Recruit! You have recruited a tier 3 mage apprentice, consuming spirit crystals *990. It seems that recruiting troops through normal barracks construction also requires spirit crystals," Shin-Chi thought to himself, but it didn't matter. Moments later, a mage apprentice appeared before him. Dressed in a black robe, hooded, and holding a simple wooden staff, Shin-Chi gave him a quick once-over. Undead Rebirth. As soon as the words left his mouth, a shocking scene unfolded. The mage apprentice's body was enveloped in a layer of ghostly green light, obscuring his face. Shin-Chi vaguely saw the power of death eroding his skin, peeling it off piece by piece. Beneath it, the textures of blood vessels, fat, and muscle were revealed. Then, the flesh quickly rotted away, leaving only a cold, white skeleton. The hand gripping the staff also turned into withered bones. The light lasted for a few seconds, before gradually dissipating. You have successfully transformed Mage Apprentice into a Tier 3 Necromancer. You have granted it eternal life, and it will forever be loyal to you. It worked! Shin-Chi's heart was still shaken. He stared at the Necromancer's hooded skull, with hollow eye sockets floating with faint blue soul flames. Necromancer level, Tier 3 level 1 HP, 32 magic. Attack, 52 defense, 14 agility, 12 spirit, 27 skill. 1. Ghostly fireball conjures a dark element fireball to attack enemies from a distance. Casting time, 2 seconds. Cooldown, 1 second, no cost. Skill 2. Ghostly fire enchantment adds dark end fire elemental damage to the weapons of allies within a 5-meter radius, lasting 5 minutes. Casting time, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Spirit cost, 5 points. Skill 3. Wraith Devour fires 5 wraith curses that automatically track enemies. Enemies marked by the curse will explode, causing area damage after being hit by 3 melee attacks or a critical strike from allies. Casting time, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Spirit cost, 12 points. Shin-Chi's eyes widened. The necromancer's health and defense were extremely low, a typical glass cannon. However, its magic attack and spirit were far higher than other tier 3 units of the same level. This was the advantage of mages. Mages don't rely on melee combat, they specialize in casting spells from the rear. What excited Shin-Chi the most were the necromancer's skills. 3 skills at level 1. Ghostly Fireball was a basic attack skill that didn't consume spirit, with a 2-second casting time and a 1-second cooldown. In other words, a fireball could be launched every 3 seconds. Once a group of mages was formed, they could serve as a powerful long-range firepower output. The second skill, Ghostly Fire Enchantment, could add fire and dark elemental damage to nearby allies' weapons. Fire dealt burning damage to enemies, while dark dealt extra damage to non-light enemies. It was particularly effective against enemies with high physical resistance but low magic resistance. The third skill, Wraith Devour, was the highlight. It consumed 12 spirit points per use. The Wraith curses automatically tracked enemies, and once the enemies were hit by 3 melee attacks or a critical strike, they would immediately explode. The explosion dealt 2 to 4 times the base damage and was area damage, affecting all enemies within the blast radius. This skill was perfect for coordinating mages and warriors. When enemies gathered, mages cast curses from the rear while warriors charged the front lines, triggering explosions and clearing the field in one go. Absolutely perfect. Since he could transform mage apprentices into necromancers, Shin-Chi made up his mind and headed to the mage tower to recruit more. Recruiting a tier 3 mage apprentice required 990 spirit crystals. He currently had 28,863 spirit crystals. He directly recruited 20 mage apprentices, spending 19,800 spirit crystals. He still had some left for emergencies. Swish, swish, swish. The empty ground before him suddenly lit up with a strong blow, which quickly dimmed. 20 mage apprentices stood neatly in front of Shin-Chi without hesitation. Shin-Chi stepped forward. Necrotic rebirth. A burst of green light erupted from the ground, enveloping the heads of the entire group of mages. Moments later, the system prompted, "Your 20 mage apprentices have been successfully transformed into tier 3 necromancers." All the mage apprentices' flesh rotted away, leaving only eerie skeletons. Success! Now, his subordinates were no longer purely physical units. He had added spellcasting units. Shin-Chi checked the basic attributes of these necromancers, which were similar to the first necromancer. However, most of them only had 2 skills. The majority had Ghostly Fireball, with 17 necromancers mastering it. As for Wraith Devour, only 5 had learned it. Additionally, a new skill has emerged, Cold Mist Curse. Releases a cold mist. Any enemy entering and staying for more than 12 seconds will be frozen. Frozen enemies will suffer intense impact and explosive damage, shattering into countless pieces. However, it is ineffective when the level gap is too large. Consumes 8 points of mental energy. Casting time 10 seconds, cooldown 40 seconds. Shin-Chi's eyes lit up. This was another powerful tool for clearing the field. If the spell's range was large enough, it would be highly effective against slow-moving or simple-minded enemies. Combined with high burst damage, it could instantly kill enemies. Moreover, Ghost Devour and Cold Mist Curse could even be used in tandem. Using Ghost Devour to detonate and impact the enemies frozen by the cold mist would stack damage, clearing the field at an astonishing speed. Shin-Chi was already eager to see the mage team perform on the battlefield. He decided to take the mage team out for leveling today. But first, he had to complete one task. Today, he needed to go to the ancient battlefield and summon the remaining skeletons at the bottom of the pit. Asterisk. On an open highland in the area stood a spire tower. Scorched corpses were scattered around the tower. In front of the door stood a group of mages in robes, holding staffs. Leading them was Lin Hongyu. He was the most popular lord in the area, second only to Lu Feichen. Having just completed the novice trial, he collected his spoils. The first trial took him 52 minutes. This result was extremely rare. Lin Hongyu was full of confidence, believing this showcased his strength. He had awakened the heaven-defying S-grade talent gift of the Archmage and formed a mixed team of Thunder Mages and Flame Mages, starting with 2 tier 4 mages. With this lineup, he planned to secure the first clear. Previously, he thought his only competitor. In this trial zone was Lu Feichen, who also had an S-grade talent. But suddenly, an unknown Shin-Chi appeared. In less than half an hour, Shin-Chi completed the first clear, and the result far exceeded his expectations. Lin Hongyu was both incredulous and uncomfortable. He felt he should have been the one in the spotlight. But then he thought he had triggered the second-level trial difficulty. Otherwise, he could have cleared it in half an hour too. He secretly doubted that Shin-Chi could be an S-grade talent holder. S-grade talents would definitely be assigned second-level difficulty. In second-level difficulty, the number and strength of monsters increased significantly, making it impossible for anyone to finish so quickly. Even if someone could, it would be a legend from years ago, not something happening around him. He guessed Shin-Chi might have just been lucky, securing the first clear in first level difficulty. How could that compare to him? Lin Hongyu comforted himself this way, feeling much better. No matter what, he refused to believe anyone was stronger than him. At this moment, he stared at his trial score, 12,487 points. A smug smile appeared on his lips. Breaking 10,000 points in the first round would shock anyone. After all, most lords wouldn't even reach 10,000 points. By the end of the 7-day trial, he prepared to open the leaderboard to see his ranking. He felt a bit nervous, thinking Shin-Chi might surpass him. Although he had chosen second-level difficulty, which doubled the points Shin-Chi had completed the trial in less time, resulting in a higher score multiplier. As long as the gap wasn't too big, Lin Hongyu could accept it. After all, it was just the first day's first clear. It didn't mean much. The final total score was the key to becoming the rookie king. Many people had fast first clears but ended up being unimpressive overall. With this thought, he opened the leaderboard. Then, he saw, first place, Shin-Chi, score, 5256. Lin Hongyu froze, as if struck by lightning, his face instantly turning pale. Asterisk after the first trial ended, the chat channel quickly became lively. Everyone was discussing the leaderboard's top player. Shin-Chi became the focus of the day. The day before, he had been completely unnoticed. Now, with over 50,000 points, he had shocked everyone. Many lords, who had been satisfied with their own scores, began to question their lives after seeing Shin-Chi's score. The mediocre lords were frantically praising him. Holy crap, 50,000 points, nearly 40,000 more than the second place. How is this even possible? This is insane. It's just level 1 difficulty. I heard the real pros play level 2. Is this even fair? Don't be stupid. 50,000 points on level 1? Impossible. Can we file a complaint? The score is too fake. It's unimaginable. Definitely. Cheating. Absolutely cheating. Stop arguing. Stop being bitter. Get out of here. A complaint? Do you think this is a game? Hilarious. Some people can't do it themselves, so they don't want others to succeed? Open your eyes and look. I declare Shin-Chi the top player in this zone. Who objects? Who agrees? The chat channel was in an uproar, but Shin-Chi paid no attention. He entered the ancient battlefield again. Arriving at the deep pit, today's task was to recruit all the skeleton soldiers left at the bottom of the pit. Recruit all the skeleton soldiers at the bottom of the pit. As soon as he finished speaking, the bones in the pit began to shake violently. Dark skeletons crawled out from the piles of bones. Before long, 387 skeleton soldiers stood neatly in formation, all looking at Shin-Chi. Ding! Successfully recruited 387 pit skeleton soldiers, consuming 387 points of mental energy. Then, Shin-Chi summoned the Wailing Wraith. A ghostly green shadow suddenly emerged from the void. He opened the Wailing Wraith's panel. Wailing Wraith, connected skeletons, 687. Now, the Wailing Wraith can unleash its full power. A single bone hand attack boost had already reached 1374. A single punch could instantly kill small monsters. After completing this, Shin-Chi exited the ancient battlefield. Next, he needed to level up the mage team. He counted and assembled a squad of 21 necromancers, 20 skeleton archers, and 20 skeleton warriors. The remaining skeleton soldiers stayed to guard the base. Asen and the other units were all teleported into the ancient battlefield through Journey of the Dead. Shin-Chi led a dense group of skeleton soldiers and set off. Asterisk deep in a dense forest, there was a hidden ruin. Although only broken walls and rubble remained, it was clear that this was once a courtyard. The ancient stone floor was cracked, with weeds growing through the gaps, thriving for years, lush and green. In the center of the courtyard stood a dilapidated 3-story gray tower. Its spire pointed straight to the sky, the outer walls cracked and covered with vibrant green ivy. In the square in front of the tower, a stone statue monster about 1 meter tall was slowly wandering. On the outskirts of the ruins, behind a tall tree, stood a short lord surrounded by a group of dwarf warriors. Wang Bin stared fixedly at the ruins, looking somewhat hesitant. He had discovered this place by chance, collapsed Mage Tower. Judging by the scale of the ruins, there must be plenty of high-level resources inside. However, to loot it, he first had to get past the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper was a tier 3 stone golem, patrolling the square. Wang Bin had just sent out 3 battle dwarves to fight it, managing to take down only one. Just as he thought he could enter the tower, a stone golem trap was suddenly triggered. Countless tier 3 stone golems emerged from various parts of the ruins, scattering Wang Bin's elite battle dwarves. Heartbroken, Wang Bin had no choice but to retreat quickly. Fortunately, these guards wouldn't stray far from the Mage Tower, giving him a chance to escape. When Wang Bin approached again, the Mage Tower had already refreshed. There was still only one stone golem patrolling the square. He knew this resource point was no longer his to monopolize. After much hesitation, he decided to seek help. Opening the system chat channel, he scrolled through his friend list and found a friend named Zhao Zichin. In the chat box, he typed, "Brother Zhao, I found a Mage Tower ruin. The resources are great, but the gatekeeper monster is tough. Send the location." Sent. Are you coming, Brother Zhao? I'll be there in 5 minutes. Hold your position. Alright. Wang Bin closed the chat window. Zhao Zichin was a B-level talent holder, leading a tier 3 werewolf shadow guard unit. Wang Bin shamelessly dragged Zhao Zichin along to share resources. Zhao Zichin would definitely grab the lion's share, leaving Wang Bin with mere scraps, but it was still better than nothing. 5 minutes later, Wang Bin. In the forest, a tall and sturdy lord approached Wang Bin, followed by 5 even larger werewolves. Wang Bin was about to respond when he suddenly caught sight of someone approaching from the other side of the ruins. He looked over cautiously and curiously, only to see that person followed by a group of skeletons. Recognizing the figure, Wang Bin's eyes widened abruptly. Wait, isn't that Shin-Chi? Damn it, that useless guy with an E-level undead talent, Shin-Chi? Shin-Chi emerged from the forest and stood at the edge of the ruins. He slowly raised his head, gazing at the towering spire. Another resource point. Judging by its scale, it was far rarer than the spirit crystal mine he had encountered before. However, to ascend the spire, he would first have to deal with the guards. Shin-Chi stared at the stone statues patrolling the ruins casually. Stone statue puppeteer 3 level, 5 HP, 289 magic attack, 124 defense, 89 physical resistance, 30 skills. Stone fist, physical attack, hailstorm, magic attack. It turned out to be a monster capable of both melee combat and spellcasting. Not only that, it also had 30% physical resistance. However, its attribute values were still too low. Perfect. It could be used to train his mage team. Shin-Chi raised his hand, preparing to issue a battle command. Just then, Shin-Chi, a voice filled with contempt came from not far away. You, with your E-level talent, actually dare to come to the novice trial? I thought you'd already realized how useless you are, given up, and gone off to work somewhere else. And you want to fight for our resource point? Do you even deserve it? Shin-Chi frowned slightly. Wang Bin and Zhao Zichin were walking toward him, their eyes fixed on him with a sinister glint. Shin-Chi stopped in his tracks, sizing them up, his gaze darkening slightly. Wang Bin and he were classmates at Longhu High School. Shin-Chi remembered that his deskmate Chen Xian had mentioned Wang Bin spreading rumors about his E-level talent. Zhao Zichin glanced at Wang Bin and said mockingly, "Oh, you know each other?" Wang Bin turned his head, his voice lowering. "Brother Zhao, we went to the same school. He awakened an E-level undead talent and became the laughingstock of the entire school. Just a useless undead lord, and he dares to fight for our resource point? He must be out of his mind." After mocking Shin-Chi, he fawned over Zhao Zichin. "Brother Zhao, leave this to me. His pile of broken skeletons can't even withstand 2 hits from my dwarves." Zhao Zichin coldly replied, "Stop talking nonsense." Wang Bin awkwardly said, "Brother Zhao, I was just thinking of you." Ignoring him, Zhao Zichin stepped forward, lightly pointing his chin at Shin-Chi. "Listen up. Be smart and have your skeletons lure the monsters later. Your pile of bones looks scary but is actually quite fragile. Still, it's enough. Let them tank the stone statue puppets and create opportunities for us to attack. I'm even giving you some face here. Once I deal with the stone statue puppets, you can leave." Zhao Zichin squinted, his tone flippant as if it were only natural. In his view, Shin-Chi's skeletons, though fragile, were numerous enough to attract most of the attacks and serve as cannon fodder. Wang Bin quickly chimed in. "Did you hear that? Hurry up and thank Brother Zhao." Shin-Chi watched coldly, his face gradually darkening, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. He spoke indifferently, his voice icy, "Get lost." Zhao Zichin and Wang Bin's faces immediately turned black. Wang Bin spat viciously, cursing, "Damn it, is that how you talk to Brother Zhao? Brother Zhao is kind enough not to trouble you, and this is your attitude? Who do you think you are?" Zhao Zichin's face darkened. After a moment, he raised his hand, and a shadowy werewolf slowly stepped forward from behind him. He calmed down, his tone sinister. Still have a tough mouth, huh? Fine. Break his arms and legs. Leave him some breath so he doesn't think escaping death means he can easily return to reality. Don't worry, I'll make you suffer enough to understand that weakness requires humility. As soon as the words fell, the towering werewolf stretched its neck, producing a cracking sound. It raised its sharp, icy steel claws and licked the blade. In the next moment, its figure leaped, transforming into a blur as it charged toward Shin-Chi. Yet, Shin-Chi remained motionless. To the onlookers, it seemed as though he had completely given up resistance. Wang Bin shook his head, looking at him as if he were a dead man. Zhao Zichin's expression was indifferent. This was the third new lord he had hunted. All the failed newcomers displayed the same behavior. Holding a longbow, his gaze was firmly fixed ahead. That calm aura involuntarily inspired awe in others. What on earth is going on? Zhao Zichin's heart was filled with confusion and fear. The scene just now was still vivid. A skeleton warrior effortlessly blocked his strongest werewolf shadow guard, then struck it down, even severing its steel claws. That power far exceeded his imagination. This guy is nothing like the useless trash we thought he was, Wang Bin said, his voice trembling. His skeleton army possesses strength far beyond what an ordinary undead lord could have. Shin-Chi remained standing calmly, his gaze unwavering. No one can look down on me, he said softly, his voice cold and resolute. The air was thick with tension, and everyone understood that this battle would completely change their perception of Shin-Chi this time. He was no longer the despised weakling but a true powerhouse, a figure to be revered. Anyone who dared to underestimate him would pay a heavy price. She drew his bow, his eyelids twitching violently, as a sense of foreboding surged in his heart. Before he could react, his premonition became reality. 20 skeleton archers unleashed triple arrow volley. In an instant, a dense rain of arrows filled the sky, exuding a palpable killing intent as they shot forth from behind Shin-Chi. At the critical moment, Zhao Zichin had no time to think. He quickly pulled a teleportation scroll from his backpack. Tearing it open, he activated it instantly. Grabbing Wang Bin's arm, the two of them transformed into a beam of white light and vanished in an instant. The terrifying rain of arrows swept through without delay. 4 werewolf shadow guards were immediately riddled with arrows, their health bars dropping to 0 in an instant. A dozen dwarves further away were also unable to escape, covered by the arrow rain and killed instantly. The sound of experience points increasing echoed in the air. Shen-Chi's expression remained cold, without the slightest ripple. 3 kilometers away, a flash of white light appeared in the forest. Zhao Zichin and Wang Bin tumbled to the ground in disarray, gasping for breath. A cold, sticky sensation crept up their backs, and the fear in their hearts lingered. Zhao Zichin's heart ached as if cut by a knife when he thought about wasting his life-saving teleportation scroll and losing 5 high-level werewolf shadow guards. His eyes turned red. He glanced sideways at Wang Bin with the corner of his eye. Damn idiot. If it weren't for the fact that he was still somewhat useful. After catching his breath, Zhao Zichin stood up, his expression shifting unpredictably as he stared at Wang Bin. Wang Bin, yesterday when we were in the dungeon, didn't you pick up an item? Wang Bin hesitated. That 1000-mile scope? Yes, that's the one. The black iron grade, 1000-mile scope, capable of viewing any location within a 5-kilometer radius. Take it out now and adjust it to the perspective of the mage tower from earlier. A trace of unwillingness flashed in Zhao Zichin's eyes as he spoke slowly. I've been thinking carefully. Ordinary skeleton soldiers can't possibly be this strong. I suspect Shin-Chi used some kind of short-term enhancement item. And you mentioned that in the second phase of the ruins, 3rd tier, stone golems, would appear. At least 50 of them. Shin-Chi's skeletons number no more than 50. He paused, then continued, do you think Shin-Chi can rely on those skeletons to take down all those golems? Wang Bin pondered and asked, Brother Zhao, are you suggesting? Zhao Zichin's eyes darkened. Wait right here. I still have 10 werewolf shadow guards stationed in my territory. They're my main force. I'll have them come immediately. Let Shin-Chi test the waters first. Once the stone golems have drained his strength, it's our turn to step in. Wang Bin listened silently and took out the 1000-mile mirror. He knew Zhao Zichin was unwilling to give up. However, he also had doubts in his heart. Could Shin-Chi, ranked first on the leaderboard, really solo the stone golem formation? But he didn't voice his thoughts. Maybe Shin-Chi was just lucky to get the first clear. Yes, that must be it. His expression turned cold as he cursed inwardly. Damn it, just an E-level undead talent, and he still wants to turn the tables? Wang Bin kept comforting himself. The two focused their gaze on the 1000-mile mirror. The mirror slowly revealed the image of ruins. Yet, unbeknownst to them, behind a few trees not far away, a skeleton was quietly watching them. them. A scroll? TSK, quite a lot of good stuff. However, Shin-Chi seemed to sense something, his furrowed brows suddenly relaxing. The corner of his mouth slowly curved into a mischievous smile. This was because an alert from the skeleton soldiers in his territory suddenly rang in his mind. The scouting skeleton warriors had detected two unfamiliar Lord auras near the territory. Shin-Chi immediately reacted, his eyes narrowing with interest. You too? Where did you run off to? Isn't this just delivering yourselves to me? Through his mental link, he ordered the scouting skeletons not to alarm the enemies yet. Then, he instructed the skeleton soldiers stationed in the territory to quickly assemble into teams, preparing to give these two uninvited guests a big surprise. After giving these orders, Shin-Chi refocused and led the skeleton army toward the center of the ruins. Along the way, he kept a close eye on the patrolling stone golems. As he approached, the stone golems immediately triggered their alert mode, entering combat readiness. They turned to stare at Shin-Chi, the runes on their bodies suddenly emitting a blue glow. In midair, a flash of cold light instantly condensed into fist-sized hailstones. The hailstones accelerated rapidly, shooting toward Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi, however, remained calm and shouted in a low voice, "Raise shields." The skeleton warriors behind him quickly moved past him, raising their shields in unison to form an impenetrable defensive line. Shin-Chi continued to command, "Undead mages, ghost fireball." 21 undead mages simultaneously raised their staffs and began chanting spells. The hailstones struck the shields almost instantly. Bang, bang, bang. The shields shook violently but remained unbroken. 2 seconds later, the ghost fireball spell was completed. Suddenly, dense fireballs appeared in midair. Each fireball was the size of a bowl, burning with ghostly blue flames and crackling loudly. The high temperature instantly enveloped the battlefield. The barrage of fireballs quickly covered the stone golems, dragging brilliant trails of fire as they crashed down. Boom! A loud explosion, dust flying everywhere. After a while, the dust settled. Under the concentrated fire of the undead mages, the stone golems were blasted to smithereens. Experience gained *92. Prayer points gained *92. The system notification echoed in Shin-Chi's mind. Shin-Chi paused briefly, confirmed the area ahead was safe, and ordered the skeleton soldiers to maintain formation and cautiously advance toward the center of the ruins. Just then, the sound of rolling stones echoed from various parts of the ruins. Within 10 seconds, the stones quickly gathered, forming new statues. Shin-Chi swiftly scanned his surroundings. 1, 2, 3. A total of 59. All were third-tier stone golems with levels above 8. Moreover, in addition to Hailstorm, these stone golems also mastered Ice Spike, Fireball, Vine Whip, and Earth Spike. Zhao Ziqin, observing from afar with the 1,000-mile mirror, saw this scene and felt his heartbeat quicken. A hint of madness appeared on his face. This group of stone golems was even stronger than he had anticipated. Let's see what Shin-Chi is capable of, handling so many third-tier stone golems. Shin-Chi immediately entered combat mode. Under his mental control, the undead mages worked together to cast Ghostfire enchantment. The staffs became scorching hot, emitting an orange-red glow. Soon, tiny sparks flew from the tips of the staffs. The sparks danced like fireflies, attaching themselves to the weapons of the skeleton warriors and archers. The surface of the weapon instantly shimmered with a layer of dark red light. Enchantment successful. The skeleton warriors and archers gained attribute damage. This allowed them to easily counter the stone statue legion with physical resistance. The stone golem army began to move. The group of statues slowly marched toward Shin-Chi, the stones on the ground shaking and flying as a rumbling sound echoed. The next moment, the sky suddenly filled with ice spikes, fireballs, and vines. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless elemental attacks formed by magic flew toward Shin-Chi. Just as these attacks were about to hit him, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, countless bones suddenly grew all over Shin-Chi's body, covering his torso and limbs. Bone armor activated. The wraiths hovering behind him manipulated the bones quickly, forming a sturdy armor. The ice spikes, fireballs, and vines collided with this thick and solid armor, all being blocked and disintegrating into fine elemental dust that fell to the ground. The defense of the bone armor reached as high as 1374. It completely withstood the stone golem's attacks without any pressure. Then, Shin-Chi began his counterattack. A dense cold mist instantly spread out. The surrounding temperature plummeted. A vast gray fog enveloped dozens of stone golems. Cold mist curse activated. Enemies entering the cold mist and staying for more than 12 seconds would be frozen. At the same time, the The Ghoul Devour spell of 5 undead mages was completed. Grim purple-red ghostly faces floated in the air. Each ghostly face carried a ghoul curse. The faces hovered up and down in the air, and upon spotting nearby stone golems, they quickly accelerated and pounced on them. These ghoul curses attached to the stone golems like seeds. Immediately after, swarms of skeleton warriors surged into the midst of the stone golems like a tide, ready to engage in fierce combat. The battle erupted instantly. The sound of the clash was deafening, raising clouds of dust that startled birds in the dense forest into flight. The Tier 3 stone golems possessed strong physical resistance, able to offset more than half of the skeleton soldiers' damage. On the surface, the two sides seemed evenly matched, but just a few seconds later, over half of the stone golems were suddenly covered in a thick layer of frost. As soon as 12 seconds passed, they were immediately frozen, completely immobilized. These ferocious war machines instantly turned into statues, left at the mercy of their enemies. Next, the stone golems marked with ghoul curses exploded after 3 melee attacks. Boom, boom, deafening explosions echoed continuously. Flames shot into the sky, and thick smoke billowed. Each explosion affected several nearby frozen stone golems. The frozen enemies shattered into countless fragments upon impact or high explosive damage. A single stone golem detonated by a ghoul curse could take out at least 3 nearby enemies. Large numbers of stone golems were instantly blown to pieces. In less than half a minute of battle, 5 to 6 dozen stone golems on the field were reduced by 90%. The ruined square suddenly became empty. The aftermath of the explosion still lingered in the dust. Through the telescope, Wang Bin and Zhao Ziqin were dumbfounded. Zhao Ziqin's mouth hung open, unable to close. A strong wave of fear surged through his heart. Skeleton soldiers can cause such a commotion? His understanding was shaken like never before. Xinqi commanded the skeleton soldiers to charge wave after wave, quickly eliminating the remaining stone golems. However, in the corners of the ruins, stones began to roll again. Rumble one after another, brand new stone golems appeared, reforming. Xinqi's expression turned serious as he carefully observed this sudden change. In an instant, the stone golem army was replenished. Their numbers returned to 5 to 6 dozen. In the distance, Zhao Ziqin, watching through the telescope, furrowed his brows at the scene before him. Moments later, an excited smile appeared on his face. These stone golems were being replenished endlessly. Ha! No matter how powerful you are, Xinqi, you only have these few dozen skeleton soldiers facing the endless stream of stone statue puppets. How long can you hold on? At this rate, Xinqi will eventually exhaust all his combat power. Heaven is on my side. Then, there will truly be a chance to turn the tables. On the ruins, Xinqi fell into thought. It seems that as long as this formation isn't destroyed, it will continuously summon stone statue guards. Interesting. He didn't panic but instead began carefully observing the surrounding terrain. At the same time, he methodically deployed skeleton soldiers, preparing for another battle. Curse of cold mist and devouring ghosts consume immense mental energy, making it impossible to use them consecutively. This means he can't create large-scale explosive damage to clear the field as he did before. However, that's fine. Your stone statue puppets keep coming, huh? Xinqi raised his hand, and a lantern appeared in it. The lantern emitted a faint purple glow. The next moment, a massive vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. A mysterious and ancient aura followed. Immediately after, 100 skeleton warriors and 100 archers appeared on the ruins. A chilling, killing intent instantly spread. Xinqi's lips curled into a cold smile. Let's see, are there more of your stone statue puppets, or my skeleton soldiers? The faces of the two people watching through binoculars in the distance instantly turned pale. How did Xinqi suddenly summon so many skeleton soldiers? This is just unreasonable. 200 skeleton soldiers gathered on the battlefield, brimming with killing intent and an unstoppable momentum. The situation reversed in an instant, with the stone statue puppets tightly surrounded and unable to move. Skeleton warriors charged like waves, surging into the formation of stone statue puppets with unstoppable force. Meanwhile, the skeleton archers in the rear simultaneously drew their bows and nocked their arrows. The next moment, a terrifying rain of arrows, like a swarm of locusts, covered the sky and earth. Each arrow carried scorching fire, elemental magic. Combined with the firepower support from the necromancer team, in less than 2 minutes, all 60 stone statue puppets were annihilated. You gained experience *89. You gained experience *97. You gained prayer points *5326. A series of system notifications rang in his ears, chiming incessantly. Xinqi felt a surge of joy in his heart. In less than a minute after clearing the field, a new wave of stone statue puppets respawned. Endless. Xinqi remained calm, continuing to command the skeleton soldiers in battle, while secretly brewing a bold plan. 3 minutes later, after defeating all the stone statue puppets again, Shin-Chi had figured out how to break the formation. At each of the 4 corners of the ruins there was a stone sculpture. These sculptures blended into the rubble of the ruins, appearing at first glance like ordinary debris. The sculptures were engraved with obscure runes that occasionally flickered with faint light. Shin-Chi was certain that as long as these 4 sculptures were destroyed in sequence, the formation would be broken. But he had no intention of destroying the formation just yet. Thinking carefully, as soon as one wave of stone statue puppets is cleared, the next wave immediately respawns. There's no cooldown time in between. Isn't this essentially a monster spawn point? Or rather, a leveling spot. Killing one wave of stone statues takes less than 3 minutes and yields nearly 50,000 experience points. It's practically a guaranteed profit. This is fantastic. So, Shin-Chi simply sat down, preparing to stay here indefinitely. Meanwhile, the stone statue puppets continued to appear endlessly. The skeleton army charged again and again, fiercely tearing through the enemies. The battle was intensely fierce, yet Shin-Chi remained exceptionally calm. His lips even carried a faint, composed smile. Far away, Wang Bin and Zhao Ziqin were watching in stunned silence. What is going on? Is this a vacation? This is outrageous. Can you show some respect to the stone statue puppet horde? To prevent the stone statue puppet spells from hitting him, Shin-Chi occasionally had the Wailing Wraith release bone armor. In reality, under the protection of the skeleton warrior's shield wall, Shin-Chi was almost entirely unaffected by spell attacks. The skeleton soldiers relentlessly slaughtered the stone statue puppets, while Shin-Chi continuously used prayer points to level them up. In less than half an hour, all 221 skeleton soldiers on the scene had reached level 10. But it wasn't over yet. He leisurely took out the lantern journey of the dead. A massive vortex twisted the void and reappeared. A distant aura drifted in from another space. Shin-Chi directly summoned 200 members of the Jinyuan Legion back to the ancient battlefield. Immediately after, he summoned another 200 skeleton soldiers. With the assistance of the Necromancer Corps, they continued farming stone golems to level up. 1 hour later, except for those stationed at the territory, all members of the Jinyuan Legion had reached level 10 or above. The time it took to clear a wave of stone golems grew shorter and shorter. By the end, a single fireball spell from the Mage Corps could wipe out more than half of the stone golems. Additionally, while Shin-Chi led the skeleton soldiers away from the territory, Asin continued to summon members of the Jinyuan Legion back to the ancient battlefield. Now, the Jinyuan Legion had gained 48 more skeleton warriors and 39 archers. No need for further discussion. Full mobilization. Continue leveling up. Under the terrifying bombardment of artillery fire, the newly formed groups of stone golems were shattered upon contact. 3 hours later, Shin-Chi slowly stood up from the ground, dusting off his pants. Then he stretched lazily. That should do it. Now, the Jinyuan Legion had 497 skeleton warriors and 463 archers, all above level 10. The highest level had already reached 16. The entire Necromancer Corps had also leveled up to 11. Shin-Chi himself had risen from level 16 to level 18. His mental power limit had reached 987. If it weren't for the need to explore the tower, Shin-Chi would have loved to stay here and keep farming levels. Leveling up like this, as if using a cheat, was exhilarating. Under Shin-Chi's command, the skeleton warriors charged forward and smashed 4 stone statues. Sure enough, no new stone golems appeared. Afterward, buzz, as the 4 stone statues shattered, strands of light rose up. In the center of the ruined square, they converged into a glowing orb. Earth Elemental Essence, level 3, Shin-Chi looked puzzled. It turned out that the summoning array for the stone golems was powered by a level 3 elemental essence. Elemental essence was a pure crystallization of elemental power. It could be used to forge weapons, craft potions, or serve as an energy source. The higher the level, the more valuable it was. Shin-Chi unceremoniously pocketed it. Rumble on the ruins. The stone door on the first floor of the tower opened automatically. Sunlight streamed inside, only to be swallowed by the deep darkness. Elsewhere, Wang Bin and Zhao Ziqin were watching through a telescope. At this moment, they were numb from Shin-Chi's series of actions. Zhao Ziqin's face was pale. It took him a long time to recover. In his heart, he was certain of one thing: never, ever provoke Shin-Chi. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. As for Wang Bin, he began to question his life. A necromancer, labeled as trash, could actually be this powerful. He even possessed a spatial ability to hide troops, and he could continuously summon an army of skeletons. These skeletons weren't ordinary fragile ones. Each of them could instantly kill Wang Bin 10 times over. This completely overturned Wang Bin's understanding. Thinking about how he had previously targeted Shin-Chi so relentlessly, he felt utterly miserable. Regret, deep regret. Hide. I'll hide. I'll stay as far away as possible. Isn't that enough? However, they soon got their answer. Zhao Ziqin suddenly felt a chill down his spine, sensing a change in the atmosphere around him. He immediately turned his head. He was startled. Not far away, at some unknown point, they had already been surrounded by a dense crowd of skeletons. Countless hollow skulls with empty eye sockets stared coldly at him. Zhao Ziqin felt as if he were locked in place by countless sinister gazes. Seeing this horrifying scene, he couldn't help but swallow hard, his legs beginning to tremble. Wang Bin noticed it too and fell to the ground in fright, trembling all over. What are these things? Zhao Ziqin suddenly noticed the details on the skeletons. The armor, swords, and shields on these skeletons were identical to those of Shen Qi's skeleton soldiers. A wave of despair instantly engulfed him, leaving him ice cold. Shen Qi, when did he set his sights on them? The long-waiting skeleton warriors immediately sprang into action. They swarmed forward, layer upon layer of bones burying the two of them. The forest echoed with constant screams and pleas for mercy, but the skeleton warriors, devoid of emotion, mechanically carried out their combat orders. Zhao Ziqin screamed in pain, his face smeared with tears and snot, utterly terrified and completely spineless. He deeply regretted it. He couldn't understand why he had always made others kneel and beg for mercy, groveling in despair, but today, it was his turn. You have been killed by the troops of Lord Shen Qi. You have been eliminated, permanently losing your lord status, and will soon be transported back to reality. A cold system notification sounded in the ears of Zhao Ziqin and Wang Bin. Shen Qi left the skeleton army outside the tower. He took a few skeleton soldiers and entered the stone gate. As his eyes adjusted to the dim light, Shen Qi looked around. Several large wooden crates were piled in the corners. In the center of the room stood a long wooden table. On the table was a box, inside which were several potion bottles scattered messily. The bottles contained liquids of various colors. Shen Qi glanced at them, and the panel displayed the information: energy potion, level 1, instantly restores 80 points of mental energy and relieves fatigue. Sweet recovery potion, level 1, instantly restores 60 points of health. Earth's blessing, level 2, restores 5% health per second for 5 seconds. Not bad. Shen Qi's eyes lit up. These were potions, items usable by lords, heroes, and troops alike. Potions ranged from level 1 to level 9, with higher levels providing stronger effects. High-level potions could even change the course of battles. Some lord alliances specifically recruited alchemists to develop and produce potions, practically conquering the world with them. You have obtained level 1 sweet recovery potion *5. You have obtained level 1 energy potion *3. You have obtained level 2 Earth's blessing *1. After storing the potions, Shen Qi continued to explore the first floor. He ordered the accompanying skeleton warriors to smash open all the wooden crates and collect resources like ores, herbs, and spirit crystals. After confirming that everything usable had been taken, Shen Qi headed toward the spiral staircase, making his way to the second floor. The second floor was even darker, with only a narrow crack on one side of the wall letting in a sliver of sunlight. The room was filled with rows of. Shen Qi instructed the skeleton soldiers to gather resources on their own. After a while, two skeleton warriors broke open a partition door, revealing a hidden space behind it. Shen Qi noticed and walked inside. Before him stood a large bookshelf holding several glowing skill books. Ice Spike, Black Iron level, Fireball, Black Iron level, Vine Spell, Black Iron level, Hailstorm, Black Iron level, Earth Spike, Black Iron level, Stunned. All of them were Black Iron level spell books. Skill books were treasures. Once soldiers learned them, it was equivalent to gaining a powerful attack method. These skill books were expensive in the market, and high-level skill books were even rarer and harder to find. This was a jackpot. Equipping the undead mage team with these skill books would undoubtedly boost their combat power. Shen Qi swept up all the skill books in one go. Looking at the now empty second floor, he felt very satisfied. Then, he led the skeleton soldiers to the third floor. The third floor was the true target of this operation. He walked in with great anticipation. As soon as he entered the third floor, the space suddenly felt cramped, making it slightly hard to breathe. However, a corner of the ceiling had collapsed, allowing ample light to pour in. In the center of the room lay a massive plush carpet. Sitting cross-legged on the carpet was a figure, tightly wrapped in tattered robes. But beneath the robes, the flesh had long withered away, leaving only a dried-up skeleton. Its spine was hunched, its head hung low, and its hands drooped from the sleeves to the ground. What surprised Shen Qi was that, despite the small space on the third floor, it was completely empty. Apart from the skeleton before him, there was nothing else. Could this place really be so barren? Was this a joke? At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in Shen Qi's mind. Undead creature detected. Would you like to summon it? Shen Qi froze. Could this skeleton also be recruited? He hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to summon it. Undead submission. He had a feeling that this skeleton might prove to be incredibly useful. Anyway, Anyway, there's no loss, so he gave it a try. You successfully summoned Skeleton Scholar, consuming 5 points of mental energy. Skeleton Scholar rank, Tier 3 level. 1. A scholar from the Imperial Academy who once followed a renegade mage into the depths of the forest and built this mage tower. After the mage left, he guarded the tower alone until his death. He is knowledgeable, particularly fond of studying weapons, but death has taken most of his memories. So this skeleton is part of the mage tower's backstory. However, its stats are even weaker than his own, making it seem rather useless. After being summoned, the skeleton scholar appeared to gain consciousness, slowly standing up from the ground. Like a puppet, it stood quietly in place without any other movements. Shinchi wandered around the 3rd floor with curiosity, trying to find some clues. Unfortunately, the empty room was plain to see, with nothing but thick dust and cobwebs. But when he walked over the carpet for the 3rd time, he noticed something unusual. The sole of his shoe touched a slight bump. An idea struck him, and Shinchi crouched down, grabbed the carpet with both hands, and yanked it upward. A cloud of dust rose into the air. Cough, cough, cough. He quickly stepped aside. After the dust settled, a circular wooden trapdoor was revealed beneath the carpet. The edge of the door had a faint protrusion, and there was a small mechanism in the center of the trapdoor. Shinchi crouched down and fiddled with it for a while but still couldn't open it, feeling a bit frustrated. Suddenly, inspiration hit him. He stood up and turned to stare directly at the motionless skeleton scholar. Since this skeleton was one of the creators of the mage tower, it must be very familiar with its structure, which made perfect sense. You, come here, help me open this mechanism. The skeleton scholar hesitated for a few seconds but then walked over. It crouched down slowly, extended its bony hand, and began to operate the mechanism skillfully. Shinchi watched the scene in amazement. He had only spoken casually, not expecting it to actually know how. Not bad. Half a minute later, the skeleton scholar stood up and stepped out of the trapdoor's range. Immediately, a click-click sound came from beneath the floor. The trapdoor split into 2 halves, lowering about 10 centimeters before sliding into grooves on either side. A space was revealed below. The depth of the space was roughly the length of an adult's lower leg. Shinchi couldn't help but smile. He had directly summoned this NPC familiar with the mage tower's structure to help him solve the mechanism. Honestly, it felt like exploiting a game loophole. If it were someone else, they might have had to forcibly dismantle the mage tower. Necromantic allegiance proved its usefulness once again. Shinchi looked down, and at the bottom of the space was a treasure chest. Skill book treasure chest quality, bronze perfect. Wow. Shinchi was stunned. It was a skill book treasure chest. It could yield a random skill book, and its quality was bronze perfect, better than ordinary bronze quality. This treasure chest was far more valuable than those black iron skill book chests he had encountered before. This was undoubtedly the most precious resource in the mage tower. Shinchi was so excited he almost jumped for joy. He jumped down and opened the treasure chest on the spot. Ding! You have obtained the skill book Falling Stars. Skill book Falling Stars quality, bronze perfect. Learning requirement, spellcaster class, summon 15 meteors imbued with magical flames to bombard a designated area of enemies, causing massive area damage. The meteor impact points will continue to burn with magical flames, scorching any enemies passing through. Mental energy consumption, 100 points. Casting time, 20 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Holy crap. Shinchi couldn't help but shout. This was actually a mage's ultimate move. Its function was similar to Ajuan's combat skill Withered Bones, capable of delivering high burst damage to change the tide of battle. However, Falling Stars had a larger range and was an auto-targeting area attack. Although its casting and cooldown times were long, and it consumed 100 points of mental energy in one go, the resulting effect was a devastating bombardment. Shinchi could already imagine it. During battle, a mage continuously summoning meteor showers on the battlefield, unleashing fierce heavenly fire to bombard enemy forces, destroy everything, and burn everything to ashes. Excited, he carefully put away the skill book, planning to have one of his undead mages learn it. He jumped out of the cave, intending to go downstairs, but as he looked at the skeletal scholar standing nearby, he hesitated. He wasn't sure what to do with this guy. Logically, since the mage tower had already been looted clean, there was no need to keep the skeletal scholar around. Besides, its defenses were fragile, and it wasn't much use in combat. Suddenly, Shinchi had a flash of inspiration and came up with a new idea. Without hesitation, he took out a class change certificate from his backpack. Unit types could use the class change certificate to adjust their class. The restriction was that it only worked on units of tier 3 or below. He wondered what effect it would have on the skeletal scholar. The description of the skeletal scholar mentioned its interest in weapon knowledge but noted a lack of related memories. Moreover, since it was a tier 3 unit, it couldn't be entirely useless. So, Shinchi decided to take a gamble. The class change certificate transformed into a beam of golden light shining on the skeletal scholar. Shinchi Shin-Chi stepped into the skeletal scholar's body. 2 seconds later, ding! Your skeletal scholar has successfully changed class. The skeletal scholar has been reclassified as a skeletal weapon specialist. Skeletal weapon specialist, level 1, skill 1, reverse analysis, can disassemble weapons into blueprints and optimize material ratios. The higher the weapon's grade, the lower the success rate. Failure triggers a cooldown. Mental energy cost, 14. Cooldown time, 3 hours. Skill 2. Forging expertise can repair and modify weapons with a chance to enhance weapon skills or add attributes. The higher the weapon's grade, the lower the success rate. Failure directly triggers a cooldown. Mental energy cost, 15. Cooldown time, 5 hours. Shin-Chi stared at the newly reclassified skeletal weapon specialist, his eyes widening instantly. This was incredible. The ability to disassemble weapons into blueprints meant that all weapons could be mass-produced. The second skill was even more astonishing. It could repair weapons, improve their skills, and even add new attributes. Now, with this powerful weapon specialist as an ally, combined with the blacksmith shop he had previously acquired for his territory, Shin-Chi's mind was immediately flooded with development plans. This was a huge win. By the time he left the collapsed mage tower, the sky had already darkened. The setting sun cast slanted rays through the forest, and the clouds hung low on the horizon. Leading his mighty skeletal army, Shin-Chi contentedly set off on the journey home. As soon as he returned to his territory, Shin-Chi assigned the skeletal weapon specialist to the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop wasn't very large, with a furnace, anvil, and bellows inside. Tools like hammers and tongs were laid out on the table. The shop's function was to craft equipment and weapons based on blueprints. It could also enhance equipment by adding materials, embedding gems, refining attributes, and more. The importance of the blacksmith shop was self-evident. Staring at the skeletal weapon specialist, Shin-Chi suddenly remembered something. After defeating the first trial boss, the Goblin Demon General, he seemed to have obtained a piece of damaged boss equipment. Thinking of this, he immediately took out a staff from his backpack. It was an ancient, crooked, pitch-black withered wood staff with a dark red crystal embedded at the top. Staff of the Demon General, quality, bronze, damaged, usage requirement, spellcaster hero exclusive, level 10, spell attack 201, chanting time reduced by 5%, cooldown time reduced by 4%. Description: a staff dropped by the Goblin Demon General upon its death, now damaged. Shin-Chi was overjoyed. The boss had dropped a bronze-grade weapon. Although damaged, its remaining attributes were still very strong. This was far superior to ordinary black iron-grade weapons. He immediately handed the staff to the skeletal weapon specialist for modification. The skeletal weapon specialist took the staff and activated its forging expertise skill. A soft glow enveloped the staff. Shin-Chi grew nervous. After all, this skill had a success rate. Failed attempts require a 5-hour wait before retrying. A minute later, the light dissipated. A brand new staff appeared before his eyes. Modification successful. The damaged traces on the Demon General's staff vanished, leaving it as good as new. Demon General staff quality, bronze usage requirement, exclusive to spell-type heroes, level 10 spell attack 201 casting, time reduced by 5%, cooldown time reduced by 4%, max mental power plus 50 skill, radiant revival skill. Description: restores 2% health per second to allies within a 5 by 5 meter range for 10 seconds, consumes 10 mental power, casting time 4 seconds, cooldown 20 seconds. This is a staff picked up from the Goblin Demon General, now fully repaired. Shin-Chi stared at the attribute panel of the staff, his heart trembling with excitement. A brand new attribute had been added, max mental power plus 50. Even more thrilling, the staff had regained the skill originally belonging to the Goblin Demon General, Radiant Revival. Not only that, but the skill had been upgraded. Previously, it could only heal a single target, but now it had become an area of effect healing skill. This meant that Shin-Chi's legion finally had a stable means of healing. He suppressed his inner excitement and remained calm. Next, he took several weapons from the skeletal warriors and archers. Behind him, a bloodstained iron sword of black iron grade, a rusted iron sword, and a rusted bow. These weapons were all items he had picked up in the ancient battlefield. Their special function was to inflict debuffs on enemies. However, he currently only had 13 special iron swords and 8 special bows. If there were too many enemies, applying debuffs to all of them simultaneously would require using these weapons in waves, which was highly inefficient. However, if he could equip nearly 1,000 soldiers of the Jinyuan Legion with these special weapons, the coverage and sustainability of the debuff effects would be greatly enhanced. To achieve this, he only needed to hand over the existing special weapons to the skeleton skeleton weapon specialist have it disassemble them into weapon blueprints, and then mass-produce them through the blacksmith shop. The only uncertainty was whether the black iron grade special weapon blueprints could be successfully disassembled. The skeleton weapon specialist took the rusted iron sword and activated reverse analysis. After a moment, a flash of light appeared and a blueprint materialized in its hand. Analysis successful. Shin-Chi's heartbeat quickened as he took the blueprint and examined it carefully. Weapon blueprint, iron sword. Permanent, quality, black iron trait, rusted attack power. 39 material requirements, iron ore *9, cursed sand *1, spirit crystal *37. This iron sword, abandoned on the battlefield, has been corroded by nether forces, giving it a rusted trait. When used to attack enemies, it applies a sluggish effect, reducing their movement speed, attack speed, and defense. The weapon's own performance is slightly diminished. The sluggish effect increases by 8% per stack, up to a maximum of 7 stacks. The blueprint for the black iron grade iron sword was finally obtained. Not only did it retain the rusted trait, but the required materials were clearly listed. Perfect. However, what exactly was cursed sand? Shin-Chi lowered his head in thought. Since these special weapons were all found in the ancient battlefield, this cursed sand should also be obtainable there. It seemed he needed to head to the ancient battlefield for an on-site investigation immediately. Next, Shin-Chi instructed the skeleton weapon specialist to continue analyzing the blueprints for the bloodstained iron sword and the rusted bow once the cooldown for reverse analysis ended. Then, he himself directly entered the ancient battlefield. After a moment of disorientation, Shin-Chi steadied himself. Beside him stood the long-absent Ajuan and the mighty Jin Yuan army. Ajuan stepped forward and saluted him. Greetings to the Lord. Shin-Chi waved in response. Surveying his surroundings, he saw a stretch of red soil before him. He crouched down to carefully examine the ground. Moments later, a panel popped up, bloodstained sand. This is sand dyed red by the miasma of the ancient battlefield. So, the miasma does exist. Shin-Chi's heart stirred. Weren't these the exact materials needed to forge the special iron sword? He stood up and once again surveyed the boundless red earth. The main component of this land is the ubiquitous, bloodstained sand. A wave of joy surged in Shin-Chi's heart. It turned out he wasn't lacking materials at all. Every corner of the ancient battlefield was piled high with these resources. Mass production of special weapons could begin immediately. Without hesitation, he ordered a skeleton warrior to step forward. You, use the iron sword to dig up the soil here and collect it. The skeleton warrior nodded, walked to the side, and gripped the iron sword tightly, starting to shovel the soil. Before long, the system notification sounded. You have obtained bloodstained sand, X4. With these materials in hand, Shin-Chi immediately left the ancient battlefield and returned to his territory. He took the remaining iron ore from his backpack, approached the blacksmith shop, and handed the spirit crystals, materials, and blueprint to the skeleton weapon expert. After an afternoon of leveling up, Shin-Chi's spirit crystal count skyrocketed to 39,756, more than enough to support large-scale weapon forging. Begin forging. A message popped up on the screen. Iron sword, materials, iron ore X9, bloodstained sand X1, spirit crystal X37. Conditions met for forging. Begin forging? Yes, Shin-Chi confirmed. The materials and blueprint were handed over to the skeleton weapon expert. The skeleton expert turned and entered the blacksmith shop. The sound of hammering on metal rang out, clang, clang. 10 seconds later, the system notification sounded. You have successfully forged iron sword, black iron grade. Retrieve it? Such efficiency. Shin-Chi's eyes lit up. Retrieve. You have obtained iron sword, black iron grade, X1. A dark iron sword appeared in his hand, and the blueprint remained intact. The iron sword was about 70 centimeters long, heavy, and cold to the touch. Mysterious ripples occasionally shimmered across its surface. Upon closer inspection, it was a black iron grade iron sword with a rust effect. Success! Shin-Chi's lips curved into a slight smile. He still had over 100 units of iron ore and 3 portions of bloodstained sand. He handed the blueprint and all the materials to the skeleton weapon expert and ordered it to focus on crafting rusted iron swords. At the same time, he dispatched 200 skeleton soldiers from his territory in 4 groups to gather basic resources like wood, iron ore, and stone. Shin-Chi instructed them to immediately hand over any collected iron ore to the skeleton soldiers responsible for transportation, ensuring it was quickly delivered back to the blacksmith shop. Then, he returned to the ancient battlefield. Once more, watching hundreds of skeleton soldiers, he ordered them to dig soil together. Large-scale collection of bloodstained sand began. The collected bloodstained sand was also handed over to the transport soldiers to be sent back to the territory's blacksmith shop. The collection, transportation, and processing of materials were all meticulously organized. The plan for mass production of special weapons was officially underway. After assigning tasks, Shinchi finally had some free time. It was now 6:30 p.m. He decided to spend the night continuing to explore the ancient battlefield. Shinchi understood that the ancient battlefield was a massive treasure trove for him and the key to his rapid growth. For ordinary undead lords, growth was extremely difficult. Low-level skeleton soldiers were too weak and required large numbers to be effective in battle. But where would an average newcomer find so many resources to create soldiers? For an undead lord to level up, they also needed advanced bones and soul fire, which were not easy to come by. But in the ancient battlefield, this plane of the death world, these resources were everywhere. Thus, he had to manage his time wisely and continuously explore the ancient battlefield. Time to set off. Ajuan followed by his side, holding the general's order, continuing to summon the Jinyuan Legion. Now, the Jinyuan Legion had surpassed 1,000 members. In just over a day, the efficiency was already astonishing. Shinchi flew swiftly in one direction. He skimmed over the desolate, lifeless land, weaving through the repetitive scenery. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Undead creatures have responded to the general's order summon. You have successfully recruited 5 Tier 4 Undead Iron Cavalry. What? Shinchi came to an abrupt halt, stunned by the news. Could it be a mishearing? This time, the summoned Jinyuan Legion turned out to be directly a Tier 4 unit. He immediately broke into an excited smile. Thinking back, even a single Tier 4, Wailing Wraith, had demonstrated astonishing power on the battlefield. And now, there were suddenly 5 Tier 4 units. Shinchi eagerly looked into the distance. 5 towering figures were racing out of the shadowy mountains. Each figure was like a small mountain, exuding an oppressive aura. At the same time, the sound of hooves clop-clop echoed, seemingly right beside him. Within seconds, 5 cavalrymen had arrived at Shinchi's side. They were clad in heavy, pitch-black armor, riding robust gray skeletal horses. The cavalry themselves were humanoid spirit forms of a ghostly blue hue, fully covered in face-concealing armor. Their shoulders, arms, chests, waists, and legs were all encased in armor. One hand gripped the reins tightly, while the other held a 4-meter-long black lance. They exuded an aura of solemnity and fear. Undead Iron Cavalry, Jinyuan Legion, rank Tier 4, level 1, HP 158, attack 129, defense 79, agility 56, stamina infinite, spirit 24, skill 1, furious charge, charge forward a certain distance, accompanied by a lance thrust, dealing massive damage, immune to all physical damage during the charge. Cooldown 10 seconds. Skill 2, bloody stomp. The skeletal horse stomps in place, dealing stomp damage to enemies within a 3 by 3 meter area, causing them to lose balance and become staggered. Defense is reduced by 50% and attack is reduced by 30%. Cooldown 8 seconds. Skill 3, Execution Spear. Each use of Furious Charge or Bloody Stomp adds 1 stack of rage. Upon accumulating 3 stacks, Execution Spear can be activated. Throw the lance from a distance, ignoring defense to execute the target instantly upon hit. The lance can pierce through up to 7 enemies consecutively. Note, execution is only effective on enemies whose HP does not exceed 10 times the attack power of the user. After reviewing the Undead Iron Cavalry's attribute panel, Shinchi's first thought was, this unit is too powerful. Not only were its base stats significantly higher than those of Tier 3 skeleton warriors, but its 3 skills each had unique features. Furious Charge served as the main offensive method, and even granted invincibility. Bloody Stomp was a control skill that could greatly weaken enemies. Execution Spear was the ultimate move, capable of instantly killing up to 7 enemies with unparalleled clearing power. The combat strategy for the Undead Iron Cavalry was also clear. First, apply Asen's Peerless Martial Arts and General's Order Legion buffs. Then, use Bloody Stomp to weaken the enemies. Follow up with Furious Charge to unleash explosive damage. This combo would undoubtedly deal astonishing damage. Shinchi collected his thoughts and had the 5 Undead Iron Cavalry follow behind the team as they continued their journey. About half an hour later, a familiar small hill appeared at the edge of his vision. Whom could it be? Shinchi, filled with doubt, felt a sudden urge and quickly flew toward the hill. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed another abandoned weapon pile, and its scale was much larger than the one he had seen the first time. Piles of discarded armor, helmets, bows, swords, and shields formed a small mountain covered in thick layers of old bloodstains and dust. Moments later, a row of weapon panels popped up in front of Shinchi. They were still those black iron-grade weapons with rust and bloodstains, but he discovered something new. Knight's Sword, quality, bronze, trait, decay, attack plus 257, usage requirement, swordsman class, level 10 or above, This weapon was once abandoned on the battlefield and has been corrupted by nether forces, granting it the decay trait. When used to attack enemies, their wounds will fester and decay, becoming weak points. Attacking weak points deals double damage. What? Shin-Chi's eyes widened. A bronze-grade weapon. He had casually picked up a bronze-grade weapon along the way, and it even had a special trait. He could hardly believe it. Decay trait description: this sword's attacks turn wounds into weak points, doubling damage when attacking weak points. Shin-Chi's heartbeat quickened as he immediately turned around, his sharp gaze fixed on Ajuan. You, go get that bronze knight sword and equip it yourself. Understood. Ajuan lowered his head in response without a hint of hesitation. He strode forward, skillfully climbed to the sword's location, and steadily retrieved the bronze knight sword. He hung it at his waist, replacing his previous black iron sword. Ajuan's talent peerless martial arts increased his cold weapon attack power by 300%. With this, the attack power of the bronze knight sword in his hands soared directly to 1028, adding Ajuan's base attack power of 7682. A single normal attack dealt 8710 damage. After the decay trait activated, the damage doubled again. Calculating this, Ajuan's single strike damage reached a staggering 17,426. A single slash dealing over 17,000 damage, absolutely insane. Of course, the stronger Ajuan became, the more confident Shin-Chi felt. Next, aside from this bronze decay sword, Shin-Chi also picked up 18 rusty bows, 27 rusty iron swords, 14 bloodstained swords, and 7 decay swords. The overall haul was far richer than when he first discovered the weapon pile. Shin-Chi ordered his skeleton soldiers to pick up all these trade weapons and replace their previous plain whiteboard equipment. Satisfied, Shin-Chi was preparing to continue his actions. Suddenly, a mechanical prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Ancient battlefield exploration point +1 Withered Mountain exploration progress +1%. You have collected 10 ancient battlefield exploration points. Would you like to immediately unlock a hidden relic? Shin-Chi froze. What is this? Exploration points? Exploration progress? He pondered, realizing he hadn't paid much attention to this before. It was likely related to his progress in exploring the ancient battlefield. Like in games, where the map is initially covered by fog of war and question marks. Each time a region is explored, part of the fog clears. Triggering events on the map removes a question mark. Meanwhile, exploration points and progress quietly increase. Unexpectedly, the exploration progress had now accumulated to 10 points. Shin-Chi had no idea what use this had before, but now it seemed that collecting a certain amount could trigger special effects. Without hesitation, he decisively responded, unlock. Ding. 10. Exploration points deducted. The nearest hidden relic has been unlocked. Coordinates have been marked on the map. Please proceed to explore. After hearing this, Shin-Chi immediately pulled up the system map. Sure enough, 3 kilometers southeast, there was a distinct red dot marked. 3 kilometers, neither far nor near. Shin-Chi led his skeleton army and quickly headed toward the coordinates. Ahead was an open plain, with no terrain variations and a very clear view. If there were any obvious landmarks 3 kilometers away, they should be visible at a glance. But as Shin-Chi looked far into the direction of the marker, he saw nothing, just emptiness. Soon, he arrived at the marked location on the map. It turned out that on this flat land stood a formation just large enough for one person to stand in, slowly rotating. Above the formation, a prompt appeared, hidden relic, called dungeon. Wow. This must be the teleportation array leading to the relic. Shin-Chi stepped forward, and as soon as his feet stood within the formation, thin green lights rose around him. The green light grew stronger, quickly blurring his vision. Moments later, he found himself in another space. Here, the ceiling was so low it almost touched his nose. 3 sides were stone walls, narrow enough to make breathing difficult. The air was thick with a sticky, putrid stench. Darkness surrounded him, leaving Shin-Chi completely alone. Clearly, this was an underground space, resembling a single-player dungeon room. Thinking of the relic's name, called dungeon, Shin-Chi had a rough idea of what to expect. Ahead was a single passageway with faint flickering candlelight visible further in. Shin-Chi walked toward the passage. Passing through the opening, he stepped onto a winding stone staircase that led downward. He advanced cautiously, step by step. The narrow passage resembled the esophagus of a giant beast, and Shin-Chi felt as though he was being swallowed by an ancient, colossal monster. After walking for a while, he encountered the first light source. A faint candle flame flickered within a wall-mounted lamp. Continuing downward, about 10 minutes later, the path gradually widened. Finally, he saw the true exit. Shinchi let out a long breath. Spending an extended period in such a confined space was indeed nerve-wracking. He quickened his pace and walked out of the oppressive passage. As soon as he stepped out of the opening, the space before him suddenly opened up. Shinchi found himself standing in a massive underground hall. The hall was vast, roughly the size of 2 football fields. Looking up, he saw a structure resembling an altar in the distance. It was clearly the core of the ruins. Shinchi decided to head straight for the altar. He wasn't worried about danger. After all, his consciousness was merely attached to the immortal body and not his real body. The distance from the entrance to the altar was about 300 meters. However, the ground was covered with people lying prostrate. They were densely packed, creating a chilling scene. Upon closer inspection, he realized they weren't living people at all but skeletons. The skeletons were draped in tattered black robes and posed in various positions, some kneeling, some bowing, and others with hands clasped in prayer. All the skeletons were motionless, like sculptures, as if time had frozen at that moment. Every skeleton's head was turned toward the altar, as though they were worshipping something. The atmosphere in the hall was eerie, sending shivers down one's spine. Shinchi walked step by step to the edge of the altar. Looking up, he saw that the altar was composed of 3 circular platforms. From top to bottom, each platform was smaller than the one below it. A flight of stone steps on the front led directly to the highest level of the altar. Shinchi ascended the steps, reaching the top in just a few strides. At the center of the top platform lay a stone coffin. He stared silently at the coffin. It seemed certain that whoever lay inside was a key figure of this dungeon. Just as he hesitated about whether to pry open the coffin for a peek, feeling that it might be unethical, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Undead presence detected. Summon? Shinchi's heart skipped a beat. No way. Could it really summon the person inside the coffin directly? His heartbeat quickened, and he forced himself to calm down before saying, "Begin detail detection." ZZZ, detected 6-star hero. Skeleton Archbishop Theodore. Summoning requires 300 mental energy points. What? Shinchi's entire body jolted, his eyes widening. 6-star? A 6-star hero? He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Calm down, calm down. But he couldn't calm down at all. Shinchi quickly checked his remaining mental energy. After confirming he had enough, he immediately shouted, "Undead, submit." Ding! You have successfully recruited the 6-star hero, Skeleton Archbishop Theodore. You have consumed 300 mental energy points. Then, wisps of ghostly purple light rose above the coffin, enchanting and mysterious. The light gradually gathered, forming a humanoid figure. Moments later, the light softened. A tall skeleton floated in mid-air. In its eye sockets burned 2 flames of soul fire, exuding an unprecedented aura of undead power. The skeleton had a slender frame, wore a towering bishop's crown, and was draped in clerical robes. The wide sleeves and tattered hem of the robe fluttered gently in the air like thin strips of fabric. A withered skeletal hand tightly gripped a nearly 2-meter-long staff. Skeleton Archbishop Theodore, Emerald Oath Cult, rank 6-star hero, current level 1 HP, 527 magic attack, 359 defense, 195 agility, 79 spirit, 186 talent. Doctrine: blessing all undead units under the Lord recovers spirit 3 times faster. Immune to light attribute suppression. Skill 1, Necromissile condenses and launches a death energy orb to attack enemies. Duration, 5 seconds. Chant, 2 seconds. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Skill 2, prayer protection removes all negative statuses from allied units within a 10-meter radius, restoring 20% spirit, stamina, and resilience. Spirit cost, 30, chant, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 14 seconds. Skill 3, prayer resonance increases the number of cult members casting the same spell on the field by 1, enhancing the spell's power by 2%. Duration, 3 minutes. Spirit cost, 60, chant, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Description: the Emerald Oath Cult worships an emerald tablet said to bear divine commandments. The founder betrayed the followers and fled with the tablet, plunging the cult into crisis. Shinchi stared at the panel before him, stunned. This is a 6-star hero? Not only does the talent provide a team-wide buff, but its effects are also incredibly powerful. Typically, undead units are heavily suppressed by light attributes. However, this talent makes all his undead units completely immune to light attribute suppression. Shinchi could even lead a skeleton army to face Angel and Holy Legions head-on. Moreover, with Theodore's help, the spirit recovery speed of all his units is tripled. Looking at the skill prayer protection, it not only removes all negative statuses from allied units units but also restores 20% of their spirit, stamina, and resilience. Stamina is the foundation for casting skills. Though undead units have infinite stamina, so this can be set aside for now. Resilience is a hidden attribute that determines how difficult it is for enemies to stagger allied units during attacks. The higher the resilience, the harder it is for enemies to stagger them. Overall, prayer protection is an extremely powerful support skill. The skeleton Archbishop Theodore slowly descended from the coffin to the ground. He bowed slightly, lowering his head in salute, and said, "I am Theodore, Archbishop of the Emerald Oath Cult. The master we once worshipped has departed. From now on, we shall serve you as our new sovereign." Our followers fell with me, trapped in the endless abyssal prison, their bodies decayed, their wills adrift, never to see the sunlight again. Please allow me to summon all the followers to pledge their loyalty to you and forever follow in your footsteps. Shin-Chi nodded in response. "You may." Theodore walked to the altar and overlooked the grand hall. The spacious floor of the hall was crowded with countless kneeling followers. Theodore raised his staff high. The tip of the staff glimmered with a soft purple light. Then, the purple light quickly spread, blooming like a sunset. Moments later, the entire hall was bathed in warm radiance. The skeletons prostrated on the ground, bathed in the light, began to revive. It was as if an old recording was being replayed. Clatter, clatter. One skeleton after another stood up, holding a thick scripture in one hand and placing the other on their chest, uniformly facing Theodore. Ding! You have successfully recruited 103 skeleton cultists. Skeleton cultist, Emerald Oath Cult, race, undead rank, tier 3 level, 1 HP, 37 magic attack, 59 defense, 13 agility, 11 stamina, infinite spirit, 29 trait, can only cast spells through scripture prayers, unable to learn other skills. Skill 1, scripture echo immediately replicates the spell being cast by a nearby allied mage of the same or lower tier, sharing the chant progress. Spirit consumption depends on the replicated spell. Chanting time, 0 seconds, cooldown, 5 seconds. Skill 2, Codex barrier creates a sturdy barrier in front, increasing defense tenfold. Mental consumption, 10, chanting, 0.5 seconds, cooldown, 6 seconds. Skill 3, Codex speed within a 5 by 5 meter range, increases projectile speed of allied units by 50% and decreases projectile speed of enemy units by 50%. Mental consumption, 5, chanting, 1 second, cooldown, 3 seconds. Shin-Chi widened his eyes, staring in shock at the scene before him. In just a brief moment, his forces had gained another massive team of tier 3 mages, and it came at no cost. It seems that this Emerald Oath Order, like the Jinyuan Legion, can only unleash its maximum combat power under the leadership of a hero like Theodore. Although they cannot learn other skills, judging from the skill list, their overall strength completely compensates for this limitation. For example, the skill Codex Echo can instantly replicate the spell being cast by nearby allied mages of the same tier and share the chanting progress. This means that as long as there are other mages casting spells nearby, the skeleton disciples can quickly follow suit, enabling a large-scale simultaneous release of the same spell. For instance, if an undead mage casts a ghost fireball, the entire skeleton order will immediately replicate the same ghost fireball. Theodore's skilled prayer resonance is an exclusive amplification skill for the order. Every time an additional member on the field casts the same spell simultaneously, the power of that spell increases by 2%. In other words, when 100 members of the order cast ghost fireball together, the damage of each ghost fireball increases by 200%. This means the damage is tripled. Although the skeleton disciples themselves do not have direct damage spells, with Codex Echo and Prayer Resonance, they become super amplifiers of spell damage, significantly enhancing the combat power of undead mages. Both undead mages and skeleton disciples are tier 3 units, making them a perfect match. The undead mages' Ghost Fireball, Ghost Fire Enchantment, Ghoul Bite, and Frost Curse can all be fully replicated by the skeleton disciples. In the future, when the undead mage team is equipped with the Black Iron spellbook obtained earlier, containing spells like Ice Spike, Hailstorm, Earth Spikes, and Vine Surge, there will be no need to worry about only one mage being able to use them. The entire skeleton order will be able to simultaneously replicate these spells. By then, Group Ice Spike, Group Earth Spikes, Group Vine Surge, and Group Fireball will all be unleashed together, creating endless possibilities. Shin-Chi couldn't help but exclaim, "This is just too powerful." Therefore, the best strategy is to have the skeleton disciples and undead mages cooperate in team battles. The skeleton disciples also have two other skills, Codex Bash exhaustion, is a defensive skill that generates a shield in front of them. Although the skeleton disciples themselves are fragile, this shield is extremely sturdy, directly increasing defense tenfold. Codex speed is a support skill that alters the flight speed of projectiles within a certain range. For example, it can be used to make allied archers' arrows fly faster. It can also slow down enemy projectiles, giving allies more reaction time and reducing errors. The skeleton order is clearly positioned as a support type team. While Shun-Chi was still contemplating this strategy, Theodore approached him. "Master, this place was meant to imprison me. Now that you've rescued me, this dungeon is about to collapse. We must leave immediately." At the same time, the entire hall began to shake violently. A rumbling sound like thunder echoed through the air. Fragments of stone fell from the ceiling. Shun-Chi's ears were filled with a mechanical notification. Cult dungeon is about to collapse. A collective teleportation array has been activated. In 3 seconds, all living beings will be teleported away. 3, 2, 1. In an instant, light burst forth, and white light enveloped the entire hall. At the last moment, Shun-Chi caught a glimpse of a pitch-black crack splitting open the dome of the hall, like the gaping maw of an abyssal monster. The next moment, Shun-Chi found himself back on the surface of the ancient battlefield. In front of him stood a dense crowd of skeleton disciples. Behind him was the Jinyuan army. This scene was like hell descending, with skeletons forming a living wall. If a lord unfamiliar with the situation saw this, they would surely be scared out of their wits. But Shun-Chi was thrilled. As a necromancer lord, the more skeletons he had, the more confident he felt. It was almost 11 p.m. Shun-Chi decided to end today's exploration of the ancient battlefield. He took Theodore and some skeleton followers back to his territory. The remaining skeletons stayed at the ancient battlefield on auto mode, continuing to accumulate experience. As his consciousness returned, Shun-Chi immediately felt a wave of exhaustion throughout his body. This was likely a side effect of his consciousness being detached for a long time and inhabiting the immortal body. At the same time, he felt a strong hunger in his stomach. It seemed that upgrading and strengthening his body wasn't enough. He still needed food to replenish his energy. However, there was one thing he had to do first. Shun-Chi stopped to ease his fatigue and took out 2 items. From his backpack, the bronze-level perfect skill book, Fall of the Stars, and the newly repaired bronze-level Magic General Staff. He hadn't used these for his mage units before. Now that he had recruited a 6-star mage hero, they were just right for the occasion. Holding the faintly glowing Fall of the Stars, and the refreshed Magic General Staff, he looked at Theodore behind him and handed them all over. Theodore respectfully accepted the 2 bronze-level items. Ding! Skeleton Archbishop Theodore successfully learned skill book Fall of the Stars. Shun-Chi opened Theodore's character panel. Skeleton Archbishop Theodore. Emerald Covenant Cult, Skill 4, Last Light, can be cast on friendly units within a 5x5 range, restoring 2% health per second for 10 seconds. Consumes 5 mental points, casting time 4 seconds, cooldown 20 seconds. Skill 5, Fall of the Stars, summons 15 meteors imbued with magical flames to bombard a designated area of enemies, causing massive area damage. The meteors continue to burn upon landing, injuring enemies passing through. Consumes 100 mental points, casting time 20 seconds, cooldown 2 minutes. Looking at Theodore's skill list, Shun-Chi envisioned scenes of meteors raining down on the battlefield, utterly devastating everything. Theodore now had 5 skills, including removing negative statuses, recovery, healing, support, and powerful area attacks. He could handle almost any combat task. More importantly, like Asen, he was a commander-level presence. To Shun-Chi, Theodore was his reliable assistant. Next, Shun-Chi headed to the blacksmith shop to check the results of the knight's weapon production. Black iron sword production completed, 446 units. Black iron bow production completed, 347 units. Retrieve items? Retrieve. Shun-Chi confirmed, and all the weapons were immediately transferred to his backpack. The weapon production efficiency remained impressive. However, the number of skeleton warriors and archers in the Jinyuan Legion had already exceeded 1,100, but not enough of them were equipped with specialized weapons. Some skeleton soldiers were still mining iron ore outside, while others were diligently collecting bloodstained soil at the ancient battlefield. However, Shun-Chi's spirit crystal reserves were running critically low. Even if he received the 3,000 spirit crystal output tomorrow, it would still be far from sufficient. Shun-Chi made a bold decision to list some of the black iron weapons for sale on the local trading channel. After all, it was only the second day of the novice trial, and black iron weapons were still very rare. After the first day's development, development, novice lords had accumulated some spirit crystals. At this stage, owning black iron weapons would significantly boost combat power, and the price would naturally be high. Shinchi planned to sell a portion of the black iron weapons, earn spirit crystals, and then mass-produce more weapons. Crafting one black iron weapon required nearly 40 spirit crystals, but now, selling one weapon would fetch at least 500 spirit crystals. In other words, selling one black iron weapon would earn enough to craft more than 10. Moreover, Shinchi would never set the price below 500. Anything under 1,000 spirit crystals would be practically giving it away. Thinking of this, his stomach suddenly growled. Time to eat something. Shinchi patted his empty stomach and walked to an open space within his territory. He instructed the skeleton soldiers to chop the wood into thin branches, and used a few stones to set up a simple campfire. Lighting the fire, he took out raw beast meat from his backpack, skewered it, and began roasting it. The flames slowly licked the meat, accompanied by the crackling sound of burning wood. The fat from the meat gradually dripped, releasing a tantalizing aroma that made Shinchi's mouth water. Sitting cross-legged by the campfire, he leisurely opened the system interface and navigated to the trade channel. It was his first time listing an item, so he decided to test the waters. How many should I list? The chat channel was bustling with messages. Suddenly, a prominent notification popped up. Lord Li, Black Iron Grade Weapon Guardian Sword has been listed on the trading market. Li Jing, brothers, the latest Black Iron Grade weapon I've forged is now available. Check it out if you need it. Immediately, replies flooded in. Whoa, a black iron weapon? I'm still using white gear. Ha, my troops are still unarmed. What can I even say? Wait, your price? 3,000 spirit crystals? You're selling a black iron weapon for 3,000? Are you trying to rob us? Have you gone mad for money? This junk has no attributes and you think it's worth 3,000? 3,000 spirit crystals could recruit several tier 3 units. Li Jing quickly jumped in to respond. Shut up, haters. Buy it if you want, or don't if you can't afford it. It's your problem, not mine. Stop spouting nonsense here. You broke fools think you can get it for free? Idiot, good luck selling it. Scumbag, profiteer. Li Jing, seeing everyone cursing him, was furious, but on second thought, he wasn't worried about the 3,000 spirit crystal price not selling. Black iron weapons were scarce and in high demand. The difference in strength between lords with and without black iron weapons was significant. There was no shortage of buyers. Li Jing had worked hard to acquire the blacksmith shop and the black iron weapon blueprint, eager to forge weapons and make money before black iron grade items depreciated in value. Before long, someone in the chat channel offered a rational analysis. Guys, while 3,000 spirit crystals is a bit steep, the demand for weapons is high right now. Maybe some big shot will actually buy it. Are you a shill? Do you really think big shots are idiots? Li Jing, brothers, I'm being sincere today. Whoever buys this Guardian Sword will get priority for my next black iron grade weapon plus a 20% discount. Absolutely fair. In truth, there were indeed people in the channel who could afford it and were eyeing the black iron weapon without saying a word. Currently, almost no lords had tier 3 barracks, so those with surplus spirit crystals could only focus on equipping their troops with weapons. However, it was still just a black iron grade weapon, and 3,000 spirit crystals was a bit too expensive. At that moment, a major announcement suddenly appeared in the channel. Lord Shinchi's black iron grade weapon, Iron Sword, has been listed. Iron Sword quality, black iron attack, 47 trait, bloodstain. When attacking enemies with this weapon, it causes them to bleed continuously, losing 10% of their health over time. When the weapon is bloodstained, its attack power increases by 50%. Price, 1,000 spirit crystals. The announcement caused an uproar in the channel. Guys, did I see that right? Shinchi, the #1 lord on the leaderboard. Shinchi, another black iron grade weapon, but the price is 1,000 spirit crystals. Isn't that a bit much? Look closely, this is a black iron weapon with traits. Continuous bleeding for 10%, bloodstained attack boost by half. That's insane. Even bronze grade weapons don't necessarily have traits. This isn't just some random stat, it's a trait. You can't compare it to some profiteer's junk. Holy crap, it's gone. Already? I just clicked in, and it was already snatched? Less than half a minute. It must be a knowledgeable pro who acted immediately. This kind of item is obviously a hot commodity. Li Jing stared at the chat box, his eyes wide open, his mind racing, feeling both angry and resentful. He immediately spoke in the channel. Shinchi, even though you're a pro, isn't this kind kind of price suppression a bit too much? Unsurprisingly, Li Jing's words were instantly met with a barrage of ridicule from everyone. Ha, why don't you talk about how you deliberately raised the price? Scammer, get lost. You dare sell that junk for 3,000? This is the difference between a real pro and those profiteers. Li Jing was trembling with anger, almost exploding, but a shred of rationality told him it was fine. Even if it was Shin-Chi, he had only listed a single black iron-grade weapon, which was snatched away. He kept comforting himself, his guardian sword was still listed. Although it was also black iron-grade, someone in need would buy it eventually, no problem. However, at that moment, bombshell messages started, dropping one after another in the chat channel. One after another. Lord Shin-Chi's black iron-grade weapon, Iron Sword, has been listed. Lord Shin-Chi's black iron-grade weapon, Iron Sword, has been listed. Lord Shin-Chi's black iron-grade weapon, Iron Sword, has been listed. Lord Shin-Chi's black iron-grade weapon, Bao, has been listed. Lord Shin-Chi's black iron-grade weapon, Bao, has been listed. A total of 200 listing notifications flooded the trading channel. The chat channel fell silent for a moment. No one could react. Then, it instantly erupted into a frenzy of heated discussion. What? Oh my god. Holy crap. What's going on here? Guys, look. Black iron-grade weapons on a massive sale. 200 black iron-grade weapons listed at once? This is insane, and they're all weapons with special attributes. Bloodstains, rust, corrosion. I've never seen so many. What are you all waiting for? Over a dozen have already been snatched. Holy crap. Guys, hurry up. I just grabbed 2. Just 1 minute and all 200 are sold out? Damn it, I'm crying. I missed it. Can someone resell one to me? I'll pay 100 more spirit crystals. Are you kidding? These aren't ordinary black iron-grade weapons. They have special attributes. You can't buy them even if you have the money. The chat channel was flooded with messages, dazzling to the eyes. Everyone was shocked by Shin-Chi's generosity. The slightly stronger lords were left speechless by this move. While they were still struggling and thinking they had developed well, the top-ranked pro casually threw out 200 black iron-grade weapons. This was the gap in strength. Of course, a few people tried to nitpick. What's the point of showing off like this? Wouldn't it be smarter to keep so many black iron-grade weapons for yourself instead of selling them? Someone immediately retorted, why are you so bitter? If you didn't get one, don't sit there and make snide comments. I think you're the one who's clueless. The fact that the pro can take out 200 black iron-grade weapons at once shows they don't even need them. Got it? Li Jing watched helplessly as Shin-Chi's 200 black iron-grade weapons were snatched up completely. Meanwhile, his guardian sword sat there, lonely and ignored. The 3,000 price tag had become a complete joke. He thought about how, not long ago, he had confidently promised buyers discounts, as if he were doing charity. Now, he only felt like a clown, his face burning with embarrassment. He didn't dare to promote his item anymore and could only curl up silently. Shin-Chi paid no attention to the commotion in the chat channel. He was comfortably eating roasted meat, feeling delighted. Not long after, the system notification sounded, your Iron Sword has been sold, receiving 1,000 spirit crystals. Your Bao has been sold, receiving 1,000 spirit crystals. Shin-Chi excitedly opened the trading channel. Only a minute had passed, the 200 black iron-grade weapons he listed were all sold out. In 1 minute, they were completely snapped up. He earned 200,000 spirit crystals. It seems the market for black iron-grade weapons is far more booming than I imagined. Shin-Chi handed the spirit crystals to the skeleton expert in the blacksmith shop responsible for crafting weapons. Tonight, they would continue to work hard on forging black iron weapons. The goal was to ensure that by tomorrow, the entire Jinyuan Legion would be equipped with black iron-grade gear. Next, he divided the skeleton soldiers into 4 squads, sending them out in 4 directions from the territory to begin resource collection. Asen stayed behind at the ancient battlefield, tirelessly summoning members of the Jinyuan Legion throughout the night. Theodore and the skeleton cultists all remained at the ancient battlefield, grinding for experience. Meanwhile, 300 skeleton soldiers were stationed in the territory, forming a tight defensive line to prevent enemy invasions. Fortunately, skeleton soldiers didn't need rest and could work continuously for 7 days, 24 hours a day. Moreover, with their loyalty maxed out, the skeleton soldiers worked exceptionally hard with outstanding efficiency. Wonderful! Shin-Chi, satisfied after eating and drinking his fill, returned to the small house in the territory to rest well. The moon hung high in the night sky. On a high cliff, a thick scent of blood filled the air. 5 shattered giant beast corpses were piled on the ground, broken wings, torn heads, scattered sharp claws. They were the dismembered remains of 5 dragons. The most striking was the central corpse of a black dragon over 15 meters long, with exceptionally strong bones and muscles, curled up on the ground. Suddenly, the black dragon raised its head and let out a deep roar toward the silent night sky. The majestic roar rippled outward in waves. The trees on the surrounding mountains trembled in response. At the black dragon's feet, Lu Feichen looked up at it, his eyes full of admiration and satisfaction. This was the dragon corpse sacrificial array he had obtained from a dungeon. He had sacrificed 5 4th-tier black dragons, using their flesh and blood to forcibly refine a 5th-tier demon dragon. A 5th-tier dragon-type unit. Lu Feichen's heartbeat quickened, his chest trembling slightly. A proud smile crept onto his lips. With the birth of the 5th-tier demon dragon, his confidence soared. However, when he thought about how his first trial's first clear had been snatched away, his brows furrowed, veins bulged on his forehead, and his teeth clenched audibly. A surge of anger boiled within him, yet he had no outlet to vent it. He was born the pride of the Lu family in Jiangnan province, and no one had ever dared to take first place from him since childhood. In a moment, he calmed himself. It didn't matter. Not only was he an S-class talent, but he also had a 5th-tier unit on the second day of the trial. What was one first clear compared to that? His goal was the total score of the 7-day trial. He even aimed to compete for the title of Rookie King among millions of new lords nationwide. News of the 5th-tier demon dragon spread quickly. The chat channel exploded. Holy crap, what was that roar just now? It felt like the whole world was shaking. I was hugging my slime, and it got scared. Damn, that was a dragon's roar. Just got the news, Lu Feichen has obtained a 5th-tier dragon-type unit. 5th tier? For the past 2 days, the chat channel had been full of praise for Shin-Chi, which many people couldn't stand. After all, an unknown nobody suddenly stealing the spotlight had left those who always hyped up Lu Feichen feeling humiliated. At this moment, those people immediately jumped in to shout, 5th-tier unit, that's insane. Now this is a true big shot. Recruiting a 5th-tier dragon on the second day, this is top-tier skill, as expected of an S-class talent. With a 5th-tier unit, he's practically invincible. TSK, a real big shot quietly gets things done. Yeah, unlike some people who spam the trading channel every day to show off, as if not having black iron grade weapons means you're not a big shot. Real big shots have already moved on to bronze grade weapons. Black iron is nothing. The tone of those comments was odd, as if they were deliberately mocking someone. It was clearly aimed at Shin-Chi, showing just how much they disliked him. Unbelievable, someone who considers themselves a big shot looking down on black iron grade weapons, thinking only bronze grade is worthy? Who do you think you are? Stop acting so self-righteous. It's shameless. Moreover, Shin-Chi is offering black iron grade resources at low prices in bulk, which is completely helping everyone. Who do you think you are, muttering nonsense here? Maybe Shin-Chi still has some hidden cards. After all, he secured the first clear. Fans upstairs, stop fawning already. It's just a first clear, haven't you hyped it enough? Comparing a first clear to Tier 5 units, do you even understand how powerful Tier 5 units are? Hearing you talk like this is laughable. Everyone, stop arguing. Honestly, while I admire Shin-Chi, there's no need to blindly praise him. This kind of behavior only invites criticism. After all, the first day's clear wasn't that difficult. With a bit of luck, anyone could achieve it. As for suddenly putting up 200 pieces of black iron grade equipment, I find it a bit suspicious. Those who bought them should check the quality. The sensible ones are right. With the emergence of Tier 5 units, I think Shin-Chi's top position might be in jeopardy. Someone couldn't hold back. You too, stop playing this double act here. Don't think you're so clever. In another territory, Lin Hongyu stared at the chat channel, his face dark and intimidating as he saw the news that Lu Feichen had obtained a Tier 5 dragon unit. Lu Feichen already had Tier 5 units. This put immense pressure on him. He was also an S-class talent holder and had built 3 Tier 4 mage towers, Thunder, Flame, and Holy Light, on the second day. This quickly restored his confidence, helping him shake off the shadow of being overshadowed by Shin-Chi. He thought catching up to Shin-Chi's achievements wouldn't be too difficult, but the power of Tier 5 units increases exponentially. He wasn't confident he could catch up to Lu Feichen. Lin Hongyu gritted his teeth. It seemed that in this trial, Lu Feichen was his biggest rival. Early the next morning, Shin-Chi got up early. He retrieved all the equipment produced from the blacksmith shop and began inventorying. 745 black iron swords, 689 black iron bows. The Jinyuan Legion had 722 skeleton warriors, 687 skeleton archers, 5 undead iron knights. This was almost enough to equip the entire army with black iron grade weapons. Over 1,000 specialized weapons on the battlefield at once, applying various debuffs to enemies, a truly terrifying sight. Then, Shin-Chi checked the skeleton soldiers left grinding in the ancient battlefield. Over Overnight, they had gained over 1,000 experience points on average, all leveling up to at least level 5. This significantly shortened the growth time for new units. However, this morning, before the second round of trials began, Shinchi planned to take the hero Theodore out for leveling. After all, leveling up heroes in the early stages could bring a noticeable boost in combat power. Thus, Shinchi set out with Theodore and the skeleton army. The area around the territory had already been mostly cleared. To level up, they had to venture further. 4 hours later, Theodore officially broke through to level 7. Skeleton Archpriest Theodore HP 3627 spell attack, 2604 defense, 987. His strength was now sufficient. These stats were enough to ensure his survival on the battlefield. Next up was the second round of trials. Shinchi planned to use the skill Prayer of Eternal Rest to slaughter enemies relentlessly, driving his units to achieve a snowballing increase in power. He hurried back to the territory, using his mental link to summon all units gathering resources outside and all those grinding in the ancient battlefield, including Ajuan. Then, he began arranging the battle formation: over 1,400 skeleton warriors and archers, over 100 skeleton acolytes, 21 undead mages, 5 undead iron knights, 1 wailing wraith, 1 5-star hero, and 1 6-star hero. The skeleton army, like a dark cloud pressing down on the city, was overwhelming and spectacular. It was only the second day, yet the number of skeleton soldiers far exceeded that of the previous day. Even with Tier 3 trial difficulty, Shinchi felt no pressure at all. The highest difficulty was Tier 3, as long as no unreasonable Tier 4 difficulty suddenly appeared. Shinchi couldn't help but complain, but on second thought, he might be overthinking it. After all, the difficulty of the novice trial has only 3 levels, and it has remained unchanged for 100 years. At noon, the second round of trials officially began. The second wave of monsters is about to strike. This round consists of 3 waves of attacks: the first wave with 200 monsters, the second wave with 600 monsters, the third wave with 1,200 monsters, and a boss will appear. The trial lasts for 4 hours, regardless of whether the boss is defeated. All monsters will disappear after 4 hours. Lords, please prepare to resist the monster invasion and strive for points. The familiar system prompt echoed like a great bell across the entire trial area. 500 meters outside the territory, a black line appeared. A new wave of monster troops was steadily approaching. Shinchi focused his attention, staring in the direction of the enemy's attack. The enemy panel quickly popped up before his eyes. Second tier Wild Boarman warriors times 100. Second tier corrupted Treant hunters times 100. The Wild Boarman warriors charged at the forefront, with thick skin and flesh, wielding spiked clubs in one hand, snorting heavily through their noses. The corrupted Treant hunters held wooden bows, responsible for long-range attacks. Moreover, the corrupted Treants were immune to dark attribute attacks. But for Shinchi, facing his mighty army of skeletons, these monsters were hardly worth mentioning. Begin the battle, Shinchi commanded. Asen took the lead by activating General's Order, granting buffs to all members of the Jinyuan Legion. Melee critical hit rate increased by 30%, critical damage increased by 300%, attack speed increased by 70%, and defense enhanced by 100%. Under the talent Peerless Martial Arts, the cold weapon attack power of all subordinate units increased by 100%. Simultaneously, 100 skeleton disciples began chanting Codex Swift. The brilliance of the spell quickly enveloped the entire territory, instantly covering all skeleton archers. Our side shooting speed increased by 50%, combined with the 70% attack speed bonus from General's Order. The next moment, over 600 skeleton archers simultaneously drew their bowstrings to the fullest. Triple arrow shot. A rain of arrows surged forth like a tide, blotting out the sky and crushing toward the enemy at an astonishing speed, instantly covering the enemy army overhead. Like a flood breaking through a dam, it struck fiercely. Blood splattered, killing intent filled the air. The Wild Boarman warriors hadn't even had time to charge before being riddled with arrows, leaving no flesh intact. Over 200 monsters fell instantly, their corpses pierced with arrows, completely losing the ability to resist. In just one round of attack, in less than 10 seconds, the first wave of monsters was completely annihilated. Shinchi listened to the system's notification sounds ringing in his ears without even raising an eyebrow. This was basic operation. 1 minute later, the second wave of monsters attacked. Second tier corrupted Treant hunters times 200. Second tier Wild Boarman warriors times 200. Third tier corrupted Treant witch doctors times 200. Not only had the numbers doubled, but mage-type monsters had also appeared. The corrupted Treant witch doctors possessed auxiliary, control, and long-range attack capabilities. Skill Wild Blessing allows allied units to enter an excited state, increasing attack speed by 10% and defense by 3%. Skill Withered Curse, a long-range group control spell that causes enemies to decay by 1% per second for 30 seconds. When decay reaches 80%, the enemy turns into withered wood and dies. Skill Earthbind, a long-range area attack spell that activates plants within a 3-meter radius of the enemy, causing them to actively attack the enemy. These three skills were extremely troublesome. The Wild Boarman warriors and Treant hunters, under the effect of Wild Blessing, immediately became excited and launched fierce attacks. The Treant hunters simultaneously drew their bowstrings, releasing waves of arrows toward the enemy. However, in the next moment, our skeleton disciples collectively began chanting, Codex, Barrier. Before the Treant arrows could strike, transparent circular barriers quickly appeared above the skeleton army. Countless arrows collided with the barriers, producing crisp sounds and falling to the ground, completely unable to harm the skeleton soldiers, like eggs hitting stones. Immediately afterward, the skeleton archers began their counterattack. The terrifying rain of arrows descended once again, the dense barrage of arrows several times the scale of the Treant hunters, sweeping through the enemies like a plague of locusts, instantly taking out a large number of monsters. The remaining enemies were afflicted with the rust effect, significantly reducing their movement speed, as if heavy iron chains were bound to their feet. At this moment, the withered curse cast by the corrupted Treant witch doctors in the rear was completed. Within Shinchi's skeleton army, countless magical arrays and halos appeared instantly, covering more than a third of the forces. A large number of skeleton soldiers were afflicted with the decay status. Each round of withered curse lasted 30 seconds, increasing decay by 1% per second. If the Treant witch doctors cast 3 rounds of withered curse, Shinchi's skeleton soldiers would reach 80% decay and perish directly. Therefore, Shinchi not only had to clear all decay within 80 seconds but also had to kill all the Treant witch doctors within that time to stop their casting. At this critical moment, Theodore stepped forward. Gripping his grand staff with both hands, he began chanting. Moments later, his prayer was complete. Prayer. Blessing. This spell could dispel all negative statuses from allies within a 10-meter radius. A purple radiance burst forth from the tip of his staff, cascading over the surrounding skeleton soldiers. Those covered by the spell immediately shed their decay status. Prayer. Blessing, then entered a 14-second cooldown. The rain of arrows had cleared out many enemies, but more than half of the Treant army remained. Under the influence of Wild Blessing, they were slowly regenerating. Health. The corrupted Treant witch doctors in the rear cast Earthbind again. The spell caused plants within a 3-meter radius of the enemies to attack their targets. On the ground where the skeleton army stood, weeds and shrubs began to grow wildly. Soft blades of grass instantly turned into sharp knives, rapidly sprouting from the cracks in the earth. A skeleton archer walking forward was suddenly tripped by the grass blades emerging beneath his feet. More leaves broke free from their roots, vibrating with a hum and transforming into sharp flying knives. The leaves swarmed the skeleton archer like locusts, instantly severing his bony legs. The archer fell, and in the blink of an eye was reduced to a pile of bones. Across the battlefield, more branches and leaves of the shrubs transformed into the claws of the Treant witch doctors, severely disrupting the combat rhythm of the skeleton army. Seeing this, Shinchi immediately commanded the necromancers to chant Netherfire enchantment. Following this, 100 skeleton disciples opened their sacred tomes and simultaneously activated Tome Echo instantly, replicating and sharing the progress of the necromancers' Netherfire enchantment. 3 over 100 Netherfire enchantments were activated at once, imbuing the weapons of over 1,000 skeleton soldiers on the battlefield with a layer of blazing magical light. The iron swords of the skeleton warriors and the bows of the archers were enveloped in flames, radiating a warm power. Although the corrupted monsters were immune to dark attribute attacks, plant-type monsters were vulnerable to fire. The skeleton warriors swung their iron swords, effortlessly cutting through the grass blades shooting toward them. The necromancers continuously launched netherfire orbs, shattering the vines emerging from the ground. Soon, all the plants spawned by Earthbind were eradicated. At this moment, the Boarman warriors charged forward, closing in on the front lines. The undead cavalry led the skeleton warriors to meet them head-on. In an instant, the two sides clashed in close combat. The undead cavalry unleashed a bloody stomp, followed by a furious charge. Like an iron tower, they rampaged through the enemy ranks, trampling a large number of Boarman warriors. The densely packed skeleton warriors swung their iron swords, surrounding the enemies and preventing them from advancing any further. In the rear, the skeleton archers drew their bowstrings to the fullest. Simultaneously, the necromancers chanted in unison, gathering netherfire orbs. The skeleton disciples quickly replicated the spells. Seconds later, hundreds of massive ghostly blue fireballs appeared in the air. The scorching heat carried a murderous intent as they smashed into the enemies with force. The fire-enchanted rain of arrows struck first, piercing into the monster army. The sharp arrows, wrapped in blazing flames, burned away the life force of a large large swath of enemies. The remaining enemies were no longer a significant threat, but under the effects of Wild Blessing, they continued to desperately regenerate health. Then, fireballs rained down like a sky full of stars. Each fireball burst like fireworks, radiating dazzling brilliance as they swiftly struck the enemy forces. Under Theodore's prayer, resonance, blessing, the damage of each fireball was doubled. Boom! In an instant, the sea of fire engulfed the remaining monsters. Thick smoke billowed, ashes flew, and the scorching heat lingered for a long time. Under the continuous bombardment of the rain of arrows and fireballs, hundreds of enemies were reduced to a field of charred corpses. The second wave of monsters was completely annihilated. Theodore cast prayer, blessing, again cleansing all the skeleton soldiers of their decayed state. After these two intense battles, Shin-Chi had accumulated 150,000 prayer points, equivalent to 1.5 million freely distributable experience points. Without hesitation, Shin-Chi allocated 1 million experience points entirely to Theodore. Ding! Skeleton Archbishop Theodore leveled up from level 7 directly to level 37. Skeleton Archbishop Theodore, Emerald. Oath Cult, level, 37 HP, 20,874 magic attack, 13,189 defense, 6,015 agility, 102 Spirit, 459 Talent. Doctrine, Blessing LV2. The recovery speed of Spirit 4. Undead units under the Lord's command is increased fivefold, and all units are immune to light attribute suppression. Skill 1, Necromissile continuously fires necrotic energy orbs to attack enemies. Lasts 5 seconds, 2-second chant, 5-second cooldown. Skill 2, Prayer, Blessing LV2 dispels negative statuses of allies within a 30-meter radius, restoring 30% spirit, stamina, and resilience. Consumes 40 spirit, 5-second chant, 10-second cooldown. Skill 3, Prayer, Resonance LV2 increases the number of cult members casting the same spell simultaneously by 1, enhancing spell power by 4%. Lasts 4 minutes, consumes 80 spirit, 10-second chant, 1 minute cooldown. Skill 4, Last Light restores 2% HP per second for allies within a 5x5 area, lasting 10 seconds. Consumes 5 spirit, 4-second chant, 20-second cooldown. Skill 5, Falling Stars LV2 summons 20 meteors imbued with magical flames to bombard a designated area, causing massive area damage. The impact ignites fierce magical flames, burning all enemies passing through. Consumes 135 spirit, 20-second chant, 2-minute cooldown. Shin-Chi held his breath, staring in awe at the panel data. HP exceeded 20,000. Basic attack surpassed 13,000. Defense broke through 6,000. Not only that, but talents and skills had also been upgraded. Especially Prayer, Resonance LV2, where the spell damage bonus per additional cultist casting increased from +2% to +4%. This meant that if 100 cultists cast a spell together, the damage of a single spell would increase by 400%, making it 5 times the original. Additionally, Theodore's Falling Stars LV2 increased from 15 meteors to 20, significantly enhancing its destructive power. Theodore was only 1 star higher than Asen, but his attributes had undergone a qualitative leap. This was the power of high-star heroes' astonishing growth potential. Next, Shin-Chi allocated the remaining 50,000 prayer points to the skeleton cultists. All the skeleton cultists leveled up to at least level 10. Since the skeleton cultist spells Echo, Barrier, and Haste could greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the skeleton army, improving the cultists' attributes also boosted the power of these spells. 1 minute later, the final wave of monsters arrived. 200 Borman warriors, 300 corrupted Treant hunters, 300 corrupted Treant witch doctors, 200 tiger-headed warriors, and 200 crocodile warriors. The number of monsters had doubled compared to the second wave. This time, the orc forces were clearly stronger. The tiger-headed warriors wielded two-handed axes, their muscles bulging. The crocodile warriors carried tridents, their bodies covered in green scales. Their eyes gleamed with greed as they wildly swung their massive tails. Shin-Chi scanned the monster army, taking in the entire scene, but he was puzzled to find that there was no sign of a boss this time. What was going on? Shouldn't the boss appear at the end to lead the charge? Before Shin-Chi could react, the orc army had already charged forward. Blades flashed, the sound of battle roared to the heavens, and the killing intent seemed to materialize, spreading everywhere. This orc legion was like an impenetrable wall, determined to crush anyone in its path. Yet, Shin-Chi remained calm. Under his command, the wailing wraiths slowly ascended. In the next moment, over 600 skeletons shattered from the pit below, transforming into countless bone fragments that surged into the air like a tide. They coalesced into a massive bone hand, over 10 meters long. Bone Hand LV3. After numerous battles, the wailing wraiths' bone hand and bone armor skills had already reached level 3. The damage and defense were now tripled, equating to 2,061 points. Each bone fused tightly, and the giant hand slowly extended over the heads of the monsters monster army. Shadows instantly blanketed the sky. Before the orcs could react, the giant hand slammed down fiercely. Boom! Debris flew and dust filled the air. The ground was smashed into a massive crater. The bone hand slowly lifted back into the air, with blood and flesh still clinging to its palm. The bone hand continued to pound the front lines of the enemy, disrupting their formation with relentless strikes. At that moment, a dense fog rapidly spread, instantly engulfing the figures of the monster army. Immediately after, ferocious ghostly faces flew out from behind the skeleton army, filling the sky above the monsters. In the next moment, the ghostly faces seemed to lock onto their targets, swiftly diving into the bodies of the orc warriors. 21 necromancers worked in unison to complete the spell. Frost Curse and Ghoul Devour activated simultaneously. 100 skeleton warriors quickly replicated, expanding the range of the frost fog, while the number of ghoul curses increased rapidly. Although the orc army entered the spell's range of influence, they seemed unaffected by the frost fog and continued advancing without hesitation. The massive force slowly pushed toward the outskirts of the skeleton army. The ground trembled violently. The undead cavalry stood at the front line. Seeing the orc forces approaching, they immediately launched Bloody Trample and Frenzy Charge. The tiger-headed warriors were trampled mercilessly by the iron hooves, collapsing instantly, motionless. Following that, a spear thrust forward sharply. Squish! It pierced precisely through the ribs, penetrating the chest cavity. Blood spurted out instantly. -1854. A one-hit kill. On the battlefield, the frost fog still lingered. A dangerous aura hid within the mist, ready to erupt at any moment. Soon, the orcs within the frost fog suddenly stopped moving entirely. It was as if they were machines that had jammed. Upon closer inspection, they had all turned into ice sculptures. The undead cavalry, their rage meters full, raised their spears high. Execution spear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spears flew like arrows, piercing through the air. Thud, thud, thud. Each spear instantly penetrated 7 orcs frozen into ice. The orcs were killed in one blow, and the ghoul curses on their bodies were immediately triggered and detonated. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed continuously. Nearby frozen orcs were caught in the blast, shattering into countless ice shards in an instant. Frost Curse and Ghoul Devour triggered alternately, creating a chain reaction. The high damage spread rapidly through the monster army. The invading monsters were slaughtered in an instant, leaving a blank space on the battlefield. At the rear, skeleton archers drew their bowstrings, unleashing a rain of arrows that blotted out the sky. The arrow rain fell fiercely upon the remaining monster army. The mage corps chanted in unison, and group spectral fireballs quickly formed. A series of glowing fireballs followed the arrow rain, exploding amidst the monster horde. The orc army had arrived with overwhelming momentum, but under the powerful assault of the skeleton army, they were instantly reduced to rubble, crushed like dry weeds. After all, Shinshi's skeleton soldiers were no longer the fragile bone frames that would collapse at a touch. After significant enhancements, each skeleton soldier possessed formidable combat power. The assembled skeleton army was unstoppable, like a sharp steel blade piercing straight into the enemy ranks. 3 minutes later, over 1,000 monsters were completely annihilated. The battlefield was littered with corpses, devoid of any signs of life. Shinshi looked at the empty battlefield, but his mind remained vigilant. Something's not right. Although the monsters had been cleared, the boss had yet to appear. The sounds signaling the end of the battle hadn't rung either. Just as he was on high alert, a long, pitch-black shadow flashed across the battlefield and quickly disappeared. It stirred only a faint breeze but caught Shinshi's attention. He immediately focused and saw it clearly. A thick vine emerged from a crack in the ground. Swish, swish, swish. The vine swiftly wrapped around the corpse of a crocodile warrior, then yanked it underground in an instant, disappearing without a trace. More vines began to sprout from the ground. The corpses of orcs and tree spirits were dragged underground one by one. In no time, the ground began to tremble slightly and the air grew tense. Shinshi's expression turned serious. He knew the final battle was about to begin. The next moment, a massive shadow burst through the ground, sending dust flying. The shadow twisted its thick body like a giant serpent, slowly extending toward the sky. The stem, as thick as a concrete pipe, coiled and spiraled above the battlefield, rapidly expanding. Its length was estimated to exceed 100 meters. Branches sprouted from the stem, quickly unfurling into dense clusters of green foliage, instantly blotting out the sky. The giant vine's surface was covered with countless smaller vines. Between the gaps in the vines, faint glimpses of corpses' faces could be seen. The vines tightly coiled around the withered corpses of orcs, firmly attaching them to the stem. Dark red light spots floated from the corpses, converging along the vines toward the top. Like exposed blood vessels, they frantically absorbed nutrients from the corpses. At the very top of the vine, a massive, bright red flower bloomed. Its layers of petals were a vivid crimson, as if soaked in blood, exuding an eerie allure. Shin-Chi focused his gaze, and a panel appeared before him. Hellvine level, King tier, 3rd rank level value, 21 HP, attack, 2647 defense, 12589. This was the final boss. A king tier monster, and it was only the second trial, yet a king tier monster had appeared. It was simply unbelievable. Seeing the HP displayed as 3 question marks, Shin-Chi frowned deeply. Did this mean the health bar was invisible? Could it have an immortality attribute? He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Then, he noticed another panel appearing next to the massive red flower at the top of the vine. Corrupted heart flower, mature state, HP, 386, 690 attack, 1182 defense, 5141. Shin-Chi immediately understood. This flower was the core of the boss. As long as it had an HP bar, there was still a chance to defeat it. However, seeing the nearly 400,000 HP, his expression remained grim. Before he could think further, the Hellvine underwent another transformation. Small flower buds began to grow on various branches of the vine. Initially, they were only the size of buns. Before long, they grew into basin-sized buds. The buds were pale, pink, swollen, and on the verge of blooming. Across the entire vine, there were as many as 7 or 8 similar buds. Corrupted heart flower, bud, HP, 54-216. Defense, 2341. Description, buds produced by the Hellvine, capable of maturing into corrupted heart flowers. Shin-Chi's heart tightened. More than one flower? Before he could think further, the mature corrupted heart flower at the top suddenly trembled, emitting a dazzling red light. Hundreds of cone-shaped energy waves shot into the sky. These energy waves abruptly changed direction midair, plunging straight toward the skeleton army. A rain of light descended from the sky. Each drop of light carried a bone-chilling killing intent. Shin-Chi's expression changed drastically. The boss had begun its attack, and it was an all-encompassing assault. Each attack dealt over 1,000 damage. Without proper defense, Shin-Chi's army would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. Defend with all your might. The newly budding flowers were entirely different. They appeared even more ferocious and dangerous. The giant vine seemed to be infused with new vitality, rapidly regaining its vigor and writhing madly. Shin-Chi's brows furrowed tightly, and a wave of tension surged in his heart. He knew the battle was far from over. They had to seize the opportunity and not give the enemy any chance to breathe. He immediately issued orders to gather all the remaining skeleton soldiers and prepare for the next wave of fierce attacks. The atmosphere on the battlefield instantly grew tense, with everyone on edge, ready to fight. Shin-Chi took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. He knew this battle would determine whether they could leave this battlefield alive. The corrupted heart flower showed no changes. Corrupted heart flower, mature state, HP, 396, 493 attack, 1072 defense, 5041. Shin-Chi's face changed completely. He had originally thought that the flower buds would take some time to grow into their mature state. As long as they could deal with all the buds during this period, there shouldn't be a problem. But reality was entirely different. Every time a mature corrupted heart flower was killed, new buds immediately grew into mature flowers. There was no time interval at all. Moreover, the attributes of the newly matured corrupted heart flowers did not decrease. Nearly 400,000 HP, extremely high defense, terrifying attack power. Unfortunately, Ajuan's withering bone skill was already in its 5-minute cooldown. What now? It seemed that to defeat this boss, they had to simultaneously kill all the buds and mature corrupted heart flowers. They absolutely couldn't let any buds have the chance to grow. The corrupted heart flower itself had 400,000 HP, and each bud had 50,000 HP and 2,000 defense. Additionally, there were as many as 7 or 8 buds. Shin-Chi furrowed his brows, tightly pursing his lips, his mind racing. However, it wasn't entirely hopeless. Now, they could only give it a try. At that moment, the corrupted heart flower launched another attack. Shin-Chi immediately ordered the troops to enter defensive mode. At the same time, he instructed Theodore to continuously use last light to heal the skeleton army. Then, he began organizing a counterattack. The mature corrupted heart flower had an attack interval of about 8 seconds. They had to seize this gap to deliver all their output. Holding on until the corrupted heart flower stopped attacking, Shin-Chi immediately issued the order. Wailing Wraiths were to use their skill Frost of Resentment on the corrupted heart flower. The next moment, a mist filled with anger enveloped the corrupted heart flower. The Hellvine stiffened, completely immobilized. The corrupted heart flower drooped weakly on the branches, as if wrapped in a layer of frost. During the stiffened state, it could neither attack nor evade. Frost of Resentment bombardment lasted about 10 seconds. The target was immobilized, its defense reduced by 50%, and the team's output doubled. In other words, the next 10 seconds were their best opportunity for output. Simultaneously, the remaining 17 undead mages and 95 skeleton disciples on the field immediately began chanting Ghost Fireball together. Fire elements gathered at the tips of staffs and on the pages of books. The air was filled with a scorching aura. Over 100 fireballs quickly appeared in mid-air. The next second, all the fireballs were launched simultaneously. Like a torrent, converging into a sea, they all surged toward the corrupted Heartflower. Shin-Chi's plan was to have the skeleton disciples focus their firepower on the corrupted heart flower with Theodore's assistance using prayer, resonance. As long as enough disciples participated in the chant, the damage of each fireball would multiply, directly breaking through the defense. On the other side, Theodore had already silently completed a 20-second chant under Shin-Chi's instructions. Immediately, a massive magic array appeared beneath his feet, spinning wildly. The space seemed to ripple as if stirred. Falling stars. A few stars seemed to light up on the horizon, but these 20 faint points of starlight quickly grew brighter. They pierced through the clouds, whistling as they descended toward the ground. In an instant, they transformed into 20 massive meteors trailing flames and thick smoke. The hell vine on the ground and all the immature corrupted heartflower buds were locked onto by these meteors. The meteor swarm, wrapped in ghostly blue magic flames and trailing long plumes of smoke, suddenly crashed onto the battlefield. The scorching flames seemed to come from the molten lava of hell. At the moment of impact, the entire world seemed to tremble, and the air was filled with a tense atmosphere. A few seconds later, a meteor streaked across the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar, crashing fiercely into the center of the battlefield. The thick vines of the hell giant vine were completely enveloped by the shockwave of the meteor, covering every single bud. Minus 34,585. Minus 25,472. Minus 31,045. Damage numbers popped up one after another, striking awe into the hearts of all. Flames and explosions intertwined as the giant vine trembled violently, scattering leaves across the sky, which were instantly burned to ashes by the scorching demonic flames. Meanwhile, the corrupt heartflower endured over 100 consecutive fireball bombardments within just 10 seconds. Bright sparks flickered on and off, explosions shook the heavens and the earth, and thick smoke billowed upward. The corrupt heartflower was instantly blasted into pieces. The hell giant vine, as massive as a python, struggled desperately under the burning demonic flames, twisting frantically in an attempt to stop the fire, but to no avail. In the end, it withered inch by inch, turning into charred ashes. The buds that had not yet bloomed were also devoured by the flames. Shin-Chi looked up and witnessed this spectacular and awe-inspiring scene, unable to help but marvel. This is the power of advanced magic, capable of destroying the heavens and earth, shaking the soul. And this was merely a bronze-level spell. The battle ended completely at this moment. The air was still filled with crimson embers, and the residual heat of the demonic flames lingered for a long time. Shin-Chi's emotions were difficult to calm. He stared at the damage data displayed on the system panel. Nether Fireball concentrated attacks on the corrupt heartflower, with total damage exceeding 400,000. Shin-Chi's eyes widened. This damage perfectly matched his previous estimates. The corrupt heartflower had a defense as high as 5,000, while the average spell damage of the skeleton cult was only around 600. Logically, the skeleton cultists' nether fireballs should not have been able to break through the corrupt heartflower's defense. But the reality was different. Theodore's prayer, Resonance LV2, increased the damage of nether fireballs by 4 times. Resentful Frost hit the corrupt heartflower, first reducing its defense by 50% and then doubling the penetration damage from allies. More importantly, Resentful Frost caused the giant vine to enter a rigid state, unable to dodge attacks. Normally, the hell giant vine relied on its extremely high agility to easily evade attacks. To hit the corrupt heartflower with 100 nether fireballs was almost impossible. But with a series of buffs applied, the skeleton cult managed to deal damage comparable to withering bones within 10 seconds. Additionally, Theodore's falling stars brought large-scale bombardment, instantly wiping out all the buds and completely cutting off the corrupt heartflower's chance of recovery. Thus, the boss was completely defeated. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the boss, Hell Giant Vine. The familiar system notification arrived a few seconds late. You are the first lord in this region to complete this round of trials, with a time of 15 minutes and 21 seconds. You have received the boss kill rewards: Silver level skill book chest *1, Bronze, perfect level building blueprint *1. You have received the first clear rewards: 200,000 experience gift pack, 50,000 spirit crystal gift pack, Bronze, perfect level. Equipment chest *1, rare resource gift pack *1. You have received prayer points *409542. You have obtained drops: corrupt heartflower, seed, *1, wood, elemental essence, tier 4, *1. You have obtained a piece of Nether Authority Fragment. You have received the highest trial points *31742. You triggered the novice trial difficulty adjustment mechanism. The difficulty has been assessed as level 4. As compensation, trial points have been quadrupled, resulting in final trial points *126968. Shin-Chi was still immersed in the joy of victory. When he heard the last notification, he froze for a moment. Then he reacted and couldn't help but let out an angry roar. Damn heavens will, I'm really fed up. Level 4 difficulty actually appeared. This is absolutely ridiculous. Wasn't the highest difficulty supposed to be level 3? Now there's a level 4. Is this even reasonable? While all the other lords were still desperately resisting the monster tide. A familiar full server announcement rang out. Full server announcement. Shin-Chi from trial field number 9657 has become the first lord today to complete the novice trial, taking 15 minutes and 21 seconds. All the lords, in the midst of fierce battles, froze instantly. Shin-Chi? It's him again. Shin the Great has claimed the first clear again. At this moment, Lu Feichen was riding a tier 5 demon dragon, ferociously tearing apart the invading monsters, a confident smile on his face. To him, although the difficulty of this trial had increased, victory was still within his grasp. His tier 5 demon dragon had significantly boosted his strength. He speculated that the trial's difficulty had been upgraded to level 3 because the system detected his increased power. Generally, S-level talent holders only face level 2 difficulty, but he could challenge level 3, which meant the system acknowledged his strength. As long as he followed the plan, completing the trial within half an hour was entirely possible. Thinking of this, Lu Feichen felt even more triumphant. Suddenly, another full server announcement sounded in his ears. He froze, his face turning pale, his heartbeat stopping for a moment as he stood rooted to the spot. After a while, he finally reacted. It's him again. Lu Feichen's breathing quickened, his eyes widening in disbelief. That Shin-Chi managed to complete the trial in under 20 minutes for 2 consecutive days? Could it be that yesterday wasn't just luck? His face was filled with shock. A suspicion crept into his mind. Regardless of level 1, 2, or 3 difficulty, it was no challenge for Shin-Chi. His strength could easily crush any difficulty. But Lu Feichen couldn't accept this fact. He had been admired by everyone since childhood. How could he tolerate someone far surpassing him? He gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. How could such a person exist? Impossible. His emotions were completely thrown off, and his combat rhythm was affected. On the other side, Lin Hongyu was equally stunned. Shin-Chi, Shin-Chi, always Shin-Chi, like a nightmare that wouldn't go away. After a day's effort, he had finally managed to push Shin-Chi's shadow out of his mind. But now, he felt Shin-Chi towering above him, looking down on him with disdain, mocking his overconfidence, and trampling him underfoot. The humiliation was overwhelming. What kind of monster was this Shin-Chi? Tier 6 units? High-level heroes? A child of destiny? Or a system glitch? The chat channel exploded instantly. Holy crap, Shin the Great got the first clear again, and he was 2 minutes faster than yesterday. This is like rubbing us rookies' faces into the ground. I finally understand, no matter what we say, Shin the Great is going to take the first clear, completely ignoring us. Weren't people hyping up that guy with tier 5 units before? So many were shouting about him. Where is he now? Ha, they're probably too embarrassed to show their faces now. Those who had previously hyped up Lu Feichen and belittled Shin-Chi were now red-faced and silent. Hearing the full server announcement of Shin-Chi's first clear again shocked millions of lords. Their faces burned with shame. Previously, some had argued convincingly that Shin-Chi's first clear on the first day might have been due to luck. Now, they felt like their faces had been slapped swollen. Zhang Yu was one of them. He came from the top-tier Central Academy in the Imperial Capital, the #1 Lord Academy in the capital. Central Academy had produced most of the top 10 scorers on the National Novice Trial Leaderboard over the past 5 years. For the past 3 years, the top scorer on the trial leaderboard, the so-called Rookie King, had all come from Central Academy. Zhang Yu was born into a lord family and awakened an A-level talent. He considered himself very familiar with the rules of the novice trial, but Shin-Chi's appearance completely shattered his understanding and judgment. If Shin-Chi were a genius with an S-level talent or higher, he should have been discovered long ago. Yet, when he investigated on the first day, he found no information about this person. If Shin-Chi had only relied on luck to claim the first clear on the first day, then his second first clear today couldn't be explained. Who could rely on luck to claim 2 consecutive first clears? At this moment, Zhong Yu was scrolling through the chat channel. Seeing rows of messages praising Shin-Chi, his face turned pale. Could it be that this Shin-Chi really has the strength to claim 2 first clears? Hidden talent? Extremely lucky? Or a core member of a super family? After hesitating for a long time, Zhongyu opened the system panel and clicked on a hidden window that couldn't be seen in the regular interface. Central Senior Year Group 1. This was a chat group specifically created by the high-level elites of top families. It gathered the offspring of these families and the geniuses of academies. This group could bypass the supervision of the Heavenly Tao, allowing members in different trial zones to communicate with each other. Zhongyu used his mental power to send a message in the group. Who among you cleared the trial today? Not long after, someone replied, "Are you kidding? It's been less than half an hour." Another reply came, but the one most likely to clear it in under half an hour is still the great Pei Tingqiao. That's right, Pei Shen has double S-level talent. He's the top potential candidate of our Central Academy, and the fastest to clear would definitely be him. Zhongyu swallowed nervously and replied, trembling, "Someone in our zone cleared it in 15 minutes. The chat, which had only a few people talking, suddenly exploded with question marks. What are you talking about, Zhongyu? Did a monster eat your brain? Do you know what clearing in 15 minutes means? Don't talk nonsense." Exactly, even Pei Shen only dares to aim for half an hour. 15 minutes? That would go down in history. Meanwhile, in the Central Academy of the Imperial Capital, inside a high-level conference room, the spacious room was filled with people, all intently focused on the large screen at the front. The screen was divided into over a dozen small windows, live-streaming the real-time footage of the Novice Lord trial. Seated below were the core high-level members of the Academy, including the Vice Principal, the Dean, senior mentors, as well as representatives from major families and guilds in the Imperial Capital, each a renowned figure with unfathomable strength. At the center of the screen was Pei Tingqiao. The Academy had long been accustomed to using special methods to gain Heavenly Tao permissions, opening livestream channels to observe the novice trials comprehensively. At this moment, at the research station on one side of the conference room, researchers were continuously testing various data fed back from the livestream channel. Suddenly, a researcher broke out in a cold sweat, his expression serious. After hesitating for a moment, he reported to the Academy's high-level members, "We've detected a parameter with a significant change. The specific data hasn't been fully analyzed yet, but the preliminary judgment is, a rule in the novice trial has been altered or modified. Further speculation suggests that the difficulty level of the trial has been adjusted." Upon hearing this, the high-level members frowned one after another, exchanging glances. Over the years, humanity's upper echelons had thoroughly understood the rules of the novice trial, including its timing, scale, and difficulty distribution. These rules had remained almost unchanged for decades, but now, they discovered that the trial's difficulty might have changed. The trial only had 3 difficulty levels, how could it change? After a moment of silence, one of the high-level members spoke. "Continue observing." Asterisk in the livestream footage. Pei Tingqiao summoned a 5th-tier unit, Martial Godguards, fiercely attacking the demon army. According to the plan, he could deal with the 3rd wave of monsters within 10 minutes. When the notification sound from Central Senior Year Group 1 pinged, Pei Tingqiao had a moment of leisure and opened the group chat. He hadn't intended to speak, just to see if there was anything interesting. Instead, he saw Zhongyu's message. Someone in his zone had cleared the novice trial in 15 minutes and had consecutively claimed the first clear twice. The group was already in an uproar. Zhongyu even posted screenshots of the system's history records in the group to prove it was true. Pei Tingqiao looked at the message, his brows furrowing, his expression darkening. Then, he shook his head disdainfully. Now even the novice trial had people cheating. He couldn't help but post a comment, "Fake. Most likely bypassed the system's monster kill detection to falsify the results." In other words, commonly known as exploiting a bug. This kind of thing is rare, but not unheard of. There are historical records of it. 4 years ago, someone did the same thing, clearing the first trial in 21 minutes. In the end, they were investigated by the Heavenly Tao, proven to have cheated, and had all their achievements, rewards, character levels, troops, and even their lordship erased on the spot. As soon as Pei Tingqiao finished speaking, the group chat exploded. If the big shot says it's fake, then it must be fake. As expected, there's no way someone could clear it in 15 minutes. This person is really bold, daring to cheat right under the Heavenly Tao's nose. What was that person's name again? Shin-Chi, right? Zhongyu, I suggest you report him quickly, or the other top players in your district will be treated unfairly. Zhongyu felt much more at ease after seeing these comments. He made up his mind and reopened the district chat channel. Amid the voices praising Shin-Chi, he dropped a bombshell. "Everyone, I think Shin-Chi might have exploited a bug to get the first clear. UVE learned in your lordship courses, right? The Heavenly Tao would never let a novice pass so easily. No matter how skilled you are, the difficulty will be adjusted to balance things out. No one in history has ever cleared it in under 20 minutes. Do you really think Shin-Chi would be the first?" As soon as he said this, the chat channel exploded. Someone actually exploited a bug? Do they think this is a single-player game? Why are you so unwilling to accept Shin-Chi's success? Why smear his name. Another person chimed in, hold on, don't rush. He has a point. The stronger the lord, the higher the difficulty. Even for an S-rank expert, the difficulty would be adjusted to level 2. There's no way it would let you clear it so easily. So clearing it in under 20 minutes is extremely suspicious, but there have been cases in history where people used bugs to clear trials. There's really a bug? Zhongyu said, I've already reported Shinchi's results through special channels, requesting a system investigation. Whether it's a bug or not will soon be clarified. If it's real, so be it. If it's fake, the Heavenly Tao will punish him severely. He continued typing quickly, a smug smile on his face, as if he were performing a noble act of justice. Everyone, I'm doing this for the good of our district. No one wants to see a cheating player brazenly sitting at the top of the leaderboard, right? I never expected things to escalate like this. This is just too outrageous. Could it be that Shinchi really cheated? What's going on here? Haven't you noticed? It seems like no one actually knows Shinchi as a person, and no one has seen his talents. Whoa, that's true. Usually, any big-name player would be all over the place on the first day. So, is he just pretending for the sake of appearances? Does he think getting on the district-wide announcement is that prestigious? The atmosphere in the chat channel grew increasingly strange, and everyone's comments became more pointed, each person convinced they had uncovered the truth. Zhongyu's mood improved instead. Yes, this was how it should be. He enjoyed this feeling of being in control of everything. However, at that moment, the system notification sound suddenly blared, shocking everyone. Global announcement: Lord Shinchi from District 9657 has triggered a difficulty adjustment for the novice trial. After evaluation, it has been upgraded to level 4 difficulty. As the first lord in history to trigger level 4 trial difficulty, this is a global announcement. This announcement has been confirmed and authorized by the primary system. The global announcement dropped. The chat channel fell silent in an instant. Across thousands of novice trial districts and millions of novice lords nationwide, everyone was stunned into silence. Immediately after, the chat channel was flooded with rows of. Zhongyu's mind went blank. He had just confidently reported Shinchi for cheating, and then, a global announcement came out. Shinchi had actually become the first person in history to trigger level 4 trial difficulty? What? When Pei Tingchao heard the announcement, his first reaction was, isn't this the Shinchi from Zhongyu's district who was reported for cheating? Do they announce cheating cases globally now? 2 seconds later, Pei Tingchao was completely dumbfounded. His jaw dropped, and he was utterly shocked. Level 4 trial difficulty? He was so astonished that his mouth hung open. He kept replaying the rules of the novice trial in his mind. As a SS level talent, he only activated the 3rd level difficulty. But Shinchi not only automatically advanced to the 4th level by the system, he also cleared it in just 15 minutes? For a full minute, Pei Tingchao stood frozen in place. His mind was in chaos, his ears buzzing. A wave of bitterness rose uncontrollably in his heart. After a long while, he slowly calmed down, clenched his fists, and his gaze turned dark. But even if you didn't cheat, so what? This year's Rookie King will still only come from the Imperial Central Academy. After all, how can you alone compare to the resources of a top academy? Central High School, a group of people. After a long silence, someone finally asked softly, doesn't this Shinchi have the same name as the cheater from Zhongyu's district? After a long pause, the despondent Zhongyu took a deep breath and replied, it's Shinchi from my district. I just reported him. Another silence followed. Could it be that Shinchi really cheated, but the 4th level difficulty was a system error? Someone immediately responded, didn't you hear clearly? This is a full server announcement authorized by the highest level system. At this level, such news can't be wrong. Then, I feel like my understanding of reality is collapsing. Central Academy Leadership Office. Through the live broadcast, everyone present clearly heard the full server announcement. The room was silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Even the researchers stopped their work, unable to believe what they were seeing. CE stared at the live broadcast for a long time. Finally, someone sighed softly. It seems the modified rules are the reason why the 4th level trial became so difficult. For heaven's will to actively change the rules, what kind of existence is hidden behind this? Could it be an SSS level talent? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone instinctively turned their gaze to that man. After all, an SSS level talent hadn't appeared in over a decade. Every time an SSS level talent emerged, it was a monumental event for the endless land, capable of influencing the fate of countless races. In chat channel 96 2657. At this moment, no one doubted Shin-Chi's strength and achievements anymore. He had cleared the trials twice in record time, each under 20 minutes, and even activated the 4th level trial difficulty. With such results, who would still believe it was just luck? That would be absurd. Guys, I think our district has produced a big shot who might shock the entire nation. Has anyone seen what Shin-Chi looks like? It'd be easier to butter him up if I recognize him. Laughs. Haven't seen him. I'm in the Western Desert District. Have you guys seen him? Here in the Northern Mountain District. Haven't seen him either, but I've seen Lu Feichen. Does anyone know what talent Shin-Chi has? I think it's at least SS level. Could the Big Shot's troop specialization be abyssal species, elves, or the Holy Empire Legion? Angels? I'm guessing angels. What other race could be stronger than angels? True, angel lords have a low awakening probability but the highest potential. Suddenly, someone cautiously said, could it be the undead type? I think undead plagues are pretty cool too. The chat channel fell silent for a few seconds. Then, a wave of mocking laughter erupted. Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious, bro. Do you even know what you're saying? Think before you speak, or you'll embarrass yourself with your ignorance. Undead Lord first clear? Don't joke around. Biggest joke of the day, 1/1. Have you ever seen an Undead Lord successfully develop? In the past 10 years, there hasn't been a single high-tier troop from the Undead type on the rookie rankings. True, let me put it this way, if an Undead Lord could develop, they definitely haven't encountered my slime army. Laughs. If Shin-Chi turns out to be an Undead Lord, I'll livestream myself eating crap. Don't say I'm bluffing. Asterisk. Shin-Chi was completely unaware that his name had already spread across rookie trial zones nationwide. Countless people remembered this name in an extremely short time. What followed was curiosity, comparison, jealousy, despair, and admiration. Shin-Chi knew nothing about all this. Next, he began to tally the gains from this trial. First, he dealt with the free experience points. In his hands, a 200,000 experience gift package plus 400,000 prayer points. A total of over 4 million free experience points. As per the usual routine, upgrade the heroes first. She allocated 1 million experience points each to Ajuan and Theodore. The two heroes immediately burst into dazzling upgrade light. Then, the pleasant upgrade notifications sounded. Ding! Your hero skeleton Captain Ajuan has been upgraded to level 42. Your hero skeleton Archbishop Theodore has been upgraded to level 42. Shin-Chi couldn't help but sigh. Previously, less than 1 million experience points could directly upgrade a unit to level 37. Now, after adding another million, it only increased by 5 levels. There's no choice. After level 35, each level up consumes hundreds of thousands of experience points, making it extremely difficult. However, now Shin-Chi's two heroes have successfully broken through the level 40 threshold. Shin-Chi eagerly checked the panel. Skeleton Captain Ajuan, Jinyuan Legion, quality, 5-star hero level, 42 HP, 13048 attack, 8567 defense, 4875. Skill 2, General's Order, LV1 LV3, increases melee critical hit rate for all Jinyuan Legion members from 30% to 50%, melee critical damage from 300% to 400%, attack speed from 70% to 100%, and defense by 100%. Duration extended from 30 minutes to 1 hour, cooldown reduced to 20 minutes. Skeleton Archbishop Theodore, Emerald Oath Cult, quality, 6-star, hero level, 42 HP, 22, 547 magic attack, 15, 247 defense, 8, 721. Skill 2, Prayer Blessing, LV2 LV3, expands the range from 30 meters to 50 meters to dispel negative statuses of allies, restore 40% of mental strength, stamina, and resilience. Consumes 80 mental strength, chant time 5 seconds, cooldown 10 seconds. The panel attributes have greatly improved. Skills have also been upgraded. Shin-Chi was most satisfied with Ajuan's General's Order, which directly upgraded from level 1 to level 3. The melee critical hit rate jumped from 30% to 50%, meaning a critical hit could be triggered every 2 attacks. Critical damage increased from 3 times to 4 times. Duration doubled to 1 hour. This skill is simply a super boost in battle. It greatly enhances the Legion's combat power. As for Theodore's Prayer Blessing, the spell range is wider, and the effect of dispelling negative statuses is stronger. It's an excellent enhancement for mage units. Mage casting consumes mental strength, and Blessing can restore 40% of mental strength for surrounding units every 10 seconds. This greatly improves the sustained combat ability of mages. Shin-Chi still had over 2 million experience points, which he evenly distributed among other units. Ding! Skeleton Warrior upgraded to level 20. Skeleton Archer upgraded to level 19. Undead Mage upgraded to level 17. 17. Wailing Wraith upgraded to level 19. Undead Iron Cavalry upgraded to level 14. Upgrade notifications kept ringing. Shin-Chi then took out today's major reward, the silver level skill book chest. This was the first silver quality resource obtained after the novice trial, and it was a rare skill book. Only the second day, and his luck was truly off the charts. Ding! Obtains silver level skill, guillotine, usage. Restriction, swordsman class, level 20 and above. When attacking the enemy's neck, head, or heart and other weak points, gain 1 layer of killing intent. Accumulate 5 layers of killing intent to unleash the sword skill decapitation. Decapitation is a sword skill with 5 times attack power. Up to 3 decapitation charges can be stored. Amazing. This is a swordsman exclusive sword skill, perfectly suited for Ajuan. As long as you attack the enemy's weak points, you can accumulate killing intent. Once it reaches 5 stacks, you can unleash a decapitation, dealing 5 times the damage, and it can be stored up to 3 times. Most importantly, the skill has no cooldown. It can completely serve as a regular damage output method. Ajuan's ultimate skill, Withered Bones, is Shin-Chi's trump card, but its cooldown is as long as 5 minutes. That's too long. The margin for error is too low. Now, with the skill, Guillotine, the situation is entirely different. After stacking Unparalleled Martial Arts, General's Order, and the Decay effect of the Bronze Knight Sword, Ajuan can deal multiple hits exceeding 100,000 damage in a short time. Not to mention the 50% melee critical rate increase and 400% critical damage boost from General's Order, allowing him to deal up to 400,000 damage per second consecutively. Moreover, as long as there are enough enemy minions, Ajuan can continuously accumulate battle intent and stack decapitation, maintaining a terrifying level of regular output to compensate for the downtime of Withered Bones. This is the power of a silver tier skill. Shin-Chi didn't hesitate to hand the Guillotine skill book to Ajuan, who quickly mastered it. Shin-Chi then opened the bronze perfect grade equipment chest and obtained a set of Hellvine soft armor, including a chestplate, shoulder guards, and leg guards, all woven from fine, soft vines. Defense plus 642, HP regeneration plus 1% per second, curse resistance plus 10%. Shin-Chi's eyes lit up, thinking this was practically a life-saving artifact, and he put it on without hesitation. After all, even a random skeleton soldier in the Legion could easily defeat him. He was the weakest in the team, and no one needed protective gear more than he did. Then, he took out the last bronze perfect grade resource, a building blueprint. Swish, system notification, you have obtained a bronze perfect grade territory template, graveyard. Buildings within the territory will automatically adopt an undead style territory attributes. Undead units adapt better, attribute growth plus 2%, recruitment cost for undead units reduced by 5%. He actually got a territory template, and it's undead themed. Territory templates are special buildings that can transform the entire territory style and add attributes. Newbie lords usually only have a lonely little wooden hut and a few rows of wooden fences, but with a territory template, the buildings will transform into the characteristic style of the corresponding race. For example, an elf lord's territory could become a tree of life, a dragon lord's could become a dragon's nest, and an orc lord's could become an orc stronghold, and so on. Territory templates are treasures every lord dreams of, extremely rare. However, graveyard sounds a bit strange, kind of ominous. Does this mean I'll have to sleep in a graveyard from now on? Shin-Chi hesitated. But you can't have both power and aesthetics. If he had to sleep in a graveyard, so be it. At worst, he'd craft himself the most stylish coffin. Just as he was about to activate graveyard, the system suddenly popped up a notification. Trait: Nether guidance triggered. Detected unstable planar bubble nearby. Your graveyard has automatically evolved into a mythical grade territory template, Eternal Night Necropolis. Shin-Chi was stunned. 3 seconds later, he was completely shocked. It upgraded to mythical grade again? Territory template, Eternal Night Necropolis, mythical grade. The Lords of the Nether eternally slumber here, listening to the mournful cries of ravens. Attribute 1, undead units adaptability greatly enhanced, attribute growth plus 20%, attribute 2, recruitment cost for undead units reduced by 20%, recruitment cost for other units reduced by 10%, attribute 3, undead units within the territory automatically regenerate health, recovering 2% per second until fully healed. Attribute 4, territory buildings durability increased by 500%, attribute 5, Lord's core health increased tenfold, attribute 6, territory range expanded tenfold, attribute 7, territory warehouse capacity expanded tenfold, attribute 8, a semiplane was created with the territory fully encompassing it can also actively hide the existence of the territory, ensuring that no one will ever discover it. Note, the territory template evolves continuously with upgrades. Shin-Chi stared at the massive amount of attribute data that popped up in front of him, almost short-circuiting his brain. Is this the legendary mythical level territory template? The additional attributes are simply dazzling. A 20% growth bonus for undead units, meaning that with every level up, their original attributes increase by an additional 20%. Moreover, undead units automatically regenerate health upon entering the territory until fully healed. The territory can also block all traces, making it completely undetectable, untraceable, and unscoutable. If you make enemies outside and they want to raid or ambush you, no way, they won't even find the place. Shin-Chi's heartbeat quickened as he opened the territory attribute panel and looked at the newly upgraded stats. Netherworld Realm, Lord, Shin-Chi, Level 2, Template, Eternal Night Grave Soil, Health, 5,000, Area, 3,000 square meters, Warehouse Capacity, 10,000, Territory Attributes, 8 in total, click to view, Resources required for upgrade, 10,000 Spirit Crystals, 10,000 Stones, 10,000 Wood, 5,000 Iron Ore, 3,000 Crystals, 1,000 Silver, or 500 Agate. Shin-Chi closed the panel and looked ahead. The territory, originally only 300 square meters, had suddenly expanded to 3,000 square meters. The previously ordinary, even somewhat shabby, two-story building had now transformed into a massive castle covering over 300 square meters. Its imposing presence was enough to make one's heart race. The main structure of the castle was built with obsidian, its walls engraved with intricate patterns, and its windowsills and door pillars adorned with crystal skulls. The castle featured a front courtyard and a backyard, connected by arched corridors made of jade-like bones. The courtyard was decorated with over a dozen dark golden skeletal candelabras, each burning with ghostly blue flames. Stepping into the courtyard, even the air felt a few degrees cooler. It was perfect, completely befitting the grandeur of a high-level undead lord. Shin-Chi entered the castle and took a tour inside. There were over a dozen large rooms, a first-floor hall, bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, gym, entertainment room, warehouse. Every functional area was fully equipped. Every detail matched his aesthetic and needs perfectly, as if it were a custom-built private mansion just for him. Amazing. This is what a level 2 territory template should be like. Absolutely extraordinary. What would the appearance and additional attributes be like when the territory reaches level 9? Shin-Chi returned to the first floor hall. In the center of the hall, a long red carpet stretched from the entrance to a platform at the far end. On the platform sat a massive skeletal throne. The throne was inlaid with gleaming green gemstones and gold, exuding unparalleled luxury. 3 meters in front of the throne was a small pool, with a large, crystal-clear gem floating above the water's surface. This was the territory core. Shin-Chi walked over and comfortably sat on the throne, resting his chin on one hand as he relaxed. He closed his eyes and let out a satisfied sigh. After a while, Shin-Chi opened his character panel. After the second trial, he had already reached level 20. He was now officially an intermediate lord. Levels 1 to 10 were for novice lords. Levels 11 to 20 were for junior lords. At level 20, he had become an intermediate lord. His mental power had already reached 1054. But what excited him the most was the silent addition of a new talent on the panel. Trait 9, Undead Enslavement. Death is not the end, even corpses can serve me. After killing an enemy, there is a 30% chance to temporarily resurrect them, turning them into a ghost, skeleton, or zombie, retaining 30% of their combat power from before death, and obeying your commands. Duration, 30 minutes. Shin-Chi was stunned. Isn't this trait essentially the necromancer's summoning spell? After killing an enemy, he could actually turn them into his undead warriors to continue fighting enemies after death. Could become ghosts, zombies, or skeletons and join his undead army. Killing opponents not only eliminated threats but also turned them into his allies. Although the current trait is only at level 1, the resurrected undead are just 1/3, and the duration is only 30 minutes. It is already extremely exaggerated. It's like a snowball effect. The more you kill, the greater the advantage, eventually leading to an overwhelming situation. Besides this new ability, Shin-Chi also noticed a conspicuous plus sign next to Undead Allegiance. He clicked on the plus sign. This trait can be upgraded, requiring 1 Nether Authority Fragment. What is this? Shin-Chi found a new entry at the bottom of the taskbar. Nether Authority Fragment 1. He remembered that this item was obtained after completing the second trial. It seems his talent trait can actually be upgraded. This is so rare. Upgrading requires Nether Authority Fragment. Without hesitation, Shin-Chi clicked the plus sign next to Undead Allegiance. Ding! The trait, Undead Allegiance, has been upgraded to LV2. You can now detect and summon all undead within a 1,000-meter radius, making them your subjects. Consumes mental energy. My god! The summoning range of Undead Allegiance expanded from close range to a full 1,000 meters. Summoning undead within such a large range at once. This talent only upgraded once, yet its power increased so much. much? Shen Qi was stunned. However, it took him 2 whole days to obtain one Nether Authority fragment. Clearly, this item is not easy to acquire. He tried clicking on Nether Authority fragment to see a detailed description. Unexpectedly, the system indeed popped up a prompt. Nether Authority is the embodiment of the rules of death. Acquisition method: killing bosses has a chance to drop it. Shen Qi's heart sank. It seems that to collect Nether Authority fragments, he must continuously challenge bosses. The bosses mentioned here refer to the lords in the novice trials or the monster leaders in various dungeons, secret realms, and ruins. Trials can only be challenged once a day, but multiple dungeons refresh daily. It seems dungeon farming must be prioritized. Additionally, Shen Qi felt that the potential of the divine talent, Nether Monarch, was far beyond this. Not only does it have 15 traits, but each trait can also be upgraded. This is incredible. After daydreaming for a while, Shen Qi closed his personal panel. He then took out the final reward from this round of trials, the corrupted heartflower seed. A giant vine seed growing in the corners of the depths of hell, clinging to dark cliffs, belongs to the dual-type plant and darkness race. First, cultivate it to sprout using hell rock, then feed it with corpses and flesh. After 4 developmental stages, it will finally mature. The initial seed is tier 4, and it increases by 1 tier with each stage, reaching a maximum of tier 7 maturity. Looking at this inconspicuous dark seed, Shen Qi was stunned. Starting at tier 4, and it can eventually reach tier 7? What does tier 7 mean? This is a typical overlord level unit. Only lords commanding tier 7 units can be called super overlords. Overlords are high-level titles for lords above level 60. They guard regions, are renowned, and command awe across all races. Shen Qi's heartbeat quickened, his breathing grew rapid, and he was so excited he could hardly calm down. However, the corrupted heartflower seed must first be cultivated with hell rock. Now is not the time. He would plant it slowly once he reached the endless land. Next, Shen Qi summoned and converted 100 undead mages. This time, it cost 90,000 spirit crystals. Using Eternal Night Summoning, he resummoned the units defeated during the trial. He had the skeleton weapon specialists forge special weapons. Following the plan, he arranged various territorial affairs to steadily enhance overall strength. At this moment, the chat channel exploded. Holy crap, I heard our zone spawned. A nightmare level dungeon today? Nightmare level? Stop joking. In the first 4 days of the novice trial, only normal and hard dungeons appear. Nightmare dungeons only have a chance to spawn after the 5th day. Exactly, the resources from a single nightmare dungeon are enough for a group of top-tier lords to use for a long time. How could it refresh so soon? It's true, I got the information from an A-level lord. If you want to exchange coordinates, message me privately, the price is negotiable. That guy above isn't a scammer, right? Forget it, if there really were a nightmare dungeon, the major lords would have already formed teams to occupy it. We solo players wouldn't stand a chance. Asterisk in the mountains. A suspension bridge spans a mist-filled ravine, connecting the cliffs on either side. In front of the bridge, a group of thieves has set up camp. At the center of the camp stands a tall watchtower, with archers on guard. Lord Feng Lu hides behind a sturdy camphor tree not far away, secretly observing the thieves' camp. Her brows are furrowed, lips tightly pressed, and her right hand anxiously grips the hem of her skirt. This suspension bridge is the only way to the mountain on the other side, but it has been occupied by thieves. After nearly 10 minutes of observation, there are at least 30 short sword thieves, 10 archer thieves, and 20 dual-blade bandits in the camp. However, she only has 20 deer-head assassins and 15 support-type flower spirits. To cross the bridge, she must defeat this group of thieves, but she simply can't win. Feng Lu feels as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, not to mention being completely outnumbered. The watchtower's surveillance range is too wide. If she sends troops close, they'll immediately be surrounded by archers. She has already lost 2 deer-head assassins due to carelessness. Thus, she needs to find someone to form a team and raid the thieves' camp. After hesitating for a moment, she makes up her mind and turns to walk back alone the forest path she came from. This path isn't remote, it's the main route connecting the 2 mountain peaks. Logically, she should encounter passing novice lords. When the time comes, she can persuade them to team up. Time ticks by. The mountain forest is eerily quiet, with no sign of birds or beasts. Under the sunlight, the shadows of the trees slowly shift. Half the day passes, yet not a single person appears. Feng Lu grows increasingly anxious. Why hasn't anyone come? This doesn't make sense. Just as she paces in place, a crisp sound of a dry branch snapping echoes. Feng Lu raises her head alertly. A tall, thin figure is slowly approaching from afar. She really encountered someone. Feng Lu is overjoyed, feeling much more at ease, and quickly steps forward to greet them. Hello, excuse me, could you help me with something? The newcomer is Shin-Chi. He suddenly hears a soft female voice beside him, stops in his tracks, and looks up, his gaze full of caution. Feng Lu notices his tense expression and immediately explains, there's a suspension bridge ahead, the only way to the mountain on the other side, but it's occupied by a group of thieves. I can't get through alone, so I want to cooperate with you. Her words are sincere, without a hint of deceit, and she doesn't seem threatening. Shin-Chi doesn't rush to respond. His gaze passes through the chaotic trees and looks into the distance. Sure enough, he sees the suspension bridge and the thieves' camp Feng Lu mentioned. Feng Lu thinks for a few seconds and softly agrees. Alright. She had been extremely nervous, but hearing his agreement, her heart instantly fills with joy. This person is quite agreeable. She smiles so brightly her eyes curve. I have 20 deer-head assassins and 15 flower spirits. Our forces can coordinate to lure out and eliminate the thieves. By the way, what kind of troops do you have? Feng Lu doesn't finish her sentence, as her peripheral vision suddenly catches sight of the dense shadows behind Shin-Chi. Judging by the numbers, there are at least 50 or 60. She feels a surge of delight, thinking this battle is as good as won. However, due to the dim light in the forest, she doesn't see clearly at first. After 2 seconds, her eyes adjust to the light, and she finally sees Shin-Chi's troops. It's a group of skeleton soldiers. Feng Lu is stunned. Ah, these are undead troops? She can't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. All fragile skeletons that fall apart at a touch, how can they fight? She grits her teeth and decides, fine, skeleton soldiers may be weak, but their numbers can serve as shields to absorb damage, giving her deer-head assassins a chance to attack. She forces a smile and says to Shin-Chi, let your skeleton soldiers go first to draw the thieves' attention, and my deer-head assassins will follow closely behind. Alright. Shin-Chi nodded without saying much. In fact, he didn't pay much attention to Feng Lu's specific plan. He raised his hand and waved, commanding the skeleton soldiers to set off. Feng Lu nervously watched the orderly skeleton troops march out, her mind racing on how to arrange things more thoroughly. She wanted the antler assassins to follow closely behind the skeleton soldiers, using them as cover. When the thieves attacked the skeletons, the assassins could counterattack. The flower spirits would provide timely support, especially guarding against the thieves' archers. However, within the next minute, she realized she had overthought it. She watched in astonishment as 20 skeleton soldiers swept through the thieves' stronghold like a swarm of locusts. No matter how the thieves charged, they were taken down in one strike. Feng Lu was dumbfounded, her face full of disbelief, until the skeleton soldiers finished clearing the stronghold and returned in neat formation. Only then did Shin-Chi slowly approach. She gaped in shock, unable to believe it. Since when did the undead lord become this powerful? This person was probably about the same as her, with a D-level talent, or maybe even C-level. Feng Lu quickly adjusted her expression, closing the distance with a much warmer tone. Thank you. I didn't expect you to be this amazing. Shin-Chi merely nodded indifferently, neither agreeing nor denying. With the crisis resolved, Feng Lu relaxed and began to carefully observe the boy in front of her. She hadn't expected him to be so handsome. His features were sharp, his brows and eyes strikingly attractive. Although his face was tense, he exuded an extraordinary aura. Feng Lu's heart raced, and she couldn't help but ask, have you heard about the nightmare-level dungeon in our zone? Shin-Chi looked puzzled. Nightmare-level dungeon? Ah, you haven't been paying attention to the chat channel? Never mind. The place I'm heading to is that dungeon. I went through a lot of trouble to get the coordinates, but it's a multiplayer dungeon, and you need a team to enter. I heard the Nightmare Dungeon is rich in resources, enough to help several top-tier lords grow rapidly. If we just explore the outskirts, we might even pick up some good loot. Shin-Chi's eyes lit up. His thoughts were completely different from Feng Lu's. This was a nightmare-level dungeon. Defeating the dungeon boss could grant a fragment of the Nether Authority. This was the treasure he had been dreaming of. Without hesitation, he agreed, his voice clear and tinged with excitement. No problem, lead the way. Asterisk in a valley. Overgrown with weeds, the ground was covered with a massive stone formation, shrouded in mist and full of mystery. Beside the formation stood 2 lords, weapons in hand, seemingly guarding it. In front of them, new lords continuously stepped forward to inquire. Around the formation, a scattered group of lords stood watching. When Shin-Chi and Feng Lu arrived, this was the scene they encountered. Shin-Chi stared at the formation, his gaze slightly serious, when suddenly a panel popped up in front of him. Troll Canyon Nightmare Level Dungeon. The dungeon has 5 layers and requires at least 2 people to enter as a team. The system will open a corresponding level portal based on the highest combat power in the team. Shin-Chi stared at the dungeon information, momentarily stunned. A 5-layer dungeon. Dungeons were crucial growth opportunities for lords, refreshing randomly every day. Dungeon difficulties were categorized as normal, hard, nightmare, abyss, catastrophe, and apocalypse. Generally, normal dungeons had only 1 layer and disappeared after after the boss was defeated. Hard dungeons were divided into outer and core layers. Defeating the outer boss would open a portal to the core, where challengers could choose to leave or proceed. Once the core boss was defeated, the dungeon would close. Nightmare-level dungeons had outer, inner, and core layers, and similarly closed after the core boss was defeated. But this nightmare-level dungeon had 5 layers, and instead of progressing sequentially to the core, it directly transported teams to the corresponding layer based on their highest combat power. This indicated that even among nightmare-level dungeons, Troll Canyon was of extraordinary value. Feng Lu turned to look at Xin-Chi. Let's team up. Xin-Chi didn't mind, so Feng Lu stepped forward. However, she was stopped by the guarding lords. Feng Lu paused in confusion. One of the guards, a short, blonde lord, spoke coldly. This dungeon has already been taken over by Lu Feichen's alliance. Another tall, thin figure added, if you want to come in, you need to show sincerity. First, the blonde lord continued, the minimum is 300 spirit crystals. Of course, you can also use other resources. Feng Lu froze. What? Horror. Mind raced, and she couldn't help but exclaim, Lu Feichen? The blonde lord showed an impatient smile. Yes, Lu Feichen is leading, along with several top-tier lords with A-level talents. They're already teamed up and are fully focused on attacking the boss on the 4th level of the dungeon. We're here following their orders to guard the entrance. Anyone who doesn't follow the rules, don't blame them for giving special attention when they come out. Xin-Chi frowned deeply. Feng Lu began to hesitate. After all, she was a D-level lord, and with Xin-Chi being an undead lord, the two of them had no chance of going head-to-head with a group of top-tier lords. She turned to discuss splitting the entrance fee with Xin-Chi before she could finish, Xin-Chi had already stepped past her and directly questioned the 2 gatekeeping lords. Why? The moment those 3 words fell, the scene went silent. Whether it was Feng Lu, the gatekeeping lords, or the nearby onlookers, they were all stunned. The blonde lord took a moment to react, and instead of getting angry, he laughed. I said, this dungeon belongs to Lu Feichen and his team. If you want to enter, pay up. Didn't you hear me? The tall, thin figure sneered slightly. What else do you want? You're not convinced? Xin-Chi's gaze suddenly turned sharp, his tone cold. Move aside. The 2 gatekeepers froze, doubting their ears. Their brows furrowed tightly. What did you say? Xin-Chi repeated, his voice as cold as a blade. Let me through. The 2's expressions instantly darkened. You. The blonde suddenly noticed the group of skeleton soldiers following behind Xin-Chi and almost burst out laughing. An undead lord? You're relying on these piles of bones to make a stand? Feng Lu saw that Xin-Chi seemed completely oblivious to the situation in front of him, stubbornly pushing forward, and she felt as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She wanted to pull Xin-Chi back and persuade him, it's just 300 spirit crystals, there's no need for this. But Xin-Chi stood firm like a nail, unwavering, showing no intention of backing down. The surrounding lords whispered among themselves, this undead lord is too bold, daring to go head-to-head with the big shots. Maybe he's a newbie. Didn't you see he's even brought a girl along? He really thinks he's impressive. Feng Lu felt a wave of frustration, glaring at Xin-Chi, grumbling inwardly, at a time like this, is it really necessary to be so stubborn? You have some skills, but going against the big shots is just overestimating yourself. Feng Lu felt the burning stares of the surrounding lords, as if they were mocking her. Teaming up with a disgraceful undead lord, you must not be any good either. Her face flushed involuntarily, and she sneaked a glance at Xin-Chi, full of disdain. She looked around and saw another lord approaching. Her mind stirred, and she decided to find another way out. Feng Lu quickly walked over, putting on a pitiful expression and sweetly asked, hello, can we team up? The lord stopped, curiously sizing her up, then pointed at Xin-Chi. Aren't you already teamed up? Feng Lu quickly waved her hand. No, we just happened to arrive here at the same time. We're not together at all. The lord's lips curled into a smile. All right, then team up with me. Feng Lu breathed a sigh of relief, patted her chest, and quickly followed behind him. Xin-Chi calmly watched Feng Lu's actions, his expression unchanged. Feng Lu unintentionally met Xin-Chi's gaze, straightened her neck, and felt no guilt for her actions. Instead, she became more confident, snorted lightly, and thought, who told you to be so stubborn? I don't want to suffer losses with you. She even felt a bit eager to see him make a fool of himself, as it would make her feel satisfied and prove her choice was right. Xin-Chi's face gradually darkened. In just 2 minutes, he had seen through the faces of various people, truly surprising. In a dungeon like this, strength was what mattered. Xin-Chi believed no one had the right to boss him around. The attitude of these people was simply because they saw him as an easy target. Fine then, he would let them witness real power. Just as he was about to issue commands for the skeleton soldiers to advance, wait. A hurried male voice interrupted him. A young man rushed forward, positioning himself between Xin-Chi and the gatekeeping lord. His name was Song Chunyang, sweat beading on his forehead, his voice trembling slightly. I'm willing to pay double the entry fee to team up with him. Shin-Chi looked at this stranger, momentarily stunned. He noticed that behind Song Chunyang stood a row of skeleton soldiers as well. This man was also an undead-type lord. The blonde-haired man was about to mock Song Chunyang for stepping in, but his thoughts suddenly shifted, and he calmed down. Narrowing his eyes, he revealed a sly smile and drawled, "Not bad." Song Chunyang turned to Shin-Chi with excitement and said, "Why don't you team up with me first? I'll cover the entry fee. What do you think?" Shin-Chi glanced at the blonde-haired man, silently committing his face to memory. A flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes but quickly sank deep within. After a moment, he slowly nodded. Song Chunyang breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Shin-Chi might continue to argue, which would make the situation harder to resolve. His thoughts were simple. He himself was just an overlooked rookie undead lord, and no one wanted to team up with him. Seeing Shin-Chi being similarly excluded, he simply wanted to lend a hand. After paying the entry fee, the two of them stepped into the center of the formation under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The patterns on the ground began to glow softly. With a faint sound, the formation activated. The dungeons will begin to assess the highest combat power within the team. Feng Lu watched Song Chunyang with disdain, mocking him internally for his foolishness. Sacrificing himself, did he really think the big shot would let them off so easily? She silently congratulated herself on her wise decision. The blonde-haired man smiled slyly at the two, the corners of his mouth curving with cunning. He thought to himself, once they came out of the dungeon, he'd make them hand over all the resources they obtained. However, in the next moment, right before his eyes, Shin-Chi's silhouette suddenly lit up with a deep red glow. Then, on the formation, with a loud boom, a deep red vortex gate appeared. The blonde-haired man's expression froze instantly. He stood there, stunned for several seconds before reacting. Red, the portal to the 5th level? Everyone stared at the unexpected scene, exclaiming in shock before falling into a daze. Lord Lu just entered the 4th level, and these two actually opened the passage to the 5th level? Impossible. Is there a malfunction in the dungeon's assessment? The two gatekeeping lords, who were most familiar with the dungeon's mechanics, were completely dumbfounded as they watched the deep red vortex gates slowly spin. Their mouths hung open wide, enough to fit an egg. The glaring red portal stung everyone's eyes, mocking all the previous disdain and underestimation. Feng Lu, witnessing this dramatic turn of events, covered her mouth with both hands, too shocked to speak. Could Shin-Chi be far stronger than she had imagined? A pang of regret suddenly surged in her heart. Even Song Chunyang, standing beside Shin-Chi, was equally stunned. He knew his own strength. As an undead lord with an E-grade talent, there was no way he could open the 5th level of the dungeon. That left only one explanation. The Shin-Chi beside him was a big shot. And not just any big shot, a super big shot. Holy crap! Shin-Chi showed no extra emotion as he stepped into the portal first. In the next moment, his figure disappeared, along with the skeleton army behind him, entering the dungeon. Song Chunyang quickly composed himself and followed, stepping into the dungeon as well. The remaining onlookers were still frozen in place, unable to process what had just happened. Slowly, someone began to react. That undead lord. Could he be an S-grade talent like Lord Lu Feichen? No wonder he dared to challenge the gatekeeping lords. Turns out I'm the real clown here. But he's just one person. No matter how strong he is, can he really stand against those top-tier lords who have joined forces? That's none of our business. Oh my god. The 5th level of the Nightmare Dungeon. This dungeon is the key. Just think about how many top-tier resources it must require. It's enough to make you cry with envy. If I had known, I would have hurried to help the boss pay the entry fee. I really regret it now. Feng Lu felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. Consumed with regret and inner turmoil, she clenched her teeth, furrowed her brows, and her face turned ashen. No matter how much she trusted Shin-Chi, she was the only one entering the dungeon. Now, that man had no chance. Shin-Chi had already demonstrated his strength before, so why hadn't she believed him? The light of the teleportation descended. Shin-Chi and Song Chunyang, each accompanied by their skeleton soldiers, arrived in the dungeon, Troll Canyon. Behind them was a dense fog, and in front of them was the narrow entrance to the canyon. The sky was overcast, the atmosphere dim, and deep within the forest came the low growls of beasts. Song Chunyang turned around and respectfully said to Shin-Chi, "Boss, my name is Song Chunyang. May I ask how I should address you?" Shin-Chi's sharp gaze was fixed ahead, clearly not paying attention to him. Song Chunyang awkwardly scratched his head. Suddenly, Shin-Chi spoke, "They're here." Song Chunyang froze. "What's here?" Shin-Chi calmly extended his hand, pointing forward. Following the direction, Song Chunyang looked ahead, and his eyes suddenly widened. He saw a massive horde of beasts gathering less than 100 meters away. Looking closely, Tier 3, Gale Wolves. Tier 3, Scorpion Lions. Tier 3 Elite, Demonic Lizardmen. Tier 3 Elite, Shadow Vipers. Each type of monster numbered in the hundreds. Altogether, there were likely over 3,000. And these were just the most common dungeon monsters. Song Chunyang even vaguely spotted the figures of champion-level Tier 4 monsters. Countless terrifying creatures let out low or piercing roars, their eyes gleaming with sharp, red light. Song Chunyang gasped, cold sweat soaking his back. His whole body trembled, and his legs were so weak he could barely stand. This was the core layer of a nightmare-level dungeon. It was 100 times more terrifying than his trial content. The final boss of his second trial had only been a level 10 elite monster. A chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to his head. Song Chunyang's heart pounded, and he almost wanted to flee. He mechanically turned around, trembling as he said to Shin-Chi, "Boss, maybe we should retreat." Shin-Chi looked puzzled. "Retreat? Why? I still need to fight the boss." Song Chunyang was speechless. The boss still wanted to fight the boss. But just these small monsters alone were enough to overwhelm their dozens of skeleton soldiers. Who knew where the dungeon's ultimate boss even was? Wasn't this just throwing their lives away? Shin-Chi's expression remained calm, his tone indifferent. "They're just small monsters. Clear them out." He said it so casually, as if it was no big deal. Clear them out. Song Chunyang's face turned pale as he slowly clutched his chest, feeling like he was doomed. However, what Shin-Chi did next completely stunned Song Chunyang, making him realize what clearing small monsters truly meant. Shin-Chi gently raised his hand, and a lantern appeared in his grasp. The lampshade emitted a faint purple glow. The next second, a massive vortex appeared in midair. Intense malevolent energy instantly spread out. Song Chunyang stared in shock as, in an instant, a skeletal army appeared on the open ground before him, densely packed, numbering over 1,000. There were warriors, archers, mages, and even cavalry. Each skeleton exuded a heavy, concentrated aura. Their presence was no less imposing than the surging tide of monsters opposite them. Song Chunyang was completely dumbfounded. This move actually summoned an undead army? If it had just been ordinary skeleton soldiers, that would have been one thing. But these skeletons before him had combat power several times stronger than Shin-Chi's previous strongest skeleton soldiers. Was this the true strength of a master of the undead? As Shin-Chi had said, his undead army began to sweep through the enemy forces. Like a scythe harvesting crops, they were unstoppable, crushing everything in their path. Skeleton warriors and undead cavalry charged forward to clear the path. Skeleton archers unleashed a dense rain of arrows. Undead mages and skeleton acolytes chanted eerie fireball spells. In an instant, terrifying showers of arrows and fire rained down, fiercely bombarding the incoming horde of monsters. The swarms of monsters couldn't withstand the attack, each one being smashed to pieces in an instant. A large gap suddenly appeared in the tightly packed tide of monsters. Even more astonishing, some of the slain monster corpses began to wobble and rise. Some transformed into emaciated skeletons, others decayed into zombies. Some left no corpses behind, turning into floating ghosts in the air. Without exception, these undead automatically joined Shin-Chi's army, madly attacking the nearby monsters. Like a snowball rolling downhill, Shin-Chi's undead army rapidly expanded in size. 3 minutes later, the monster army began to retreat noticeably. The battlefield was left with nothing but blood and corpses everywhere. On the contrary, Shin-Chi's undead army grew stronger as they fought. Song Chunyang was already stunned. Suddenly, a piercing roar echoed throughout the valley. From deep within the valley, a powerful energy surge erupted. Song Chunyang's sharp eyes caught sight of 4 massive black shadows emerging from the depths of the canyon, moving slowly like 4 giant mountains. The core bosses had arrived, and not just one. He widened his eyes, almost holding his breath. Then, the boss's status panels appeared in view. Troll Commander Amos Tier 4 King level 25 HP, 1021, 587 attack, 3547 defense, 2147 armor, 50 agility, 245 skills, resurrection, split, dark abyss, troll imprisonment * troll lieutenant baron tier 3 king level, 21 HP, 511 587 attack, 2577 defense, 1847 armor, 30 agility, 145 skills, resurrection, dark blade, shadow orb, troll fury * troll lieutenant Lazine tier 3 king level, 20 HP, 491 548 * troll lieutenant Cecil tier 3 king level, 22 HP, 555 480. The 4 colossal trolls slowly came into view. One powerful ultimate boss, the Troll Commander, accompanied by 3 troll lieutenants. Each troll stood over 50 meters tall, with black, rough, and thick skin. Their curved backs bore a pair of massive, long horns, and they were clad in heavy black iron armor. They dragged thick iron chains in their hands, which scraped against the ground with a heavy crashing sound. Their necks and waists were adorned with hundreds of human skulls, creating a horrifying sight. Song Chunyang's eyes nearly popped out as he couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap!" Their health points were terrifyingly high, over 1,000,000. Absolutely insane. Song Chunyang's heart pounded wildly and his legs began to tremble. But Qi remained fearless, steadily stepping forward and raising his hand decisively. A deep purple vortex. A storm swept through once again. 2 figures with an intense presence suddenly appeared. Skeleton General Ajuan and Skeleton Archbishop Theodore. These 2 heroes fearlessly charged into the monster tide, beginning a frenzied slaughter. Song Chunyang's eyes widened. Wait, those are heroes? 2 of them? Judging by their aura, they were definitely not ordinary, possibly 3-star or even 4-star heroes. Oh my god. Ajuan sprinted toward the monster army. General's command, activate. Instantly, the undead army's momentum surged. Targeting the main commander first, Ajuan directly locked onto the troll commander. He pulled out a longbow from his back, knocked an arrow, aimed, soul-chasing arrow. Boom! Accompanied by the eruption of soul power, the arrow shot out fiercely. In an instant, the air seemed to be filled with the shrieks of countless souls. The soul-chasing arrow, trailing dazzling light, shot straight toward the troll leader. The troll leader sensed the intense killing intent rapidly approaching and roared furiously. The destructive sound waves shattered even the towering trees nearby. The troll swung its thick forelimbs, attempting to block the deadly arrow with its sturdy armor. However, the soul-chasing arrow was unstoppable, hitting its mark precisely, piercing through the armor. Minus 93,722. Nearly 100,000 health points were slashed away with one arrow. The troll leader howled in agony. Black flames of fury splattered from the wound. Then, as usual, the wailing spirit appeared, swiftly following Ajuan and floating above the troll leader's head. Frost of resentment. A frost descended, instantly freezing the troll. Its defense dropped by 50%. Our sides piercing. Damage doubled. Ajuan wielded the decayed bronze knight sword, quickly closing the distance. In the next moment, he leapt onto the troll's head. Withering bones. A chilling killing intent erupted. 19 deep. Crimson sword energies bloomed like burning fire lotuses. Minus 1,213,050. With multiple buffs, the damage of withering bones soared to over 1.2 million. The troll leader, controlled by Frost of Resentment, was immobilized and could only endure the full force of the sword energies. Its health bar instantly hit 0. The damage even exceeded the displayed health. The massive troll figure swayed and collapsed with a thunderous crash, shaking the canyon and raising clouds of dust. Song Chunyang stared in shock as the ultimate boss with 1,000,000 health points was instantly killed, the damage numbers jumping to 1.2 million. The next second, the boss fell without resistance. It fell. It was killed instantly. Song Chunyang's eyes widened, his eyeballs almost popping out. He took a deep breath and slowly reached out to slap himself. Smack! His face turned slightly to the side, his mind dazed. Song Chunyang held his face, gritting his teeth. It hurts. It really hurts. Oh my god. It was said that trolls had incredible regeneration abilities, able to revive quickly, as long as a sliver of health remained. However, the expert gave no chance. With one move, the boss was instantly killed. Unbelievable. The remaining 3 troll generals, seeing their leader fall, burned with rage. They pounded their chests and roared furiously. At this moment, Theodore tightly gripped his grand staff, completing his chant. The magic circle beneath his feet spun rapidly, and powerful fire elemental magic vibrated intensely. Falling stars. Suddenly, 20 dazzling lights lit up the sky, accompanied by deafening sounds of air being torn apart. The summoned meteor swarm descended upon the battlefield at incredible speed, unstoppable. Simultaneously, 100 undead mages and 100 skeleton cultists chanted the ghostly fireball spell in unison. Instantly, countless ghostly blue fireballs rose into the air, forming a dense barrage of fireballs. The blazing firelight was so intense it was almost blinding. The skeleton cultist spell damage reached 1,100. With the 5.5x buff from Prayer, Resonance LV2, the damage soared to 6,000. Even though the troll generals had 30 armor points, reducing damage by 30% and boasting a defense of 1,800, the skeleton cultists could still deal high damage that broke through their defenses. Not to mention, 100 skeleton cultists simultaneously releasing 100 ghostly fireballs. A barrage of fireballs rained down on the troll generals like a storm. Boom! The firelight exploded, dazzling like blooming fireworks. The trolls were battered, their flesh torn and bloodied, teetering on the brink of collapse. Then, 20 blazing meteors crashed down. They brought terrifying heat like the wrath of the fire god. Each meteor strike caused violent tremors upon impact. Flames shot skyward, explosions deafened, and dust clouds rose. The ground was left with a massive crater, along with shattered flesh and scattered burning ashes. The entire battlefield seemed like the apocalypse had arrived. -102,562, -65,847, -125,455. One massive damage number after another kept appearing, relentlessly shaking the soul of the only spectator, Song Chunyang. Ajuan continued weaving through the monster horde, wielding the decayed knight sword, slashing with precision, effortlessly slashing through over 20,000 health points, mercilessly taking the lives of the small monsters. After accumulating 5 layers of killing intent with guillotine, and preparing for a fatal decapitation, he swiftly charged toward the troll lieutenant. A flash of the sword, 347,551. A single strike dealt a staggering 340,000 damage. The troll lieutenant fell to the ground instantly. With the mage squad providing firepower like bombers, all 3 troll lieutenants were annihilated in less than 5 minutes. Shun Chi acted for only 10 minutes. The melody of victory echoed in the sky. Boss, troll warlord, of Troll Canyon, has been slain. Boss, troll lieutenant, has been slain. Boss, troll lieutenant, has been slain. Challenge of Troll Canyon succeeded. The 5-layer space will soon close. Song Chunyang was completely stunned. Shin Chi opened the panel and calmly reviewed the battle rewards. Spirit crystals *154, 203 prayer points *615. For 82 silver perfect grade treasure chest *1 silver ordinary grade treasure chest *1 bronze perfect grade treasure chest *1 bronze ordinary grade treasure chest *4 black iron grade treasure chest *18 tier 4 elemental essence *9 troll token *1 troll heart *1 level 1 skill breakthrough scroll *3 nether authority fragment *2 and countless scattered equipment and materials. Killing 4 bosses yielded 2 nether authority fragments. Shin Chi was very satisfied. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. In the rubble deep within the canyon, where the trolls once guarded, stood a dilapidated structure, Ascension Altar, intermediate, can upgrade a hero's star level, up to 6 stars. The simple description made Shin Chi's heart race. Upgrading a hero's star level. This meant a significant boost in the hero's base attributes and growth potential. Shin Chi smiled broadly, thinking this hero altar was practically tailor-made for Ajuan. Without hesitation, he let Ajuan step onto the altar, ready to undergo star ascension. At this moment, on the 4th layer of Troll Canyon, Lu Feichen, along with 5 lords with A-grade talents, was struggling to besiege the boss of this layer, Troll Lieutenant Leopold. Surrounded by a dense array of troops, advanced spells and combat techniques erupted one after another. However, the troll's powerful recovery ability left the lords exhausted, making the battle exceptionally difficult. 3 hours passed. They finally managed to reduce the troll lieutenant's health to just 1%. Victory was within reach. Riding on the dragon's back, Lu Feichen shouted excitedly, "Everyone, give it one last push. We're about to take it down, and we might even unlock the entrance to the 5th layer." All the lords' faces lit up with joy, and they breathed a sigh of relief. But then, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang out, "Troll Canyon has been conquered, the instance will now close." All the lords were stunned. The next moment, a wave of distorted spatial energy appeared. Before anyone could react, all the lords were forcibly teleported out of the instance. Only faint curses could be heard in the distance. Damn it, this is so infuriating. After undergoing the baptism of the Ascension Altar, Ajuan officially became a 6-star hero. Shin Chi invested another 300,000 prayer points, equivalent to 3 million free experience points, into Ajuan. Additionally, he opened a warrior skill book, Judgment Pen, from the silver ordinary grade treasure chest. Shin Chi immediately had Ajuan learn the skill book without hesitation. Even more exciting, Shin Chi also obtained 3 skill breakthrough scrolls. These items were extremely rare. Units and heroes automatically learn skills as they level up, but skills can only be upgraded to level 3. Beyond that, a level 1 skill breakthrough scroll is required to break the limit and continue. Upgrading. Skills can be upgraded to a maximum of level 6. To upgrade further, a level 2 skill breakthrough scroll is needed. Each level increase significantly enhances the skill's power. For example, the 12-strike sword aura of Withered Bones and the 19-strike sword aura of Withered Bones are on completely different levels of output. It is said that top-tier experts can achieve 3 skill breakthroughs, maxing out their skills to level 10. The power is akin to a devastating forbidden spell capable of destroying destroying everything. Therefore, skill breakthrough scrolls are extremely rare, and even high-level lords have to spend tens of millions of gold to acquire one. Without hesitation, Shin-Chi used 3 skill breakthrough scrolls on Ajuan's 3 level 3 skills. Ajuan, the strongest combat force, experienced another qualitative leap. Shin-Chi opened Ajuan's panel and carefully examined it. Skull General Ajuan, Jinyuan. Legion, star level, 6-star hero, level, 46, HP, 30,222, attack power, 18,472, defense, 12,874, agility, 314, stamina, infinite, mentality, 350, talent, peerless martial arts, level 3, skill 1, withered bones, level 3 level 4, releases 25 sharp sword auras, causing terrifying area damage with strong knockback and stagger effects. Cooldown, 5 minutes, skill 2, general's order, level 3 level 4, increases the melee critical hit rate of all Jinyuan Legion members to 60%, critical damage to 500%, attack speed by 120%, and defense by 150%. Duration, 1 hour, cooldown, 20 minutes, skill 3, soul chasing arrow, level 3 level 4, shoots 3 arrows with 100% hit rate, increasing this. Attacks damage by 700%, arrows have 100 armor piercing effect, arrows release the power of the dead, causing fear in enemies along the path, reducing their mobility by 80%. Skill 4, Guillotine LV1 LV2. When attacking weak points such as the enemy's neck, head, or heart, gains 1 layer of killing intent. After accumulating 5 layers of killing intent, the sword skill, Decapitation, can be released. Decapitation can be actively triggered, dealing 5 to 7 times. Attack power, up to 3 charges increased to 5 charges. Skill 5, Death's Gift LV1. After using other skills, Death's Gift can immediately release the same skill again without cooldown. Cooldown, 1 hour. Skill 6, Judge's Pen, marks an enemy as a death target, dealing 3 times base damage upon first hit and splashing 80% of the damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius of the target. Shin-Chi stared at Ajuan's completely transformed state, his breath caught. It was overwhelming. Every upgrade was extraordinarily powerful. Health exceeded 30,000. Base attack power approached 20,000, with no additional bonuses. The sword auras of withered bones increased from 19 to 25. General's order raised melee critical damage to 5 times. Soul chasing arrow increased to 3 arrows, capable of armor piercing 3 boss level enemies simultaneously. Guillotine's attack power increased to 7 times, with a maximum of 5 layers of decapitation stored. Not only that, the ascended Ajuan gained a new skill, Death's Gift. Its effect was simple yet powerful. After using another skill, it could immediately release the same skill again, essentially granting a cooldown-free skill release. For example, after using Withered Bones, it could be cast again immediately, dealing massive damage twice in a row. The damage output instantly doubled. It was practically a god-tier skill. Finally, Ajuan also learned Judge's Pen from a skill book, a powerful area attack skill. After marking an enemy, it first deals 3 times base damage to them, then splashes 80% of that damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius of the target. Another ultimate clearing tool. No wonder the rewards for this nightmare-level dungeon were so generous. With this round of upgrades, Ajuan's combat power increased more than tenfold. He could now dominate the trial grounds without fear. After dealing with the loot on site, Shin-Chi and Song Chunyang were teleported out of the dungeon, landing randomly a kilometer away, at the entrance of the Troll Canyon dungeon. Everyone was left in stunned silence by Shin-Chi's strength, even after a long while. The blonde-haired man and the tall, thin guy still felt a chill in their hearts. That undead lord is highly likely to be an S-level or above talent. Logically, such a master could easily eliminate small fry like them with a flick of the hand. In fact, Shin-Chi almost made a move. Fortunately, another undead lord stepped in just in time to defuse the situation. In hindsight, that undead lord actually saved Huang Mao and his group. Huang Mao felt both fear and a bit of anger. Shin-Chi's final glance at him was as cold as looking at an ant on the roadside, as if his life and death were entirely in Shin-Chi's hands. This made Huang Mao so furious he was about to explode. His mind was filled with dark thoughts. So what if someone is strong? Could they withstand the combined power of top-tier lords like Lu Dalao and his group? He decided that as soon as Lu Feichen and the others appeared, he would report immediately. An undead lord daring to provoke them to their faces, this was absolutely intolerable. On the surface, order was restored at the scene. Lords who wanted to enter the dungeon formed teams, paid the entry fee, and then queued up to enter the teleportation array. 10 minutes later, something completely unexpected happened. Right before everyone's eyes, the stone magic array on the teleportation platform suddenly disappeared. Huang Mao and the tall, skinny gatekeeper exchanged bewildered looks, their heads full of question marks. What's going on? What the hell is this? Just as a group of lords was preparing to enter the teleportation array, they began cursing and complaining. The tall, skinny man scratched his head and hesitantly said, "For a dungeon to vanish into thin air, there's only one possibility. The dungeon has been completely cleared." Huang Mao thought for 2 seconds and exclaimed, "Could it be that Lu Dalao and his group conquered the dungeon?" "Yes, that's very likely. They've been inside for 3 hours. They might have already cleared the 4th level, reached the dungeon core, and then completed it directly." As expected, when top-tier lords join forces, their combat power is on a whole different level. Huang Mao felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. He recalled Shin Qi's indifferent gaze and secretly laughed to himself. So arrogant, what can you do even if you enter the 5th level? 10 minutes, and you probably didn't even touch 2 small mobs, right? Ha ha ha. However, at that moment, a loud commotion erupted in the distance. Then, a group of people hurriedly appeared, heading straight for Huang Mao and the tall, skinny man. This group was burning with rage. What the hell is going on? Why did the dungeon suddenly collapse? What exactly happened? A barrage of curses was hurled at the 2 gatekeepers. When Huang Mao saw who it was, his jaw dropped in shock. Lu Dalao? What was going on? Weren't they the ones who cleared the dungeon? Seeing Lu Feichen and his group storming over, furious yet looking completely bewildered, a strange thought popped into Huang Mao's mind. Could it have been that undead lord? Impossible. Solo clearing a nightmare-level dungeon in 10 minutes? What kind of joke is that? He slapped his own head hard, trying to suppress this terrifying idea. Song Chunyang, who had followed Shin Qi into the Troll Canyon dungeon, was basically just there to tag along. At most, he commanded a few dozen skeletons to charge forward and managed to kill a half-injured monster. As they were about to part ways, Song Chunyang had a sudden idea and cheerfully asked Shin Qi to add him as a friend. He explained that he had an item called the Eye of Foresight, which could detect the exact coordinates of newly refreshed dungeons within a certain range. He promised to send the information to Shin Qi as soon as a dungeon refreshed. Of course, he wouldn't pester the big shot to carry him, he just wanted to tag along as a friend. Shin Qi raised an eyebrow and agreed immediately. After all, he would be dungeon farming everywhere next, and having Song Chunyang's help would make things much more convenient. If every dungeon he went to was guarded by someone, and he had to fight for it, it would be a huge hassle. Competing for dungeons? Whoever is stronger gets to decide? Then I'll just clear the dungeon first, no one can take it from me. Later, when Song Chunyang saw Shin Qi's real name on his friend list, his expression instantly became complicated. Shin Qi? The number 1 on the leaderboard? Shin Qi? Undead class? Song Chunyang helplessly covered his eyes with his hand and thought, forget it, today has been thrilling enough, one more surprise won't make a difference. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Troll Canyon dungeon, the atmosphere was as cold and oppressive as falling into an ice cave. The 2 gatekeepers and the surrounding lords were trembling with fear. The blonde-haired man felt his scalp tingle, keeping his head down, not daring to glance at Lu Feichen, afraid that if he angered him, he'd be sent back home immediately. Lu Feichen's face was as dark as soot, gloomy and foul. After listening to the blonde-haired man's report, he understood everything that had happened at the dungeon entrance. Because Shin Qi had the talent prohibited gaze, no one could investigate his specific information. All they knew was that he was an undead lord, and his talent level was very high. Lu Feichen fell into deep thought. After a long while, he murmured to himself, an undead lord already reached the 5th level? His talent might not just be S level, but even stronger? A complex emotion flashed in his eyes. Then, he slowly took something out of his backpack, a mirror. He said in a deep voice, this mirror is called Retrospective Mirror, a bronze-grade perfect item. It can trace back and recreate the surrounding spatial and temporal images, and it can also identify the target in the reflection. He stared coldly at the blonde-haired man. Take a good look and see who this undead lord claiming to have reached the 5th level really is. The blonde-haired man quickly responded, yes. The retrospective mirror emitted a faint glow, accompanied by a soft buzzing sound. The blurry image on the mirror gradually became clear, revealing the face of an unfamiliar lord. Who is this? Lu Feichen asked. The blonde-haired man glanced at it and quickly shook his head. Not him. The retrospective mirror continued to shift images, showing several different lords, both male and female. The blonde-haired man recalled the impression Shin Qi had left on him and denied them all one by one. The retrospective mirror traced back further in time. Finally, it returned to just over 10 minutes ago. A familiar face slowly emerged. The blonde-haired man exclaimed in surprise, it's him. The mirror displayed Shin Qi's appearance. Lu Feichen glanced at the blonde-haired man, then pulled the mirror back. In front of him, his expression serious. Identify. ZZZ. Identifying. Warning. Unknown interference detected. Attempting to repair. ZZZ. Repair successful. Displaying target information. Song Chunyang. Details. Male. 18 years old. Undead lord. Other information unavailable. The blonde-haired man craned his neck to look at the information in the mirror and shouted excitedly, undead lord, that's him. Lu Feichen frowned slightly, narrowing his eyes. Song Chunyang? His mind was in turmoil. His right hand gripped the retrospective mirror tightly, almost crushing it. Daring to steal my nightmare dungeon? Let's see what you're capable of. But he had no idea that Shen Qi's prohibited gaze talent made it impossible for the retrospective mirror to detect his true information. The moment Shen Qi's image appeared, the mirror's rules were disrupted by his god-level talent, throwing it into disarray. The retrospective mirror attempted to repair the results, mistakenly displaying the identity of Song Chunyang, who was the closest to Shen Qi. As a result, everyone who saw Shen Qi's face remembered one name, Song Chunyang. If Song Chunyang knew, he would definitely cry out in grievance. Asterisk. After parting ways with Song Chunyang, Shen Qi returned to his own territory. Night had fallen, and the dusk was deep. Shen Qi rested briefly, eating and drinking his fill. Before long, stars and the moon hung high in the night sky. He returned to the hall, lazily reclining on his throne, and began sorting through the spoils from today's dungeon. He opened the highest-grade silver perfect treasure chest he had obtained so far. Ding! You have obtained a silver perfect skill book. Curse of Demise. Shen Qi's eyes lit up. Skill book. Curse of Demise. Silver perfect grade usage restriction. Spellcaster class. Level 30. Long-range lock on curse target. Chant for October 20th, 30 seconds, dealing October 30th, 60 times your own HP and single target damage. This damage ignores all defenses, armor, shields, physical immunity, and magic resistance, dealing true damage. Mental energy consumption, 260 points. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Looking at the panel, Shen Qi couldn't help but let excitement flash in his eyes, as expected of a top-tier skill. It's silver grade, perfect quality. Theodore already possesses the area damage skill Falling Stars. Now, he has gained another powerful single-target damage skill, Curse of Demise. This skill trades casting time for damage. Theodore's current health is 20,000. Chanting for 10 seconds can deal 200,000 damage. Chanting for 20 seconds increases the damage to 600,000. Chanting for 30 seconds skyrockets the damage to 1,200,000. The most crucial part is that this curse damage is true damage. It completely ignores any defense. Asen specializes in high mobility and high burst single-target damage, which is usually more than enough to deal with bosses. But if faced with a boss with extremely high physical resistance, Theodore can step in. As long as Theodore is given enough space to output, he can deal tons of damage, directly taking down the enemy. Shen Qi opened the remaining advanced treasure chest. He obtained a bronze-grade perfect quality hero-exclusive equipment troll armor. Armor plus 10, defense plus 672, tenacity plus 20%. There was also a silver-grade devouring shield. Defense plus 1,247, perfect block doubles defense, reflects 30% damage. Both of these are defensive gear for warrior classes. Shen Qi immediately equipped Asen with them. Asen often charges forward and needs high defense. With these two pieces equipped, his defense can exceed 1,000. Tenacity also increases, allowing him to better resist knockbacks, interruptions, and stiffness. Armor plus 10 directly reduces damage by 10%. Asen's health is 30,000, and his defense is 13,000. After equipping the gear, as long as he can block perfectly, his defense instantly rises to nearly 27,000. Unless the boss uses a major attack, he will hardly take any damage. Half a day later, Shen Qi organized his territory, arranged his schedule, and entered the ancient battlefield. Thousands of miles of red sand, cold winds howling. His consciousness attached to the immortal body, standing quietly in the vast expanse. He opened the character panel. In the talent traits list, Eternal Night Soul Summoning, Undead Enslavement, and Immortal Body all had an upgrade mark plus next to them. This meant that all three traits could be upgraded. However, he only had 2 Nether Authority fragments on hand. Shen Qi hesitated about which to upgrade, then suddenly realized he could preview the effects of the next level of traits. Preview. Eternal Night Soul Summoning LV.2 engraves soul marks on the troops. When units are killed, they can be summoned again from the netherworld. Revived units inherit half of their level and strength before death. Preview. Undead Enslavement LV.2 After killing enemies, there is a 60% chance to temporarily revive them, turning them into ghosts, skeletons, or zombies, retaining 60% of their strength, and using them for 1 hour. Preview. Immortal Body LV.2 allows the creation of a body using bones. After attaching, it enables real interaction. In the ancient battlefield, the bone body can carry consciousness for a longer time. If the body is destroyed, consciousness returns to the spiritual state, and the body can be reshaped by collecting bones again. After thinking for a long time, Shen Qi chose to upgrade Eternal Night Soul Summoning and Immortal Body. After upgrading Eternal Night Soul Summoning, the recalled killed units directly inherit half of their level and strength, saving the time needed for regrowth. He speculated that Eternal Night Soul summoning might eventually upgrade to revive units with their full strength before death. As for undead enslavement, although it can revive enemy corpses and retain 60% of their strength, it only lasts for 1 hour, which is limited in time. Its cost effectiveness is not as high as Eternal Night Soul summoning. It can be upgraded later. Perhaps it might eventually allow permanent revival of enemy corpses. Speaking of which, things have become even more interesting after returning. Immortal Body has been upgraded. From previously existing only as an intangible spiritual form, it has transformed into a tangible skeletal entity. Moreover, this body can carry consciousness for a significantly extended period. Although he would be attacked, at most he would revert to his original mental state without any risk to his life. There was no reason to hesitate now. Ding! Eternal Summoning upgraded to LV2, consuming 1 fragment of Nether Authority. Immortal Body upgraded to LV2, consuming 1 fragment of Nether Authority. Shinchi looked around for 2 minutes and finally found a pile of bones not far away. The bones were covered by wind and sand, completely devoid of any undead aura. This meant they were just ordinary bones. Immortal Body, Shinchi murmured softly. The next second, crack, crack, rib, bones, spine, pelvis, leg bones, one by one, the bones emerged from the pile and reassembled into a complete human skeleton. Shinchi stepped forward, and a faint golden phantom directly merged into the skeleton. His perspective instantly shifted. He clenched his skeletal hand, finally feeling the sensation of truly controlling a body. More importantly, Shinchi clearly felt that he could stay in this skeletal body for a much longer time. He estimated that he could explore the ancient battlefield for an entire day without issue. Unlike before when he could only last half a day before needing to log off and rest. He tried running a few steps and found that his speed was similar to his previous spiritual form. Traversing the map would be no problem. After adapting to his new body, Shinchi summoned Ajuan. Now, with the general's order, let's test the effect of Undead Allegiance LV2. After upgrading Undead Allegiance, Shinchi hadn't had the chance to test it. Ajuan obeyed the command and raised the token. Shinchi shouted loudly, "Undead Allegiance!" Undead Allegiance LV2 immediately expanded the summoning range to 1 kilometer. The token emitted a soft glow. Buzz. A low humming sound echoed. Undead have responded to the general's order. You have recruited 3rd-tier skeleton warriors 287, 3rd-tier skeleton archers 197, 4th-tier undead iron cavalry 14, 3rd-tier skeleton crossbowmen 48, 3rd-tier skeleton shield guards 16. Rumble. On the land before him, countless skeletons crawled out from underground, holding weapons, wobbling as they stood up and walked toward Shinchi. The scene was both spectacular and chilling. Listening to the system prompts, Shinchi was shocked. He could hardly believe it. Nearly 500 undead soldiers recruited in one go. That was outrageous. What surprised him even more was the appearance of new troop types this time: skeleton crossbowmen and skeleton shield guards. Shinchi carefully examined the information on both. Skeleton crossbowmen were a ranged unit with higher damage than archers, faster firing speed, longer range, and stronger penetration. The downside was their longer reload time and weaker defense. However, the skill triple crossbow allowed them to fire 3 arrows at once, partially compensating for their output. Most importantly, skeleton crossbowmen could cooperate with the new troop type, skeleton shield guards. Skeleton shield guards were equipped with a large shield and a close combat dagger. Shield guards had low mobility and attack power but extremely strong defense. They also had a special skill Great Shield Dome, which provided area protection for surrounding soldiers. This was perfect for protecting ranged shooters and creating space for them to deal damage. Shinchi took a deep breath and continued. With Ajuan on the ancient battlefield, repeatedly activating Undead Allegiance to recruit soldiers. 3 hours later, the Jinyuan Legion's size had expanded significantly. Again, the overall troop configuration was as follows: skeleton warriors 1,579 soldiers, skeleton archers 1,275 soldiers, skeleton crossbowmen 387 soldiers, skeleton shield guards 187 soldiers, undead iron cavalry 124 soldiers. The total number of troops exceeded 3,500. In just 3 hours, the efficiency was almost equal to the total of the previous 2 days. Shinchi was very satisfied with the results of the talent upgrade. The fragment of Nether Authority was truly a treasure. The next day, the 3rd round of trials officially began. Shinchi's trial was still at the 4th difficulty level. However, the number and types of monsters were even greater than yesterday. Nevertheless, Shinchi's overall combat power and elite forces had also significantly improved. So, despite the fierce monster attacks that felt like hell descending, Shinchi remained fearless, the king-level boss. The two-headed snake, charged madly with its minions. However, when the monsters reached the outskirts of Shinchi's territory and saw layer upon layer of skeleton soldiers, they froze, starting to question who the real monsters were. In the end, the result was clear. Shinchi completed the trial in 11 minutes, once again becoming the first to clear it. When the district-wide announcement sounded and Shinchi's name appeared again, the lords of District 9657 were already accustomed to it. The only thing that shocked them was that Shinchi had completed the task 4 minutes faster this time. Looking at the leaderboard, 330,000 points. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. They were even too stunned to exclaim. For most novice lords, it might take 7 days to accumulate 10,000 points. They give it their all just to avoid elimination. If they can earn a few more points and get a good rating, they can return to reality with pride. But Shinchi, in just 3 days, his points directly surpassed 300,000. In the chat channel, an unknown lord commented, "This is simply crushing my fragile soul. I can't go on." The chat channel became lively. More and more people speculated that Shinchi's troop type might be angels, because the probability of awakening as an angel lord is the lowest, but the strength range is extremely high. In legends, angels are the noblest and most powerful beings, repeatedly creating miracles. Throughout history, Shinchi's extraordinary strength perfectly matches everyone's imagination of an angel lord. Some even claim to have seen Shinchi leading an angel army in a grand slaughter. Descriptions included sightings of 4-winged angels, 6-winged angels, and even 12-winged archangels joining the battle. These accounts were vivid and detailed, but who knows if they're true. However, while everyone was enthusiastically discussing Shinchi, another group of people was talking about something else. Hey, have you heard about the undead big shot in our district? An undead big shot? Are you kidding me? I'm serious. Yesterday, everyone was talking about the nightmare dungeon in our district, right? Originally, it was occupied by Lu Feichen and the top-ranked lords on the leaderboard. Guess what happened? Stop teasing, just tell us. The nightmare dungeon was snatched by an undead lord. What? An undead lord actually took resources from Lu Feichen and his group? No way. Isn't the undead type really weak? Confused? Hold on, let me check the leaderboard. That undead lord is named Song Chunyang. I'll check too. Song Chunyang is ranked 187, not very high. That's not the point. The point is my friend was there yesterday. When he heard the name Song Chunyang, he specifically checked the leaderboard. Yesterday, he was ranked 687, an increase of nearly 500 ranks in 1 day. So, is it possible that undead lord is pretending to be weak to fool everyone? Now that you mention it, Song Chunyang might have offended Lu Feichen and his group, right? But I don't think that undead lord stands a chance. After all, Lu Feichen and his group are united, and no matter how strong one person is, it's hard to hold out against them. Not to mention he's undead, you know how it is. In reality, the undead big shot Song Chunyang, who was being hotly discussed in the chat channel, was completely unaware of all this. He relied on the Eye of Foresight in his possession, which allowed him to sense the locations of nearby dungeon spawns. He mostly shared the dungeon coordinates with Shinchi through the friend list. Occasionally, he happened to be near a dungeon spawn and notified Shinchi to come over, but he never asked for any rewards from the dungeons cleared by the big shots. Once inside the dungeon, everyone usually acted separately. The big shots handled the boss while he stayed on the outskirts clearing a few small monsters. He didn't dare disrupt the big shot's plans. Even so, his life was still quite comfortable. Besides providing dungeon coordinates to the big shots, he spent the rest of his time desperately improving himself. Song Chunyang's strength improved rapidly. In just one trial, he directly rose nearly 500 ranks. He was no longer the little undead rookie he once was. He hardly even glanced at the chat channels, let alone realized that he had somehow become famous in such an absurd way. Asterisk at this moment, on a vast open plain, the entrance to the hard-level dungeon, Gale Wolf Den, was slowly closing. The lords who had just cleared the dungeon gathered together with their respective armies. Looking around, all that could be seen were high-level units, dragons, mages, golden warlions, elven assassins, griffin riders. The leading lords were all top-tier A-grade talent holders. However, now, they all had to follow the orders of the S-grade talent holder, Dragon Lord Lu Feichen. At least 12 A-grade talent holders had joined Lu Feichen's alliance. Not only that, but Lu Feichen and Lin Hongyu, the two most renowned S-grade talent holders in the region, had officially formed an alliance today. This coalition of top-tier lords directly controlled over 2/3 of the dungeon resources in the region. However, starting today, Lu Feichen noticed that the number of dungeons referred refreshing daily in the region seemed to be decreasing. When subordinate lords reported the appearance of a new dungeon in a certain area, they would arrive only to find the dungeon had already disappeared. If the dungeons weren't failing to refresh, then it could only mean that someone else was clearing them before they arrived. Clearly, someone was beating them to the punch, completing the dungeons ahead of them. This left the lords feeling extremely frustrated and annoyed. Asterisk on the ancient battlefield, within a desolate forest of withered trees in the desert, Shin-Chi was flying low on a massive skeletal bird. Not long ago, he had used his ghostly subjugation ability to recruit a second-tier undead skeletal bird as his mount. Ever since his immortal body skill had reached level 2, Shin-Chi had been spending more and more time in the ancient battlefield, exploring more areas of the withered mountain. Most of the terrain in the ancient battlefield consisted of endless red sand plains. However, now he was beginning to encounter new terrains such as withered forests, hills, and dried-up riverbeds. The number of undead he could summon was also steadily increasing. Shin-Chi speculated that he was gradually approaching the center of the withered mountain. After a day of effort, Shin-Chi had upgraded another talent skill. Nether Guidance LV2 allows the creation of teleportation points, nether crossing, at explored locations in the ancient battlefield for fast travel. Constructing a nether crossing consumes 50 points of mental energy. Shin-Chi could now use his mental energy to build teleportation gates called nether crossing, enabling rapid movement within the ancient battlefield. This was simply amazing. No more running back and forth, and his exploration efficiency had greatly improved. At this moment, Shin-Chi was riding the skeletal bird up a hillside, his view gradually expanding. At the end of a pile of scattered rocks stood a stone brick wall. Shin-Chi frowned. This was definitely not a natural formation but rather traces left by humans. Curious, he rode the skeletal bird up the hill. Reaching the top, his view widened, and Shin-Chi finally saw that it wasn't just a wall, it was a massive ruin. Suddenly, a familiar mechanical prompt sounded in his ears: Withered Mountain, exploration progress has reached 30%. Would you like to unlock the hidden relic, Wind Sand Pass? Shin-Chi was taken aback. Exploration progress is at 30%? So this ruin ahead is a pass? Based on past experience, every relic contained treasures that couldn't be missed. Without hesitation, he answered, unlock. The system prompt sounded: the coordinates of the relic, Wind Sand Pass, have been marked. You may proceed to explore. Shin-Chi opened the map and found that the marked location was indeed the ruins before him. The crumbling pass had only one remaining wall, with a massive gap where the wall had collapsed, leaving jagged bricks at the edges. Looking further ahead, the pass was built on the edge of a cliff. From outside the wall, the boundless plains stretched as far as the eye could see. This pass was built along the mountain terrain, forming a natural high ground defense that was easy to defend and hard to attack. Shin-Chi dismounted from the skeletal bird and walked into the ruins. After only a few steps, he noticed a familiar teleportation array at the base of the wall. He guessed this was the spatial entrance to Wind Sand Pass. Without hesitation, Shin-Chi stepped inside. A flash of blue light blurred his vision. A few seconds later, the scene before him changed dramatically. However, before he could see the details clearly, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. It was like a towering mountain crashing down directly. Shin-Chi felt a buzzing in his ears, his body and mind tense, and a sense of crisis instantly surged. Is this dungeon dangerous? He quickly adjusted his state, ready to face the challenge. Yet, despite the overwhelming pressure, it did not harm him. It seemed to be nothing more than an illusion. Shin-Chi crouched on the ground, struggling against the oppression. To lift his head for a glance, the pass before him had undergone a complete transformation. City walls, enemy platforms, arrow towers, and watchtowers were all intact. In front of the pass, dozens of figures emitting an extremely terrifying aura floated above the wilderness. On the plains, tens of thousands of troops were arrayed in neat formations, with all types of soldiers present, resembling dark clouds pressing down on the city. Shin-Chi widened his eyes, staring intently at the figures floating in the air. These were all level 70 and above Dominator-level powerhouses, each capable of ruling a region in a one-on-one fight. On the city wall of the pass, however, stood only one man in a white robe. His face was indistinct, hands clasped behind his back, his figure slender and upright, with his robe billowing in the wind. He stood alone, like a lone boat in the vast ocean, small, yet exuding an astonishing aura. The energy he radiated was in no way inferior to the tens of thousands of troops behind him, forming a stark confrontation, one man guarding the pass. Shin-Chi was shocked. I've actually stumbled into a battlefield where two armies are confronting each other. One man man against 10,000 troops? He decided to observe quietly. Suddenly, the leader among the dominators burst into laughter and shouted provocatively at the man in the white robe on the city wall. So it's the renowned spirit hero, prophet, truly courageous, admirable and astonishing. However, your master has already died at the hands of our Black Eagle Alliance. If you're willing to join the Black Eagle Alliance, I can spare Fengsha Pass. Otherwise, don't blame us for breaking through Fengsha Pass and slaughtering the 13 cities within. Hearing this, Shin-Chi's heart surged with waves of shock. The man standing on the city wall in the white robe turned out to be a spirit hero. In the era of lords, the highest rank for heroes was the 9-star mythic level. But above mythic, there was a hidden rank, spirit hero. This was a title for 10-star heroes. They had long surpassed ordinary heroes, possessing a life level that was almost divine. Spirit heroes would, for various reasons, ally with lords of different races, becoming their powerful assistants. In this vast and boundless world, spirit heroes were incredibly powerful and rare. The man in the white robe stood firm, his robe fluttering in the wind, and coldly uttered just one sentence: "Mere scoundrels." The leader of the airborne figures turned pale and shouted angrily, "Insolent! Do you think you have any other way out today?" The man in the white robe did not respond further, slowly raising one hand. His sleeve slid down, revealing a golden-laid jade ring. As soon as the ring appeared, the air was instantly filled with an extremely dangerous aura. The leader's face changed drastically. Not good, he's about to. Before he could finish speaking, the man in the white robe touched the ring with his other hand and pressed it lightly. Instantly, the ring erupted with intense emerald green light. The light shone brightly, dimming the heavens and earth. An astonishing scene unfolded. The skin on the man's hands rapidly peeled away, revealing bright red muscles and blood vessels, until finally, only pure white bones remained. The same transformation occurred across his body. In the end, he was reduced to a glowing white skeleton. This is secret sacrificial magic descending into the netherworld. Damn it, he's breaking through. The white-robed man, now transformed into a skeleton, saw his aura surge dramatically, and the pressure intensified sharply. He forcibly broke through the level 80 threshold. In this world, lords were divided by levels. Levels 1 to 10 were apprentice lords. After level 10 came junior lords. Level 20 marked intermediate lords. Level 30 were advanced lords. Level 40 were elite lords. Level 50 were grand lords. Starting at level 60, one entered the dominator ranks. Level 60 was mountain dominator. Level 70 was void dominator. Level 80 was heaven dominator. At this moment, the man in the white robe was stepping into the heaven realm. His skeletal body radiated dazzling brilliance, with every bone resembling crystal and jade. The 20,127 members of the Black Eagle Alliance, today I shall claim them all. Although the jade skeleton could not speak, everyone heard his cold voice in their minds, as if it were a death sentence from the depths of hell. The leader of the Black Eagle Alliance looked extremely grim, using his own flesh and blood as a sacrifice to achieve a massive power boost. He's going for mutual destruction. So ruthless. Retreat. Retreat now. He turned and transformed into a fleeting shadow, fleeing swiftly. The imposing aura from before vanished instantly. After all, someone at his level understood how terrifying the heaven-opening realm was. Even with an army of thousands, they stood no chance. The surrounding overlords finally snapped out of their daze. Each exerted their full strength, flying toward the distant horizon at such speed that their figures blurred. However, in the next moment, a massive jade skeleton draped in a white robe suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. It stood 100 zhang tall, blotting out the sky and sun, like the descent of the Grim Reaper. Silent and still, silent and still. The hollow eye sockets of the skull coldly stared at everything in the world. Suddenly, a giant skeletal hand extended from beneath the white robe. The temperature of the world plummeted, as if falling into an icy abyss. The entire world instantly plunged into nothingness, as if shrouded by a dark curtain. Even the wind stopped, and all things froze. This deathly stillness and void spread like an invisible net, quickly enveloping all the overlords attempting to escape. Tens of thousands of soldiers, pressing down like a mountain, were not spared either, all swallowed by this endless void, becoming living prisoners. In the next moment, everyone felt as if an invisible claw had gripped their hearts tightly. Their bodies deflated like punctured balloons, their vitality rapidly draining, and their flesh aging in an instant. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of soldiers perished, their life force completely extinguished. The once dominant lords fared no better. Under the overwhelming suppression of the void's power, they had no chance to resist, their lives slowly consumed. In the end, they all turned into dried skeletons. The white-robed jade skeleton phantom suddenly raised its hand, and the void curtain that enveloped the heavens and earth instantly contracted. Time began to flow again. The sky cleared, and the sounds of wind, birdsong, and rustling leaves once again echoed in the world. The lifeless bones fell from the sky, scattering into fragments upon the dusty ground. At this moment, the only one unaffected, Shenxi, was utterly shocked. Unbeknownst to him, the scenery of heaven and earth had shifted once more. Shenxi swayed and found himself standing atop a city wall. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any sound. The city wall was dilapidated, bearing the marks of time's erosion. Clearly, countless years had passed since that earth-shattering battle. Shenxi suddenly noticed someone sitting under a nearby battlement, dressed in a white robe, back-facing the wall. Their head was bowed, sitting quietly. Shenxi approached and circled to the front, only to be utterly stunned. It was not a living person at all. It was a jade skeleton wrapped in a white robe. The bones were crystal clear, emitting a faint glow like jade. Wasn't this the heroic spirit from the memory seen just now? Shenxi's heart stirred, and he instinctively reached out his hand. By the time he realized he should pull back, his fingers had already touched the jade skeleton. He exclaimed, "Oh no!" In the next second, the jade skeleton turned into a wisp of smoke and quickly dissipated. At the same time, something had unknowingly appeared in Shenxi's hand. He opened his palm, facing upward. It was a jade ring with golden edges. A mechanical notification sounded in his ears. Ding. You have obtained the item Heroic Spirit Ring mission triggered. Wrath of the Heroic Spirit. You have obtained a fragment of the Prophet's remaining memory. Mission description: the Heroic Spirit. The Prophet sacrificed his own flesh and blood through a secret technique, willingly descending into the netherworld, briefly breaking through the level 80 threshold, and unleashed the forbidden technique withering of all things, annihilating all enemy forces. The Heroic Spirit Ring is a relic of the Prophet, classified as diamond grade, containing residual forbidden energy. You must collect 5 fragments of the Prophet's remaining memory within the ruins of Wind Sand Pass to truly claim ownership of the Heroic Spirit Ring. After hearing the prompt, Shenxi was stunned. He had unexpectedly triggered a system task: Wrath of the Heroic Spirit. The thrilling battle just now turned out to be a memory fragment. Shenxi stroked the ring in his hand, trying to calm the turmoil in his heart. It seemed that this ring was the core secret of the Fengsha Pass ruins. The ring's quality was actually diamond level: ordinary, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond. The highest resource level he had obtained through trials was silver. Shenxi widened his eyes, deeply shaken. However, to obtain that ring, he had to collect 5 pieces of Prophet's residual memory within the ruins. In other words, he had to complete the task. Currently, his progress was only January 5th. Shenxi adjusted his state and stood on the city wall, gazing out at the entire pass. The city walls, towers, enemy platforms, arrow towers, beacon towers, and corner towers were all intact. Compared to the ruins outside, the scale here was several times larger. The residual memories could be hidden anywhere. The skeleton army was blocked outside the ruins. He could only rely on himself. Over the next 5 hours, Shenxi searched every corner meticulously. Finally, in a military tent, an armory, and the corner of an arrow tower, he found 3 pieces of Prophet's residual memory. However, in the following hour, Shenxi ran back and forth several times but found nothing. The last piece of memory was nowhere to be found. Just as he was feeling anxious, a cold mechanical prompt sounded in his ear. Hint: spend 50 exploration points to obtain important task information. Shenxi froze, his steps halting. After a moment, a helpless expression appeared on his face. Seriously, waiting for this? It turned out that opening the ruins didn't require exploration points, but redeeming a piece of information cost 50 points. What a ripoff! He currently had only 60 exploration points, but the temptation of the Heroic Spirit Ring was too great, so he reluctantly decided, spend. Congratulations on obtaining a piece of information. Fengsha Pass Steel. Shenxi didn't have time to hesitate and quickly pondered the clue. Fengsha Pass Steel? It seemed familiar. 50 meters outside the city tower, near the cliff, there was a stele. He had entered the ruins from that area at the beginning. No wonder it looked familiar. That stele wasn't even inside Fengsha Pass. Shenxi quickly ran out of the city gate, heading straight for the stele. It was a human-height stone embedded in a base on the ground, with 3 large characters Fengsha Pass engraved on its surface. 1 foot in front of the stele, there was a small mound of dirt. Shenxi crouched down. Could it be buried here? After hesitating for a moment, he dug into the mound. As a result, he unearthed a set of armor, a helmet, chestplate, arm guards, leg guards, cloak, and battle boots. The armor still bore traces of dried blood. There was also a folded letter. Was this a cenotaph? Shenxi's heartbeat accelerated as he carefully unfolded the letter. You once said that after death, you wanted to be. Buried in front of Fengsha Pass, gazing at the thousands of mountains beyond the pass. You once laughed and said that with your remains guarding this place, no one would dare invade. But fate is unpredictable. You were betrayed by the Black Eagle Alliance, and your remains were lost. I had no choice but to presumptuously erect this cenotaph here, as if you were guarding this place. My lord, rest in peace. Ding! You have obtained a piece of Prophet's residual memory description. The loyal heroic spirit Prophet killed all enemies and erected a cenotaph for his lord in front of the Fengsha Pass stele. You have collected all 5 pieces of Prophet's residual memory. You have obtained ownership of the heroic spirit ring. Heroic spirit ring, diamond level, contains the necromancy restriction wrath of the heroic spirit, decay of all things, with power at 1/10 of the full version, but capable of easily defeating any enemy below level 70. Remaining uses, 3 times, usage conditions, necromancy lord or unit consumes 10,000 mental power. Ding! You have obtained the first event fragment of Skeleton Prophet. Shin-Chi was overwhelmed by the information delivered by the mechanical voice. The cenotaph was a tomb, erected by the heroic spirit Prophet for the lord he had sworn loyalty to. The heroic spirit ring seals a necromancy-based forbidden spell, wrath of the heroic spirit, decay of all things, capable of instantly annihilating any enemy below level 70. Shin-Chi recalled the scene where the Prophet used this spell to obliterate tens of thousands of troops in an instant, his heart surging with excitement. However, this skill can only be used 3 times, and each use consumes 10,000 points of mental energy. Additionally, he obtained an event fragment. The heroic spirit's withered bone had been stolen, and the white-robed jade bone he had encountered earlier was merely a shadow of memory. Shin-Chi stared at the event fragment, lost in thought. The existence of the fragment indicated that the Prophet's story was not yet over. Shin-Chi speculated that by collecting all the fragments, he might truly come into contact with the existence of the heroic spirit. A heroic spirit, a being infinitely more precious than any mythical hero. If he could gain the assistance of a heroic spirit, he could hardly imagine how powerful that would be. Shin-Chi held his breath, just recalling the Prophet's white-robed figure standing atop the city wall, a gentle wave of his sleeve, exuding an imposing presence that overwhelmed thousands of troops, filled Shin-Chi with longing. Over the next 3 days, Shin-Chi continued to secure first place in every trial at an astonishing speed. In the 4th trial, he completed it in 10 minutes and 24 seconds. The 5th trial, 9 minutes and 54 seconds. The 6th trial, even faster, 8 minutes and 17 seconds. His total score surpassed 800,000 points, nearly 600,000 points ahead of the 2nd place, firmly securing his position at the top. Although everyone was already accustomed to Shin-Chi always taking first place, hearing that he completed a trial in under 10 minutes still caused an uproar. I feel like our region is about to give birth to a true legend, one of a kind, breaking records on the first clear, and then refreshing the record every day. Outsiders wouldn't believe it. The key point is, the novice trials only have 7 rounds. Have you heard of the Trial of the Gods? Trial of the Gods? What's that? Legend has it that any lord who scores over 500,000 points in the novice trials each year can participate in the Trial of the Gods. The Trial of the Gods begins on the day the 7th round of novice trials ends, and it will be broadcast server-wide, with the Novice Zone chat channels also opened. Wow! Millions of novice lords watching the live broadcast together. The scene will definitely be explosive, giving me goosebumps. However, not every year has someone qualify for the Trial of the Gods, since 500,000 points is incredibly difficult. Only super elites can achieve it, and having 1 or 2 each year is already a lot. Last year, there wasn't even one. Since the era of lords began, fewer than 100 people have entered the Trial of the Gods, showing how rare it is. So you all understand now, right? Does that mean Shin-Chi? Exactly. Shin-Chi has only completed 6 trials so far, and his score is already over 800,000. This year, he's definitely qualifying for the Trial of the Gods. As far as I know, no one in history has ever scored over 800,000 in the trials. Wow, amazing. After the novice trials end, the outside world is definitely going to be turned upside down. However, aside from Shin-Chi, another name was gradually stirring up discussions in the chat zone. Hey, have you heard? That undead Lord Song Chunyang openly snatched several difficult dungeons that Lu Feichen and his group had monopolized, blatantly provoking them. Damn, so arrogant? What does he look like? Have you seen him? I actually have. I ran into him in a dungeon once. We were fighting mobs, and he happened to pass by. A teammate recognized him but ran too fast, only managing to capture a side profile. Looking at the photo, it turned out to be Shin-Chi's side profile taken from afar. Wow, I didn't expect him to be quite handsome. I thought undead lords would look creepy and terrifying. What do you mean, creepy and terrifying? He seems pretty proud, probably not easy to get along with. Handsome as he is, I'm still scared of skeletons. Just thinking about undead lords hanging out with a bunch of skeletons all day gives me goosebumps. Gradually, more and more people who had seen Shin-Chi started uploading photos. Shin-Chi's good looks made him easily recognizable. Everyone kept mentioning him in the chat channel, but they used the name Song Chunyang. The topic gradually shifted. You guys say he's so amazing, like he could reach the heavens, but he's only ranked 89th on the leaderboard. Lu Feichen is firmly in second place, and several of his lords are in the top 20. What exactly is Song Chunyang capable of? I'm curious too. Did Song Chunyang steal Lu Feichen's nightmare dungeon back then? I don't really believe it. Lu Feichen has an S-level talent, a 5th-tier dragon under his command, and all his allies are top-ranked powerhouses. At this point, an eyewitness came forward to recount what happened, saying Song Chunyang stole Lu Feichen's nightmare dungeon isn't entirely accurate. Actually, Lu Feichen had people guarding the dungeon entrance, and anyone wanting to enter had to pay a toll. Song Chunyang refused to accept this and confronted them directly. Luckily, someone stepped in to mediate, so it didn't escalate into a fight. The key point is, this nightmare dungeon automatically detects the strongest combat power in a team and then opens a portal corresponding to that difficulty level. The strange thing is, Lu Feichen's team, with its top-tier combat power, only opened the 4th level. Yet Song Chunyang, in front of everyone, opened the 5th level, the core level portal. Everyone was shocked. Wow. Does that mean Song Chunyang's combat power is stronger than the strongest in Lu Feichen's team? That's what people on the scene thought. But what? Don't leave us hanging. Song Chunyang had just entered the dungeon when it suddenly closed. The dungeon closed? Doesn't that mean someone cleared it? Who could clear a nightmare dungeon? Who in our region has that kind of strength? At the time, Lu Feichen's team was still fighting the boss on the 4th level. Then who cleared it? And why do people say Song Chunyang stole the dungeon? That's the key. Rumor has it that Lu Feichen's team never cleared it. The dungeon just collapsed suddenly. After that, no one saw Song Chunyang come out of the dungeon, so it couldn't be verified, but the two have been at odds ever since. The storyteller concluded, so people privately think Song Chunyang does have some skills, but saying he cleared the nightmare dungeon is a bit exaggerated. That's so exciting. But how? Could Song Chunyang, on his own, possibly take on Lu Feichen's team of experts? He's bound to fail sooner or later. The protagonist of the chat channel, Song Chunyang, rolled his eyes as he read the idle chatter. These past few days, whenever he sensed a new dungeon refresh, he would immediately inform Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi would then summon his skeletal bird to fly to the dungeon location. The skeletal bird, now upgraded to level 25, was originally a speed specialist with agility exceeding 300, making it incredibly fast. When Shin-Chi traveled across maps, he would use the skill Journey of the Dead to store his skeleton soldiers in the ancient battlefield. This made the skeletal bird's movements stealthy, almost impossible to track or intercept. At most, passers-by would catch a glimpse and snap a quick photo. Every time Shin-Chi entered a dungeon, he would head straight for the boss, completely ignoring the minor monsters. Upon encountering the boss, he relied on the instant kill skills of his two heroes to swiftly eliminate the enemy and then leave. In style, the entire process took only a few minutes. As a result, very few people had actually seen Shin-Chi or the true face of Song Chunyang. More importantly, Shin-Chi possessed the talent Forbidden Gaze, so no one knew that Song Chunyang was actually him. Once, Song Chunyang couldn't resist joining the chat channel banter, only to find the topic revolving around himself. Watching his name gain more and more attention, he felt both annoyed and helpless. He wanted to vent to Shin-Chi, but Shin-Chi wasn't interested at all. He never participated in the chat channel discussions. No matter what was said in the chat channel, Shin-Chi was never affected and steadily followed his own plans. In his view, steadily improving his strength was more important than anything else. Song Chunyang began to emulate Shin-Chi, focusing on actions rather than words. As the only undead master Song Chunyang had ever met, Shin-Chi greatly inspired his fighting spirit. From initially just wanting to avoid elimination, he now aspired to earn more points and climb to the top ranks. Apart from providing Shin-Chi with locations, he spent almost the entire day striving to develop. Using every tiny advantage, he expanded his skeleton army like a snowball. On the leaderboard, he even broke into the top 100. This was something the timid rookie at the beginning could never have imagined. Although feeling somewhat stifled, Song Chunyang never responded in the chat channel. He even secretly anticipated the moment when others would find out that the top-ranked Shin-Chi was an undead lord. Their expressions would surely be priceless. On this day, Shin-Chi had just completed a high-difficulty dungeon, the Despair Worm Nest, was cleared effortlessly and the swarm collapsed instantly. After a random teleport, he looked at the boss treasure that had dropped into his hands, brain of the worm nest. He nodded in satisfaction. This was one of the top-tier drops in recent days. Another key material was added. Soon, he would be able to craft that important item. Shin-Chi was somewhat excited. Returning to his territory, he directly entered the ancient battlefield. Through a nether crossing, he teleported to his destination. Outside the teleportation gate was a collapsed, abandoned courtyard. Surrounding it were withered branches, creating a gloomy and desolate atmosphere. The entrance was broken, and a faintly glowing teleportation array floated there. This was the hidden ruin Shin-Chi had unlocked 2 days ago with 20 exploration points. Ding! You have entered the ruin, garden of the ancient alchemist. The ruin was an open-air garden about 20 meters square, surrounded by high stone walls. In the center of the courtyard stood a small house with several evenly distributed herb fields around it. The lush plants in the herb fields swayed gently in the breeze from beyond the walls. This was the alchemy workshop of an ancient alchemist. Like other ruins, the workshop was completely isolated from the outside world, existing as an independent space. Entering required the consumption of exploration points. Shin-Chi walked familiarly into the workshop at the center of the garden. Inside were a workbench and various cabinets. The workbench was equipped with an alchemy furnace, a crucible, a mortar, a distillation bottle, and more. Nearby, several large cabinets stored materials. In front of the workbench stood an alchemy golem, upright and motionless. This was the assistant left behind by the workshop's owner, imbued with alchemical knowledge and capable of independently operating the workbench to craft potions. Next to the alchemy furnace was a conspicuous instrument, the analyzer. It was a massive cylindrical glass tank, encased in metal at the top and bottom, with a deep red gemstone embedded at the base. A circular opening in the center of the glass allowed materials to be placed inside. The red gemstone on the analyzer was called the Philosopher's Stone. It was an extremely rare analyzer capable of identifying the grade of alchemical materials and, more impressively, breaking them down into pure elemental essence. Elemental essence was irreplaceable in crafting high-level potions. On the other side of the workbench were neatly arranged storage cabinets filled with various precious potions. Tier 3, Strength Enhancement Potion. Tier 3, Coagulation Essence. Tier 4, Concealment Elixir. Tier 4, Holy Protection Elixir. Each potion was extremely valuable, and there were plenty of them. Naturally, Shin-Chi happily packed them all into his bag. These potions would undoubtedly cause a buying frenzy in the market. But what truly excited Shin-Chi was a potion recipe. Pure Divine Dew. Tier 6, Effect. Instantly increases mental power limit and current mental value tenfold, enhances mental power recovery speed by 5-fold, lasts for 10 minutes, permanently increases mental power limit by 1275 points. The recipe required materials such as Tier 6 Elemental Essence, Tier 5 Elemental Essence, Tier 4 Elemental Essence, as well as Dragon Blood Grass, Tranquil Lotus, Night Acacia, and Vitality Herb. Shin-Chi stared at the parchment recipe in his hand, his emotions surging. The effects of Pure Divine Dew were simply heaven-defying. A tenfold increase in mental power alone was enough to make Shin-Chi focus all his attention on it. Currently at level 25, his mental power was 1387. Multiplying that by 10 would directly surpass 10,000. He shifted his gaze slightly to the Heroic Spirit Ring on his index finger. Consuming 10,000 mental power would activate Heroic Spirit's Wrath. This move could instantly kill enemies below level 70. It was simply Shin-Chi's ultimate trump card. He had thought he would have to wait until entering the Endless Land to have the chance to learn how to unleash Wrath of the Heroic Spirit. Unexpectedly, it came true so quickly, even before leaving the trial grounds. Moreover, just the value of Pure Divine Dew itself was already considerable. Instantly increasing the mental power limit tenfold had immense benefits for the later stages. Top-tier lords would fight tooth and nail for it. The higher the level, the stronger the mental power, and the more exaggerated the boost brought by Pure Divine Dew. 1,000 mental power instantly became 10,000. 10,000 mental power directly soared to 100,000. In the later stages, releasing super ultimate moves consumed a massive amount of mental power. If one could recover enough mental power in a short time to release another ultimate move, the entire battle situation could be completely reversed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Feichen and Lin Hongyu officially joined forces, and more powerful individuals either voluntarily or reluctantly joined their alliance. Now, with Lu Feichen and Lin Hongyu as leaders, they had formed a hierarchical lord network. Dungeons refreshed daily, making them key to resource acquisition and lord growth. Lu Feichen's group, through the deployment of their lord network, conducted a comprehensive search for dungeons and resource points on the map. Whenever someone discovered dungeon clues clues, they would immediately report back to Lu Feichen's base camp. However, in recent days, every time Lu Feichen's main force arrived at a dungeon location, Shen Qi had already looted it, and each time, they narrowly missed crossing paths with Shen Qi's team. This caused Lu Feichen's group to repeatedly lose out on dungeons. Lu Feichen had long since captured Shen Qi's image from the retrospective mirror and shared it with all members of the Alliance. As a result, everyone recognized Song Chunyang. Almost every time a lord was assigned to guard a dungeon, they would record footage of Shen Qi brazenly entering the dungeon and then calmly leaving. Yet, they were powerless to stop him. By the time Lu Feichen's main force arrived, Shen Qi had already vanished without a trace. Shen Qi never responded to any provocations, causing Song Chunyang's reputation to grow increasingly notorious. To outsiders, it seemed as if he was openly opposing Lu Feichen's group. Naturally, this made Lu Feichen's team resent Shen Qi deeply. Ever since losing that super difficult dungeon to him, Lu Feichen had been wanting to confront Shen Qi face to face. There was another matter that particularly annoyed him: Shen Qi's position as the top scorer on the leaderboard. Every time the rankings updated, Shen Qi consistently held the top spot, leaving no chance for anyone to surpass him. Although Lu Feichen was unwilling to accept this, he had to admit that as long as they remained in the novice zone, Shen Qi's strength was superior to his. After much deliberation, Lu Feichen finally came up with an idea. Since he couldn't beat him, why not recruit him? With his real-world family background, he could offer terms that would be hard to refuse. If necessary, he would use both persuasion and coercion. But strangely, no one had ever seen Shen Qi's true face. No matter how many people Lu Feichen sent to search or stake out, Shen Qi's whereabouts remained elusive. The only proof of Shen Qi's existence was the occasional item he listed in the trading market. He never spoke in the chat channel or responded to anyone. Thinking about all this made Lu Feichen extremely agitated, with no outlet for his frustration. As a result, he vented almost all his dissatisfaction on Song Chunyang, turning him into an emotional scapegoat. On this day, Lu Feichen led his team to charge into another difficult dungeon, Despair Nest. Once again, Shen Qi had beaten them to it, and in his frustration, Lu Feichen grabbed a subordinate to vent his anger. Just then, a subordinate responsible for reconnaissance ran over excitedly to report, his face full of enthusiasm. After hearing the report, Lu Feichen's expression immediately improved, revealing a look of joy. "What did you say? A large-scale secret realm?" "That's right, and secret realms of this scale are extremely rare. The opportunities inside far surpass those of ordinary, difficult dungeons." Secret realms were different from dungeons. They were independent spaces containing monsters and treasures. However, unlike dungeons, secret realms did not follow refresh rules and remained permanently on the map. Therefore, tools used to detect dungeons were completely ineffective for secret realms. Lu Feichen's heavy face finally showed excitement, and he gave a command: "Let's go." Asterisk in the alchemist's courtyard. Shen Qi held the formula in his hand, quietly contemplating. Refining pure divine dew was no easy task. He had possessed the formula for nearly 3 days. Today, Shen Qi had finally gathered most of the materials. Some of the herbs were available in the workshop. As for elemental essences, he had to rely on his own efforts to collect them. Once all the materials were gathered, the alchemy golem could refine pure divine dew on the workbench. However, refining one portion of pure divine dew required consuming 1 portion of 6th tier elemental essence, 4 portions of 5th tier elemental essence, and 10 portions of 4th tier elemental essence. The cost was no small matter. Elemental essences were crystallizations of elemental power in the world, with attributes such as wood, earth, metal, wind, fire, water, light, and thunder. They could be obtained by refining various materials, such as monster drops. Of course, higher tier elemental essences, such as 5th tier and above, could only be obtained by killing bosses. Thinking of this, Shen Qi walked to the analyzer. He placed the brain of the hive he had obtained today onto the metal tray inside the glass cylinder. Ding! Brain of the hive can be refined into 5th tier earth elemental essence. Refine now? Shen Qi answered, yes. The philosopher's stone at the base of the analyzer began to glow and rotate. Before long, the material on the tray was fully transformed. Now, Shen Qi had used the analyzer to refine the heart of the troll, horn of the orc king, and brain of the hive into 3 portions of 5th tier elemental essence. He still needed 1 more portion of 5th tier elemental essence, which meant he had to continue venturing into difficult dungeons to kill 4th tier and above bosses. And, to obtain 6th tier elemental essence, he would have to hunt 5th tier and above bosses. So far, Shin-Chi had not encountered any 5th-tier monsters. However, with only one day left in the novice trial, the final trial would likely feature 5th-tier monsters. Therefore, Shin-Chi was not in a hurry. As he completed all tasks in the alchemy workshop, a message popped up in his system friend list. He clicked it open. It was from Song Chunyang. Big bro, urgent situation. A new nightmare level dungeon has spawned. Coordinates XXX. Shin-Chi's eyes lit up. A nightmare level dungeon. This was the second nightmare level dungeon since the novice trial began. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in front of a large secret realm's teleportation gate, Lu Feichen and Lin Hongyu slowly walked out, their faces beaming with joy. The secret realm they had just explored was incredibly rewarding. Lu Feichen had obtained a bone cleansing pool, which he used directly to temper his 5th-tier dragon body. His physique grew significantly, and his attributes skyrocketed. Even more astonishing, he had acquired an S-rank Lord class transfer certificate, Divine Dragon Knight. Lu Feichen successfully changed classes on the spot, gaining a powerful war aura skill. With his strength greatly enhanced, his confidence soared to new heights. Additionally, he had obtained a treasure, a trump card of sorts, the Abyss Summoning Order. This item could open a small abyssal rift, summoning a legion of abyssal demons to fight. Lin Hongyu also reaped great rewards from this secret realm expedition. He acquired a silver grade item, the Array of Laws. This item could create a domain where, during battles, the attack and defense of magic units would double and their mental recovery rate would triple. More importantly, he had gained his 4th tier mage unit, Gale Mage. With this, his mage army now consisted of 4 arrays: Flame, Gale, Thunder, and Holy Light. These arrays complemented each other perfectly, offering comprehensive coverage and multi-attribute suppression, forming an invincible mage artillery team. The other lords who had entered the secret realm with Lin and Lu also gained varying benefits. For a moment, everyone was all smiles. Just then, one of Lu Feichen's subordinates came running over in a hurry, panting heavily, his face flushed red. "Brother Lu, urgent news." Lu Feichen looked at him. "What is it?" Dungeon. A nightmare level dungeon. Just less than 100 meters away from here. Lu Feichen and Lin Hongyu's bodies trembled. A nightmare level dungeon. The second nightmare level dungeon. And it's so close. A fierce light flashed in Lu Feichen's eyes. The confidence brought by his greatly enhanced strength made him resolute. This time, the nightmare level dungeon was his. If anyone dared to snatch it, he would leave their corpse in the dungeon as fertilizer. The chat channel was suddenly flooded. Urgent report. Lu Feichen and his team are facing off against Song Chunyang. It's finally happening. My friend is in Lu Feichen's team. Both sides have their eyes on a new nightmare level dungeon and went in one after the other. According to insiders, Lu Feichen, Lin Hongyu, and the 4th, 5th, and 6th ranked players Zhou Yechen, Zhao Changxing, and Wen Che are all inside. They just came out of a large secret realm, and their strength has skyrocketed. Lu Feichen completed an S level class change. Lin Hongyu formed a 4-tier mage array. Zhou Yechen obtained the hero altar and directly summoned a 3-star ogre general. Sounds intense. Is this what top-tier players are like? What about Song Chunyang's side? Is the intel wrong? Song Chunyang's side only brought 100 skeleton soldiers? What? Ridiculous. Is he just planning to take a look at the dungeon without actually fighting? And he happened to run into Lu's main force. Now they're facing off directly. Is there even any suspense left? Will Song Chunyang be kicked off the rankings today? Oh my god, I'm not even on site, but I feel like I'm about to die from the excitement. Friends on site, report back quickly, don't leave us hanging. On the other side, nightmare level dungeon, Nightmare Sanctuary. Shin-Chi calmly stared at Lu Feichen's group in front of him. Behind them was a massive, densely packed army. In contrast, Shin-Chi's side only had just over 100 skeleton soldiers, pitifully few. Well, isn't this Song Chunyang? I've heard so much about you. A mocking voice rang out. Zhou Yechen, the A-level lord beside Lu Feichen, stepped forward first. He deliberately exaggeratedly stared at the skeleton soldiers behind Shin-Chi and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Turning to another lord, Zhao Changxing, he teased, bringing just this pile of bones. Does he look down on us, or does he look down on this nightmare level dungeon? Zhao Changxing frowned at the skeleton soldiers, his expression showing clear disgust, as if he had seen something repulsive. Lu Feichen's group clearly outmatched Shin-Chi's side in both numbers and momentum. Freshly strengthened from the secret realm, they were brimming with confidence. Though they said little, the mockery and disdain on their faces were unmistakable. Zhou Yechen stepped forward again, laughing provocatively. Hey, Song Chunyang, aren't you always sneaking around? Every time you quietly snatch our dungeon and run off quickly, feeling guilty, huh? Why not slow down and let us properly meet you? Shin-Chi calmly watched Zhou Yechen's performance, his face devoid of any emotion. Zhou Yechen and the others waited for a long time without seeing Shin-Chi respond, thinking he was scared. At this moment, Lin Hongyu slowly stepped forward, his eyes filled with contempt. though his tone was unusually gentle. Song Chunyang, you should understand the current situation. We don't want to bully you just because we have more people. He paused, his tone becoming even softer. How about this? Hand over 70% of the dungeon resources you've collected in the past few days, and we won't hold your previous actions against you. How does that sound? The words sounded reasonable, but Shin-Chi calmly replied, it's just a dungeon run. How did it turn into me stealing from you? I'm in a hurry. If I wait for you to gather all your people and slowly decide ownership, the dungeon will be long gone. He spoke unhurriedly, even smiling, appearing more reasonable. Since you're so sincere, why not follow my suggestion? All of you hand over 70% of your resources and I'll let you off. How about that? As soon as the words fell, the scene instantly became as silent as death. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Yechen laughed out of anger, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. He turned to look at Lu Feichen, his smile twisted and sinister. Brother, this guy really doesn't know his place. Since he's so stubborn, how about I teach him a lesson? It'll be a good chance for my ogre general to get some practice. Lu Feichen glared at Shin-Chi, his eyes full of disgust. After a long pause, he responded coldly, his voice laced with gritted teeth fury. Fine, go ahead. For me, go and meet this so-called friend whose reputation precedes him but whom I've never met. Zhou Yechen smirched triumphantly, took a few steps forward, and shouted loudly, Ogre General Garan. Suddenly, the ground trembled, dust filled the air, and a rumbling sound echoed. A massive figure, 5 meters tall, slowly emerged from the rear of the battalion. The towering, muscular ogre appeared, its presence intimidating everyone around. A 3-star hero, the Ogre General Garan. Zhou Yechen stared mockingly at Shen-Chi, his face full of ridicule. Kid, has no one ever taught you to be a little more low-key when you go out? I really want to know, with so many people on our side, how can you still act so tough? He squinted his eyes. But it doesn't matter. After today, you'll learn to keep a low profile and stop showing off. Shin-Chi glanced at him indifferently. You sure talk a lot. Is that all you're good at? Zhou Yechen's expression darkened. Today I'll teach you a proper lesson. If I don't beat you to the point where you're picking your teeth off the ground, I won't be called Zhou Garan. The ogre general instantly unleashed a powerful aura, his muscles bulging as his strength rapidly gathered. In the next moment, this seemingly tall and bulky ogre shot forward like a cannonball, charging straight at Shin-Chi. Everyone was stunned. With the ogre general's weight and explosive power, a direct hit would likely turn someone into a pile of minced meat on the spot. Zhou Yechen was going all out this time. As the ogre's massive figure loomed over Shin-Chi like a shadow, the next second boom, dust flew everywhere. It took a while before everyone could see clearly. The ogre general and Shin-Chi were both standing firmly, neither of them falling, and on the ogre general's fist was a pale, slender figure. It was a skeleton. Compared to the ogre's massive body, the skeleton appeared small and frail. The contrast was stark, yet it was this skeleton that raised the iron sword in its hand and forcibly blocked the ogre general's full-powered punch. Everyone was dumbfounded. Shen-Chi remained unmoved, glancing at the status panel of the skeleton warrior in front of him. Skeleton warrior, Jinyuan Legion, nickname, Xiaobai level, 36 HP, 2366 attack, 1766 defense, 1778 agility, 97 spirit, 67 skill 1, heavy sword sweep LV3 area attack power increased by 50%, cooldown 5 seconds skill 2, ghostly thrust LV2, temporarily increases attack speed by 600%, thrust damage increased by 30%, immune to control during the duration, lasts 6 seconds equipment, black iron leg guards, agility plus 10, defense plus 142, black iron chestplate, defense plus 187, armor plus 2, bronze helmet, defense plus 164, HP plus 326, physical damage resistance plus 5, bronze round shield, defense plus 342, attack plus 52, doubles defense during perfect shield counter, increases counter damage by 20%, bronze decayed knight sword, weapon attack plus 357, causes wounds to decay on attack, doubles damage. To weak points, the skeleton warrior before him was one of Shin-Chi's earliest and most loyal companions. Its level was the highest in the team, aside from the heroes, having reached level 36. Fully equipped, with a defense exceeding 1700, it was incredibly tough. During shield counters, its defense doubled, soaring to over 3,400, making it nearly impervious to even the strongest attacks. Shin-Chi glanced again at the ogre general. HP, 13,500 plus attack, 1,000 plus defense, 2,600 plus to Xiaobai. These numbers were nothing at all. Of course, the opponent couldn't see the detailed stats of the skeleton warrior. They could only watch in shock as the skeletal frame held its ground against the ogre general. Zhou Yechen was dumbfounded, staring at his proudest creation, the ogre general, being forcefully held back by a mere skeleton. His mind went blank, unable to distinguish whether what he saw was reality or an illusion. Before anyone could react, Shin-Chi decisively issued the kill command. The skeleton warrior put away its shield. With a leap, it climbed directly onto the ogre's chest. Its left hand tightly gripped the edge of the chest armor, while its right hand raised the bronze knight sword. Ghostly thrust. Instantly, the thrusting speed increased sixfold, capable of delivering nearly 6 strikes per second, with each strike dealing 30% more damage. The rotting property of the bronze knight sword was triggered, again doubling the continuous damage caused by the wounds. The sword tip plunged fiercely into the ogre's chest, pulling out, then stabbing again. A frenzied series of attacks followed. The sword's movements became almost a blur. The thick chest of the ogre was pierced by the sword tip, and countless streams of black blood gushed out like a fountain. 789-1475-2147-3483. In just a few seconds, the ogre's chest was riddled with bloody holes. It screamed in agony, its health bar plummeting like a landslide to the bottom. Boom! The skeleton warrior withdrew its sword. The ogre general was dead, reduced to a corpse. It swayed in the air for a moment before crashing to the ground. No! Zhou Yecheng watched his 3-star hero die before his eyes, his bloodshot eyes filled with despair as he completely broke down. Lu Feichen was stunned by the scene, his breathing quickened. Involuntarily, alarm bells rang in his mind. Shin-Chi was no ordinary opponent. He immediately regained his composure and sternly ordered everyone, attack together. Shin-Chi's signal was too dangerous. They had to use their numerical advantage and all their strength to eliminate him quickly. The group immediately adjusted their formation. Just as a lord in the rear muttered to himself, "Is it really necessary to go all out?" Shin-Chi suddenly extended his hand, and a lantern appeared in his grasp. The lampshade emitted layers of purple light. A massive vortex suddenly appeared in the air. In the next moment, gray-black smoke spread rapidly. Countless skeleton soldiers descended instantly in front and behind. Shin-Chi, dense and overwhelming, they surged like a tide. They were clad in black iron and bronze armor, wielding sharp weapons. The number of skeleton soldiers exceeded 7,000. The numerical disadvantage was instantly reversed. Lu Feichen and his companions' faces turned pale, their expressions filled with terror as if they'd seen a ghost. Lin Hongyu frowned, staring at the skeleton army summoned by Shin-Chi. His face darkened, and he felt powerless. He struggled to organize his thoughts. I'll have the mage corps charge at the front. The undead are weak against holy light, lightning, and flames. No matter how many skeletons there are, it won't matter. After speaking, he immediately assembled the mage formation. For mage corps, each with 50 mages, the holy light corps positioned at the forefront, followed closely by the other 3. In an instant, the 4 mage corps began chanting, their lights flickering continuously. At the very front, the holy light mage corps unleashed golden holy light like raindrops, pouring directly onto the skeleton army. Holy light deals double damage to the undead and reduces their damage by 75%. No matter how many skeletons there are, they can't scare me. Lin Hongyu watched the holy light bombardment. His tension slightly eased. He began analyzing the situation methodically. Skeletons have weak individual combat power. Their greatest advantage is suppressing enemies with sheer numbers. But this wave of holy light attacks will definitely scatter the skeleton formation, dismantling their charge and quickly defeating them. However, the scene that followed left him wide-eyed in disbelief. The holy light fell upon the skeleton army, but was blocked by countless transparent barriers. Then, several massive cavalry formations charged fiercely toward the mage array, like an indestructible wall of steel. Each undead cavalryman was clad in pitch-black armor, exuding a ferocious aura. They rode strong skeletal war horses, their hooves pounding the air as they charged forward. Following closely behind the charging undead cavalry were the massive skeleton warrior corps. Further back were alternating formations of skeleton shield guards, skeleton crossbowmen, and skeleton archers. Finally, there were the skeleton cultists and undead mage corps, Shin-Chi's 2 heroes, also charged with the army. Under Theodore's talent doctrine, blessing, all undead units under the Lord's command were completely immune to light attribute attacks. Ascen's unparalleled martial arts and general's order further enhanced the skeleton legion's attack, defense, critical hit rate, and attack speed. The skeleton cultists cast Codex Barrier, generating hundreds of shields above the skeleton army, while over 900 skeleton shield guards formed an impenetrable shield wall. The spells of the holy light mages couldn't harm them at all. Lin Hongyu watched the skeleton army charge forward, trembling all over, his palms sweating. The confidence in his eyes was instantly replaced by fear. He realized he had completely underestimated his opponent. Earlier, he had seen a seemingly frail skeleton soldier single-handedly defeat a 3-star hero, the ogre general. Now, facing the entire skeleton army, he knew his opponent was anything but weak. Law formation. Lin Hongyu snapped back to his senses, deciding to reveal all his trump cards. The four mage regiments seemed to enter a domain, a faint glow enveloping them. Each mage's attack and defense doubled, and their mental power recovery rate tripled. However, the next moment, a scene of despair unfolded before Lin Hongyu. Theodore swiftly emerged from Shun Qi's skeleton army. Immediately, a massive wave of magical ripples spread out, instantly enveloping Lin Hongyu's four mage regiments. This was Theodore's newly mastered skill prayer, Silence LV3, which prohibited enemy mages within a 500-meter radius from casting spells. For 10 seconds, Lin Hongyu watched as his mages were completely unable to cast spells, nearly exploding with rage. The mage regiments were instantly suppressed by the skeleton army, losing all ability to counterattack. The skeleton army then closed in on the mage regiments. The undead iron cavalry raised their front hooves, launching a bloody trample, a furious charge, and executing spear strikes in succession. The undead iron cavalry stormed into the mage regiments, unleashing a brutal massacre. Lin Hongyu's mages, unable to cast spells, were utterly defenseless and were slaughtered to the last. Blood filled the air, severed limbs scattered everywhere. It was like hell had descended. Fear and hatred surged from the depths of Lin Honyu's heart, wave after wave crashing against his body, ultimately overwhelming his heart like a flood. This horrifying scene struck fear into Lu Feichen and his companions. The group of A-grade talent lords, under immense pressure, ordered their respective armies to fight with all their might. The Elven army, Ogre army, Griffin army, Orc army, as well as Lu Feichen's Dragon Vein warriors and Dragon Taming Legion, all mobilized. Shin Qi also commanded the skeleton army to charge. Soon, Lu Feichen and the others felt their scalps tingle as they realized the terror of the skeleton army was far beyond their imagination. Wave after wave of arrow rain shot toward them. Following that, magical bombardments rained down continuously. Their troops could barely move an inch. Skeleton warriors swung their iron swords, slaughtering madly, ravaging like locusts. Once surrounded, almost no one could last a second. Then, 300 undead mages unleashed their full power. Spectre Devour and Frost Mist Curse activated simultaneously. Countless ghostly faces flew through the air, and dense fog spread instantly. Even more terrifying, a massive skeletal arm over 10 meters tall appeared in the sky, slamming fiercely into the ground. Lu Feichen's forces rapidly dwindled, watching as one subordinate after another was utterly defeated, their morale nearly collapsing. Lu Feichen's face darkened, as black as ink. Shin Qi was like a monster. They had completely underestimated him. It seemed they would have to give it their all today, otherwise there was no way to escape this dungeon. Gritting his teeth, Lu Feichen made up his mind and stopped hesitating. He pulled out a small, ancient-looking token from his backpack and gripped it tightly. This was a gold-tier item, the Abyss Summoning Token. Boom! A powerful force distorted the space, and a dark rift quickly tore open in midair. From the shadowy rift came deep, guttural roars. The next second, countless abyssal demons poured out. Their numbers were overwhelming, and they obeyed Lu Feichen's command, descending from the abyss onto the battlefield. These demons had bizarre, grotesque forms, hideous beyond description. They possessed the ability to resurrect, with each demon able to be reborn from its corpse after death. Moreover, they are ferocious in nature, growing stronger by devouring the flesh and blood of enemies and allies alike. This is Lu Feichen's strongest trump card, harnessing the power of the abyss to completely crush the enemy forces. As soon as the abyss demons appeared, the situation instantly reversed. Morale surged, climbing higher and higher. However, Shin Qi's gaze turned cold. His killing intent intensified, yet his face grew increasingly calm. He raised his hand lightly. 2 6-star heroes were dispatched. Ajuan and Theodore, having consumed a large amount of experience over the past few days, both leveled up to 49. It was time to showcase their true strength. Ajuan swiftly flew toward the abyss. Demon Horde. Sword light scattered everywhere. Judgment Pen LV2. This skill marks enemies for a death verdict. The first attack on the marked enemy deals 4 times the base damage, followed by 80% splash damage to all enemies within a 10-meter radius. Ajuan slashed his sword diagonally, the snow-white sword light drifting like a shadow. A string of deep red damage numbers exploded on the marked abyss demon 110244. The demon was instantly sliced into pieces. Then, centered on it, several sword lights rapidly spread out, swirling like a vortex. All abyss demons within a 10-meter radius were shredded, blood mist scattering everywhere. -81023-82147-79458. With the melee critical rate plus 60% and critical damage plus 500% bonus brought by General's Order, critical damage exploded continuously, with hundreds of thousands of damage numbers appearing in succession. After Ajuan unleashed Judgment Pen, a 10-meter radius of open ground was instantly cleared ahead. But the resurrection ability of the abyss demons immediately manifested. From the pile of flesh and blood, new demons staggered out, their sinister faces reappearing on the battlefield. Ajuin's Judgment Pen entered a 30-second cooldown. The next moment, Theodore finished chanting Falling Stars LV3. In the sky, 30 meteors trailed thick smoke, rapidly plummeting toward the battlefield. Each meteor had an explosion radius exceeding 5 meters. Boom, boom, boom. The meteors hit the ground and exploded, leaving deep craters. The freshly resurrected abyss demons were all blasted into ashes. Even their corpses vanished without a trace, leaving no chance for revival. Ajuin darted forward like a shadow, sword light flashing across the battlefield, death descending. The two heroes continued their assault on the demon horde. Dazzling sword light danced everywhere, while Theodore's staff continuously conjured missiles filled with terrifying energy, bombarding the demon army. Both heroes' attack power reached 20 to 30,000, making clearing the minions as effortless as mowing grass. The endless abyss demons surged like a tide, yet the two heroes repeatedly broke through, creating gap after gap. Immediately, the skeleton army seized the opportunity to swarm forward. Lu Feichen originally thought that the abyss summoning order would at least significantly slow Shen-Chi's pace. Instead, he was shocked to find that the skeleton army was completely unaffected, fighting more fiercely than ever. On the contrary, the abyss demon's formation collapsed rapidly, like snow meeting hot water or weeds encountering a scythe. He gritted his teeth, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring in Shen-Chi's direction, his killing intent erupting violently. This can't go on. He immediately mounted the muscle-bound demon dragon, soaring into the air, charging straight toward the skeleton army. Dragon Knight War Aura activated. Dragon-type units' attack power doubled. Sacred Dragon Command initiated. Dragon-type units' attack power increased fivefold. The demon dragon, amplified tenfold, slowly raised its head, letting out a thunderous dragon roar. A terrifying aura erupted instantly. The demon dragon spread its massive wings over 30 meters wide, covering half the sky. From afar, Lin Hongyu and others watched the demon dragon's appearance, their emotions mixed. Lu Feichen is really going all out this time, sacrificing the dragon race's level cap for a temporary fivefold boost. The group of lords, especially Lin Hongyu, felt both hatred and hope. At least this way, we can eliminate Song Chunyang in one fell swoop. They gritted their teeth, their eyes bloodshot. That undead lord had caused them heavy losses and absolutely could not be spared. Lu Feichen's face was cold, his posture upright. Regaining his confidence and composure, his gaze was sinister. Fixed intently in the direction of Shen-Chi, he thought to himself, Song Chunyang, you are indeed strong, even stronger than I expected, but this is the end for you. He let out a low shout. Charge. The next moment, a scorching and terrifying dragon flame spewed from the mouth of the demon dragon. The fiery beam shot straight toward the skeleton army. With a tenfold amplification, the dragon flame would undoubtedly cause massive casualties upon impact. Shen-Chi, of course, would not sit idly by. He immediately commanded Ajuin to leap forward and intercept. The dragon flame fiercely collided with the devouring shield in Ajuin's hands. The shield perfectly countered, doubling the defense and reflecting 30% of the damage. Ajuin's base defense was 15,000, with armor at 10, and with the Yi General's order boosting defense by 150%. After blocking with the bronze grade, devouring shield, his defense instantly soared to nearly 80,000. The dragon flame was completely blocked, leaving Ajuin unscathed. Lu Feichen, atop the demon dragon, widened his eyes in shock, his body stiffening, breathing heavily, and shouted, impossible. The dragon flame's minimum damage is 50,000, how could it not kill that damn skeleton? However, Lu Feichen had no time to think further. His time was up. Ajuin darted forward like a gust of wind, heading straight for the demon dragon. He stepped on the dragon's head. The demon dragon snorted furiously, trying to shake off this pesky insect. But in the next moment, Ajuin thrust his sword fiercely beneath the dragon's scales, piercing straight into the muscle. Withering Bones LV4. Boom! 25 crimson sword auras burst forth instantly, blooming in the sky. Like a massive and magnificent nebula, they illuminated the entire battlefield. The dazzling brilliance shone as it descended upon the world, majestic and ferocious. The sky was filled with swordlight like a fiery sunset. The demon dragon finally fell. Its massive body, still radiating intense crimson sword energy, crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. Everyone was stunned. Lu Feichen hadn't even processed what had happened. A crimson sword aura gently drifted toward him *SHHH*. The sword aura pierced through his chest at lightning speed, dispersing instantly. The aura effortlessly penetrated his bronze armor, slicing through it like a knife through paper. Without any resistance, Lu Feichen's eyes widened. His mind went blank. His entire being instantly became despondent and lifeless. As the demon dragon fell, so did he. Moments later, he mechanically raised his hands, watching the light of life gradually fade away. Only then did he suddenly realize, am I dead? Did I fail the novice trial and get eliminated? Was I defeated by an undead lord? A surge of intense shame and fear overwhelmed him, shattering the pride and confidence he had cultivated since childhood. It surged to his throat, transforming into a heart-wrenching scream, "Ea!" The cry shook the heavens and earth, piercing the eardrums of all the lords. The lords, terrified, dropped to the ground, staring blankly at the scene before them. What on earth just happened? A fifth-tier demon dragon, slain with a single sword strike? Lu Feichen, with an S-rank talent, and an S-rank class, killed with one blow? Lu Feichen's body disintegrated into particles and quickly vanished. Strangely, in his final moments, an absurd thought flashed through his mind. Song Chunyang, so what if you killed me? Even if you killed me, you won't get first place in the novice trial. Just like me, you'll always be trampled underfoot by Shin Chi. He even began to madly fantasize. One day, the arrogant Song Chunyang would encounter the formidable Shin Chi and be personally cut down by him. From this fantasy, he drew twisted, frenzied, and unrestrained pleasure. However, in the next second, a mechanical voice rang clearly in his ears, shattering his fantasy. Lord number 9657, Lu Feichen, you have been killed by Lord Shin Chi's forces and eliminated from this novice trial. You will now be transported out of the trial grounds. Lu Feichen froze. Shin Chi, Song Chunyang, was actually Shin Chi? Shin Chi is undead? His eyes widened, staring blankly into the void. All thoughts in his mind vanished in an instant. He was completely lost and dazed. 3 minutes later, the world was silent. The ground was stained with blood. Ajuan, holding his sword, walked into the midst of the lords. Everyone trembled, their faces filled with terror, standing motionless, unable to escape. Shin Chi stepped forward and unexpectedly spotted a familiar face, one of the former lords who guarded the troll canyon, Huang Mao. He was seen propping himself up with his hands, frantically sliding backward, his eyes full of despair and fear. He looked at the skeleton in front of him, then glanced at Shin Chi staring at him from not far away, trembling as he shook his head and pleaded in agony, "No, please, Master Song, I beg you, don't kill me, spare me. I shouldn't have stopped you from entering the dungeon back then. It was all Lu Feichen's fault, all his fault." Shin Chi's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name isn't Song Chunyang, it's Shin Chi." Ajuan froze, gripping his longsword tightly. At this moment, the chat channel exploded. What's happening? How's the battle going? Are you asking about Song Chunyang and Lu Feichen? Don't overthink it. It's clearly a one-sided massacre. Song Chunyang can't possibly win alone. Exactly. Who really believes Song Chunyang can stand against Lu Feichen and the others? Too naive. Honestly, I'm a bit disappointed. Song Chunyang brought quite a bit of excitement to our server these past few days. I kind of don't want to see him go. I think he was just too arrogant. He's strong but refuses to team up with the big shots, insisting on showing off alone, and now he's paying the price. Greedy for solo dungeon runs, it's only a matter of time before he crashes. This is normal. Most people didn't have high hopes for Song Chunyang's outcome, which was expected, so no one felt too upset. After casually lamenting for a bit, they went off to find other entertainment. Suddenly, the chat channel was flooded with exclamation marks. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Quick, check the leaderboard. Hurry, hurry. Someone curiously asked, what's going on? What happened? Everyone jumped around like cats, afraid to miss any excitement. Many lords rushed to check the leaderboard. Then, one by one, they gasped, forgetting to type. More and more people checked the leaderboard, but few returned. The chat channel suddenly fell silent. No one spoke. After a long while, someone finally typed tremblingly, "Why are several names at the top of the leaderboard gone? Is it a bug? What's going on? Holy crap, Lu Feichen, Lin Hongyu, Zhou Yechen, Zhao Changqing, Wen Shay, Gu Jia, all gone. The rankings have been overtaken by those behind them. Damn, look closely. Song Chunyang is still there. Brothers, something big seems to have happened in our server." The atmosphere instantly turned dead silent, completely lifeless. When everyone realized what had happened, the chat channel fell blank again, with no one speaking. Asterisk nightmare. Sanctuary. Corpses littered the ground, bloodstains everywhere. Thousands of skeleton troops formed neat phalanxes, quietly awaiting orders. After sending Lu Feichen and the others back, Shin Chi spent time thoroughly clearing this nightmare-level dungeon. Yes, even the boss was cleaned out. Finally, Shin Chi had some free time to tally the day's gains. The most important were the two heroes. They had devoured a massive amount of experience, both breaking through the level 50 threshold. From level 49 to 50, the experience required was like an endless abyss that couldn't be filled. For heroes and troops, level 50 is a critical dividing line. Starting from level 50, at levels 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, and 95, they would receive a heavenly blessing. With each heavenly blessing, all attributes of the troops would double, and with every subsequent level up, the attribute bonuses would also double. After one heavenly blessing, the strength of the troops would undergo a dramatic transformation. The rank of the troops determines the level cap and how many heavenly blessings they can experience. For example, first-tier troops max out at level 50 and can only experience one heavenly blessing. Second-tier troops max out at level 55. Third-tier troops max out at level 60. Fourth tier, level 65. Fifth tier, level 70. Sixth tier, level 75. Seventh tier, level 80. Eighth tier, level 85. Ninth tier, level 90. Spirit, level 95. Ninth tier units can withstand a full 5 blessings from the heavenly Tao. Before level 50, the attribute gap between units of different tiers is only tens of thousands. But after surpassing level 50, with varying numbers of heavenly Tao blessings, the attribute gap widens into an unfathomable chasm. Ninth tier units can ultimately achieve single attributes exceeding 10 million. Compared to lower tier units, the difference is thousands of times greater. This is why the lords of the Endless Land desperately pursue high tier units. Currently, Shin-Chi's 2 heroes have been stuck at level 49 for several days. With the blessing of eternal prayer, after consuming countless experience points, they finally broke through to level 50. For Shin-Chi, this speed is already satisfying. If word got out, it would surely cause a sensation. Based on the current growth potential of the two, Ajuan and Theodore can accept up to 3 more heavenly Tao blessings. However, with Ajuan's experience of successfully advancing to a 6-star hero using the Ascension Altar, it's possible to cultivate them to even higher tiers in the future. But that's a matter for later. At this moment, 2 dazzling 5-colored divine lights descended from the sky, shining upon the 2 heroes' heavenly Tao blessings. Half a minute later, their attribute panels were completely renewed. Shin-Chi nodded in satisfaction. Then, he selected suitable skill books from the treasure chest dropped in the nightmare level dungeon to enhance the heroes. He equipped Ajuan with a silver-grade agility skill book, Netherworld Shuttle. Using skill breakthrough scrolls, he upgraded several level 3 skills to level 4. The final round of trials was about to begin, and it was said to be quite challenging. Every bit of strength improvement increased his confidence in clearing the trial. Finally, he tallied the unexpected gains from this dungeon. The 4th tier king level boss, Nightmare Lord, in the nightmare level dungeon dropped the Nightmare Crown. Additionally, killing the 5th tier demon dragon yielded dragon scales, dragon heart, dragon teeth, dragon horns, dragon bones, dragon bloodstone, and dragon soul crystal. All of them are 5th tier materials. Shin-Chi's first thought was that 6th tier elemental essence might already be within reach. Shin-Chi returned directly to his territory and entered the courtyard of the ancient alchemist. He placed the dropped materials into the analyzer for identification. The results showed that the dragon bloodstone, dragon bones, and dragon teeth could all be refined into 6th tier elemental essence. The nightmare crown could be refined into 5th tier elemental essence. Finally, he had gathered all the materials needed to craft pure divine dew. Shin-Chi could hardly contain his excitement as he handed the materials and recipe to the alchemy puppet to officially begin crafting pure divine dew. Asterisk in reality, Jinling City, the capital of Jiangnan province. The Lu family. In a spacious high-level conference room, the place was in complete disarray, with furniture almost entirely destroyed and no valuable ornaments left intact. Lu Feichen looked disheveled and ferocious, spewing anger from his mouth, his eyes filled with hatred. The servants around him shrank back like frightened birds, not daring to make a sound. On the chairs nearby sat several well-dressed, composed elders of the Lu family. Their faces were stern, allowing Lu Feichen to vent his anger without stopping him. At this moment, everyone had only one thought in their minds: the family's painstakingly cultivated core seed, Lu Feichen, had been killed during the novice trial. After a long silence, a middle-aged man broke the quiet, his voice calm yet full of menace. Daring to touch the foundation of the Lu family, they will pay the price sooner or later. As his words fell, his gaze turned icy sharp, leaving no room for dissent. The temperature gradually dropped. Such a person cannot be allowed to leave the trial grounds. He looked at the man sitting on the other side, whose face showed no expression. High Enforcer, as a level 60 mountain overlord, killing a rookie who hasn't even passed the novice trial should be so easy it's not worth mentioning, right? The 7th day of the novice trial, the final day, had finally arrived. The remaining lords must give their all to complete the ultimate test. Once they leave the trial grounds, they will officially become true lords, qualified to enter the Endless Land and begin their real conquest. 12 noon. A loud voice rang out. Arriving on schedule, the final novice trial is about to begin. This trial consists of 3 waves of monster invasions, the first wave with 1,000 monsters, the second with 3,000, and the third with 6,000, accompanied by a boss. The trial lasts for 4 hours, and regardless of of whether the boss is defeated. The trial ends after 4 hours, and the monsters disappear. Actively slay monsters, fend off the invasion, and earn points. The final trial officially begins. Shin-Chi had already arranged his troops and was fully prepared. Monsters attacked from all 4 directions of the territory simultaneously, requiring dense forces to defend on all sides. However, Shin-Chi remained calm. After 7 days of development, his undead army had grown to over 10,000. The entire Jinyuan Legion, including skeleton warriors, archers, crossbowmen, shield guards, and undead cavalry, totaled 8,000. Additionally, the skeleton order had 100 members, and there were 500 undead mages scattered across the ancient battlefield. He had also recruited other undead units, 500 zombie guards, 400 ghost fighters, 300 undead bears, and 200 skeletal falcons. This undead force of over 10,000 was divided into more than 100 phalanxes, different units coordinated with each other, maintaining an orderly offense and defense, ready for battle. Soon, at the edges of the territory in all 4 directions, black moving walls appeared slowly, and the monster army officially launched its attack. Shin-Chi's sharp eyes carefully counted the types and numbers of monsters: jungle pythons, frost wolves, ancient demon spiders. The silhouettes of monsters varied in height, their low growls echoing as they surged from all directions, creating a sinister and terrifying atmosphere. But this number of monsters was insignificant to Shin-Chi's undead army. Shin-Chi didn't even bother to take action himself, leaving everything to 2 heroes to command. The undead phalanxes surged forward like massive waves, crashing into the monster army. In an instant, it was like a river bursting its banks, scattering the monster tide into disarray. Within a minute, the monsters were completely annihilated. The second wave of monsters arrived. In addition to the previous ones, new creatures appeared: lava horn demons, wasteland bugs, and bull demon guards. But to Shin-Chi, it made no difference. 2 minutes later, the outcome was just as devastating, repeating itself once again. The final wave of the monster tide arrived. The number surged to 6,000. New monsters appeared: dragon soul soldiers, dark liches, heavily armored lizardmen, and the grand finale, the golem army. The endless horde of monsters surged like a tide, seemingly filling the heavens and earth. The sounds of battle were deafening, the killing intent was overwhelming, and the air turned crimson, reaching the skies. However, Shin-Chi's talent undead enslavement LV2 activated. From the 2 previous waves of slaughtered beasts, 60% of the monsters, over 2,000, were resurrected and joined his undead army. Now, the undead army's numbers were double that of the enemy. Moreover, these undead units were not mere cannon fodder. Each one had strong individual combat capabilities, able to hold their own in one-on-one battles. Not to mention, the beast tide formed into phalanxes, like a sharp blade, unstoppable. As the army advanced, nothing was left in its wake, and the beast tide was torn apart like shredded cloth, disappearing rapidly. Soon, the skeleton army pierced into the rear of the enemy forces like a steel blade, engaging the golem army head-on. These golem soldiers stood over 10 meters tall, resembling giants. As they marched, the ground trembled, dust billowed, and their immense power was evident. Each golem had extraordinary health, defense, and armor, making them as challenging as mini-bosses. The entire golem army consisted of over 300 units, resembling walking meat grinders, determined to annihilate all in their path. However, only a strong contender like Shin-Chi, who had unlocked the 4th difficulty level, would face such a test as the golem army. Yet, when a level 56-star hero joined the battle, the golem army became as insignificant as a swarm of ants. Asen's attack power had already exceeded 45,000. With General's Command LV4 activated, his melee critical hit rate increased by 60%, critical damage by 6-fold, and attack speed by 150%. He could strike 3 times per second, meaning he could deal over 200,000 critical damage per second. More importantly, he can use Guillotine LV3 to quickly clear minions and accumulate the sword skill. Decapitation. 1. Decapitation can deal 7 times the base damage, stacking up to 7 times. This means that a single active release of decapitation can deal over 1.8 million damage on a critical hit. Of course, this doesn't account for the enemy's defense, armor, and resistance. Regardless, the Golem Legion poses no threat under Ajuin's sword. Just as the beast tide was being pushed back step by step, the boss finally appeared. A towering humanoid beast, over 100 meters tall, slowly emerged. It was clad in a golden mask, golden arm guards, golden gauntlets, golden waist armor, and golden leg guards, standing between heaven and earth with an awe-inspiring presence. This was Divine Titan Augustus, belonging to the Titan deity clan, Divine Creation. 5th tier king level. Level 40. Health points reached 3 million. Defense value 150,000. Attack power 50,000. 50,000. Armor 40. Physical resistance 20. Magic resistance 10. It possesses the innate ability, Divine Creation, with 3 hearts inside its body. Each time it is defeated, 1 heart shatters, instantly reviving it to full health. Only when all 3 hearts are destroyed will it truly die. Its skills include Titan Bloodline, attack doubles when health is below 10%, Skyfall, a massive area attack released after charging, Titan's Fist, a powerful single target attack, and more. Shin-Chi stared at this terrifying stat panel, his pupils dilating sharply. This was the strongest enemy he had encountered since his trial began. With an attack power exceeding 50,000, even Ajuan could barely withstand a few hits. Health reaching 3 million, defense 150,000. Physical resistance 20, magic resistance 10, armor 40. This means physical attacks are first reduced by 20%, then by 40% due to armor, and finally must exceed 150,000 defense to deal damage. It's outrageous. It seems the novice trial places great importance on Shin-Chi. Since that's the case, he can only give it his all. Shin-Chi quickly calmed down and began formulating a strategy. He must fight quickly. The battle must end before the Titan completes charging its full-screen ultimate, Skyfall, or the undead army will be completely annihilated. Shin-Chi immediately issued orders. Ajuan, activate the newly learned silver-level skill, Nether Shuttle. Upon entering shuttle mode, movement speed increases 5-fold, and a shield is gained. Ajuan's body was enveloped in a powerful shield, reducing damage by up to 80%. His special skill, Nether Shuttle, allowed him to teleport 3 times instantly, each teleport lasting 1 second. This was not only a divine skill for pursuit but also a powerful defensive tool. With agility reaching 624 and movement speed increased 5-fold, Ajuan moved like a blurred shadow, charging straight toward the massive Titan. 3 seconds later, he was already at the Titan's feet. Despite being attacked by the Titan once, the damage reduction and armor protection left him only slightly injured. Ajuan, light as smoke, quickly climbed the Titan's massive body, leaping directly to its chest cavity. At that moment, a distant wailing spirit unleashed its ranged skill, Grievance Frost LV3. The skill hit its mark, immediately putting the Titan into a staggered state, reducing its defense by 60%, while Ajuan's piercing damage doubled. For 20 seconds, a cold, bone-chilling frost covered the Titan, freezing its massive body instantly. Without hesitation, Ajuan swung his sword to unleash his ultimate skill, Withered Bones LV5. 30 deep crimson sword energies erupted, blooming like a magnificent red lotus, overwhelming and awe-inspiring. The Titan instantly lost 90% of its health, blood splattering everywhere. Ajuan followed up with consecutive sword strikes, releasing his long-charged ultimate move, Guillotine, Decapitation. A dazzling sword light pierced through the dark clouds, penetrating the Titan's chest and emerging from its back, with sword energy shooting 30 meters away. The Titan fell heavily, critically injured, but as its heart shattered, another heart began to beat furiously, and its health bar quickly restored to full. Shin-Chi had long anticipated this moment and calmly commanded Ajuan to continue the attack, taking advantage of the disappearance of the resentful frost effect. Ajuan did not rush to use the armor-breaking and damage-increasing soul-chasing arrow. Instead, he steadily approached the Titan, drew his bowstring, and released 3 arrows entwined with sharp wraiths. They whistled through the air and pierced straight into the Titan's chest, instantly shattering all its armor. The Titan's health was immediately reduced by 1/3. With an earth-shaking roar, Ajuan swiftly drew his sword and slashed. Activating Death's Gift, he followed up with another use of Withering Bones LV5 without any cooldown. A second Crimson Lotus bloomed between heaven and earth, and a chilling killing intent swept across the battlefield. The Titan lost another third of its health and launched a frenzied counterattack in its agony. Outnumbered, Ajuan skillfully blocked the attacks, using the devouring shield to absorb the blows. His defense value soared to 70,000, losing only a tenth of his health. Seizing the moment when the Titan paused briefly, Ajuan quickly stowed his shield and swung his sword again. A triple slash, guillotine, decapitation. Each strike landed heavily, rapidly, depleting the Titan's health. The overwhelming sword energy swept through like a storm. Ultimately, the Titan could not withstand Ajuan's relentless assault, and the storm-like battle neared its conclusion. Releasing decapitation. 3 times in succession, 3 sword lights slashed through the air. The third strike triggered a critical hit, instantly draining the Titan's remaining health. The Titan fell once more. Within its chest, 1 heart shattered, leaving the last heart beating violently. The next moment, the Titan was fully revived. However, Ajuan's mission was already accomplished, successfully delaying for 30 seconds and consuming 2 of the Titan's lives. Next, Theodore began chanting Curse of Demise, a long-range lock-on skill with 3 chanting stages at 10, 20, and 30 seconds, dealing single-target damage equal to 10x, 30x, and 60x Theodore's health. This damage ignores all defenses, armor, shields, physical immunity, and magic resistance, delivering 100% true damage. Long before Ajuan engaged the boss, Shin-Chi had instructed Theodore to begin the uninterrupted 30-second chant from the rear. The moment the Titan revived, for the second time, Theodore's chant was complete, and he immediately locked onto the Titan from afar. The Titan's massive body was suddenly enveloped in an intense purple glow. Countless purple curse runes swirled madly, binding him tightly like chains. Moments later, the curse erupted, and all the runes emitted a blinding light, instantly engulfing the Titan. Its health bar plummeted like a landslide, rapidly dropping to zero. -3,184,521. The final heart shattered. Theodore's base health was 53,172. Multiplied by 60, exceeding 3 million. With one strike, the Titan was directly slain. Even Shin-Chi couldn't help but marvel. The next moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed. "You have successfully slain the final boss, Divine Titan, Augustus. You have completed the final trial. Congratulations on becoming the first lord in this region to clear the final trial, with a time of 7 minutes and 21 seconds. First clear rewards obtained. Advanced Golden Chest ×2, Perfect Golden Chest ×1, 500,000 Spirit Crystal Super Pack, 1 million Experience Super Pack Boss Kill Rewards, Titan's Heart, Titan's Divine Blood, Titan Hunt, Certificate, Celestial Stigma, Damaged Divine Core, Perfect Golden Chest ×1. You have also obtained, reward notifications kept ringing, filling Shin-Chi's inventory with luxurious rewards. Finally, a resounding heavenly announcement echoed across the entire region. Heard by all lords, regional announcement. Lord number 9657 Shin-Chi has become the first lord to clear the final trial, with a time of 7 minutes and 21 seconds. The lords, long accustomed to such feats, were unsurprised. Then, the second announcement followed. Regional announcement. Lord number 9657 Shin-Chi has achieved a final trial score of 1,054,739, earning qualification for the Trial of the Gods. The Trial of the Gods will commence in 5 hours, with a server-wide livestream and global chat channel activation. As the announcement ended, the lords were stunned for a few seconds before erupting into excitement. This was a flawless performance. The master has set another new record. Shen the Invincible. Let me experience the chill of being at the top like the great master. Can someone explain the Trial of the Gods? Do you need 1 million points to enter? Is Shen's score considered? Hi, wake up. The entry threshold is only 500,000 points. Don't think 1 million points is easy to achieve. As far as I know, the highest score in the national novice trials over the past 10 years was only 700,000. This shows how incredible Shen's score of over 1 million is. It's practically making history. Someone excitedly shouted, "Ah, when will I get to meet the master in person? I want to know just how divine his talent and troop configuration are." Don't rush, just wait 5 more hours, and then, the entire server's live chat exploded. Could it really be angel troops? I think it's highly likely. Who else could achieve such results besides angels? The awakening probability for angel lords is only 1 in 10,000. Once awakened, they receive the blessing of holy light with immense growth potential. Starting as a dominator, their future ceiling is beyond words. It's ridiculously high. The topic suddenly shifted. Hey, what do you guys think of Song Chunyang? He single-handedly took down several of the top 10 on the leaderboard. I think that's pretty impressive. Are you kidding me? Song Chunyang is from the undead faction, and you're comparing him to Shan Dalao? What a joke. You're overestimating Song Chunyang. His points are only ranked 51st right now, not even in the top 30. Plus, what happened yesterday is really suspicious. Taking down so many top lords alone? It doesn't sound reasonable at all, no matter how you think about it. Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe it wasn't Song Chunyang who did it. The dungeon itself might just be too dangerous. Aren't Lu Feichen and his group in the same alliance? One misstep and the whole army was wiped out. Song Chunyang might have just gotten lucky. Whoa, you're right. If we're talking about Song Chunyang's insane luck, he might have even picked up some high-level resources. I'm so jealous. I don't care about the rest, but thank goodness the number 1 in our district has always been Shin-Chi Dalao. If an undead faction player took the top spot, I wouldn't be able to handle it. Call me biased, but just thinking about an undead lord with skeleton monsters under their command ugly and terrifying, who would want to awaken the undead faction? Only people with tough lives, who are reclusive and gloomy, would choose that. Although what you said is a bit extreme, there's some truth to it. Now I'm kind of looking forward to a direct confrontation between Song Chunyang and Shin-Chi Dalao. Song Chunyang dared to take on Lu Feichen and a bunch of leaderboard lords. He's so arrogant, sooner or later, he'll have to face Shindala, the number 1. I think so too. I can't stand this guy stirring up trouble everywhere. He'll trip up sooner or later. I hope Shindala teaches him a lesson. Isn't Shindala the noble and holy angel lord? He can perfectly counter Song Chunyang. This time, Song Chunyang has met his match. I'm already looking forward to it. Ha ha ha. Song Chunyang secretly watched the chat, his back drenched in sweat. On the other side, Shinshi stood still, organizing his backpack. Perhaps the system deliberately controlled the growth of lords, as no golden tier resources had appeared in the first 6 days. But this final trial directly dropped 4 golden treasure chests. 2 of them were perfect grade. For warrior classes, golden advanced, Titan warrior helmet, golden perfect grade weapon, Titan broadsword. For mage classes, golden normal grade, caster's gem necklace, golden perfect grade weapon, staff of wind's repose. In addition to the treasure chests, he also obtained 2 pieces of nether authority shard for level 1 skill breakthrough scrolls and 3 million prayer points. These resources could significantly enhance the strength of his troops. The materials dropped from defeating the Titan were of extremely high quality and of immeasurable value. Just as Shinshi turned to head back to his territory, the surroundings suddenly became eerily quiet. The wind no longer rustled the grass and branches. The chirping of birds and the roars of beasts quickly faded away. Even the howling wind in the distant valley disappeared. Only endless silence remained. Shinshi immediately stopped in his tracks. He quietly observed his surroundings, his body tense, ready to respond to any sudden situation. "You are Shinshi?" A deep voice suddenly came from behind him. Shinshi quickly turned around. He saw a middle-aged man standing silently 10 steps away. It was unclear when he had appeared. The middle-aged man stood there quietly, exuding an invisible yet overwhelming aura. This aura was so powerful it was terrifying, completely beyond Shinshi's level. Shinshi frowned slightly but said nothing. "I know you're confused right now, but you don't deserve to know the answer. After all, you're already a dead man. Knowing the answer is meaningless." The middle-aged man's gaze was cold as he stared at Shinshi, his eyes devoid of any emotion, only indifference. It was as if he were looking at an ant beneath his feet. In reality, inside a certain meeting room of the Lu family, the virtual screen in the center of the room clearly displayed the confrontation between the middle-aged man and Shinshi. The room was packed with people, Lu Feichen and the Lu family's senior members. At this moment, Lu Feichen's face was pale, his expression exhausted, but his eyes were fixed on Shinshi on the screen. His gaze was filled with hatred, as if he wished he could burn Shinshi alive through the screen. The middle-aged man on the screen was a consecrated member of the Lu family. He was a level 69 mountain overlord, just 1 step away from entering the void-breaking realm, and one of the top experts of the Lu family. This time, he was sent by the Lu family with a treasure capable of opening spatial pathways, bypassing the surveillance of the heavenly Tao, and descending into the trial grounds. His sole purpose, hunt down Shinshi. For this, the Lu family had spent a fortune in preparation. Although sending a mountain overlord to kill a newly initiated novice lord seemed like overkill, they didn't care. Shinshi's actions had severely provoked the Lu family. They intended to completely eliminate him in the trial grounds. Moreover, this time, they bypassed the surveillance of the heavenly Tao, using the power of rules to directly destroy his physical body. In other words, they intended for Shinshi to remain in the trial grounds forever. The Lu family's consecrated member looked at Shinshi coldly, not even bothering to use detection methods. After all, how capable could a novice lord who hadn't even completed the beginner's trial be? No matter how strong, he couldn't possibly pose a threat. With his strength, he could obliterate Shinshi with just a flick of his finger without even needing to deploy any forces. However, as his gaze swept over Shinshi, his instincts detected the presence of several high-grade resources. There were even a few golden-grade resources. The Lu family's consecrated member narrowed his eyes slightly, unable to suppress a hint of excitement in his heart. This kid has quite a few good things on him. I've been in the mountain overlord realm for so many years, and I don't even have many golden-grade items. But soon, all these things will be mine. On the surface, he remained calm, but his mind was already churning with various thoughts. He didn't plan to delay and slowly extended his hand, yet Shinshi's lips suddenly curled into a faint smile, as if it were an illusion. The Lu family's consecrated member keenly noticed this and almost thought he was seeing things. Instantly, he felt displeased, his brows furrowing. A little ant about to die could still smile? Did he have a screw loose? Suddenly, he changed his mind. Instead of killing him in one blow, he wanted to slowly torment this kid. He wanted to see Shin-Chi kneel and beg for mercy, crying and wailing like a spineless dog. The thought of this excited him. Kid, say your last words. Is there anyone waiting for you outside? I can deliver the message for you as a final favor. Shin-Chi calmly took a small bottle out of his backpack. His expression remained composed as he replied unhurriedly, why don't you tell me your last words first? The Lu family's consecrated member's face darkened instantly, his anger surging. You're courting death. Shin-Chi quickly drank the pure divine dew in one gulp. The Lu family's consecrated member noticed Shin-Chi's unusual action and felt a bit puzzled, but he didn't take it seriously. No matter how a novice lord struggles, it's all futile. However, his anger grew, and he decided to make Shin-Chi pay for his earlier insolence. Just as he was about to unleash his oppressive force to make Shin-Chi kneel, his heart suddenly pounded violently. A strong sense of foreboding surged within him. Without any warning, the atmosphere around them changed instantly. The entire world seemed to plunge into an icy lake, submerged in darkness and silent waters. Everything became blurred and indistinct. The sunlight appeared to be completely cut off, vanishing entirely. All sounds were swallowed up, leaving only endless deathly silence and bone-chilling cold. Not good. The Lu family's consecrated member's pupils contracted sharply, his face turning pale as cold sweat broke out on his back. But it was already too late. Shin-Chi revealed a small, exquisite golden-laid jade ring on his right index finger. Standing not far away, he cast a cold glance at the Lu family's consecrated member. His gaze held neither sorrow nor joy, as if he were looking at a dead man. Wrath of the heroic spirit, decay of all things. In the next moment, a massive phantom appeared in mid-air. Towering 30 feet high, it was a colossal skeleton draped in a long robe. The skeleton was intricately carved from translucent jade. Silently hovering behind Shin-Chi, the enormous skull stared at the Lu family's consecrated member, its hollow eye sockets emanating an aura of annihilation. The Lu family's consecrated member's heart tightened, and fear engulfed his entire being. He wanted to escape, to use the wall-breaking stone on him to immediately traverse the spatial rift and leave, but he couldn't move. His limbs felt as if they were filled with lead, heavy as though they weren't his own. Fear instantly filled his heart, cold sweat covering his forehead. The skeletal phantom before him exuded an extremely dangerous aura. The next second, a massive skeletal arm slowly extended from beneath the robe. With a gentle wave, a force of invisible, void-like death swept toward the Lu family enforcer like the wind. It instantly enveloped his entire body. It felt as though countless venomous snakes were crawling and coiling around him. His skin felt sticky and icy cold. Then, it was as if a sharp claw suddenly gripped him tightly. Hiss! The vitality of a mountain-dominating master was directly erased. The Lu family enforcer's limbs went limp, his body collapsing softly to the ground. His eyes widened, his eyeballs bulging, his face filled with shock, regret, and unwillingness. At the same time, a heart-wrenching scream came from the forest not far away, then quickly disappeared, leaving no sound behind. The skeletal phantom slowly retracted its arm. Its figure gradually blurred, then completely vanished. The darkness between heaven and earth suddenly dissipated, as if cold lake water had instantly evaporated, and the world returned to its original state. The sky was clear, sunlight poured down. The sounds of birds chirping, streams flowing, and valley winds blowing resumed, all life returning to vibrancy. Only the corpse lying on the ground not far away silently recounted everything that had just happened. Shin-Chi walked over step by step, his face expressionless. He turned his head to look at a spot not far away, obscured by bushes. Meanwhile, in the Lu family conference room, watching this scene through the screen, the entire room was so silent that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. An enforcer, a top-tier master among mountain dominators with a level 69 cultivation, one of the Lu family's pillars, had fallen just like that, easily defeated by a novice lord. What kind of monster is this? Someone muttered in terror. Lu Feichen was utterly distraught, his face blank, his body trembling. His complexion was as pale as if it had been soaked in water. The confidence, arrogance, disdain, and resentment he once had all vanished without a trace. The other senior members of the Lu family felt as if their hearts were being torn apart, filled with regret. They were in agony, as if their hearts had been gouged out. Who could have imagined that the powerful Lu family would lose its core seat overnight, along with an enforcer? And all of this was simply because they underestimated a novice lord who had just begun to rise. Asterisk at the scene where the Lu family enforcer was killed. In the dense forest not far away, a figure witnessed everything. He was secretly shocked, while also feeling fortunate that he hadn't acted rashly. Otherwise, he might have ended up with the same fate as the Lu family enforcer. He was preparing to to quietly leave, pretending he hadn't seen anything. However, the next moment his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Before he could react, an invisible force instantly swallowed him. His scream lasted only a moment before being stuck in his throat. Meanwhile, in the Lin family in the real world, Lin Hongyu stared in shock at his powerful uncle, the Lin family deputy, unexpectedly falling in the trial ground, killed by Shenqi himself. His face turned pale, his entire being listless, completely losing his fighting spirit. Back to Shenqi, he approached the corpse of the Lu family enforcer. Squatting down, he began to search the body. What's this? He discovered an item with spatial attributes. Holding a stone in his hand, a prompt box popped up on its surface. Wall-breaking stone. Wall-breaking stone, gold-grade item, capable of breaking spatial barriers and opening spatial rifts, can temporarily block the surveillance of the heavenly Tao. This item is damaged and needs to be repaired before it can be used. Wall-breaking stone, this thing can be used for cross-space teleportation. Once repaired, it can still be used. Shenqi put the wall-breaking stone into his backpack. He then looked at another icon floating above the corpse, the backpack icon. When a lord dies, their backpack is left unclaimed. Shenqi's eyes lit up. He quickly transferred all the resources from the backpack: spirit crystals, blueprints, weapons, various advanced materials. Wow, there's even cash. Shenqi stood up and slowly walked toward another corpse. 5 hours later. All novice lords had completed the trial. Whether they passed or were eliminated, the results were already set in stone. At this moment, there was only one reason left to remain in the trial grounds: the trial of the gods. Everyone waited nervously, even more focused than they were on their own futures. After all, such a grand event was a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. Finally, ding, the system notification sounded, filling all the lords with anticipation. The trial of the gods is about to begin, the full server livestream is about to start, and the full server chat channel is about to open. Lords, please take note. Buzz. A massive blue screen appeared in front of each lord, emitting a soft glow with a crystal-clear display. At the same time, a brand new icon appeared next to the regional chat channel on every lord's system panel, the full server chat channel. It had only just opened, yet the messages were already flooding in. Millions of lords swarmed in, excitedly spamming messages. Whoa, can you guys see me? We see you, bro. 666. A full server chat channel, how fresh. Which region are you all from? Me, region 6941. What's going on today? I thought we'd return to reality right after the novice trial ended? Yeah, what exactly is the trial of the gods? The trial of the gods? Don't you know? Only lords with over 500,000 points can participate. 500,000? Are you serious? 500,000 points? Wow, is it even possible for someone to reach that? I worked my hardest and only got 9,000 points. Are you kidding me? Is that even humanly possible? What do you know? Our region has a super big shot with over 500,000 points. Stop bragging. Who do you think you are? The big shot isn't you, so don't get carried away. In the livestream, a white jade platform slowly rose from the void, spanning a full 100 meters square. Around the platform stood 4 ornate stone pillars carved with dragons and phoenixes. At the center of the platform were 3 stone chairs with backrests arranged in a row. Suddenly, a golden light flashed at the edge of the platform. As the light faded, a tall young man appeared on the platform. 10 seconds later, another flash of light revealed a second handsome young man. Both were dressed in luxurious brocade robes, their equipment radiating an aura of high quality, clearly indicating their extraordinary status. The burly young man exuded arrogance, his entire demeanor brimming with dazzling confidence. He scanned his surroundings and, upon spotting the stone chairs ahead, walked straight toward them, stopping briefly by the first chair. He then sat down. Instantly, a transparent light frame appeared above the chair, with text glowing faintly yet prominently. Luo Mingyuan Novice Zone Ranking, 1876 Total Trial Points, 512, 487 Lord Level, 25, Intermediate Lord, Lord Talent. SS Rank Primary Unit Type, Human Holy Empire Guards Highest Unit Grade, 4-star Hero Highest Unit Level, Level 32 Unit Count, 2, 436. As soon as the character information appeared, the chat channel exploded. Holy crap, a god tier player. Oh my god. 500,000 points. That's like 5 of me combined. The guy above with 100,000 points is already a big shot. Much respect. I'm so weak, I can't even compare to these masters entering the trial of the gods. Damn. 500,000 points is like 100 of me. Am I wrong? An intermediate lord? Is it even possible to reach that level? Isn't it insanely hard? Double S rank talent. That's just insane. I'm so jealous. Holy Empire. Guards? 4-star hero? Level 32 units? Over 2,000 troops? The gap between people is just astronomical. The other handsome young man was tall and slender, his face cold and expressionless, his demeanor calm and composed. He glanced at Luo Mingyuan's information briefly, then withdrew his gaze indifferently, seemingly unimpressed. He walked to the adjacent chair and sat down. The light frame reappeared. Pei Tingqiao newbie zone ranking, 54 trial total score, 714, 573 Lord level, 29, intermediate Lord, Lord talent, SS grade main troop type, human martial god hall highest troop tier, tier 5 highest troop level, level 41 troop quantity, 421. As soon as the information appeared, the server-wide chat exploded again. Holy crap, over 700,000 points. That's a full 200,000 points higher than the next. This score has already broken the historical record for the Trial of the Gods. Let me calm down for a moment. I'm shaking with fear. These top players don't even see us ordinary players in their eyes. Tier 5 troops? That's just too powerful. Oh my god, these top players are truly in a different world from me. I'm just a nobody. Two gods, both handsome and strong, exuding calm confidence. This is the aura of true power. God is so biased. This must be the pinnacle among the millions of newbie lords this year. Who could possibly compete? They're destined for greatness. Absolutely main character material. Everyone, I'm in the same zone as Pei God. Pei God. In our zone, Pei God is practically a legend. He has held the first clear throne for 7 consecutive days, and each time his clear time was under an hour. He commands a tier 5 army and successfully organized a nightmare-level dungeon boss raid. His achievements are countless, truly too many to list. Moreover, Pei God's goal from the very beginning was the Trial of the Gods. What none of us expected was that his score would exceed the minimum standard by 200,000 points and set a new historical record, even shocking us. I'm also in the same zone as Pei God, even the same school. We're all from the Imperial Capital Central Academy, which has dominated the Rookie King title for the past 5 years. With Pei God's current momentum, this year's Rookie King is practically guaranteed. Wow, Imperial Capital Central Academy, famous nationwide. I've heard they produce geniuses every year. But the competition is fierce too. Lord Academies from all over the country are vying for the top. If they win another Rookie King this year, they'll likely secure the title of the nation's top Lord Academy. Hey, isn't there one more person who hasn't appeared yet? Who cares who it is? Can they possibly be stronger than Pei God? I'm suddenly curious, is it possible for someone to score 1,000,000 points? Stop dreaming. Pei God's 700,000 points already broke the record. 1,000,000 points isn't that easy. Yeah, we know you don't like Pei God and secretly want to undermine him, but it's honestly laughable. Alright, we know it's impossible. No need to get so worked up over a question. The server-wide channel discussion grew increasingly heated, with everyone passionately expressing their admiration for the top player. But the lords in newbie zone 9657 had somewhat complicated expressions. Their feelings were strange. They originally wanted to argue, saying their zone had a top player who scored 1,000,000 points. But the comments were scrolling too fast, and their zone had fewer people, so they were quickly drowned out. Watching the flood of people crazily praising the so-called Pei God, they couldn't help but feel amused. Everyone was waiting for Shen-Chi to appear and slap these people in the face. At that moment, the platform finally lit up with the glow of teleportation. Shen-Chi's figure slowly appeared on everyone's screens. Due to organizing his territory resources, his teleportation was slightly delayed. He quickly scanned his surroundings and walked straight to the remaining chair. To be honest, Pei Tingqiao had already become the absolute focus of the chat channel. With Pei Tingqiao's high-profile performance, the people in the server-wide chat channel were no longer very curious about the last person. They were just casually waiting for Shen-Chi to reveal his information. They were more looking forward to Pei Tingqiao's spectacular performance in the Trial of the Gods. However, when Shen-Chi sat down in the chair, above the chair, an information box slowly began to appear. Shen-Chi Novice Zone, 9657 trial total score, 1054, 739 Lord level. 34, Advanced Lord, Lord Talent, Main Troop Type, Undead Jin Yuan Legion Highest Troop Rank, 6-star Hero Highest Troop Level, Level 50 Troop, Quantity, 11,435. In the chat channel, Shen-Chi's information immediately sparked great interest among some people. As they read, they couldn't help but type messages. Yo, what's this? 150,000 points to enter the Divine Trial? Wait, did I miss a zero? Question mark. 1,050,000? Ha! The entire server's chat channel suddenly fell silent. Millions of players were momentarily speechless. A rare 5-second silence ensued. After a while, people gradually regained their composure. Slowly, more and more players began to react. Everyone expressed shock and disbelief. Messages flooded the chat channel like a tidal wave, the screen refresh rate astonishingly fast. Whoa, 1,000,000 points. Who just said it's impossible for someone to get 1,000,000 points? Come out and let me punch you. Oh, I said it myself. Never mind. Level 34 Advanced Lord? Level 50 troops? 6-star Hero? His 10,000 troops? I can't take it anymore. Someone get me an oxygen tank. This has to be fake. My brain scrambled. I need to rest before looking again. You're all missing the main point, aren't you? Are these details even important? The key is, he's an undead lord. No, I just never truly faced this fact. You could be an angel lord, titan lord, arcane lord, high elf lord, but why an undead lord? This makes me, who only drew a tier 1 skeleton, a complete joke. Before, I could comfortably be a newbie, but now I don't even have an excuse. Starting low in the undead faction, yet he scored 1 million points. Who can I even complain to? Are you kidding? Me, undead faction, scoring 1 million points with a bunch of skeletons? Are you joking? Impossible. Wait, guys, does this mean this Shin-Chi is even stronger than Pei Tingqiao, and not just by a little? The chat screen fell silent again for a few seconds. I was just blindly hyping Pei Tingqiao earlier. I admit I was a bit loud. Me too. My face hurts now. The louder I praised, the more it hurts. A lord from the same zone as Pei Tingqiao, though stunned by Shin-Chi's achievements, immediately snapped when he saw people belittling Pei Tingqiao as if a switch had been flipped, speechless, a bunch of flip-floppers, stepping on one to praise another. Who knows how this undead lord got 1 million points? Pei God earned his 700,000 points fair and square. I'm in the same zone as him, don't I know? Others, hearing this, laughed and immediately launched a counterattack. TSK, clearly you're blind, just looking at the score and opening your mouth, huh? Didn't even glance at the other stats? LOL, I see Shin-Chi's stats completely crush your Pei God, hero level, highest troop level, troop quantity. Pei God doesn't match up in any category, hee hee. You look like a clown jumping around. I almost feel sorry for you. Did you forget that the second day server-wide announcement said Shin-Chi was the first in history to trigger level 4 trial difficulty? That means Shin-Chi scored 1 million points under an unprecedented level 4 difficulty. Whoa. Now that you mention it, I think I forgot about that too. Shin-Chi has been building up for a big move all along. But what's Shin-Chi's talent? Why doesn't it show? No idea. I guess it's 3S level. Maybe he used a concealment skill. My god, it's been 10 years since an SSS level talent appeared. And it's in the undead faction. This time history might be made. Not just making history, surpassing the previous record by a full 300,000 points. Newbie, zone number 9657. At this moment, the regional chat channel was unusually quiet. The stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the global server channel was striking. It wasn't that no one wanted to speak, but rather, everyone had forgotten how to speak. Everyone in this zone was dumbfounded. Originally, the ones most looking forward to Shin-Chi's appearance were them. But when the long-awaited Shin-Chi finally revealed his true self, they were completely stunned. Each person seemed as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Their expressions varied. In their minds, Shin-Chi was a sacred angel lord, gentle, calm, tolerant, kind, far removed from conflict, leading hundreds or even thousands of angelic troops, spreading holy light, driving away ferocious beasts. Their impression of Song Chunyang, on the other hand, was that of an undead lord commanding an army of skeletons, gloomy, mysterious, arrogant, unruly, always stirring up trouble without a care. Due to the stereotypical image of undead lords, many people didn't like Song Chunyang. Some even secretly hoped that Song Chunyang would provoke Shin-Chi, the top of the leaderboard. That would surely be spectacular. They imagined that if Song Chunyang really took down Lu Feichen and the others, he would definitely be severely punished by Shin-Chi, left in a miserable state, and slink back to reality in disgrace. Just the thought of it made those who disliked Song Chunyang feel particularly satisfied and pleased. However, at this moment, they saw that familiar face in the chat channel, the face belonging to Song Chunyang. It actually appeared on Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi? Song Chunyang? Could they be the same person? Some people were still unwilling to accept it, clinging to the thought, could it be that they just looked very similar? But for most, this fact completely shattered all their previous perceptions. This is why no one was speaking in the chat channel now. Shin-Chi was not an angel lord at all but an undead lord. All along, the Song Chunyang who dominated the leaderboard was actually Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi single-handedly defeated Lu Feichen and the other leaderboard lords. An undead lord, securing first clears for 7 consecutive days, leaving everyone else in the dust. Whether it was those who had previously mocked Song Chunyang, those who disliked or even loathed the undead lord Song Chunyang, those who had been waiting for Song Chunyang to make a fool of himself, those who had been fervent supporters of Shin-Chi, or even those who didn't care about this matter at all, at this moment, everyone was silent. Their emotions were incredibly complex. Oh, right, there was one exception. That was Song Chunyang himself. At this moment, looking at the state of the comments section and imagining the dumbfounded expressions of other lords upon learning the truth, he couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably. Asterisk at Longhu High School, there were nearly 400 newbie lords from Shin-Chi's graduating graduating class who had passed the newbie trial. They were watching the live broadcast of the Trial of the Gods. The moment Shun-Chi appeared, everyone was stunned. Shun-Chi had always been the top student in their grade, recognized as a genius, a prodigy. Everyone assumed he would awaken an A-level or higher talent and have a bright future ahead. But he only awakened an E-level talent, and it was as an undead lord. Those who once praised Shun-Chi almost all changed their attitudes. Some pitied him, some were indifferent, and many more took pleasure in his misfortune, using him as a laughingstock. During idle chatter, Shun-Chi's status plummeted, and no one cared about his performance in the newbie trial anymore. But now, they saw Shun-Chi had actually entered the Trial of the Gods. The Trial of the Gods, which only the nation's top talents could enter. And he had scored 1,000,000 points, securing first place nationwide. By conventional standards, the title of national first place was something only the top Lord Academies in developed provinces and cities could compete for. No one expected such a thing to happen in Longhu, a second-tier city in the central province. Yet Shun-Chi, the Shun-Chi they had long forgotten, appeared at the Trial of the Gods, and he had the highest score among the 3 participants. Not a runner-up, not a supporting role. He is the absolute protagonist. Hiss, how could they not be shocked by this? Some widened their eyes, staring intently at Shun-Chi on the screen, using all their strength to find flaws in him on the screen. They found evidence to prove Shun-Chi's identity, but all their efforts ultimately went to waste. Newbie, Zone 4123. After Su-He and Lu Qingyue entered the trial field, they discovered they were assigned to the same zone. Su-He awakened an A-level talent, Beast Berserk, specializing in cultivating animal troops. Lu Qingyue awakened an A-level talent, Plant Acceleration, specializing in plant troops. Naturally, the 2 complementary talents led them to team up. The cooperation of 2 A-level talents produced results far beyond simple addition. They were also a couple, which earned them the title of Best Partner Lords in the zone. In 7 days, the 2 accumulated 70,000 trial points. Su-He and Lu Qingyue were both excited and proud. 70,000 points meant they would receive a bronze rating from the Heavenly Will. After the trial, every lord would receive a rating from the Heavenly Will. 10,000 points equaled an iron rating, 50,000 bronze, 100,000 silver, 300,000 gold, and 500,000 platinum. Logically, Su-He and Lu Qingyue should both achieve a bronze rating. Su-He was already very satisfied. After all, among the millions of newbie lords each year, less than 2% could achieve bronze. This achievement was rare even at Longhu High School. Only 3 bronze ratings were achieved last year. This year, Longhu High School had only 3 A-level talents, and Su-He was confident he would secure first place in the school's trial rankings. Su-He thought confidently, I've always said, the newbie trial is the stage to prove oneself. With my current results, I can step on whoever I want. But when he thought of Shun-Chi, his brows furrowed unconsciously and his face showed annoyance. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. However, thinking about his bronze rating calmed him down. Shun-Chi? He's nothing. Not worth mentioning. From now on, I'll rise to prominence while he'll only struggle in the mud. We're completely on different paths. Besides, Longhu High School is already too small for me. Su-He was even confident he could compete for first place in this year's newbie trial among the 5 major high schools in Longhu City. The most competitive rival to Longhu High School was Yunhai High School, which had been suppressing Longhu High School for years. Su-He proudly thought that this year, with his efforts, he would surely help Longhu High School regain its reputation. At this moment, Su-He wrapped his arm around Lu Qingyue's waist, holding her hand tightly with his left hand. The two stood leisurely in Su-He's territory, waiting for the live broadcast of Trial of the Gods to begin. Lu Qingyue remained proud and confident. She was proud of choosing Su-He. Agreeing to his pursuit was the best decision she had ever made. Su-He was handsome, came from a wealthy family, was gentlemanly, had outstanding talent, strong abilities, and greatly helped her lord career. He even promised to take her to meet the Su family's Lord Alliance in the future. The Su family was one of the top Lord forces in Longhu City. Lu Qingyue thought, luckily, she hadn't casually agreed to other boys before. After layers of tests, she chose Su-He. This was the wisest investment she had ever made. As the two waited leisurely, the live broadcast of the Trial of the Gods slowly began. When they saw Luo Mingyuan's 50,000 points and Pei Tingchao's 70,000 points, Su-He and Lu Qingyue were both shocked. So, there were so many talented masters outside Longhu City. Despite this, they didn't feel much. Instead, they admired the strength of these top talents. After all, these people were too far removed removed from their lives, and they were unlikely to ever cross paths. What connection could there be? Next, the figure of the last selected participant in the trial of the gods slowly appeared on the platform. At first glance, this person's figure seemed somewhat familiar. Lu Qingyue's heart suddenly tightened. The next second, when she recognized the person's face, her expression froze instantly. Was that Shenqi? She stood there in a daze, her heart surging with immense waves. It took a full minute before she slowly rubbed her eyes, confirming that the person sitting in the chair was indeed the Shenqi she knew. It wasn't an illusion. Her entire body was stiff, yet her heart was racing uncontrollably. She mechanically stared at Shenqi's information. 1 million points. Advanced Lord. 6-star hero. Level 50 troops. Each piece of information was like a heavy hammer, striking her heart hard. She was bewildered, thinking, wasn't Shenqi supposed to have an E-level talent for undead perception? What on earth is going on? Could there have been an error in the trial of the gods? Or did the appraisal by the Hidden Mountain Guild go wrong? Lu Qingyue's face turned deathly pale, completely devoid of color. Su He's expression was equally grim. 500,000 points was already a platinum rating, a rarity in almost every competition. But 1 million points? This was the pinnacle of the pinnacle, a genius among geniuses. Su He's eyes were bloodshot, and his previously confident demeanor instantly crumbled. His pride and fantasies about his own results were shattered in an instant. Watching Shenqi stand effortlessly on the high platform, Sui felt worse than if he had been killed. Lu Qingyue stared blankly at Shenqi, who sat steadily on the high seat, as if he were the moon surrounded by stars. Shenqi was that lofty moon, dazzling and commanding everyone's attention. A faint sense of regret stirred in her heart. The hand held by Sui suddenly felt wrong. She gently pulled away, lowering her head in silent distraction. Sui noticed this, his expression changing, wanting to speak but unable to make a sound. Lu Qingyue didn't look at him, her mind already calculating how to win back Shenqi's favor, even if it was just to remain friends. If He knew what she was thinking, he would surely explode with anger. Imperial Capital's Central Academy core conference room. Dozens of people sat in silence, the room so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. An eerie atmosphere spread, as if something extraordinary had happened, disrupting the usual order and bringing everything to a halt. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared at the large screen in unison. It was the live broadcast of the trial of the gods. On the screen was Shenqi's image and his magnified data. When Pei Tingqiao appeared earlier, the reaction of the crowd was completely different. Some of the Academy's higher-ups nodded in satisfaction. The Pei family's representatives were brimming with pride. Others also praised Pei Tingqiao's performance. Everyone in the conference room unanimously believed that this achievement was the result of the combined efforts of the aristocratic family, the Academy, and the Guild. This year, the Imperial Capital Central Academy was almost certain to claim the title of Rookie King once again. The Central Academy would solidify its position as the nation's top Lord Academy. Official resources, funding allocations, national influence, and the quality of incoming students would all see significant improvements. The conference room was abuzz with discussions, some calm, some excited, some passionate. The atmosphere was tense yet friendly and relaxed. However, all of this completely changed when Shenqi appeared. Shenqi's astonishing achievements were like a sharp blade, instantly piercing through all their illusions. The entire scene fell silent. Silence, only silence. After a long while, one of the Academy's higher-ups, with a serious expression, solemnly said, "Use the information on the screen to find out which school he's from. Is it a school from Dinghai? Or the Jiangnan 5-School Alliance? Or one of the 3 prestigious schools in Xianjing?" The data analyst beside him immediately pulled up the database and began searching. After a long time, he hesitated before replying, "Report, I've searched through all 56 renowned Lord schools nationwide, and I couldn't find any matching student." The higher-up lowered his head in thought. He's not from these prestigious schools? Could he be from an ordinary high school in the interior? That's impossible. The reason for such disbelief was that, in the past 2 decades, every rookie king had come from these top schools without exception. A case like Shenqi's, where someone not from a prestigious school possessed such overwhelming strength, had never happened before. This almost overturned the understanding of all the Academy's higher-ups. If they were to investigate the thousands of Lord high schools across the country, the time required would be unfeasible, making it impossible to complete in a short period. The higher-ups of the Imperial Capital Central Academy could only decide to temporarily let it go and observe how things unfolded. Shenqi had undoubtedly become their primary focus. Trial of the Gods site, Shenqi sat there expressionless, his demeanor calm, as if lost in thought. The other 2 contestants, however, were nothing like this. Their minds were already in turmoil. Luo Mingyuan, upon seeing that Shenqi's trial points were more than double his own, lost all his momentum. The pride on his face vanished as he slumped dejectedly in his chair. Pei Tingqiao clenched his teeth, his brows furrowed tightly. Ever since Shin-Chi triggered the level 4 trial difficulty last time, he had already begun to feel apprehensive. Back then, he still had the backing of a top academy to support him, so he wasn't completely crushed. But now, meeting Shin-Chi officially, Shin-Chi had grown to a terrifying level of strength. However, Pei Tingchao still had a trump card. He knew that turning the tables in the trial of the gods was not impossible. He glanced at Shin-Chi, then quickly looked away, his fists unconsciously clenching inside his sleeves. Shin-Chi paid no attention to the thoughts of others, quietly waiting for the trial of the gods to officially begin. Before long, boom! 3 golden portals appeared 10 meters in front of the 3 seats. The trial of the gods had officially begun. Without hesitation, Shin-Chi walked directly toward the portal in front of him. As soon as he stepped in, he entered an independent space. The ground here was vast, the surroundings blank and boundless. What Shin-Chi didn't know was that the lords watching the trial of the gods could freely choose to enter any live broadcast room. At this moment, over 90% of the lords had swarmed into Shin-Chi's livestream. There was no helping it, Shin-Chi's stats were too shocking, sparking immense curiosity among them. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. Many felt a faint sense that they might be witnessing a piece of history. At this moment, a prompt from the heavenly Tao sounded in Shin-Chi's mind. The first phase of the trial of the gods has officially begun. Objective: destroy the demon god crystal within 1 hour. At the same time, 500 meters ahead, a 3-zhang-tall crystal statue rose from the ground. The crystal statue was a robust humanoid figure, but its face was indistinct. Around the statue, beams of teleportation light began to flash continuously. One after another, the lights descended. Mommy, countless monsters have appeared. Each monster exuded an unprecedentedly powerful aura guarding the crystal statue. Shin-Chi immediately activated the talent of the Nether King, Gaze. Instantly, detailed information about all the monsters appeared before his eyes. Demon God Guard Garuda, Demon God Guard Savage Ghost Clan, Demon God Guard Atonement Butcher, Demon God Guard Hellhound. These 4 Demon God Guard units each had 1,000 members, forming an impenetrable defense around the crystal. The Hellhounds specialized in spewing hellfire, and their 3 heads possessed terrifying biting power. They were stationed on the outermost perimeter, tasked with blocking intruders. The Savage Ghost Clan consisted of emaciated, hunched, dark-skinned humanoid creatures. Their long, sharp claws were coated with corrosive venom, capable of inflicting severe injuries with a single strike. Agile and highly mobile, they were a formidable force. The Atonement Butchers resembled indestructible walls. Each butcher was as massive as an iron giant, with muscles as solid as steel. They wielded enormous sword shields, guarding the area closest to the crystal. The Garuda were a race with divine traits, possessing bird heads and human bodies, with mighty wings that allowed them to control the wind, turning it into blades for devastating aerial slashes. The entire Garuda army sealed off the sky, warning intruders not to even think about escaping from above. Each of these guardian monsters was at the 4th tier champion level, strong enough to serve as mini-bosses. Moreover, each guard unit had a leader. The Hellhound King, the Savage Ghost King, the Atonement Butcher leader, and the Garuda General had all reached the astonishing 5th tier king level. Each leader was equivalent to the final boss of Shin-Chi's trial, akin to a God-forged titan. All the lords watching the live stream gasped in shock. This terrifying lineup of monsters left them utterly stunned. In their own trial difficulties, they would never encounter monsters of this caliber. Even taking just one monster from here would be hundreds of times more fearsome than the strongest trial boss they had ever faced. Some people started trembling just by looking at these monsters. Their minds were filled with questions. How would Shin-Chi face such a lineup? Or was it simply impossible to deal with? However, some quickly figured it out. This was the trial of the gods, an extremely difficult challenge that ordinary people couldn't possibly pass. Unlike the beginner's trial, it wasn't designed to be easily cleared. Instead, it was meant to filter out top-tier geniuses and train them on a higher level. With this in mind, even if Shin-Chi couldn't complete the trial of the gods, it would be understandable. However, the lords watching the livestream were still thrilled. After all, the chance to witness the performance of a top-tier genius was rare. Shin-Chi gazed at the monstrous army before him, remaining calm and composed. His demeanor was entirely different from the concerns of the livestream audience. In his mind, failure simply did not exist. A square panel appeared in front of him, displaying a button, Summon Troops. This was an opportunity granted by the Heavenly Tao to summon troops, considering he was the only lord who had entered alone. As everyone knew, lords relied on their troops to fight. Shin-Chi softly said, yes. Instantly, thick black mist rose from the empty ground behind him. Moments later, the mist dispersed. The field was filled with an army of the undead. Countless, dark figures, numbering over 10,000. A terrifying aura of death erupted, enveloping the heavens and earth. It instantly suppressed the momentum of the demon god's army. As soon as the undead army appeared, all the livestream viewers were stunned. Their scalps tingled. Some even began to question, who was the real demon god's army here? During the first few hours of the trial, Shin-Chi had not been idle. He had sent Ajuan to the ancient battlefield to recruit soldiers for the Jinyuan Legion. After 5 hours, all 10,000 members of the Jinyuan Legion had been gathered, taking exactly 7 days. Their lineup was as follows: 4,000 skeleton warriors, 3,000 skeleton archers, 1,000 skeleton crossbowmen, 1,000 skeleton shield guards, and 1,000 undead iron cavalry. When the entire army assembled, the Jinyuan Legion earned a resounding title, Power of 10,000 Troops. This title granted all members of the Jinyuan Legion a 30% boost in attack, defense, attack speed, and movement speed, along with an additional 10 points of armor. The effect lasted for 30 minutes and had a cooldown of 1 hour. This buff was actively activated by Jinyuan General Ajuan, essentially adding a full army enhancement skill to the Legion. Even more impressive, this skill could stack with General's Command LV4. General's Command increased melee, critical hit rate by 60%, critical damage by 500%, attack speed by 120%, and defense by 150%. When combined, the combat power of the entire Legion skyrocketed, becoming overwhelmingly powerful. With attack speed increased by 1.5 times, their output also multiplied by 1.5 times. Skeleton warriors charged like meat grinders, while the archers' rain of arrows turned into a dense bullet storm. Their defense nearly doubled, and with the additional armor, they could reduce approximately 10% of all damage. Even the previously most fragile archers became indestructible tanks. All the lords watching the screen were dumbfounded, filled with shock and confusion. Are these really skeleton soldiers? Why are they so different from the skeleton soldiers I remember? In addition to the main force of the Jinyuan Legion, Shin-Chi also recruited 2 mage teams, 300 undead mages and 103 skeleton acolytes. Furthermore, there were over 2,000 scattered units, including zombie guards, ghost fighters, undead direbears, and skeletal falcons. As for Shin-Chi's strongest combat power, it lay in 2 level 50 heroes. They wielded various silver and gold artifacts, equipped with luxurious gear. Ajuan was clad in high-grade golden equipment, the Titan Warrior helmet, which provided plus 2,145 defense, plus 20 armor, and plus 30 resilience, wearing the silver grade, Fallen Knight armor. Defense plus 1,283, armor plus 5, weight capacity minus 10%. Holding the silver grade, Devouring Shield, defense plus 1,224, doubles defense during shield counterattacks, and increases counter damage by 30%. Most importantly, he wields a gold perfect grade Titan Broadsword, attack plus 2,856, defense penetration plus 20%, attack speed plus 5%. It also comes with a powerful auxiliary skill, Skyfall. After charging for 5 seconds, 5 black holes with a diameter of 1 meter descend from the sky. The black holes remain for 30 seconds upon landing, continuously pulling in enemies within a 10-meter radius. The black holes emit energy ripples, dealing area damage to enemies they touch. Enemies absorbed by the black holes take double damage continuously. Cooldown time, 9 minutes. The armor alone provides nearly 4,000 defense points, plus 25 armor points, and with the bonus from strength of the army, the total armor reaches 35 points, reducing enemy damage by 35%. The gold perfect grade Titan Broadsword has extremely powerful attributes, not only penetrating 20% of the enemy's defense but also featuring the area clearing skill, Skyfall, making it a battlefield trump card. Another hero, Theodore, is equipped with the silver grade Redeemer Robe, defense plus 1,475, magic resistance plus 11, armor plus 5. He wears a gold grade Caster's Gem Necklace, reducing casting time by 15%, spell cooldown by 10%, and increasing spell damage by 20%. He wields the gold perfect grade weapon, Staff of Wind's Rest, magic attack plus 2,548, defense penetration plus 9%, casting time minus 8%, spell range plus 40%, and spell area of effect plus 40%. This set of equipment greatly enhances his magic output and survivability. Theodore is clad in a top-tier armor set with attributes fully stacked. What pleased Shin-Chi the most was the high-grade gold staff, Staff of Wind's Rest. This staff boasts 5 powerful attributes. Paired with the gem necklace, it reduces casting time by 23%. It also increases casting range, allowing Theodore to cast spells from a greater distance. Most impressively, the staff expands the radius of area of effect spells. For example, the attack radius of each meteor in falling stars, was originally 5 meters. Now, with a 40% increase, it becomes 7 meters. This directly enhances the damage area of spells. Additionally, the gold staff comes with a skill, Wind's Blessing. Although not an offensive skill, it greatly satisfied Shin-Chi. It grants Theodore the ability to float. Floating not only triples movement speed but also makes him immune to fall damage. This significantly improves Theodore's mobility. While floating, a shield appears, reducing damage by 5%. Combined with the Redeemer robe, it adds a total of 10 armor points, reducing damage by 10%. Although the maximum floating time is agility times 0.1 seconds, with Theodore's agility at 628 points, he can float for just over a minute. However, stamina automatically replenishes upon landing. As agility continues to increase, the floating time will become even longer. Shin-Chi gazed calmly at the demon army ahead and the demon crystal behind them. Then, he gave the order, attack. Instantly, the undead army began to move. Millions of eyes stared at the battlefield in shock. Dozens of phalanxes charged toward the demon army's defensive line in perfect unison, like a black tide sweeping across, instantly engulfing the battlefield. Asun activated 3 group buff skills: General's Order LV4, Unmatched Martial Arts LV3, Strength of the Army. The Xinyuan Legion was layered with buffs, their combat power skyrocketing to an unbelievable level. Every soldier seemed possessed, bursting with several times their usual momentum. Immediately, each phalanx began to act at the forefront. A phalanx of 1,000 undead cavalry charged. They raised their steel hooves and launched furious charge, crashing into the Hellhound pack. The 3-headed Hellhounds began spitting hellfire bombs from a distance. The fire bombs tore through the air, speeding toward them, but the undead Iron Cavalry had extremely high defense and thick health. Coupled with the triple defense bonus and 10% armor damage reduction from the hero skill, these hellfires couldn't harm them at all. The result was naturally, the undead Iron Cavalry turned around and mercilessly slaughtered the Hellhounds. After the charge, the cavalry immediately launched a bloody trample. Hundreds of Hellhounds were crushed as if by a meat grinder, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. Behind the cavalry phalanx was the main force of 4,000 skeleton warriors. They were like 4,000 relentless killing machines, charging into the monster horde and crushing them. Following closely, the skeleton archers' phalanx approached. As soon as the monsters entered their range, the archers immediately drew their bows and fired, unleashing a torrential rain of arrows. 3,000 archers accelerated their attacks, firing almost 1 arrow per second. In just 1 minute, nearly 200,000 arrows were shot. Nearby, 1,000 skeleton crossbowmen provided support. Additionally, 300 undead mages enchanted the arrows with Netherfire enchantment, making the arrow rain even more devastating than an apocalyptic catastrophe. However, the 4 leaders of the demon god's garrison did not sit idly by. The Hell Cerberus King, the Savage Ghost King, the Atonement Butcher Leader, and the Garuda General all possessed powerful group buff skills. They led their armies, desperately resisting Shin-Chi's nearly destructive assault. But how could Shin-Chi's strength stop there? 2 level 56-star heroes directly joined the fray. The 2 heroes charged forward. Asun swung his sword in a circle, Skyfall. Theodore rose into the air, Falling Stars, opening ultimate moves, showcasing their power. Boom! The next second, it was as if space twisted in midair. 5 deep black holes slowly formed, descending into the sea of monsters. In the sky, 30 stars rapidly plummeted toward the battlefield. Thick smoke and flames tore through the pale sky, descending with the blessing of the fire god. The black holes were deep and mysterious, with faint star-like light clusters at their centers. The black holes continuously emitted purple-black ripples, spreading like waves. Any monster that touched them lost 50,000 to 60,000 health. Monsters were pulled into the black hole's core by a powerful suction, suffering continuous damage of 110,000 to 120,000. No small monster could withstand even a few hits, and even the garrison leaders with millions of health were directly drained of a significant portion of their health. The meteor shower instantly smashed into the monster horde, creating over a dozen large craters. Thick smoke spread, and the air was filled with the stench of blood and burning. The garrison leaders roared in fury, desperately healing, going berserk, dispelling negative effects, and boosting morale. Shin-Chi coldly stared at the remaining garrison. This was the moment. Asun understood instantly and activated Netherworld Traverse. With a swoosh, he passed through a gap in the garrison's defenses and quickly climbed onto one of the garrison leaders. The Atonement Butcher Leader, known for its high health and defense, still had nearly 2 million health at this point. It struggled to kill the enemy daring to approach, but it was too late. The next moment, Asun swung his sword in a slash. Withered Bones LV5. A massive crimson lotus of slaughter suddenly bloomed. Its sharp and magnificent aura filled the heavens and earth, capturing the attention of countless livestream viewers. The observing lords widened their their eyes, almost entranced by the dazzling and spectacular scene, murmuring softly, "So beautiful." However, in the next second, the Atonement Butcher leader's health bar instantly dropped to zero, -2,570,000. A massive damage number quickly popped up. The fascination in the observing lord's eyes instantly turned to shock. Shin-Chi's livestream chat exploded instantly. Ha! A single skill dealt 2.5 million damage? Wow, that's insane. Oh my god, I didn't need any magic mushrooms. Why am I seeing things? Is this the power of a pro? So shocking. My goodness, aren't these skeletons way too strong? This is nothing like what the books say. Shin-Chi, of course, couldn't see the chat. He didn't stop, continuing to command Asin. In battle, Asin, having taken down the high-health Atonement Butcher leader, swiftly flew toward the nearby savage Ghost King. The next moment, Deatha's gift cooldown reset. Skill immediately reactivated, Withered Bones LV5. Boom! -1,970,000. Another Crimson Lotus of sword energy, symbolizing slaughter and death, bloomed. Instantly, the barbaric Ghost King's health bar was wiped out. On the other side, Theodore floated in midair, silently completing his chant, Curse of Demise. Layers of glowing runes appeared on the Hellhound King's body. The curse runes suddenly erupted with dazzling light. In an instant, the Hellhound King's health plummeted by 1,530,000. The 3 lanes of demon god defenders were instantly reduced to the last squad. Witnessing this scene, the Garuda general let out a piercing shriek. He frantically swung his long halberd, unleashing a storm of violent wind elements. Countless sharp green wind blades shot out from around him, aiming straight below. The skeleton shield guards immediately activated their skill, Great Shield Dome. They joined forces with nearby shield guards to raise a massive spherical shield with a diameter of 10 meters, its defense value being the total defense of all participating shield guards. Up to 10 shield guards could combine, lasting 10 seconds with a 30-second cooldown. Groups of 10 shield guards each interspersed within. The undead army instantly raised 100 large shields. Nearly the entire undead army was covered. These high-level shield guards' combined shields boasted a defense value exceeding 10,000. The sharp wind blades slammed fiercely into the shields, but the shields remained unshaken. However, each shield could only last for 10 seconds. During this time, the two heroes were, of course, not idle. Theodore continuously conjured clusters of necromantic missiles, bombarding the Garuda general, each missile dealing 40,000 damage. Asun was even more direct and ferocious, guillotine, decapitation, -647,542, guillotine, decapitation, -547,862, guillotine, decapitation, boom, -1,574,216. Asun had fully charged his decapitation strikes, releasing decapitation 3 times in a row. One after another, the snow-white sword lights pierced through the Garuda general. One of the sword lights landed a critical hit. The Garuda's health bar instantly dropped to 0. His body froze mid-air, unable to react at all. With a thunderous crash, he shattered into countless fragments, turning to ash. The threat of the 4 demon god defenders was finally eliminated. Seizing the opportunity, Asun quickly charged toward the demon god crystal, swung his greatsword, and shattered the crystal in one strike. Ding! Congratulations, Lord Shin-Chi, for completing the first stage of Trial of the Gods. Time, 5 minutes 35 seconds. A heavenly voice echoed, reaching the ears of all viewers in the livestream. The livestream room fell silent in an instant. Millions of viewers hadn't yet processed what had just happened. After a while, the chat exploded with comments. Huh? It's over? Guys, I'm dumbfounded. What just happened? I just went to the bathroom and came back. I just got my snacks and soda ready, and you're telling me it's over? Wasn't it supposed to be a 1-hour time limit? It's over in just over 5 minutes? This is the power of a pro who can score 1 million points. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, this is brutal. I'm done watching. I need to find my mom. Pro, don't make it look so easy. It feels like I could do it too. A boss with millions of HP. You can't even scratch it if it just stands there, and now it's gone in a few hits. Wait, are those 2 heroes? Sorry, I was ignorant. Why are the skills of the pros troops so different from my mages? My mage can only cast spark missiles, while the pro's screen is full of mushroom bombs. I'm furious. At this moment, a new viewer who had just entered the livestream room looked puzzled. Why is it so lively here? I just came from Luo Mingyuan's stream. The Trial of the Gods is way too hard. Over there, the entire army was wiped out in 5 minutes, and they were eliminated. I was starting to think no one could clear it. Bro, take a closer look. They're already cleaning up the battlefield here. What's so hard about it? You see, Shin-Chi, the big boss, cleared the stage effortlessly. It's pretty simple, really, laughs. The new viewers, after figuring out the situation, instantly realized they were doomed, almost questioning their existence. What's going on? Over there, they got wiped out in 5 minutes, but here, it's a 5-minute speedrun? I get it now. You guys in the chat are just messing with me, right? That must be it. Ha ha ha. Another one's gone mad. Quick, drag them out. A series of battle settlement notifications rang in Shin-Chi's ears. You have received the first stage rewards: Golden Perfect Treasure Chest ×3, Golden Resource Pack ×1, 2 million EXP Luxury Gift Box, 1 million Spirit Crystal Luxury Gift Box. You have obtained drops: Golden Grade Garuda's Spear, Silver Perfect Grade Sword of Atonement. You have obtained materials: Savage Ghost Horn, Savage Ghost Claw, Savage Ghost Eyeball, Savage Wraith Fragment, Hellhound Fawn, Hell Soul Stone. You have gained 5.24 million prayer points. You have obtained level 1 skill breakthrough scroll ×1. You have obtained Nether Authority Fragment ×1. Shin-Chi was slightly stunned. The rewards for this stage were several times more generous than the final trial. This was incredible. The trial space was filled with wreckage, the scent of blood lingering in the air, and a murderous aura permeating the surroundings. At the spot where he had just entered, a slowly rotating portal lit up. Shin-Chi calmly walked toward the portal. With one step forward, he returned to the initial platform of the Trial of the Gods. The place where 3 chairs had originally been placed now had only 2 left. In the empty spot where a chair had disappeared, a person stood with a desolate expression, as if their soul had been lost. Luo Mingyuan, hearing the commotion, mechanically turned his head. He stared blankly at Shin-Chi emerging from the portal, his brain seemingly rusted, turning slowly. His vacant gaze fixed on Shin-Chi, and after a long moment, he finally reacted. Shin-Chi? He came out too? Could it be that he was also eliminated? Even Shin-Chi, who had scored 1,000,000 points, was eliminated. It seemed the Trial of the Gods was no joke. Luo Mingyuan suddenly felt a bit relieved. He had almost been crushed by the monsters in the trial, but now he felt comforted. He stared at Shin-Chi suddenly. A dark thought crept into his mind. So what if you scored 1,000,000 points? You still got eliminated earlier than Pei Tingqiao, didn't you? You're not that impressive after all. Luo Mingyuan's gaze turned sinister. He fixed his eyes on Shin-Chi as he approached the chair, full of anticipation. As long as a contestant was eliminated, their throne would disappear, and they would be teleported out within 30 seconds. Luo Mingyuan's teleportation countdown had 10 seconds left. He wanted to see Shin-Chi's throne vanish with his own eyes. However, Shin-Chi walked step by step to the throne. Under Luo Mingyuan's watchful gaze, he directly sat down. The screen information immediately updated. Cleared Trial of the Gods first stage. Time taken, 5 minutes 35 seconds. Boom. Luo Mingyuan's mind felt like a bomb had gone off. His eyes widened, his face turned pale. How is this possible? Before he could finish speaking, his body was teleported out. In another trial room, Pei Tingqiao looked uneasy as he entered the first stage of the Trial of the Gods. He took several deep breaths to steady his nerves. No matter what, he had to pass the Trial of the Gods. Although no one knew the true purpose of the Trial of the Gods, one thing was clear: it was a trial initiated by the Heavenly Tao, specifically designed to test top-tier geniuses. The rewards were extremely generous and had a significant impact on a lord's development. For this reason, he and those supporting him had poured immense effort into this. He was the golden seed cultivated jointly by the Pei family, the Imperial Capital Central Academy, and the Imperial Capital Longxing Guild. Before the trial, countless resources had already been invested in him, and he had performed outstandingly in the novice trials. His strength had already far surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. Most importantly, his training plan had always been aimed at one goal: conquering the Trial of the Gods. So, he absolutely could not stop here. He took a deep breath, cleared his mind of distractions, and focused, ready to face the official start of the trial. The first stage of the Trial of the Gods officially begins. Objective: destroy the Demon God Crystal. Within 1 hour the Demon God Crystal has appeared. Along with the Demon God's 4-way defense forces, the monsters surged forward in layers, exuding a menacing aura that was overwhelming. Seeing the scene before him, Pei Tingqiao's expression immediately turned grave, even slightly pale. Clearly, the Trial of the Gods was an immense pressure for him. He gritted his teeth, trying to calm himself down, and carefully observed the distribution of the Demon God's forces. However, when he saw that the 4 leaders of the defense forces were all tier 5 king level, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Every year, the content of the Trial of the Gods is the same for all participants. The difficulty is adjusted based on the strength of the strongest participant. In other words, the strength of the monsters this time was entirely tailored to Shin-Chi's power. In previous years, the strongest monsters in the first stage were only tier 4 king level, but this year, Shin-Chi's presence had forcibly raised the difficulty. Pei Tingqiao's face turned extremely dark. This was practically forcing him to pay a huge price. With a gloomy expression, he clicked to summon his troops. Instantly, squads of the Martial God Hall's elite guards emerged from the teleportation array. The Martial God Hall Cavalry Corps, Divine Crossbow Corps, and Heavy Infantry Corps, 3 legions, each numbering over 1,000, appeared one after another. Finally, a small squad of only 10 people also emerged. The Martial God Hall's Honor Guard. All of them were Tier 5 powerhouses. 2 4-star heroes also appeared beside Pei Tingqiao. One was the Martial God Hall's strategist, and the other was the Martial God's personal guard. His talent was the rare SS-level Martial God's favor. This talent was extremely rare, the ultimate legacy passed down by the Pei family's ancestors. One of Pei's ancestors had awakened the Martial God Hall troop type and quickly rose to prominence. The Martial God Hall was the force under the legendary deity Valkyrie, and only those who awakened the Martial God's favor talent could recruit troops from this faction in their initial barracks. That ancestor relied on the power of the Martial God Hall to grow into a dominant figure. By Pei Tingqiao's generation, he was the only one in the family tested to have exceptionally high potential. The family invested massive resources, allowing him to undergo 10 talent refinements, finally awakening the SS-level Martial God's favor. He also successfully drew the Martial God Hall from the Heaven's Path gifted novice barracks. Relying on the spirit crystal resources provided by the family, he continuously recruited one legion after another. More importantly, that ancestor had left behind 2 hero altars, allowing the recruitment of 2 Martial God Hall heroes. However, only descendants who awakened the Martial God's favor talent could use them. Pei Tingqiao's gaze was dark and brooding. He stared intently at the densely packed demon god forces before him. Facing such a massive enemy army, relying solely on his legions was far from enough. With a grim expression, he took out one high-tier treasure after another from his backpack, the Bronze Perfect Grade Martial God Banner, which enhanced the strength of all Martial God Hall troops, the Bronze Perfect Grade Slaughter Array, a powerful area attack formation, the Silver Grade Substitute Puppet, capable of blocking one fatal attack. Each time he brought out a treasure, Pei Tingqiao's heart bled. After all, every treasure had cost him immense wealth and resources. This novice trial had been held for 100 years, and humanity had yet to fully uncover its secrets. They could only rely on generations of participants to enter the trial and accumulate experience. According to the rules of the Heaven's Path, novices entering the trial were not allowed to bring any external items. However, after prolonged joint observation by humanity's top powerhouses, they discovered that the current Heaven's Path was no longer omnipotent and was, in fact, growing weaker. Because of this, humanity had the opportunity to develop various methods to bypass the Heaven's Path's surveillance. Nevertheless, defying the Heaven's Path came with immense risks. To evade its monitoring and bring resources and items into the trial grounds, one had to expend tremendous effort to apply powerful seals to each item. Therefore, only those with deep backgrounds could employ such methods. Pei Tingqiao would not normally use these sealed items lightly, except in extremely critical moments. But this time, to cope with the trial of the gods, he had no choice but to act. 30 minutes later, Pei Tingqiao successfully commanded the Martial God Guards to shatter the Demon God Crystal. Success! A long-lost smile finally appeared on his face. Congratulations on passing the first stage of the Trial of the Gods in 29 minutes and 52 seconds. This time, he used over 10 high-level items and lost nearly half of his troops, but he managed to complete the challenge within half an hour. This achievement was outstanding, even compared to previous trials of the gods, not to mention this time there were 4 5th-tier king-level bosses holding the line. Pei Tingqiao excitedly waited for the reward settlement sound to stop, then exited the trial space and returned to the starting platform. However, as soon as he emerged, he noticed that the original 3 throne positions had been reduced to 2, and one of the thrones was already occupied. Shin-Chi sat idly, resting his chin on his hand, leaning against the armrest of the seat. Pei Tingqiao's heart tightened. It seemed Shin-Chi had also cleared the stage within half an hour. Still, he felt his own performance wasn't bad. He couldn't believe anyone could have stronger resource support than him. In his view, relying on family background was only natural. He was well aware that if the cost of his upbringing were calculated, even the heirs of the most elite families in the imperial capital would be astonished. Unless Shin-Chi's backing was even more powerful. Or perhaps Shin-Chi had awakened the legendary SSS-level talent. But Pei Tingqiao didn't believe it. He guessed Shin-Chi must have used some kind of talent-blocking method to hide his true strength. Besides, it had been years since a new SSS-level talent had appeared. How could there possibly be one this year? Pei Tingqiao shook off the shadow of being overshadowed by Shin-Chi before, and his steps became lighter. He discreetly stared at the information above Shin-Chi's head. However, when he saw that Shin-Chi had cleared the first stage in just 5 minutes, he he suddenly froze, his face stiffening, his breath halting. 5 minutes? 5 minutes to defeat 4 fifth-tier king-level bosses? The confidence he had just built up instantly crumbled. He stood there, stunned for a full 10 seconds before barely regaining his composure. His mind felt like it had been struck by a heavy hammer, leaving it in chaos. After a while, he stumbled toward his throne. Meanwhile, in the live stream chat, Pei Tingchao's fans were frantically shouting, "Pei God is awesome! Pei God 666 cleared the trial of the gods. I told you, Pei God would clear it sooner or later." However, only a small portion of fans were enthusiastically cheering in the comments, and the atmosphere felt somewhat strange. It wasn't that no one wanted to praise him. Pei Tingchao's performance was indeed excellent, but faced with Shin Qi's dazzling achievement, they simply couldn't find the words to compliment him. Fans in Pei Tingchao's live stream noticed that Shin Qi seemed to have been sitting in his position for a while. They curiously asked, "What's up with Shin Qi? Why? Did he come out so early? Did he get eliminated?" "Ha, I told you, 1,000,000 points is nothing." Others couldn't hold back anymore. "Stop talking nonsense. Shin Qi cleared it in 5 minutes. What about your Pei Tingchao? He's probably bored enough to scratch his feet by now." Pei Tingchao's fans were stunned when they learned the truth, their faces burning with embarrassment, and they quickly fell silent, not daring to comment further. Imperial Capital Central Academy. In the high-level conference room, everyone felt relieved that Pei Tingchao had successfully passed the first stage of the trial of the gods. But seeing Shin Qi's almost abnormal achievement left them with complex emotions. Pei Tingchao's actions had all been within their plans, executed step by step without any mistakes. However, Shin Qi's performance in the trial of the gods was utterly overwhelming, leaving everyone shocked. A level 70 overlord sighed. Could he be a core talent secretly cultivated by some hidden elite family? Another lord chimed in. Judging by the strength Shin Qi displayed, the resources supporting him must far exceed our training plans by several times. The Pei family representative's face darkened, and he snorted coldly, "Humph, no matter how powerful he is, so what? He only stopped at the first stage. Did you really expect him to clear the second stage? That being said, we at Tingchao are not bad either." Everyone looked at him, clearly understanding the meaning behind his words. No one objected, nor did they agree, because the second stage of the trial of the gods, in the past 100 years, no one had ever completed it. Being able to pass the first stage already marked someone as one of the greatest geniuses in history. Completing the second stage was simply impossible. No one in history had ever set clearing the second stage as their goal. So, the head of the Pei family was essentially trying to save face, sending Shin Qi to complete an impossible task to prove his strength. This was unfair. Pei Tingchao had just come out, and the second stage of the trial of the gods was about to begin. In front of the two thrones, a portal appeared on each side. Shin Qi and Pei Tingchao each stepped into one. A flash of white light. Shin Qi had already entered the trial room for the second stage. The world was a vast expanse of white. Not far away, a demon god crystal stood prominently before him. It was identical to the crystal from the first stage. Shin Qi frowned in confusion. The trial content is the same as the first stage again? But in the next moment, as if the crystal had read his thoughts, it suddenly cracked open and shattered into countless fragments. A flurry of tiny light particles flew out from the crystal, shooting straight into the sky before disappearing without a trace. Moments later, a thunderous roar echoed across the heavens. A long, narrow rift tore open in the sky. The rift seemed to lead to another world, deep and dark, exuding an intense aura of danger. Immediately after, it felt as though a powerful presence had been awakened. A sharp gaze emerged from the depths of the rift, locking directly onto Shin Qi. Shin Qi merely frowned slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. From the rift, a massive head slowly descended. The head was so enormous it resembled a small building, floating in midair. Its complexion was ashen gray, with a pair of curved horns on its forehead, sharp fangs at the corners of its mouth, and its eyes tightly shut. A solemn and majestic aura spread across the space. Even the usually composed Shin Qi couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly. Soon after, information about the head appeared. Demon God Langoloing, residual soul, level 60 grade, tier 7 demon god, level HP, 100 million attack, 100,000 defense, 10,000 agility, 526 armor, 90 magic resistance, 90 physical resistance, 90 curse resistance, 100 talent, divine might under the demon god's pressure. All enemy attributes are reduced by 40%. Skill, execution claw. The demon god extends its claws from the void. Once it grabs an enemy, death is certain. Cooldown, 1 minute. Skill, demon god's gaze. When the demon god opens its eyes, all enemies will be destroyed by its gaze. Cooldown, 6 minutes. The next moment, a cold mechanical mechanical voice sounded, as if routinely announcing, Trial of the Gods second stage officially begins. Objective, inflict as much damage as possible on the demon god's residual soul. Hint, if the Lord himself is killed, the trial of the gods will fail, and you will be forcibly teleported out. Staring at the terrifying attribute panel of the demon god's head, as massive as a mountain, Shin-Chi's brows furrowed tightly, and his breath hitched. Demon God level. The final boss of the Trial of the Gods turned out to be a demon god level monster. Monster levels were ranked as normal, elite, champion, king, emperor, and finally demon god. The power gap between levels was immense, like heaven and earth. Demon god level. Monsters were typically the bosses of catastrophic or ultimate dungeons. If they appeared in reality, they would bring about a world-ending disaster. How could such a thing appear in a novice trial? And the trial's objective was simply to inflict as much damage as possible on the demon god? This was far too straightforward and brutal. Not to mention, it had 10,000 defense points. 90 armor directly reduces 90% of damage, both physical and magical. Resistances are as high as 90%. Moreover, it is immune to all curses. Not to mention the demon god's suppression talent, which reduces all enemy attributes by 40%, along with a full-screen destruction skill and a single-target ultimate skill. This is absolute domination. Of course, the demon god's head in front of him is probably not the real demon god, just a remnant soul. If that's the case, Shin-Chi's eyes flashed with deep thought as he began to analyze seriously. Meanwhile, the livestream chat exploded. 1 billion HP? That's just ridiculous. I don't get it at all. Completely clueless. The first phase monsters were already tough enough, and now there's an unbeatable boss? Are they crazy? This is definitely targeting us. An experienced player explained, no, the setup for the second phase of the Trial of the Gods has been the same for 100 years. In 100 years, no one has ever successfully killed the demon god. The purpose of this phase isn't for the lords to defeat the demon god. This phase is scored based on the total damage the lord deals to the demon god's remnant soul. Others were puzzled. Damage? Can anyone even hurt it? Yes, as long as you deal damage to the demon god, even just a little, you'll get a corresponding score. In the history of the Trial of the Gods, the highest scoring lord only managed to deal 1% of the demon god's total HP in damage. Statistics show that as long as you deal any damage, you get an A-grade score. If you deal 0.01%, which is 10,000 points, you get an AA grade score, and if you deal 0.1%, 100,000 points, you get an AAA grade score. Sounds easy enough. Dealing 10,000 damage for an AA score should be a piece of cake for the pros. Wake up! The demon god's durability is far beyond your imagination. Its defense, resistance, and armor are ridiculously high, and it also has an all-attribute suppression talent. After all the damage reductions, you can't even scratch it. And the most critical part, the demon god casts a single target execution skill every minute and a full-screen destruction ultimate every 6 minutes. Your window for dealing damage is extremely limited. Pathetically small. Just hearing this gives me a headache. That's why in recent years, participants in the Trial of the Gods never aim to kill the demon god. They just hope to deal some damage and call it a success. Honestly, how much damage do you think Shin can deal? With Shin's skills, I bet 2%. I think he can make history. 3%. I'll go with 4%. You guys are getting more and more ridiculous. Stop joking around. No matter how strong Shin-Chi is, he can't break the historical record, right? Doesn't matter, it's fun to guess. Who knows, maybe Shin really can break the record. And honestly, hasn't Shin already made history several times before? You're right, I can't even argue with that. In the Central Academy of the Imperial Capital, inside the conference room, everyone was staring at the two large screens in front of them. One displayed Shin-Chi's trial room, and the other showed Pei Tingchao's. Their expressions were serious, holding their breath in anticipation. A senior academy official tentatively asked, who do you think will get the higher score? A level 68. Lord closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, the historical record is there. The highest score in the Trial of the Gods is only S-grade, with just 1% damage. Even though Shin-Chi is a top-tier expert, I don't expect him to exceed that by much. Everyone nodded, their thoughts aligned. After while a level 72 lord suddenly spoke, his gaze sharp, however, our 5 years of research on the Trial of the Gods wasn't for nothing. His eyes were firm and filled with confidence. Otherwise, we wouldn't have set a Trial of the Gods scoring target of 5% in Pei Tingchao's training plan. Another lord nodded in agreement. It's time to break this historical record. Pei Tingchao entered the second phase trial room. Under the suffocating pressure, he looked at the demon god's head floating in midair not far away, the head was like a giant mountain, its eyes tightly shut, as if a god had no interest in mortals. Despite the immense pressure, Pei Tingchao gradually calmed down. He seemed to have made up his mind and pressed the button to summon his troops. In an instant, the legion of the martial god Hall appeared behind him. The second phase of the trial of the gods officially began. Pei Tingchao commanded the army to attack the demon god. The divine crossbow corps unleashed a volley, their powerful bows and crossbows weaving a dense rain of arrows. Two martial god cannons ignited and fired shells. Two shells, blessed by the martial god, struck directly at the demon god's head. Unfortunately, all the attacks landed on the demon god like a gentle scrape. Pei Tingchao's expression remained calm. He had no intention of relying on these ordinary attacks to deal damage. He was waiting. 1 minute later, the demon god seemed to be disturbed, and the atmosphere between heaven and earth instantly grew heavy. Two long, narrow cracks split open the sky. From the cracks emerged two massive black arms. The arms were twisted with muscles, gnarled like the roots of ancient trees. Each vein pulsed with a terrifyingly powerful force. The arms descended from the heavens, slamming heavily into the martial god army. Boom! The earth and sky shook violently. Claws of execution. Pei Tingchao saw his opportunity and decisively pulled a talisman from his backpack. Sacred Talisman of Exorcism. This was a gold-tier item, soaked in sacred exorcism blood, capable of putting the demon god into a fear state. It lasted for 3 seconds, breaking all of the demon god's defenses and rendering it immobile. Immediately after, Pei Tingchao drew a sword of divine wrath. A gold-tier weapon, it unleashed divine power at the cost of the user's life with its attack power, determined by the strength of the sacrificed life. He coldly stared at the sacred talisman of exorcism in his hand and suddenly crushed it with force. The talisman shattered instantly, radiating golden light. A powerful force immediately locked onto the demon god's head. It was as if an invisible barrier in the air had shattered, and the demon god's aura instantly weakened, its drooping arms frozen as if paralyzed. 3 seconds passed, and the demon god fell into a state of terror. Without hesitation, Pei Tingchao handed the sword of divine wrath to the hero beside him, his martial god guard, and gave the order. The martial god guard swiftly took the sword of divine wrath, turned to face the pre-arranged level 40 tier 5 unit, martial god vanguard, and without hesitation, plunged the sword into the chest of the vanguard. The entire body of the martial god vanguard emitted a dazzling golden light, which quickly converged at the heart and then transferred through the sword's tip to the sword of divine wrath, instantly activating it. The martial god guard turned and charged toward the demon god's drooping arm 3 steps away, thrusting the sword in. With a thunderous roar, the sword erupted in brilliant golden light, and the holy radiance illuminated the surroundings. The demon god's health dropped by 1,034,254 points, a full 1%. Seeing this, Pei Tingchao's face lit up with joy. He continued to repeat this tactic. Each time the demon god prepared to unleash claws of execution, he would preemptively use a talisman to control the demon god, then sacrifice a tier 5 unit to activate the sword of divine wrath for an attack. 5 minutes passed. Pei Tingchao had used up all 5 of his talismans, and the sword of divine wrath, after 5 bursts of divine wrath, was at its durability limit, with fine cracks appearing on its blade. The demon god's remnant soul's health had been reduced by 5%. Pei Tingchao had paid the price of 5 tier 5 units, 5 sacred talismans of exorcism, and 1 sword of divine wrath. The combined value of these resources was at least over 100 million. But to set a new record for the trial of the gods, it was all worth it. Pei Tingchao was ecstatic. This achievement far exceeded the realm of not bad. His face was full of confidence, his mindset unprecedentedly steady. He thought to himself, no matter how skilled Shin-Chi is, he can't possibly surpass this score, right? Compared to the previous S-rank historical record, this is the true pinnacle. From today onward, a new historical record has been born. Pei Tingchao narrowed his eyes slightly. 1 minute later, the demon god's remnant soul suddenly opened its eyes. Intense white light engulfed the sky, and murderous intent filled the air. Pei Tingchao had exhausted all his means, and his energy was at its limit. Under the impact of the white light, his figure began to gradually dissipate. At the same time, a heavenly voice resounded, "Unfortunately, you have been eliminated in the second stage of the trial of the gods. You dealt 5,142,687 points of damage to the demon god's residual soul. The trial of the god's score is being calculated and will be announced shortly." Pei Tingchao's figure slowly disappeared, but a bright smile appeared on his lips. If he could see his own livestream, he might be surprised. The barrage was not as shocked or excited as he imagined. Instead, it seemed indifferent, with only a few occasional comments scrolling by in a calm tone. Is anyone still watching? Here, just passing time. Finished watching Shindalao's stream, so I came over. Haha, I'm even yawning. Honestly, the battle here is just SOSO. After coming from Shindalao's stream, I feel like nothing can surprise me anymore. 5 minutes earlier, in Shinchi's livestream, Shinchi looked at the demon god's residual soul's interface, and a button appeared before him. Do you want to summon your troops? His eyes turned cold, and he decisively chose no. This left the viewers in the barrage completely baffled. The livestream chat exploded instantly. What on earth is going on? Did I see that right? What's Dalao doing? It seems like he refused to summon his troops. What does that mean? I don't get it at all. Did he click the wrong button? No way. Does Dalao think he can't win and just gave up? This is so confusing. The more I think about it, the more it seems true. It's over. Can someone contact Dalao? We need to tell him that in the second stage, you don't have to kill the boss, just deal damage. Could Shindalo have misunderstood the rules of the trial of the gods? I'm shocked. How could he make such a rookie mistake? This is driving me crazy. Dalao, just try hitting it a bit. Maybe you could even set a new record. Is Dalao out of his mind? The barrage scrolled frantically, filled with doubts, confusion, and even ridicule. But suddenly, a few different comments appeared. Wait, look, what is Shindalao doing? It seems like he drank something? That's right. Shen-Chi drank a bottle of pure divine dew. This item instantly increases mental power and mental value tenfold, boosts mental recovery speed fivefold, lasts for 10 minutes, and permanently increases the mental power cap by 1,275 points. Previously, after gathering the materials, Shin-Chi went to the garden of an ancient alchemist to craft 2 bottles of pure divine dew. With the previous permanent boosts, Shin-Chi's mental power had already reached 2,984. After drinking this, it instantly surged to nearly 30,000, enough to reactivate the restriction in the heroic spirit ring. Wrath of the heroic spirit. Shin-Chi directly refused to summon troops. His reasoning was simple. He didn't need them. He extended his hand, revealing the heroic spirit ring on his finger. The golden-laid jade ring shimmered with magnificent light. In the distance, the demon god's residual soul seemed to sense something and let out a furious wail. The sound shook the heavens and the earth. It was as if the demon god feared what was before it, even issuing a warning. But this did not stop Shin-Chi's actions. He pointed his finger at the demon god's head, spreading his 5 fingers. Wrath of the heroic spirit, decay of all things. True demon gods are beings of level 80 or 90 and above, great existences. But this was merely a level 60 residual soul of a demon god. This restriction, forged by an 80-level heaven-opening realm heroic spirit at the cost of their life force, could directly annihilate all beings below level 70, ignoring all defenses, armor, resistance, and damage reduction, directly suppressing the gap in life levels. In an instant, a mass of ink-like darkness shot out from the void. Moments later, this void-like darkness spread like a curtain, quickly enveloping the heavens and the earth. The demon god's head was also swallowed by this boundless darkness. Then, a scene that shocked all the spectators unfolded above Shin-Chi. A massive half-body skeleton phantom emerged. The skeleton, carved from translucent jade, stood 100 jung tall, draped in a tattered white robe, exuding an aura far more solemn and majestic than the demon god's head. Its hollow eye sockets radiated a chilling sense of death and destruction, staring directly at the demon god's head. The live stream exploded. Lords from all factions watching were completely stunned, witnessing this scene. It was both eerie and terrifying. Some accidentally locked eyes with the enormous skeleton phantom and even felt as though they were being watched through the screen. A wave of despair, fear, and a racing heartbeat surged from deep within them. At that moment, countless viewers felt a chill run down their spines. Wow, what is that? I suddenly got goosebumps and feel like I'm being watched. Do you guys feel the same? Me too. I can't stop trembling. Holy crap, my cabinet just moved. I'm too scared to keep watching. This is terrifying. What is this? Is it the power of the demon god? I don't think so. It feels more like the aura of the skeleton summoned by Shin-Chi. What? Are you saying this skeleton, as big as the demon god, was summoned by Shin-Chi? Isn't he without any troops? I don't know. I'm confused too. What is Shin-Chi planning to do? At that moment, the jade skeleton phantom in midair seemed to respond to everyone's thoughts and suddenly raised its arm. A massive skeletal arm extended from beneath the white robe, mirroring Shin-Chi's movements, with its 5 fingers spread wide. Boom! A concentrated force of void and death shot like an arrow toward the demon god's head. The demon god's head suddenly opened its eyes, but this time, it wasn't to use the demon god's gaze skill. Its eyes were filled with terror. Yes, terror. In the next second, the demon god's head opened its cracked mouth and let out a frenzied wail. The wail seemed to come come from beyond the heavens, filled with a power that struck fear into all living things. But this sound was completely unable to stop the force of Wither from invading the demon god's body. The entire head of the demon god seemed to be gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand, its shape grotesquely distorted. In the void, two immense forces clashed fiercely, but the demon god's head didn't struggle for long. Suddenly, it stopped moving. It froze, as if it had lost its life. This meant that the newly emerged force had won, and it was a complete, crushing victory. Then, under the watchful eyes of millions of viewers, the demon god's head fell from the sky. It crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom. No longer moving, the most terrifying moment arrived. The health bar, which had just shown 100 million, instantly dropped to 0. No one had time to react to what had just happened. A deafening, majestic heavenly voice echoed, resounding in everyone's minds. Ding! Congratulations to Lord number 9657, Shin-Chi, for passing the second stage of the trial of the gods. Congratulations to Lord number 9657, Shin-Chi, for completing the trial of the gods. Your performance in the trial of the gods is being evaluated. Results will be announced shortly. The heavenly voice faded, its echoes lingering for a long time, and the live stream fell into complete silence. Millions of viewers couldn't utter a single word. Everyone was stunned. Their minds went blank, unable to comprehend what had just happened. This was beyond their understanding. After a long while, countless question marks flooded the livestream chat. There was no other content, only question marks representing everyone's feelings. After a long time, someone finally began to piece together words, desperately trying to make sense of what had just happened. What just happened? I don't know. I'm just as confused. It seems the demon god was defeated? Shin-Chi cleared the trial of the gods? Everyone's understanding was completely overturned in an instant. Each person felt like they were dreaming, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Didn't you all say that no one in history has ever been able to kill the demon god? Even the most advanced S-rank expert could only take down 1% of the demon god's health, right? And this guy just wiped out the demon god's entire 1 billion health points in one go. Yeah, no one has ever done that before. Rationally analyzing this, forget it, there's no way to analyze it. This completely defies logic. So, has Shindalo broken another historical record? In less than an hour, I've been shocked countless times. I feel like my brain is about to explode. Me too. I'm completely stunned. My scalp is tingling. Is there anything Shindalo can't do? First, he achieved an unprecedented 1 million points. Then he defeated 4 5th-tier king-level bosses in 5 minutes. And now he's taken down a demon god with 1 billion health points. Every time we think he can't do something, he always exceeds our wildest imaginations. We might truly be witnessing what it means to be a true genius, the one and only in history. This is so overwhelming. A once-in-a-century genius like Shindalo is destined to leave a profound mark in the history of the entire human alliance, shaking an entire era. Most of us will end up struggling in the endless lands, with little influence, barely scraping by to fight for survival. But Shin-Chi, from the moment he appeared, has been a dazzling legend. He is bound to stir up storms in the endless lands and rewrite the situation. He might very well become a living legend. Countless people expressed their shock and amazement. Shin-Chi left a deep impression on everyone, a stunning, unforgettable impression. At this moment, Shin-Chi had no idea how wildly the livestream chat was discussing him. In fact, he himself was a bit dazed. The system's reward settlement sound, which only he could hear, had completely stunned him. The rewards for clearing the trial of the gods were so generous that even he was left speechless in surprise. Congratulations on clearing the trial of the gods. Rewards obtained: Platinum Advanced Treasure Chest ×1, Platinum Perfect Treasure Chest ×1, Platinum Supreme Treasure Chest ×1, Gold Ordinary Treasure Chest ×3, Gold Advanced Treasure Chest ×2, Gold Perfect Treasure Chest ×1, 5 million Spirit Crystal Luxury Pack, 10 million Experience Luxury Pack. Congratulations on obtaining 6th Tier Barracks ×1. Congratulations on obtaining 7-Star Hero Altar ×1. Congratulations on obtaining Holy Order Small Heavenly Dao Blessing ×1. Congratulations on obtaining Unique God Level Class Lord Transfer Certificate. Congratulations on obtaining Unique Title Crown of Trials. Congratulations on obtaining Metal Heavens Favored Mark Evil God Retreats. Congratulations on obtaining Chains of Demon Imprisonment, Demon God's Remnant Soulstone, Demon God's Relic Bone. Congratulations on obtaining Primordial Crystals ×3, Level 1 Skill Breakthrough Scroll ×2, Nether Authority Fragment ×2, Prayer Points 10.42 million. Shin-Chi's eyes widened as he looked at the various rewards piling up in his inventory, his expression somewhat comical. Even the Heavenly Dao probably hadn't expected anyone to to clear the trial of the gods, and the rewards seemed like they were giving away all the best items. Shin-Chi put away his inventory and prepared to return to his territory to sort everything out slowly. Now, he just had to wait for the Heavenly Tao to announce the ratings for the novice trial and the score for the trial of the gods. He stepped through the portal and returned to the starting platform. Killing the demon god had taken only 5 seconds, and listening to the reward settlement had taken 1 minute. Now, he just had to wait for Pei Tingchao's trial to end. In the conference room of the Imperial Capital Central Academy, the moment Shin-Chi killed the demon god, everyone stood up. All eyes were fixed on Shin-Chi on the big screen, the atmosphere so tense it was suffocating. No one even paid attention to Pei Tingchao's screen anymore. After a long while, the vice president of the Imperial Capital Longxing Guild, panting heavily, his gaze as sharp as a blade, roared at the researchers, "Investigate immediately. Dig up Shin-Chi's detailed information. Place of origin, school, address, find him even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground." The head of the Pei family furrowed his brows tightly, his expression heavy. He said in a low voice, "This time, the top guilds in the Endless Land must have been alarmed. Those hidden major powers will also make their moves sooner or later." He closed his eyes briefly, as if making a significant decision, and continued, "The Pei family must also find him and strive to recruit him as a guest elder. Such talent must not be missed. No matter which family or power is backing him, we must secure him even at 1,000 or 10,000 times the cost." The other high-ranking lords present also had flickering eyes, secretly calculating in their hearts, because with Shin-Chi's appearance, the entire situation could be overturned. For someone like Shin-Chi, it wasn't about him seeking to join a power, but rather powers scrambling to recruit him. Even the top-tier forces were no exception. Shin-Chi's performance revealed one undeniable fact: any power he joined would gain immeasurable value. 5 minutes later, Pei Tingchao returned to the starting point. His face carried a smug smile, his steps more confident, exuding the aura of a favored child of heaven. However, the comments in the live chat were a completely different scene. "Ha ha ha, look at Pei Tingchao acting all smug. Honestly, if he can deal 5% damage, that's already a record-breaking achievement. Of course, that's assuming Shin-Chi isn't present. What a pity. This is too funny. Just thinking about his expression when he sees Shin-Chi clearing the trial of the gods makes me feel sorry for him. He can only blame his bad luck for being in the same generation as Shin-Chi." And indeed, that was the case. When Pei Tingchao saw the words "successfully cleared, trial of the gods" on Shin-Chi's panel, he froze. He stopped in his tracks, his expression instantly stiffening. He repeatedly mulled over in his mind what this could possibly mean. After a long time, only shock remained on his face. His mind buzzed, and it took him several dozen seconds to recover. He immediately panicked. In his fluster, he frantically pulled up the system panel and opened the server-wide chat channel. He scrolled through the chat history like a madman, trying to figure out what had happened. He couldn't believe his conclusion and desperately sought evidence to overturn it. His eyes widened, bloodshot, scanning up and down frantically. His lips were tightly pressed together, his throat dry, and his fingers moved feverishly through the chat logs. In the end, when he fully understood the truth of the matter, it was like a bolt from the blue. His face instantly turned ashen, completely blank. All his pride, confidence, and composure collapsed in an instant. He staggered back a step, almost losing his balance. His entire being seemed soulless, unable to move. His eyes were wide open, staring blankly, with only one thought in his mind: Shin-Chi actually defeated the demon god? In the conference room of the Imperial Capital Central Academy, the vice principal looked at Pei Tingchao's expression and sighed. "When he comes back, we need to provide him with psychological counseling. If he can't get past this, his life is over." The others also sighed helplessly. Pei Tingchao was a key seed they had been nurturing, following every step of the plan, yet this situation had occurred. Shin-Chi had completely shattered his confidence. If he couldn't overcome this psychological shadow, at best, his talent would be wasted, and he'd become an ordinary person. At worst, he'd be plagued by mental illness and fall apart halfway through his journey. On the initial platform of the Trial of the Gods, after a while, a cold mechanical voice echoed in the sky, solemn and loud, striking directly into everyone's minds. Server-wide announcement. Lord Shin-Chi of Trial Ground, number 9657, has achieved a diamond rating in the novice trial. Additionally, he has received an SSS perfect score in the Trial of the Gods. This is hereby announced. Server-wide announcement. Lord Shin-Chi of Trial Ground number 9657 has been awarded the title of Rookie King for this novice trial. This is hereby announced. Server-wide announcement. Lord Shin-Chi of Trial Ground number 9657 657 has become the only lord in history to complete the trial of the gods. This is hereby announced. The 3 consecutive server-wide announcements about Shin-Chi instantly caused the chat channel to explode. The system narrator continued. Broadcasting, the novice trial has officially ended. Here are the rating statistics for this novice trial. A total of 9,874,526 novice lords participated. 126, 358. Passed the trial 594, 186 achieved a black iron rating or higher, 189, 871 achieved a bronze rating or higher, 9, 547 achieved a silver rating or higher, 359 achieved a gold rating or higher, 3 achieved a platinum rating, only 1 achieved a diamond rating. Congratulations to all lords present for becoming official lords. The challenges of the endless land await you. Please note, the trial grounds will close in 2 hours, and you may teleport out at any time during this period. At this moment, the chat channel was still lively. Damn, these results are really tough. Scoring 10,000 points to barely get a black iron rating, I'm satisfied. So envious, I just barely passed. Wait, what's this diamond rating about? Was this here before? Obviously not. The highest before was platinum. This diamond rating is clearly made just for Shin-Chi? Wow. This guy crushed over 9 million people. No, all newcomers in the past century, monopolizing a rating that probably no one will ever surpass. That's insane. Shin-Chi stepped through the teleportation portal, leaving the initial platform of the trial of the gods and returning to his territory. Unable to contain his excitement, he quickly found an empty plot of land. First was the most precious reward, the Tier 7 hero altar. He opened his backpack, took out the altar, and designated the empty land for its creation. A circular stone altar, over 2 meters in diameter and 3 meters tall, rose from the ground. Hero altar construction complete. You can summon the 7-star hero skeleton sharpshooter. Cost, 500,000 spirit crystals and 1 prime crystal. Hearing the cost, Shin-Chi couldn't help but frown. In the ancient battlefield, summoning a wild 6-star hero only cost 300 mental energy points. This price was clearly much higher, making him feel a bit reluctant. However, it wasn't unaffordable. The trial of the gods had rewarded him with 3 prime crystals. Prime crystals are extremely rare high-grade universal resources, essential for recruiting advanced heroes, and are practically priceless outside. Next, Shin-Chi opened all the spirit crystals gift boxes. Checking his backpack balance, 7,198,424 spirit crystals. This time, he was truly wealthy. The key point was, this was a 7-star hero. How could he hesitate? He decisively made the move. Ding! 500,000 spirit crystals deducted, 1 prime crystal deducted. You successfully recruited the 7-star hero skeleton sharpshooter Ilya. A dazzling golden light flashed. In front of the altar, a figure had already appeared. A beam of light pierced through the night sky, revealing a tall figure, the skeleton sharpshooter, whose bones were as white as snow. He wore a tight leather chestplate, neatly equipped with iron shoulder and leg armor. A half-length cloak was draped over his shoulders, connected to a hood. On his back was a quiver, and in his hand, a bow measuring 1.5 meters long. Beneath the hood, the skull burned with 2 blazing flames, like 2 bright lamps, radiating intense heat. Skeleton sharpshooter Ilya level, 1 rank, 7-star hero HP, 1143 attack, 835 defense, 341 agility, 157 stamina, infinite mental energy, 297 range, 600 meters attack speed, 2 seconds / arrow talent. Bow of permission increases the range and attack speed of all undead archer units by 30%. Skill 1, Nether Sniper charges to shoot a sniper arrow with damage proportional to charge time. Maximum charge is 5 seconds. Damage equals attack times 5 times charge time. Range is 3 times normal. Arrow speed increases 5-fold. Hitting the head or other critical areas causes explosive damage, doubling the damage. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Skill 2, 5 arrows volley shoots 5 arrows simultaneously in one direction. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Skill 3, 7 arrows fan shot shoots 7 arrows in a 145-degree range in front, attacking up to 7 targets, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Skill 4, armor piercing arrow adds 3 layers of armor piercing effect to bow type. Units weapons within a 100-meter radius. Arrows with the armor piercing effect reduce 1 point of armor from normal enemies and 0.1 points from bosses with each attack. Each armor piercing effect is consumed after 3 uses. Cooldown, 1 minute. This is a hero unit specialized in archery. Although Skeleton General Asin also uses a bow, this dedicated archer is far superior in strength. Shin-Chi stared at the panel in front of him, so shocked that he could barely keep his eyes open. The base stats are nearly double those of a 6-star hero of the same level. Health exceeds 1000, and attack power is as high as over 800. What's most astonishing are the skills, a total of 4 skills. The first skill, Netherworld Sniper, is a sniper's ultimate weapon. At level 1, it has an attack power of 835, and after a 5-second charge, a single arrow can deal 20,875 damage. If it's a headshot, the damage doubles, exceeding 40,000. And this is just the level 1 value. As the level increases, the damage will grow at an incredible rate. The range is 3 times the usual, reaching 1,800 meters, and the arrow speed is 5 times faster, making it almost impossible to dodge. However, this skill has a long cooldown of 5 minutes, clearly designed for dealing with bosses. Another skill, 5 Arrows Rapid Shot, is a highly efficient single-target burst attack with a short cooldown and equally powerful output. Then there's 7 Arrows Fan Shot, which can attack multiple targets in a large area simultaneously with a cooldown of only 5 seconds. These 2 skills are suitable for frequent use in daily battles. Not only that, but this sharpshooter also has powerful team-enhancing abilities. His talent increases the range and speed of all nearby archers, directly boosting the output efficiency of the entire archery unit. Even more impressive is his area-wide armor-piercing skill, Armor-Piercing Arrow. Once activated, the weapons of nearby archers gain 3 layers of armor-piercing effects. Each attack weakens the enemy's armor, making them easier to penetrate. This gives his team a significant advantage when facing heavily armored enemies. Armor, or reducing a boss's 0.1 armor, has a very noticeable effect. If there are 1,000 archers around the hero, activating Armor-Piercing Arrow would result in a total of 3,000 armor-piercing arrows being fired. This means reducing 3,000 points of armor from normal enemies or 300 points from a boss. Armor plays a critical role. 1 point of armor reduces damage by 1%, and 10 points reduce damage by 10%. Moreover, the higher the level of the enemy, the more likely they are to have armor attributes. Battles between high-level lords are not just about comparing attack power but also about whether the opponent has armor, resistance, immunity, or shields as defensive measures. Therefore, having the ability to pierce armor becomes equally important. On the battlefield, even weakening part of the enemy's armor can significantly increase our output. Not to mention thousands of archers simultaneously piercing armor. After a wave of arrows, the enemy army's armor can be completely weakened. This strategy is effective not only against regular enemies but also against bosses. Asen's soul-chasing arrow also has an armor-piercing effect, but it can only pierce the armor of 3 targets at a time. In contrast, the sharpshooter's armor-piercing arrow is much more flexible, covering a larger area and offering immense strategic value. Shin-Chi marveled at how the skeleton sharpshooter was truly a master of archery. And this is just the capability of a level 1 sharpshooter. How strong would it be after leveling up? Thinking of this, Shin-Chi's breathing became rapid. After a divine trial, he had a 2 million experience gift box, a 10 million experience gift box, and 15.66 million prayer points. Converted into free experience, it totaled 1.69 billion points. Shin-Chi was trembling with excitement. He decided to go big. He directly used 1 billion experience points to level up the sharpshooter. He acted decisively. Boom! A dazzling light burst forth from the skeleton sharpshooter, so bright that Shin-Chi couldn't even open his eyes. The radiance lasted for over 10 seconds before gradually dissipating. Ding! Your skeleton sharpshooter Ilya has leveled up from level 1 to level 51. Shin-Chi's entire body trembled. It directly leveled up from 1 to 51, surpassing the 2 experts, Asen and Theodore. Everyone knew that leveling up after level 50 required an enormous amount of experience. However, Shin-Chi estimated that this 100 million experience not only brought the hero to level 51 but also added some progress toward level 52. Immediately after, another notification popped up. Skeleton sharpshooter Ilya has broken through the level 50 limit and received a heavenly blessing. Boom! A more dazzling 5-colored divine light descended from the sky, accurately enveloping the skeleton sharpshooter. Shin-Chi took 2 deep breaths, telling himself to stay calm, but his fingers still trembled slightly as he couldn't resist opening the upgraded sharpshooter's panel. Skeleton sharpshooter Ilya quality, 7-star hero level, 51 HP, 116, 623 attack, 85, 209 defense, 42, 523 agility, 757 stamina, infinite spirit, 897 range, 1000 meters firing rate, 1 shot every 2 seconds talent. Bow of precision level 3 effect, increases the range of all undead archer units under the Lord's command by 90% and their firing rate by 50%. Skill 1, Nether sniping level 3 skill description, after charging for a period, fires a sniping arrow. The damage dealt is related to the charging time. time, with the damage formula being attack times 5 times charging time. The maximum charging time is 10 seconds, and the range is 3 times the current range. Arrow flight speed, skill 1, Nether sniping LV3 charging time increases to 10 seconds. When hitting critical areas like the target's head, damage doubles, causing explosive damage. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Skill 2. 5 arrows volley fires 5 arrows in the same direction at once. Cooldown 20 seconds. Skill 3, 7 arrows fan shot fires 7 arrows in a 145-degree fan-shaped area in front, attacking up to 7 targets. Cooldown 5 seconds. Skill 4, armor piercing arrow LV3 adds 9 layers of armor piercing effect to archer units' weapons within a 300-meter radius. Each attack reduces the enemy's armor by 1 point, or 0.1 points for bosses. Each successful armor piercing effect consumes 1 layer until all 9 layers are used. Cooldown 1 minute. Skill 5, critical arrow LV2 increases the ranged critical hit rate of archer units within a 300-meter radius by 30% and their critical hit damage by 150%. Duration 5 minutes. Cooldown 3 minutes. Skill 6, earth-shaking arrow fires a powerful arrow that causes enemies along its path to lose balance. Upon hitting the target, it interrupts their actions, delivers a strong knockback, and inflicts a 5-second stun. Cooldown 1 minute. My god, Shin-Chi exclaimed, his eyes wide open as he looked at the upgraded stats. To hell with staying calm. HP exceeded 110,000. Attack reached 85,000. Defense hit 40,000. The range was even extended to 1 kilometer. Most importantly, the talent and several skills were all upgraded to level 3. The talent nearly doubled the range of all archer units and increased their firing rate by 50%. And nether sniping, now at level 3, extended the charging time to 10 seconds. Now, with Ilya's attack power of 85,000, a headshot could deal 8.5 million damage. My god, this is simply unbelievable. 1 arrow like that is unstoppable. Moreover, armor-piercing arrow was also maxed out. Now, each archer could fire 9 armor-piercing arrows. 1,000 archers would mean 9,000 armor-piercing arrows. That could reduce the enemy's armor by 9,000 points. On top of that, 2 new skills were added. Critical strike arrow LV2 increases the critical strike rate of archers within a 300-meter radius by 30% and critical damage is increased by 150%. This skill is incredibly powerful. Asen's general order only boosts melee troops' critical strikes, but this skill directly enhances ranged critical strikes. Archers rely on volleys of arrows for suppression and multi-hit attacks. Imagine, among tens of thousands of arrows, 30% can deal 2.5 times the damage. There's also a single target control skill, earth-shaking arrow. When it hits a target, it interrupts their actions, delivers a powerful knockback, and causes a 5-second stagger. It also unbalances enemies along its path. This is a very direct and effective control skill, specifically designed to counter hyperactive bosses with high attack frequency and quick evasion. After reviewing these upgrade stats, Shin-Chi could only sigh. As expected of a 7-star hero, it's too strong. Not only does it have overwhelming individual combat power, but it also elevates the combat effectiveness of the entire Archer Corps by several levels. This is great. Another reliable ally by my side. Real-life scenario. Longhu City, Longhu High School, Principal's office. The lighting was dim, and the windows were tightly shut. Principal Lu Chang'an sat behind the desk, while Vice Principal Pang Su stood to the side, looking tense. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the room. Both were deeply worried about this year's rookie trial situation at Longhu High School. After a long silence, Principal Lu Chang'an finally sighed. According to the preliminary statistics from the Academic Affairs Office, out of the 743 rookie lords participating in the trial, 270 have already been eliminated. Today is the last day of the rookie trial. At this rate, Longhu High School's pass rate this year might not even reach 60%. Vice Principal Pang Su stood by, frowning deeply. If the pass rate drops below 60% this year, it would be utterly embarrassing. Lu Chang'an stared at the documents on the desk, his brows furrowed tightly. In comparison, Yunhai High School has performed exceptionally well this year. They not only produced 7 A-grade geniuses, for more than us. So far, they've only eliminated 200 students. I heard they even have a particularly famous genius whose lowest score could reach 100,000 points, earning a silver rating. I'm afraid this year, Longhu High will really be left behind by Yunhai High School. I just can't accept it. Lu Chang'an sighed helplessly. Vice Principal Pang Su looked worried, Our school has already been overshadowed by Yunhai for 2 years. If we fall behind again this year, our teaching quality rating and funding allocation will be affected. Lu Chang'an said angrily. I know. A few days ago, those old guys from Yunhai even pretended to be polite and told me they wanted to compete for the city's key school spot this year. There's only one key school spot in the city, and they clearly want to push us out. The two fell into silence, occasionally sighing. At this moment, Lu Chang'an's phone lit up with a new message. With a look of irritation, he picked up the phone to check. Gradually, his frown eased, the worry on his face disappeared, replaced by surprise. Then, a smile spread across his face. Vice Principal Pang Su noticed his change and curiously asked, Principal Lu, what's going on? Lu Chang'an, full of joy, put down his phone and stared at Pang Su, as if still processing the news. After a while, he finally said, a friend of mine at the education center sent me some news. Although it's not confirmed yet, it seems our school's trial results this year might be extraordinary. Pang Su was puzzled. What do you mean? Lu Chang'an lowered his voice, speaking gravely. It seems our school might have produced a top-tier individual this year, possibly even more outstanding than that genius from Yunhai. Pang Su thought for a moment, then finally understood, his face lighting up with excitement. Does that mean we have a chance to surpass Yunhai this year? Lu Chang'an suppressed his excitement. However, the education center hasn't finished compiling the final rookie trial data for the entire city. We'll have to wait a bit longer for the specifics. The city's trial results report is expected to be released this afternoon. Meanwhile, on Shinchi's side, he looked at the newly acquired reward from the trial of the gods in his backpack, his heartbeat quickening. A tier 6 barracks. Throughout the entire novice trial, he hadn't seen any tier 6 units. The highest tier unit he had brought himself was only tier 4. Unexpectedly, the trial of the gods directly rewarded him with a tier 6 barracks. Just having tier 5 units was enough to stand out among millions of novices. Let alone an entire tier 6 army, just the thought of it was thrilling. Start construction, Shin-Chi ordered without hesitation. Ding! You have obtained a tier 6 barracks, Vampire Castle. Once the barracks are built, you can recruit tier 6 units. Vampire count. Vampires? Vampire units. His undead army already included skeletons, ghosts, and zombies, and now it had vampires too. The rewards from the trial of the gods were truly extraordinary. Shin-Chi found an empty plot of land and gave a low command. Begin construction. The construction site instantly became lively. A dazzling light flashed, and before his eyes, a towering and narrow ancient stone castle appeared, exuding an imposing aura. Shin-Chi moved closer to take a look, and a panel popped up on the screen. Recruitable tier 6 unit. Vampire count. Resources required for recruitment. 100,000 spirit crystals, 1,000 crystals, 100 emeralds. Wow, recruiting a tier 6 unit sure wasn't cheap. Shin-Chi couldn't help but frown. However, since it was tier 6, a higher price was to be expected. The higher the unit tier, the greater the cost, but also the stronger the power. He decided to recruit one to test its attributes. Ding! Successfully recruited one tier 6 vampire count. A deep crimson light flew out from the castle, landing on the ground in front of Shin-Chi. After a few flickers, it transformed into a humanoid figure. A tall and slender vampire stood there. The vampire count had skin pale as paper, wore an intricate, classical aristocratic outfit, and draped a high-collared cloak with a black interior and red exterior. His demeanor was noble, his expression cold. Indeed, it was a tier 6 vampire count. Compared to the ugly and clumsy tier 2 ordinary vampires described in books, this one was far more majestic. Just looking at him was a delight. But what excited Shin-Chi the most was his army finally had a healer. Shin-Chi opened the vampire count's attribute panel. Vampire count tier 6 level, 1 health, 516 magic attack, 314 defense, 211 agility, 92 stamina, unlimited spirit, 192 trait. Cloak can transform into large bat wings for flight. Skill 1. Crimson Thirst passive skill. Converts 10% of damage dealt to enemies into self-healing. No cooldown. Skill 2. Scarlet Gift sacrifices 2% of own health to heal all allies within a 5-meter radius. Healing amount equals 20% of own health. Consumes 80 spirit, 5-second cooldown. Skill 3. Revenant Bat summons a vampire bat to orbit the user. The bat absorbs 20% of damage taken and stores it as soul power. Upon death, the bat uses soul power to revive with health up to 60% of the user's maximum health. Note, even if the bat hasn't absorbed damage, it can absorb 20% of a fatal blow and immediately revive. 3-hour cooldown, consumes 200 spirit. Skill 4, Blood Curse summons a swarm of bats to attack enemies, disrupting and slowly draining their health. When attacked, the bats trigger small explosions, affecting and detonating nearby bats. Explosion damage equals 1.8x base attack. Consumes 70 spirit, 1 minute cooldown. cooldown. Skill 5, Blood Weeping Rose summons rose vines under enemies within a 10-meter radius, entangling and constricting them, dealing damage every second for 20 seconds. Affects up to 10 enemies. The roses turn red as they absorb blood, and the vine's attack power gradually increases. Initial attack power equals 0.9x base attack, increasing by 0.1x per second. Consumes 95 spirit, 15-second cooldown. Description: the vampire count awakens from the castle, fond of the night and blood. Shin-Chi couldn't stop praising. Truly a tier 6 unit, and it can fly, has a passive health regeneration skill, can also heal teammates, can perform area attacks. Most importantly, he has a resurrection skill, truly powerful. The first skill, permanent passive, Crimson Thirst, allows him to recover health as long as he attacks enemies. The second skill, Group Healing, Scarlet Gift, can save lives at any time. When the vampire count has only 2% health left, he can restore 20% health to nearby allies. The key is that this 20% health recovery is calculated based on the vampire count's current health. In other words, as long as the vampire count's health is high enough after leveling up, one skill can easily heal all nearby allies to full health. The third skill, Soul Bat Rebirth, is simply a resurrection artifact. It summons a bat that absorbs part of the damage each time it is attacked, converting it into soul power for storage. When the vampire count is instantly killed, he immediately uses the stored soul power to resurrect. The bat can store up to 60% of the vampire count's health. In other words, the vampire count can stand back up with up to 60% health. Shin-Chi believes that as the skill levels up, the resurrection effect will only get stronger, and even full health resurrection won't be a dream. The most crucial part is that this skill is extremely versatile and can be used at any time, even if the bat hasn't been summoned to store soul power beforehand. As long as it's summoned right before being instantly killed, the bat can absorb 20% of the instant kill damage and immediately resurrect the vampire count. Shin-Chi's eyes lit up. With Crimson Thirst and Soul Bat Rebirth, the vampire count has two powerful health regeneration skills, making him nearly impossible to kill. This will leave opponents utterly hopeless. Moreover, as long as enough vampire counts are recruited, Scarlet Gift can be used to quickly heal the allied army. Although Shin-Chi previously had a bronze-level magic wand with a healing skill, Last Light, which Theodore used for a while, that healing skill was actually not very useful. Additionally, the attributes of bronze-level items are completely crushed by silver-level weapons, so Shin-Chi stopped using it long ago. Now, Shin-Chi can directly build a powerful healer army. The healing efficiency is much higher. Shin-Chi then looked at the vampire count's other two skills. Both are area attack skills. Blood Curse can summon a large swarm of bats to harass enemies. If the enemies ignore them, the bats will frantically drain blood. If the enemies attack the bats will immediately explode. So shameless. What's worse is that the bats can trigger chain explosions. If you don't attack the bats, as long as your allies nearby are harassed and the bats explode, you'll also be affected. Even more ruthless, this skill can be used in coordination with multiple vampire counts. A swarm of vampire counts summoning bat swarms to harass the enemy army with terrifying area-clearing explosion. Effects. The last skill, Bloodcry Rose, is equally vicious. It grows a patch of rose vines under the enemy's feet, which continuously climb and tighten, causing sustained damage. The most outrageous part is that the roses absorb the enemy's blood. The more blood they absorb, the higher the damage caused by the vines. By the last second, the damage can double. It lasts a full 20 seconds, and if the enemy doesn't clear the vines while they're weak, the result is being directly strangled to death by the rose vines, with no chance of escape. Shin-Chi marveled at the power of the 6th tier vampire count. Moreover, each one is a cunning and ruthless character. Luckily, they are his troops. He couldn't even imagine how painful it would be for future enemies to be entangled by the vampire counts. After recruiting heroes and troops, Shin-Chi began to tally up other rewards. He obtained a Holy Order, Small Heavenly Blessing. The effect is very straightforward. The blessed troops have all attributes directly increased by 20%. Shin-Chi was once again shocked by the generous rewards of the Trial of the Gods. Heavenly Blessing is the most important boost for troops and heroes on their upgrade path. A troop can only receive such blessings a few times in their lifetime. Shin-Chi thought for a moment and decided to use it on the divine archer Ilya. Ilya is currently the strongest trump card, with top-tier attributes, and using it on her would result in the most noticeable combat power increase. Blessing effect fully activated, Shin-Chi had a thought, and the sacred token in his hand immediately emitted a dazzling golden light. The golden light shot straight into Ilya's body, instantly bursting into a brilliant array of colors. Moments later, the light gradually faded, and the sacred token disappeared along with it. Ilya's attribute panel saw a massive boost once again. Health skyrocketed to 140,000. Attack power reached 100,000. Defense 50,000. Agility 900. And mental strength broke past 1,000. Shin-Chi took a deep breath, almost fainting. A single arrow could now deal 100,000 damage. The power of Netherworld Sniper was at an explosive level. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued organizing his inventory. This time, he took out the rewards from the Trial of the Gods, a unique title, medal, and insignia. First, the one-of-a-kind title, Crown of Trials. He was the only person in history to possess it. After all, no one had ever scored 1,000,000 points in the novice trial, let alone cleared the Trial of the Gods. Giving him an unprecedented title was entirely reasonable. Shin-Chi held an item resembling a badge in his hand. The gold-edged badge was engraved with a crown inlaid with gemstones. Gently rubbing the crown with his fingertip, he could feel its extraordinary texture and the immense yet gentle power it contained. He opened the detailed description. Crown of Trials quality, mysterious and unknown soul owner, Shin-Chi, soulbound, cannot be worn by others, traits, immune to all curses, all blessing effects doubled, all negative statuses automatically removed at 5 times the normal speed, permanent. Function 1, upon wearing, gain 10,000 free attribute points exclusive to lords. 1 time. Function 2, when the title is activated, summon the shadow projections of the 4 demon generals' army commanders, lasting 5 minutes. The projections are level 40. Activation has no cost, cooldown is 1 day. Function 3, when the title is activated, summon the remnant soul of demon god Langeroing for protection, lasting 10 minutes. The remnant soul is level 50, costs 1,000 mental strength, cooldown is 3 days. After reading the description, Shin-Chi was stunned. This thing was even more powerful than he had imagined. Well, just a little bit more powerful, but he absolutely loved it. Rubbing his hands together, he prepared to put it on immediately. In the real world, Longhu City, a banquet was underway. Tang Jing, the head of the senior year at Longhu High School, received a phone call. He greeted his friends at the table, picked up his phone, and stepped out of the private room. Finding a quiet spot, he reconnected the call. "Hello? What's up?" The voice on the other end immediately spoke excitedly. "Old Tang, your luck is incredible. This year, your school produced a super genius. I remember you're in charge of this graduating class, right? You're definitely getting a promotion and a raise now." Tang Jing hiccuped from the alcohol, frowning in confusion. "What are you talking about? What happened at the school this year? Come on, Old Tang, your school produced a monster in the novice trial this year, and you're slower to hear about it than I am." Tang Jing paused for a moment, gradually understanding. "Are you saying our school's trial results were particularly good this year?" "Good? It's absolutely explosive. I heard the rating might not even stop at the gold level." Tang Jing instantly sobered up, his tone serious. "Gold level? That's over 300,000 trial points. Such a score coming from a small place like ours? You're not joking, are you? Why would I lie to you? It must be one of your students this year. Just wait for your promotion and raise. The official announcement should come today." After hearing this, Tang Jing laughed with joy. "That's fantastic." His mind raced as he recalled the students who participated in the novice trial this year, trying to guess who could have achieved such an astonishing score. After all, Longhu High School only had 3 A-grade talent students this year: Su He, Lu Qingyue, or Wu Zicheng. 300,000 points. Even the top talents from the provincial capital's elite lord academies would struggle to achieve that. Only the top schools in the developed coastal provinces might produce such a master. If Longhu High School really produced someone this exceptional, their school would undoubtedly become nationally renowned. Tang Jing found himself unexpectedly excited, his whole body trembling slightly. At this moment, the person opposite seemed to recall something and added, "Oh, right, that student's name seems to be Shin-Chi." Tang Jing's expression froze instantly. He thought he had misheard. "What? Say that again? What's the name?" "Shin-Chi. That's right, Shin-Chi, but that's all I know about the name." Tang Jing's eyes widened in shock, his face full of disbelief. For a moment, he even forgot to breathe. Shin-Chi? The Shin-Chi suspected of awakening an E-level necromancy talent? Everyone thought that after awakening an E-level necromancy talent, Shin-Chi had no chance of achieving good results in the novice trial. Tang Jing had even been worried that Shin-Chi would lose all motivation and had gone to comfort him. Unexpectedly, Shin-Chi might actually achieve a gold rating with a score as high as 300,000? Tang Jing gasped in shock, stunned. This was too unbelievable. He shook his head vigorously, wondering if he had drunk too much. But suddenly, he remembered something from before. Shin-Chi had once triggered a celestial phenomenon upon awakening, a phenomenon that only talents above S-level could trigger. Moreover, when Tang Jing had tried to investigate further at the time, his appraisal glasses displayed a warning: rank too high, unable to detect, cannot be directly observed. This had left him puzzled. Could it be this news was true? He had indeed doubted whether Shen-Chi was truly an E-level talent and had hoped he could train well during the trial. But he never expected him to be this strong. Someone everyone had dismissed might actually achieve a gold rating of 300,000 points in the novice trial. This was simply absurd. He wondered if the principal had more information and decided to take Shen-Chi to the principal's office to find out. Meanwhile, Shen-Chi himself was carefully examining the information displayed on the Crown of Trials title. The quality of this title was actually marked with 3 question marks. Could it be that the Heavenly Tao had hastily created the title and hadn't had time to determine its quality? But that wasn't important. Shen-Chi discovered that this title was exclusive to him, bound to his soul from the moment it was created, and only he could wear it. How thoughtful. But the most impressive part was the effects attached to the title. 1 trait, 3 functions. This permanent trait was extremely valuable, greatly enhancing the title's worth. First, Shen-Chi himself was immune to any curses. Those who wanted to use remote curses to defeat his army could give up now. Second, all blessing effects were doubled. Most mages mastered some blessing spells, which acted as short-term enhancements. The Crown of Trials doubled the effects of these blessings. Lastly, this trait had an incredibly powerful function. All negative statuses applied to Shen-Chi would be automatically removed, and the removal speed was 5 times faster. This was incredible. Negative statuses included burns, freezing, weakness, paralysis, suffocation, and other natural discomforts. It also included various debuffs in combat, such as reduced attack and defense. All negative statuses would automatically disappear in an extremely short time. A debuff lasting 10 seconds would be cleared by Shen-Chi in just 2 seconds. A debuff lasting 1 minute would be gone in 12 seconds. Before the opponent could react, the negative effects would vanish. Next were the 3 powerful functions of the Crown of Trials. The first function was a one-time use. Upon equipping the title, Shen-Chi would directly gain 10,000 Lord-exclusive free attribute points. Shen-Chi was momentarily stunned and immediately opened his panel. Shen-Chi, level 36, health 361, attack 35, defense 110, agility 54, stamina 142, spirit 4042/4147, talent Netherworld Monarch. He was stunned. After clearing the trial of the gods, his level had actually increased by 2. However, this panel still looked weak, with all attributes combined not even reaching 10,000 points. But the situation was different now. This time, he was going to turn the tables. No longer would he be the insignificant figure who could be defeated with a single punch. He began allocating attribute points. Shen-Chi put on the title. Whoosh! The badge suddenly emitted thousands of rays of golden light, and the dazzling brilliance instantly engulfed his figure. Moments later, the golden light dissipated and the badge disappeared. However, Shen-Chi could feel that deep within his soul, a badge was quietly floating. At the same time, his personal panel gained a new entry, title, Crown of Trials, unique. The system voice sounded, badge equipped. Please allocate 10,000 free attribute points. Shen-Chi was overjoyed. He began pondering how to distribute these attribute points. Meanwhile, in the real world, the 7-day novice trial was coming to an end. At Longhu High School, a total of 446 students passed the novice trial, with a pass rate of around 60%. Next up was the pre-graduation novice trial summary. Assembly. The campus was bustling with activity. This year's graduates, whether they hadn't awakened as lords, had awakened but were eliminated, or had successfully passed to become official lords, were now strolling around the campus. Some were gathered in groups of 3 or 5, some hung their heads in disappointment, some were excitedly hugging, and others were casually chatting about gossip. In a classroom corridor, 4 boys leaned against the railing, chatting. This year, our school actually produced 3 bronze-rated students. That's incredible, especially Wu Zicheng, who scored 90,000 trial points. He's a true big shot among big shots. A boy who hadn't awakened as a lord exclaimed in surprise, 90,000 points? That's almost enough for a silver rating, right? Indeed. But I heard that over in Yunhai, they produced a silver-rated student this year. That's just insane. Sigh, looks like our Longhu High will be overshadowed by Yunhai again this year. So frustrating. Another boy curiously asked, how are you guys so sure our school only has 3 bronze-rated students? The summary assembly hasn't started yet. Maybe there are still some hidden experts who haven't been revealed. The others laughed at this. Old Zhao, you don't get it. Bronze ratings are extremely rare honors, less than 10 in a city. Whoever gets one announces it high profile as soon as they return from the trial grounds. Exactly. Sui, Lu Qingyue, and Wu Zicheng, these 3 have already become become the talk of the school. Anyone who gets a bronze rating would definitely show off. No way they'd keep quiet. Ha ha, if I got a bronze rating, I'd hang 8 speakers on myself, broadcasting it on a loop. Another boy sighed. Wasn't there a post on our forum predicting the novice trial results this year? Back then, everyone guessed there were a few top students in our grade. Among the 4 most mentioned names, 3 ended up with bronze ratings. That's amazing. I didn't see that post. Who's the 4th? Ha, it's Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi? The one who used to have decent grades but awakened an E-level undead talent? Sigh, if it were me, I wouldn't even know where to hide. An E-level talent paired with an undead lord, what a disastrous combination. Shin-Chi is really unlucky. The boy who had been silent suddenly spoke, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Shin-Chi isn't what you think. The other 3 turned to him in surprise. One of them asked curiously, Zhanlei, what are you talking about? Aren't you usually the one who dislikes Shin-Chi the most? Now you're defending him? Yeah, Zhanlei, Shin-Chi did awaken an E-level undead talent. What's there to deny? Zhang Lei's expression turned somber, and he muttered, don't be so quick to judge. The summary assembly is about to start, and you'll find out then. All I can say is, Shin-Chi is very strong, stronger than you can imagine. Those bronze-rated students like Wu Zicheng, or even the silver-rated experts from Yunhai High, are no match for him. The others were stunned. Zhang Lei had always looked down on Shin-Chi. Why was he suddenly acting like his biggest fan? And his claims were way too exaggerated. Not even silver-rated students could compare? The boys shook their heads, thinking Zhang Lei must have gone crazy. In truth, Zhang Lei was the only one among them who had awakened a lord talent and passed the novice trial. He had indeed looked down on Shin-Chi before, just as others said. After Shin-Chi awakened his E-level talent, he even led the mockery against him. But he personally witnessed Shin-Chi appearing in the live broadcast of the Trial of the Gods. Shin-Chi's performance in the trial completely overturned Zhang Lei's perception. Shin-Chi had become someone he could never hope to match, so how could he still look down on him? After being severely crushed by Shin-Chi, Zhang Lei became silent and withdrawn upon leaving the trial grounds. Gradually, various rumors about Shin-Chi began to spread rapidly throughout Longhu High School. What? You say Shin-Chi is the biggest dark horse of the school this year? Ha ha ha, that guy with the E-level undead talent? Stop joking. Did Wu Zicheng agree to this? I heard Shin-Chi has the best results this year? Not just silver level, but beyond gold level, platinum level, even diamond level? These rumors are getting more and more exaggerated. Fake news everywhere. Can people have some judgment? There's no hope. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Believe it or not. I'd like to see someone who claims to have seen a pig climb a tree. Do you believe that? In short, although Shin-Chi hadn't returned to school yet, his stories were being told in every corner of Longhu High School. The truth of the rumors about Shin-Chi was hard to discern, and they became increasingly exaggerated. Because they were so outrageous, most people didn't believe them. But these rumors stirred up intense curiosity among everyone. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the upcoming grade summary assembly. As for Shin-Chi, it didn't take long for him to decide how to allocate his 10,000 attribute points, life plus 5,000 defense plus 4,000 attack plus 500 agility plus 100 stamina plus 400 done. Shin-Chi's thought process was simple. As a low-tier lord, he didn't need to fight solo for now. So, he only added 500 points to attack just as a gesture. Attack power could be enhanced through weapons. The key was life and defense. These must be stacked as high as possible. This way, he could prevent sneak attacks from behind and assassination attempts by assassins. Some people liked to play dirty tricks, directly targeting the lord himself. But now, if he stood still and let people attack him, assassination? Don't be ridiculous. They couldn't even break through his defense. At most, it would feel like a massage or a back rub, maybe even some foot care. Of course, he wouldn't just sit and wait for others to hit him. Weren't his 3 heroes there for a reason? Now, Shin-Chi's attribute panel finally matched his identity as a level 36 advanced lord. Agility only needed 100 points. Compared to other attributes, agility had limited utility. His attributes were somewhat special. 100 points were already considered high. It was better to allocate these points to other attributes for more noticeable improvements. As for why he added 400 points to stamina, it was to prevent his body from being too weak and collapsing from exhaustion after a short while. Crown of Trials also had 2 hidden functions. Here's the key part. It could be activated for free once a day to summon the avatars of 4 demon god army commanders. Shin-Chi immediately thought of the Garuda god General, the Barbaric Ghost King, the Hellhound King, and the Atonement Butcher Leader. These avatars could appear for 5 minutes. In addition, it could consume 1,000 points of mental power to summon the residual souls of demon gods once every 3 days. This was equivalent to summoning a group of temporary minions. Although their levels would be reduced, this was normal since they were just avatar projections. However, even as avatars, their combat power was extremely formidable. These 5 summoned entities were like 5 protective talismans. At critical moments, activating them would leave the enemy completely unprepared. Seeing the demon gods appear, who wouldn't be startled? Next, there was a metal and a mark. Mark, repelling the evil god, can resist suppression from demon god level entities. Metal, favored by the heavens, easier to gain the favor of deity. Shin-Chi was momentarily stunned. These 2 items, just from their descriptions, it was clear they were extraordinary. Their grade was very high, but without specific explanations, Shin-Chi was a bit puzzled. He thought carefully. This repelling the evil god should allow him to be immune to the attribute suppression of demon god level monsters. For example, during the trial of the gods, when facing the remnants of the demon god's soul, one would be suppressed by the demon god's aura, reducing all attributes by 40%. Now, with this mark, complete immunity is possible. Monsters are generally classified into ordinary, elite, champion, king level, emperor level, and demon god level. Demon god level monsters are an absolute taboo in the endless land. For now, don't overthink it. There's also this metal, which makes it easier to gain the favor of the gods. This effect is somewhat abstract. Shin-Chi couldn't figure out its specific use, but his intuition told him that this item would definitely be a treasure in the later stages. Thinking of this, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Gods, the ultimate dream of every lord in the endless land. But anyone familiar with the history of lord development knows that for the human race and even the endless land, no one has ascended to godhood in 10,000 years. However, Shin-Chi always felt that his god-level talent, Nether King, was leading him down an unprecedented path. Deep in his heart, a seed of desire for supreme power had already been quietly planted. Reality. At the entrance of Longhu High School, people came and went, and a black sedan was parked in an empty space nearby. A middle-aged man and a young boy stepped out of the car. They were Song Daxian, the vice principal of Yunhai High School, and He Xiachuan, Yunhai High School's newly promoted silver-level rookie lord this year. Song Daxian, with his protruding belly, wore a smug smile on his face. He looked up at the school plaque of Longhu High School and the Golden City Key School plaque on the wall beside it, his eyes filled with disdain. He Xiachuan, on the other hand, raised his head, expressionless, exuding an aura of aloofness that made people hesitant to approach. This year, Yunhai High School produced He Xiachuan, a silver-level lord, which thrilled the entire school. This meant Yunhai's strength was steadily increasing. It was said that although Longhu High School had 3 students with A-level talents this year, the highest among them was only bronze level. This year, Yunhai High School was determined to crush Longhu High School once again. The City Key School designation must not remain with Longhu High School. Today, Song Daxiang stood at the entrance of Longhu High School to make a statement. On the other side, in the principal's office of Longhu High School, Principal Lu Chang'an paced back and forth anxiously. Vice Principal Pang Su stood silently nearby. The vice principal urged, "The quality report isn't out yet? Why is it so slow this year? The grade level meeting is tonight." Pang Su wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I asked the people at the education center. The city's data is still being compiled. It should be ready soon. Every year after the rookie trials, schools first compile their own students' results, but these data rely on self-reporting by students and are not very accurate. The city's education center, the official institution, obtains the rookie trial data from all schools in the city through special channels, which is far more accurate. They usually release a citywide announcement on the same day and issue formal documents to each school. Rookie trial results are an extremely important metric for evaluating teaching outcomes. At every Lord school, they determine how much official attention, funding support, resource allocation, recruitment appeal, and student quality a school can receive. Therefore, every school places great importance on the rookie trials each year. Pang Su hesitated for a moment and said, "Principal Lu, about that rumor circulating on campus. What do you think?" Lu Chang'an turned and asked, "What rumor?" Pang Su wiped the sweat from his forehead again. "It's about Shin-Chi," Lu Chang'an said. "You mean the rumor that Shin-Chi is this year's super genius?" He frowned. "Don't take these student rumors too seriously. Shin-Chi used to have decent grades, but grades don't matter much after a lord awakens. From the moment he awakened the E-level undead talent, his future was already set. Although I also find it quite regrettable, this is the reality. As for the rumors among students, just listen and don't take them seriously. Maybe it's just a few small groups joking around, thinking it will attract attention. They're young, after all, and love to stir things up. Pang Su nodded, understood. At this moment, the phone on Lu Chang'an's desk lit up. He picked it up, glanced at it, and irritably turned off the screen. Pang Su asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Chang'an said unhappily, "Song Daxiang from Yunhai brought a few students from their school rated as silver and they're already at the school gate, asking the security to let them in." Pang Su frowned. "They can't hold back and want to show off in person?" Lu Chang'an paced back and forth, agitated. "It's not just showing off. Clearly, they heard about our school's poor performance this year and came to humiliate us." After a while, he stopped, sneered, and said, "They wish. Let them wait. If the news from the education center is true, I want to see their expressions." He gave Pang Su a meaningful glance. Time to face the challenge. Meanwhile, on Shin-Chi's side, the next step was the most crucial phase, Lord's job advancement. The one and only god-tier profession. Lords are responsible for building territories, upgrading units and heroes, with the core focus on strengthening their power. But every powerful lord must go through the path of job advancement. Only after advancing can a lord step into the extraordinary, begin the true path of ascension, and ultimately become a dominator. And the Lord's job advancement certificate in Shin-Chi's possession was for the one and only god-tier profession. Lord professions are ranked from E level to A level, and up to the top-tier SSS level, similar to talent rankings. Different profession levels have vastly different development ceilings. An S-level profession is already extremely rare. But Shin-Chi, with his god-tier talent, also obtained a god-tier profession. Without hesitation, he directly used the job advancement certificate. Ding! Customizing your unique exclusive god-tier profession. Customization successful. Unique exclusive god-tier profession formed. Shin-Chi's eyes widened sharply. Nether King, Lord of the Undead. With god-tier talent combined with a god-tier profession, he felt he was about to embark on an unprecedented peak path for an undead lord. The ultimate path belonging to the Lord of the Undead. Shin-Chi was overwhelmed with excitement. In his mind, a vision appeared, an undead plague descending. Billions of skeletons surging like a tide, and on the sea, a towering throne made of bones. He, Shin-Chi, would ascend this throne, overlooking the endless netherworld. ZZZ detected insufficient source energy in the trial grounds, unable to perform god-tier refinement. Please enter the endless land to complete the god-tier refinement and finalize the job advancement. Shin-Chi was astonished. God-tier refinement? From what he knew, after a lord's job advancement, there would be a profession refinement. This was a process of fully enhancing the lord's initial attributes. It would also compensate for the attribute points that should have been allocated during previous upgrades. Different profession levels required varying amounts of source energy from heaven and earth for refinement. But the entire trial grounds lacked enough source energy to complete a god-tier refinement? This was unheard of. Just how powerful must this god-tier refinement be? Shin-Chi was deeply shocked. Never mind. The novice trial was already over. After leaving here, it wouldn't be long before he could enter the endless land. He would deal with it then. Finally, Shin-Chi took out the treasure chests rewarded from the trial of the gods. 3 platinum grade chests, 10 gold grade chests. The chests piled up on the ground, shining brilliantly. Looking at these chests, Shin-Chi felt immense satisfaction. In past novice trials, the highest treasure chests novice lords could obtain were usually silver grade, and only a very few could get them. But not only did he obtain a large number of gold grade chests, he also got 3 platinum grade chests. Obtaining platinum grade resources in the trial grounds was simply astonishing. In the outside market, even bronze grade resources were not cheap. Going further, silver and gold grade resources were only affordable to millionaires. Not to mention platinum grade, which was a treasure fiercely contested by high-level lords at level 60 or 70. Moreover, Shin-Chi had obtained a platinum supreme grade chest. The grades of treasure chests were also finely categorized. Basic black iron chests had no subdivisions starting from bronze. Each major rank is divided into several subranks: bronze ordinary, bronze perfect, silver ordinary, silver intermediate, silver perfect, gold ordinary, gold intermediate, gold advanced, gold perfect, platinum ordinary, platinum intermediate, platinum advanced, platinum perfect, platinum supreme. Then there are diamond, epic, mythical ranks. Shin-Chi rubbed his hands, ready to open treasure chests, going straight for a 10 in a row. Forget it, open them all. Goddess of luck, come quickly. Shower me with good stuff, don't worry about my survival. Swish! All the treasure chests instantly burst into golden light. Colorful rays shot across the sky. Above the territory, dazzling beyond compare. After 2 seconds of flashing, the treasure chests transformed into specific items. Platinum Supreme, Spell-type skill book Gate of Hell. Platinum Perfect, Bow-type weapon Judgment Day. Platinum Ordinary, special job template Senior Officer. Gold Perfect, building blueprints Sturdy City Wall, Four-sided Station, fertile goddess's sacred field, attack gem gold advanced, item blueprint industrial furnace, building blueprint water channel gold level resources, potion rejuvenating nectar, food raw ums fine wine, agility gem gold level resource chest, agate asterisk 200, jade asterisk 200, gold or asterisk 500, quartz asterisk 2000, iron or asterisk 5000, copper or asterisk 4000, wood asterisk 100,000, stone asterisk 100,000. Shin-Chi glanced at the items and was completely stunned. These treasures were too luxurious, with an astonishing variety. Not only were there skill books, weapons, job templates, but also building blueprints, item blueprints, food, potions, embedded gems. All of these provided Shin-Chi with an extremely abundant wealth to develop in the Endless Land. In the Endless Land, a lord truly begins to construct and expand their territory. At that point, it's not just about recruiting soldiers, waging wars, and expanding land, but also about welcoming residents, developing agriculture, farming, smelting, and trade. A lord must rely on the strength of their territory to grow powerful and sustain themselves. A lord cannot handle everything personally, and upgrading armies requires vast resources. However, as long as an automated resource production and transportation system is gradually established, in the later stages, the lord can simply sit back and enjoy the endless influx of resources. This is the significance of a territory, and this pile of resources before Shin-Chi laid a strong foundation for the future development of his territory. Shin-Chi carefully counted all the rewards from the Trial of the Gods, feeling a bit overwhelmed. After all, there were so many good items at once that it was hard to handle. Finally, he could return. After 7 days of the novice trial, Shin-Chi's growth was astonishing. Among them, the god-level talent Nether King played a crucial role. Of course, every bit of his strength improvement was his driving force to keep moving forward. Shin-Chi sighed, opened the system panel. It was getting late. It was time for him to leave. A new button appeared on the panel. Confirm to teleport and leave? Note, after choosing yes, your current territory will be automatically reclaimed, forming a one-time blueprint. 1 minute later, you will be immediately teleported back to reality. Shin-Chi clicked without hesitation. Yes. Boom, the 3,000 square meter territory before him, along with the Lord's castle, barracks, altar, and blacksmith shop, all rapidly shrank and eventually disappeared, stored in the blueprint section of Shin-Chi's system panel. When he enters the Endless Land in the future, he can directly deploy this territory. Then, a faint blue light rose around Shin-Chi, initiating the teleportation. You have started teleportation and are about to leave the trial land. Tang Jing hurried back to school from a drinking session. He was eager to find Shin-Chi, but after searching everywhere, Shin-Chi hadn't come to school at all. This made Tang Jing extremely anxious. He had to confirm face-to-face. If Shin-Chi really achieved a gold level rating, he would be incredibly busy. Next, finally, Tang Jing decided to go directly to Shin-Chi's residence to find him. Half an hour later, Tang Jing found Shin-Chi's rental house smoothly using the school's student information form. At the door, he stopped Shin-Chi, who had just arrived. Shin-Chi looked bewildered. Just back from the trial, he hadn't even entered the house before being stopped by the grade director. Shin-Chi politely asked, "Director Tang, is there something you need from me?" Tang Jing waved his hand and pulled Shin-Chi along. "Yes, absolutely. Shin-Chi, come back to school with me first, I'll explain later." Shin-Chi muttered to himself, "Can I resist?" In the end, he was still dragged away. Tang Jing personally escorted Shin-Chi into the car, closed the door, sat in the driver's seat, and started the engine in one smooth motion. Meanwhile, at the Longhu High School square, Song Daxiang and He Xiaochuan were walking forward, arrogantly. Even with the bustling crowd in the square, the two of them stood out conspicuously. Passing students couldn't help but glance at them. The reason was simple: their presence was overwhelming, especially He Xiaochuan, who strutted like a rooster with its tail held high, head raised, nostrils practically becoming eyes. It was as if he had the words "arrogant king" written all over him. Someone recognized He Xiaochuan and exclaimed, "Wow, look, isn't that He Xiaochuan from Yunhai High School? Who's that? Haven't you heard? He's been super popular lately. Everyone's talking about him in the groups. He's the one who got the silver rank in the trial." Silver rank? Scored 100,000 trial points? Oh my god. He Xiaochuan glanced sideways at the students secretly discussing him, smirking disdainfully. His gaze was full of contempt. The boy he stared at instantly looked gloomy. Why do I feel like he's looking at me with his nostrils? Well, that's just how top players are, a bit eccentric, it's normal. The boy still felt annoyed. Why is he at our Longhu High School? Feels like he's here to stir up trouble. Shoo, keep your voice down. Damn, so arrogant? He actually came here? No choice. This year, no one at Longhu High can suppress him. Not even Wu Zicheng? 90,000 points bronze rank, far from 100,000 points silver rank. What a pity. If only our school had a top-tier player too. Yeah, these so-called geniuses look down on everyone too much. He Xiaochuan heard all of this but didn't care at all. He snorted again, raised his head, and continued striding forward. The disdain on his face seemed to say, "Trash, all of you are trash." Behind him, the students of Longhu High were furious, clenching their fists tightly, but they were helpless. Tang Jing and Xin Shi were heading to the principal's office. Tang Jing occasionally glanced at Xin Shi, wanting to speak but holding back, then turning his head away. Xin Shi felt his gaze lingering on his face, hesitated for a moment, and politely asked, "Director Tang, is there something you need from me?" Tang Jing hesitated for a while, then simply asked directly, "Xin Shi, tell me, how did you do in the rookie trial?" Xin Shi understood his meaning. He didn't answer directly, "Director Tang, doesn't the school have an official report from the education center? Every student's results are recorded there." Tang Jing frowned slightly. "It hasn't been released yet. The academic office said it'll take another half hour. I wanted to get a sense of it from you first." Xin Shi coughed lightly. "Director Tang, even if I told you, you might not believe me. I can't prove it, so why not wait for the official document?" Hearing Xin Shi's words, combined with his understanding of him, Tang Jing had a good idea. He smiled and patted Xin Shi's shoulder. "You really did something big this time. Come on, let's go to the principal's office to report your achievement." Soon, the two arrived at the teaching building and stood at the principal's office door. Tang Jing adjusted his clothes and knocked solemnly. After a moment, the door opened. The one who opened it was Vice Principal Pang Su, and both sides were momentarily stunned. Pang Su said in surprise, "Director Tang, it's you?" He thought to himself, "Huh? Why isn't it Song Daxiang and the others? They should have arrived by now." Tang Jing smiled and said, "Vice Principal Pang, you're here too?" "I'm here to see the principal." A calm voice came from inside the room. "Director Tang, please come in." Pang Su, Tang Jing, and Xin Shi entered the office together. Principal Lu Chang'an saw Xin Shi and froze for a moment. "This student, this semester, it's Xin Shi?" Beside him, Pang Su silently observed Xin Shi, his brows slightly furrowed. He thought to himself, "Why is Tang Jing bringing Xin Shi here now? Could it still be about the graduate support quota from last time?" A trace of a complicated expression appeared on Pang Su's face. Could Tang Jing really believe the rumors circulating among the students? Does he truly think Xin Shi is that dark horse? Tang Jing, somewhat anxious, said, "Principal, I have something to report." At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted him. Pang Su was the first to stand up and open the door. "Another guest has arrived." As the door opened, Song Daxiang and He Xiaochuan strode in. At the same time, Song Daxiang arrogantly said, "Oh, Principal Lu, it's quite lively here." The already small office suddenly felt crowded. The air seemed to be filled with a tense atmosphere. Song Daxiang and He Xiaochuan walked in as if they were at home, completely at ease. Xin Shi and Tang Jing stood to the side, appearing particularly low-key, like background props. As He Xiaochuan passed by Xin Shi, he glanced at him sideways. But he didn't look closely, uninterested in taking a second glance, and quickly withdrew his gaze. He raised his chin high, as if trying to push his nostrils up to the ceiling. Ever since achieving a silver rating in the novice trial, He Xiaochuan had been praised to the skies by countless people. He naturally accepted the endless compliments and flattery. In his eyes, everyone else was equally worthless. "If I can achieve a silver rating with 100,000 trial points, why can't I become a top figure?" That's what He Xiaochuan thought. To him and many others, achieving the city's first place, or even the province's first place silver rating in this year's novice trial, was a piece of cake. Even in previous years, no one had reached this level. Whether people liked or disliked him, they all believed he had the right to be arrogant. So, Xin Shi standing to the side, already lacking presence, was even less noticeable. To He Xiaochuan, he didn't even need to think to know that Xin Shi was surely secretly paying attention to him. He assumed Xin Shi's thoughts were nothing more than envy, jealousy, or complaints about the unfairness of fate. Boring. But in reality, he was overthinking it. Xin Shi didn't care about him at all. In Xin Shi's mind, his status wasn't even as important as tonight's dinner. Principal Lu Chang'an naturally noticed them, but his gaze remained on his phone screen. Displayed on the screen was a WeChat chat box. "Principal Lu, the city's trial points ranking statistics have been completed, and the official notice will be released shortly." Lu Chang'an felt slightly relieved. With the message from the education center, he was much more at ease. Only then did he turn to look at Song Daxiang and He Xiaochuan. Both sides were well prepared, and the atmosphere was tense, as if a battle could break out at any moment. He Xiaochuan and Song Daxiang walked up to the principal's desk. He Xiaochuan crossed his arms, full of arrogance, looking down on everyone, exuding extreme conceit. Vice Principal Pang Su, seeing him act even more arrogantly than the principal, felt very uncomfortable. "This kid is so rude." Song Daxiang smiled at Principal Lu, but his tone carried no respect. "Principal Lu, how have you been? Your school seems to be doing quite well, doesn't it? Bah! Full of lies. Pang Su cursed inwardly. Lu Chang'an merely raised an eyebrow and replied with a forced smile, Vice Principal Song, thank you for your concern. The school is doing fairly well, though it can't compare to your Yunhai. You've got so much talent this year. Song Dasheng humbly smiled and said, not at all, not at all. Yunhai only managed to get 1 silver rating, 5 bronze ratings, 7 A-grade talents, about 100 iron ratings, and a trial pass rate of just 72%. It's only SOSO. Listening to Song Dacheng's words, Pang Su's blood pressure instantly spiked, and his fists clenched tightly. His fists were clenched. How infuriating. Can you stop showing off like this? Song Dacheng. That guy clearly knows that Long Hai only has 3 bronze ratings, 3 A-level talents, 30 black iron ratings, and a trial pass rate of just 60%. Pang Su roared internally, but his face maintained a kind smile. When Song Dacheng looked over, he even nodded warmly. Principal Lu Chang'an seemed not to catch on to Song Dacheng's boasting and spoke in a calm tone. He turned to look at He Xiaochuan, who was standing next to Song Dacheng, and gestured, this must be the legendary silver rating student, He Xiaochuan, right? Song Dacheng immediately began enthusiastically introducing him, as if praising his own child. Oh, it's just a silver rating, nothing too impressive. Compared to the geniuses from the nation's top schools, we can't compete. It's just that here in Longhu, we're doing okay. He turned to He Xiaochuan and said warmly, Xiaochuan, quickly introduce yourself to Principal Lu. He Xiaochuan crossed his arms, raised his head, and puffed out his chest, completely disregarding everyone else. Then he said something shocking. Principal Lu, I think the City Key School plaquette. The entrance of your Longhu High is quite nice. We at Yunzhong would like one too. The room fell into an eerie silence. Even Pang Su was stunned, almost forgetting to complain. Longhu City only has 1 City Key School designation, and this was clearly a direct challenge to Long Hai, showing no mercy. It seemed that Song Dacheng only just realized He Xiaochuan had misspoken. He quickly waved his hand and forced a laugh. Huh, kids don't know any better, just joking around, sharp-tongued. Principal, please don't take it to heart. The two of them, one playing the villain and the other the good guy, instantly made the atmosphere unbearably awkward. Lu Chang'an maintained his calm smile and responded smoothly, huh, it's fine. I believe He Xiaochuan is just being candid, with no other intentions. Then he shifted the topic. However, Yunhai High has indeed developed well, but the City Key School plaque has been hanging at Long Hai's entrance for a long time. Taking it down suddenly wouldn't be very appropriate. The meaning was clear. Yunhai High isn't qualified to compete with Long Hai for the City Key School title. Song Dacheng, a sly old fox, caught the implication. His expression darkened slightly, but he thought to himself, well said, but your Long Hai has been overshadowed by our Yunzhong for 3 years. What are you going to use to compete with us this year? His face immediately broke into a wide smile. The principal is absolutely right. However, Yunzhong's progress in recent years is evident to all. I believe the authorities will carefully evaluate whether we deserve the City Key School honor. At this point, there was nothing more to say. Lu Chang'an, unwilling to waste more words, remained silent. He glanced down at the phone on the table, his fingers tapping slowly on the surface. Suddenly, the phone screen lit up. He raised an eyebrow and picked it up. A WeChat notification appeared. Notice on the citywide rankings for the XXTH newcomer trial in Longhu City. At the same time, Song Dacheng, Pang Su, and Tang Jing also received the same notification. Clearly, this was an official document sent to the city's education leaders. Song Dacheng couldn't help but let out a soft huh. He casually took out his phone, opened the WeChat file, and began reading. The next second, his expression froze. He gripped his phone tightly, his eyes fixed on the screen as if he had seen something unbelievable. All his arrogance and pride vanished instantly, leaving only a look of despair. Lu Chang'an observed every change in his expression. Narrowing his eyes, he hadn't opened the file yet, but Song Dacheng's reaction said it all. It seemed the news from the education center was true. Long Hai had indeed produced a true dragon this year, enough to overshadow Yunhai High's silver rating. Could it really be a gold rating? But who exactly was this true dragon? Su He, Wu Zicheng, or Lu Qingyue? Lu Chang'an's mood suddenly improved. Calmly, he picked up his phone and opened the file. He saw the first row of the table. Longhu City Newcomer Trial Points Leaderboard. First place, Shen Qi, Longhu High School. Points, 1,054,739. Diamond rating, note, National Rookie King. The next moment, Lu Chang'an's face showed the exact same seeing a ghost expression as Song Dacheng. Pang Su, noticing Lu Chang'an's reaction, felt a jolt in his heart. It's just a document. What happened? Is it that serious? Could the information be fake? Is Longhu High School doomed this year? Driven by curiosity, he also picked up his phone to take a look. As a result, the third seeing a ghost expression appeared on Pang Su's face. Tang Jing, seeing the stunned expressions of the first three, was also startled. Forcing himself to stay calm, he took out his phone and opened the document. The entire office instantly fell into a deathly silence. Lu Chang'an, Pang Su, Song Dasheng, and Tang Jing stood there like four stone statues, completely motionless. He Xiaochuan was dumbfounded by the scene before him, utterly at a loss for what to do. The next second, Lu Chang'an and the other three simultaneously turned their sharp gazes toward Xinqi in the corner. Their piercing stares seemed as if they wanted to see through Xinqi entirely. Their eyes were filled with complex emotions: shock, stupor, confusion, existential doubt after a worldview collapse, and despair from decades of experience suddenly rendered meaningless. This lasted for a full quarter of an hour. Being stared at by so many people, Xinqi felt a bit uneasy. He poked the stone-like Tang Jing beside him with his finger. "Director Tang, are you okay? Should I call an ambulance?" Clearly, the four had not yet recovered from their shock. Tang Jing stared blankly at Xinqi, unable to utter a single word, as if he had lost the ability to speak. 1,000,000 trial points. Necromancy. Diamond level. Not the 300,000-point gold rating, nor the 500,000-point platinum rating, but a diamond rating they had never even heard of. And, the Rookie King cleared the trial of the gods. Every single achievement was so unfamiliar, unheard of by anyone. Could it be that they had been fake lords all along? The school executives and old foxes present, all seasoned veterans with decades of experience, were now questioning their entire lives. What they couldn't comprehend even more was that all these astonishing achievements belonged to the person right in front of them, Xinqi. The same Xinqi who had once awakened an E-level necromancy talent, whose path as a lord was deemed to have ended prematurely, and whom they had concluded had no future. When Xinqi followed Tang Jing into the office, they hadn't even spared him a glance, not taking him seriously at all. Yet this storm-stirring true dragon had been quietly coiled in the corner, watching those so-called big shots argue. His feelings were incredibly complex. Tang Jing's gaze was also filled with complex emotions as he looked at Xinqi. Although he had confidence in Xinqi before, he never expected him to be this formidable. It was as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped, directly shaking not just Longhu City, but the entire world. As for Song Dasheng, his face was ashen at this moment, with none of his previous smugness remaining. He only knew that he had lost. Yunhai had lost, completely and utterly. Looking again at the attitudes of Lu, Pang, and Tang toward Xinqi, Song Dasheng understood in his heart that this seemingly unremarkable student was Xinqi. Thinking about his Xiaochuan beside him, who always acted as if he were invincible, Song Dasheng couldn't help but close his eyes in shame. His Xiaochuan was still in a daze, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the adults, unable to understand what was happening. "It seems like they're all staring at that person over there." He finally reacted and turned his gaze toward Xinqi, the student he usually couldn't be bothered to spare a glance at. Wasn't he just a student here to handle some office matters? What was so special about him? The next moment, his gaze landed on Xinqi's face. He froze completely. His eyes widened sharply. This face, it was so familiar. Wasn't this the Xinqi from the Trial of the Gods? His Xiaochuan's brain finally caught up, and then, it completely short-circuited. He was the only one present who had watched the entire Trial of the Gods, and he had a particularly deep impression of Xinqi's strength. In the Trial of the Gods, every move Xinqi made seemed to be a harsh lesson for this so-called genius. Thousands of terrifying skeletons swept through enemies like a storm. One move unleashed millions of damage, even capable of instantly killing a 5th-tier king-level boss. The colossal skeleton phantom spanning heaven and earth lightly waved its hand, instantly slaying a demon god with 1,000,000,000 health points. Scene after scene replayed in his Xiaochuan's mind, the terrifying pressure seemingly transcending time and space, making his heart race. He understood that Xinqi was someone he could never catch up to, only look up to. And now, this legendary figure was standing right beside him. Moreover, he was calmly watching others show off the entire time. His Xiaochuan suddenly found himself unable to stand properly, his limbs flailing, almost falling over, his face paler than a ghost. He had become the person in the worst state at the scene. Lu Chang'an, Pang Su, Song Dasheng, and Tang Jing, these adults, although heavy-hearted, managed to maintain their composure, at least not losing their footing. However, their condition wasn't much better. At the scene, apart from Xinqi, everyone was defeated. Xinqi stood there, initially unnoticed, feeling quite at ease watching them bicker, but now he found it a bit awkward. Is this my fault? Evening. The grade summary assembly at Longhu High School was about to begin. The auditorium was packed with people, graduates and first and second year students arranged to observe the rookie trial experiences, all seated neatly. The atmosphere was lively, with young students excited about the upcoming assembly. Familiar friends gathered together, chatting and gossiping to pass the time. Hey, they're going to announce this year's rookie trial results later, right? Who got first in the grade? Of course, it's Wu Zicheng. Who else? Exactly, a bronze rating with 90,000 points, probably ranked second in the entire city. What a pity. If that guy from Yunzhong hadn't scored 100,000 points with a silver rating, Wu Zicheng might have been first in the city. By the way, what's the deal with Shinchi? The rumors are getting more and more ridiculous. I can't tell what's true anymore. Haha, you still believe that? Don't you know? Where did those rumors come from? Such nonsense. Shinchi's previous grades were just average, and after awakening an E-level undead talent, wasn't he considered useless? How could he perform well in the rookie trial? But Shinchi was always first in the grade before, wasn't he? Is that what you call average? Then I must have remembered wrong. Anyway, the point is, Shinchi is just an E-level undead lord. What could he possibly achieve? But speaking of which, how did Shinchi do in the trial? Did he pass? No idea. Seems like no one's seen him. I haven't seen him either. Could it be he stopped coming to school? Forget it. Let's not talk about him. I heard they're announcing the outstanding graduates later, and the top students will go on stage. Finally, we'll get to see the real top-tier students. So exciting. 10 minutes later, the summary assembly officially began. The host first came on stage to give an introduction. Then came the key moment, the principal's speech. Principal Lu Chang'an walked onto the stage. He appeared steady and composed, but no one noticed that he almost stumbled when he first stepped on stage. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and immediately steadied himself. His steps toward the podium were slightly unsteady. The reason was simple. He still hadn't recovered from the shock Shinchi had brought him. After Song Daxiang and Yi Xiaochuan left in embarrassment that afternoon, they had to maintain a facade of calm and attend one school meeting after another. Lu Chang'an cleared his throat, quickly composed himself, and began reading from his script. Next, I'd like to invite a few students to come on stage, after which I will announce the list of outstanding graduates. The audience stirred, some excited, some expectant. The top students are coming on stage? Finally, we'll get to see Goddess Lu Qingyue. Su He and Wu Zicheng are also amazing. Wu Zicheng, Lu Qingyue, and Su He walked out from backstage one after another and stepped onto the stage. They all seemed somewhat out of sorts. However, amidst the cheers from the audience, someone completely unexpected also walked onto the stage. Shinchi followed closely behind the three people in front, his face calm as he stood beside them. The front row audience immediately quieted down. Those in the back also sensed something was off and gradually fell silent. Before long, the entire auditorium was enveloped in an eerie silence. The first and second year students didn't know Shinchi or the rumors about him, but they could feel the strange atmosphere. Soon, whispers began among the graduates. Shinchi? Why is he on stage? Isn't he an outstanding graduate? Only those with bronze ratings are supposed to go on stage, right? Could he be a negative example? Someone recalled the rumors about Shinchi, and their expression changed. This atmosphere was wrong. Very wrong. However, a small portion of the audience reacted completely differently. Hundreds of official lords who knew Shinchi's strength were secretly thrilled. They had spent all day telling others about Shinchi's achievements, but because they sounded too exaggerated, almost no one believed them. They had long given up explaining. Now, seeing Shinchi standing on stage, they were inwardly ecstatic. He's here, he's here. The legendary Shinchi has made his grand entrance. Damn it, Shinchi, hurry up and personally slap those doubters in the face. At this moment, Lu Chang'an glanced at the noisy audience, his emotions complicated. He understood their reactions well, having just experienced the same thing himself. Calmly, he took the list of outstanding graduates handed to him by the host, cleared his throat, and began reading. Next, I will announce the list of outstanding graduates from this year's graduating class. I hope they grow stronger and create their own brilliance on the endless continent. Student Lu Qingyue achieved a score of 71,216 in the novice trial, earning a bronze rating and ranking 6th in Longhu City. The audience immediately erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. As expected of Goddess Qingyue, beauty and strength combined. Lu Qingyue, however, appeared somewhat nervous, lacking her usual confidence and pride. She forced a smile, trying to remain composed. Student Su He achieved a score of 72,782 in the novice trial, earning a bronze rating and ranking 5th in Longhu City. Another round of applause followed. However, Sui's face was gloomy, like a puppet, showing no reaction at all. This detail naturally caught the attention of many, and people began to sense something was off. Lu Chang'an continued announcing the next result. Student Wu Zicheng achieved a score of 95,327 in the novice trial, earning a bronze rating and ranking 3rd in Longhu City. The audience immediately burst into excitement. Wu Zicheng was clearly popular among the students. Wu the Great, so amazing, so strong. If only I could achieve that score. But why is he only 3rd? Wasn't he supposed to be 2nd? Wu Zicheng merely gave an awkward smile, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, barely noticeable unless closely observed. More people in the crowd began to feel something was wrong. 3 results had been announced, but what about Shen Shi? Lu Chang'an paused for a moment before continuing. Next is student Shen Shi. The audience gradually quieted down. Everyone perked up their ears, staring at Shen Shi on stage, afraid to miss any detail. Lu Chang'an's voice became steadier, his tone exceptionally solemn as he read Shen Shi's achievements in one breath. Student Shen Shi achieved a score of 1,054,739 in the novice trial, earned a diamond rating personally evaluated by the Heavenly Tao, ranked first in Longhu City, first in Chunan Province, first nationwide, winner of this year's Rookie King title. Boom! It was as if everyone in the audience had been struck by a heavy hammer, their minds roaring, before going completely blank. Then, an overwhelming silence engulfed the entire auditorium, suffocating everyone present. Whether they knew Shen Shi or not, whether they were graduates or students from other grades, they all widened their eyes and involuntarily opened their mouths after hearing the results. Every piece of data about Shen Shi was like a heavy blow, shattering their previous perceptions. Some with weaker endurance even started breathing heavily, unable to catch their breath, collapsing weakly into their seats. Shen Shi, 1,000,000 points, diamond rating, Rookie King, Longhu's #1, Chunan Province's #1, the nation's #1. Were all those rumors true? Not exaggerated at all? Most people stared blankly, beginning to question their lives. But can you blame them for not believing it? Such an impossible thing actually happened so vividly. Everyone looked at the handsome yet perpetually calm and composed Shen Shi on stage. His presence was instantly magnified, like a towering mountain pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe. In an instant, Shen Shi transformed from their usual topic of conversation into an unattainable peak they could never surpass. Why do I feel so uncomfortable? Why can't I accept this? Didn't he awaken an E-level undead talent? We're all human, so how can the gap be this big? This is so unfair. Why isn't it me? My family is so rich, why can't I compare to Shen Shi? So what if you're rich? The atmosphere at the scene instantly became heavy, as if a disaster had struck. But the lords, who already knew the truth about Shen Shi, reacted completely differently. Shen Shi, you're amazing. Even though it's not me, why do I feel so thrilled? This is absolutely exhilarating. Shen Shi, you're my bro. These cheers seemed out of place, leaving others speechless. But no one dared to refute them. 10 minutes ago, if anyone had seen these people cheering for Shen Shi, they would have thought they were crazy and mocked them. But now, who would dare say a word? To be honest, Shen Shi taking first place in the city, the province, and even the nation brought unprecedented glory to Longhu High School. Starting today, Longhu High School would rewrite its history. Shen Shi would also become a legend, forever recorded in the school's annals. More and more people began to accept this reality. They had no choice but to accept it. Some even started to realize what Shen Shi's achievement meant. Does this mean that this year, our school won't be crushed by Yunhai High anymore? Crushed by who? He Xiaochuan? That guy who's only worth a silver rating dares to act arrogant in front of Shen Shi? He's not even worthy to carry Shen Shi's shoes. Hey, weren't you the one who looked down on Shen Shi the most before? Now you're sucking up to him so smoothly? Stop it. Shen Shi is my bro. He was in the past, he is now, and he always will be. If he wants to be my godfather, I'd even agree. I was blind before, treating a pearl as a stone. It's my fault for being blind. The person opposite was dumbfounded. In another corner, someone whispered, "Oh my God, the Rookie King is actually from our Longhu High. I wouldn't even dare to dream of this." Yeah, in previous years, the Rookie King always came from top lord schools in developed coastal provinces. How could it possibly be our turn in this remote, second-tier inland city? The most ridiculous part is breaking 1,000,000 points. I heard it's the highest in history, leading by a huge margin. Even the geniuses of past generations can't compare. Also, can someone tell me how an undead lord can be this strong? Weren't skeleton soldiers supposed to be fragile? Maybe it's true what they say, there are no bad troop types, only bad lords. At this moment, the ones feeling the worst were undoubtedly Wu Zicheng, Suhi, and Lu Qingyue on stage. They were restless and tormented inside. Suhi had a dark expression and didn't even dare to glance at Shen Shi. Watching the trial of the gods had already crushed his fighting spirit. Lu Qingyue was anxious to talk to Shen Shi but never got the chance. The summary meeting ended in a dramatic fashion. Many were still immersed in the shock. Shen Shi had become the center of attention, impossible for anyone to ignore. As soon as he stepped off the stage, he was surrounded by a crowd. Frenzied admiration, eager reverence, countless praises and exclamations poured toward him. Yet Shen Shi remained calm and composed, neither happy nor disappointed. Lu Chang'an's phone was already blowing up. Countless people were calling, desperate to know the details. He was so busy he was spinning in circles, constantly directing various departments to handle matters. Clearly, Shen Shi was like a bomb dropped into a lake, creating massive waves. It was late at night, and Lu Chang'an arranged for Tang Jing to personally escort Shen Shi home to rest. He also informed him that several prominent figures would be visiting tomorrow. Now, the number of people wanting to meet Shin-chi stretched from the east to the west of Longhu City. The school would also send someone to accompany Shin-chi and assist him with planning. Meanwhile, the school worked overnight to prepare Shin-chi's special scholarship, which would be delivered tomorrow. Shin-chi was well aware that after emerging from the trial of the gods, his life would never be peaceful again. It was convenient to have someone arrange his upcoming schedule. After all, in just 2 days, once he officially stepped into the Endless Land, everything would quiet down. However, what Shin-chi didn't know was that the moment he fell asleep that night, the entire internet had already gone wild. The buzz came fast and furious, with online discussions exploding in volume. Topics related to Shin-chi quickly dominated the top spots on major trending lists. These topics included, but were not limited to, Rookie King, 1 million trial points, Trial of the Gods scene, Shin-chi is really handsome, where is Longhu City, famous snacks in Longhu City, re-evaluating the growth potential of the undead system, typical personality of an undead lord, shy or cold. On the Big Eye app, related posts easily surpassed 1 million likes, shares, and comments. Oh my god, this year's Rookie King is incredible. Every detail is mind-blowing. Same here, chasing the buzz in the middle of the night, too excited to sleep. 1 million points, absolutely unbelievable. What is diamond rating? I always thought it was just 10 G-waves, turns out I'm so outdated. Can the big shot take me along when evolving? I still feel like a rookie. One person's points equal 100 people's. This is just too exaggerated. I've always said the undead system has potential. Shin-chi must have used some ultimate move to rise so quickly. Ah, I'm an undead fan. Finally, an undead lord has appeared. I'm moved to tears. From now on, anyone who says the undead has no future, I'll definitely fight back. Where is Longhu City? I've never even heard of it. What do the top academies and geniuses in the imperial capital, Xianjing and Jiangnan think? My child is participating in the rookie trial next year. Is it still possible to transfer to Longhu High School this year? However, some expressed skepticism with comments like, you guys actually believe this nonsense? Shin-chi? Come on, which noble family does he belong to this time? Undead system? Don't joke around, even faking it shouldn't be this obvious. Transferred from the coast to the inland? Enjoyed first-tier city resources and then came back home to show off? Just wait for the twist, I'll call it out by tomorrow at the latest. Tired of this, every year there's hype, every year people fall for it. Can we get some real news? 1 million points? Non-first tier? Rookie King? Passed the trial of the gods? Diamond rating? Undead lord? All the news articles look the same, anyone with a brain can see this is paid hype. Shin-chi must be some rich kid debuting while the rookie trial is at its peak. Wow, you're so smart. The official reports are out, and you're still calling it hype. Why don't you just click and check for yourself instead of being so ignorant? Pop, a large group of netizens dropped links to official reports in front of the skeptics. Can some people stop talking nonsense? Shin-chi is a native of Longhu, orphaned, relying on financial aid and scholarships, and has been the top of his grade every year. What? Part of this matches what you're saying? The doubters could only delete their comments in embarrassment. They weren't convinced, but they couldn't win against the netizens. The uproar online was like a raging storm, intense and overwhelming. But all of this had no impact on Shin-chi, the center of the storm. The next day, Shin-chi woke up as usual. He opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling of his rented room. After a while, still groggy, he suddenly noticed a skeleton standing by his bed. Damn, haunted. Shin-chi was startled. The skeleton tilted its head as if questioning him. 2 seconds later, Shin-chi finally reacted. Oh, I'm the undead lord. Then, it's fine. He got up from the bed and straightened his back. The skeleton standing in front of the bed, a 6-star hero named Ajuan, had already prepared the clothes he was to wear today and officially helped him put them on. Shin-chi walked into the bathroom, stood in front of the sink, and opened his mouth. The 6-star hero Theodore picked up a toothbrush and gently brushed his teeth for him. After brushing his teeth, Shin-chi headed to the dining table. A 6-star unit, the vampire count, quickly pulled out a chair and made a gesture inviting him to sit. Shin-chi sat down, and a steaming hot breakfast, prepared by the 7-star hero Ilya, was already laid out on the table. As he ate, he sighed with contentment. This is so comfortable. It's like a heavenly life. Before awakening as a lord, his life had felt tightly bound. He would leave early and return late every day, focusing on studying and squeezing every second to work part-time and earn money. Life was so stressful it was hard to breathe. How could it ever have been like this? Sleeping until he naturally woke up, with so many people serving him. Well, not people. By the way, did the skeletons mix up the sugar and salt in the food? The visitors weren't coming until 10 o'clock, and with nothing to do and rare free time, Shin-chi decided to go for a walk to relax. To avoid scaring passers-by with the skeletons following him, he He used the item, Journey of the Dead, to send them back to the ancient battlefield. He strolled around a nearby park and, upon returning to the entrance of his residential area, ran into Aunt Chen, who lived downstairs. Aunt Chen called out to him, "Xiao-Qi, long time no see. How's school going?" Xin-Shi smiled obediently. "Auntie, I'm doing well." Aunt Chen walked over, took his hand, and asked with concern, "I heard you graduates are about to take that novice trial. How's it going? Did you pass? I heard from my square dance friends that the exam is quite difficult, relying on talent and luck. But it's okay if you don't do well. There are plenty of job opportunities in society now." Xin-Shi felt a warmth in his heart. He gently patted Aunt Chen's hand and smiled. "Auntie, don't worry, I passed." Aunt Chen smiled. "That's good. Child, ever since your parents passed away, you've been alone all these years. I was just worried you weren't happy. In this world, only a small number of people awaken as lords at the age of 18 and can enter the endless land. The rest live ordinary lives." Ever since he transmigrated here, Aunt Chen, who lived downstairs, had always been especially kind to him. She would occasionally bring over a bowl of wontons or a bag of eggs and show him some concern. Just then, another middle-aged woman and a man walked over. The woman, seeing Xin-Shi from afar, squinted her eyes and loudly said as if discovering some big news, "Oh, isn't this Xin-Shi? Haven't seen you in a few days. Where have you been? Didn't you all go to take the Lord exam? So free, you didn't go, did you? Couldn't pass, so you just didn't bother? You can't just wander around all day. What kind of behavior is that? Hurry up and find a job. That's more reliable. If you want, I can introduce you to some work at the factory." Xin-Shi's expression immediately turned cold. He looked icily at the two approaching people. In this world, there were people like Aunt Chen who cared about him, and there were also people like Zhou Dalian and Li Dishing who were mean-spirited. Aunt Chen glared at Zhou Dalian. "Unhappily, Zhou Dalian, your mouth is so sharp. Would it kill you to say a few less words?" Zhou Dalian pursed her lips. "What, did I say something wrong? If you can't pass, don't you have to go find a job yourself?" She elbowed the middle-aged man next to her. "Oldly, say something. Your son is studying in the provincial capital, isn't he? He took the exam this year too, right? Didn't he just send a WeChat message yesterday saying he awakened a C-level talent, passed the novice trial, and even got recruited by a major guild in the provincial capital? Isn't that right? So impressive. We parents don't even have to worry about his job anymore." The middle-aged man, Li Dishing, glanced at Xin-Shi and forced a smile. Yes, that's enough, okay? You really say a little less outside. Don't talk like this in front of Xiaoshen. It's not good for the kid's confidence. The middle-aged man looked at Xin-Shi with disdain in his eyes, his tone like that of a well-meaning elder. "Xiaoshen, listen to your uncle. You can't find a job and don't want to work in a factory, so you can come to my shop to help out. Move some goods. I'll give you 50 yuan a day and even cover lunch. How about it? It's not much, but at least you can support yourself. Once you're out of school, you can't act like a student anymore. You have to learn to plan for yourself, right?" He had an expression of "look how much I care about you." Xin-Shi couldn't help but roll his eyes. 3 years ago, before Xin-Shi transmigrated, Zhou Dalian and Li Dishing's son, Li Feng, and Xin-Shi were both students at Longhu High School, even in neighboring classes. Back then, Xin-Shi's grades were average and he was always overshadowed by Li Feng. The Li family often came to Xin-Shi's house to show off. However, since Xin-Shi transmigrated, his grades skyrocketed, and it didn't take long for him to completely surpass Li Feng. The Li family was furious and directly arranged for Li Feng to transfer schools, sending him to study in the provincial capital. Since then, whenever the Li family saw Xin-Shi, they would throw sarcastic remarks, and Xin-Shi never showed them a good face. Just as Xin-Shi was about to respond, Aunt Chen stepped forward first. She pointed at Zhou Dalian, her brows furrowed. "You two old folks, stop meddling here for no reason. You should go back to the village and do some work. Always mocking a child like this. You've squandered all the blessings your ancestors accumulated. Your combined ages are almost enough to enter a coffin, yet you can't tolerate a young person. Have you no shame?" Xin-Shi. So the usually kind Aunt Chen has such a fiery temper? He couldn't help but give Aunt Chen a thumbs up. Zhou Dalian and Li Dishing were almost scared stiff, stunned for a while before angrily retorting, "Hey, Chen Yufeng, I'm talking to Xin-Shi." "It's none of your business. You usually act so proper, but it turns out your mouth is so filthy. Your heart must be even worse." She then turned to glare at Xin-Shi. "Xiaoshen, don't blame me. Hanging around with this crazy woman every day, no wonder you're so useless." After speaking, she realized she had gone too far, a trace of panic flashing across her face, but she quickly straightened her neck, looking as if she had done nothing wrong. Chen Yufeng's face darkened, ready to retort, but Xin-Shi gently stopped her. He couldn't be bothered with the Li couple's two-person act. His gaze turned cold, but his lips curled into a smile as he slowly said, Aunt Joe, whoever I associate with is still better than associating with your family. Besides, no matter how successful I become, I won't be spending money on you. Uncle Li, the job you mentioned sounds good. If your Xiao Feng doesn't successfully sign with the guild, he can come back to your shop for some training. He'll surely have a bright future. Li Dixing and Zhou Dalian's faces instantly darkened, ready to explode. You brat. Before they could finish, suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the neighborhood. The roar of engines filled the air as 3 or 4 luxury cars drove in from afar, parking one after another at the entrance. Zhou Dalian and Li Dixing were immediately drawn to the scene. They saw several assistants step out of the cars, each opening the doors. Moments later, 5 or 6 men in suits emerged from the vehicles. Their presence was imposing, their demeanor steady, their faces cold and aloof, as if they were above everyone else, making no one dare to approach. Zhou Dalian's eyes lit up, her face full of envy as she said, if Xiao Feng could buy a car like that in the future, I'd really have some face. Look at these big shots. Everyone has to be respectful when they see them. No one even dares to look them in the eye. Li Dexun said in surprise, so many big shots coming to our neighborhood? Isn't our area just an old, rundown neighborhood? Who would have thought there were people with such connections here? Zhou Dalian, full of envy, continued, there are only a few households in our neighborhood. Who has the ability to attract such distinguished guests? At this moment, Zhou Dalian's gaze swept over to the person standing beside Shenqi. Her eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of contempt, and she secretly felt smug. With your little ability, you surely haven't seen such a grand scene, probably won't even get close to such big shots in your lifetime. Unlike my son Xiaofeng, who will join a major guild in the future, seeing such scenes will be an everyday occurrence. Due to the commotion, more and more people from the neighborhood gathered around. Everyone marveled at the luxurious display. Among those who stepped out of the car were 2 individuals, Principal Lu Chang'an of Longhu High School and Grade Director Tang Jing. Their expressions were initially serious, but as soon as they spotted Shenqi from afar, they quickly walked over. Zhou Dalian and Li Dixing exchanged puzzled glances, full of confusion. Lu Chang'an and Tang Jing stopped in front of Shenqi and immediately smiled. Student Shenqi, what a coincidence to run into you. How did you rest last night? Zhou Dalian and Li Dixing stood frozen in place, unable to believe their ears. So many prominent figures had come looking for Shenqi, and all of them were here just for him? Li Dixing stared at Shenqi, his eyes darting around as he tried to make sense of it. Could it be Shenqi is some distant relative of an important figure? Otherwise, how could this be happening? Several individuals in formal attire gradually gathered around Lu Chang'an, looking at Shenqi with friendly expressions. Ignoring the 2 members of the Li family nearby, Lu Chang'an spoke warmly to Shenqi. Shenqi, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Zhang, the Deputy Mayor of Longhu City. This is Deputy Director Wang from the Education Center. This is the President of the Excellent Steel Guild, and this is the Deputy General Manager of Feiyue Group from the provincial capital. Shenqi responded with a polite smile and greetings, exuding a calm demeanor that was both respectful and composed without appearing overly humble. This scene left Zhou Dalian, Li Dixing, and Chen Yufeng completely stunned. Deputy Mayor Zhang said, Young Shen, you're so talented at such a young age. Who would have thought that Longhu City would produce a student who ranked first in the province, first in the nation, and even set a historical record? The deputy director of the Longhu City Education Center added, Shenqi is the pride of Longhu and the glory of the entire Chunan region. The president of the Excellent Steel Guild chimed in, Shenqi will undoubtedly achieve earth-shattering accomplishments in the future. We are honored to witness the moment he is about to soar. The deputy general manager of Feiyue Group said, Shenqi perfectly meets our group's talent requirements. Missing out on him would be a huge loss for Feiyue Group. Zhou Dalian was so shocked she couldn't speak, thinking to herself, this is just too exaggerated. Wait, the deputy mayor? The Excellent Steel Guild, one of the top 3 in the city? And Feiyue Group, which dominates over half of Chunan province's industries? These are all heavyweight enterprises you only see in the news. In Zhou Dalian and Li Dixing's eyes, these were unattainable figures. Yet at this moment, they were enthusiastically showering Shenqi with endless praise, all for him alone. The 2 felt their minds short-circuiting, taking a long time to barely piece their thoughts together. These prominent figures were indeed here for Shenqi, and, just for Shenqi himself. Shenqi had achieved first place in his grade, first in the city, first in the province, and even set a historical record in this year's novice trials. Their minds buzzed, going completely blank. Shenqi, is this amazing? But wait, wasn't his performance just average before this? Zhou Dalian and Li Dixing were utterly dumbfounded. Chen Yufeng was equally astonished. She had already been thrilled that Shenqi passed that notoriously difficult exam, but she never expected him to perform so exceptionally this time. Achieving so many firsts truly brought honor to the family. Even Shenqi's late relatives would surely suddenly feel proud and comforted. The surrounding crowd began to chatter as well. They saw a group of high-ranking figures from Longhu City surrounding a boy who looked like a high school student, each of them displaying warm attitudes, as if the boy was the most important person there. Exclamations of surprise filled the air. Lu Chang'an smiled and said to Shenqi, "Xiaoqi, why don't we head upstairs and sit down for a proper chat?" Shenqi also smiled and nodded. "Alright, everyone, please follow me." The small rental apartment was suddenly filled with prominent figures from various industries in Longhu. None of them seemed the least bit uncomfortable. Tang Jing quickly served the guests for Shenqi, handing water to everyone. Next, it was time to discuss business. In fact, everyone was there because Shenqi's achievements were outstanding, making him the center of attention. The people from the education center were purely there to congratulate him and express their appreciation for local talent. But other major institutions, groups, and forces were all vying to extend an olive branch to Shenqi, hoping to establish connections with him. They all knew that Shenqi's reputation was no longer confined to Longhu City but was gaining national and even global attention. With the help of Longhu High School's principal, Lu Chang'an, Shenqi easily handled these people. Each representative brought valuable gifts, with almost every gift worth tens of thousands. However, their true intention was to use these gifts to exchange benefits and win over Shenqi. Some prestigious families hoped he would become a guest consultant, while some groups wanted to sign long-term talent development agreements. Some even brought pre-prepared long-term contracts, expressing their willingness to invest significant resources as long as Shenqi developed according to their requirements in the future, clearly aiming to bind him before he became even more famous. But with Lu Chang'an, the cunning old fox, present, all long-term agreements were rejected, leaving only some harmless promises. Most of the gifts, however, were kept. Shenqi glanced at them and immediately recognized their high value. The representatives were happy to leave the gifts, as leaving a good impression would benefit future interactions. In the end, everyone left delighted, praising Shenqi profusely. Amid the cheerful atmosphere, the prominent figures gradually dispersed. After seeing them off, Shenqi went downstairs and saw Li Dixing and his wife waiting at the staircase. The couple quickly approached him. "Xiaoqi, Aunt Zhou wasn't very attentive to you before. Please, don't take it to heart." Li Dixing hurriedly added, Yes, Xiaoqi, come visit Uncle's house more often in the future. If you need anything, Uncle will prepare it for you." They reached out, trying to grab Shenqi's sleeve, but just as their hands were about to touch him, Shenqi moved swiftly, easily dodging them. His figure flashed, and he quickly went upstairs at an unbelievable speed. A 100 agility score was no joke. Not bothering with these unnecessary people, Shenqi went straight into his room and shut the door. Then, he began to inventory the gifts. First, there was a large flat in Jiangcheng district, given under the guise of talent support, ready for move-in within a few days. Jiangcheng district was the most economically developed area in Longhu, filled with upscale communities and villas. Next was a sports car, estimated to be worth over 7 figures. There was also a shopping gold card for a major mall owned by Feiyue Group. Lastly, there was a talent support bonus which, based on Shenqi's high school spending level, could last him 200 to 300 years. These items were of immense value to ordinary people, but for Shenqi, who had already entered the extraordinary realm, they were not the most important. The real highlights were the following: 50,000 spirit crystals, 1 fragment of a prime crystal, 1 4th tier undead barracks, specific unit, skeleton archmage, 1 skill refining stone, 1 level 1, skill breakthrough scroll, silver grade, territory, construction resource pack, silver grade exclusive lord set, 3-piece set, leg armor, chest armor, gauntlets, unidentified materials, small. Note, preliminary estimates from a AAA auction house suggest an 83% probability that these materials are of gold grade quality. As soon as Shenqi saw this pile of items, his eyes lit up. There were indeed many treasures among them. Clearly, these major forces had spared no expense. First, the 50,000 spirit crystals were incredibly valuable. Territory construction was just beginning, and spirit crystals were needed everywhere. The higher the territory level, the greater the expenditure. It could be said that the more spirit crystals, the better. They were never too much. Then there was the prime crystal fragment, which was simply priceless. Prime crystals were used to recruit advanced heroes, and even a single prime crystal on the market could fetch an astronomical price. 10 prime crystal fragments could be combined into 1 prime crystal, so even a single fragment was highly valuable. Prime crystal fragments could not only be used personally but also accumulated as bargaining chips or traded. The Leap Group presented a piece of crystal shard as a gift, full of sincerity. Shenqi moved on to the next item, a tier 4 undead barracks. Moreover, it was specifically noted that the tier. For undead unit it could summon was Skeleton Archmage. Shin-Chi's heartbeat quickened and a look of joy appeared on his face. These major forces knew he was an undead lord and specially gifted him a classic undead unit. Skeleton Archmage is a highly popular classic unit in the undead faction. Unlike the tier 3 undead mage he had previously transformed using Undead Rebirth, the Skeleton Archmage is an orthodox undead unit. It has 3 fixed skills: Skeleton Summon, Lifelink, and Chain Corpse Explosion. Skeleton Summon can summon a skeleton army to assist in battle. Lifelink allows all skeleton archmages to share health, enduring damage together. Chain Corpse Explosion can detonate enemy corpses and trigger chain explosions of surrounding corpses. For an undead lord, the Skeleton Archmage is extremely powerful. It can summon skeletons to fight, and the skeletons do not occupy the lord's unit slots. Moreover, under Shin-Chi's command, the Skeleton Archmage's strength would be even greater. After all, he had a 6-star mage hero in his possession. This hero could significantly enhance the combat power of all magic-based units, quickly restore mental energy, and was immune to light attribute suppression. In short, Shin-Chi was very satisfied. Next was the Skill Refinement Stone. He hadn't even seen this item during the novice trials. The Skill Refinement Stone, also known as Slot Expansion Stone, is used to increase the number of skill slots for units and heroes. Units and heroes have a limited number of skills they can learn. These skills include those automatically learned upon leveling up and those learned through skill books. The number of skill slots increases with the unit's tier. Tier 1 units generally have 3 skill slots, Tier 3 have 5, Tier 4 have 6, Tier 5 have 8, Tier 6 have 10, and Tier 7 have 14. Each skill refinement stone used adds 1 skill slot. Of course, it's unnecessary to invest too much effort in low-tier units' skills. Generally, 1 or 2 upgrade skills are sufficient for low-tier units. Developing a skill tree requires a strong lord to afford it. For powerful lords, low-tier units are merely transitional forces, and there's no need to invest heavily in their development. Therefore, skill refinement stones are primarily used to enhance heroes. The development path for heroes is similar to that of the lord himself. Attributes, equipment, talents, and skills. Each aspect is akin to the lord. Well-developed heroes provide significant assistance to the lord. Thus, skill books, skill breakthrough scrolls, and skill refinement stones are resources prioritized for hero development. Coincidentally, the skill slots of Skeleton General Ajuan were nearly full, making the skill refinement stone extremely crucial. Shin-Chi continued to look at the next item. The next was a silver grade territory construction resource pack. After entering the Endless Land, the initial resource consumption was particularly high, and this resource pack was undoubtedly a massive supply. It included large quantities of wood, stone, ore, and water, with the silver resource pack containing tens of thousands of units. In addition, there was a set of silver grade lord exclusive armor consisting of 3 pieces. Shin-Chi was currently wearing only a bronze set, relying mainly on the skeleton armor of the Wailing Wraith during battles. However, Shin-Chi clicked on each piece of silver armor and examined them carefully. Together, they increased defense by over 3,000. Combined with his current defense, the total exceeded 7,000. Even if his defense was breached, he still had 5,000 health points. For a level 36 advanced lord, these stats were definitely excellent. Finally, Shin-Chi's gaze fell on the unidentified material. It was an irregular piece of ore wrapped in a layer of gray mud. After preliminary appraisal by the auction house, the probability of this ore being a gold-grade material was 83%. In fact, the market often circulated some unidentified material blocks. After professional appraisal, there was a chance to obtain high-quality materials. Resource-strapped lords loved buying such unidentified materials, treating it as a gamble. A successful appraisal could change their fate, and even if it failed, it wouldn't be a lost out. Of course, those unidentified materials preliminarily assessed as high value usually don't make it to the market. Instead, they are collected by well-connected collectors or used as precious gifts. Unexpectedly, these major forces directly gifted a piece of material with an 83% probability of being gold grade. How generous! However, even with an 83% probability, it's not guaranteed to yield gold grade results. It still depends on luck. Otherwise, they wouldn't use it as a gift. But who would say they don't need gold grade materials? If it really turns out to be gold grade, it's a huge win. Even if it's not personally useful, it can fetch a good price at an auction house, pawnshop, or alchemy institution. There's no time to identify it now. It can wait for later. Wait. Shin-Chi's eyes lit up as an idea struck him. Perhaps the analyzer in the ancient alchemist's garden could help. Half an hour later, Shin-Chi sat on the small sofa, leisurely waiting. After a while, the lantern journey of the deceased placed on the glass table emitted a layer of purple light. A small vortex instantly appeared in the center of the living room. Then, Asen's figure slowly emerged from the vortex, holding something in his hands. Lord, the analysis is complete. Shin-Chi was delighted and quickly stood up to take the item from Asen's hands. Earlier, he had instructed Asen to take the unidentified material into the ancient battlefield and then into the ruins' ancient alchemist's garden to use the analyzer for material identification. Judging by the looks of it, this gold-grade material had been successfully analyzed. Shin-Chi's gaze sharpened as an item panel popped up above the material. Deep Space Dark Crystal Gold-grade, an elemental crystal that fell from the depths of the sky, formed under years of compression in spatial rifts. Shin-Chi glanced at it and frowned slightly. Not particularly famous. Oh well, I'll toss it aside for now. It's gold-grade material, so it might fetch a good price someday. At that moment, a faint mental link appeared in Shin-Chi's mind. From the skeleton weapon expert? After listening to the content transmitted through the mental link, Shin-Chi's eyes lit up. So it can be used like this. Let's get started. The next day, in the living room. Hey, click over there, then over there. Yes, just like that. Thank you. While you're at it, sweep the dust and hair under the sofa too. Thanks. Wash all the dishes in the cabinet. Much appreciated. Shin-Chi lounged on the sofa, legs crossed, leisurely directing the skeletons busy with housework around the room. He stretched lazily inside, working for half a day, so exhausting. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Shin-Chi pointed at a skeleton standing nearby and said, "Go grab the delivery for me. Be polite, smile a bit, and don't scare the delivery guy." The skeleton turned and shuffled to the door. A scream from the delivery guy echoed outside. Moments later, the skeleton returned with the delivery. Shin-Chi calmly took the braised chicken rice. A moment later, as he picked up a piece of chicken, his gaze fixed on the skeleton weapon expert, who had never done housework before. The skeleton stood silently, using magic to hold a smooth stone with a much smaller crystal floating beside it. Thin threads of light intertwined between the stone and the crystal, attracting each other. They were slowly merging. The skeleton weapon expert was focused on using Deep Space Dark Crystal to repair wall-breaking stone. Yesterday, when Shin-Chi was about to toss the analyzed but seemingly useless Deep Space Dark Crystal back into his backpack, the weapon expert informed him that this new skill could attempt to repair wall-breaking stone, and Deep Space Dark Crystal was the perfect repair material. Perfect timing. Shin-Chi was thrilled. Although most of his free experience points had been spent upgrading the Jinyuan Legion and Mage Legion, he hadn't forgotten to level up the weapon expert. After all, when it came to replicating Legion members' weapons, the weapon expert was indispensable. Shin-Chi looked at the weapon expert's status. Skeleton weapon expert type, undead level, 29 rank, tier 3 health, 870 agility, 60 mental power, 406 skill 1, reverse. Analysis LV2 can turn weapons into blueprints and optimize material ratios. The higher the weapon level, the harder the analysis. Failure triggers a cooldown. Consumes 34 mental power, cooldown, 3 hours. Skill 2, Forging LV2 repairs and modifies weapons, with a chance to enhance skills or add attributes. The higher the weapon level, the harder the modification. Failure triggers a cooldown. Consumes 35 mental power, cooldown, 5 hours. Skill 3, Professional Repair LV2 examines damaged items, designs repair plans, and repairs using materials. The higher the item level, the harder the repair. Failure triggers a cooldown. Consumes 42 mental power, cooldown, 7 hours. At this moment, the skeleton weapon expert was attempting to repair the wall-breaking stone for the third time. Since yesterday, he had been trying continuously, failing the first 2 attempts. After all, this was a gold-grade item, making it extremely challenging for him. Each failure required a 7-hour cooldown. Now, it was the 3rd attempt. Anyway, tomorrow was the day when all the lords would enter the Endless Land together. Over the past 2 days, Shin-Chi had instructed the weapon expert to focus entirely on repairing the wall-breaking stone. After all, this item was too valuable. It could even save lives at critical moments. Buzz, finally, after a moment, the wall-breaking stone and the skeleton weapon expert's hand emitted a dazzling white light. The deep space profound crystal successfully fused into it. Ding! You have successfully repaired the wall-breaking stone. Would you like to view it? Shin-Chi's heart leaped with joy. It finally succeeded. Yes, he responded. Swish! A new item information panel suddenly appeared before Shin-Chi. Small wall-breaking stone gold-grade allows cross-space teleportation for a single target, but requires a space anchor stone to lock the teleportation location. Without an anchor stone, activating the wall-breaking stone will result in a random teleportation direction and distance. Activation takes 10 seconds and can only be used twice. After reading the description, Shin-Chi fell into deep thought. Activating the wall-breaking stone actually required a space anchor stone? Was Wasn't that item destroyed long ago by the expert who ambushed him during the novice trial? It had completely disappeared. Sigh, after all the effort to repair the wall-breaking stone, it seemed it was still useless. Shin-Chi shook his head. Oh well, if nothing else, it could serve as a random escape tool. This place wasn't an ordinary trial ground, it was the endless land, teeming with experts. Having an extra life-saving method was always good. He put away the wall-breaking stone, raised the takeout in his hand, and said to the skeleton weapon expert with satisfaction, "You did a great job. Thank you for your hard work. The bathroom is still short-staffed, please help unclog the toilet for me." Thanks. The skeleton weapon expert's hollow eye socket stared at Shin-Chi for 2 seconds before bowing respectfully and responding, "Thank you for the Lord's praise. It is my honor to unclog the toilet for you." The next day, Shin-Chi received numerous distinguished guests, including people from the Chunan provincial government and visitors from the imperial capital. The income was substantial, and his wallet grew significantly. By evening, Shin-Chi went downstairs to take out the trash and ran into some familiar faces, 2 of them, in fact. Lu Qingyue and someone from the Tsangshan Guild. There was no need to elaborate on Lu Qingyue. The other person was none other than Fang Hao, who had personally come to Longhu High School on behalf of the Tsangshan Guild to invite Shin-Chi to join. Later, when Shin-Chi awakened his talent failure, no one came to explain. A simple, cold rejection text was sent, dismissing Fang Hao outright. Oh, and it was the Tsangshan Guild's appraisal agency that had identified Shin-Chi's undead talent as E-rank, making it known throughout the school. A trace of a mocking smile appeared on Shin-Chi's lips as he stared at the 2 approaching figures. Fang Hao, seeing Shin-Chi, nodded with what he thought was a polite smile and was about to speak. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingyue stepped forward first. Tears hung at the corners of her eyes, her face was pale, and her beautiful features were filled with helplessness and vulnerability. She spoke urgently, her voice trembling with sobs, "Shin-Chi, I'm sorry, I offended you that day and caused you trouble." Shin-Chi frowned slightly. To be honest, he didn't want to get involved with these people at all. Whether their apologies were sincere or not, he just wanted to find an excuse to quickly end the conversation. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingyue, looking a bit shy and hesitant, continued, "Shin-Chi, I don't dare to break up with Su-He. Can we still be friends? Not that kind of relationship, just friends." Shin-Chi was stunned on the spot. He cursed inwardly. "Are you out of your mind? Do you want me to book you an appointment with a psychologist? Do you really think you're irresistibly charming and that I'm a fool?" On the surface, he feigned indifference. "Lu Qingyue, please go back and stop bothering me." But inwardly, he couldn't help but feel like swearing. Lu Qingyue lowered her head, her face looking desolate, as if she were hurt. After a while, she forced herself to lift her head and said, "Shin-Chi, I'm sorry. I won't bother you anymore in the future. Oh, by the way, I joined the Tsangshan Guild and recommended you to Tsangshan. Tsangshan is the largest guild in Longhu. I think the guild would definitely suit you. Shin-Chi, would you consider joining the Tsangshan Guild?" Shin-Chi froze. Just yesterday, the principal of Longhu University, Lu Chang'an, had specifically told him that he knew about the conflict between him and the Tsangshan Guild, so he hadn't agreed to let the guild meet with him. Yet today, Lu Qingyue had directly brought someone to his place. Shin-Chi was so angry he was about to explode. Fang Hao strode past Lu Qingyue, his expression serious and his voice loud. "Shin-Chi, the Tsangshan Guild may have treated you poorly before, but that's all in the past. We hope you'll give us a chance to show our sincerity." His demeanor was confident, and his tone firm. "Shin-Chi, you considered joining our Tsangshan Guild before, which means you recognize our strength and status. Rejoining Tsangshan would undoubtedly be a wise choice. Our entire guild eagerly anticipates your joining. As a gesture of sincerity, here are 30,000 spirit crystals and a batch of bronze-level supplies as an apology." Fang Hao was full of confidence, smiling smugly, thinking he had said everything perfectly, and waited for Shin-Chi's response. Shin-Chi was speechless. Compared to the gifts sent by those major forces yesterday, these 30,000 spirit crystals and supplies were nothing. He sneered, "Mr. Fang, please leave." Fang Hao was stunned, his face full of surprise and confusion. After a while, he asked, puzzled, "Shin-Chi, could you reconsider? What's wrong with joining our Tsangshan Guild? As the #1 Lord Guild in Longhu, we've nurtured countless renowned lords, ensuring their safe transition through the novice period. Many people envy and beg to join us." He paused, as if suddenly realizing something. "Oh, could it be that you're still holding a grudge over the last time we rejected you? But that was for your own good. You shouldn't let the past affect your future." Shin-Chi rolled his eyes, feeling the atmosphere grow stifling. Could the Tsongshan Guild send someone more eloquent to negotiate? He crossed his arms over his chest, raised his voice slightly, but his tone grew colder. Mr. Fong, I simply don't want to join the Tsongshan Guild. It has nothing to do with the future. Please leave. Fong Hao still didn't grasp Shin-Chi's meaning. Feeling a bit hurt by the rejection, he frowned and said, Shin-Chi, do you think our Tsongshan Guild lacks sincerity? I've already said, if it's about last time, we've apologized, haven't we? Since we've apologized, why? Are you still unwilling to join Tsongshan? Standing nearby, Lu Qingyue looked a bit dumbfounded at Fong Hao's approach. Shin-Chi clenched his fists, narrowed his eyes, and said word by word, just because you apologized, I have to join Tsongshan? What kind of logic is that? Your Tsongshan Guild came to me on your own initiative, and I should feel grateful, is that it? Fong Hao's expression changed, his patience worn thin after repeated rejections, and his gaze turned cold. Shin-Chi, aren't you being a bit ungrateful? Got first place in the Lord's trial, and now you're putting on airs? Don't forget, you just became an official lord yourself. Let me tell you, aside from the Hidden Mountain Guild, is there any other guild in Longhu that can show such sincerity as ours? He stepped closer to Shin-Chi, chest out, head high, his gaze fierce and imposing. He deliberately exuded the powerful aura of a level 29 lord, trying to intimidate Shin-Chi and control the pace of the conversation. The next moment, two flashes of light appeared behind Fong Hao, summoning two orc units. Each orc was muscular, wielding long blades, and exuded an intimidating presence. Fong Hao smirked triumphantly, staring coldly at Shin-Chi in his eyes. Shin-Chi was just a rookie lord, who had barely passed the novice trial. Surely, he would be overwhelmed by this display, thrown into disarray. Moreover, lords fresh out of the trial had their barracks reverted to blueprints, leaving them with no troops to summon. They were completely defenseless. But Fong Hao, a level 29 intermediate lord, had long prepared troop space items, allowing him to summon units at will. Thus, Fong Hao didn't take Shin-Chi seriously at all, believing he was no match for him. However, Shin-Chi merely glanced at Fong Hao indifferently. Boom! Fong Hao froze instantly, his eyes widening in shock as if struck by an overwhelming force. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and he began to shake. His face turned pale, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, his gaze filled with terror as he stared at Shin-Chi, unable to believe what he was experiencing. This was the oppressive aura of someone surpassing an entire major realm? Shin-Chi, could he be a level 30 or higher advanced lord? How was this possible? He had just emerged from the novice trial. No matter how strong Shin-Chi was, it was impossible for him to reach level 30. Fake. I almost fell for it. Fong Hao gritted his teeth, forcing himself to snap out of the mental pressure Shin-Chi exerted. With a fierce resolve, he commanded the two orcs to charge forward. However, behind Shin-Chi, countless pale bones suddenly emerged from the void. The clattering sound of bones colliding echoed. In an instant, the bones assembled beside Shin-Chi into a massive skeletal arm. Before the two orcs could get close, the giant skeletal hand swung down with a powerful slap. Bang! The two orcs were sent flying, killed instantly, while Fong Hao was also struck and flung over 10 meters away. His black iron and bronze armor shattered completely, and he crashed heavily to the ground, dust flying everywhere, looking utterly disheveled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Fong Hao was utterly terrified, struggling to prop himself up with his hands, his gaze filled with fear as he stared at Shin-Chi. Lu Qingyue covered her mouth in shock, watching the scene before her as the atmosphere froze. Time passed slowly. At this moment, a gentle and polite voice came from afar. Excuse me, are you Shin-Chi? Shin-Chi paused, looking over warily and curiously. Who are you? The man chuckled lightly, his tone friendly. Shin-Chi, don't misunderstand. I was introduced by Principal Lu of Longhu High School. I happen to recognize you from a photo. My name is Lu Shuai, from the Jianling Guild of the Second Lord Guild in Shunan Province. I've heard of your reputation and came specifically to meet you. Shin-Chi understood immediately, another person trying to establish a connection. He was about to refuse. Lu Shuai quickly interjected, still courteous. That gentleman just now said no guild in Longhu City could show sincerity. Fong Hao, lying on the ground in a sorry state, turned pale at these words. Lu Shuai continued, our Jianling Guild is willing to offer 1 million spirit crystals, a set of silver-grade equipment, a silver-grade weapon, a silver-grade item, and a silver-grade building blueprint. Shin-Chi, what do you think of this sincerity? Shin-Chi raised an eyebrow slightly. Fong Hao was dumbfounded. 1 million spirit crystals, plus 4 silver-grade items? Even our vice president doesn't get this treatment. Fong Hao looked at Lu Shuai, who was full of sincerity, and felt utterly humiliated. He felt even more wretched. Shin-Chi replied politely, Mr. Lu, thank you for your kindness and appreciation, but for now, I don't plan to join any guilds. I want to train more on my own. He secretly observed Lu Shuhuai, trying to see if the other would get angry because of his refusal. Unexpectedly, Lu Shuhuai reacted calmly and generously said, I understand. However, Shin-Chi, please accept the sincerity of our Jianling Guild. We have no other demands. We just want to lend you a hand and wish you a bright future and great success. Shin-Chi couldn't help but sigh at the vast differences in emotional intelligence between people. He invited Lu Shuhuai inside for a cup of tea, and they sat down and chatted for a while. Lu Shuhuai didn't bring up any further requests. Outside, Lu Qingyue and Fan Hao stood awkwardly, and Shin-Chi didn't even glance at them. Lu Qingyue watched Shin-Chi's gradually receding figure, her eyes full of unwillingness and helplessness. She vaguely felt that this might very well be the last time she would meet Shin-Chi that night. At 10 o'clock, Shin-Chi finished his shower, comfortably nestled into his bed, ready to sleep. After all, tomorrow he would be entering the endless land. It was best to rest well and stay energized. Shin-Chi slowly closed his eyes. 5 minutes later, he opened his eyes again, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Can't sleep. Forget it. I'll play on my phone for a bit and sleep at midnight. It's still early now. To prevent himself from procrastinating, he even set an alarm to remind himself to sleep at midnight. He trusted his self-control. So, he picked up his phone and started scrolling energetically. After a while, Shin-Chi realized it was time to sleep. It should be close to midnight, right? Lazily, he glanced at the time on the top of his phone screen. 2:30. Shin-Chi instantly woke up. Oh no, it's all the phone's fault. It made me unable to stop scrolling. I need to sleep now. This time, I really have to sleep. He tossed the phone onto the bedside table, pulled the blanket tightly around himself, and forced his eyes shut. The room was unusually quiet. The phone screen was still glowing faintly. After a while, a notification popped up at the top of the phone screen, sent by the Big Eye app. Just now, the infamous Grey Mist organization posted a genius hunting announcement online, causing an uproar across the internet. The Grey Mist organization's genius hunting announcement immediately exploded across the web. The announcement was straightforward. The target was Shin-Chi. Grey Mist claimed they had already locked onto Shin-Chi's location and would act soon. They openly warned Shin-Chi to hide for the rest of his life, otherwise, no matter where he hid, he wouldn't escape their grasp. This message sent chills through everyone's hearts. Although the website administrators quickly deleted the announcement, people's worry for Shin-Chi and hatred for the Grey Mist organization only grew stronger. Grey Mist again, these troublemakers who never take a break. Yeah, they cause chaos every year, and the worst part is they can't be eradicated. Hopefully, Shin-Chi will be well protected and won't be ruined by these pests. The authorities in the school responded swiftly, relocating Shin-Chi to a higher security residence that very night. That night, Shin-Chi still couldn't get a good night's sleep. Asterisk at the end of the universe, in the deep void, the stars gradually disappeared. Grey mist spread out. A faint, deep gray mist covered every corner of the heavens and earth. In this dense sea of mist, a massive spherical pool floated silently, resembling a glass marble magnified countless times. This pool had a diameter of over 100 kilometers, far larger than an inland lake. Inside the pool floated countless transparent bubbles. Each bubble contained a mass of cotton-like material resembling nebulae deep in the universe. Within each bubble's nebula, bright stars twinkled, emitting beautiful light. The pool contained hundreds or even thousands of bubbles. Overall, the pool resembled a miniature universe containing countless small worlds, slowly rotating, not far. Above the slanted pool, in the void, a massive, dense, and unfathomable gray mist gathered. This gray mist spanned thousands of kilometers, rolling and surging. Like a sea of clouds, its shape constantly shifting. The entire mist resembled a colossal living entity, breathing slowly, pulsating gently. It seemed more like a giant, silently gazing down at the cosmic pool beneath its feet, carefully observing the worlds within the universe. Suddenly, a bizarre scene unfolded. Without any warning, an enormous pair of butterfly wings unfurled from within the gray mist. These wings were vast enough to obscure the sky and sun, their scales shimmering with intricate patterns, dazzling in their brilliance. However, in the next moment, the butterfly wings dissolved into mist and vanished. The beautiful wings seemed to be nothing more than a fleeting illusion. The dense mist continued to churn. Shortly after, 7 or 8 thick tentacles, resembling those of a giant squid, suddenly extended from the mist. These tentacles were muscular and extraordinarily long, like the roots of towering trees covered in rows of suckers, coiling and twisting within the clouds. Then, these tentacles also dissipated into nothingness. In their place, a massive fishtail began to sway gently. Its thick tail fin lightly slapped the surrounding mist. Moments later, the fishtail too disappeared. Suddenly, countless compound eyes of insects opened within the dense mist. The gray mist kept transforming, with various unrelated biological features appearing in turn, making it even more mysterious and unfathomable. At that moment, a thin crack abruptly momentarily tore through the distant void. A human man suddenly emerged from the fissure, as if stepping out from another dimension. The man stood 2 meters tall, with ashen gray skin and shoulder-length jet-black hair. Unlike ordinary humans, a pair of long black, feathered wings, as dark as raven feathers, extended from his shoulders. He flapped his wings and swiftly flew toward the gray mist. His speed was astonishing, crossing dozens of kilometers with each step. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the miniature universe that resembled a pool. Facing the vast and powerful gray mist, the man bowed respectfully, lightly touched his shoulder, and said, "Great Sovereign, the demigod-level entity feathered serpent venerable of the Arun's world has been eliminated. I present his false divinity to you. Additionally, the fate of the Arun's world has been severed. The heavenly Tao has lost control over this world, and the Arun's world has now fully become your domain." As soon as the man finished speaking, the pool beneath him underwent a transformation. One of the peripheral worlds floating within it suddenly lost all its light, its once radiant brilliance extinguished in an instant. It was as if the stars in the sky had all dimmed, turning into a lifeless gray ash. According to the man's words, this signified the complete annihilation of a world. The man flipped his palm, and a crystal-clear crystal instantly appeared. The crystal floated out of his hand, heading straight into the depths of the massive gray mist. Above, the mist seemed to sense something, gently surging as if slowly devouring the crystal referred to as the false divinity. Then, the mist shifted, and a pair of bright golden snake eyes suddenly opened above the gray mist. They were like 2 golden lanterns, with long, narrow pupils that sharply fixed on the man's position. A powerful aura erupted instantly, enveloping the entire world. After a long while, the snake eyes abruptly disappeared. The overwhelming aura also receded, and the gray mist returned to its calm state, as if nothing had happened. However, immediately after, countless voices suddenly echoed, their origins unknown. Some were deep, others high-pitched, reverberating in the air. Whether childlike and tender or aged and hoarse, all the voices blended together, gradually forming the same sentence. A demigod-level false divinity, containing only a trace of divine power, and impure at that, is ultimately unremarkable. The gray mist paused for a moment. If I could devour a true divinity, my power might instantly return to its peak. The man lowered his head and said respectfully, "The sovereign's great endeavor will ultimately succeed." After a while, a voice emerged from the gray mist, "Raven Douglas, the plans for the Arun's world will still be handled by you." The man referred to as Douglas responded in a low voice, "Yes, my lord." The scene fell silent. At this moment, a bright light suddenly flashed at the edge of a world bubble in the pool below, and the dazzling brilliance immediately caught Douglas's attention. He carefully observed the world bubble in the lake. After a long while, he looked up and cautiously reported, "My lord, this is a world called Blue Star, where the primary beings are humans. Blue Star has already been marked by you in the world pool for 100 years. The voice in the gray mist sounded again, "The signal is so strong, it seems humanity's fortune is flourishing again." A complex expression appeared on Douglas's face, and he respectfully said, "My lord, if I remember correctly, this is the 67th time in 100 years that Blue Star has shown a signal of strong fortune. Every time such a signal appears, it indicates the birth of a child of fortune who might threaten your plans. In the past, whenever a child of fortune appeared, we successfully eliminated them. My lord need not worry, you've seen many such situations over the past century. This is just another hunt for a child of fortune." However, at that moment, the star representing Blue Star in the world bubble suddenly became even brighter. The light emitted from the star shot straight into the sky, forming a powerful beam that almost pierced through the layers of gray mist covering the void. Seeing this, Douglas's expression instantly turned grave. Moments later, the voice in the gray mist spoke faintly. "Previously, the signals of humanity's flourishing fortune were never this strong, were they? This scene is something I've never encountered before." Douglas was speechless. The gray mist continued to murmur, "After 100 years of scheming, it seems the one behind the scenes still refuses to give up and wants to challenge me." Douglas said solemnly, "My lord, since the fortune has just begun to manifest, it means this child of fortune has not fully matured yet. I will send people as usual to eliminate them immediately, ensuring your plans remain unaffected." Douglas continued, "Over the years, I have established a team on Blue Star. They call themselves Gray Mist, and are absolutely loyal to us. I will order them to act immediately." The Gray Mist remained silent for a while. "Your team is also called Gray Mist?" Douglas was speechless. He explained, "They said that when they first saw the King of Gray Mist, which is your esteemed self, they were deeply impressed and have since referred to themselves as Gray Mist." The Gray Mist was clearly silent. "Can you have them change their name?" Douglas remained speechless. The next day, Chunan Province City, Hongyuan City, South Suburb Teleportation Port. This is an official teleportation port specifically established for travel between the real world and the Endless Land. Typically, those using the teleportation gates are lords heading to the Endless Land. There are also ordinary people without lord panels who go to the endless land for work or adventure. The teleportation port spans hundreds of thousands of square meters and serves the entire province. The main building is simple and elegant, standing out prominently. Coming out of the waiting room, dozens of platforms were crowded with people. Most of those visiting the teleportation port today were young people from Chunan province who had passed the novice trials this year and officially became lords. They were preparing to set off for the mysterious endless land. These young men and women had bright eyes, full of anticipation and excitement. They were brimming with hope for the new life about to begin. At one of the platforms in the teleportation port, Xinqi followed Lu Chang'an forward. Beside them were 10 elite guards dispatched by the authorities, all above level 60 and experienced professional bodyguards. Lu Chang'an told Xinqi that these experts were highly skilled in combat. Even if a mosquito harbored malicious intent toward Xinqi, they could immediately act to eliminate the threat. As they walked, Lu Chang'an began introducing an underground organization called Grey Mist. Grey Mist is a notorious criminal gang in recent years, Lu Chang'an said. Its members are irritable, extremely cruel, and enjoy torturing and killing. They act ostentatiously, often creating panic online, and everyone despises them. This organization is deeply hidden and frequently relocates. They use a specialized internal network for communication, making them difficult to track and decipher. Over the past 5 years, they have issued 7 so-called genius hunt announcements, and the authorities managed to prevent 6 of them. Xinqi asked in surprise. 6 were stopped. So what about the remaining one? Lu Chang'an sighed. That year, a newly promoted S-level lord, who had just earned the title of Rookie King, was assassinated by Grey Mist at an extremely unlikely time using a bizarre method. Grey Mist's methods of killing are strange and varied. We suspect they are not from our world. Xinqi frowned. What do you mean? We speculate that Grey Mist has smuggled themselves from the civilizations of other races in the Endless Land. They secretly opened a passage between dimensions and infiltrated our blue star from the Endless Land, hiding so well that we have yet to locate them. Xinqi, once you enter the portal, we will protect you. On the other side of the portal, Blue Star's official lords will send someone to meet you. You should know, the Endless Land is vast, divided into dozens of super dimensions. Blue Star's human lords have exclusive bases in several of these super dimensions, with dozens of safe zones for newcomers. Every year, new lords can freely choose which safe zone to descend into. For safety reasons, you have been assigned to a safe zone in a super dimension called Upper Firmament Realm. That area is jointly guarded by several void-breaking realm overlords from Blue Star, with the highest safety rating of 10 stars. So you don't need to worry too much. Xinqi nodded slowly. He knew that Blue Star's human forces had long established multiple bases in the Endless Land, setting up official teleportation channels to send new lords into the Endless Land every year. These safe zones protect new lords from the threats of the Endless Land and help them grow. Once the newcomer's strength increases, they can freely roam this vast world and pursue their own paths. Lu Chang'an paused for a moment and said seriously to Xinqi. By the way, Xinqi turned and asked, Principal, is there something you need? Lu Chang'an said, I've arranged everything I can for you these past few days, but once you enter the Endless Land, the challenges ahead must be faced alone. Xinqi raised an eyebrow. You mean? Lu Chang'an said meaningfully, the situation in the Endless Land is extremely complex, with many powerful forces secretly competing. Those major forces and prominent families have already taken root there, beyond what I can easily understand or control from here. Your identity is very special. Once you're there, many people may seek you out. You've experienced this over the past few days. Most of those who approach you are seeking mutual benefits, without me to screen them. With your limited experience, you could easily fall into a trap if you're not careful. Over there, they won't be as polite. In any case, you must be cautious. We have people on the other side who will assist you. If you encounter anything you don't understand, ask them at any time. Xinqi nodded. He understood Lu Chang'an's point. In the real world, those major forces tried their best to show sincerity to win him over. But in the Endless Land, no one could predict what methods they might use to recruit him. A group of people escorted Xinqi toward a predetermined teleportation portal. The teleportation port had dozens of massive platforms. Each platform housed a tall, circular teleportation portal. The portal's frame was made of silvery white alloy. Hundreds of energy generators were arranged along the inner edge of the frame. These generators emitted a transparent energy barrier. The released energy transformed into specks of light, floating in midair. This teleportation portal was crafted by top-tier formation masters crafters hired at great expense by the authorities. The teleportation mechanism was extremely complex, encompassing countless profound formation and magical knowledge. Shin-Chi's journey toward the portal was relatively calm. Aside from the occasional curious glances from the newly appointed lords around him, nothing major happened. Everyone believed that the gray mist wouldn't have another chance to cause trouble. Yet, Shin-Chi couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. His heartbeat thumped rhythmically, but an inexplicable sense of unease crept in, waiting for the portal to activate, confirming the coordinates, forming the spatial passage. Buzz, transparent ripples of spatial energy spread across the portal screen, scattering bits of energy into the air. Shin-Chi stepped into the portal, his vision suddenly went black. A dangerous instinct surged through him. Alarm bells rang. In the next moment, Shin-Chi found himself in a dark, eerie space. His feet seemed to tread on emptiness, yet it felt solid. He quickly scanned his surroundings. Strange light and shadows filled the area, resembling the depths of the universe. The space twisted into a massive vortex, slowly rotating. Above him, glowing streams of unknown fluid rushed past like waves, threatening to tear apart anyone who accidentally fell into them. Tiny fragments of black debris floated throughout the vast space. However, within a 10-jiang radius around Shin-Chi, a glass-like barrier encased him, completely isolating his area from the outside. For now, the terrifying currents couldn't harm him. As Shin-Chi observed, he quickly analyzed the situation. He was certain this wasn't the endless land, nor was it the destination he was supposed to arrive at. He tried to open the system interface but couldn't. He took out his communication device, but there was no signal. He was completely cut off from contacting anyone. Shin-Chi furrowed his brows. At that moment, a male voice suddenly came from behind him. "Stop looking around. This is the subspace. No matter how you look, you can't get out." Shin-Chi turned. Swiftly, in front of him stood a man and a woman. The man wore a black robe and was tall and thin. Strangely, his face seemed shrouded in a layer of mist, making it indistinct. The woman wore black, soft armor and a deep purple skirt armor, her figure graceful. Her face was also veiled in a thin mist. Shin-Chi began to ponder the meaning behind the man's words. Subspace. His teleportation coordinates had been tampered with. From the moment Shin-Chi stepped into the portal, he had been abducted. Between the teleportation port and the endless land, there were two portals connected by a spatial passage. The enemy must have opened a rift in this passage, directly pulling Shin-Chi into the subspace. The woman noticed Shin-Chi's furrowed brows and suddenly chuckled softly. Her laughter was gentle, carrying a hint of laziness and allure. "Hey, handsome boy, you're so good-looking. What a pity you're about to die." She swayed her waist lightly, holding her right elbow with her left hand, her right index finger resting against her chin. Her gaze was intoxicated, fervently fixed on Shin-Chi, her lips parted slightly, her soft voice drifting to Shin-Chi's ears. "Handsome boy, want to play with me? If you agree, I can turn you into my 30th doll, keeping your body intact and a sliver of consciousness. Otherwise, if your head gets chopped off later, that scene will be quite ugly. So, handsome boy, will you agree? I promise I won't touch your smooth little face." The woman's words were filled with temptation and excitement, as if she were about to complete a masterpiece. Just then, a man's shout came from the side. "Number 19, stop messing around. This is a special mission from above, no jokes allowed." The woman pouted and complained. I know, you're so annoying. I mean, number 13, you're really no fun." The two immediately quieted down, and the atmosphere grew cold. They floated in the void 5 zhang away, surrounded by faint gray mist, dangerous and eerie. Like two venomous snakes, they coiled silently in the darkness, staring at their prey. Shin-Chi's brows furrowed tightly. Gray mist. Lu Chang'an and the others had already set up extensive protective measures to guard the teleportation port and the landing point in the endless land. Yet, the enemy had managed to breach the spatial passage and directly abduct Shin-Chi. Meanwhile, at the official teleportation port in Hongyuan City, Lu Chang'an watched Shin-Chi step into the portal with his own eyes, then turned around to leave. However, an inexplicable sense of unease suddenly surged in his heart. His heartbeat quickened, and something felt off. It was as if something was out of control. Could it be that something had happened to Shin-Chi? Impossible. The security measures for both portals were extremely strict. There was no way Shin-Chi could be in danger. Forget it. Maybe he just hadn't slept well last night. Lu Chang'an shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts, and continued walking. At that moment, his phone suddenly vibrated violently, startling him. He quickly answered the call. An urgent voice came from the other end. "Principal Lu, come to the Provincial Education Center immediately. Our monitoring station has lost Shin-Chi's signal." Lu Chang'an's brows furrowed tightly, and he thought to himself, something has happened. He immediately replied, Alright, I'm on my way. At the education center, in the high-level control room. The atmosphere here was solemn and tense, the lighting cold and sharp. The walls were covered with virtual screens, rapidly displaying various data. Several operators were anxiously working on the control panels. In the center of the control room stood a few middle-aged men, exuding a commanding presence, clearly the ones in charge. Soon, there was movement outside the door. Lu Chang'an entered, following the reception staff. He got straight to the point, addressing one of the standing middle-aged men. Director Li, what happened? What's the situation? Director Li replied in a deep voice. We had been monitoring the special signals around Shenxi, and everything was normal until he entered the portal. But the moment he stepped into the portal, Shenxi's signal suddenly disappeared. And on the other side, in the endless land, there was no sign of him either. Logically, even within a spatial passage, the signal shouldn't completely vanish. So, Shenxi has truly gone missing. Lu Chang'an's pupils contracted sharply, his heart pounding as if it would burst out of his chest. Shenxi had disappeared right under their noses. On Shenxi's side, the man said coldly, my spatial shield can only hold for 5 minutes. We need to be quick and precise. The woman was indifferent. What's the rush? It's just a kid. What's so special about him? The man replied, helplessly, don't underestimate him. Do you think someone who just won the Rookie King title wouldn't have some real skills? And did you notice that set of silver armor he's wearing? The man continued, what's even stranger is that we can't find any specific information about him. This means he has methods we don't know about. The woman snorted impatiently, who cares? After a moment, she waved her hand lightly, and a small black cube appeared out of thin air, floating in the air. Tiny holes on the cube emitted countless thin beams of light, rapidly scanning the surrounding environment. The small cube was like a miniature camera, flying around and recording everything in front of it with a 360-degree view. As usual, I'll use the recording device to capture the process, the woman said, frowning as she turned to the man. Number 13, I'll say it again, be elegant. Don't be so rough. Blood everywhere, such a mess, it's disgusting. The man responded in a deep voice. Troublesome. The woman snorted in displeasure and looked at Shenxi again, her tone carrying a hint of provocation. Alright then, let big sister teach him a lesson. The two seemed to completely ignore Shenxi, talking to themselves. The next second, the mist beneath their feet surged violently. The dense fog instantly spread like layers of veils, enveloping the entire space. From all directions, the fog flowed wildly like water, tightly surrounding Shenxi. Enveloped by the fog, Shenxi's body temperature plummeted, and his hair stood on end. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but he felt as though there were faces floating within the fog, some grinning mischievously, others wailing like ghosts. Yet all these faces were staring intently at Shenxi. The man and woman, hidden in the nearby mist, were now just two blurry silhouettes. Shenxi remained fully alert, motionless. The woman's voice came from within the fog, distant and indistinct. What's wrong, handsome boy? Frozen in fear? He. Shenxi focused intently on the mist. He directly activated the special ability of his god-level talent, Nether King, the second-tier effect of Forbidden Gaze, gaze upon all things, and began probing the information within. The mist, ghosts in the mist, Tier 5, level, 50, HP, 51,264, attack, 21,457, defense, 9,512, agility, 1245, spirit, 845, skills, split, merge, group camouflage. Shenxi frowned deeply. Tier 5 units at level 50. And not just one. These units, called Ghosts in the Mist, numbered in the hundreds, merging into a dense fog that filled the entire space, omnipresent. Provincial Education Center, Internal Control Room. At the console, staff members were continuously adjusting various parameters. Lu Chang'an and several others were nervously watching the screen. After a while, a staff member suddenly stopped their actions and excitedly reported, Director, we've captured Shenxi's signal. Lu Chang'an and Director Li were startled, their faces immediately lighting up with joy. Quick, pull up his exact coordinates. The staff member busily operated the console, and a string of coordinates appeared on the screen. Their expression turned unusually complex. The situation doesn't look good. We've detected Shenxi's signal in a subspace. Lu Chang'an frowned. Subspace? Could it be that the gray mist altered the parameters of the portal? Director Li asked, apart from Shenxi, can you detect any other signals around him? The staff member replied, yes. Besides Shenxi, there are 152 other signal sources nearby. Shenxi is completely surrounded by these signals. Based on the signal strength, each unit is at least level 50. Among them, 2 signals are the strongest, approximately reaching level 60. Lu Chang'an and Director Li's expressions immediately turned grim. It seems the Grey Mist has sent 2 level 60 Grey Mistwalkers this time, and brought along 150 level 50 units just to deal with a rookie lord? Lu Chang'an quickly reacted and urgently said, can we lock onto the subspace coordinates and open a portal? We must send reinforcements immediately. A bead of sweat appeared on the staff member's forehead. I'm afraid not. The spatial turbulence interference is too strong. We can only dynamically track partial signals and can't determine the exact coordinates. Lu Chang'an's heart tightened, and a thought flashed through his mind. It's over. Asterisk amid the swirling mist, the faint silhouettes of a man and a woman appeared. The man's voice sounded, "Enough, stop dawdling." The woman lazily replied, "Got it." Suddenly, her tone changed, cold as a blade. "Fire the arrows." Whoosh! Not far from Shinchi, the thin mist suddenly tightened, instantly condensing into hundreds of arrows. These sharp arrows formed from mist hovered in the air, surrounding Shinchi, all aimed at him. Shinchi immediately raised his hand to summon the artifact, Journey of the Dead, preparing to call forth the skeleton army. But at that moment, a warning sounded in his mind. Warning: the current spatial structure is extremely fragile, and the elements are highly unstable. Unable to open a portal to the ancient battlefield. Shinchi's heart sank. He hadn't expected to encounter such a situation. Ordinary unit space artifacts typically came with an independent small space, ready for use without needing to open a portal. However, his mythic-level artifact, Journey of the Dead, required opening a portal to traverse vast distances and connect to the superplane, ancient battlefield. The woman was unaware of Shinchi's thoughts. Her voice rang out again, cold and merciless, filled with killing intent. Fire! Boom! Hundreds of sharp arrows shot out simultaneously, closing in on Shinchi in an instant, less than a meter away. At this critical moment, clang, the sound of countless weapons clashing echoed all around. Four powerful auras erupted from Shinchi's body. Four massive figures emerged, forming a protective formation and standing in front of Shinchi, the four great demon generals, King of the Hellhound, leader of the Atonement Butchers, Savage Ghost King, and Garuda General, all level 40, 5th tier. King-level avatars appeared simultaneously. Their overwhelming presence instantly intimidated the surroundings, deflecting all arrows. Not a single one could approach Shinchi. The effect of Crown of Trials allows for one free activation per day, summoning the avatars of the four great demon generals for 5 minutes. In the distance, a woman exclaimed, "Impossible." The man beside her froze, staring in shock at the scene before him. Moments later, he snapped back to his senses and shouted sharply, "Net!" Instantly, the mist that had just been scattered around Shinchi condensed abruptly. The air trembled slightly, transforming into countless fine, thread-like mist lines. These thin mist threads quickly intertwined and wove into a massive net. Like a canopy, the net surged toward Shinchi from all directions. At that moment, the King of the Hellhound's throat rumbled, gathering a surge of scorching flames. In the next instant, 5 or 6 massive dark red fireballs shot out from its mouth. The hellfire balls flew rapidly, exploding violently, and tearing apart the mist net that was closing in. The net, formed by countless mist ghosts, was instantly blasted open, leaving a massive gap, and flames ignited in the air. Piercing shrieks echoed from within the mist. Simultaneously, the Atonement Butcher swung its massive sword, as large as a door, with a sudden force. Waves of blade energy slashed outward, frantically cutting through the mist net coming its way. The Savage Ghost King and Garuda General also unleashed their ultimate moves, scattering all the approaching mist nets. Protected by the avatars of the four great demon generals, Shinchi stood firmly in place without moving a single step. In the distance, hidden within the mist, the man watched everything with sharp eyes, his expression turning solemn. Beside him, the woman was equally stunned, all traces of laziness and frivolity vanishing as her mind raced. These mist ghosts can't even touch him. Could he be a newly ascended lord about to enter the Endless Land? Those four monsters, are they his units? Why have I never seen them before? After a while, the man's voice rang out, low and eerie. Interesting. In that case, let's enjoy a little mist performance next. The next moment, the man's voice dropped. Gather. All the mist obeyed his command, rapidly converging toward him from all directions. The surrounding mist instantly dissipated, condensing into a single mass. This dense mist spun wildly, brewing an incredibly terrifying aura, awaiting the next command. Demon, the man ordered. Moments later, boom! A giant formed entirely of mist rose from the ground. Compared to it, the previously imposing four great demon generals looked like mere dwarfs. Shinchi's eyes narrowed as the information panel of the mist giant appeared before him. Mist Ghost Demon Form, HP, 5,031,456, Attack 250,321, Defense 104,203, Agility 2,104. Shinchi was shocked, his pupils contracting sharply. This giant, formed by the fusion of hundreds of mist ghosts, was not just a simple combination of bodies. Its attributes had multiplied geometrically. This was already the strength of a level 50 to 60 lord and its units. It was far beyond what new lords in the novice trials could contend with. Its moves were unpredictable, and every gesture exuded the confidence of crushing lower-tier enemies. Judging by the situation, Shinchi felt that even his 4-level 40 demon general avatars might not be enough to hold their ground. In the distance, the man's cold, sinister laughter echoed from within the mist. Kid, stop struggling. I've already figured it out. Those 4 units of yours are nothing more than illusionary avatars. I bet they won't last much longer, will they? If that's the case, why waste your energy? It's just a matter of delaying your death by a few minutes. The next moment, roar. The 10-story tall mist demon clenched its fists tightly and let out a deafening roar. Then, it suddenly stomped a massive foot toward Shin-Chi. The demon general avatars swiftly dodged. The Garuda god flapped his wings, carrying Shin-Chi away from the spot and landing in another safe place. The mist demon missed its step, shaking its body angrily. It seemed unable to tolerate its target evading its attack. Its gaze swept around, trying to lock onto a new target. The 4 demon army commanders, positioned in different directions, gave it no chance. They launched their attacks simultaneously. The Hellhound King's eyes instantly turned crimson, golden-red flames igniting around its body, the fire element violently surging. 2 seconds later, over a dozen fireballs appeared before it, forming a dense barrage of flames. In the next moment, these scorching fireballs shot out wildly. Over a dozen fireballs trailing fiery tails closed in on the mist demon in an instant. Boom! The hellfire bombs exploded on the mist demon, blasting out over a dozen large holes. The areas of the explosion left behind residual mist mixed with heat, slowly dispersing. On the other side, the Garuda god spread his wings and soared into the air. He spun his long halberd fiercely, creating a series of spear flowers. Following this, sharp wind blades began to form, slashing continuously at the mist demon. Dozens of cyan wind blades swiftly cut through, directly severing the mist demon's arms. The mist demon let out a piercing scream, its severed arms dissolving into a mass of mist and dissipating. The penitent butcher commander and the barbaric ghost king, 2 melee experts, immediately charged forward. The penitent butcher commander quickly reached the mist demon's feet, raising his massive sword and striking down fiercely. The first strike caused the mist demon to tremble slightly, showing little reaction. But after 5 consecutive strikes, the mist demon let out a painful scream, its knees buckling sharply, collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, the barbaric ghost king transformed into a shadow, darting along the mist demon's spine to its neck. He raised his claws, his 10 razor-sharp nails slashing viciously at the mist demon's head, under the ferocious assault of the 4 demon army commanders. The mist demon was utterly powerless to retaliate. It was like livestock awaiting slaughter. Finally, the Hellhound King opened its massive jaws, spewing a fierce pillar of fire. The golden-red flames shone with dazzling brilliance, heating the surrounding mist to a boiling point. The fire pillar pierced straight through the mist demon's body. Boom! The massive mist demon instantly dissolved into a cloud of mist and scattered. The scattered mist flew apart, unable to reform. However, Shin-Chi hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief. 3 seconds later, a dense fog surged madly from all directions. In the blink of an eye, a brand new mist demon reformed, completely intact. Shin-Chi's eyes narrowed. The damage had no effect at all? Child, do you really think you're powerful enough to harm my mist? How naive. A man's deep, mocking voice echoed. Ha ha, such a handsome and charming man, with that cold and confident demeanor, I almost can't bear to hurt you. A woman's sharp laughter rang out from afar, eerie and indistinct. Soldier. The woman uttered a single word softly. Immediately, the reformed mist demon received the command. Whoosh! The mist demon raised one hand, a surge of mist instantly condensing into a long blade over 3 meters in length. The blade radiated intense killing intent. In the next moment, the blade swung down, slashing straight at the penitent butcher commander. Boom! The penitent butcher commander hurriedly raised his sword to block above his head. But it was clear he struggled, his feet bracing against the ground, yet he was still forced backward by the blade. The mist demon roared, letting out a terrifying howl. Its strength seemed to surge, and the blade slashed down fiercely. The penitent butcher commander's clone was shattered by a single strike, dissolving into countless points of light and dispersing. Without hesitation, the mist demon swung its blade upward, countless mist surged wildly, transforming into several solid white ribbons, swiftly wrapping around the remaining Hellhound King, Barbaric Ghost King, and Garuda God. The 3 demon army commanders were instantly bound tightly by the mist ribbons, turning into 3 massive cocoons, firmly fixed in place, completely unable to move. The mist demon clenched its fist abruptly, and suddenly, in midair, the mist surged wildly, transforming into hundreds of sharp giant arrows. These arrows were 2 meters long, their power far surpassing the small arrows previously formed by the mist demon, terrifying beyond measure. Whoosh! 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 The giant arrows split into 3 waves, shooting straight at the 3 tightly bound demon army commanders. Boom! 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 After a series of explosions, the avatars of the 3 demon army commanders were pierced by dozens of arrows, instantly disintegrating into specks of light and vanishing. The battlefield fell into silence. Of the 4 demon army commanders, commanders, all but Shin-Chi, were annihilated, leaving him standing alone. I've had enough fun with you. This ends now, a man said coldly. Shin-Chi lowered his lashes, obscuring most of his eyes, making it impossible for anyone to discern his emotions. It seemed that the avatars of these level 40 demon army commanders were indeed too fragile, Shin-Chi thought indifferently. Immediately, the mist demon struck again. He raised his long blade high with his right hand and slashed down fiercely at Shin-Chi. In the eyes of the two gray mistwalkers, Shin-Chi was as good as dead. In the air, a small recording device spun rapidly, capturing every moment. But in the next instant, boom! An unprecedented aura erupted from Shin-Chi, directly shattering the mist demon's long blade. The dense mist dispersed, revealing a massive head floating silently in the air. The head was as large as a mountain, with a green face, fangs, sinister horns, and tightly closed eyes. A powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire battlefield, carrying a tangible sense of oppression that stunned the mist demon and the two gray mistwalkers. The two gray mistwalkers widened their eyes in shock, staring in disbelief at the head. This aura was completely different from the previous four avatars. If the earlier avatars were like small streams, this was a raging ocean. It was as if a mighty figure standing atop a mountain peak was coldly looking down on them. A fear rising from the depths of their souls instantly consumed them. Impossible, the man stammered, his voice trembling. Shin-Chi remained expressionless, calmly watching them. The second skill of the Crown of Trials, usable once every 3 days, consumed 1,000 points of mental energy to summon the remnant soul of a level 50 tier 7 demon god, lasting for 10 minutes. Without hesitation, Shin-Chi expended 1,000 points of mental energy to summon the demon god's remnant soul, lying glowing. The aura that even terrified the gray mistwalkers was the unique pressure of a demon god level existence. Overwhelming and unparalleled, it struck fear into all living things. The air grew heavy, and the previously one-sided situation reversed once again. Shin-Chi's goal was clear. He wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible. He knew that this space was maintained by the man's spatial barrier, which would only last for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the barrier would fail, and they would be swept away and torn apart by the chaotic currents of subspace. Initially, he thought the avatars of the 4 tier 5 king-level demon army commanders would suffice, but the strength of the gray mist far exceeded expectations. Thus, Shin-Chi decisively summoned the demon god's remnant soul. The demon god's innate ability, Heavenly Might, activated, reducing all enemy attributes on the battlefield by 40%. The next moment, the demon god's skill, Execution Claw, boom! A spatial rift suddenly tore open at the back of the demon god's head. A massive arm, over 10 meters long, slowly extended from the rift. It swiftly reached for the mist demon. In an instant, the dense mist churned violently, forming 3 shields in front of the mist demon. However, the demon god's enormous hand spread its 5 fingers wide, piercing through the 3 layers of mist shields with ease and grabbing the mist demon. Scatter! Quickly, scatter! The man shouted in panic, issuing a decisive order. The mist demon struggled violently, desperately trying to transform into mist to evade the fatal strike. But no matter what it did, it couldn't escape. After 5 breaths, boom! The demon god's 5 fingers clenched tightly, and the mist demon's body disintegrated with a thunderous crash. A large amount of mist flowed weakly to the ground, forming a puddle of residual fog. This time, the mist could no longer recondense. The 2 gray mistwalkers were dumbfounded, their faces ashen, unable to utter a single word. This outcome was completely beyond their expectations. They originally thought this mission was just a simple capture, as easy as teasing a cat or a dog. Although the mission was highly dangerous, they didn't feel much pressure. But now, they realized they were wrong. They thought they were the hunters taking the initiative. In reality, they were the prey being targeted by the hunter. The remnant soul of the demon god withdrew its arm, slowly retracting it into the spatial rift. In the next moment, the demon god's eyes suddenly opened wide. Demon god's gaze activated, effective across the entire screen. Anyone caught in the demon god's gaze would instantly die, with no chance of evasion. Blinding white light shot out from the demon god's eyes. Thousands of beams illuminated the surrounding space as if it were broad daylight. The 2 gray mistwalkers hurriedly cast various protective measures, but they couldn't block the gaze at all. They stood frozen, unable to move, their pupils dilated, their eyes trembling as they stared ahead in terror. In the next moment, the white light engulfed their entire bodies. It was as if daylight descended from the heavens, swallowing the last trace of darkness. All enemies were killed on the spot. Shin-Chi, however, had no time to dwell on anything. He had already faintly sensed the spatial shield beginning to weaken. Over 10 zhang away, the transparent spatial shield was being violently battered by chaotic spatial currents. He had long prepared the breakstone, gripping it tightly in his right hand. Small breakstone gold grade allows single-target cross-space teleportation. Requires a spatial anchor stone to determine coordinates. Without an anchor stone, teleportation is random. Activation requires 10 seconds. Usable twice. A slight vibration from the breakstone passed into Shin-Chi's palm. Activating the teleportation required 10 uninterrupted seconds. He had to focus completely, unable to move or be interrupted. When the demon god appeared, he knew the outcome was already decided. So, he decisively activated the breakstone in advance. In 10 seconds, he would be able to teleport away from here. Shin-Chi silently counted the time. 5, 4. His gaze grew increasingly calm, fixed on the spatial shield not far away. Cracks had already appeared on the shield. This layer of protection could only last 5 minutes and could collapse at any moment. Outside, the chaotic spatial currents were frantically assaulting the shield, ready to break through and devour Shin-Chi, tearing him apart. 3, 2, 1. Buzz, the breakstone suddenly vibrated violently. In the next moment, a dazzling light burst forth. Shin-Chi's figure instantly vanished from where he stood. At the same time, the 5-minute duration of the spatial shield ended. The transparent shield shattered like glass into countless fragments, scattered by the raging spatial currents. A powerful spatial current swept through, instantly engulfing the spot where Shin-Chi had disappeared. Shin-Chi kept his eyes tightly shut. Without a spatial anchor stone, he couldn't set a teleportation target for the breakstone and could only rely on its random teleportation function. Whether he could reach a safe place next depended entirely on luck. Just then, a long-lost system notification suddenly sounded in Shin-Chi's ears. Cold and mechanical, your innate trait netherworld guidance has been triggered. Adjusting teleportation direction. ZZZ adjustment complete. Shin-Chi's heart trembled, his mind momentarily unable to process what had just happened. Not far from where Shin-Chi had disappeared, in a subspace, a palm-sized spatial rift suddenly appeared. The recording device used by the Grey Mist Walkers to document the battle happened to drift near the rift. The recording device, only the size of a beetle, was just small enough to pass through the spatial rift. As a result, it escaped the destruction of the spatial currents. Asterisk elsewhere. In the control room of the Provincial Education Center, Lu Chang'an and Director Li stood in place. Lu Chang'an's mind was filled with the fact that Shin-Chi had been abducted. A rookie lord had no chance of surviving in the hands of the ruthless and cruel Grey Mistwalkers, especially in that dangerous subspace. Lu Chang'an closed his eyes in despair. This incident had occurred while he was in charge of Shin-Chi. He couldn't escape responsibility. Essentially, his career was over. Sigh, a long sigh escaped Lu Chang'an's lips, full of helplessness and lost. However, one of the operators at the console suddenly exclaimed, immediately drawing everyone's attention in the control room. The signals are gone. All of them are gone. Everyone instantly became alert and turned to the operator. Director Li hurriedly asked, what signals are gone? The operator's voice trembled as he stammered. 152 signal sources, which means all of the Grey Mist Organization's signals, have disappeared. But Shin-Chi's signal is still there. The entire control room fell silent in an instant. Moments later, the room erupted into chaos. The news was too sudden. No one could immediately grasp what it meant. What? Could it be a detection error? If the signals are gone, there are only two possibilities, either the sources left, or the sources were destroyed. Everyone bombarded the operator with questions, and the scene became chaotic. Several staff members immediately got to work, focusing all their attention, afraid of making any mistakes. It didn't take long for everyone to confirm that the equipment was not malfunctioning. This meant that all of Grey Mist's signals had disappeared, but Shin-Chi's signals still remained. Lu Chang'an and Director Li fell into deep thought. At this moment, they were desperate to know what had happened on Shin-Chi's side. After a while, one of the staff members seemed to have thought of something, his expression changing slightly. Hesitantly, he said, could it be Shin-Chi turned the tables and defeated Grey Mist? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire control room fell into a deathly silence. The staff member who proposed the idea seemed to realize how absurd it sounded. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Impossible, judging by Grey Mist's signals, their strength is overwhelming. To defeat them, a rookie lord who hasn't even entered the Endless Land yet, it's almost impossible. Lu Chang'an and Director Li remained silent, but their minds were in turmoil. They exchanged a glance. Clearly, neither of them believed Shin-Chi could have accomplished such a feat. Although Shin-Chi was the rookie king of this year's novice trials and an outstanding newcomer, how could he possibly compare to the seasoned veterans of Grey Mist, who had been through countless life and death struggles? High-level lords like those in Grey Mist possessed extensive combat experience, countless unpredictable tactics, and even despicable methods that were difficult for even official forces to counter. They were not opponents a rookie could handle, especially not in the perilous subspace. But the current situation was strange. Gray mist signals had suddenly disappeared. Could it be that something had happened in the subspace and the gray mist walkers were swept away, all vanishing? Did Shin-Chi narrowly escape? No one knew the truth and could only speculate wildly. Before long, new developments appeared at the console. This is bad. The signals are starting to flicker. Everyone turned their attention to the console. The operator looked up, his face full of worry as he addressed the crowd gathering around him. It seems like this space is about to collapse. The signals are becoming increasingly unstable. Everyone was shocked. Subspace was extremely dangerous. Its spatial turbulence could tear even high-level powerhouses to shreds. Lu Chang'an speculated that the subspace Shin-Chi was in must have been maintained by a spatial artifact brought by the Grey Mist Walkers, which allowed it to resist the spatial turbulence. But now that Grey Mist had disappeared, it was clear that this subspace was beginning to lose stability. What would happen to Shin-Chi, who was still inside? The concern was written all over everyone's faces. Tense voices came from the console again, filled with worry, clearly signaling bad news. Shin-Chi's signal has disappeared. Panic spread as everyone rushed to the console, staring intently at the rapidly changing data on the screen. The red dot representing Shin-Chi had indeed vanished. In the next second, all signals from that subspace were completely cut off. The subspace has collapsed, and all signals are gone. The operator's expression was grim, his throat moving as he swallowed hard. The room fell into a deathly silence. Lu Chang'an's face was expressionless, his mouth slightly open. As expected, the situation was dire. The control room was utterly silent. Everyone's expressions were exceptionally heavy. When Shin-Chi's signal was initially detected, everyone held onto a sliver of hope, their nerves taut. Now, that last hope was completely shattered. They had no choice but to face the harshest reality. Silence filled the entire control room. Lu Chang'an slowly closed his eyes. After a long pause, he sighed heavily and said, "Prepare to report truthfully, convene a meeting immediately, and ensure all personnel present fully cooperate with the operation." Everyone seemed to have given up hope, standing dejectedly in place, forced to accept the fact that Shin-Chi had fallen. However, 1 minute later, urgent footsteps echoed outside the control room door. The door opened, and a staff member rushed in. "Director, there's an emergency report." Director Lee responded swiftly, "Speak." The staff member said. While patrolling the teleportation port, security personnel discovered a recording device. Director Lee frowned. "A recording device?" The staff member explained. The security personnel who found the device said they felt spatial fluctuations nearby. When they went to investigate, they saw this recording device lying on the ground. They handed it over immediately without opening it. Director Lee, this. Lu Chang'an and Director Lee exchanged a glance, sensing that things were becoming strange. Director Lee ordered, "Quickly open it and see what's inside. It contains critical data." At that moment, a recording device suddenly appeared. His heart tightened, feeling that this device held something extremely important, something of great significance. An operator immediately stepped forward, took the device, brought it to the console, and connected it to the system. After some debugging, the operator's face lit up with excitement. The recording device has only minor collision marks, and the memory is intact. Even better, it contains the latest saved data. The data was just modified. Everyone exchanged glances, feeling inexplicably excited. Though they couldn't pinpoint the exact reason, their intuition told them this device was crucial. Now, they were filled with anticipation. This recording device must hold secrets. ZZZ data export successful. Instantly, a blue light shot out from the console. Swish, a blue screen appeared, and a video began to play. It was footage of the subspace where Shin-Chi was located. Seeing Shin-Chi's face, the entire control room erupted in excitement. This recording device had actually come from Shin-Chi. Everyone was shocked, staring at the screen with serious expressions. Their hearts raced, tension reaching its peak, afraid to miss any detail. In the footage, 2 gray mist walkers confronted Shin-Chi. Thick fog enveloped the scene, then condensed into arrows that shot forth. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, fearing the next moment would show Shin-Chi pierced by the arrows. But to everyone's surprise, 4 powerful auras suddenly erupted around Shin-Chi, forcefully blocking the gray mist's attack. The room fell silent for a second, then erupted in exclamations. What is that? Oh my god! The gray mist's arrows were blocked. What's going on? Could it be those are Shin-Chi's summoned units? Lu Chang'an stared at the screen in shock. The Hellhound King, the penitent butcher leader, the Garuda General, and the barbaric Ghost King. One by one, they appeared. He had heard of these names before. But weren't these legendary monsters? How could they be standing by Shin-Chi's side? Everyone was plunged into deep confusion, unable to make sense of it. The next 5 minutes of footage left everyone in the room repeatedly stunned. The 4 demon commanders severely injured the Grey Mist Walkers one after another. The Grey Mist Walkers revived. The 4 demon commanders were completely annihilated. The atmosphere in the room was tense to the the extreme. Everyone feared for Shin-Chi's safety. Their emotions fluctuated like a roller coaster, until finally, Shin-Chi summoned a massive head. This head shattered the razor-sharp blade in the Grey Mistwalker's hands. Everyone's eyes widened, holding their breath, too shocked to speak. The scene before them was completely beyond their comprehension. Even the well-informed Lu Chang'an couldn't recognize what this head was. After all, the image of the demon god only appears in the second stage of the trial of the gods. Over the past century, very few have reached that stage, so it's normal for no one to recognize the demon god. Then, the scene suddenly accelerated, leaving no suspense. The demon god's head easily killed the Grey Mistwalkers. Its eyes emitted intense and terrifying beams of light, instantly annihilating two Grey Mistwalkers. The entire space was left with only Shin-Chi. Silence. Everyone stared blankly at the screen. Their minds went blank, and it took a while before they began to frantically process what they had just seen. Shin-Chi, unbelievably, defeated the powerful Grey Mistwalkers single-handedly, just as one staff member had initially speculated. Something that no one believed could happen actually did. Shin-Chi, a rookie lord, boldly fought back against the Grey Mist and directly counterattacked. Lu Chang'an's lips trembled uncontrollably, his eyes fixed on the screen, unable to speak for a moment. Clearly, everyone was utterly shocked by Shin-Chi after the results of the rookie trial were announced. People already knew Shin-Chi was strong, even stronger than those top-tier geniuses. But no matter how they imagined his strength, it couldn't compare to the shock brought by the scenes on the screen. After all, only by witnessing it firsthand could they truly feel Shin-Chi's power. The control room was dead silent. Before everyone could recover, the scene changed again. The space Shin-Chi was in began to collapse. Cracks spread across the space shield, and chaotic space currents surged wildly. Everyone's hearts leapt to their throats once more. The Grey Mist space shield had disappeared. What would happen to Shin-Chi? Could it be he really couldn't escape? Was he going to die in the subspace? Everyone's heart sank, almost ready to curse. But at that moment, Shin-Chi took out the space-breaking stone. Everyone froze. Is that the space-breaking stone? The space-breaking stone? Something that can teleport across spaces? Shin-Chi actually has a space-breaking stone? Under everyone's gaze, the space shield shattered, and chaotic currents surged forward. Shin-Chi successfully activated the space-breaking stone, and his figure disappeared before being engulfed by the space currents. The next second, the screen went black. The room fell into silence once again. No one reacted. After a long while, they finally let out a sigh of relief. The shock in their eyes hadn't faded. After all, the scenes captured by the recording device were simply too unbelievable. Lu Chang'an realized his back was drenched in sweat. They finally understood. Shin-Chi had successfully escaped the subspace using the space-breaking stone. No one had expected Shin-Chi to truly escape from the Grey Mist's grasp. It was too incredible. Shin-Chi should be safe now, but no one knew where he had been teleported to. In the Endless Land, the originally designated landing point for Shin-Chi showed no signs of him. Everyone exchanged glances, falling into prolonged silence. Internet. On the Big I app, a topic quietly climbed to the bottom of the trending list. Grey Mist vows to hunt down geniuses, rookie King Shin. She ultimately unable to escape his fate. Clicking in, several entertainment accounts had posted almost identical articles with similar content. They all claimed Shin-Chi had been targeted by the Grey Mist and that the Grey Mist had already made a move. Although the posts were full of baseless speculation, they implied Shin-Chi had met with misfortune. The articles were accompanied by various blurred screenshots allegedly leaked by insiders. The comments section exploded. Marketing accounts fabricating rumors for traffic? The Grey Mist may be disgusting, but it's not your place to meddle. Exactly. Using a few out-of-context screenshots to start rumors, absolutely ridiculous. Always using Shin-Chi for clout. What did he ever do to you? Ugh. Profiting off others' misfortune, aren't you afraid of karma? Most onlookers didn't believe it at all, angrily criticizing these accounts for writing on Shin-Chi's popularity. What seemed like a joke ended with netizens venting their frustration and moving on, with no one taking it seriously. But unexpectedly, this topic, originally ranked in the 30s, skyrocketed like a rocket. Rank 29, Rank 18, Rank 9, Rank 3, Rank 2. The trending search completely exploded. All the bystanders rushed in, frantically watching this major drama unfold. Not long after, some netizens even uncovered evidence that marketing accounts were paid to spread fake news. One netizen, like a detective, tracked various clues and found an obscure website. There, they discovered shocking statements being posted on a private forum. People were actually celebrating Shin-Chi's attack. Ha ha ha. Who can't handle this? I've disliked Shin-Chi for a long time, Finally some bad luck for him. Exactly, just a rookie king acting all high and mighty. Only got this far because of family connections. Boasting with 1 million followers, so fake. And the worst part is the internet is full of people hyping him up. It's so annoying. That disgusting undead overlord ruining the environment without a care and still dares to show his face. Thanks to a certain good brother for the tip-off. Who would have thought Grey Mist actually pulled it off? I heard Grey Mist directly kidnapped him in the spatial channel. Security was useless. This is hilarious. Pop the champagne to celebrate. These screenshots were compiled and exposed online, with the speakers and sources clearly identified. It turned out Grey Mist had paid a large number of marketing accounts to hype up this incident. Their plan even included releasing detailed footage and specifics of Shin-Chi's attack. They claimed Grey Mist had succeeded and recorded the scene. But strangely, the follow-up footage was never released, as if something went wrong with the plan. Everyone was shocked by these cold-blooded comments, and their anger was instantly ignited. The obscure website's traffic surged, crashing it completely. Although many accounts attacking Shin-Chi were banned, some still remained defiant. No matter how angry you are, it won't change anything. Shin-Chi is gone, haha, you might as well prepare a memorial for him. This resulted in the account being bombarded by netizens until it was deleted. Amidst this chaos, the entire internet began fervently discussing Shin-Chi's situation again. Although most people didn't believe he was truly attacked, there was still a lingering sense of worry. The authorities had yet to release an official statement refuting the rumors. More importantly, Grey Mist did have a history of successfully harming people. Previous rookie kings had been severely victimized by Grey Mist, so many started to think Shin-Chi might really be in danger. But soon after, a bombshell once again detonated across the internet. A nearly 5-minute video shot straight to the top of the trending searches. The trending title, hashtag Shin-Chi successfully counterattacks Grey Mist escapes subspace. Hashtag the video showed the entire process of Shin-Chi being kidnapped by Grey Mist into subspace. He summoned the 4 major demon god army leaders and demon god remnants, forcefully defeating 2 Grey Mistwalkers. The entire process was uploaded online without missing a second. Some people hadn't even had time to question the video's authenticity. Unexpectedly, a batch of official accounts immediately released formal statements refuting the rumors, confirming Shin-Chi was safe and sound. Tech experts also posted to verify the video's authenticity. The internet erupted again. Everyone was stunned by Shin-Chi's counterattack against Grey Mist, completely at a loss for words. After all, opportunities to witness a top-tier genius in action are rare. People now had a concrete understanding of Shin-Chi's strength. I'm telling you, Shin-Chi is incredible. That trash Grey Mist has harmed several rookie kings before, and every single one was tormented like a helpless chick. Shin-Chi is different. Grey Mist came knocking, and he counterattacked them instead. Can someone tell me, is this really a rookie? Damn, Shin-Chi is insanely cool. I've already looped the video 100 times. It's hilarious how those fake marketing accounts are now scrambling to delete posts, each faster than the other. Weren't they refusing to delete them before? Now they're kneeling immediately. If you're so capable, why not stay tough? Upstairs, you're behind the times. Those marketing accounts have already had their accounts banned by the community. Haha, even the small accounts on forums that were insulting Shin-Chi have all been banned. I have something to say. I passed the novice trial and also watched the trial of the gods, but can someone tell me why Shin-Chi can directly summon the demon god army commander and the demon god? This is too outrageous. That thing is the demon god? Are you saying Shin-Chi summoned the demon god? Is it the demon god I'm thinking of? Discussions about Shin-Chi came one after another. His name dominated the trending searches across the entire internet for a whole day. Even Shin-Chi himself didn't realize that he had already become the new generation's legend. Suddenly, a wave of weightlessness hit. Shin-Chi fell from the air, landing heavily on the ground. The scent of grass and soil instantly filled his nose. He kept his eyes closed for a while before slowly opening them. Supporting himself with his hands, he gradually propped up his upper body. His hands felt sticky, so he raised his left hand to take a closer look. His palm was covered with grass clippings and damp soil. Looking around, he realized he was lying on a dense patch of grass. The dry, slender weeds almost buried him. Where is this? His calves felt a bit numb, so he sat up, bent his legs, and rubbed them with his hands for a while. After a moment, he looked up and surveyed his surroundings. It seemed like a vast grassland. The view was wide and endless. On the horizon, faint gray outlines of mountain ranges could be seen. There was no sun in the sky, just a misty, gloomy atmosphere. As Shin-Chi's mind gradually cleared, he began to organize the current situation. He had used the boundary-breaking stone to teleport out of the subspace. Originally, he intended to use the random teleportation function of the boundary-breaking stone. However, it triggered the talent Nether Guidance of the Nether Monarch. Nether Guidance directly altered the teleportation direction and brought him here. Shin-Chi froze for a moment, then swiped his hand to summon the system panel. ZZZ, locating your position, you have entered the Endless Land, the Wild Southern Territory. Please establish your territory as soon as possible. Shin-Chi was stunned. The wilds? His eyes widened abruptly, and he instantly became fully alert. He hadn't expected that he had actually arrived in the wilds, the place that was only briefly mentioned as supplementary knowledge in the Lordship course, the wilds. The wilds, known as the Land of Peril, was a place countless lords avoided at all costs. For novice lords, it was practically hell. Shin-Chi fell silent. All the knowledge about the Endless Land flooded into his mind. It was taught in the Lordship course that there are countless races and civilizations in the universe. The world where each race is born is called a native plane, also known as a subplane. For example, the world where Blue Star is located is a subplane. Since there are countless native races and civilizations in the universe, there are also countless subplanes. When the civilization of each subplane develops to a certain level, it can, under the guidance of the will of heaven, open a planar channel. Through this channel, they can reach the universe's only main plane, known as the Endless Land. The Endless Land is not a continuous space. It is composed of dozens of superplanes, which are also called high planes, upper planes, or realms. The Lordship textbooks briefly introduced several realms. For instance, the Emerald Realm, Jade Realm, and Amber Realm occupied by the Elven United Empire, the Divine Grace Realm, and Heavenly City Realm where the Human Holy Alliance resides, and other high planes where multiple races are in territorial disputes and wars, such as the Twin Moon Realm, Iberian, Dragonlands, Eternal Night Ruins, and the Wilds. Each realm is unimaginably vast. Each realm consists of a different number of continents, and every continent is extremely expansive. An ordinary person could spend their entire life walking and still not reach the edge from the center of a continent. In the Endless Land, advanced realms even consist of tens of thousands of continents. Countless cosmic races, elves, dwarves, mechanical beings, insectoids, humans, dragons, orcs, undead, giants, and more have taken root in the Endless Land, developing and expanding their territories for hundreds of thousands of years, yet they still haven't explored all the regions. This demonstrates that the vastness of the Endless Land far exceeds everyone's imagination. Moreover, although all realms belong to high planes, there are significant differences between them. The differences are shockingly vast. Those territories rich in resources, expansive in area, ecologically diverse, and abundant in species are called superior territories. Territories with scarce resources, few species, and poor development prospects are referred to as inferior territories. Those in between are intermediate territories. With differences comes competition. The greater the disparity, the fiercer the competition. Across the Endless Land, the myriad races of the universe engage in brutal struggles to seize resources. Wars between races and civilizations erupt continuously. Different races form various factions, engaging in intense battles for dominance, occupying lands, and establishing bases. The key to the universal race's conquest of the Endless Land lies in the awakening of the Lord's power under the guidance of the will of heaven. Lords of different races rely on extraordinary powers to establish territories in the Endless Land. The stronger the Lord, the more extensive the territory they occupy. Ultimately, they form alliances, city-states, nations, and even empires spanning continents and multiple territories. It is said that top-tier lords possess the ability to create independent dimensions. Legend has it that in ancient times, after lords ascended to godhood, they could even establish divine kingdoms in the void. The scope of a divine kingdom could rival that of an entire territory in the Endless Land. However, since the fall of the gods, the divine kingdoms have vanished without a trace. Some have claimed to find remnants of divine kingdoms, but such claims are baseless rumors. Over hundreds of thousands of years of history in the Endless Land, the blood of life and the flames of war have forged the crown of power. After countless years of struggle, the universal races have finally established their respective bases in the Endless Land. Those ancient and powerful races have even directly occupied entire territories, barring other races from invading. For instance, there are rumors that the Elven race has occupied several superior territories, including Faetson, Longyu, Ingpa, and Lingli, establishing a vast super empire. Meanwhile, the human race, descending from Blue Star, has also established bases in several territories. Within these bases, human experts have united to open dimensional channels, connecting Blue Star to the Endless Land. New lords from Blue Star can enter the Endless Land through these spatial channels. Newcomers can choose different arrival points, each rated by safety and development potential, ranging from 1 star to 10 stars. Outstanding new lords can proceed to higher-rated arrival points. Shin-Chi, as the king among newcomers, naturally qualifies to head to the highest-rated 10-star Shangqiang territory human base. However, now, he has been sent to the Great Wilderness? Shin-Chi has only one thought: this is absurd. The Great Wilderness is also a high-level dimension, but, if the most resource-rich territories are superior territories, the Great Wilderness is called a perilous territory. If the Great Wilderness were rated, it would undoubtedly be resources, extremely scarce; safety, extremely dangerous; future development, hopeless; danger index, off the charts. The Great Wilderness is resource poor, yet danger lurks everywhere. Chaos reigns here, with mixed races and frequent natural disasters. Shin-Chi has been brought to this godforsaken place, the Great Wilderness. It's truly unbelievable. But Shin-Chi has a question in his mind. He was brought here by the Netherworld guidance. This suggests that the Great Wilderness might hold an opportunity meant for him. It could very well be related to his god-tier talent, Netherworld Monarch. If that's the case, then he will take it step by step. Shin-Chi thinks, since the Great Wilderness is called a perilous territory rather than an inferior territory, it means that despite the dangers, there might also be immense rewards. For Shin-Chi, this is also a valuable trial. Just as he was pondering, the grass in the distance suddenly rustled, accompanied by faint sounds. A chill instantly ran up his spine. He jolted alert, immediately on guard. Danger was approaching. He pressed one hand to the ground and quickly stood up, his gaze locked on the direction of the threat. 3 pairs of blood-red eyes suddenly lit up with a ghostly glow, coldly staring at him. It was a ferocious beast, a 3-headed ferocious beast. Shin-Chi quickly assessed the situation. The danger was about 20 meters away from him. Dense grass blocked his view, and all he could see were a pair of glowing red eyes exuding murderous intent. This was his first battle since arriving in the Endless Land. Shin-Chi felt a wave of nervousness. He immediately raised his hand, and the icon of Journey of the Dead appeared in his palm. Boom! A massive teleportation vortex suddenly appeared behind him. Just as Shin-Chi was about to speak, Ajuan, prepare for battle. The next moment, 3 tall figures burst out of the portal. Lord, apologies for being late. Lord, are you alright? Lord, I will destroy anyone who dares to harm you. The voices of Ajuan, Theodore, and Ilya instantly echoed in Shin-Chi's mind. The mental link caused their voices to overlap in his head, giving him a headache. The 3 immediately stood in front of Shin-Chi without even seeing the enemy clearly. They unleashed a terrifying aura. Ajuan used Netherworld Traverse, swiftly passing through the low grass and closing in on the danger. He raised his sword and slashed fiercely, withered bones. Boom! Countless crimson sword lights erupted, radiating killing intent. A large swath of grass was cut down, revealing bare ground. -1,204,575. The damage number was shocking. On the other side, Ilya calmly drew her bow, aimed, and charged up to fire. Nether sniper. Boom! An arrow imbued with the aura of death shot toward one of the monsters. 12457. Meanwhile, Theodore gripped his staff and completed his incantation, Curse Demise. Locking onto another monster, he unleashed countless curses. Runes instantly flashed on the monster's body, emitting a dangerous purple glow. The next second, the glow exploded. Boom! The monster was immediately struck by a fatal curse, its life extinguished in an instant. -531,242. The 3 heroes unleashed their ultimate skills as soon as they appeared, instantly annihilating the monsters. Shin-Chi was dumbfounded. Incredible, absolutely powerful. No matter how ferocious the monsters were, they would be reduced to ashes under the wrath of the heroes. He couldn't help but feel curious. What kind of enemies was he facing in the Endless Land for the first time? Monsters that could provoke such killing intent from 3 heroes were definitely not ordinary. He stared at the corpses in the distance with confusion. At this moment, the system's kill notification slowly appeared. Your hero, Skeleton Captain Ajuan, successfully killed. Demonic Slime. Your hero, Skeleton Sharpshooter Ilya, successfully killed. Demonic Slime. Your hero, Skeleton Archbishop Theodore, successfully killed. Demonic Slime. What an exhilarating battle. Congratulations on your glorious victory. Ha! Slime? Shin-Chi was stunned. He stood there silently for a moment, opened the system's history log, and checked the monster's stats. Demonic Slime, level 20 rank, tier 2 HP, 1242 attack, 542 defense, 854 looking. At these stats, Shin-Chi fell silent. So just now, his 3 heroes had used their ultimate skills to kill a slime, using Withered Bones, Cursed Demise, and Nether Sniper, skills that even top-tier bosses couldn't withstand on a mere slime. This left him feeling inexplicably guilty. At that moment, the three heroes, having dealt with the threat, quickly gathered around him. "Lord, are you alright? Failing to protect you is our dereliction of duty. Let me check your injuries." Their skeletal hands simultaneously reached out to Shin-Chi. One touched the back of his head, another his leg, and yet another lifted his shirt to check his abdomen. Just as one hand was about to pull down Shin-Chi's pants, he quickly stopped them. "Thank you, but there's no need to check." There, after a chaotic flurry of activity, Shin-Chi finally understood why the three heroes were so agitated when he encountered the Grey Mistwalker in the subspace he once used, Journey of the Dead, to summon a skeletal hero. At that time, the subspace couldn't open a portal. Although the heroes received the summon, they couldn't cross the ancient battlefield to protect him. They were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. This time, the portal finally opened. The heroes rushed out immediately, each of them extremely worried. They feared that their lord, Shin-Chi, was in mortal danger. No matter how strong the enemy was, strike first. This led to the scene where three heroes used their ultimate skills to instantly kill the slime. Shin-Chi shook his head helplessly. It seemed this was the effect of max loyalty. The heroes and troops under the Lord treated the Lord's safety as their top priority. After resting in place for a moment, Shin-Chi began planning his next move. He needed to quickly find a suitable location to establish his own territory. After all, territory was the foundation of a Lord's development. However, before that, there was one thing that had to be done first: divine refinement. In the trial grounds, Shin-Chi was just one step away from transitioning to the unique Divine Lord class, Undead Sovereign. That final step was to undergo divine refinement. However, the system prompt indicated that the source energy of the trial grounds was insufficient to support Shin-Chi in completing the divine refinement. He had to enter the Endless Land to activate the divine refinement. Since he was already in the Endless Land, he might as well begin directly. "Would you like to activate divine refinement now?" "Yes." Boom! In the next moment, an earth-shattering aura erupted from Shin-Chi's body. This aura was boundless, soaring into the sky and piercing through the clouds. The sky suddenly split open with a massive rift. Intense light pierced through the thick clouds, illuminating the earth. The sea of clouds churned. Blades of grass swayed violently. Trees in the distant forests trembled incessantly. Birds took flight in panic, and wild beasts fled in all directions. The land within 100 miles felt the impact of this phenomenon. Instantly, all the powerful beings within 100 miles were stunned by this phenomenon. They stopped what they were doing and turned their gazes toward Shin-Chi's location, their faces filled with shock. The celestial phenomenon caused by Shin-Chi was extraordinarily conspicuous. 50 miles away, in a river valley where two armies were fiercely battling, a lord commanding thousands of swarming insects suddenly stopped, looking up toward the direction of the phenomenon, his face showing surprise. Opposing him, another lord piloting a massive mech had just crushed a swarm of venomous bees underfoot. He too immediately stopped and looked into the distance. In the deep valleys of the mountains far from the grasslands, where sunlight never reached, broken and collapsed tombstones and stone coffins were scattered everywhere, and the air was thick with the aura of death. On a skeletal chariot formed by a group of skeletons, an undead lord lifted the curtain, gazing into the distance with a heavy expression, seemingly lost in thought. At the ruins of a giant-built city wall, atop the towering wall that nearly reached the clouds, a group of demons was feasting on angels. A nearby demon lord suddenly turned his head to look toward the horizon, in the direction of the grasslands. He muttered to himself, "The Black Abyss over there? Could it be another Black Abyss uprising? No, that's not right. The timing is off. The next Black Abyss uprising isn't until tomorrow." Meanwhile, on the other side of the grassland, less than 10 miles from Shin-Chi, two men were slowly riding on horseback. One was bald, with a prominent scar running from his forehead to his neck on the left side of his face, giving him a fierce look. A pendant hung around his neck. The other was short, with curly hair, a sharp face, and squinting eyes. The horses they rode were sturdier than ordinary horses, with small crystals surrounding their hooves, imbued with elemental power to reduce weight and increase speed. The bald, scar-faced man spat on the grass with a grim expression. "TCH, that damned abhorrent witch. She just wanted me to temporarily safeguard the architectural blueprint for the entrance to the dragon burial grounds. But she was so unwilling. I told her, it's just temporary safekeeping. I never said I'd keep it for myself." Then she started saying things like, "We agreed I would take the blueprint. You people are so untrustworthy, TCH, acting like she's so important. In the end, didn't the blueprint still end up in our hands? Seriously." He raised his hand, and the blueprint scroll floated above his palm, emitting the glow of a high-level treasure, slowly rotating. The short man with small eyes rode his horse closer, asking with doubt, "Bro, we took down that abominable witch. Won't the people behind her come looking for trouble?" The bald man with a scarred face put away the blueprint, turned to stare at him with wide, fierce eyes that sent chills down one's spine. "You mean the Dread Jasmine Guild? Ha! Who in the Black Abyss Highlands doesn't know our strength? Who dares to court death? Besides, with their limited abilities, we've got someone backing us up." After speaking, he revealed a set of teeth, gritting them as he said, "But those fifth-tier witches' poison techniques are really something. Damn them, I lost 10 ogres for nothing. We need to find a few lone lords to replenish our strength." He casually suggested, "I heard this area of the Black Abyss is full of small lords with no real power. Let's go check it out." As the two were chatting, suddenly, a terrifying aura rippled out from the distance. The sky changed instantly, clouds churned, and sunlight pierced through the layers of clouds. The vast grasslands surged in the fierce wind, undulating like ocean waves and howling, immediately catching their attention. "Ha! What's that? Such a big commotion." The bald man with the scarred face nudged his horse forward with his foot. "Let's go, check it out." Shin-Chi's ears rang with a mechanical notification sound. Ding. Divine grade refinement complete. Lord Profession panel unlocked. Please check. A surge of energy erupted from within him, causing his clothes to ripple. After a while, the turbulence gradually subsided. Shin-Chi slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, he felt an earth-shattering transformation in his body. His limbs, bones, internal organs, brain, muscles, and soul all seemed to have been completely renewed. Coursing through his veins was an endless power. It was an incredibly wondrous feeling, as if his life had been elevated to a higher plane. After transitioning to a Lord profession, one would undergo a refinement process. This would enhance the Lord's initial attributes and make up for any attribute points missed during previous level-ups. The refinement effects varied depending on the profession's grade. Divine grade refinement, this was way too loud. Shin-Chi couldn't help but look forward to the actual results. He rubbed his hands together and opened his personal panel. Shin-Chi personal panel level, 36 HP, 21,864 attack, 10,380 defense, 11,944 agility, 812 stamina, 12,454 spirit, 3311/3316 talent. Nether King, Divine grade, 15 traits. Click to view. Profession panel. Click to view. Seeing this string of numbers, Shin-Chi was stunned. Was this still him? HP over 20,000, defense over 10,000, attack over 10,000, stamina over 10,000. The most outrageous part was, his already strong spirit had now surpassed 30,000. His divine grade refinement was truly terrifying. His fingers trembled as he clicked open the profession panel. Profession, Undead Overlord, unique divine level, profession level, beginner profession traits, undead offering LV1, all undead unit attributes plus 10%, permanently effective, undead subjugation LV1, enemy undead attributes reduced by 30% with additional fear, intimidation, depression, and other statuses. Eye of the Overlord max, gain the perspective of all units and share it, permanently effective, cannot be upgraded. Hand of the Overlord max, can learn any profession skill book, add undead attributes to skills, use any profession's lord weapon, cannot be upgraded. Profession skills, War Aura LV1, increases attack, defense, and movement speed of all units by 5%, lasts 30 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. Deep Gaze LV1, locks onto a single target, increases damage dealt by all allied units to the target by 10%, lasts 30 seconds, cooldown 5 minutes. Innate equipment, non-profession quests, locked. Profession points, 0. Profession shop, locked. Command power, 10,000. Shin-Chi stared at the densely packed data panel, utterly speechless. After awakening a Lord profession, one would receive an exclusive profession panel and unlock new attributes, such as profession traits and skills. These were immensely beneficial for commanding an army. However, Shin-Chi never expected that a divine-level profession would grant him 4 traits and 2 skills right from the start. The 4 permanently effective traits left him stunned. The traits, Undead Subjugation and Undead Offering, could permanently enhance his undead army while suppressing enemy undead forces. Eye of the Overlord allowed him to gain the vision of all units and share perspectives. This was practically a god-tier skill for a commander. With Eye of the Overlord, Shin-Chi could easily dispatch troops for reconnaissance, gather intelligence, and explore maps, enabling the Lord to grasp battlefield information instantly. The last passive trait, Hand of the Overlord, was even more overpowered. It allowed Shin-Chi to learn any profession skills, imbue them with undead attributes, and use any profession's lord weapons. It was practically a universal key, absolutely outrageous. Normally, lords could only learn skills after changing professions, and each profession had its exclusive skill path. For instance, physical professions couldn't learn spells. But Shin-Chi was different. He could master both physical and magical skills, becoming a true all-rounder. This meant that as his strength grew in the later stages, his personal combat power would become terrifying, equivalent to an invincible one-man army. Even without the cooperation of heroes and units, he could hold his own. Moreover, the traits Undead Subjugation and Undead Offering could continue to be upgraded, making their effects even more powerful. How could enemies possibly counter this? Next were the two initial profession skills. War Aura was a skill almost all lords gained after changing professions, enhancing the combat power of nearby units. Meanwhile, the skill Deep Gaze was incredibly potent. Locking onto a target and increasing all allied units' damage against it was essentially a damage-boosting buff for the main damage dealers, perfect for taking down bosses. The purpose of a lord's profession change was to comprehensively enhance the army's combat power. With all these profession skills and passive traits activated, combined with the army bonuses from his three heroes, Shin-Chi's undead army would be strengthened to the extreme. Wherever his Death Legion marched, not a blade of grass would grow. The profession quests and shop were still locked. After changing professions, Shin-Chi needed to complete system-assigned quests to level up as a lord. Completing quests would also grant profession points, which could be used to enhance attributes, upgrade traits, and skills. Profession points could also be spent in the profession shop to purchase various system items. However, since the quests were not yet available, Shin-Chi had no choice but to wait. After reviewing the panel, Shin-Chi felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. He stretched out his right hand, rotated his wrist, and pinched the muscles on his left arm. His entire body was brimming with power, as if he could knock down 18 strong men with a single punch. He couldn't wait to test his strength. Can I get a few more slimes to practice on? At that moment, Shin-Chi's ears caught an unusual sound of wind. Shortly after, a commotion came from the distance. Hey, I thought it was some big shot, but turns out it's just a rookie? A rough, mocking male voice said loudly. A bald man with a scar on his face stopped his horse 30 meters away, staring straight at Shin-Chi. Another man followed closely behind. Shin-Chi turned to look. It was the first lord he had encountered in the Endless Land. The bald, scar-faced man had thick limbs and an imposing presence, a burly man with solid muscles all over his body, and a fierce expression on his face. The other was a short man with curly hair, a sharp face, thin lips, and small, shifty eyes full of malice. These two looked experienced and intimidating, far from the greenhorns who had just started out. However, as soon as they saw Shin-Chi, their eyes immediately filled with disdain and ridicule, as if they were looking at a joke. The bald, scar-faced man sneered, "How rare, a rookie daring to come to the Wildlands these days. Kid, you probably haven't even weaned yet. Ha ha ha." These taunts didn't register with Shin-Chi at all. He calmly assessed the two men in front of him, evaluating the gap in strength. He was still a bit puzzled. How did they instantly recognize him as a rookie? Strange. Shin-Chi exhaled lightly and turned to the three skeleton heroes behind him, giving an order. "Let me handle this first. If things go south, then you step in." Only then did the two men notice the three skeleton warriors behind Shin-Chi. The scar-faced man curiously remarked, "Hey, so you're an undead lord. These three skeletons look sturdy, not like low-tier bone soldiers. Let me try something." He focused his mind, attempting to forcibly probe the information about Shin-Chi's units. But soon, his eyes widened in surprise. "What? I can't scout them? What kind of joke is this? I can't even scout a rookie." His gaze darkened as he squinted at Shin-Chi. "Kid, you've got some treasure on you, huh? Even I can't see through it. Looks like someone's backing you, giving you the guts to come to the Wildlands. If you've got good stuff, let me hold on to it for you first." The two men simultaneously dismounted. The scar-faced man held the reins in one hand and placed the other on his hip, turning to the short man with a sinister grin. "Old he, go keep the kid company." The short man squinted, staring at Shin-Chi with excitement. "All right, I'll keep him company and make sure he learns a lesson." The next second, his demeanor changed abruptly. "Make your move." Whoosh! The ground beneath the short man's feet suddenly split open, and a shadow quickly extended across the grass. A raptor burst out of the shadow, lunging at Shin-Chi. It was a hawk with a wingspan of 3 meters. The hawk spread its wings, swiftly closing the distance as it flew toward Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi glanced at it, and the unit information immediately popped up. Shadow Hawk Tier 5 level 40 HP, 6431 attack, 14572 defense, 3784 agility, 845 stamina, 1947 skills. Shadow Stealth, Twin Wings, Fierce Peck, Shadow Feather Arrow. Shin-Chi's pupils contracted. Over 800 agility? Looks like a unit focused on speed. Perfect. After my divine refinement, this is a good chance to test my skills. He reached into his backpack and pulled out a Lord-exclusive weapon he hadn't used before. A flash of white light, and a short bow appeared in his hand. A bronze bow? Alright, I'll give it a try. With my attack power over 10,000, this should be easy. 2 arrows will take it down. Shin-Chi's confidence surged. He drew the bowstring, aiming at the rapidly approaching hawk, his fingers released, the bowstring snapped back, and the sharp arrow tore through the air. Archery is actually pretty simple. Whoosh! Shin-chi kept his eyes fixed on the arrow, which carried a sharp momentum. The arrow shot out swiftly, closing the distance with the hawk in an instant, about to hit. But it missed, grazing past. The arrow disappeared into the grass. Shin-chi froze, without learning archery skills, dodging so easily? How disrespectful. The shadow eagle was completely unaffected, letting out a mocking screech as it charged directly at Shin-chi. In the next moment, its strength concentrated on its iron-hard beak. The beak struck fiercely at Shin-chi's shoulder, and immense force surged through his shoulder, forcing Shin-chi to stagger back several steps. From a distance came Scarface's mocking laughter. Ha ha, kid, are you dead yet? If not, make a sound so I can hear. The short man with small eyes also shouted, Boss, you're underestimating my eagle. This guy's as fragile as paper, can't even take one hit. Shin-chi steadied himself, holding his shoulder, his breathing still calm. Suddenly, a damage number appeared above his head. -3. Scarface and the short man were both stunned. Even the shadow eagle widened its shiny black eyes in disbelief. Shin-chi coughed lightly twice. With his defense exceeding 10,000 and the bonus from his silver armor set, losing 3 points of health from an attack was barely worth mentioning. What the hell is going on? Old he, are you holding back on purpose? Scarface was furious, glaring angrily at the short man beside him. The short man turned pale, stammering, "And no way, I didn't hold back." Didn't hold back? Don't lie to me. Look, only 3 points. Even a slap from me would deal more damage than that. Shin-chi looked at them indifferently. At this moment, the skeletal sharpshooter Ilya approached respectfully and whispered, Lord, if you wish, I can teach you archery skills with all my might. For now, shall I take care of the enemy? Shin-chi looked slightly embarrassed, thinking of his terrible archery skills. He closed his eyes and stubbornly said, No, Ilya, you might not yet understand the true use of a bow. Watch me. Shin-chi forcefully raised the short bow in his hand, his expression enigmatic. He suddenly stepped forward 2 steps, lifted the short bow, and smashed it hard onto the shadow eagle's head. The shadow eagle, still puzzled about why it hadn't hurt anyone, had no time to dodge. In the next moment, a massive damage number exploded, 6624. The shadow eagle's health bar instantly dropped to 0. Taking a direct hit with over 10,000 attack power, its defense was shattered, and it was instantly killed. Shin-chi said expressionlessly, This is the correct way to use a bow. Ilya tilted his head. In the distance, Scarface and the short man saw this scene clearly, their eyes wide with shock, as if they'd seen a ghost. Scarface was completely dumbfounded, his eyes bulging like copper bells. Could it be that it wasn't his own man holding back, but that the opponent truly had strength? The key point was, he's so young. How could he one-shot your eagle? Scarface's face was full of confusion, his brows furrowed. The short man exchanged a glance with him, as if to say, You ask me, who should I ask? He hesitated, and guessed, could it be that this kid isn't actually a rookie? Impossible. Scarface denied it outright. I can sense it clearly. His aura is clean, without any impurities. It's been a long time since I've seen a lord with such pure energy. He's definitely a rookie. Scarface spoke with conviction, his expression shifting between light and dark. He paused for a moment, his gaze suddenly turning sharp, as if he had figured something out. His eyes on Shin-chi became icy cold. I get it now. You're trying to fool me, aren't you? You must have a bunch of high-level disposable items, like the mighty amulet, hidden on you. Those must be life-saving treasures your elders prepared for you. That move just now probably used up one of those high-level items. I bet you're bleeding inside right now, you little brat. His tone shifted, his voice turning cold. Do you think a lord walking the wilderness only has one type of unit? Let me, Master Jiang, teach you the rules of the underworld. Let's see how many more items you can afford to waste. Old he, go, show him what we're made of. The short man with small eyes, called Old he, froze for a moment. My turn. Again? Fine. He glared fiercely at Shin-chi. You brat, daring to kill my precious giant bird. Today, I'll show you the famous exile's flock of eagles. Charge. As soon as Old he gave the order, a massive shadow suddenly covered the ground. Like a black hole, it swallowed even the grass that reached up to the calves. In the next moment, dozens of hawks flew out from the shadow. They were identical to the one before, all shadow hawks. They possessed the ability to traverse through shadows. Soon, more than 20 hawks were circling in midair, stirring up a gale that sent grass blades flying everywhere. The small-eyed man shouted, Go, kill him for me. Avenge your brother. At the command, the hawks immediately turned and dove fiercely toward Shin-chi. Yet Shin-chi stood firmly in place. The small-eyed man grinned, "Ha, scared stiff, are you? Perfect, just stand there like a target. My precious birds are having a buffet today." Whoosh, all the shadow hawks accelerated toward Shin-Chi, their tails trailing long afterimages. The one closest to Shin-Chi had already reached him. It quickly gathered its strength, its sharp beak gleaming coldly, and with a fierce momentum, it pecked hard at Shin-Chi, only to be struck heavily by the short bow in Shin-Chi's hand. The bird's head was knocked to the side. The shadow hawk let out a shrill cry of pain. Immediately, a damage number -6754 popped up on the screen. It exploded into a cloud of blood mist, scattering with the wind. In the distance, the small-eyed man widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "What the? Attack! All of you, attack!" More shadow hawks dove in at an even faster speed, forming a surrounding formation. But, with his god-tier refined 812 agility points, Shin-Chi swung his short bow swiftly and precisely. A strike here, a strike there. His movements were clean and efficient, leaving afterimages in their wake. The small-eyed man watched helplessly as 3 of his precious hawks were taken down in quick succession. His heart was breaking, his hands clenched tightly as he screamed frantically, "Ah, stop it, you bastard." Scarface had been watching Shin-Chi intently, his expression dark and stormy. He quickly shouted at the small-eyed man, "Don't get close, keep your distance and wear him down with ranged attacks." The small-eyed man snapped back to his senses and hurriedly ordered, "Yes, don't get near him, fly up and shoot him with feather arrows." The remaining hawks immediately halted, turned, and flew into the air. Before long, they were circling above Shin-Chi's head again. In the next moment, they flapped their powerful wings in unison, shadow feather arrows. Instantly, countless black feathers transformed into sharp shadows. Like flying daggers, they rained down from the sky, aiming straight for Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi glanced at the bronze bow in his hand and quickly put it away. He immediately issued a combat command through his mental link. The 3 skeleton heroes behind him, who had been waiting for this moment, were finally ready to act. Asuin swiftly stepped past Shin-Chi with a wave of his hand. The golden-tier Titan broadsword slashed out fiercely. The sword energy formed an impenetrable barrier, cutting down all the shadow feather arrows. Ilya raised her bow, entering a cold, assassin-like state. She aimed at the circling hawks in the air, firing arrow after arrow. Each arrow streaked through the air like a gust of wind, hitting its target with precision. Every shot dealt over 100,000 damage. Not a single hawk could escape a headshot, and they all plummeted from the sky. While Ilya was precisely taking down the hawks, Theodore was not idle either. He raised his staff, chanting incantations, and continuously launched clusters of necromantic missiles. These missiles emitted a deep purple glow, slowly condensing at the tip of the staff. After hovering in mid-air for a moment, they suddenly accelerated, chasing after the hawks. Each volley of 5 missiles almost always hit a high-speed flying hawk. In a short time, more than 20 hawks were nearly wiped out. The small-eyed, short-old he was already dumbfounded, his mouth wide enough to fit a light bulb. A few seconds later, the dazed look on his face turned to terror. Cold sweat poured down as he shouted in despair, my birds, come back, come back." His legs trembled uncontrollably, as if he might collapse to the ground at any moment. He watched helplessly as those shadowy eagles were killed one by the 3 skeletons, his heart wrenching in pain. Each eagle turned into a black shadow that shot back to the ground, eventually dissipating without a trace. Every 5th-tier eagle was his most precious effort and blood. At this moment, the disdain on Scarface and Small Eye's faces completely disappeared. Their opinions had entirely changed, and they now looked at Shin-Chi with newfound respect. Small Eye's face turned pale, his gaze hollow, and his lips trembled as he stammered, "What kind of newcomer is this? I can't believe it." Scarface suddenly lifted his leg and kicked him hard in the back, sending him flying 2 meters away. His face was full of shame and anger as he cursed loudly, "Useless. Those lousy birds of yours can't even beat a rookie who just entered the Great Wasteland. Go eat dirt." Small Eyes fell heavily onto the grass, face down, trembling slightly, and said no more. Scarface turned around and stared at Shin-Chi for 2 seconds. Then, his entire aura suddenly condensed. The oppressive force of a level 59 lord slowly emanated. His presence was as deep as a bottomless abyss. His face was cold as he said in a deep voice, "Kid, you just got here, so you might not know my name, Zhang Yi. I won't make things hard for you. Now, come over and apologize to me, Zhang Yi, and say you're sorry. We'll let this matter slide. I'll consider it as you being new and not understanding the rules. In the future, just show a little respect, and you can move on. How about it?" After speaking, he stood quietly, a faint cold light flickering in his eyes, waiting for Shin-Chi's response. Shin-Chi, however, showed no sign of panic. Instead, he slowly raised his hand to his mouth, squinting as he yawned. Then, he lifted his right hand, leisurely extended his pinky finger, and picked his ear. Scarface's eyes widened, and 2 streams of hot air puffed out of his nostrils. Shun-Chi's indifferent attitude completely enraged him. "Are you not taking a single word I said seriously?" he roared, his voice rising sharply, his anger surging. Fury burned within him. "You little bastard, you're utterly shameless. Do you think those little tricks of yours can scare me? I suppose you must have some skills to make it through the rookie trials, but to be so arrogant at such a young age is truly contemptible. In that case, let me, Zhang Yi, teach you a good lesson. Let me show you just how powerful I, Zhang Yi, the undefeated plunderer, really am. And let me make you understand who you're acting out in front of." Scarface had countless enemies. No matter how strong they were, he could handle them with ease, earning him the infamous title of undefeated. Naturally, he had absolute confidence and wasn't intimidated by the strength Shun-Chi's skeletal hero had displayed. But Shun-Chi's provocative response had completely infuriated him. A rookie who had just entered the Great Wasteland dared to act so brazenly in front of him. If word of this got out, how could he hold his head high? As if recalling something, he said coldly, "Kid, as an undead lord, your abilities are nothing special. If you ever get the chance, you should visit the Fallen Mountain Range and witness a true undead lord, the Filth Marquis. Too bad you won't get that chance, but I'll take your bones there. Then, you can rise as a corpse and exchange experiences with the Filth Marquis." Scarface let out a chilling laugh. Immediately after, his aura shifted dramatically. On the grass behind him, over 100 teleportation lights suddenly lit up. As the light faded, a group of tall and burly figures appeared. Scarface had directly summoned over 100 ogre warriors from his troop space. Standing at the forefront was a 2-headed giant exuding an imposing presence. He has 2 heads, pointed ears, protruding fangs, stands 3 meters tall, with a muscular build. One hand holds a staff, the other grips an axe. 2-headed ogre Aiden 5-star hero level, 50 HP, 95721 attack, 24583 magic attack, 21452 defense, 22483 agility, 512 stamina, 2543 spirit, 1989 armor, 23 talent. Glory sharing effect grants all ogre subordinates a 10% attribute bonus from the hero's base stats for 1 hour. Talent mark, burning resolve upon entering combat continuously consumes HP over time. For every 1% HP lost, attack and defense increase by 3% until HP drops to 10% or combat ends. Skills include Exorcism Field, creates a domain to nullify enemy spells, Fear Ray, continuous attack on a single target, increasing magic attack over time, up to 5 seconds, Magic Arrow Rain, wide area magic arrow damage, Focused Axe, Strike, a powerful concentrated axe blow, Whirlwind Slash, area attack causing enemy imbalance, Brain of Wisdom, alternates between 2 skill refresh mechanisms behind the 2-headed ogre are over 20 tier 5 ogre fighters and more than 100 tier 4 ogre warriors. They wield hammers, axes, and one-handed swords. All are melee units, exuding a heavy presence and murderous intent. Scarface squinted his eyes, proudly looking at Shun-Chi. "You little brat, unless you take me out right from the start. Otherwise, pack your things and get ready for reincarnation. Remember, in your next life, don't cross paths with Lord Jiang again, or I'll destroy you just the same." Shun-Chi's pupils slightly contracted. A 5-star dual-type hero in both physical and magical attributes. So far, this is the strongest enemy lord he has faced head-on. This combat power panel even surprises Shun-Chi, who possesses 6-star and 7-star heroes. Not only does it include single target and area magic attacks, but also powerful physical bursts. Single target skills have strong burst power, while area skills come with control effects. There's even a domain skill that directly nullifies enemy spells. Lastly, the Brain of Wisdom serves as an excellent support mechanism. What's even more impressive is that this skill set has 2 refresh mechanisms. This means skills can be released consecutively and quickly, with greatly reduced cooldown times. Output capability is doubled. Of course, Shun-Chi speculates that Scarface's title of unyielding in 100 battles mainly relies on Talent Mark, Burning Resolve. Talent Mark, also known as Talent Book, is a rare treasure that can be equipped by units or heroes in the later stages. The drop rate is extremely low, even rarer than skill books. Unexpectedly, this Scarface possesses a Talent Mark. Moreover, the effect of Burning Resolve is extremely exaggerated. The longer the battle lasts, the faster attack and defense increase. Ordinary units are consumable, but this 2-headed ogre hero is a powerful late-game combat unit. The longer he fights, the stronger he becomes. The more the battle drags on, the more apparent his advantage becomes, until the enemy completely collapses. Additionally, the ogre hero's innate talent glory sharing allows all ogre units under his command to gain an extra 10% attribute bonus from the hero's stats. In other words, the sustained boost from Talent Mark, Burning Resolve not only strengthens the hero himself but is also simultaneously passed on to all ogre soldiers. The 2-headed ogre hero hero and his ogre army are simply the perfect combination. Excellent attributes, powerful skills, and overwhelming talent bonuses. Moreover, the skills and talents complement each other perfectly. This is the source of Scarface's confidence. Shin-Chi finally became serious. Previously, he had encountered lords far stronger than himself. For example, the mountain-dominating overlord who attacked him during the novice trial, or the Grey Mist Walker who tried to kill him in the subspace. But they all underestimated Shin-Chi's apparent weakness, ultimately falling to his hidden trump cards, but the scar-faced man in front of him directly brought out his strongest forces to confront him. Shin-Chi also wanted to see the gap between himself and a high-level lord. His gaze turned cold. He reached into his backpack and pulled out the item Journey of the Dead Skeleton Army. Assemble. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of Scarface and Small Eyes, a massive vortex gate appeared on the ground. A chilling aura spread instantly. Blades of grass flew everywhere, as if the gates to the underworld had been opened. Countless deep purple lights surged out from the vortex gate, rapidly dispersing. An endless army of skeleton soldiers materialized in an orderly formation. Soul flames ignited within their skulls. Tens of thousands of flickering soul flames shone brilliantly, and an overwhelming killing intent swept across the battlefield. Undead cavalry, skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, skeleton shield guards. The cavalry led the front, warriors followed closely behind, while archers and shield guards formed the rear defense line. Over 10,000 skeleton soldiers were summoned from an ancient battlefield. Scarface stared at the densely packed skeleton army before him, unable to react. A second later, his face froze, his eyes widened in shock. Clearly, Shin-Chi's 10,000 skeleton soldiers had completely exceeded his expectations. Small Eyes, the short man lying in the mud, his face covered in dirt, suddenly felt the temperature around him drop sharply. He quickly raised his head to see what was happening. The moment he saw the scene before him, his face turned deathly pale. His mind went blank. After a long while, he slowly raised his left hand. Smack! He slapped himself hard, trying to snap out of it. His left cheek immediately swelled up. But clearly, none of this worked. The scene before him was definitely not an illusion. Scarface stared at the densely packed skeleton army. His throat involuntarily moved as he swallowed hard. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Could this formation be the work of the so-called undead lord who commands an endless sea of skeletons? Scarface's mouth twitched. Although he knew that undead lords mainly relied on overwhelming numbers to suppress their enemies, this skeleton army was simply too massive. And besides, wasn't it said that the skeletons summoned by undead lords were all cannon fodder? What on earth were those skeleton cavalry riding horses and wielding spears? And those skeleton warriors fully equipped with bronze-grade gear? What was going on with them? Even more absurd, he couldn't even probe the specific information of these skeleton soldiers. It was as if he had seen a ghost. How could a newcomer possibly bring out such a massive formation? Could his previous judgment have been wrong? Unable to investigate the opponent's details, he naturally felt uneasy. Scarface's mood grew heavier. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his inner anxiety, and carefully observed the battlefield. Moments later, he noticed something unusual. Suddenly, he revealed a "so that's how it is" smile, and calmed down. He carefully sensed the aura of these skeleton soldiers and discovered that, while they appeared intimidating on the surface, their strength was far inferior to his own 4th and 5th tier troops. Although he couldn't probe detailed information, the difference in aura between different tiered troops was significant. So it's just a false display created by sheer numbers. A bunch of bone frames, relying on numbers to scare people. As long as I have the two-headed ogre, no matter how many skeletons there are, I'll kill them all. However, those 3 skeletons that seem to be hero tier are worth being cautious about. From a distance, those 3 skeletons gave him an especially dangerous feeling. He suspected that those 3 were Shin-Chi's true trump cards. Scarface's gaze turned sharp, his morale surged. He turned to look at Small Eyes on the ground. Old he, these are just a bunch of bone frames with no combat power. Look at you, acting all scared. Hurry up and come help. Small Eyes barely managed to crawl up from the grass, realizing his legs were trembling uncontrollably, weak beyond measure. Coming, boss. He wiped his face, forcing himself to calm down, then shouted, "Shadow Phantom Eagle, attach wings." Whoosh! A shadow appeared on the ground. Several remaining 5th-tier Shadow Phantom Eagles suddenly shot out from the shadow. In the next moment, one Shadow Phantom Eagle dove straight behind the two-headed ogre, instantly merging into the shadow and disappearing behind the two-headed ogre. A pair of long and powerful wings suddenly unfolded. Shin-Chi witnessed the scene, seeing the agility value of the two-headed ogre leap directly from 512 to 845. It successfully gained the speed bonus of the Shadow Skyhawk. Now things were looking up. The two-headed ogre had high defense, thick health, strong attacks, and was proficient in both physical and magical combat. Now, even its only weakness, speed, had been compensated for. More importantly, it had gained the ability to fly. This made its individual combat power extremely terrifying. The two of them working together were almost invincible on the battlefield. The next moment, Little Eyes pursed his lips and whistled. A group of medium-sized raptors flew out from beside him, flapping their wings as they soared into the sky. Over 304th tier, swift peregrine falcons joined the battle. Shin-Chi calmly analyzed the enemy's troop data. On the opposing side, there were over 25th tier ogre gladiators, 5th tier shadow skyhawks, more than 104th tier ogre warriors, and over 304th tier swift peregrine falcons. Their levels were generally around 47 or 48. The enemy's levels were all around 49 or even 50. On our side, although we had an absolute numerical advantage, only the undead iron cavalry were 4th tier units. The other warriors, archers, crossbowmen, and shield guards were all 3rd tier units, and most were only around level 30. In other words, the enemy's individual units were generally 2 to 3 times stronger than ours. This meant that, even if we had a large number of skeleton soldiers, most of their normal attacks wouldn't even penetrate the enemy's defense. The main reason was that the overall strength of the opposing lord far exceeded Shin-Chi's. With the level gap widened, the advantage of sheer numbers was greatly diminished, even rendered useless. This was a battle between lords spanning 2 or even 3 tiers of strength. However, Shin-Chi raised an eyebrow and waved his hand to issue an order. All skeleton soldiers immediately received the command, their soul flames flickering as they began to move. Rumble. Shin-Chi, through his mental link, ordered 3 heroes to activate their Legion enhancement skills first. Skeleton General Ajuan obeyed the command. Talent: Peerless Martial Arts LV3. Base weapon attributes plus 300%. Cold weapon attributes of subordinate undead units plus 100%. General's Order LV4. All members of the Jinyuan Legion gain plus 60% melee critical rate, plus 500% critical damage, plus 120% attack speed, and plus 150% defense. Legion skill: Power of the Army. All members of the Jinyuan Legion gain plus 30% attack, defense, attack speed, and movement speed, plus 10 armor. Skeleton Sharpshooter. Ilia, Talent, Bow of Permission LV3. All undead bow units gain plus 90% range and plus 50% attack speed. Critical Arrow LV3. Within a 300-meter radius, bow units gain plus 30% ranged critical rate and plus 150% critical damage. Armor-piercing Arrow LV3. Within a 300-meter radius, bow units' weapons gain 9 layers of armor-piercing effect, reducing normal enemies' armor by 1 point per attack and boss's armor by 0.1 points per attack. Shin-Chi himself immediately activated the profession traits and skills of his god tier class, Undead Sovereign, Undead Offering LV1. All undead units gain plus 10% to all attributes. War Aura LV1. All units gain plus 5% attack, defense, and movement speed. Additionally, the skeleton soldiers were generally equipped with black iron and bronze gear, with weapons featuring rust, bloodstains, and decay characteristics. With all these layers stacked, the skeleton soldiers' attack, defense, critical rate, critical damage, attack speed, movement speed, shooting speed, and range, all attributes were enhanced to an astonishing degree. The normal attacks of advanced skeleton soldiers could now inflict substantial damage on 4th tier units. Combined with their skills, they could even severely injure the enemy. This was the power of high tier heroes combined with Legion strength, further amplified by the god tier lord class. The combat power of the entire Legion was elevated by several levels. More importantly, Shin-Chi still had 3 heroes in his hands, 2 6-star and 1 7-star, enough to turn the tide of the battle. The next moment, the war officially erupted. The skeleton army thundered forward in a charge. Opposite them, a dense swarm of ogres surged ahead. In the sky, a dark mass of hawks and falcons firmly controlled the aerial advantage. In the front row, 1,000 undead cavalry initiated Bloody Trample LV2, causing groups of ogres to momentarily stiffen, significantly reducing their attack and defense. Immediately after, they launched Frenzied Charge LV2, rushing forward with immunity to physical damage during the charge. One undead cavalryman raised a sharp spear, a cold gleam flashing as it pierced straight through an ogre's eye, penetrating its skull. Following closely behind were 4,000 skeleton warriors, surging toward the enemy lines like a tidal wave. Their momentum was overwhelming, their swords swinging directly at the enemy forces. Combined with Heavy Sword Sweep LV3 and Ghostly Stab LV2, they became a fully operational meat grinder, ferociously slaughtering the enemy. The air was thick with killing intent, almost tangible. The most terrifying part was that any ogre attempting to counterattack was immediately surrounded by a swarm of skeleton soldiers. Like being attacked by a plague of locusts, the ogre's vitality was instantly devoured to almost nothing. With the support of sheer numbers and various buffs, the advantage quickly became apparent. As long as the defense could be broken, they could truly achieve overwhelming the enemy with sheer numbers. Now, the massive advantage of 10,000 troops began to take effect. Of course, the opposing 4th and 5th tier units would not sit idly by. The ogres swung their hammers, clubs, axes, or swords with force, scattering a group of skeletons. They followed up with spinning attacks, sending a large number of skeleton soldiers flying. In the air, the falcons and hawks were equally relentless, firing countless wind bullets and shadow feather arrows. A rain of arrows covered the skeleton army. Each ranged attack from the enemy dealt over 10,000 damage, posing a grave threat. The skeleton soldiers could barely withstand a few hits. Seeing the dire situation, the skeleton shield guards immediately formed a formation and activated Great Shield Dome LV2. Countless large shields were raised, and their defense instantly soared to over 10,000, effectively blocking many ranged attacks. However, Shin-Chi's ranged forces were just beginning to unleash their power. 3,000 skeleton archers, along with 1,000 skeleton crossbowmen, drew their bows and knocked their arrows in unison. In the next moment, a rain of arrows poured out from behind the skeleton army. Like dark clouds pressing down, carrying deadly intent, they struck directly at the enemy's positions. Neither the falcons in the air nor the ogres on the ground were spared. Wave after wave of arrow rain left the enemy in agony, bleeding profusely. With the support of the 7-star hero skeleton sharpshooter, the entire archery unit's firing speed, range, critical hit rate, and critical damage were greatly enhanced. Combined with each wielding a rust bow, they inflicted the rust effect on the enemy, drastically reducing their movement speed and weapon performance. The combat efficiency visibly skyrocketed. It was only at this point that Scarface and the short, small-eyed man finally realized something was wrong. The situation before them was completely different from what they had anticipated. How had these skeletons suddenly become so formidable? At first, they thought the skeletons were just for show, but as soon as the battle began, their momentum surged instantly. They could actually hold their own against their troops. No, they were horrified to discover that their own forces were being pushed back step by step. Scarface cursed, "Damn it." He began to focus his energy, commanding the 5-star hero, the two-headed ogre, to join the fray. Innate mark, burning. Soul resolve activated. Innate talent, glory shared activated. The ogre army immediately received a terrifying boost. He coldly glanced at Shin-Chi, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "You little punk, let me show you the true power of Master Jiang. Now, either you kill me, this is your last chance. Otherwise, I'll show you what it means to grow stronger the longer we fight. When that time comes, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. This is the consequence of crossing Master Jiang." Shin-Chi raised an eyebrow. Perfect. His plan was also to immediately slay the two-headed ogre. The two-headed ogre flapped its wings fiercely, soaring into the air. One hand gripped a staff. The other wielded a battle axe, exuding murderous intent. Scarface stood with his hands on his hips. His two-headed ogre grew stronger the longer it stayed on the battlefield. As long as the battle lasted long enough, the ogre could become terrifyingly powerful. This was his confidence, the assurance forged through countless brutal battles. Surviving 100 battles, that was his confidence. He had struck fear into countless lords of the same rank, leaving them helpless. Scarface coldly stared at Shin-Chi, a smug grin spreading across his face. "Ha, kid, let me show you what a 5-star hero is." Before he could finish his sentence, an arrow shot through the air. The skeleton sharpshooter unleashed earth-shaking arrow. The arrow's speed was astonishing, whipping up a fierce wind and kicking up dust as it passed, knocking enemy troops to the ground. The arrow's target was the two-headed ogre. Before the ogre could react, the earth-shaking arrow was already upon him. He tried to dodge with his agility, but the arrow pierced through one of his wings. The wing, an addition from the Shadow Phantom Eagle, disintegrated into shadows the moment it was struck. The two-headed ogre lost its wings and crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Its thick skin and tough body protected it from injury, but the earth-shaking arrow inflicted a 5-second stun effect. The two-headed ogre lay on the ground, unable to move. Scarface's heart tightened. He saw the skeleton sharpshooter, Ilya, already drawing the bowstring to its limit, aiming at the two-headed ogre, charging for 10 seconds, netherworld sniper. This arrow, once released, would send any monster straight to the afterlife. Scarface knew how dangerous this arrow was. He frantically ordered the two-headed ogre to dodge, but the ogre was immobilized by the stun and couldn't move at all. Cold sweat dripped down Scarface's forehead. It had been a long time since he felt this kind of danger. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The 5-second stun ended. The two-headed ogre regained its mobility. Scarface breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ordered it to dodge. But unexpectedly, in his panic, Shin-Chi's Tier 4 skill, Wailing Wraith, was already closing in. A frost imbued with intense resentment descended upon the two-headed ogre's head. Resentful Frost LV2. Upon hitting the target, it caused mental confusion, inducing a stun state, reduced 60% of defense, increased allied piercing damage by twofold, lasting 20 seconds. The two-headed ogre was stunned again. For a full 20 seconds, Scarface's expression changed drastically. He was so furious he wanted to curse. Alarms of danger blared in his mind. Ilya's Netherworld sniper was fully charged. Boom! The aura of death erupted. In the next moment, the arrow was released. The arrow carried an overwhelming killing intent. Its speed unimaginably fast, crossing all distance in an instant, piercing straight into the two-headed ogre's head. There was no way to block it. Boom! The aura of death spread out. A terrifying damage number appeared: 12, 215, 123. Over 10 million damage in a single shot. Scarface's eyes widened, his eyeballs nearly popping out. He stared blankly at the scene, his entire body frozen like a statue. After a long moment, he vaguely heard Shin-Chi's cold voice ringing in his ears. "Didn't you say to give me a chance to kill you? I've never heard such a strange request. A peculiar demand. Alright then, since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." Scarface was stunned, his mind blank. What did I mean? I told you to kill me, and you actually took me out in one move? Scarface was completely at a loss for words. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. This was the first time in his life he had felt so stifled. It was supposed to be just a formality, but you directly sent me to my death. My two-headed ogre didn't even get a chance to show its strength. Scarface stared at the corpse of his two-headed ogre, his eyes bloodshot, his heart filled with shock. This was his proudest combat power, the foundation of his dominance in the wilderness. Yet, it was taken down in one move by a rookie he had always looked down upon. His mind was spinning, his legs gave way, and he almost fell. Bald Scarface realized he had made a grave mistake. This person was absolutely not the kind of easy-to-bully rookie he had imagined. As he stood there in a daze, a gust of wind brushed past his ears. Only then did he notice that the sounds of battle around him had already grown sparse. Looking up and glancing around, he was horrified to find that the battle had almost ended without him realizing it. The ogre army had suffered heavy casualties. The two-headed ogre was dead. The reinforcements for the ogres had vanished. Morale plummeted drastically. Meanwhile, the skeleton army was attacking ferociously. Tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers surged forward like a tide, wave after wave, without pause. A fourth-tier ogre warrior was surrounded by dozens of skeleton soldiers. The skeletons worked together to unleash the fierce ghost stab skill, instantly piercing the ogre until it looked like a sieve. Not a single patch of skin was intact. The scene was unbearably gruesome. Elsewhere, a fifth-tier ogre fighter was besieged by dozens of fourth-tier undead cavalry. The skeleton riders launched bloody trample, their iron hooves stomping down mercilessly. The ogre fighter was instantly crushed like a rotten tomato, blood mist filling the air, the killing intent palpable. Scarface stared at the scene in shock. He finally realized that his forces had been completely depleted. He stood there in a daze. The next second, a strong sense of danger surged through him. He saw the damned little brat staring at him coldly. Only one thought filled his mind: run. If he delayed any longer, he might lose his life. Scarface knew he had truly encountered a tough opponent today. What on earth were these skeletons? He suddenly recalled a distant memory of seeing the renowned undead lord, the Filth Marquis, leading a skeleton army into battle. But, he swore, the pressure from that Filth Marquis was far less intense than what he felt from this newcomer before him. And the Filth Marquis was of a higher level than him. Yet this one was just a rookie who had recently entered the wilderness. Scarface's face turned as dark as it could get. Damn brat, today must be my unlucky day. To think you'd beat me this badly. Next time, I'll make sure you pay. With that, he turned and ran. However, Scarface had only taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He suddenly realized he was already surrounded. From all directions, dense ranks of skeletons formed an impenetrable wall of bone, encircling him completely. The three strongest skeletons silently spread out to his left and right, cutting off any escape routes. Thousands upon thousands of skeletons piled together, the ghostly flames in their skulls flickering eerily, sending chills down one's spine. The wind swept across the grasslands, causing the flames to sway, as if even the killing intent grew stronger with the breeze. Blood still dripped from the weapons in the skeleton's hands, staining the grass a glaring red. Scarface's heart tightened. His head buzzed, and adrenaline surged wildly. It was over, he was in big trouble. He froze in place, his face as pale as paper. On the other side, the short man with small eyes was also surrounded by skeletons, with no way out. He was trembling like a leaf, his teeth chattering audibly. A chill ran down his spine, and cold sweat soaked through his vest. His brows furrowed tightly as if making a monumental decision, and he suddenly bit his lip hard. Blood immediately seeped out. He silently recited in his heart, "I've wandered all my life, and I never thought I'd meet my end here. Brother Jiang once taught me, a man must have backbone. Better to die standing than live kneeling, never bowing to beg for mercy. Even in death, I must grit my teeth and endure. I believe the boss thinks the same. Today, even if we die, we must preserve our dignity. It's all about that unyielding spirit." He clenched his teeth, his gaze firm, forcing himself to stay calm. Yet his lips still trembled slightly. He turned his head, his voice loud and full of resolve, "Boss, let's fight to the end." At that moment, Scarface suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud. His face was full of flattery as he desperately begged for mercy. "Boss, please, have mercy and spare me. I was blind, completely wrong. If you let me go today, I promise to repay you generously in the future. I was just a fool, a clown, daring to act up in front of you. Please, just think of me as a passing breeze and let me go." The short man with small eyes stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded. Shin-Chi was also stunned. After a moment, he clenched his fist, coughed lightly, and said indifferently, "You look more spirited when you're defiant. How about regaining some of that backbone?" Scarface shuffled forward on his knees, getting closer to Shin-Chi, clasping his hands together and begging desperately. "No, brother, no. Father, no. Grandpa, you're my grandpa. My real grandpa. Please show mercy and spare me." Scarface grinned, but his smile was uglier than crying, his face wrinkled like a clown's. "I'll offer you all my treasures. I can even be your dog. If you're unhappy, feel free to use me for amusement. Just spare me. Everything I own is here, along with my brother Lao He's belongings. We'll offer them all to you. Would you like to take a look now? Or, how about slapping me right now to cheer yourself up?" Scarface's previous arrogance and ferocity were completely gone. He flailed his arms and legs like a clown, desperately trying to please. The short man with small eyes beside him was dumbfounded, his worldview shattered, questioning his existence. Shin-Chi seemed to develop some interest in this farce. Surrounded by skeletons, he took a step forward. Scarface's eyes lit up slightly as he saw Shin-Chi approach, a barely noticeable smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Just as Shin-Chi was about to continue forward, he suddenly stopped, hesitating. Scarface immediately grew nervous. He suddenly cried out loudly, "Dear father, I'll kowtow to you, please spare me." As he spoke, he crawled forward a few steps on his knees, his forehead hitting the dirt heavily. This action brought him closer to Shin-Chi. Everyone around was stunned. Scarface secretly rejoiced. The effective range had been reached. The pendant on his neck slipped out from his open collar, emitting a strange red glow. Shin-Chi's eyes widened instantly upon seeing the pendant. Not good. He felt as if he had been pricked by needles, his entire body going numb and frozen in place. Seeing this, Scarface burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you little brat, fell into Grandpa's trap, didn't you? You're dead. This golden level instant death curse statue can kill any target within 10 meters instantly. Die." His laughter was wild and triumphant, as if the person begging for mercy earlier wasn't him at all. He gripped the statue tightly, staring at Shin-Chi with a sinister gaze. The next second, the statue emitted a strong red light, exuding an ominous aura. Scarface's face was twisted with madness, his excitement reaching its peak. The instant death curse was an incredibly powerful rule-based skill. As long as the conditions were met, the target would die instantly. Shin-Chi's face was filled with shock, finally realizing he was in grave danger. His expression was a mix of anger, fear, and regret. These emotions greatly pleased Scarface. This kid was too naive to challenge Grandpa. His bloodshot eyes seemed to envision Shin-Chi collapsing before him, and he couldn't help but laugh again. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Scarface's laughter came to an abrupt halt. Shin-Chi's expression turned serious as he muttered under his breath, "Instant death curse? So it's a curse, then it's fine." He seemed to recall something, scratching his head lightly, his face quickly returning to calmness, as if nothing had happened. This was the first effect of the Crown of Trials. Immunity to all curses. The Crown of Trials was a treasure bestowed by heaven, also a rule-based item with extremely high authority. The golden level curse had no effect on him at all. Scarface froze, dumbfounded. After his grand performance, it turned out to be completely ineffective? He was utterly stunned. My golden item, instant death curse, why doesn't it work on him? Why? His face turned pale in an instant. His eyes widened, bloodshot, as if he had seen something terrifying. His limbs felt like they were filled with lead, unable to move. Shin-Chi had seen enough, and his expression instantly turned cold. All emotions were withdrawn, becoming extremely indifferent. He glanced faintly at Scarface, raised his hand slightly, signaling the skeleton hero beside him. Then, the skeleton generals and skeleton sharpshooters on both sides simultaneously stepped forward, slowly approaching Scarface. The signal of death had been sent. Scarface finally snapped out of it, completely panicked. His heart raced uncontrollably, the sense of danger rapidly spreading from his spine to his limbs. He forced a faint smile and looked at Shin-Chi, saying, dear Grandpa, can we talk this out peacefully? He steeled himself, thinking, if anyone dares to come closer, I'll drag them down with me. But in the next second, he suddenly felt his heart pounding violently, his ears buzzing, as if he could hear the sound of his heart slamming against his chest. Bang! His senses seemed to disconnect. His vision instantly went black. Scarface fell heavily to the ground, face down. Like a dead dog, his body twitched for a moment before becoming completely still. A layer of purple curse runes glowed faintly on his body before slowly dissipating. Behind Shin-Chi, Theodore slowly lowered his staff, completing the spell, Curse of Demise. Shen. She spoke indifferently, as if addressing the deceased Scarface, I wasted a curse on you, so I'll return it to you. No need to thank me. Shortly after, the system notification sounded, your skeleton Archbishop Theodore has killed the Lord Jiang Hongchang, loot obtained, Soul Crystal * 12487, Spirit Crystal * 115476, Blueprint for Entrance Building of Dragon Burial Secret Land * 1, Abomination Soul Orb * 1, Talent Mark, Burning Soul Resolve, Fragment, * 1. Shun-Chi paused for a moment. Wow, just entered the wilderness and someone already sent me startup funds. Not bad. He slowly turned his head to look at the short man with small eyes beside him. The short man stood lifelessly in place, as if his soul had been drained, motionless. Not long after, in a place Shin-Chi hadn't noticed, the regional chat channel on the system panel began to explode with messages. Holy crap, brothers, something big happened. Everyone, look here. What happened? Don't scare me. I was just taking a dump. What's going on? It's about those two brothers. Exile He Wen and Plunderer Jiang Hongchang. They're dead. I have a friend in their guild, and I heard the guild channel is in chaos. Someone immediately replied, huh? Those two scumbags? Finally dead. I'm celebrating right now. Someone finally cleaned up those tumors. Another said, wait, no, you must be mistaken, right? Weren't those two the watchdogs of the Curved Blade Brotherhood? You can't just beat the dog without considering the owner. Who's so bold to directly provoke the Curved Blade Brotherhood? Exactly. That guild isn't easy to mess with. Although those two aren't key figures, this incident is like directly slapping the Curved Blade Brotherhood in the face. Taking out their guild members is practically rubbing salt on the wound, clearly a provocation. Damn, that's not even the main point. The key is, who has the ability to directly deal with those two? True, I was once tricked by those two, almost got wiped out. I wish I could take revenge, but I have to admit they're really strong. Could it be someone from the fearsome Jasmine faction? Recently, people have seen the abomination which getting close to them. Regardless, it must have been a big shot who acted. Maybe they, like us, couldn't stand those two causing trouble everywhere. You're making me want to meet this big shot. To take out both of them at once, it must have been a mountain-level big shot. Jiang Hongchang was already level 59. Even a mountain-level big shot might find it difficult. Doesn't concern us little. Level 30 rookies. On the vast, boundless grassland, the fierce wind howled. Thick clouds in the sky blocked out any sunlight. The entire world carried a chilling coldness. The grassland, which should have been full of vitality, felt devoid of any life. Instead, it exuded a desolate stillness, like that of a wasteland. Looking around, there was no sign of life on the grassland. After Shin-Chi finished the battle, he led the 10,000-strong Jin Yuan Skeleton Legion back to the ancient battlefield, leaving only 3 heroes to guard his side. Standing in place, he surveyed his surroundings, preparing to scout the map before making his next move. Moments later, he raised the Journey of the Dead lantern, and a small portal appeared before him, emitting a faint purple glow. A skeletal bird emerged from the portal in response to his call, its body reduced to just a skeleton without a single feather. It spread its bony wings and lightly ascended into the sky, flying higher and higher until it became a small dot in the distance, disappearing into the wind. Shin-Chi's expression tightened as he immediately activated Eye of Dominion. This skill allowed him to share the perspective of any undead unit. Instantly, it was as if Shin-Chi had opened the eyes of a giant, his vision rapidly expanding. The vast expanse of the world unfolded before him, with clouds and mist slowly drifting around him. He gazed down at the sprawling grasslands beneath his feet, taking in everything within a 10-mile radius. The grassland was indeed vast, with no visible settlements in sight light, no lord's territory, no native tribes, and no towns. Shun-Chi turned his gaze eastward, where the horizon revealed a faintly visible line of gray, low-lying mountains stretching continuously. At the foot of the mountains lay a small, dark green forest. Turning westward, he saw layers of towering mountains in the distance, and faintly discerned a wall that soared into the clouds, clearly not a natural formation. However, it was extremely far away, likely over 100 kilometers, making it difficult to discern any details. Looking north, about 20 miles away, a thick black fog blanketed a vast area, forming a dense wall of mist. The fog extended widely to the left and right, obscuring whatever lay within its depths. As Shun-Chi gazed at the black mist, a strange feeling welled up inside him. It was as if something within the mist was silently watching him, eerie and inexplicable. He couldn't tell if it was a sense of danger or some kind of peculiar allure. It seemed that this mist-shrouded area would have to be included in his future exploration plans. After completing his initial reconnaissance, Shun-Chi closed the skeletal bird's perspective and returned to his own. He noticed that about 100 meters away, the grass was lower and sparser, making it a suitable spot to establish a territory. The surrounding area was flat grassland with an open view, and for now, no aggressive creatures had been detected. However, Shun-Chi felt a vague sense of unease. Logically, this area seemed like a good place to settle, yet there were no signs of human habitation, which felt somewhat off. He analyzed several possibilities. First, it could be a water source issue. His initial reconnaissance hadn't revealed any obvious water sources, such as streams or lakes. Second, the grassland might truly be vast, so much so that the population density was extremely low. Third, he speculated, perhaps irrationally, that the lack of settlements nearby might be related to the black mist to the north. Of course, these were all just guesses. After all, this was the great wilderness, and Shun-Chi's understanding of this land was limited. Everything would have to be explored. Gradually, he decided not to dwell on these questions and resolved to begin establishing his territory. After all, having a territory was essential for many things to progress. It wasn't that he didn't want to be cautious, but at the moment, he needed to secure a foundation first. After a long period of observation and site selection, Shun-Chi finally made up his mind to start building his territory. In the Endless Land, establishing a territory as a lord didn't mean it was permanent. Once strong enough, one could obtain advanced items like city relocation orders through various means, allowing for territory relocation or even the establishment of multiple bases. But for now, the most important thing was to establish a solid foundation. Building a territory, gathering resources, stabilizing development, and enhancing combat power were essential to facing the constant threats emerging in the great wilderness. For instance, Zhang Hongchang and He Wen, whom Shun-Chi had defeated earlier, had encountered lords far stronger than themselves as soon as they landed. Ordinary novices would have been utterly wiped out. Shun-Chi was well aware that the great wilderness was known as the Land of Peril, where monsters, terrain, natives, and even other lords could all pose threats. He walked to the chosen location, opened the system panel, clicked on the Blueprint tab, and placed the territory blueprint from the novice trial. This was a one-time blueprint gifted by the system to official lords. A blue light point flew out from in front of him, hovered 10 meters away, and suddenly burst into a strong blue light, forming a spherical light membrane that rapidly expanded, covering an area of 3,000 square meters. Within the territory, a castle occupying 300 square meters rose from the ground. Nearby, other structures appeared, including an ancient battlefield portal, skeleton sharpshooter hero altar, tier 3 mage tower, blacksmith shop, and vampire castle. Shun-Chi opened the territory panel, and the system notification sounded in his ear. You have one free chance to rename your territory. Would you like to use it? If unused within 3 days, it will expire. Shun-Chi thought for a moment and decisively responded, use it. Rename to 9 Netherworlds. The system immediately confirmed the renaming is successful. A blue transparent panel appeared, displaying 9 Netherworlds Lord, Shun-Chi level, 2 template, Eternal Night Graveyard HP, 5,000 area, 3,000 square meters warehouse capacity, 10,000 building limit, 20 territory attributes, 8 items, expandable. For details resources required for upgrade, 10,000 spirit crystals, 10,000 stones, 10,000 wood, 5,000 iron ore, 3,000 crystals, 1,000 silver ore, 500 agate. Shun-Chi then opened the character panel to inventory his personal assets and resources. Spirit crystals, 8,349,452, soul crystals, 15,786, wood, 140,235, stone, 124,578, thatch, 5,421, hemp, 3,214, iron ore, 13,044, copper ore, 2,145, silver ore, 4,215, gold ore, 500, agate, 603, jade, 1,614, crystal, 5,857. Quartz, 2,504. He noticed the resource soul crystals, which might be unique to the Great Wilderness, but he decided to set it aside for now. The other resources were just enough to upgrade the territory by one level. Without hesitation, he clicked to upgrade. The system notified, "Your territory has been successfully upgraded." With a tremor, Shinchi felt the territory's area suddenly expand, growing to 8,000 square meters, 2 to 3 times larger. This was the power boost provided by the territory template Eternal Night Graveyard. With the tenfold enhancement, the territory's area expanded rapidly. Looking around, the most significant change was the Lord's castle. It had become larger, more magnificent, and imposing. It upgraded from 2 floors to 3. The outer wall design was more ornate. The front and back courtyards became much more spacious. While retaining the undead-themed elements, the details were more refined, exuding a sense of luxury and grandeur. The eerie atmosphere remained, but it now emphasized solemnity and dignity. The entire castle, including the courtyards, occupied over 800 square meters. Compared to the boundless wilderness around it appeared particularly out of place. However, thanks to the mythical template Eternal Night Graveyard, the territory was hidden within a semiplane. Its appearance and aura could be concealed. There was no need to worry about passers-by spotting a large castle from afar and causing trouble. Shinchi opened the territory panel again to carefully review the upgraded territory's attributes. On the path to becoming a lord, one important goal was upgrading the territory. Territories could be upgraded from level 1 to level 9. Each level required consuming a large amount of resources. The later the stage, the more astonishing the resources needed for each level upgrade. Some even required special resources. Most lords would get stuck at a certain level upgrade checkpoint. However, with each level upgrade, the territory's attributes would improve significantly, including territory area, core HP, warehouse storage capacity, building quantity, and more. In the later stages, lords could even establish duchies, kingdoms, or even empires. There were even legends that top-tier lords could directly open domains in the void. Shinchi's territory information displays. 9. Netherlord, Shinchi level, 3 template, Eternal Night Grave soil HP, 30,000 area, 8,000 square meters warehouse capacity, 50,000 territory building limit, 100 territory attributes, 8 items. Click to view resources required. For upgrade, 200,000 spirit crystals, 50,000 stones, 50,000 stone bricks, 50,000 wooden planks, 50,000 logs, 5,000 iron ingots, 3,000 copper ingots, 1,000 silver ingots, 800 glass, 8,000 crystals, 2,000 agates, 2,000 glazed stones, 2,000 jades. Any tier 4 elemental essence * 100 special resources required for upgrade. High quality bones * 500, high quality soul fire * 500, obsidian * 1000 upgrade requirements. Lord level 30, territory HP above 80%, territory repair level above 80%. Shinchi carefully examined the details. With the support of the mythical template, the attributes of the territory were remarkably enhanced. This was far beyond what an ordinary level 3 territory could achieve. However, precisely because of the mythical template, the resources required to upgrade to level 4 were simply insane. Next, Shinchi decided to carefully plan the layout of the territory. Since long-term development was the goal, it was necessary to focus on all aspects of construction. It couldn't be like in the trial grounds, where only combat power was prioritized and other aspects were minimized wherever possible. He took out some building materials related to territory development, including basic hunter's cabin, fishing cabin, logging cabin, and gathering cabin. These cabins required small amounts of wood, stone, thatch, and hemp to construct. Each cabin could accommodate up to 10 people, who would automatically go out to gather, log, hunt, and fish. Gatherers were responsible for collecting berries, fruits, thatch, and hemp, while hunters hunted small wild animals. Fishermen focused on fishing, and loggers cut down trees. These basic facilities would provide stable resource support for the territory. The Lord could freely arrange the time, duration, and scope of work for those going out. The presence of the cabins would increase the work efficiency of all residents by 10%. Shinchi built 2 cabins of each type on an open space. In addition, he constructed a basic workshop cabin. This workshop cabin was equipped with a workbench, allowing the use of basic resources to craft simple weapons, tools, furniture, and items. Examples included crude swords, wooden bows and arrows, spears, simple axes, pickaxes, sickles, hoes, fishing rods and carts, as well as buckets, hemp ropes, hemp cloth, campfires, torches, wooden tables, wooden stools, wooden chairs, wooden beds, wooden cabinets, and fences. The quantity and variety were limited and the production efficiency was average, mainly focusing on functionality. To create more advanced tools, corresponding blueprints were required, which could then be used at the workbench. Advanced items not only had rare blueprints but also required scarce materials and sometimes specialized tools, techniques, and skilled craftsmen. However, the performance of the crafted items would be excellent. Additionally, the workshop cabin itself needed to be upgraded and equipped with various processing equipment, as the collected basic resources had to be processed into secondary resources. Upgrading the territory and crafting various blueprints require secondary resources. For example, wood needs to be processed into logs, planks, or sticks. Stone must be fired into stone bricks. Ores need to be smelted into ingots using a furnace. During processing, there is a certain loss of basic resources. Therefore, developing the territory demands a significant amount of resources. Fortunately, Shin-Chi accumulated a considerable amount of resources during the novice trials, so he is relatively well stocked. This allows him to focus on development for a while. However, he will eventually need to send people out to explore more resource channels and establish a stable supply chain. For now, Shin-Chi has decided to build a golden grade, perfect quality city walled golden fortress. The defense of the territory relies on walls. The sturdier the walls, the safer the territory and the more secure the lord. Initially, only wooden fences and stone barriers can be used, which offer very poor defense. Thus, upgrading the walls is a top priority. Shin-Chi possesses a blueprint for constructing city walls obtained from the trial of the gods. This city wall, golden fortress, is a terrifying golden grade, perfect quality structure. Golden fortress type, city wall grade, golden perfect durability, 500,000 defense, 2,000 reflect damage, 1%. The attributes of this wall are incredibly powerful. The durability of 500,000 is equivalent to 500,000 health points. Enemies must deplete this 500,000 health before they can breach the territory. Additionally, the wall's defense value is as high as 2,000, meaning any attack must exceed 2,000 to actually damage the durability. The most impressive feature is its 1% reflect damage effect. Enemy attacks will cause them to suffer 1% of the damage themselves, making it a headache for anyone attempting to siege the wall. However, the requirements for constructing this golden grade, perfect quality wall are also very high. The estimated resources needed, based on the territory's area, are as follows: spirit crystals, 100,000 stone, 100,000 or stone bricks, 30,000 wood, 100,000 iron ore, 3,000 or iron ingots, 1,000 clay, 500 tier 5 earth element essence, 1 construction time, 6 hours construction personnel, 50 workers or 2 professional architects. Shin-Chi counted carefully and found he was still short of 500 units of clay. He decided to send a team of skeleton soldiers to gather it. Luckily, the missing materials were not much. Finally, he could officially begin constructing the territory. It seemed the upcoming days would be extremely busy. 20 miles away from Shin-Chi's territory, thick fog enveloped the area, obscuring the view entirely. In midair, a man was riding a flying unit, a wind sparrow, intently observing the situation below. His eyes were fixed on the dense fog, his brows furrowing repeatedly, and his expression growing increasingly serious, clearly showing his concern. After a while, he muttered to himself, "Why is this fog so thick? And the range has expanded significantly. It seems the scale and intensity of tomorrow's abyssal riot will definitely be no small matter. I must hurry back to report and prepare." He snapped out of his thoughts and noticed several wisps of black mist drifting toward him. Only then did he realize he had unknowingly flown closer to the ground, almost entering the dense fog. His eyes widened in alarm, and he felt a surge of tension. This demonic miasma is becoming more terrifying. He immediately controlled the wind sparrow to fly away quickly, escaping the black mists. Reach. It was now around 3 p.m. Shin-Chi had preliminarily drafted his next plan. First, construct a new barracks and recruit a batch of units. Then, lead the soldiers to scout nearby areas and gather basic resources. He also planned to venture further north to investigate the specifics of the fog. Without delay, Shin-Chi arrived at an open space and took out the barracks, a tier 4 skeleton mage tower. He softly said, "Construct." A purple glass orb, the size of a fist, automatically floated to the designated location and instantly emitted dazzling purple light. The miniature outline of the mage tower inside the orb rapidly expanded, and an ancient gray tower appeared on the ground. Ding! You have successfully constructed a tier 4 skeleton mage tower. You can now recruit tier 4 skeleton archmages. Recruitment requirements: Spirit crystals *10,000, tier 3 dark element essence *1, weekly recruitment limit 100. After hearing the system prompt, Shin-Chi thought to himself, element essence? Previously, when preparing potions in the ancient alchemist's garden, he must have accumulated quite a bit of low-tier elemental essence. He immediately opened his backpack and carefully searched. In the corner, he indeed found 8 portions of dark elemental essence. With the 20% cost reduction provided by the territory template, he could recruit 10 skeleton archmages this time. He decisively commanded, "Recruit 10 skeleton archmages. Spirit crystals *80,000 Tier 3 Dark Elemental Essence *8. Recruitment successful." In an instant, the skeleton mage tower emitted a rich purple glow. 10 basketball-sized purple light orbs floated out from the tower and landed on the ground in front of Shinchi. The light orbs transformed into 10 humanoid figures, and as the glow dissipated, 10 Tier 4 skeleton archmages appeared. They stood about 1.8 meters tall, wearing long robes, pointed wizard hats, and leather belts around their waists. They held primitive staffs, the bottoms of which lightly touched the ground. Within their skeletal skulls burned 2 ghostly blue soul flames, blazing intensely. Shin-Chi excitedly checked the unit panel. Unit, Skeleton Archmage, Tier 4, Level 1, HP 121, Magic Attack 189, Defense 36, Agility 12, Mental Power 126, Skill 1, Lifelink LV1, allows all present skeleton archmages to share HP and distribute damage equally. During the link, all connected units gain +2 armor. Casting time, 3 seconds, mental power cost, 50, duration, 30 minutes, cooldown, 20 minutes. Skill 2, Summon Skeleton LV1, consumes 50 mental power to summon a Tier 3 skeleton warrior of the same level, up to 4 at a time. Casting time, 5 seconds, duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 5 minutes. Skill 3, Chain Corpse Explosion LV1, can detonate enemy corpses, chaining explosions to up to 4 nearby corpses. Each explosion deals 3x magic attack as area damage. Casting time, 8 seconds, mental power cost, 55, cooldown, 4 minutes. Skill 4, Necromantic Arrow LV1, fires a magical arrow from the staff that slightly tracks the target, dealing 1.5x magic damage and causing a brief interruption effect. Casting time, 2 seconds, mental power cost, 20, cooldown, 5 seconds. Shin-Chi's eyes lit up. A level 1 skeleton archmage actually had 4 skills. Lifelink allowed all skeleton archmages to share HP while granting each linked unit +2 armor, significantly enhancing the survival of these fragile mages. Chain Corpse Explosion could chain detonate enemy corpses, with each explosion dealing triple damage. This skill could quickly amplify their advantage. Necromantic Arrow was a mid to long range single target spell attack with tracking and interruption, providing stable output. Finally, the most critical skill was Summon Skeleton. This was the core skill of the Skeleton Archmage. At level 1, Summon Skeleton could summon up to 4 Tier 3 skeleton warriors of the same level. Having 1 Skeleton Archmage on the battlefield was equivalent to having 5 skeleton units. More importantly, Shin-Chi knew that this summoning skill would undergo earth-shattering changes as it leveled up. As long as the Skeleton Archmage had enough mental power, it could continuously summon skeleton units to fight. It could even summon Tier 4 or Tier 5 skeleton units. That was the true power of a skeleton archmage. In summary, this was a unit with immense potential, well worth cultivating for the late game. Next, Shin-Chi walked to the vampire castle. He opened the recruitment interface. Recruit. Vampire count? Recruitment requirements, 100,000 spirit crystals, 1,000 crystals, 100 emeralds. He checked his resources. Spirit crystals were sufficient. He still had 2,847 crystals and 1,614 emeralds. Thanks to the 20% cost reduction for undead units provided by the mythical territory template Eternal Night Necropolis, he could recruit 3 Tier 6 vampire counts. Without hesitation, Shin-Chi began the recruitment. After all, having 1 more Tier 6 unit meant having 1 more source of powerful firepower. Recruitment successful. 2400 crystals, 240 jade, 240,000 spirit crystals, swish, 3 deep crimson beams shot out from the ancient vampire castle, transforming into 3 figures before Shin-Chi. 3 vampire counts, 2 men and 1 woman. Shin-Chi summoned back the vampire counts from the ancient battlefield that he had called upon last time. For vampire counts stood together, each with handsome features and an imposing aura. Their noble and cold aristocratic demeanor, combined with their formidable strength, sent chills down their enemies' spines. Shin-Chi gathered the 10 skeleton archmages and 4 vampire counts summoned today to allocate prayer points, which are essentially free experience points. After the last divine trial, Shin-Chi had used the remaining tens of millions of free experience points to upgrade the skeleton army. Over 3/4 of the main combat units had been leveled up to level 30. Now, there were still over 3 million experience points left. Shin-Chi decided to first level up these 14 level 1 units to level 20. Ping! Your skeleton archmage has leveled up from level 1 to level 21. Your vampire count has leveled up from level 1 to level 21. All 14 units were leveled up to level 21, consuming nearly the remaining 2 million experience points were set aside for emergencies. By shortening the initial growth period of new units, Shin-Chi planned to take them off for leveling, continuously accumulating new prayer points to enhance their strength. In the Endless Land, without the daily novice trials, he had to find places to level up on his own. Shin-Chi opened the attribute panels for Skeleton Archmage and Vampire Count to check the upgraded stats. Skeleton Archmage, level 21 tier, for HP 2564 magic attack, 3975 defense, 749 agility, 147 spirit, 447 skills. 1. Lifelink LV2 shares HP with all skeleton archmages present, collectively bearing damage. During the link, all linked units gain +4 armor. Chant time, 3 seconds, consumes 60 spirit, lasts 30 minutes, cooldown, 20 minutes. 2. Summon Skeleton LV2, consumes 50 spirit. To summon a level equivalent tier 3 skeleton warrior, up to 8 at a time. Chant time, 5 seconds, lasts 10 minutes, cooldown, 5 minutes. 3. Chain Corpse Explosion LV1, detonates enemy corpses and triggers chain explosions on nearby corpses, up to 8 times. Each explosion deals 3x the caster's magic attack as area damage. Chant time, 8 seconds, consumes 55 spirit, cooldown, 4 minutes. For Necromantic Arrow LV2, fires a magic arrow from the staff, weakly tracking the target, dealing 1.9x magic damage and causing slight interruption. Chant time, 2 seconds, consumes 24 spirit, cooldown, 5 seconds. All skills were upgraded. Armor bonuses, chain explosion counts, and summon quantities were all doubled. This meant their strength had doubled as well. Now, a single skeleton archmage could summon 8 skeleton warriors, practically forming an army. Vampire count, level 21 tier, 6 HP, 10798 magic attack, 6621 defense, 3547 agility, 547 spirit, 397 traits. The cloak can transform into giant bat wings for flight. Skills 1. Crimson Thirst LV2, passive, converts 20% of damage dealt to enemies into self-healing, no cooldown. 2. Blood Gift LV2, sacrifices 2% of own HP to restore the HP of allies within a 7-meter radius. Restoration amount equals 24% of own HP, consumes 90 spirit, cooldown, 5 seconds. 3. Revenant Bat, summons a vampire bat to circle around. Each time the caster is attacked, the bat absorbs 20% of the damage and stores it as soul power. Upon death, the bat uses soul power to revive the caster, up to 60% of their max HP. Even without absorbing damage, it can absorb 20% of fatal damage before death and revive. Cooldown, 3 hours, consumes 200 spirit. For the Blood Curse, summons a swarm of bats to attack enemies, disrupting and slowly draining their HP. When attacked, the bats explode, affecting and detonating nearby bats. Explosion damage is 1.8 times the base attack. Consumes 70 spirit, cooldown 1 minute. 5. Blood Weeping Rose LV2. Rose vines grow under the feet of enemies within a 15-meter range. The vines gradually extend and tightly entangle the enemies, dealing damage every second for 25 seconds, affecting up to 12 enemies. The roses turn red after absorbing blood, and the vine's attack power gradually increases. Initial attack power is 0.9 times the base attack, increasing every second thereafter. Base attack power doubles. Spirit consumption, 95 points, cooldown, 15 seconds. The vampire count's health has surpassed 10,000, and his magic attack has reached 6,000 points. His attributes are outstanding, completely on par with Shin-Chi's skeleton soldiers who have experienced countless battles. The current vampire count is capable of handling tasks independently. This is the strength of a tier 6 unit, and it's no joke. Moreover, several of the vampire count's skills have been upgraded. The improvement in skill stats means stronger attacks and greater power. Afterward, Shin-Chi entered the workshop and began mass-producing simple axes, pickaxes, sickles, and hoes. He made hundreds of each tool, consuming large amounts of basic resources like stone, wood, and linen. These tools were prepared for the laborers who were about to go out to gather resources. With axes for chopping trees, pickaxes for mining, sickles for cutting grass, and hoes for farming, even the simplest tools were far more efficient than working barehanded. He also made a batch of wooden barrels and several carts for transporting materials, just in case. Next, Shin-Chi summoned 30 skeleton warriors, 30 skeleton archers, 10 skeleton shield guards, 10 undead mages, and 6 undead cavalry from the ancient battle battlefield. Along with 10 newly summoned skeleton grand mages and 4 vampire counts, he formed a temporary squad of 100. The reasonable mix and level combination of various units enhanced the team's defensive and cooperative capabilities while ensuring diverse attack methods. Melee, ranged, physical, and magical outputs were all covered. This expedition was not only for gathering resources and collecting geographical information of the surrounding area but also for leveling up the new units. Shinchi assigned 40 skeleton soldiers from the 100-member squad to the gathering hut, hunting hut, fishing hut, and logging hut, respectively. Each was registered before regrouping, aiming to let them enjoy the 10% work efficiency bonus provided by each hut, thereby increasing overall output. He then distributed a set of labor tools to each skeleton soldier, including axes, sickles, pickaxes, and hoes, while keeping the wooden barrels and carts in his backpack. Afterward, Shinchi instructed Skeleton General Asin and Skeleton Sharpshooter Ilya, the 2 heroes, to lead 1,000 skeleton warriors, 1,000 skeleton archers, 1,000 skeleton shield guards, and 500 undead cavalry to form ranks and guard the territory, ensuring its safety. Shinchi planned to take Skeleton Archbishop Theodore and the 100-member skeleton squad to gather resources, explore the map, and level up. He stepped out of the territory and gazed at the vast land. During the last reconnaissance mission with the skeletal bird, he remembered there were mountains and forests far to the east where the ecological environment was richer and more suitable for gathering. So this time, he planned to lead the main force eastward, gathering resources on the grasslands while approaching the mountains. To improve marching efficiency, he first recalled the main force back to the ancient battlefield, leaving only Theodore, 4 vampire counts, and 5 skeleton warriors to accompany him. He planned to release the main force again near the mountains. After mapping out the route, he summoned the skeletal bird, mounted it, and spread its wings, flying slowly toward the mountains. The vampire counts, Theodore, and the 5 skeleton warriors followed on the ground, while Shinchi took charge of navigation and scouting for enemies and terrain from the air. The ground team was responsible for collecting any resources they encountered, such as shrubs, trees, thatch, stones, and clay, which were sometimes hidden in the grass and obscured by dense vegetation. Everything proceeded according to plan. Shinchi rode on the skeletal bird, leisurely flying forward. A cool breeze gently brushed against his body. Sometimes he flew higher to observe from afar, and other times he lowered his altitude to carefully examine the details on the ground, ensuring he remained within the line of sight of the skeletal soldiers behind him. Theodore's wind cessation staff allowed the skeletal bird to hover briefly, and the vampire counts could also fly. The 4 vampire counts spread their massive bat wings and followed closely behind Shinchi along with Theodore. Meanwhile, 5 skeletal warriors jogged along the ground. From time to time, system notifications sounded in Shinchi's ears. Your skeletal warrior has collected 3 stones, your vampire count has collected 5 pieces of wood, your vampire count has collected 4 pieces of clay. In this manner, they traveled intermittently for about an hour and a half. The mountain range they were heading toward was now within sight. They transitioned from grasslands to low shrubs and then into dense broadleaf forests. Further ahead lay rolling hills, and in the distance, tall mountain peaks loomed faintly. From afar, the mountain range appeared as a faint gray shadow, but as they approached, Shinchi realized it was much larger than he had imagined. It would certainly take more than a day to explore. For now, he decided to conduct a preliminary reconnaissance. Shinchi flew the skeletal bird into the air. Approaching the hillside, the vegetation on the ground grew denser. Faint bird calls echoed from the distant forest, occasionally accompanied by the roars of beasts. Shinchi pondered. The upcoming exploration was likely to be dangerous. However, that was exactly what he wanted. After all, wasn't the purpose of venturing out to fight monsters and level up? As he was thinking, a sudden scream came from the hillside. Ah! A man's voice rang out abruptly, filled with pain. Immediately after, a man was violently flung into the air by something. He traced an arc in the sky before crashing heavily to the ground not far from Shinchi, landing with a dull thud. The man gasped for breath, cursing incessantly. Shinchi's expression tightened. Another unfamiliar lord. The man struggled on the ground for a while before regaining his composure. He stood up, cautiously scanning his surroundings. Sensing something, he suddenly looked up, his gaze locking onto Shinchi. He froze momentarily. Shinchi also looked at him. The stranger's eyes instantly turned wary. The two exchanged a brief glance. Shinchi caught the surprise and vigilance on the man's face. The man quickly averted his gaze. After just one look, took a deep breath, and clumsily got up. Then, he swiftly ran toward the other side of the hillside. Shinchi watched him leave cautiously, then turned his attention to the spot on the hillside where the man had been flung from. There was a cave. The entrance was large, covered in rocks and entwined with vines. Shrubs and branches obscured most of the entrance, making it difficult to see inside. However, the pitch-black cave exuded an eerie aura, as if dangerous creatures were lurking within. Shin-Chi frowned. He had to check it out. He guided the skeletal bird to glide down slowly. After landing, he glanced back. Shin-Chi summoned the skeletal soldiers that had fallen behind. Moments later, Shin-Chi and his group carefully observed the cave before them. He was fully alert, ready to face any potential attacks. From his backpack, he drew a bronze-grade lord's iron sword. Although he hadn't yet learned swordsmanship, it was more than sufficient for self-defense. The group cautiously entered the cave. However, what Shin-Chi failed to notice was that the moment he stepped into the cave, far away under a tall oak tree, the man who had just left was leaning against the trunk, silently watching the cave entrance. A sly, mocking, and malicious smile played on his face. This man's name was Han Jin, and he was also a lord. Since he hadn't joined any faction, he could only explore alone. Today, he had come to the foot of the mountain and accidentally discovered a newly spawned cave. This cave had not yet been claimed by any major faction, which meant it might contain a monster nest, new resources, or even treasure chests. Excited, Han Jin had entered the cave with several tier 4 orc units. Unexpectedly, the difficulty of this monster nest was extremely high. Shortly after entering, a group of lizardmen blocked the way. Worse still, the leader of this group turned out to be a 5th tier champion level monster. He was accompanied by over 50 lizardman guards. Han Jin stood no chance. All his orc troops were wiped out. He himself was nearly captured, almost becoming their meal. He turned and fled, but as he neared the cave entrance, the lizardmen behind him moved even faster. One slid forward and kicked him out, sending him crashing heavily to the ground, his mind in chaos. He was in a sorry state, filled with anger and despair over the loss of his troops, yet also relieved to have narrowly escaped. Just as his guard was at its weakest, another lord approached. He looked up to see the lord riding a strange bird, flying in the air, and had also spotted him. Han Jin immediately tensed up, worried that the other might seize the opportunity to steal resources or kill him to silence him. But to his surprise, the lord showed no intention of attacking. Han Jin endured the pain, quickly got up, and hurried away. He glanced back secretly and saw the lord unhesitatingly enter the cave, followed by about 10 skeleton soldiers. These skeleton soldiers didn't resemble ordinary low-tier troops. They seemed more like the minions of an undead lord. Han Jin didn't think much of it and continued to leave, but he felt something was off. Suddenly, it hit him. The aura of that lord was unlike any he had encountered before. This was a rookie lord, descending into the wilderness for the first time. He took a deep breath, feeling both nervous and excited. This meant the newcomer was likely weaker than him. Yet, judging by his demeanor, he seemed unusually calm, not panicked at all. Unlike typical rookies who would be nervous and flustered upon encountering an unfamiliar lord, there were likely 2 reasons for this. Either he was completely unaware of the dangers and conflicts between lords here, or he had something to rely on, something powerful backing him up. That's why he dared to be so composed and confident. His strength seemed decent, unafraid of the dangers outside. Han Jin's lips curled into a delighted smile. Whatever the case, for him, this was an opportunity. His face showed a mocking expression. A rookie is just a rookie. Carrying a few good items, he dares to charge straight into this unknown cave, probably just reckless. He thought of that rookie confidently walking into the cave earlier, only to be beaten to a pulp by the 5th tier lizardman leader, fleeing in disgrace, crying and begging for mercy. The thought made him somewhat happy. Although he himself had suffered, as long as someone else was worse off, he felt much better. He even imagined the rookie being swallowed whole by the lizardmen, leaving his backpack behind, untouched by the monsters. Once the monsters returned to the depths of the cave and the entrance was safe, wouldn't he be able to go and scavenge? He hoped the rookie had brought something good, at least enough to help him recover some health. With this thought, he felt a surge of excitement. Having made up his mind, he immediately turned back and retreated to a large tree not far from the cave entrance. From here, he could clearly see the entrance without being too close to risk getting caught in the chaos. He patiently waited. Sure enough, as expected, he saw it. Suddenly, a figure flew out of the cave entrance. The figure soared through the air and crashed heavily onto the ground nearby, kicking up a cloud of dust. Han Jin's heart leapt with joy. He felt an immense sense of satisfaction. That rookie, just like him, had been thrown out by the lizardmen. Serves him right. A smug smile spread across his face, as if everything was under his control. However, as the dust settled, he gradually saw the details of the figure. A hint of doubt flashed in Han Jin's eyes. Something felt off. That rookie clearly wasn't big in stature, so why did this figure look so massive? He took a closer look and was instantly stunned. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Where's the rookie? That was clearly the lizardman leader. Han Jin felt as if his head had been struck, completely dazed. His mind was in chaos, utterly incredulous. Did he see it wrong? No. He didn't see it wrong. The one thrown out wasn't a newcomer, but the lizard man leader? Damn, this completely breaks the rules. Just as he was utterly confused, he saw, over by the cave entrance, that newcomer leisurely walked out, not a speck of dust on him, his face still calm and composed, his gaze coldly fixed on the lizard man leader, as if looking at something already in his grasp. In stark contrast to Han Jin, who was covered in dust and looked utterly disheveled. Han Jin had planned to sit back and enjoy the show, but upon comparison, he realized he was actually the main character of this drama. Han Jin slowly swallowed, his throat bobbing. Should he retreat? This guy was practically a monster. If he forced himself into the fray, who would end up being slaughtered was still uncertain. Better to slip away quickly. 3 minutes earlier, Shen Qi led a squad of skeleton soldiers into the cave. Upon reaching the entrance, he summoned 3 skeleton mages, 3 archers, and 4 shield guards. Shen Qi led the 20-man team cautiously into the cave. The squad's objective was clear: to initially handle any potential dangers at the entrance. The narrow cave opening wasn't suitable for large groups to enter and exit, so he didn't gather the full 100-man team. Fortunately, the 6-star hero Theodore was following behind, which gave Shen Qi a lot of reassurance. Theodore wasn't the main force for charging into battle, but with his powerful magical talents, he could enhance the combat strength of the magic-based units in the team. The Vampire Count and Skeleton Archmage were both magic units, and Theodore's support could double their power. The team carefully explored deeper into the cave. The sunlight from outside no longer reached inside, and it grew darker the further they went. In the darkness, there seemed to be a low, heavy breathing sound, as if some ferocious creature was waiting for its prey to walk right in. Shen Qi frowned, his expression turning serious. He had personally seen the previous lord get kicked out by something, so he couldn't help but feel tense. Suddenly, a pair of orange-yellow eyes abruptly opened in the darkness, emitting a dazzling light. Immediately after, dozens of similar eyes lit up as well. Shen Qi instantly became alert, gripping his iron sword tightly, veins bulging, ready to face the enemy. A tall lizard man suddenly leapt out, covered in scales, with a thick tail, holding a small shield in one hand and a sharp spear in the other, pointing directly at Shen Qi. The spear was hurled with great force, shooting toward Shen Qi at high speed. The spearhead gleamed coldly in the darkness, appearing extremely sharp. But just as the spear was about to hit, the 3 shield guards reacted quickly, jointly activating the defensive skill Great Shield Dome, immediately raising a sturdy shield to block in front of Shen Qi. The spear struck the shield, sparks flying, and then bounced off, landing heavily on the ground. The lizard man roared angrily, leading dozens of its companions to charge forward, all revealing their forms. Shen Qi immediately cast a detection spell, quickly scanning the enemy's information. The tallest lizard man, over 2 meters in height, wielded dual blades and was clearly the leader. The data showed, Knight Lizard Man Leader, Tier 5 Champion level 35, with over 600,000 HP, extremely high attack and defense, and a special skill Light Aversion, which doubles its armor and increases its attack by 50% in darkness. It could also use powerful skills like Dual Blade Whirlwind Slash, creating wide-range blade energy attacks while spinning, and Leap Execution, allowing it to leap at a target, control them, and quickly execute them. This Knight Lizard Man leader was incredibly strong and even more threatening in the dark. Shen Qi knew the upcoming battle would be anything but easy. Their HP was a staggering 600,000. Not something to underestimate. Additionally, the Lizard Man leader's team included 50 Lizard Man guards. Among them were many Flame Lizardmen, capable of fire-based attacks, and Frost Lizardmen, skilled in ice-based attacks. They wielded spears, spiked clubs, or broadswords, all Tier 4 elites. This seemingly unremarkable cave actually hid such a powerful monster squad. Any ordinary lord entering here would likely meet their end. Shen Qi's gaze calmly swept over them. Then let's use you for some practice. He immediately activated his professional trait, Undead Offering LV1, boosting all attributes of undead units by 10%. Theodore also activated his talent Doctrine, Blessing LV3, increasing the mental recovery speed of all undead units under the Lord's command by 7-fold, granting immunity to light attribute suppression, and providing 10% spell resistance. The undead units on the battlefield instantly surged with momentum. 5 lizardmen charged forward first, brandishing swords and stabbing directly at Shen Qi and his team. At that moment, 3 skeleton archmages raised their staffs and began chanting, Necromantic Arrow LV2. 2 seconds later, a concentrated green light gathered at the tips of their staffs. Then, 3 magical arrows shot out, flying toward 3 rapidly approaching lizardmen. The arrows had weak tracking capabilities, each precisely hitting the lizardmen's heads. Damage numbers immediately appeared, 5739. The 4th tier elite lizardmen, with their thick skin and high health exceeding 20,000, lost a quarter of their health from a single arrow. But in the next moment, large vines suddenly sprouted beneath the feet of the 5 lizardmen. The vines quickly climbed up their bodies, binding them tightly. This This was the skill released by the vampire Count Bloodcry Rose LV2. Following this, the roses on the vines bloomed one by one, bright red and dripping. The vines tightened further, fiercely constricting the lizardman's skin. Damage numbers kept rising: 5672-6024-6421-6846-7239. In Egyptian, she let Theodore go all out. It would be effortless to take down the 600,000 HP tier 5 boss. However, Shin-Chi wanted to test whether ordinary units could work together to defeat this formidable enemy. But first, the lizardman leader had to be forced out of the cave. Inside the cave, it had the light aversion buff, which doubled its armor and increased its attack power by 50%, making it overwhelmingly strong. The next second, Shin-Chi directly summoned a level 34 Wailing Wraith. It immediately activated its skill, Frost of Resentment LV2. A chilling frost mist surged toward the lizardman leader. Just as it tried to stand up, it was struck by the frost, freezing it in place for a full 20 seconds. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Wailing Wraith followed up with Bone Hand LV3. Countless bones emerged from the void, forming a massive skeletal hand in the narrow cave. The giant hand reached for the immobilized lizardman leader's head. Its 5 fingers clenched tightly around its body. Then, the skeletal hand suddenly yanked back, lifting the lizardman leader into the air. With a powerful throw, it hurled the lizardman leader toward the cave entrance. In the next moment, the giant hand flung the lizardman leader out of the cave. The lizardman leader crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Shin-Chi summoned the remaining troops: 30 skeleton warriors, 30 skeleton archers, 10 skeleton shield guards, 6 undead iron knights, 10 undead mages, 10 skeleton grand mages, and 4 vampire counts. Simultaneously, he activated 3 legion buffs in succession: undead offering LV1, increasing all attributes by 10%, no cooldown; war aura LV1, boosting attack, defense, and movement speed by 5%, lasting 30 minutes, and deep gaze LV1, increasing all units damage against the target by 10%, lasting 30 seconds. With the 3 buffs stacked, the overall capabilities of Shin-Chi's forces increased by 25%. The 4 vampire counts were the first to act, simultaneously activating their skilled Blood Rose LV2. Instantly, countless dark green vines burst from the ground, wrapping around the lizardman leader's feet. The vines climbed rapidly, tightly binding its limbs and body, layer upon layer, almost completely covering its entire form. Soon, vibrant red roses began to bloom on the vines, growing more vivid as if soaked in blood. The vines tightened further, constricting the lizardman leader. A series of damage numbers popped up rapidly: -4125, -4456, -4674, -5126, -5942. As the vines tightened, the damage continued to increase. The 4 vampire counts weeping blood rose unleashed its full power, draining 90,000 HP in just a few seconds. The lizardman leader struggled frantically, forcibly tearing apart the vines on its chest with its hands, then twisting its body violently to break free from the restraints. Its twin blades on the ground trembled, emitting a crisp clang before flying back into its hands in the next second. It immediately activated its skilled twin blade whirlwind slash. Arc-shaped blade energy flew out from all around its body, slicing the vines into pieces. Although it broke free from the bindings, the vampire count's attack had already inflicted severe damage. Its HP dropped to less than 400,000 in an instant. Panting heavily, the lizardman leader tried to recover, but before it could react, more attacks followed in quick succession. The undead mages were the first to strike, activating Ghoul Devour LV2. This upgraded version planted 3 ghoul curses on each enemy, with each curse triggering 3 consecutive explosions. The ghastly faces of ghouls flickered as they burrowed into the lizardman leader's body. Immediately after, the skeleton warriors swung their swords in melee attacks, each strike triggering a ghoul curse explosion. 3 loud booms echoed, the intense explosions shaking the surrounding vegetation. The lizardman leader's skin was charred black, with blood-red holes appearing all over its body. It roared in pain, standing in a pitiful state. But the onslaught continued: arrows from the archers, explosive bats from the vampire counts, ghostly fireballs from the undead mages, necromantic arrows from the skeleton grand mages, and spears from the undead iron knights all rained down upon it. Light flashed, and waves of energy rippled outward. Bang boom thud whoosh. Amid the chaotic battle, the lizardman leader was continuously struck, its health bar rapidly depleting. It relied on its agility to dodge around, letting out angry roars while attempting to sweep its dual blades at the surrounding skeleton soldiers. Whenever its blade energy was about to hit the skeleton soldiers, the shield formed by 10 skeleton shield guards would block the attack immediately. Even if it managed to land a hit, the vampire counts were unafraid. Every 5 seconds, they could activate Crimson Gift LV2, instantly restoring a large amount of health to the entire team. The 4 vampire counts took turns using their skills, almost continuously healing the team. The lizardman leader had just struck a skeleton, but the skeleton's health bar was instantly full again. It was utterly devastated devastated, unable to complain about the situation. In less than 30 seconds, the Lizardman leader's health dropped to zero. No matter how unwilling it was, it ultimately fell under the siege of the skeleton army. 400,000 health points gone in an instant. The powerful output of the 10 skeleton mages and 4 vampire counts played a crucial role in this. The 10 skeleton mages continuously fired necromantic arrows every 5 seconds, dealing damage 1.9 times that of normal attacks with astonishing power. The vine skill of the 4 vampire counts, though it required 15 seconds to recharge, could instantly deal nearly 100,000 damage. In one use, you successfully killed the Dark Knight Lizardman leader. You obtained loot, silver grade treasure chest. You obtained materials, Dark Knight Lizard Scales ×1, Dark Knight Eye ×1, Dark Knight Lizard Tail Fragment ×1, Flame Lizard Scales ×13, Frost Lizard Scales ×16. You obtained prayer points ×260,000. Shin-Chi calmly waited for the battle results. He had just wiped out a 50-member Lizardman army, earning 260,000 prayer points, equivalent to 2.6 million free experience points. Shin-Chi immediately allocated the experience points to his soldiers. Each of the 4 vampire counts and 10 skeleton mages received 180,000 experience points. Combined with the experience they gained from killing monsters themselves, everyone leveled up to 27 after this battle. Their attribute panels were completely refreshed. Now, each necromantic arrow fired by the skeleton mages dealt over 10,000 damage. With the level up, the strength of high-tier units increased significantly. After the battle, Shin-Chi commanded the skeleton army to form ranks and march into the cave, continuing their exploration with an imposing presence. The cave grew deeper and darker. Shin-Chi took out a lantern from his backpack. Along with the bright soul flames and the skulls of the 100 skeleton soldiers, the team could still see the path ahead. In less than a minute, the cave space gradually expanded. Shin-Chi noticed various minerals exposed in the corners of the stone walls, glimmering under the lantern's light. Iron ore, copper ore, silver ore, and then Shin-Chi's eyes lit up. Energy crystals. Not far away, a cluster of faint blue crystals quietly grew in the corner. Energy crystals are a precious resource, storing natural energy. They can power various machines in territories, functioning like electricity. As long as energy crystals are burned, machines can operate continuously. Energy crystals are extremely important in territory construction. These appeared to be primary energy crystals. Based on the energy stored, energy crystals are classified as primary, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. Higher tier energy crystals undergo a qualitative transformation to become energy essence stones. It is said that a single energy essence stone can support a massive machine system for a long time. Shin-Chi quickly instructed several skeleton soldiers nearby to take out pickaxes and start mining the minerals. The sound of clinking echoed through the cave, reverberating clearly. Energy crystal +3, copper or +1, ordinary crystal +5, iron or +4. Listening to the system's constant notifications of successful collection, Shin-Chi felt delighted. While mining, he continued to delve deeper into the cave. As he ventured further, the cave space grew larger. Eventually, it was wide enough for 15 skeleton soldiers to march side by side. At that moment, Shin-Chi's ears suddenly twitched. Apart from the clinking sounds of mining, the sound of footsteps scraping the ground, the clatter of bones, and the rustling of fabric, he heard a faint noise. Rustle, rustle, like something was crawling rapidly, and it was getting closer from outside. Shin-Chi frowned deeply. It wasn't just those sounds. There was also a teeth-gritting hissing noise, and the crack-crack sound of joints moving. Moreover, there were quite a lot of these sounds. Shin-Chi stopped in his tracks. The skeletons following him also halted. The crawling sound grew louder and louder. After a dozen seconds, the noise became impossible to ignore. Shin-Chi's gaze turned toward the depths of the cave. Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply. He saw countless small black shadows scurrying rapidly from the depths of the cave, heading straight for him. On the ground, the walls, the ceiling, these small black shadows were everywhere. In no time, they entered the range of the firelight. The shadows disappeared, revealing their true forms, spiders. Spiders larger than an adult's fist. When their legs spread out, they measured a full 30 to 40 centimeters. And besides the spiders, there were scorpions. Countless black spiders and scorpions were frantically crawling toward them, densely packed, overwhelming everything in sight. Shin-Chi focused his mind and scanned for information. Venomous spider, poisonous scorpion. These small creatures were actually tier 4 ordinary monsters. Although their health points were generally only around 1,000, their venom was extremely potent. The spider's venom glands could spray neurotoxic poison. Their silk-spinning organs could shoot webs to slow down enemies. The scorpions, their pincers clattered against the ground with crisp sounds, and just one pinch would cause unbearable pain. Their long, sharp tail stingers carried deadly venom. The most critical issue was the sheer number of these creatures. They swarmed the ground in groups, so densely packed it was impossible to see how many there were. The situation was extremely dangerous. Shin-Chi immediately heightened his vigilance. 30 archers quickly drew their bows and fired arrows, targeting the first wave of spiders. Using the skill triple arrow shot LV2, hundreds of arrows rained down, instantly clearing the first circle of enemies. The next moment, 10 necromancers gathered ghostly fireballs and launched a frenzied barrage. A large number of spiders and scorpions were instantly set ablaze. Soon, the area in front of the skeleton army was piled high with charred corpses. Then, for vampire counts activated blood curse, releasing countless explosive bats that swarmed out simultaneously. 10 skeletal archmages unleashed chain corpse explosion LV2. 10 chain corpse explosions detonated at once. Each chain explosion triggered 8 consecutive blasts, with each blast dealing 3 times the damage of a normal area attack. In the next moment, a series of deafening explosions roared in unison. The cave floor and ceiling shook violently, and rocks tumbled down. Fortunately, the cave was sturdy enough, otherwise, it would have collapsed long ago. The firelight and explosions spread rapidly into the depths of the cave. Before long, silence returned to the cave. All sounds vanished. The ground was littered with charred corpses, emitting wisps of smoke and a burnt stench. The area had been successfully cleared. This round of clearing had an astonishing number of monsters, but the speed was equally astonishing. However, Shin-Chi still felt a lingering sense of danger permeating the cave. As if to confirm his intuition, the next moment, a series of heavy limb strikes echoed rapidly against the ground, growing louder and louder. Soon, a massive figure slowly emerged at the cave entrance, a giant spider. And, on the spider's enormous body, its abdomen was connected to the upper half of a woman. The woman's waist was directly fused with the spider's abdomen. 5 pairs of slender spider legs tapped against the ground. The woman's face was indistinct, her eyes replaced by 2 rows of single eyes. The monster status panel appeared before him. Venomous Spider Banshee Tier 5 Champion level 38 HP, 695 234 attack, 3542 defense, 1258 armor, 25. Shin-Chi's heart sank. Another Tier 5 Champion level. Before Shin-Chi could think of a way to respond, another voice rang out. The sound came from behind the Spider Banshee. Shin-Chi frowned. Gradually, another figure emerged. It was a half-human, half-scorpion monster. The upper body was that of a woman, with facial features equally blurred. Her lips were replaced by a pair of small pincers. Her hands had turned into massive claws, and below her waist was the scorpion's abdomen, supported by 4 pairs of sturdy legs. Behind her trailed a thick, long tail, tipped with a slender venomous stinger that glowed faintly. Scorpion Banshee, Tier 5 Champion level 39. A second, Tier 5 Champion level. Its stats were on par with the Spider Banshee. Shin-Chi furrowed his brows tightly and slowly retreated to the back of the skeleton army. The 2 banshees let out sharp cries in place, then charged at the skeleton army. At the same time, clusters of white webs and streams of dark green venom were sprayed out wildly. The 10 skeleton shield guards in the front row immediately raised their great shield dome. A golden, transparent shield appeared at the forefront of the skeleton army, blocking all the attacks. Next, Shin-Chi calmly commanded the various units in battle. The 10 skeleton mages each summoned up to 8 skeleton warriors. They formed a line, standing like a wall at the very front to prevent the 2 banshees from approaching. Meanwhile, 30 skeleton archers in the rear continuously fired rusted arrows, relentlessly applying sluggishness to the 2 banshees, significantly reducing their speed. Following that, 6 undead iron knights and 30 skeleton warriors formed a second line of defense to block the banshees' assault. In the rear, the undead mages unleashed Ghoul Devour and Ghost Fireball. The skeleton mages continuously fired necromantic arrows. The vampire counts summoned vines and bats without pause. Wave after wave of ranged attacks rained down madly on the 2 banshees. The banshees screamed incessantly, clawing and charging at the front line, trying to tear through the defenses. But under the relentless bombardment, their movements were frequently interrupted. And so, with Shin-Chi's professional army buffs, Theodore's spell amplification, and the vampire counts group healing every 5 seconds, 5 minutes later, the 100-strong skeleton army successfully defeated the 2 Tier 5 Champion level banshees, and all the skeletons remained at full health. The Spider Banshee and everyone took out pickaxes or hoes and began gathering resources. The clinking and clanking sounds echoed, like a rhythmic symphony. At this moment, Shin-Chi caught a glimpse of a glimmer behind a large rock in the corner. His heartbeat quickened as he strode over and circled around the rock. To his surprise, there was a treasure chest hidden there. Gleaming with golden light, it shimmered brilliantly. A golden treasure chest. Shin-Chi was overjoyed and reached out to grab it, instantly storing the golden chest in his backpack. Half an hour later, Shin-Chi and the skeleton army had reached the cave entrance, gathering resources along the way. Shin-Chi tallied up the resources they brought back: 1,850 654 pieces of iron ore, 1,387 pieces of copper ore, 657 pieces of silver ore, 2,543 crystals, 253 energy crystals, 1,056 pieces of clay, and 5,236 stones. Qin was very satisfied. Exiting the cave, the sky outside had already darkened, the atmosphere gloomy, and cold winds blew continuously. It was time to head back. Night was about to fall. He dared not take risks, as stronger monsters might appear at night. He had to hurry back and build the city walls. Qin took out the Journey of the Dead lantern, opened a portal, and sent the skeleton army back, leaving only 4 vampire counts and Theodore. He summoned a skeletal bird, mounted it, and had the vampire counts and Theodore fly alongside him as guards. They sped back, reaching the territory in less than 20 minutes. The wasteland was eerily quiet, with only the wind rustling the grass. As Qin entered the territory, rows of buildings immediately came into view, along with neatly arranged skeleton phalanxes standing firm like rocks. He sent the main army back to the ancient battlefield, leaving only a small patrol force. He then used the ancient battlefield portal to enter the ancient battlefield, heading straight to the garden of the ancient alchemist. There, he transformed the Tier 4 and Tier 5 materials collected today using the analyzer. The results: using the material severed tail dropped by the night lizardman, he successfully synthesized a Tier 5 earth element essence. Additionally, analyzing the lizardman's night eye yielded a Tier 6 dark element essence. Furthermore, the scales of the lizardman guard, when analyzed, produced a batch of Tier 4 ice element essence and fire element essence. With these precious materials in hand, Qin didn't linger and immediately left the battlefield, returning to his territory. He walked straight to the edge of the territory and took out a golden grade, perfect quality city wall blueprint, golden fortress. Construction requirements, estimated based on territory size: spirit crystals 100,000, stones 100,000, or stone bricks 30,000, wood 100,000, iron ore 3,000 or iron ingots 1,000, clay 500, Tier 5 earth element essence 1. Construction time: 6 hours. Construction requirements: 50 construction workers or 2 professional architects. Qin softly said, "Begin construction." The blueprint instantly transformed into a dazzling golden light, swiftly flying to the edge of the territory. Shortly after, a virtual model of the city wall appeared in the air. Qin then commanded 50 skeleton soldiers to start construction. All corresponding resources in his backpack were automatically deducted. Now, he could only wait 6 hours for the city wall to be completed. After construction was finished, Qin returned to the castle hall and rested on the throne. He casually opened the system panel and discovered a new feature: regional chat channel. Curious, he clicked on it. "You have activated regional chat channel, Black Abyss Highlands 1527. Qin's heart trembled. Black Abyss Highlands? This is where I am now. Number 1527, which means this is the 1527th region of the Black Abyss Highlands. He couldn't help but ponder, how vast is this Black Abyss Highlands? How large is the area of a single region? He felt that this place was far from small. When he first descended into the great wilderness, he only knew he was in the southern territory. But the position and significance of the Black Abyss Highlands within the southern territory were still unknown. These questions could only be explored gradually in the future. Qin continued browsing the regional chat channel. After all, the great wilderness is not a beginner's village. Countless lords have been active here, accumulating rich experience. He hoped to find useful information from the chat. "I'm doomed. The Abyssal Riot is starting again tomorrow, and I haven't formed a team yet. Anyone want to team up? So annoying. This thing happens once a month, never ending. Every time, I get so nervous I can't sleep. Afraid I won't see the sunlight tomorrow." Listen up, everyone. Our guild members have scouted ahead and have some information to share. Is it good news? If it's bad news, don't bother. No, it's bad news. Tomorrow's Abyssal Riot is expected to be 3 times larger and stronger than the last one. Oh my god, 3 times. Isn't this going to wipe us out completely? I can't take this anymore. The last wave of the demon tide nearly killed me, and now you're telling me this one's even worse? Yeah, the situation is dire. Lords in other areas around the abyss have already formed teams to jointly resist the demon tide. Even the major guilds are prepared for heavy losses. We're doomed. Are there any big shots in our area? I need to find someone to rely on quickly. Even if there are big shots, they're probably too busy to care about us. We ordinary players. Besides, I really haven't heard of any big shots in our area. We're finished. Isn't our area going to be wiped out? Can I move to another area overnight? Qin stared at the regional chat channel for a while. The channel messages weren't coming in quickly, only a few popped up every 10 minutes. He guessed that either there weren't many people in this area or the lords had their own private channels. Still, Qin managed to catch a few key points. Abyssal Riot, Demon Tide, once a month. From the descriptions, the demon tide seems to be something that emerges from the abyss, affecting all the lords lords in an area. The key point is that this time, the scale and intensity of the abyssal riot are far more terrifying than before. The lords in the channel were all shouting that they couldn't hold on much longer. Shin-Chi fell into deep thought. The abyss? Could it be related to that misty area in the north? He carefully recalled. However, he now clearly understood his most urgent task. Build city walls, reinforce the territory. He had already started doing this, and continue to fully enhance the strength of his army. After all, strengthening his forces is never a mistake when preparing for tomorrow's abyssal riot. Just as Shin-Chi's thoughts were racing, suddenly, a cold system notification sound startled him. Ding! Your divine talent Nether King has unlocked new traits. Talent traits, Soulfire Refinement. Talent traits, Bone Transformation. Talent traits, Blood Feast. Please open the system panel to view. Shin-Chi hadn't reacted yet when, moments later, his heart trembled and his eyebrows raised. This divine talent hasn't shown any activity for a long time. 3 new traits unlocked at once this time? Shin-Chi's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He waved his hand, and the system character panel popped up. After several fierce battles, his character level had finally climbed to level 37. The divine talent finally showed new activity. He scrolled down the talent list, and sure enough, 3 brand new entries were glowing brightly at the bottom of the list. Bone Transformation extracts bone essence from corpses to strengthen specific units. Soulfire Refinement extracts soul essence from corpses to strengthen specific units. Blood Feast extracts blood essence from corpses to strengthen specific units. After reading the descriptions, Shin-Chi focused his mind, and it seemed he instantly understood how to use these 3 talents. These 3 talents function similarly. He could directly extract bone, blood, and soul essence from the corpses of fallen enemies and collect them. Then, he could use these essences to enhance his various units. Bone essence strengthens skeleton, soldiers. Blood essence enhances vampire and zombie units. Soulfire essence boosts the combat power of ghost units. Not only can it be extracted from the corpses of recently killed enemies, but also from the skeletal remains of creatures found in the wild that have been dead for a long time. It can even refine materials dropped by certain bosses or powerful monsters into various essences. The stronger the creature was in life, the more valuable the essence extracted from its skeletal remains after death. Soulfire is divided into several levels: Soulfire Shard, Pale Soulfire, Quality Soulfire, Essence Flame, and Legendary Soulfire. Bones are categorized as Decayed Bones, Ashen Bones, Quality Bones. Content to be continued. Bones are further divided into Ordinary Bones, Refined Bones, and Rare Remains. Blood also has levels, namely Ordinary Blood Beads, Ordinary Blood, Quality Blood, Essence Blood, and Sacred Blood Drops. Shin-Chi thought carefully. Does this mean that all his undead units can be individually enhanced with materials? Exactly. This means that even low-level units can be continuously cultivated and their strength improved. There's no need to worry about low-level units being relegated to menial tasks or discarded when higher-level units are acquired. Shin-Chi's eyes lit up. This talent is truly amazing. He decided to immediately find some skeletal materials to test it out. Shin-Chi suddenly stood up and walked straight out of the castle to the portal of the ancient battlefield. As soon as he entered the portal, his vision brightened. A flash of purple light, and his perspective instantly shifted. Shin-Chi had already possessed the entity of Immortal Body LV2. Beside him was the courtyard of the ruins of an ancient alchemist. He turned and walked out, arriving at the edge of a vast desert. Scattered across the desert, at varying distances, were numerous piles of bones. These bones, having endured the ravages of war and the passage of time, had completely lost their undead aura. In other words, they could no longer be summoned as undead using undead reclamation. However, these bones were now useful to Shin-Chi. He quickly approached the nearest pile of bones. Judging by its appearance, it was the remains of a beast. The large skeleton lay quietly in the sand, half covered by yellow soil. Shin-Chi's mind stirred as he clearly sensed the essence that could be extracted from the bones. He murmured, "Bone transformation." As soon as the words left his mouth, the broken skeleton instantly turned into a ball of white light and flew into Shin-Chi's chest, disappearing. At the same time, a new entry appeared on Shin-Chi's system panel. Decayed Bones 3. Shin-Chi was momentarily stunned. The more decayed, aged, and weaker the creature was in life, the poorer the materials extracted. He looked up at the wilderness before him, where scattered bones of various sizes lay in the distance. He ran over in one go, continuously using bone transformation to extract several skeletons. seconds, the number of decayed bones increased to 24. Shinchi finally stopped. Too slow. Collecting bit by bit like this wasn't worth the time. Moreover, he wasn't even sure if the lowest grade decayed bones could enhance his units. At this moment, he noticed a change in his talent feature list. He quickly opened the system panel and clicked on the talent feature tab. He saw that the 3 newly unlocked talents each had a plus sign next to them. This meant that they could be upgraded using Nether Authority shards. Shinchi checked the Nether Authority shards in his possession. 4 remained. Without hesitation, he used them all. Schwa system notification. Your talents Bone Transformation, Soulfire Refinement, and Blood Feast have been upgraded. Bone Transformation LV2 can extract bone essence from skeletal remains within a 1000 meter radius. Soulfire Refinement LV2 can extract soulfire essence from skeletal remains within a 1000 meter radius. Blood Feast LV2 can extract blood essence from skeletal remains within a 1000 meter radius. Shinchi couldn't help but marvel. His god tier talent was practically like mind reading. Whatever he needed, it provided. Feeling sleepy? It hands you a pillow. Incredible. He looked again at the scattered bones across the desert. Bone Transformation LV2. Let's get to work. Whoosh! This time, the various skeletons scattered before him began to emit dazzling white light. Before long, the skeletons transformed into fist-sized orbs of light, floating in the air. The next moment, all the orbs surged toward Shinchi like a tide. Hundreds, thousands of orbs converged on him. In just a few seconds, Shinchi looked at his panel. Decayed bones, 873 ashen bones, 28 he was astonished. The efficiency was incredible. If he only had a level 1 skill, he might have spent half a day without gathering this much. What made him even happier was the unexpected acquisition of the more precious ashen bones. With a thought, a small vortex suddenly opened before him. A skeletal bird swiftly flew out, spreading its wings and circling around him. He commanded it to stop, then mounted it. The skeletal bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky with a whoosh. She controlled the skeletal bird, flying toward the distant desert. Along the way, he continuously activated his skill, Skeletal Transformation LV2. System notifications kept ringing in his ears. You have obtained Decayed Bones * 453. You have obtained Decayed Bones * 652. Ashen Bones * 11. Half an hour later, Shinchi had flown a great distance. The desert stretched endlessly. Apart from these ancient bones weathered by time, there was almost nothing of value. By the end of the trip, he looked at his haul. Decayed Bones 32 543 Ashen Bones 974. He let out a slight sigh of relief. Although it was a lot, the process was truly monotonous. That would do for now. He still needed to figure out how to use these materials to enhance his troops. With that thought, Shinchi waved his hand and returned to his territory. He walked to an open space and looked at the patrolling skeleton soldiers. He called over a tier 3 skeleton warrior, Xiaobai. Xiaobai was one of his longest-standing battle companions. After countless battles, it had reached level 39. Shinchi instructed Xiaobai to remove all its equipment and checked its base stats. Xiaobai immediately took off its armor, set down its bronze sword, and stood bare in the wind, looking at Shinchi inside its skull. 2 fist-sized soul flames flickered like breathing lights. Skeleton warrior, Jinyuan Legion, nickname, Xiaobai tier, 3 level, 39 HP, 2145 attack, 1560 defense, 1154 agility, 124 spirit, 79 skill 1, heavy sword sweep LV3 skill 2, ghostly thrust LV2. Shinchi noticed a new section at the bottom of Xiaobai's panel, Ashen Bones 0/1000. He was puzzled. Was this a progress bar for enhancement? Did it mean he needed 1000 Ashen Bones to complete the enhancement? But he only had 974 Ashen Bones. However, he had 32,543 Decayed Bones. Could Decayed Bones not be used? Shinchi tried pulling up the system panel and stared at the Decayed Bones section. Suddenly, a prompt popped up. Shinchi was momentarily stunned, then immediately clicked on the system notification. Decayed Bones can be converted into Ashen Bones at a ratio of 10:1 convert now? Shinchi was overjoyed. This was more like it. Different levels of essence being convertible made them much more useful. Without hesitation, he clicked convert. Beep. Conversion successful. Decayed Bones, 0 Ashen Bones. For a 228 with over 4,000 Ashen Bones, it was more than enough to enhance Xiaobai. Excited, Shinchi waved Xiaobai over and shouted, "Enhance." The next moment, the number of Ashen Bones on the panel instantly dropped to 3,228. Xiaobai's progress bar was instantly filled. Ashen Bones 1000/1000, Beep. Your skeleton warrior has been successfully enhanced. ZZZZZ. Your skeleton warrior has advanced to skeleton berserker. Shin-Chi's eyes widened in surprise. Not only was the enhancement successful, but it also directly advanced to a new troop type? This was amazing. He quickly opened Xiaobai's panel, displayed on the screen, Skeleton Berserker, Jinyuan Legion, nickname. Xiaobai Tier 4 level, 39 HP, 60-45 attack, 5850 defense, 2184 agility, 424 spirit, 584 skill 1, heavy sword sweep LV3 area attack power increased by 50%, cooldown 5 seconds skill 2, ghostly thrust LV2 temporarily increases attack speed by 600%, damage increased by 30%, immune to control during consecutive attacks, lasts 6 seconds, cooldown 3 minutes skill 3, berserk attack, defense, and melee critical damage increased by 30%, slightly increases movement speed, attack speed, resilience, and knockback ability, lasts 8 minutes. After berserk ends, max HP is reduced to 70% of the original, lasts 3 hours. Cooldown 3 hours. Shin-Chi took a deep breath. These stats have increased way too much. After enhancement, it directly upgraded from a tier 3 skeleton warrior to a tier 4 skeleton berserker. All attributes have more than doubled or tripled, and it even gained an exclusive skill, berserk. During berserk, all attributes are greatly enhanced, practically turning it into a killing machine. Coupled with the legion bonus from skeleton General Ajuan, its combat power is simply unimaginable. Shin-Chi reached out and patted Xiaobai's shoulder, his face full of satisfaction. From now on, you're my main force. Do your best. As if feeling the infusion of power, Xiaobai's soul fire burned even brighter. Its bones became sturdier, each one pure white, and its figure grew taller and more imposing. It looked much more noble than before. At this moment, Shin-Chi noticed that the progress bar under Xiaobai's panel had changed. It now read Premium Bones, 0/1000. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly understood. It meant Xiaobai could continue to be enhanced. And this time, it would advance to tier 5? Wow! However, advancing requires 1000 premium bones? Shin-Chi immediately opened the system to check gray bones, 3228. The conversion ratio instantly became clear. The ratio for decayed bones to gray bones is 10:1. Gray bones to premium bones is 100:1. Premium bones to refined bones is 1000:1, and refined bones to rare bones is an astonishing 100,000,000:1. The conversion ratios for bones, blood, and soul fire are all the same. In other words, for Xiaobai to advance to the next tier, it needs to collect 1000 premium bones, which equals 100,000 gray bones. At the current efficiency, it doesn't seem too difficult, and accumulating them shouldn't take too long. Killing enemies can extract bones, and fresh corpses yield higher value essences. Ancient battlefields are also good for collecting bones. Although most there are ordinary decayed bones, the quantity is stable, so they can be accumulated gradually. Shin-Chi looked at his reserve of gray bones, totaling 3,228 pieces. Logically, it was enough to enhance 3 more skeleton warriors. He immediately summoned 3 high-level skeleton warriors, named Xiaojia, Xiaocang, and Xiaohui, with levels of 36, 37, and 37 respectively. They followed closely behind Xiaobai. Sure enough, the panels of these 3 skeletons also had a progress bar labeled Gray Bones 0/1000, indicating that each skeleton could be enhanced and upgraded. Without hesitation, Shin-Chi got to work. With a wave of his hand, 3 milky white light clusters flew out from his chest and merged into the 3 skeletons. The panel's Gray Bones 3228 instantly changed to Gray Bones 228. The progress bars of the 3 skeletons were instantly filled. A layer of white light enveloped them, and after a while, the light gradually dissipated. The appearance of the 3 skeletons changed significantly. Their bones became whiter and sturdier, their figures taller, and their soul fire burned more intensely. Most importantly, these 3 tier 3 skeleton warriors all advanced to tier 4 skeleton berserkers. Their combat power had clearly increased. The skeletons felt the changes in their own power and appeared very excited. However, due to their divine level talent absolute loyalty, their loyalty to Shin-Chi was already maxed out and could not increase further. Shin-Chi checked the panels of the 3 skeletons again, and unsurprisingly, they now had new progress bars, identical to Xiaobai's, indicating that they could continue to be strengthened. The only uncertainty was whether all undead units could be infinitely strengthened or if there was a limit. Next, Shin-Chi opened his backpack and began searching through various materials. A few minutes later, he selected several materials dropped by monsters. These materials could also be refined into essences. Based on intuition, he picked out all the materials that could potentially yield 3 types of essences. Among the 3rd and 4th tier materials were complete snake bones, gnoll skull, goblin shaman ribcage, fierce bear spine, wolf blood, etc. Fifth-tier materials included Savage Wraith Fragment, Hell Soulstone, and 3 particularly special ones, Titan God Blood, Demonic Remnant Soulstone, Demonic Relic Bone. These were materials he had accumulated during the novice trials, which previously couldn't be broken down into elemental essences or had unknown uses, so they were left aside to gather dust. Now, a large pile of materials floated in front of Shin-Chi, surrounded by clusters of light in various colors. He activated Bone Transformation, Soulfire Refinement, and Blood Feast one by one. The materials immediately emitted various lights and buzzed. After a moment, they transformed into clusters of milky white light, bright red light, or strands of orange-red flames. Shin-Chi's consciousness directly entered his body, converting them into numbers on the system panel. He opened the panel and transformed the materials into advanced essences. Gray Bone, 4583 high-quality Soulfire, 1254 ordinary blood, 259. As he stared at these materials, he suddenly noticed that Titan God Blood, Demonic Remnant Soulstone, and Demonic Relic Bone could not be refined. However, he knew in his heart that it wasn't because the materials were unusable, but rather that his abilities were insufficient to refine these higher-grade materials. Could it be that he needed to upgrade his talent further? This would have to wait for later. However, this confirmed that these 3 materials could definitely produce even higher-grade essences. She set aside these thoughts for now and turned his attention to the newly extracted essences, forming a new goal in his mind. First, he could continue strengthening the 4 skeleton warriors. Moreover, the Soulfire refined from several 5th-tier materials amounted to over 1,000 units. Soulfire could be used to strengthen ghost-type units. Coincidentally, he had a 4th-tier ghost unit, Wailing Wraith. He summoned the 4 skeleton warriors and strengthened them one by one into skeleton berserkers. Now, he had 8 4th-tier skeleton berserkers. Next, he summoned the Wailing Wraith. Upon opening the panel, he saw high-quality Soulfire, 0/1000. It required 1,000 units of high-quality Soulfire to upgrade. Shin-Chi felt excited. This meant that this ghost unit could likely evolve into a 5th-tier unit very soon. He waved his hand lightly. Instantly, countless orange-gold flames surged from his chest, emitting dazzling light. The flames coiled around his raised arm like fiery serpents before plunging into the Wailing Wraith's body. The Wraith, originally composed of green energy, suddenly radiated intense emerald green light. It let out a piercing shriek. On its soul body, brilliance surged wildly. After more than 10 seconds, the light gradually faded. The Wailing Wraith's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. It was no longer a shapeless green phantom but now had a humanoid upper body with a head, neck, shoulders, arms, and torso. Its lower body trailed a tail composed of pure energy, resembling a tattered skirt or blazing flames. As the Wraith floated, it emitted a faint emerald green glow. Shin-Chi opened its new panel, Wailing Soul of Grief Tier 5 level, 35 HP, 10524 agility, 456 spirit, 547 linked skeletons, 687 skill 1, Hand of Grief. LV3 quickly connects the bones of all linked skeletons into a giant skeletal hand. Attack bonus is 9 times the number of linked skeletons. No cooldown, consumes 80 spirit points, lasts for 1 minute. Skill 2, Armor of Grief. LV3 gathers the bones of linked skeletons into freely transformable bone armor pieces, while providing defense bonuses to 10 nearby allies. Defense is 6 times the number of linked skeletons. No cooldown, consumes 95 spirit points, lasts for 5 minutes. Skill 3, Frost of Resentment. LV2, a spirit-based skill that, upon hitting a single enemy, causes confusion and paralysis, reduces their defense by 60% and increases piercing damage against them. Damage doubled. Lasts for 20 seconds, consumes 80 spirit points, cooldown 2 minutes. Skill 4, Wailing of Resentment, a group spirit skill that releases a powerful mental shock centered on oneself. All enemies within a 10-meter radius are immediately terrified, paralyzed for 8 seconds, and their defense is reduced by 30%. Consumes 100 spirit points, cooldown 4 minutes. Shin-Chi's eyes widened. The Tier 4 skill Wailing Spirit had actually upgraded to Tier 5 Wailing Soul of Grief. The most shocking part was that the skill interface had also changed. The original skeletal hand and skeletal armor had automatically evolved into the more advanced Hand of Grief and Armor of Grief. The effects were much stronger. Hand of Grief's attack power increased from the original 3 times to 9 times. Armor of Grief's defense power increased from 3 times to 6 times, and it could also provide armor to 10 nearby allies simultaneously. Moreover, the skill Shin-Chi had always regarded as a god-tier support, Frost of Resentment, remained unchanged but had directly added a more advanced group skill, Wailing of Resentment. All enemies within a 10-meter radius would be immobilized for 8 seconds, and their defense would be reduced by 30%. Isn't this essentially stopping the enemies in their tracks, leaving them at his mercy? Now Shin-Chi's forces already included units ranging from Tier 3 to Tier 6, along with a 7-star hero, significantly boosting his his strength. Shin-Chi walked to the beginner mage tower and opened the recruitment panel. Recruit tier 3 mage apprentices. Requirement: 990 spirit crystals. Maximum recruitment per week: 500. He recruited the full 500 at once, taking advantage of the recruitment discount from the mythical territory Eternal Night Graveyard, spending over 440,000 spirit crystals. In the past, he might have felt distressed, but now, seeing the account balance of nearly 8 million spirit crystals, he clicked confirm without hesitation. The spirit crystal count quickly decreased by 445,500. Although Shin-Chi felt a slight pang of regret, he smiled faintly. The spire of the mage tower suddenly emitted a dazzling green light, and 500 tier 3 mage apprentices appeared neatly arranged within the territory. Shun-Chi commanded loudly, "All, undead rebirth." Dense green necromantic energy enveloped all the mages. Their flesh was devoured frantically, transforming them into undead forms. System prompt: ding. 500 mage apprentices successfully transformed into undead mages. The green light dissipated, and the positions of the former human mages were replaced by skeletons, wearing robes with faint green flames flickering beneath their skulls. Shin-Chi inspected the skill panels of these skeleton mages: Fireball, Flame Enchantment, Ghostly Devour, Frost, Curse. Most were still fire-based spells, with a few awakening ice-based skills. However, he didn't mind much, as they were only tier 3 units, and quantity was the key. He planned to form a powerful mage artillery battalion. Even if they died, it wouldn't matter, because with the talent Eternal Night Soul Summoning LV2, he could recall fallen troops after a one-day cooldown, inheriting half their level and attributes, which was far better than recruiting anew. Next, Shin-Chi transformed all 500 necromancers through Death's Light, subsequently turning them into a brand new warrior form. Now, Xiaobai possessed faster speed and powerful long-range venomous sting attacks, significantly enhancing combat power. Shen-Chi looked at this batch of gains in his hands, secretly pleased. Overnight, his strength had grown rapidly, and his battle preparations were more complete. Next, he planned to use this new force and equipment to quickly expand his sphere of influence. The efforts of this period were finally beginning to show results. The future battlefield would undoubtedly be dominated by him. The light spread like thousands of rays, and the body stretched and deformed wildly. Finally, the light dissipated, and Xiaobai had completely changed. His upper body remained the same, but from the waist down, his lower body had transformed into a scorpion's body. Xiaobai's right hand still held a sword, while his left hand lightly flicked, instantly turning into a massive pincer. This pincer was larger than Shin-Chi's 2 heads combined. If caught by this pincer, it would surely crush like cracking a walnut with ease. Shin-Chi examined closely. Xiaobai had upgraded from a tier 4 skeleton berserker to a tier 4 skeleton scorpion berserker. Thanks to the scorpion's hard shell, his defense jumped from 2184 to 4285, nearly doubling, with an additional 10 points of armor. Moreover, the scorpion's multiple legs moving together increased agility from 424 to 654. More importantly, Xiaobai also gained 2 new skills. The first was Tail Sting Thrust. It allowed him to use his tail sting to pierce nearby enemies, increasing penetration damage by 30%, while injecting venom that paralyzed enemies for 7 seconds, caused continuous bleeding for 7 seconds, and drained 2% of their health per second. Shin-Chi's eyes lit up. This skill, combined with Xiaobai's original Ghostly Sting LV2, was absolutely flawless. Ghostly Sting enhanced the speed and damage of stabs, and with Tail Sting Thrust's penetration and venom effects, enemies simply couldn't withstand it, crying out in pain. The second was a long-range skill, Venom Shot. Xiaobai could use his tail sting to spray venom from a distance, also inflicting paralysis and continuous bleeding effects. For a tier 4 unit, Xiaobai's strength was undoubtedly top-notch, even capable of contending with some tier 5 units. Black Abyss Highlands, west side. Amidst the rolling mountains, there was a flat valley. Within the valley lay a sprawling complex of buildings. The outer walls were uniformly constructed, and the interior was divided into over a dozen districts. Each district varied in size, featuring orderly residences and wide, intricate streets. Within the districts were plazas, majestic castles, and quiet, remote suburbs. On the streets, people came and went. However, at this moment, the entire town seemed somewhat desolate. Each district near the outer walls had a massive city gate. Outside the gate stood neatly arranged military formations. All formations were undergoing unified military training. On a city tower, several lords gathered together. Their faces were solemn, anxiously gazing outside the city. This was the territory jointly built by members of the guild, Frost Wolf. All core members had merged their territories here for collective development. The benefits of this approach were obvious: shared resources in combat power, mutual support, and collective growth. The Frost Wolf Guild was a significant force in the Black Abyss Highlands. Now, the guild's core members were seizing the time to train their troops for tomorrow's battle. Each troop formation stood in strict order, and the atmosphere of seriousness instantly spread. spread. A great battle was imminent. Meanwhile, across various parts of the Black Abyss Highlands, dozens of territories, whether prosperous or humble, strong or weak, were all like the Frostwolf Guild, frantically training and preparing for the impending war. The atmosphere was tense and grave. Black Abyss Highlands, North Side. Another Lord's Complex. This town was noticeably more prosperous, with a vast area stretching as far as the eye could see. Towering buildings and various magnificent large structures were everywhere. At the center, the Lord's mansion was grand and imposing, equipped with luxurious gardens, almost resembling a main city. The Lord's mansion in the city was firmly surrounded by tall walls. In a lively courtyard on the west side of the garden, flowers bloomed in clusters and streams trickled gently. The white jade pillars soared into the sky, with vines hanging down adorned with blossoms. The entire courtyard exuded an atmosphere of luxury and tranquility, devoid of any tension from war. By the poolside was a small reception area, with a set of expensive tea tables surrounded by several solid wood sofas. A young man dressed in brocade lay leisurely on one of the sofas, his right hand resting on the edge of the backrest, gently swirling a wineglass in his hand, the liquid inside rippling. In front of him floated a translucent blue panel. This man was Gu Yuhong, a level 60 top-tier lord. He squinted slightly, his expression languid, staring at the panel as if looking at something amusing. His entire demeanor radiated laziness, as if he was indifferent to everything. Indeed, at this moment, there was nothing worth worrying about for him. On another sofa sat another lord, Xu Jian. Unlike Gu Yuhong's casual demeanor, Xu Jian appeared calm and reserved. Both Gu Yuhong and Xu Jian were core members of the Guild Scimitar Brotherhood. This territory was co-built by them and another core member. The Scimitar Brotherhood was a level 5 large guild with numerous core members and territories scattered across various locations. The guild's reputation resounded throughout the Black Abyss Highlands. Each core member was a powerful lord commanding tens of thousands of troops. Their territories were prosperous, densely populated, and their towns were vast in scale. Gu Yuhong stared at the panel and suddenly chuckled. Tilting his head, he smiled and said to Chu Jian, "Look at those losers on the forum. The Black Abyss Demon Tide is coming tomorrow, and they're all crying and begging for help in their posts. It's hilarious. Honestly, if they can't even survive the monthly Demon Tide, what are they even doing? If it were me, I'd have found a place to end it already." Chu Jian's expression remained unchanged as he casually replied, "Not everyone has a strong background. Like you. Your territory alone has over 100 tier 5 units, plus a top tier 6-star hero who can take down a king-level demon with sheer physical strength. Even I can't compare to that. Of course, it's easy for you to handle, but from what I understand, tomorrow's Demon Tide might include tier 6 demons. It's completely normal for those small lords to struggle with their lack of strength. I estimate that 1/5 of the lords near the Black Abyss will be eliminated tomorrow." Gu Yuhong remained indifferent, squinting as he said lightly, "There's no need to make excuses for them. Trash is trash. They should just die outright. I've decided to record the entire process of defending against the Demon Tide tomorrow and post it on the forum to provoke those losers. Haha." Chu Jian paused, glancing at Gu Yuhong. "That's not a good idea, is it? They're already struggling to deal with the Demon Tide, and doing this would just make them feel worse. You're being too ostentatious. It might attract a lot of criticism." Gu Yuhong chuckled, "So what? I'm bored to death. Anyway, my favorite thing now is watching those weaklings' reactions. Every time, there's a swarm of bootlickers helping me curse people out in the comments, and it feels incredibly satisfying. If someone insults me, that's even more fun. I don't even need to respond myself. A group of bootlickers will pile on and shut them up, making them never dare to speak again. Just thinking about those losers wanting to kill me but being powerless to do so makes me burst out laughing. Ha." Squinting, Gu Yuhong smiled and said, "Xu Jian, I've always said that the forum's purpose is to show those losers the gap between us and them." Xu Jian looked at Gu Yuhong's smug expression and could only shake his head helplessly. Naturally, Xu Jian had his own pride. He also looked down on the trash Gu Yuhong mentioned, but he had no interest in deliberately mocking or provoking them. In his eyes, the weak and the strong were simply not on the same level. Those weaklings who could be crushed with a single step weren't even worth a second glance. After a while, Xu Jian seemed to recall something and asked, "By the way, what do you think about Zheng Honchang and Hewen being killed?" Gu Yuhong paused for a moment, his brows slightly furrowed, then quickly relaxed, answering indifferently, "Oh, Zheng Honchang and Hewen, those two dogs, dead is dead. They lacked strength, so they deserved it." However, as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened, a sharp glint flashing within them. "But no matter what, they were dogs under my scimitar. Outsiders have no right to bully them. First, find out who did it. When the time comes, I'll personally teach that insolent fool a lesson. Make them remember that the dogs under scimitar can only be slaughtered by us. Who do they think they are?" Xu Jian nodded lightly, saying nothing further, silently agreeing with Gu Yuhong's approach. Night fell, and the sky was covered with thick clouds, obscuring both starlight and moonlight. The wind sweeping across the land carried a biting chill, making the grass blades sway forlornly in the breeze. On the boundless wilderness, even the sound of insects had ceased. This silence was unsettling, not peaceful, but an eerie stillness. In the distance, amidst the dense darkness of the night, a massive skeletal bird flew through the air. Within its ribcage, a tiny green flame the size of a soybean flickered, becoming the only light on the grassland. The skeletal bird flapped its bony wings, slowly descending toward the ground. Suddenly, it passed through an invisible barrier and vanished instantly. This was the skeletal bird sent out by Shin-Chi not long ago. Shin-Chi had dispatched the skeletal bird to patrol the grassland once more. Contrary to his expectations, the nighttime grassland did not conceal any dangers but was instead unusually quiet. However, Shin-Chi's focus was on the dense fog to the north. In the afternoon, the black fog had been about 20 miles from his territory, but now it was only 15 miles away. Using his professional ability, Eye of Dominion, Shin-Chi accessed the skeletal bird's vision, controlling it to fly higher until it was far enough away. Below, the black fog region resembled a massive black curtain draped over the land. He kept a close watch on the changes at the fog's edge, discovering that from his northern vantage point, the black fog area appeared as a giant circle, with his territory situated at the southern edge of this circle. This confirmed the information he had gathered from the regional chat channel. Since dusk, Shin-Chi had been devoting part of his attention to monitoring the chat channel, occasionally listening to the conversations of other lords to gather scattered information. He roughly pieced together Black Abyss, as the name suggests, is an abyss shrouded in black fog. The center of the Black Abyss is likely within the misty area north of his territory. The Black Abyss spans a vast area, reportedly covering the central region of the Black Abyss Highlands. Lords living in the Black Abyss Highlands have their own unique way of dividing the area. With the Black Abyss as the center, the region is divided into 8 directions: east, south, west, north, southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest. Additionally, there are different levels of division based on proximity. Territories are categorized into 5 major zones: Zone 1, Zone 2, Zone 3, Zone 4, and Zone 5. Simply put, there are East Zone 1, East Zone 2, Southeast Zone 1, Southeast Zone 2. These zones are distributed like spokes radiating outward from the center. This division is mainly for convenience in determining the position and distance of each area relative to the Black Abyss in special circumstances. Shin-Chi's territory belongs to Southeast Zone 1, meaning his territory is almost at the outermost edge of the Black Abyss. As for the Black Abyss riot, it is a disaster that occurs regularly every month. The Black Abyss erupts waves of monster tides in all directions. These creatures emerging from the Black Abyss are referred to by the lords as monsters or demonic energy beings. The Black Abyss riot, also known as the Black Abyss monster tide, happens once a month. Starting around 9 a.m., waves of monsters emerge every hour, spreading in all directions in endless numbers. They destroy all life along the way and then continue to rampage outward. Centered around the Black Abyss, the surrounding territories must face the threat of this monster tide. The closer a territory is to the Black Abyss, the greater the pressure it endures. This is why few lords dare to establish territories in the vast areas near the Black Abyss. It is said that in some northern regions, powerful lords unite to organize defensive lines against the monster tide. They build checkpoints at varying distances from the Black Abyss, station allied forces, and resist the monthly monster tide. However, in other regions, due to scattered strength and lack of unity, such organizations are often not formed. Lords either resist alone, form temporary teams, or rely on large guilds to set up defenses. In any case, the Black Abyss monster tide is a nightmare that no lord near the Black Abyss can avoid. In comparison, the Daily Beast tide invasion in the novice trials is merely a test for beginners to practice. The Black Abyss monster tide, on the other hand, is more like a merciless natural disaster. Natural disasters have no fairness. In this catastrophe, lords who fail to survive face only one outcome: complete annihilation. Based on various information, Shin-Chi's territory is likely to be the first place hit by tomorrow's monster tide. Shin-Chi sighed. Another sleepless night awaited him. He had to race against time to summon more undead units in the ancient battlefield. Sleeping at 3, waking at 5, even the King of Hell says I don't follow the rules. Shin-Chi chuckled bitterly at himself. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the clouds and spilled onto the grasslands. The sun had yet to rise, but the light of dawn had already dispelled the darkness of night. Shin-Chi's territory was bustling with activity. The walls of Nine Nether had been completely constructed. From within the territory, the towering walls and majestic gates stood out prominently. Even more striking was the massive stone skeleton bust atop the gate. The skeleton statue was lifelike, gazing outward beyond the gate. The skeleton wore a crown, gripping a massive longsword with both hands, its tip deeply embedded in the ground. It was clad in full armor, with a cloak draped behind it. The hollow eye sockets of the enormous skull burned with ghostly green flames. Like a true skeletal general, it solemnly guarded the gate, exuding an aura of dignity and solemnity. As for the wall's attributes, its durability reached 500,000 with a defense value of 2,000 points and a 1% damage reflection ability. Coupled with the hidden aura and appearance brought by the territory template Eternal Night Gravesoil, the internal safety of the territory was essentially assured. At this moment, outside the territory, Shin-Chi had gathered all his undead army to begin deploying forces and organizing defenses. Last night, he had almost stayed up all night exploring maps. In the ancient battlefield, managing to increase the exploration progress of Withered Mountain to 81%. He frantically activated the Undead Allegiance skill, continuously summoning all undead creatures along the way. As a result, he recruited over 5,000 more undead units. With over 30,000 mental power at his disposal, it was more than sufficient. Shin-Chi had only one goal: to crazily expand the size of his army. He had no idea how large the monster tide would be the next day, so he could only keep strengthening his cards. Currently, Shin-Chi's undead army consisted of the following: 3,992 level 3 skeleton warriors, 3,000 skeleton archers, 1,000 skeleton crossbowmen, 1,000 skeleton shield guards, 103 skeleton cultists, and 1,000 undead mages. Additionally, there were 10 level 4 skeleton archmages, 1,000 undead iron cavalry, 8 skeleton berserkers, 1 level 5 wailing wraith, and 4 level 6 vampire counts. These were Shin-Chi's main output forces and the elite units he focused on cultivating. Furthermore, he had recruited the following level 2 units from the ancient battlefield: zombie guards, ghost fighters, undead violent bears, skeletal falcons, skeleton fighters, and decayed zombies, totaling over 8,000. To be honest, Shin-Chi was no longer interested in level 2 units. Their attributes and cultivation value were too low. He simply left them in the ancient battlefield overnight to let them automatically upgrade as much as possible to save early training time. Beyond that, he didn't put in much thought. However, these tier 2 units could be used to stack numbers and follow a pure mass army strategy. Shin-Chi's nearly 20,000 strong army was divided into over 100 phalanxes, cavalry charge phalanxes, skeleton warrior phalanxes, shield guards paired with archers for long-range output, mage phalanxes for long-range fire support, and even specialized cannon fodder units. The entire skeleton army was fully equipped and ready, their weapons and armor gleaming coldly. Countless soul flames burned quietly, and an eerie ghostly aura filled the air. At 9 a.m., the time was near. About 10 miles north of the territory, a skeletal bird soared high, tasked with monitoring the changes in the black mist. Shin-Chi used the Eye of Dominion to receive the reconnaissance images from the skeletal bird. As soon as the clock struck 9, the black mist began to churn violently. Thick fog surged, and countless sharp screeches emanated from within. The next moment, an endless tide of monsters surged forth like a flood. On the horizon, a pitch-black line could be seen from afar, devouring the land in madness. Shin-Chi stood silently atop the city gate, his gaze fixed on the distance, his expression growing increasingly composed. Beside him, Theodore and Elias stood guard on either side. Below the city walls was an endless sea of skeleton soldiers. This was Shin-Chi's source of confidence. A 20,000-strong army, like a giant sword, its blade gleaming coldly, its aura sharp, its tip firmly pointing forward. Today, let this sword's edge be tested. The first wave of the monster tide had arrived. The monstrous horde, like a pitch-black flood, clearly noticed Shin-Chi's skeleton army. In an instant, they charged forward excitedly, like ravenous wolves spotting fresh prey. The speed of the monster tide was astonishing. Shin-Chi immediately cast a detection spell. Instantly, the information of the monsters was laid bare before him: ghouls, nightmare demons, demonic giant lizards, ogre bears, giant eyes, devourers. The lowest level of these monsters was tier 4, with most being tier 4 elites, generally above level 30. Each monster was grotesque and hideous: ghouls with an extra head, devourers covered in eyes and mouths, their mouths filled with sharp teeth, demonic bears with no skin, their bodies reduced to raw, bloody flesh, giant floating eyeballs dripping yellow-green pus. Every monster was shrouded in black and red demonic energy, exuding a corrosive aura so tangible it sizzled, eating away at their own bodies, exposing rotting flesh and pitted wounds. Yet the monsters reveled in it, showing no fear. Shin-Chi observed with his own eyes. This wave of monsters already numbered close to 10,000, and this was just the portion surging from the southeast. The total number of monsters pouring out of the black abyss was simply unimaginable. imaginable. At this moment, the monsters let out earth-shaking howls, their piercing cries seemingly tearing through the air. They charged madly at the skeleton army, their eyes devoid of fear. The skeleton army had long been prepared. Soon, Theodore and Ilya, the three heroes, activated their respective talents and skills, greatly enhancing the various units. Shinchi also activated Undead Offering and War Aura. The undead cavalry and skeleton warriors were neatly arrayed at the front, while the 4,000 archers in the rear had already drawn their bows. They raised their arrowheads at an angle, presetting their trajectories. With the Legion buffs applied, the archers' attack power increased by 45%, range by 90%, firing speed by 150%, long-range critical hit rate by 10%, and critical damage by 50%. Additionally, all of them were imbued with Netherfire enchantment, granting their arrows darkened fire attribute damage. As soon as the monsters entered range, the archers immediately unleashed triple arrow volley. The skeleton archers and crossbowmen released their strings, and arrows shot forth. Each arrow carried Netherfire, whistling through the air. Tens of thousands of arrows instantly converged into a spectacular tide of arrows. The arrow tide, trailing bright, fiery tails, illuminated the clouds above. Then, the arrow tide rained down upon the surging monsters. The frontmost monsters were swept from head to toe by the ferocious arrow storm. The monsters with low health were pierced on the spot, turning into pools of blood. Even monsters with high health couldn't withstand the baptism of the arrow storm. The blazing tail flames leapt onto the monsters, igniting their bodies. In an instant, dazzling flames spread like fiery serpents, crazily engulfing the demon tide. The monsters let out piercing, furious howls that echoed across the battlefield. And this was just the beginning of the battle. The most terrifying part was that, with the attack speed of the 4,000 archers enhanced, they could almost unleash a volley of arrows every second. The rain of arrows poured out continuously, wave after wave. It forcibly halted the charge of tens of thousands of monsters, leaving them unable to advance. Any monster daring to enter the range was mercilessly whipped by the arrow rain. One volley wasn't enough, another followed immediately. As the arrow rain intensified, long-range critical hits and the corrosion effect were triggered repeatedly. The result was that almost no monster could approach the skeleton melee troops. The scene before them was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Gradually, the dense demon tide began to thin out. The monsters shifted from their initial excitement and frenzy to deep disappointment and anger. Wave after wave of monsters surged like tides, desperately trying to kill those damned skeleton soldiers. Yet, they couldn't even get close. 20 minutes later, the demon tide finally retreated. There was no chance of advancing further south. The first wave of the demon tide hadn't even breached Shinchi's first line of defense. The battlefield was shrouded in darkness, littered with charred corpses and countless arrows embedded in the ground. The air was thick with the stench of blood and demonic energy, turning the area into a true hell on earth. The 20,000-strong skeleton army remained as steady as a mountain, standing ready. Shinchi watched as the demon tide temporarily ceased, mounted his skeletal bird, and leisurely flew to the front line. Gazing at the piles of bones on the ground, his eyes lit up. He gently waved his hand. Bone Transformation LV2. Soulfire Refinement LV2. Blood Feast LV2. Boom! Instantly, the scattered bones on the ground emitted a layer of radiance. Countless white, golden, and crimson light clusters floated up. Moments later, all the light clusters converged into a sea of light, flying toward Shinchi. The next second, the system notification sounds went off wildly. Ding! You collected gray bones times 42. You collected high-quality soulfire times 8. You collected pale soulfire times 57. You collected ordinary blood times 23. The notifications lasted for a full 3 minutes before the surroundings returned to silence. Shinchi opened the system panel. Pale soulfire 8876, high-quality soulfire 207, gray bones 9874, high-quality bones 314, ordinary blood 9176, high-quality blood 147. Shinchi, his heartbeat quickened. He struck gold. His first thought was that he could immediately strengthen 9 skeleton warriors. Shinchi rode the skeletal bird and flew directly to the skeleton warrior camp. Almost all the skeleton warriors had a progress bar labeled Gray Bones 0/1000 in their status panels. This meant they all had upgrade potential. Shinchi randomly selected 9 skeleton warriors. Using Gray Bones, he strengthened them to help them advance. Whoosh! The 9 skeleton warriors erupted with dazzling light. They successfully advanced to skeleton berserkers. Now, Shinchi had 16 tier 4 skeleton berserkers in his ranks. Additionally, he gained 1 million free experience points. He immediately allocated them to 3 skeleton mages, leveling them up to 30. Afterward, Shin-Chi returned to the city wall, quietly waiting for the arrival of the second wave of the demon tide. According to the information he gathered from the chat channel, each wave of the demon tide would be stronger than the last. The number and strength of the monsters would escalate. Amid the relentless assaults of the demon tide, any lord unable to withstand it would fall, reduced to a pile of bones. The demon tide was like a volcanic eruption. The crater spewed scorching lava, carrying the power of destruction and slaughter, ravaging the surrounding land and obliterating everything. Thus, although Shin-Chi had barely exerted effort in the first wave of the demon tide, he absolutely could not let his guard down. Who knows how fierce the next wave of the magic tide will be. Half an hour later, the second wave of the magic tide officially struck. In the northern sky, that familiar black line appeared once again. This time, the black line was noticeably thicker and darker. The overwhelming swarm of magical creatures surged forward like a tide, unstoppable. The magic tide rushed in like a flood, dense and suffocating. Shin-Chi quickly scanned the battlefield, assessing the enemy situation. This time, the magical creatures not only included a large number of Tier 4 regular and elite monsters but also quite a few Tier 4 champions. Moreover, their levels were generally between 40 and 45, with an estimated number exceeding 50,000. Shin-Chi's brows furrowed tightly. This was the largest scale he had ever encountered. Just like the first wave of the magic tide, the magical creatures surged like a black ocean, turbulent and overwhelming. But this time, they were even more ferocious, their desire to fight soaring to madness. Even more terrifying, the magical creatures had grown stronger. There were not only monsters with astonishing health but also those with physical and magical resistance, and even some armored ones. Shin-Chi immediately ordered the archers to form the first line of defense, suppressing the enemy from a distance. Wave after wave of arrow rain fiercely pierced the heads of the magical creatures that dared to approach, desperately slowing their advance. Yet, 10 minutes later, the tide of magical creatures still surged, relentlessly breaking through the first line of defense. These powerful creatures, some with high physical resistance, some with thick armor, and others with high agility and stronger defenses, all broke through the threat of the arrow rain. They then collided with the melee formation of the skeleton army. 1,000 Tier 4 undead iron cavalry and 4,000 Tier 3 skeleton warriors, almost all above level 30, stood ready. Under the blessings of Asin and Shin-Chi, their attack power increased by 45%, defense soared by 195%, attack speed improved by 150%, movement speed increased by 45%, melee critical hit rate rose by 60%, and critical damage was multiplied by 5. 10 phalanxes of undead iron cavalry charged. First, their iron hooves crushing everything in their path, unstoppable. They simultaneously activated Furious Charge LV2 and Bloody Trample LV2, their steps synchronized, their spears gleaming coldly as they pierced the heads of the magical creatures with ease, as if puncturing dolls. When they formed tight phalanxes, the combat power of the undead iron cavalry was fully unleashed. 1,000 Tier 4 undead iron cavalry held back the tide of magical creatures, showing no weakness. The soul knights on the skeletal warhorses gripped their cold iron spears, mercilessly assassinating any magical creature that dared to come close. Once they accumulated enough rage, they unleashed Execution Spear LV2, throwing their spears to instantly kill 10 magical creatures at once. Blood splattered, and the magical energy dissipated. The sounds of battle cries, wails, and curses intertwined. As the corpses of magical creatures piled up, the enemy's momentum gradually waned. In less than a minute, the assault of the magic tide noticeably slowed. But 50,000 magical creatures were no easy foe, and the undead iron cavalry alone could not hold them off. Following closely, 4,000 skeleton warriors joined the fray. After multiple enhancements, the strength of the skeleton warriors was now close to that of Tier 4 units of the same level. The vast skeleton army, combined with a cannon fodder group more than twice their number, worked together to confront the magic tide. Tier 2 zombie guards, ghost fighters, undead dire bears, skeleton knights, and rotting zombies formed groups, encircling the magical creatures. The battlefield descended into chaos as both sides fought to the death, the battle reaching a fever pitch. Due to their weak attributes, they were repeatedly slaughtered by the frenzied magical creatures. However, as long as they could hold the line for a moment, even if it meant serving as cannon fodder, it was worth it. During this brief time, the two main long-range output forces, the archers and the mage corps, once again launched a full-scale assault. Endless waves of arrow rain blanketed the magical creatures. Meanwhile, as the creatures drew closer, the mid and long-range mages began chanting their spells. 1,000 undead mages and 100 skeleton acolytes raised their staffs in sacred texts high on the battlefield. fiery magical energy surged rapidly. In an instant, massive fire elements erupted. Following that, countless fireballs appeared in midair. The orange-red flames filled the sky, resembling a dazzling river of stars flowing across the grasslands. Each massive fireball contained powerful fire magic, relentlessly bombarding the army of monsters. The fireballs fell like meteors, crashing into the monster horde. A sea of flames boiled, sparks scattered, and thick smoke covered the sky. The firelight and smoke burned large swathes of monsters to ashes. The monster tide dissolved and retreated rapidly, as if encountering boiling water. A chaotic battle broke out completely. The skeleton army seized the opportunity to pursue, forcing the monsters into a continuous retreat. The skeleton berserkers entered a frenzy, with all their attributes surging, slaughtering monsters madly, almost capable of fighting 100 enemies alone. Sword light flashed, and groups of monsters fell instantly. The skeleton archmage, facing the large group of monsters ahead, immediately activated Lifelink, sharing life and strengthening armor. At the same time, it summoned skeleton warriors to block the monsters' advance. From the rear, they unleashed deadly necromantic arrows. The monsters roared in fury, desperately trying to tear apart the blocking skeleton warriors and kill the skeleton archmage. However, they couldn't even touch the hem of the archmage's robe before their heads were pierced by multiple spell arrows. The vampire count moved effortlessly, spreading his massive wings, calmly and elegantly weaving through the enemy forces. At times, he flew to the front, summoning countless rose vines that instantly trapped groups of monsters, using the vines as cages to swiftly strangle them. At other times, he quickly flew to support the skeleton army, instantly releasing Crimson Gift, restoring the surrounding skeleton soldiers to full health. The fully healed skeleton soldiers immediately rallied, striking back and killing the monsters before them with a single blow. The monsters, who had been smugged just moments before, died in terror the next second. 30 minutes later, the tide of 50,000 monsters was once again firmly held back at the starting point by the skeleton army. The heavy aura of death almost condensed into a blood mist, lingering in the air and refusing to dissipate. The skeleton army pushed the monster tide all the way back to the black mist zone, ultimately annihilating all the monsters. This time, nearly the entire main force was deployed. The second-tier cannon fodder troops suffered losses exceeding 3/5, but the survival rate of the elite main force units reached 95%. With the skill, Eternal Night Summoning, which continuously summoned undead units, Shin-Chi didn't care about these losses at all. In the second round of battle, Shin-Chi once again single-handedly intercepted the rampaging monster tide in the southeastern zone. However, in other areas around the abyss, the situation was far less favorable than Shin-Chi's. It was as if hell had descended, and the atmosphere of despair and misery quickly spread to every corner near the abyss. The regional chat channel exploded instantly. During this monster tide outbreak, the well-known Frostwolf Guild had mobilized all its members, fully fortifying their defenses and vowing to resist the monster tide to the death. Their guild leader had confidently declared that with Frostwolf's preparations and strength this time, they would surely hold the line even if the monster tide grew stronger. Everyone believed that Frostwolf had the confidence and capability to do so. But what no one expected was that when the second wave of the monster tide struck, the Frostwolf Guild completely collapsed, with all members perishing. The entire regional channel fell silent. The Frostwolf Guild was utterly wiped out, and all its core members were lost to the monster tide. The news quickly spread across all major chat channels. The various zones of the Abyss Highlands were in an uproar. No way. Frostwolf is really gone? I remember the guild leader and vice leader just hit level 60 and were planning to lead Frostwolf to become a level 5 guild next month. They had tens of thousands of members and they still couldn't withstand the monster tide? There's nothing we can do. I heard that in the second wave of the monster tide, each zone faced over 50,000 monsters, including level 45. 4th tier elites and champion level monsters. Those low tier units were just cannon fodder. Sigh, I had a brother in Frostwolf. We just planned to raid a dungeon together after the monster tide. And now he's gone. Moment of silence. Can the brothers on the front lines hold out? If they can't, the monster tide will reach our doorstep. My god, why is today's monster tide so insane? What on earth is happening? This is only the second wave. The ones to come might be even more terrifying. If this continues, only supersized guilds and forces will be able to withstand the magic tide. 2 hours ago, the abyssal magic tide had not yet begun. South of the abyssal highlands, 60 miles away from Shin-Chi's territory, scattered among the low hills troops were 7 or 8 small human villages. Some minor lords were developing their territories here. The buildings were sparse and lacked any unified planning, clearly the domain of low-ranking lords. At this moment, in the center of the largest territory, near the city gate square, a crowd had gathered. A man wearing a mask and dressed in black stood arrogantly, his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him were 5 fifth-tier elemental units, 3 fire elemental soldiers, their forms composed of golden-red energy, surrounded by blazing flames, 2 lightning elemental soldiers, their bodies encircled by flickering electric light, ready to erupt at any moment. These 5 fifth-tier elemental units exuded an intense sense of oppression. In front of the black-clad lord stood 7 or 8 other lords. Their faces were pale, their bodies trembling slightly, their spirits low. It was evident that these lords and the black-clad lord belonged to opposing factions, and the black-clad lord was clearly the more authoritative superior. The black-clad lord scanned the group with a contemptuous smile, and spoke arrogantly, "Well, I've laid out my terms. If you agree, when the magic tide arrives, we can send troops to help you resist it together. I believe you understand how strong the magic tide is. Moreover, no one to the north of your territories can stop the first wave of the tide anymore, right?" Upon hearing this, the other lords' faces grew even grimmer. One of the lords, Zhang Xingyuan, frowned and hesitated for a moment before speaking first, dissatisfied, joining, "Bloodthorn, isn't this condition too harsh? 80% of all territorial output must be handed over within a year, and we have to send our strongest 100 units for free, unconditionally participating in guild-assigned missions?" Seeing someone oppose him, the black-clad lord's face immediately darkened. The atmosphere around them instantly grew tense. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying a chill. "Zhang Xingyuan, haven't you realized the current situation yet? Without the support of Bloodthorn, do you really think you can withstand the invasion of the magic tide? Join us, and at least you'll survive. Or would you rather die under the attack of the magical creatures?" The faces of the low-ranking lords grew increasingly grim. One thin man clearly appeared hesitant, as if struggling internally, repeatedly glancing at the black-clad lord. Standing to the side, Zhang Xingyuan seemed to see through his hesitation, frowning and saying, "Wang Hong, you wouldn't seriously consider agreeing to them, would you?" He sounded urgent. "Their conditions are clearly making us laborers. Besides, Bloodthorn is desperately expanding the guild." Because Wang Hong's face showed pain as he interrupted Zhang Xingyuan, speaking softly, "Brother Zhang, I can't control anything else, but joining Bloodthorn at least means I can survive. At this rate, I'm afraid I won't even see tomorrow." He glanced at Zhang Xingyuan briefly before lowering his head, not daring to meet his gaze. Zhang Xingyuan's disappointment was evident. He looked at Wang Hong and said, "Wang Hong, when I saved you from the dungeon, didn't you promise to follow my arrangements in the future? You even swore that no matter what I did, you'd support me. Now, have you decided not to trust me?" Wang Hong lowered his head and said nothing. After a moment, he bit his lip and made his decision. He stepped forward a few steps, approaching the black-clad man, and quickly lowered his head, saying, "I am willing to join Bloodthorn. I accept your terms." The black-clad man squinted, clearly pleased with Wang Hong's actions. Then, he turned mockingly toward Zhang Xingyuan with a smug expression. "Zhang Xingyuan, your good brother has already made his choice. So, what about you? By the way, I think your friend's decision is very wise." Zhang Xingyuan's gaze darkened, but his expression became resolute. "I refuse." The other lords around him hesitated for a moment, then also expressed their stance one after another. The woman beside Zhang Xingyuan glanced at him and firmly said, "I refuse." Except for Wang Hong, all 7 other lords made the same choice. The man in black froze for a few seconds, then sneered coldly, "Humph, truly ignorant of the times. Do you think the decision you're making now is honorable? Do you still think you're strong and moving? Fools!" The fire and lightning elemental troops behind him began to emit intense energy fluctuations, as if they were about to erupt in the next moment. Fortunately, the man in black did not let them act. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Then just wait for death. This time, the magic tide is fiercer than ever before. Once the first wave hits, you're finished. Cleaning you up would dirty my hands. Let's go." The black-clad lord waved his sleeve and left, turning away with 5 fifth-tier elemental troops. Wang Hong mustered his courage to look up at the lords behind him. Their faces were cold, their gazes fixed on him. Former comrades had now completely split into 2 factions. Wang Hong's face instantly burned red. He turned back somewhat awkwardly, but a fierce determination quietly grew in his heart. If you want to die, then go ahead and die. When that time comes, don't regret it. However, he did not show this on the surface. Wang Hong's body trembled as he quickly followed the black-clad lord away. The square returned to silence. The pressure brought by the 5th-tier troops disappeared, but the atmosphere did not improve. Instead, it was filled with a heavy sense of despair. A lord, his face heavy, weakly called out, "What do we do? Are we really just waiting to die? This time, the scale of the magic tide riot is too too large. With our strength, we can't possibly hold it off. Moreover, none of us have a territory relocation order. If the core of our territory is destroyed, we won't survive either. Lord Jiangtang anxiously asked, Brother Zhang, do you think Bloodthorn really has no good intentions? Zhang Xingyuan closed his eyes briefly and said in a deep voice, I heard that Bloodthorn urgently needs a large number of new lords to complete their next operation. I heard that their big project in a few months will require sacrificing quite a few lords. We, the small lords being conscripted, are nothing but cannon fodder. Previously, when Bloodthorn was recruiting, the conditions they offered on the surface were still decent. Now, taking advantage of the Black Abyss riot, they're not even pretending anymore. These conditions are clearly meant to squeeze us dry and then not let us go in the end. Hearing Zhang Xingyuan's words, everyone's expressions grew even heavier. The air was filled with sorrow and helplessness. Zhang Xingyuan looked around and sighed deeply. He forced himself to stay strong and try to encourage everyone. I know a high-tier lord who owes me a favor. I've already contacted him, and he said he'll do his best to buy us some time. Maybe we still have a chance to survive. But these words did not bring much hope to anyone. Even Zhang Xingyuan himself did not hold out much hope. The atmosphere quickly grew heavy again. In the end, Zhang Xingyuan barely managed to comfort everyone and forcibly organized them to gather their forces, trying to form a defensive line to resist the magic tide. Thousands of troops were divided into several formations. They gathered on the open ground in front of their respective territories, facing north. Zhang Xingyuan stood in the center, while the 7 lords stood behind, commanding their troops. Their faces were grim as they stared at the northern horizon, remaining vigilant at all times. At this point, everyone had no choice but to focus entirely, even though no one held any hope for the future. Time passed second by second. In the blink of an eye, it was 9 a.m., the usual time for the magic tide invasion. The air seemed to grow cold. The birds and beasts on the nearby mountains also fell silent, afraid to make a sound. It's coming. Zhang Xingyuan's heart was filled with despair, yet he remained resolute. He gripped his long halberd tightly, straightened his back, though his palms couldn't help but sweat. Time continued to pass, but as they waited, they began to feel something was off. It was completely different from what they had imagined. Zhang Xingyuan glanced at the time, his expression turning strange. 15 minutes had passed, according to the usual patterns of the magic tide. Shouldn't the monsters have appeared by now? This is too strange. Could it be that the monsters have changed their strategy and are planning to launch 2 waves of magic tide simultaneously? Zhang Xingyuan's face darkened. However, an hour passed. The magic tide still hadn't appeared. The atmosphere remained solemn and heavy. Occasionally, a cold wind would blow through. Yet, the lords who had been anxiously awaiting the magic tide unexpectedly felt a tinge of boredom. At this moment, Zhang Xingyuan received a message in his private chat group. Brother Zhang, what on earth is going on? Clearly, even Zhang Xingyuan himself was at a loss. Outside Shenqi's territory, the skeleton army remained steadfast. Riding his skeletal bird, he flew over the battlefield for an inspection. Using his innate ability, he continuously extracted essence from the bones scattered on the ground, keeping himself extremely busy. After a while, he finally completed his task. Excited, he opened his panel to tally his gains. Pale Soulfire, 35 427 high-quality Soulfire, 807 gray-white bones, 42 563 high-quality bones, 714 ordinary blood, 39 542 high-quality blood, 742. Seeing these numbers, Shenqi couldn't help but smile. However, the magic tide wasn't over yet, so he couldn't celebrate too early. He immediately put away his smile and began his next plan, strengthening the skeleton warriors. Using 42,563 gray-white bones, he could enhance 42 skeleton warriors. Shenqi eagerly walked into the skeleton warrior corps. He randomly selected 42 skeleton warriors with potential for advancement and directly enhanced them. Instantly, countless white lights flashed within the army. Each flash of light emitted a more robust and condensed aura. Within seconds, the skeleton berserkers squad gained 42 new members. Now there were a total of 59 4th-tier skeleton berserkers. Shenqi couldn't help but start imagining, this is incredible. If this continues, isn't it possible to upgrade all 4,000 skeleton warriors into berserkers? Although it sounds crazy, I like it. Next, he took out the newly acquired over 1 million prayer points, equivalent to nearly 10 million free experience points, and quickly enhanced the skeleton berserker squad collectively, including Xiao Bai. The strongest berserkers had already surpassed level 40. The overall average level had also reached level 35. 5 berserkers who broke through level 40 simultaneously comprehended a new skill, Furious Cross Slash. Charge for 1 second, then unleash a cross-shaped blade aura forward, dealing 3 times the damage of a normal attack. The blade aura can travel up to 3 meters. If in berserk state, this skill will unleash 3 consecutive cross-shaped blade auras. Cooldown 40 seconds. Oh my! The berserkers had awakened their second exclusive skill, and it was a high damage area attack skill. Activating berserk state and using furious cross slash would triple the damage. Shin-Chi could already imagine the berserkers' spectacular performance. Taking advantage of the remaining time, he carefully inspected the troops on the battlefield again. He discovered that after the second round of battles, many undead cavalry had leveled up. Some of the upgraded undead cavalry had even awakened new skills. These skills, like the skeleton shield, guard's great shield dome, were rare group synergy skills. Battle formation, slaughter formation executed jointly by the cavalry in the formation. During a combined charge, a massive force field forms at the front. This force field gathers the strength of up to 10 members, with an attack range 1000% that of a single member. Duration 3 minutes. Cooldown 10 minutes. Shin-Chi was once again stunned. It was a formation skill. Battle formation. Slaughter formation could combine the strength of formation members to create an enormous force field at the front. It was like transforming into a giant cavalry unit with an attack range exceeding 30 meters. Moreover, the damage from this giant cavalry unit exceeded 50,000. As long as the core continued to level up, its power would only grow stronger. The buff effect exceeded 100,000. If a critical hit was triggered, the damage could multiply several times. Shin-Chi took a deep breath. As the skeleton army continued to level up, the potential of these skeleton units was gradually being unleashed. Their combat power was growing stronger and stronger. Time passed. The third magic tide was about to arrive. Shin-Chi stood solemnly on the city wall, his gaze fixed on the northern horizon. Finally, on the horizon, the shadow of the magic tide appeared once again. Shin-Chi's pupils contracted sharply. This time, the scale of the magic tide was clearly much larger. The demonic aura swirling around the magical creatures was unusually dense, spreading outward continuously. The sky was dyed a deep purple. From afar, the frenzied roars of the magical creatures echoed. That terrifying momentum transmitted through the air. Though still thousands of meters away, it felt as if they were already upon them. The murderous intent and destructive power emanating from them made Shin-Chi's heart race uncontrollably. This wave of the magic tide was truly terrifying. If every magic tide were as powerful as this one, it was likely that no lord in the entire Black Abyss Highlands would survive. Shin-Chi withdrew his thoughts and began meticulously planning a response in his mind. As the magic tide approached, he had also gathered preliminary information about it. The number of magical creatures was close to 100,000, nearly 10 times the size of his army. Moreover, 5th-tier magical creatures had appeared. The average level of the magical creatures had risen to level 35. The strongest among them had even reached level 50. The magical creatures reveled, howling in excitement. They had only one goal, to destroy everything. They showed no fear toward the enemies before them. They charged impatiently toward the skeletal army. Shin-Chi calmly waited for the magical creatures to enter range. Then, he ordered all archers to launch the first long-range suppression. The Legion buff skills of Asin, Ilya, and Shin-Chi had all finished cooling down. At this moment, all Legion buffs were unleashed one by one. Critical hits, armor, penetration, corrosion, enchantments. Under multiple enhancements, the archers unleashed a rain of arrows that blotted out the sky. The magical creature army met the rain of arrows with their thick bodies. Sharp screams and roars of anger echoed continuously from the magic tide. The scent of blood quickly filled the air. However, within the magic tide, stronger magical creatures angrily pulled out the arrows from their heads, snapped them in half, and casually threw them to the ground. It was as if those arrows were mere tickles. They bared their sharp fangs and let out deafening screeches. Then, twisting their massive bodies, they charged forward at an astonishing speed. Clearly, the rain of arrows could no longer stop the advance of the magic tide. More than half of the magical creatures broke through the suppression of the arrows and charged forward with overwhelming force. Shin-Chi remained calm and composed, showing no sign of panic. He raised his hand and gave the order, attack. The undead cavalry phalanx charged first. However, this time, part of the cavalry regiment formed several smaller phalanxes. They split into multiple squads and advanced to meet the enemy. Battle formation, shape of slaughter. The cavalry phalanx, having mastered the battle formation skill, immediately launched a united charge. In an instant, the entire cavalry phalanx erupted with an extremely powerful momentum. Between the formations, the aura surged violently, forming a sharp cone-shaped force field. It was like a larger, sharper, and more terrifying spear thrusting forward fiercely. The next moment, this force field plunged into the surging magic tide. A force dealing tens of thousands of damage instantly crushed the bodies of hundreds of magical creatures. The magical creatures had no time to react and could only watch as the cavalry charged toward them. In the next second, a terrifying force swept over them and their bodies exploded into countless chunks of flesh and blood. A fourth-tier champion-level giant eyeball demon within the range of the battle formation attack stared, wide-eyed, its pupils reflecting the image of the cavalry charge. In the next second, its massive eyeball began to distort and twist before exploding. With a loud bang, it didn't even have the strength to resist. Just like that, several undead cavalry regiments clashed head-on with the magic tide, making those arrogant and unruly magical creatures feel fear for the first time. A fifth-tier wailing wraith floated directly to the front line. It paused for a moment, then let out a sharp, piercing wail. The wail was filled with desolate sorrow and deep resentment. Wail of resent centered around it. All the monsters within a 10-meter radius were engulfed in fear, standing motionless, clutching their heads with both hands, their faces filled with pain and terror. Nearly 100 monsters froze instantly, their defense reduced by 30%. At this moment, the skeleton warriors, who had been waiting at the rear, suddenly charged forward. Sword flashes flickered among the immobilized monsters, effortlessly slicing through their bodies in swathes. A raging demon bear watched itself being cleaved in two, unable to move. It let out a furious roar, its eyes quickly turning gray and lifeless. The skeleton army charged fearlessly into the tide of monsters. The battlefield erupted with a deafening killing intent, as if even the heavens and earth were shrouded in this oppressive atmosphere. However, the torrent of 100,000 monsters was clearly not something that could be easily stopped. On the front lines, the two armies clashed madly, while more powerful monsters continued to surge from the rear, eager to trample over the corpses of their fallen comrades and tear their enemies apart. On Shin-Chi's side, 3 hero units officially joined the fray. The skeleton Archbishop Theodore ascended into the air, waving the staff in his hand. After 25 seconds of chanting, the staff began to blaze with intense fire elements, and a beam of light as bright as daylight emanated from the crystal at the tip of the staff. The light suddenly intensified, piercing straight into the sky. The heavens and earth became restless, with heat waves surging. In the next moment, 50 points of light appeared on the horizon. Falling stars. LV4. The number of meteors summoned from beyond the skies increased from 30 to 50. 50 meteors tore through the air, whistling downward. The monsters seemed to sense something, raising their heads in terror, staring blankly at the massive meteors descending from the sky. Each meteor, engulfed in blazing demonic flames and trailing a 1,000-meter-long fiery tail, plummeted rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the meteors struck the battlefield. The next second, hell descended. On the battlefield, not far to the south, atop a hill, a spatial rift silently appeared. From the rift, a foot slowly stepped out, followed by a leisurely figure. A lord casually emerged from the rift, his expression relaxed. Meng Huachun, already a level 58 expert. He was not a lord from the vicinity of the abyss. This time, he activated a teleportation array to come here, merely to repay a favor he owed someone. In truth, Meng Huachun had no desire to come. Why waste time? He had only casually agreed to provide some support. In reality, even if he didn't come, that Zhang Xingyuan couldn't do anything to him. However, after much thought, his faint conscience barely overcame his hesitation. Thus, he activated the teleportation array and traveled thousands of miles to arrive. The teleportation coordinates were the address Zhang Xingyuan had given him. Zhang Xingyuan had asked for his help to resist the first wave of the monster tide. Meng Huachun agreed verbally, but he didn't really mean it. He only planned to send his troops to hold the line for 10 minutes at most. However many monsters they could kill in that time would suffice, and as soon as his troops suffered any losses, he would immediately retreat. Who cared about favors or debts? Even the slightest loss of his forces would make his heart ache. Just as Meng Huachun was about to summon his troops from his spatial tools, he suddenly felt something was wrong. An overwhelming sense of danger surged into his heart. He quickly looked toward the battlefield. His eyes widened in shock, almost popping out of their sockets. Reflected in his pupils was a sky full of firelight. In the sky, a torrential rain of fire poured down continuously. On the ground, deafening explosions roared incessantly, with thick smoke billowing upward. It was as if the god of fire had descended upon the world. A wave of extreme fear surged in Meng Huachun's heart. His eyes were wide open, all traces of his previous leisure gone. He slowly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This monster tide, how could it be so terrifying? What level of monster could summon such a horrifying meteor shower? How can this even be resisted? It's a death sentence. Asking me to help, was this a deliberate attempt to make me take the blame? Looking at the scene before him, his legs went weak. At first, he thought the terrifying commotion in the heavens and earth was caused by the monster tide, but he tried to calm himself, carefully observing the distant battlefield, yet doubt surged in his heart. Why does something feel off? He looked a few more times and could hardly believe his eyes. This apocalyptic rain of fire wasn't caused by the monsters, it was created by the side fighting against the monster tide. The skeleton army, engaged in direct combat with the monster horde, showed no signs of panic. This indicated that the meteor shower was launched by the skeleton army. On the other hand, the monsters fleeing in disarray had become the targets of the meteor bombardment. The monster horde was the one suffering the devastating blows of the meteor rain. As Meng Huachun struggled to accept this reality, he watched as a 3-meter-tall frost giant was struck directly by a meteor. The giant had no time to dodge. After a deafening explosion, thick smoke dispersed, leaving only a several-meter-deep crater on the ground. The frost giant had completely vanished. On the ground, there was faintly visible bloodstains and scorched marks. Meng Huachun felt conflicted. Could this Zhang Xingyuan kid have found other reinforcements? Perhaps he directly invited a mountain-dominating overlord, no, a void-breaking overlord, to intervene. Then why call me here? Judging by this scene, the monsters seemed to be the ones suffering more. Meng Huachun's mouth twitched as he was about to. He turned around and walked back, retreating into the spatial rift. But his steps suddenly halted. Driven by some inexplicable impulse, he pulled out a recording device. Without even thinking about what he was doing, he activated it. The lens of the recording device was already aimed at the battlefield. She watched quietly. As soon as Theodore made his move, he unleashed falling stars. The tide of the battle immediately reversed. Theodore wasn't just a 6-star hero with immense power, he was also equipped with the Golden Grade Caster's gem necklace and Staff of Wind's Rest. These significantly enhanced his spell damage, defense penetration, casting range, and spell area. As a result, the impact range of each meteor was absurdly large, and the damage was terrifying. Every time a meteor struck, hundreds of monsters were instantly wiped out. Within the monster horde, one blank area after another was continuously created by the meteors. The ground seemed to be covered in scorching lava, burning the living beings above it relentlessly. The air was filled with intense heat waves. On the battlefield, the grass stretching for several kilometers was almost entirely reduced to ashes, revealing a charred, uneven surface. However, even though tens of thousands of monsters were wiped out in swathes, there were still countless monsters in the rear waiting to enter the fray. They watched their frontline companions fall with wide eyes, yet showed no fear. Instead, their eyes gleamed with ferocity as they charged forward with even greater excitement, filling the gaps. Every monster that managed to survive on the battlefield emitted even stronger demonic energy. Purple-red demonic energy rose into the sky, enveloping the entire battlefield in a dense miasma. The monsters surrounded by the demonic energy cheered and screamed, reveling in the comfort it brought. Clearly, the demonic energy had a beneficial effect on the monsters. Fighting within the miasma was like soaking in a fountain of life, keeping them in a perpetually strong combat state. However, for creatures other than abyssal monsters, this demonic energy was highly corrosive, except for the undead. At that moment, a ghoul with rotting skin and a mouth full of fangs roared as it charged at a skeleton. It swung its sharp claws, about to grab the skeleton. Suddenly, a black shadow darted through the skeleton group. Immediately after, a thick, long tail, faster than the shadow, fiercely swept toward the ghoul. Just as the ghoul was about to grab the skeleton, the tail had already pierced its skull, slamming it violently to the ground. This was skeleton scorpion berserker Xiaobai. Its half-scorpion body and 4 pairs of legs made it incredibly agile and fast-moving. It quickly approached the ghoul and struck it with its tail, saving the skeleton warrior from being caught. Xiaobai's tail stinger pierced through the ghoul's skull. The ghoul's head exploded like a balloon, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. The tail stinger slowly withdrew from the ghoul's body. The headless ghoul collapsed to the ground, but it didn't die. Its limbs twitched frantically. Before long, it actually wobbled and attempted to stand up. Seeing this, Xiaobai's left hand transformed into a massive pincer. He swiftly clamped the ghoul's body and slammed it back to the ground. Following that, his tail lashed out once again. In the next moment, the stinger viciously pierced into the ghoul's body. Tail stinger thrust. Vicious sting LV2. The tail moved like a high-speed sewing machine, rapidly stabbing in and out. The high-speed strikes of the stinger almost turned into afterimages, instantly piercing through the ghoul's body. Its body became riddled with holes. Like a honeycomb briquette, a bloody and mangled mess. Xiaobai withdrew the stinger one final time, confirming that the ghoul was completely dead. After killing the ghoul, Xiaobai straightened his towering half-scorpion body as if nothing had happened. His gaze locked onto the front, where more ghouls were madly rushing forward. The soul flames in Xiaobai's skull flickered slightly, and his aura instantly transformed. A blood-red light surged up around him. The twin soul flames in his eye sockets turned crimson and burned more fiercely. His entire presence became even more powerful and ferocious. Berserk mode activated. Attack power increased by 30%, defense enhanced by 30%, and melee critical damage boosted by 30%. Combined with various legion buffs, his attack power nearly doubled. Dozens of ghouls charged madly, emitting guttural haha sounds, drooling uncontrollably. They were determined to tear apart this scorpion berserker in front of them. However, Xiaobai calmly raised the longsword in his right hand. The blade emitted a humming sound as he slightly crouched, gathering strength for a second before suddenly leaping forward and slashing fiercely. Furious cross slash. Boom! The crimson light expanded violently, and a tyrannical aura erupted in an instant. Two intersecting black and red sword beams slashed rapidly forward. This time, the cross slash dealt area damage close to 30,000. In berserk mode, furious cross slash could strike 3 consecutive times. In the next moment, the second black and red cross-shaped sword beam followed closely, and then the third. The 3 waves of fierce sword beams tore through the air, slashing mercilessly at the ghoul horde. Damage numbers exceeding 30,000 continuously appeared on the ghouls. The final cross slash triggered a 6-fold critical hit, with damage exceeding 180,000. Boom! Before the ghouls could even approach Xiaobai, they were shredded into pieces by the successive black and red sword beams. With berserk mode boosting him, Xiaobai didn't pause for a moment, charging deeper into the demonic horde. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, other berserk skeleton warriors also unleashed the terrifying furious cross slash, ruthlessly tearing apart the monsters. Skeleton berserkers in berserk mode were like perfect, tireless killing machines. On the battlefield, the demonic tide surged wildly, seemingly endless. Kill a batch, and more would swarm in, never letting up. But with the unwavering morale granted by absolute loyalty, coupled with the skeleton army's fearlessness toward death and pain, they would never tire. No matter how many came, they would kill them all. The undead cavalry charged into the demonic tide with formation, execution stance, vowing to utterly crush the monster horde. The wailing spirits immediately cast Wailing Grudge as soon as its cooldown ended, coordinating with the skeleton warriors for relentless slaughter. The vampire counts, skeleton archmages, skeleton archers, and mage battalions, all the undead soldiers fought with everything they had. Yet, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming, almost infinite in its density. The monsters were so tightly packed that they overlapped and blotted out the sky. Shinchi calmly observed the tide of monsters surging like waves, step by step encroaching upon his territory. He thought to himself, what method could maximize damage against these densely packed monster hordes? The answer was simple: explosions. Shinchi began to command his undead army, executing his plan of attack. Suddenly, countless ghostly masks floated over the battlefield. These masks emitted an ominous red glow, densely covering the monsters beneath them. The undead mage battalion completed their incantation, Ghostly Devour. The skeleton cult immediately activated Codex Echo, replicating the undead mage's Ghostly Devour. Hundreds of skeleton cultists simultaneously unleashed Evil Spirit Devour. Each Evil Spirit Devour released 7 evil spirit curses. In an instant, thousands of evil spirit curses converged into a torrent of evil spirit masks, surging fiercely toward the demon tide. As soon as the evil spirit curses approached the monsters, they automatically locked onto their targets, immediately burrowing into the monsters' bodies. Each monster could be marked with up to 3 evil spirit curses. Enemies marked by the evil spirit curses would explode after being hit by 3 melee attacks. The necromancers who did not cast Evil Spirit Devour began chanting another spell, Frost Mist Curse. Hundreds of Frost Mist Curse spells were activated simultaneously. A vast area of icy mist immediately rose over the battlefield. The bone-chilling mist carried thick frost, instantly enveloping countless monsters. Enemies staying in the mist for more than 12 seconds would be frozen into ice sculptures, exploding upon impact. The vampire counts flapped their massive bat wings, hovering in the air. They coldly observed the advancing demon tide. In the next moment, they unleashed Blood Curse in rapid succession, countless explosive bats quickly gathered, forming a black cloud that descended upon the demon tide. The bat swarm relentlessly harassed the enemies, and if attacked, the bats would immediately explode, triggering chain explosions. As the battle progressed, the battlefield became littered with corpses, even hindering the movements of both sides. But for the 10 skeleton archmages, these corpses were their most precious spoils. The skeleton archmages raised their staffs high and began chanting, Chain Corpse Explosion LV2. What followed was a spectacular explosion frenzy on the battlefield. From the moment the first corpse was detonated, Chain Corpse Explosion, Evil Spirit Devour, Frostmist Curse, and Blood Curse worked in tandem, creating a chain reaction. Monsters marked by the evil spirit curses exploded after 3 melee attacks. Monsters, driven to desperation by the relentless bat harassment, grabbed the bats around them. Monsters shrouded in the dense mist for over 12 seconds triggered chain reactions under the impact of explosions. Countless explosions bloomed like flowers across the battlefield. In an instant, flames roared, deafening booms echoed, and thick smoke rose to the sky, quickly spreading to every corner of the battlefield. The scene was no less magnificent than the death feast brought by Theodore's falling stars. The aesthetics of war and the art of explosions reached their peak at this moment. Tens of thousands of monsters perished in the explosions, their lives ending here. This scene was fully recorded by Meng Huachun, who was observing from afar. Tens of thousands of monsters were obliterated in the explosions, but this was not the most terrifying part. The most horrifying aspect was the cycle. Spell cooldowns were reduced by 10%, and chanting time was shortened by 23%. Theodore's falling stars could be cycled every 2 minutes. Next, Theodore directly initiated a cycled bombing mode. Using the floating ability of the wind's respite staff, Shinchi continuously adjusted his position to ensure uninterrupted chanting. Then, he unleashed 3 consecutive rounds of falling stars. Meanwhile, the undead units with powerful explosive skills completed their skill cooldowns every 5 minutes. As Theodore carried out continuous meteor bombardments, the undead army launched another explosion frenzy. Countless meteors fell from the void, as if the heavens were roaring in fury, unleashing divine punishment and turning the battlefield into the domain of death. Explosions bloomed like deadly flowers stained with blood, annihilating all life. Under this devastating assault, the demon tide actually began to retreat. This relentless, unending demon tide could not withstand the overwhelming firepower. Moreover, the demon tide was visibly receding at an astonishing speed. 10 minutes later, the third wave of the demon tide was completely repelled. 10,000 skeleton soldiers had wiped out 100,000 monsters. On the once vast battlefield, smoke lingered, and ashes filled the air. Only the cold wind blowing from the horizon carried a strong scent of blood, spreading for dozens of miles. Apart from the howling wind, the only sound left was the crunching of bones colliding. For vampire counts flapped their wings, swiftly flying over the battlefield. Every 5 seconds, a crimson gift was thrown at the skeleton army, busy healing the injured skeletons and restoring their status. Theodore had completed several rounds of meteor bombardments, with more than half of his mental energy remaining. Thanks to his innate talent, he was recovering quickly. He also roamed the battlefield, occasionally casting prayer, blessing to help the skeletons clear various negative statuses and replenish mental energy. Shinchi was participating in such a large-scale battle for the first time, yet he clearly felt that his stamina and mental energy were still abundant. Meng Huachun, watching from a distance, swallowed hard. Even though he was more than 30 miles away from the battlefield, the intense atmosphere of war still made his heart race and filled him with immense pressure. He couldn't help but feel alarmed. Who on earth was resisting the demon tide? He strained his eyes to observe, carefully scanning every corner of the battlefield. Apart from the skeleton army, he couldn't find any trace of a commander. Who was leading these tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers? Meng Huachun's mind raced. Could it be the undead Lord Marquis of Filth from the Fallen Mountain Range? Logically, the Fallen Mountain Range was over 300 miles from the outskirts of the Black Abyss, so there was no reason for them to come here to help. Could Zhang Xingyuan have some connection with the Marquis of Filth? But that seemed unlikely. It was said that the Marquis of Filth was reclusive and disliked interacting with others. His mind was full of doubts. The only thing he could confirm was that the one commanding this defense against the demon tide was a powerful undead lord. He shivered involuntarily and decided to keep observing. After some thought, he cautiously equipped himself with invisibility gear to avoid being discovered by the battlefield's powerful figures and getting himself into trouble. Then he crouched down and focused on operating his recording device. For some reason, the thought of capturing this epic battle on record filled him with excitement. Shinchi took the opportunity to rest before the next wave of the demon tide arrived. Riding a skeletal bird, he patrolled the battlefield from above, carefully extracting the essence from the corpses below. In the distance, Meng Huachun suddenly saw something astonishing. A figure emerged from the void, riding a skeletal creature, flying toward the battlefield. He widened his eyes in shock, staring at the figure before him. That person merely made a quick round of the battlefield, and all the corpses on the ground disappeared. What kind of skill was this? With just a wave of the hand, all the corpses were dealt with? This was a true master of the undead, not even leaving a single corpse steps behind. Shin-Chi, riding the skeletal bird, quickly returned to his territory. He passed through the barrier formed by the eternal night grave soil and returned to the city walls, his figure vanishing instantly. Meng Huachun was dumbfounded. Is this invisibility magic? Shin-Chi began to inventory the spoils of this battle. First, the bones. There was an astonishing amount. Using these bones, he directly summoned 75 skeletal berserkers. Now, the total number of skeletal berserkers had reached 134. This army was enough to stir up a storm on the battlefield. Next were the accumulated prayer points, which were converted into over 30 million experience points and directly distributed to the undead army. The vampire count and skeleton archmage both leveled up to level 35 in one go. Additionally, Shin-Chi allocated experience points to a group of archers. As the monsters grew stronger overall, the archers' basic ranged damage was gradually falling behind, weakening their suppressive effect. However, ranged attacks remained an indispensable asset on the battlefield. Therefore, Shin-Chi decided to enhance the archer's damage output across the board. With the support of a 7-star bout hero, he would never abandon these ranged units. The brief rest felt like it passed in the blink of an eye, and the fourth wave of the demon tide officially arrived. As usual, Shin-Chi scouted the number of monsters, and the result shocked him. This time, there were over 200,000. The world seemed to be filled with endless monsters, the black mist rising from the horizon blending seamlessly with the surging demon tide. But Shin-Chi's heart grew even calmer. Beneath his composed exterior, his blood boiled. Every combat instinct was ignited, and the entire undead army, from ordinary units to heroes, was brimming with fighting spirit, ready to face the battle. The great battle was about to erupt. Under Shin-Chi's command, the three heroes split into three groups: magic-based hero, melee hero, and bow-based hero, each leading their respective undead armies to charge into the tide of monsters. An endless flood of monsters surged forward, and the three heroes unleashed their clearing ultimate moves. Theodore initiated a new round of meteor bombardment. Instantly, the sky was illuminated by the fiery glow of meteors. On the other side, Asin charged into the front lines, leaping into the air with countless monsters beneath his feet. He raised his hand and struck Judgment Pen LV4, marking a death sentence on one enemy, which upon being hit suffers 7 times the base attack damage and splashes 80% damage to all enemies within a 12-meter radius. A flash of sword light swept from the blade, seemingly carrying the judgment of death, swiftly striking a demonic kobold. The kobold was instantly torn into a mist of blood by the swordlight. Immediately, the radiant swordlight spread outward from the kobold as the center, turning the battlefield into daylight, clearing all monsters within a 12-meter radius. Asin's strike was fluid and unstoppable. Meanwhile, Ilya stood firmly in position, preparing for the next wave of attacks. It was the furthest from the front line, but it steadily raised the large bow in its hand. The arrow aimed at the center of the monster tide. At this moment, the bow in Ilya's hand had been replaced with a new weapon. It was the Platinum Perfect Grade Weapon, Doomsday Judgment. This bow was obtained from the Platinum Treasure Chest of the Trial of the Gods. Archer exclusive required. Level 45 ranged attack power plus 58-42 defense penetration plus 20% range increase plus 10% attached skill. Demon God's Hatred 2% chance passive. Trigger, fires an arrow imbued with the Demon God's Hatred. Upon hitting the target, explodes the Demon God's Hatred within a 50-meter radius of the arrows. Impact point, dealing 5 times attack damage to all enemies in the area, excluding bosses. This Platinum Perfect Grade bow not only had powerful attributes but also came with a strong magic-based area clearing skill. Black Abyss Highlands, north side. The first wave of the monster tide was about to arrive. In front of the nearest checkpoint to the outskirts of the Black Abyss, the army was neatly arrayed. All soldiers faced the Black Abyss, their fighting spirit high. On the city wall, a young man dressed in luxurious attire casually leaned against a lavish carriage. He was Gu Yuhong. He gazed at the surging monster tide in the distance, his expression calm, without a trace of tension, even somewhat indifferent. He casually tossed out a dice-sized, magic-powered camera. The camera unfolded transparent wings, vibrating lightly, and flew into the air. Gu Yuhong controlled it to start recording. The camera's perspective quickly rose, covering the entire plane. Initially, he just wanted to record some footage to post on the forum, but now, he changed his mind. He decided to livestream, to directly present his battle process to all the lords on the forum. He wanted everyone to see how he effortlessly resisted the monster tide. He wanted those suffering from the monster tide to witness firsthand how he easily crushed it. He wanted to be the center of everyone's attention. It's just a mere monster tide. On Shin-Chi's side, the fourth wave of the monster tide surged forward. Among the undulating tide of monsters, some massive creatures appeared. These corrupted tree spirits stood over 5 meters tall, their trunks covered in large tumors. They slowly moved forward, relying on their withered roots to inch across the ground. In midair, clusters of magic-infused jellyfish floated gently. There, countless slender tentacles swayed in the air, emitting a dense black-purple magical aura. On the ground, a large mass of blood-red fleshy soft-bodied monsters wriggled forward. Parts of their bodies opened into massive, shapeless mouths, randomly devouring nearby smaller monsters. The devoured monsters. Flesh and blood quickly became part of their bodies. These larger, more terrifying monsters were mostly champion-level tier 5 and above. They had the ability to command the surrounding monsters, acting like mini-bosses. They led armies of monsters that were both greater in number and strength, like a tidal wave, surging wave after wave. Under the leadership of these boss monsters, the creatures began to coordinate their actions, no longer driven solely by instinct, blindly charging like beasts. Shin-Chi also commanded 3 heroes to maximize their command and support abilities. The 3 heroes led the charge. Soldiers rushed forward, unleashing a merciless slaughter. Asen, with his exceptional individual combat prowess, moved alone through the tide of monsters. Sharp sword flashes constantly appeared around him. Wherever the sword light passed, blood splattered, demonic energy scattered. The monsters' souls and bodies were shredded into fragments. Their wails were forever trapped in their throats, unable to make a sound. Asen alternated between using guillotine and judgment pen without pause. His damage output remained at an extremely high level. Guillotine had no cooldown time. As long as he kept killing enemies, he could accumulate decapitation, using it almost like a normal attack. Meanwhile, Judgment Pen was a group attack skill with a 30-second cooldown. Although its single-target damage wasn't the highest, its coverage was the widest, making it the most efficient for eliminating large numbers of enemies. At this moment, Asen was like a god of slaughter. His sword light moved freely, his cape billowing behind him. Each flash of the sword light claimed a swath of lives. On the other side, Theodore, floating in midair, was equally powerful in his output. He wielded his staff to control immense magical power, as if he alone could connect the forces of heaven and earth. Under his command, fire rain descended from the sky, but summoning meteors was merely his basic skill. As the monster tide surged continuously, the creatures even began to fearlessly confront the meteors. Some powerful monsters joined forces, raising their heads to launch strong energy waves, attempting to shatter the meteors mid-air. Theodore began chanting another spell. The fire element on his staff instantly transformed into a cold, sharp-energied gold tier spell, Destruction Storm. Soon, the lengthy chant was completed. The staff gathered an incredibly terrifying energy and erupted instantly. Within a 100-meter radius, the air turned icy and bone-chilling. The next moment, the heavens roared and fierce winds arose. A spectacular tornado shot up from the ground, swiftly connecting heaven and earth. Once the tornado appeared, it swept madly toward the monster tide. The monsters had no resistance. As soon as they touched the edge of the tornado, they were immediately sucked into the terrifying storm. The hurricane seemed composed of countless sharp wind blades, like countless wailing souls, screaming in the wind. Once the storm entangled the monsters, it opened its giant maw to devour their lives. No matter how strong the monsters were, they were instantly shredded by thousands of wind blades. This terrifying hurricane rampaged across the land, destroying all enemies in its path with its violent power. The tornado lasted for a full minute. During this time, countless monsters perished in the storm, which seemed like divine punishment. Theodore floated quietly outside the storm, soulfire burning in his eyes. Clad in his bishop's robe, fluttering in the wind, he appeared at ease. It was as if with a mere wave of his hand, heaven and earth obeyed his command to annihilate all enemies. Finally, there was the 7-star hero, Ilya. On the surface, Ilya seemed the most low-key, calmly drawing his bow and shooting arrows, one after another. Yet each arrow was filled with killing intent. Each arrow declared equal and indiscriminate death. No matter how much health, armor, or resistance you had, everyone had to submit under the rain of arrows, exhausting all their life force in exchange for victory. These seemingly ordinary arrows were shot continuously. Ilya stood motionless, like a calm reaper, effortlessly pronouncing the fate of his enemies. However, suddenly, an ordinary arrow was shot as usual. It pierced through the air, just like the others. It entered the enemy ranks, taking the life of a monster. The next moment, a powerful and domineering aura erupted. Above the arrow, a massive head appeared in the air. It was the face of the demon god Langeroing. Platinum tier, perfect grade weapon, Doomsday Judgment, S additional skill, Wrath of the demon god. the head slowly opened its massive mouth. Then, it let out the most piercing roar of rage in the heavens and earth, filled with endless anger and hatred. All the monsters trembled uncontrollably. Then, the head suddenly opened its eyes. Countless cold rays of light shot out from its eyes. Wherever the light swept, groups of monsters vanished instantly. Yes, not even a trace of their bodies remained. No corpses, no blood, no remnants. Life was completely obliterated. Then, the demon god's head began to slowly rotate clockwise. The light in its eyes spread along with the motion. As it rotated, it continued to emit beams of light. In no time, all the monsters within a 30-meter radius were annihilated. It was as if a chunk of space had been hollowed out. A massive gap appeared in the monster tide in an instant. The visual impact was overwhelming. This was Ilya's most powerful group. Attack skill. Although the activation probability was only 2%, once triggered, it unleashed devastating, earth-shattering destructive power, creating an invincible battlefield domain. The three heroes fought against the monster tide with almost all their might. One stood firm against the charge of thousands. Under the hero's command and blessings, the skeleton army, already high in morale, surged even higher. This was the strength of high-star heroes. Moreover, as the number of enemies multiplied, another advantage of the undead lord began to emerge, becoming increasingly evident. Shen Qi's innate skill, Undead Enslavement LV2. After killing an enemy, there was a 60% chance to resurrect the enemy as an undead, retaining 60% of their original combat power, turning them into allied soldiers. Furthermore, these resurrected undead would exist for 60 minutes. In other words, as Shen Qi's skeleton army continued to slay monsters, about 2/3 of the monster corpses would reopen their eyes. They would stagger and rise from the ground. Their broken bodies transformed into zombies, skeletons, or ghosts, then charge at their former monster comrades. The number of Shen Qi's undead army rapidly doubled. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, eventually exceeding 100,000. Meanwhile, the monster army, suffering massive losses, saw its strength plummet. Endless undead and monsters fought to the death. The monsters had to fend off the storm-like assaults of the skeleton heroes while also facing their fallen comrades, now seeking revenge, fighting among themselves. And so, the fourth wave of the monster tide was successfully repelled. It took a full 40 minutes. The only sounds left in the world were the howling wind and wails. The monsters' voices were no longer heard. The land seemed to have been trampled by a giant hand of destruction, leaving no intact ground. On a distant mountaintop, Meng Huachuan's recording device continued to faithfully capture this apocalyptic scene. As for Meng Huachun himself, he was stunned, too shocked to put his feelings into words. The repeated visual shocks had nearly paralyzed his ability to think. To the south of the Black Abyss Highlands was Zhang Xingyuan's territory. The scene here was completely different from the monster tide frontline where Shen Qi was. A faint sense of unease and restlessness filled the air, but overall, it was eerily calm. Zhang Xingyuan found the situation extremely unusual. At first, the delayed arrival of the monster tide only increased his pressure. The longer the tide failed to appear, the deeper his anxiety grew. He had a constant feeling that a greater danger was silently brewing in the depths of the Black Abyss. After all, the most terrifying threats are often those sudden, unknown attacks. Several lords stared intently at the horizon, ready to respond to the arrival of the monster tide at any moment. Their eyes were strained from the tension, and the psychological pressure was immense as they prepared to face death at any time. Their hearts were filled with contradictions. They wished the monster tide would never come, maintaining peace. Yet they also longed for it to arrive quickly, to end everything decisively and free them from this endless torment. An hour passed, and the monster tide still did not appear. 2 hours passed, and it was still absent. Zhang Xingyuan and his forces remained on high alert, gripping their weapons and commanding their troops to stand ready. 3 hours passed, and the monster tide still had not arrived as Zhang Xingyuan and his group stood on the city wall like wooden stakes, gazing into the distance. At first, his heart was in constant turmoil. These damn monsters, why haven't they come yet? Could it be that this year they're planning to launch a full-scale attack? Today might be a day of doom. Is today really the end for me? I'm only in my 20s, life is just getting exciting. There are still so many places waiting for me to explore. I don't want to die like this. Why is heaven treating me this way? Forget it, everyone dies eventually. If I can die fighting in the monster tide, it wouldn't be a wasted life. I've lived with no regrets, so why not face death boldly? Zhang Xingyuan's emotions surged like waves, with various thoughts bombarding his mind. There was heroism, passion, despair. Each emotion drained his spirit wildly. His taut nerves left him utterly exhausted. Finally, his heart calmed down, leaving only one thought. My legs are a bit numb. At that moment, a message popped up in Zhang Xingyuan's system friend list. Ji Wenhao, brother Zhang. According to the usual pattern, half the time has already passed, and the monster tide still hasn't come. Zhang Xingyuan, I know. Ji Wenhao, we've been waiting for almost 4 hours now. Zhang Xingyuan, you've worked hard, but there's no other way. Ji Wenhao, brother Zhang, Jiang Tang and Zhao Xiaodong came to find me. Zhang Xingyuan, ? Ji Wenhao, we're missing one for Mahjong. Brother Zhang, do you want to join? Zhang Xingyuan couldn't help but curse. Are you kidding me? At a time like this, you still have the mood to play Mahjong? What if the monster tide suddenly attacks? If it really comes, what then? Do you think the monster tide will spare us easily? Let me tell you, this is exactly the time when we can't let our guard down. After a moment of silence, Ji Wenhao showed a guilty expression. Brother Zhang, sorry, we were wrong. Another hour passed. The monster tide still hadn't appeared. At this moment, in Zhang Xingyuan's territory, Ji Wenhao looked at Zhang Xingyuan with a conflicted expression. Brother Zhang, what do you think is going on? Could it be that the monster tide took a detour and just happened to miss us? Zhang Xingyuan replied solemnly, that's possible, but I can't say for sure. In any case, we must remain cautious. He paused and lightly tapped the table. Jiang Tang picked up a tile, her brows furrowed. Something feels off. Could it be that there's an expert on the front lines holding off the monster tide for us, so we're safe? Zhao Xiaodong chuckled bitterly. How could we be so lucky? Either way, I've decided to give up resisting. Whatever happens, whether they kill or torture me, I'll accept it. My heart is too fragile. The four of them sat around the newly moved mahjong table, playing while discussing. Not far away, on an open space, another lord who wasn't playing mahjong, Yu Laosi, slowly sat up from his bamboo chair. He placed the milk tea in his hand onto a small stool beside him and took off his sunglasses. His other hand kept sliding across his phone screen, browsing the chat windows. From time to time, he reported the latest news to the four at the table. It's over, 3 level 4 guilds have already been wiped out. It's terrifying. I heard the number of monsters in this wave has reached 100,000. My god, I heard there are 5th tier king level monsters in the tide. How are we supposed to fight that? As he spoke, he took a sip of milk tea. The four at the table listened to the news, their emotions mixed. The forums and various chat groups were filled with posts of sorrow and panic. Outside, it seemed as if the apocalypse had arrived. But when they looked up at the horizon, there was still no sign of monsters. These two worlds seemed completely separate. Just as everyone fell into silence, Yu Laosi suddenly jumped up and shouted, "Damn, this guy is way too arrogant." The others were confused. Laosi, what's wrong? Yu Laosi's fingers kept sliding across the forum page, which was filled with posts of lamentation and panic. Suddenly, he came across a highly popular post. Gu Yuhong from the Scimitar Brotherhood has started a livestream. Live stream title, Resisting the Demon Tide requires more than courage. It requires skill. Just entered the livestream and heard Gu Yuhong say, "Can you rookies reflect on yourselves first instead of always complaining about air pollution?" On the forum? Instead of whining there, come and watch my grandpa's moves. You'll have enough to learn for a lifetime. I won't say more. The livestream link is here. The replies below have already turned into a heated argument. Although I don't need to resist the abyssal demon tide, this person is way too rude, openly mocking others at a time like this. But I think Gu Yuhong is right. Enter the live stream and you'll see how impressive his skills are. He has the right to say that. The abyssal highlands stretch vast and boundless. The central region of the entire abyss is occupied by the abyss itself, while the outer areas are relatively safer. The impact range of the abyssal riot is ultimately limited, and the demon tide spreads outward from the center. The farther from the source, the more scattered and less dense the monsters become. In areas farther from the abyss, the pressure on the lords is naturally much less. However, those who venture deep into the abyss for profit, establishing territories around it, or those teleported into the great wilderness without extra inherited abilities, weak lords can only helplessly establish their territories around the abyss. The monthly abyssal riot almost determines their survival, but for lords far from the abyssal riot is almost irrelevant. As a result, they can easily remain detached, merely observing everything related to the abyss. Some even treat the suffering lords in the demon tide as a joke, without any burden. Each lord's system comes with a regional chat channel. Heavens will divides these channels into simple 100 by 100 kilometers sections. Each region's lords can only see messages from their own area. However, lords who reside permanently in the abyssal highlands all know about the Lord Forum. By simply entering a URL in the system's address bar, lords from all regions of the abyssal highlands can access this forum. The forum has various subsections, allowing all logged-in lords to post, reply, upload images, videos, and even livestream. Because it gathers countless lords from across the abyssal highlands, says, the forum is far livelier than the regional chat channels. At this moment, the forum's activity has exploded once again. The monthly Abyssal Riot is a perennial hot topic on the forum. But today, what ignited the forum was a highly controversial livestream. The livestream title was Resisting the Demon Tide. All it takes is skill. Over 10,000 people were watching the stream, with the chat scrolling furiously. Goo is so amazing, so effortless and smooth, like flowing water. I suggest all lords resisting the demon tide come and learn. Stop just posting nonsense. Those who keep spamming complaints about the difficulty of the demon tide, are you noobs? Can't beat it, so you claim the demon tide got stronger? Hilarious. Clearly, it's your own lack of skill. You won't admit it and just want sympathy. Gu Yuhong's words to those outside: you've come to the great wilderness, and if you don't work hard to improve, the weak deserve to be eliminated. Exactly. I don't get it. Who insisted on building territories in the abyss in the first place? Now you're being driven out by the demon tide and crying about it here. These intense and polarized comments made the live stream atmosphere both heated and tense. New viewers entering the stream could easily notice that all these usernames had a uniform scimitar tag. Occasionally, a clueless newcomer would comment, this live stream is too much. The blatant praise for the streamer is so awkward. Not to mention the great wilderness, no one even knows how vast the entire abyssal highlands are. There are stronger people out there, so how can you crown the streamer as the best in the great wilderness? Also, the difficulty of this abyssal demon tide has indeed increased, and everyone admits it. Outside, people are brainstorming ways to help the lords in the demon tide and even organizing volunteer teams to support the front lines. Meanwhile, you guys are here mocking and kicking people when they're down. Is this even human behavior? As soon as this comment was posted, the user was muted. Then, a large group of viewers with tags in the bullet comments frantically at him, fiercely retorting, oh, you're one of those rookie lords shouting outside, aren't you? Hit a sore spot, huh? Jumping up and down like this. You don't even want to watch but still come in to comment. Such courage. Exactly, with such a quick mouth. Why don't you find someone stronger than Master Gu Yuhong? Hehe, in case you don't know, let me educate you. Gu Yuhong, level 60, just one step away from the Overlord realm. Under his command are top-tier 6-star heroes and 3 armies of 10,000 soldiers each. On the Lord's Trial Tower power rankings, he ranks in the top 300 across the continent and is firmly in the top 20 in the Black Abyss Highlands. He is the vice president of the level 5 guild, soon to advance to level 6, Scimitar Brotherhood, which is one of the top 10 guilds in the Black Abyss Highlands. For those coming in from outside, can you figure out the situation before commenting? During the Black Abyss riot, not a single level 6 guild stepped in to help. Now, it's Master Gu Yuhong who has voluntarily come to the front lines of the demonic tide to help you useless people. His territory was originally stable, and he didn't need to bother with the Black Abyss riot at all. You should be grateful to him, right? Everything he said in the livestream was true, so what's wrong with that? If you don't like it, just leave. Some people couldn't stand the comments in the livestream but couldn't argue with Gu Yuhong's supporters, so they went to the forums to vent their emotions. Before long, more and more people joined the discussion, with posts popping up one after another. One post was titled, Question: Why didn't any level 6 guild step in during the Black Abyss demonic tide? First time in the great wilderness, newbie? I know this one, because there's no need to step in. Level 6 guilds have at least 5 or more overlord guardians. The demonic tide mainly impacts low-level lords and doesn't affect the interests of those level 6 guild big shots, so they don't need to act. So, does that mean no other big shots will come to resist the demonic tide today? Gu Yuhong is really impressive. Although he talks a lot, he's not wrong. Not necessarily. I saw several posts saying they didn't encounter the demonic tide at all today. What do you mean? It means several lords originally in the southern region of the Black Abyss didn't see any demonic tide invasion. No one knows what happened. No way. The demonic creatures from the Black Abyss riot attacked from all directions without any blind spots. How could the southern lords not encounter them? Could it be that there's a big shot holding the front lines in the south? Impossible. Do you think big shots are here for charity? The outskirts of the Black Abyss are mostly where weak lords have no choice but to establish their territories. After the demonic tide disperses, the pressure will be much less. Besides, as far as I know, no big shots have territories on the outskirts. Big shots only guard their own doorsteps and don't need to go to the front lines. Over at Shinchi's side, the fourth wave of the demonic tide had been repelled. The battlefield after the catastrophe was filled with the aura of death. For the undead Lord Shinchi, those corpses and remnants exuding death energy were treasures. He seized the time to use the materials dropped during the battle to to continue upgrading his troops and replenishing the state of his skeleton army. The fifth wave of the demonic tide struck again. 300,000 demonic creatures almost crushed the earth beneath them. Deafening roars echoed from afar. However, after enduring the baptism of the first 4 waves of the demonic tide, Shin-Chi's skeleton army had grown significantly stronger. Coupled with Shin-Chi's innate talent, every battle tempered and enhanced the skeleton army. Additionally, 3 heroes with exceptional individual combat power and group support abilities had joined. The result of the 5th wave of the demonic tide was the same as before. Shin-Chi's skeleton army withstood 5 waves of the demonic tide. Now, only the final wave remained. Shin-Chi knew in his heart that the last wave of the demonic tide would not be simple. He feared even more formidable enemies would appear. Time passed, and the final wave of the demonic tide officially arrived. The world instantly darkened. Demonic energy was everywhere, almost corroding the entire world. Shin-Chi estimated that the scale of this demonic tide exceeded 500,000. 10,000 skeleton soldiers against 500,000 demonic creatures. The soul flames of the skeleton soldiers stationed outside the territory burned fiercely. To them, death means nothing at all. So when facing a formidable enemy, the skeleton army is utterly fearless. After continuous upgrades and enhancements, over 1,000 skeleton soldiers in Shin-Chi's skeleton army have reached level 40. The number of skeleton berserkers has also reached. The number of archers under Shin-Chi's command has reached 600. He also selected a portion of the archers and upgraded them into Tier 4 advanced archers. However, this time there are 3 different advancement options for Tier 4. The first is Piercing Bone Bow. The second is Netherfire Bone Bow. The third is Magic Arrow Bone Bow. These 3 types of Tier 4 archers not only significantly enhance their basic attributes but also possess unique skills and advantages. For example, arrows fired by the Piercing Bone Bow have a penetration effect, breaking through enemy defenses and greatly increasing damage output. The Netherfire Bone Bow comes with Netherfire enchantment, causing the fired arrows to deal continuous fire damage. Meanwhile, arrows from the Magic Arrow Bone Bow are enchanted with tracking and precision, allowing them to automatically lock onto enemies within a certain range and accurately strike their weak points. Each of these advancement paths has its own merits, all serving as significant power boosts. Although the combined number of these 3 types of Tier 4 archers is currently less than 100, they represent Shin-Chi's direction for the overall enhancement of his 4,000 archers. Additionally, the undead troops summoned by undead enslavement have not yet reached their 1-hour duration. Over 30,000 undead remain in Shin-Chi's ranks without dissipating. As a result, Shin-Chi's skeleton army is now brimming with momentum. Compared to when they first resisted the demon tide, their strength has risen by several levels. However, when facing an army of 500,000 demons, Shin-Chi feels this is still far from enough. He immediately issued an order to the skeleton Archbishop Theodore. Now, it's time to use that move. Theodore's ultimate spell, Platinum level supreme spell, Gate of Ghosts. This was a skill book he obtained from the highest level treasure chest in the Trial of the Gods. Casting it once consumes more than half of Theodore's mental energy. Compared to Falling Stars and Storm of Destruction, its mana cost is significantly higher. This is Theodore's trump card, one he would never use lightly in ordinary battles. But now, the time has come. Upon receiving the order, Theodore flew directly above the skeleton army. Gripping his staff tightly with both hands, he lowered his head slightly and began chanting. A terrifying aura surged around the staff. 1 minute later, boom! The gem at the tip of the staff suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Countless ghostly green beams of light burst forth from the gem, like countless spirit serpents madly flying toward the ground. These beams of light gradually converged into a brilliant sphere of light on the open ground. The sphere radiated countless rays of light in all directions. Then, a breathtaking scene unfolded. A towering and majestic 4-pillared, 3-gated archway rose from the sphere of light. The archway stood over 10 meters tall, with 2 side towers on the left and right and a central main tower. The 3 gates were topped with intricate brackets and flying eaves. Strings of white lanterns hung from the corners of the eaves, swaying gently in the light without any wind. The surrounding air instantly turned icy and murderous. On the plaque of the central main tower, 3 large characters were engraved in bold, iron-hooked strokes. Gate of Ghosts. Gate of Ghosts Platinum Supreme Level Learning Requirements, Magic-based Profession, Level 50 or above effect. Summons a Gate of Ghosts on the ground, from which countless soldier spirits emerge. Within a 3,000-meter radius of the gate, each allied unit can be followed by up to 3 soldier spirits. The soldier spirits replicate the weapons and skills of the units they follow and execute all actions in sync. Each soldier spirit inherits the base attributes of the unit it follows. For every additional soldier spirit, the base attack power of the followed unit increases by 10%. At the same time, the soldier spirits share 20% of the damage taken by the followed unit until the spirits are defeated. The more allied units present, the longer the summoned soldier spirits will survive, up to a maximum of 10 minutes. Each soldier spirit will disappear once its time is up. The caster can summon soldier spirits again after all have disappeared, up to a maximum of 5 times. Chanting. Time, 1 minute. Summoning the Gate of Ghosts consumes 500 mental energy. Each subsequent summoning of soldier spirits consumes 200 mental energy. The Gate of Ghosts lasts for 1 hour or until 5 summoning attempts are used up. Cooldown time, 3 days. Shinchi had never seen such a lengthy skill description panel before. From this, it was clear just how powerful the ultimate skill Gate of Ghosts truly was. Specifically, Gate of Ghosts was a group support skill, but it was a Legion level super skill. It could provide support effects to all units within a 3,000-meter radius. The most direct effect was quadrupling the troop strength. Each allied unit on the field could be followed by 3 soldier spirits. Moreover, each soldier spirit could replicate the attributes, weapons, and skills of the unit it followed. For example, an archer could be replicated by 3 soldier spirits, effectively creating 3 additional archers. Even more impressive, their movements were perfectly synchronized. This meant that the 3 soldier spirits would act, attack, and defend in unison with the original unit. This directly tripled the output. Most importantly, each soldier spirit could increase the base attack power of the unit it followed by 10%. With 3 soldier spirits, that was a 30% increase in base attack power. Additionally, each soldier spirit could absorb 20% of the damage taken by the unit. With 3 soldier spirits, that was 60% of the damage absorbed. And there were over 10,000 skeleton soldiers on the field. Each unit could be followed by 3 soldier spirits. The output and survivability of every unit were significantly enhanced. In the next moment, countless soul entities surged out of the Gate of Ghosts. Each soul was a ghostly green, with a semi-transparent body and a skull for a head. They wore tattered armor made of soul energy, and their lower halves had no legs, only fluttering rags. These soul entities were the soldier spirits summoned from the underworld after opening the Gate of Ghosts. A vast, overwhelming number of soldier spirits poured out of the gate. The scene resembled an infernal army invading the mortal realm, or the mortal realm transforming into the underworld. The soldier spirits flew out of the gate, heading directly toward the surrounding skeleton soldiers. 3 soldier spirits approached a skeleton warrior. After circling it twice, their forms began to change. A ghostly green longsword made of soul energy appeared in their right hands, and a ghostly green shield appeared in their left hands. These weapons were identical to those used by the skeleton warrior. Furthermore, the health, attack power, defense, and other attributes of the 3 soldier spirits were the same as the skeleton warriors. It was equivalent to having 3 additional skeleton warriors. Not only that, but the original skeleton warrior also received a 30% attack boost. The 3 soldier spirits closely followed the skeleton warrior as it charged toward the monster army. On the battlefield, countless soldier spirits similarly followed skeleton archers, skeleton mages, necromancers, vampire counts, skeleton shield guards. Overall, Shinchi's skeleton army instantly tripled in size. Theodore's mental energy was nearly depleted. It floated quietly in the air, entering a meditative state, using its innate 7x mental energy recovery speed to replenish itself. Meanwhile, the skeleton army officially clashed with the monster army. With the assistance of the soldier spirits, every skeleton soldier exuded a terrifying sense of oppression. Their efficiency in killing enemies reached unprecedented heights. The skeleton berserker charged for 1 second, then swung its sword, unleashing a ferocious cross slash. The 3 soldier spirits behind it simultaneously released the same black and red sword light. For cross-shaped sword lights slashed forward together. A large group of monsters ahead was instantly pierced by the sword lights. In an instant, they were shredded into pieces, reduced to debris. On another side, the skeleton mage raised its staff high, chanting necromantic magic, necromantic arrows. The 3 soldier spirits behind it also raised the ghostly green shadows of their staffs simultaneously. In the next moment, 4 dense green arrows shot out swiftly, heading straight for the horde of monsters. The skeleton archer army pulled their bowstrings to the fullest, releasing a volley of arrows. The soldier spirits also raised their bows and fired simultaneously. In an instant, a torrential rain of arrows poured down like a tide. It could be said that the soldier spirits' empowerment doubled the combat strength of the skeleton army. Coupled with the battlefield prowess of the 3 heroes, Ajuan, Theodore, and Ilya, countless monsters fell with wails, their corpses piling up like mountains. The tide of monsters was forcibly pushed back. Shinchi couldn't even even count how many monsters had been eliminated. The air was thick with a suffocating blood mist. Every 10 minutes, when the soldier spirits were about to dissipate, Theodore would use his recovered mental energy to summon them again from the gate of the underworld. The skeleton army continuously regained its strength and charged forward once more. As time ticked by, the endless tide of monsters finally began to retreat, showing signs of subsiding. Asterisk in the distance, Meng Huachun remained crouched, clutching his recording device. Clearly, he had been numbed by the overwhelming combat power of Shin-Chi's skeleton army. But when the terrifying, deathly aura of the gate of the underworld opened and countless soldier spirits emerged, Meng Huachun's eyes widened in shock. This power, connecting the mortal realm and the underworld, and the effortless control over the undead, was simply unbelievable. Questions filled Meng Huachun's mind. Who exactly is this powerful figure? Could it be a rare undead-type lord? In legends, when the undead emperor, who controls the life and death of billions, takes action, does it have such an imposing presence? He had never seen such a formidable existence. Shen-Chi's performance left him deep in thought. Meng Huachun had a faint feeling that after today, the Black Abyss Highlands, and perhaps the entire southern region, would be completely rewritten. Shin-Chi's skeleton army continued to hold their ground against the monster tide. However, Shin-Chi noticed that the monster tide only featured 5th tier, champion-level minor leaders with no appearance of stronger monsters. Logically, such a large-scale monster tide should at least include a general-level powerhouse. In a corner of the battlefield that Shin-Chi hadn't noticed, a group of skeleton warriors quickly moved through the piles of corpses. Can he really handle so many tier 6 monsters? Even the 3 strongest skeleton commanders can at most match these tier 6 monsters, but with this many, could it be that even a top-tier expert will ultimately fall in this monster tide? Shin-Chi remained calm. Using the Eye of Dominion, he continuously switched perspectives among the various skeleton units on the battlefield. In a short time, he memorized the locations of 12 tier 6 king-level monsters. A positional map immediately unfolded in his mind, marking the distribution of all the tier 6 monsters. Through the vision of different units, Shin-Chi cast the dual feature, gaze upon all of his innate skill, forbidden gaze, on these tier 6 monsters. Instantly, he obtained their stats, traits, weaknesses, skills, and habits. On the positional map, detailed profiles of each tier 6 monster were formed. The health of these tier 6 king-level monsters was no less than 8 million, with 5 of them exceeding 10 million. Additionally, they possessed high armor, high resistance, and formidable defenses. Shin-Chi shared this positional map with the 3 heroes through his mental link. Know your enemy and yourself, and you will never be defeated. The first step of battle intelligence gathering was perfectly completed. The second step was to formulate a battle plan. Facing 12 tier 6 monsters, only the 3 heroes could take action. In reality, if it were a one-on-one duel, the 7-star hero, skeleton sharpshooter Ilya, could easily crush any tier 6 monster. Apart from health, Ilya's other attributes were almost overwhelming compared to the tier 6 monsters. Additionally, the 2 6-star heroes, skeleton general and skeleton high priest, were equally powerful. However, Shin-Chi was concerned about the sheer number of ferocious tier 6 monsters appearing on the battlefield simultaneously, introducing significant uncertainties and amplifying the threat to the skeleton army. Thus, the 3 heroes had to coordinate precisely and strike together. Under the influence of absolute loyalty, Shin-Chi's mental link with all skeleton units achieved 100% synchronization. He could perfectly command the 3 heroes to cooperate, execute various tactics, and face this brutal battle. Each monster on the positional map was precisely targeted, and the attack began. Next, the 3 heroes officially launched their assault. The hunt for the tier 6 king-level monsters had begun. At the same time, Shin-Chi used the Crown of Trials to summon once again the 4 demon general avatars, whose cooldowns had just reset. They would assist the 3 heroes in battle: Garuda God General, Atonement Butcher Leader, Hellhound King, and Savage Ghost King. The 4 avatars quickly followed the 3 heroes' lead. At this moment, the tier 6 monsters began to move. In the center of the battlefield, a massive insect over 20 meters long. Its body was composed of 8 segments, its back covered in thick black carapace, and its abdomen bristling with countless slender appendages. From near its head to its tail, it bore over a dozen pairs of transparent, dragonfly-like scaled wings. The giant insect vibrated its wings at high speed, suddenly launching into the air, twisting its body wildly as the segments rubbed together, producing a piercing sound. The next second, this tier 6 king-level insect monster charged rapidly toward Shin-Chi's territory. Its speed was unbelievable. It drew closer and closer to Shin-Chi. In the distance, Ilya stood silently, her bow already fully drawn. Despite being hundreds of meters away, she had locked onto the soul aura of this tier 6 insect monster. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. 10 seconds of charging complete. Netherworld sniper. Boom! An arrow shot out like thunder, tearing through the air like a blazing streak of lightning. With astonishing speed, it headed straight for the insect monster. At this moment, the insect monster was just a step away from Shin-Chi's territory. Suddenly, it seemed to sense an intense threat of death approaching, but before it could react, the arrow had already arrived. It pierced through its massive compound eyes. A sharp killing intent exploded in the air. Explosion triggered double damage. Its health, in the tens of millions, was instantly wiped out. A massive insect demon corpse fell from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The insect demon was completely annihilated. A 6th-tier demon, first kill achieved. With just one arrow, Ilya took it down instantly. In the distance, Meng Huachun was once again stunned. One arrow, tens of millions of damage, instantly killing a 6th-tier king-level demon? This result was completely beyond his imagination. Could it be that this operation would be so easy? Shun. She immediately ordered the 3 heroes to launch a fierce attack. On the front line, Ajuan headed straight for the nearest 6th-tier demonic scorpion lion. At this moment, the scorpion lion was swinging its long scorpion tail, viciously sweeping and smashing a group of skeleton soldiers. Ajuan quickly closed the distance and slashed down with his sword. A flash of sword light suddenly appeared, striking the scorpion lion. Before it could react, the sword light had already cut deeply into its back, leaving a wound that reached the bone. The scorpion lion let out a piercing roar, turning its head to retaliate with its venomous tail against Ajuan. But Ajuan didn't engage it further. As soon as the sword light fell, he shifted his steps and instantly used Netherworld Traverse, turning into a shadow and retreating swiftly into the distance. Gone! The scorpion lion thought Ajuan had realized he was no match and was fleeing. But how could it let Ajuan escape? It flapped its bat-like wings fiercely, soaring into the air and chasing after him. Ajuan, like a gust of wind, had already run hundreds of meters away, arriving near another 6th-tier demon, a demonic viper. The viper was swinging its massive tail, sending a group of skeleton soldiers flying. Ajuan silently approached the viper's abdomen. With one slash, the viper let out a pained cry, turning its head to lock onto Ajuan. It opened its blood-red maw, revealing venomous fangs and extending its forked tongue, aiming to capture Ajuan. Unexpectedly, Ajuan activated Netherworld Traverse again, escaping at high speed. The demonic viper also sprang into action, chasing after him. Following this, Ajuan repeated this tactic 2 more times. For 6th-tier demons, one after another, took the bait. All of them were now chasing him. Ajuan had already mapped out his escape route. Darting left and right, he skillfully weaved through the battlefield. The pursuit paths of these 4 demons were entirely under Ajuan's control. Not long after, Ajuan stopped in an open area. The 4 6th-tier demons converged from all directions. Ajuan stood still, next to a floating specter wailing wraith. It was as if everything had been pre-arranged. Ajuan remained motionless beside the wailing wraith. The viper, scorpion lion, shadow demon, and flesh slime king, all 4 demons, saw Ajuan stop. Thinking he had nowhere left to run, their eyes glowed red as they glared at him viciously. They closed in, ready to strike first and tear Ajuan to pieces. With their power, a single attack could easily obliterate Ajuan. In an instant, all 4 6th-tier demons entered the radius of wailing wraith. The next moment, the wraith let out a piercing shriek. A chilling frost mist erupted, quickly enveloping the 4 demons. Wailing lament. Within a 10-meter radius of the wraith, all enemies were inflicted with fear, immobilized for 8 seconds, and their defense reduced by 30%. The 4 6th-tier demons were caught off guard, frozen in place. They struggled desperately, trying to move but to no avail. At this moment, a strong sense of danger surged in the hearts of these 6th-tier demons. Damn it, it's a trap. But it was too late. In the next second, Ajuan's entire body erupted with crimson swordlight. 30 dazzling sword auras spread outward, like a burning red lotus blooming between heaven and earth. The air was filled with a magnificent yet terrifying killing intent. Withering Bones LV5. 30 sword auras exploded, dealing massive area damage. Ajuan had lured the 4 demons to a single point in advance, allowing Wailing Wraith to control them. Then, he unleashed Withering Bones to deal maximum damage to the 4 demons. In the next moment, the sword light pierced into the bodies of the 4 demons. The sword auras tore through them, erupting into a massive mist of blood. Minus 6,540,000. Minus 5,970,000. Minus 6,420,000. -5 for 20,000. After the powerful stacking of General's Order, Power of the Army, Undead Offering, and Aura of War, for massive damage numbers suddenly appeared. The health bars of the 4 monsters instantly dropped by more than half. However, the bodies of these Tier 6 monsters were exceptionally tough. Even after taking millions of damage, they were not killed. Yet, in the next moment, Asen's giant sword spun rapidly, unleashing unleashing gift of death. Without much effort, he cast the same skill again. Withered Bones LV5. The Crimson Sword light once again bloomed between heaven and earth. On the bodies of the 4 Tier 6 monsters, astonishing damage numbers erupted once more. This time, even the resilient Tier 6 monsters could not withstand such a heavy blow. The health bars of the 4 Tier 6 monsters were simultaneously emptied. Out of the 12 Tier 6 king level monsters, 4 were now gone. On the eve of the Demon Tide invasion, in the northern war zone of the Black Abyss Highlands, dozens of military corps of varying sizes were arrayed on the plains before the first line of defense. The larger corps had over 10,000 soldiers, while the smaller ones had several thousand. These corps were equipped with standardized gear and led by hero-level commanders, forming powerful combat units. Most of the troops were of high level and quality. There were also some units led by scattered lords, whose levels varied greatly, mostly just there to make up the numbers. In addition to the arrayed corps forming the defensive line, multiple fortifications and large siege weapons had been constructed to block the advance of the Demon Tide. This magnificent defensive line was jointly built by hundreds of lords from the northern Black Abyss, spearheaded by the core members of the Scimitar Brotherhood. Additionally, 2 Tier 4 guilds were providing support. However, most of the lords were small factions from the northern Black Abyss or nearby unaffiliated individuals. The vast army covered the entire plain, tightly blocking the path of the Demon Tide's northward advance. The total force exceeded 100,000. Among them were 5 corps of over 10,000 soldiers, the Divine Warrior Corps, the Centaur Corps, the Rock Giant Corps, the Orc Corps, and the Mage Corps. These units were all led by high-level lords above level 50. Each corps had a hero unit leading the charge, serving as the main offensive force. At this moment, the lower-tier lords stood on the fortress walls, looking out at the battlefield. Some had solemn expressions, while others were tense and uneasy. However, Gu Yuhong was entirely different. He lounged leisurely against a luxurious carriage. His attendants massaged his shoulders and back, while maids and servants presented him with delicious delicacies and rare treasures. The atmosphere around him was nothing like a prelude to a great battle. It felt more like a vacation. From afar, weaker lords stole glances at Gu Yuhong but dared not show any dissatisfaction. After all, their fates were in the hands of the high-tier lords. There was no way they, as low-tier lords, could possibly withstand the Demon Tide invasion. In front of Gu Yuhong floated a blue transparent screen displaying his livestream. Although the Demon Tide had not officially erupted yet, the number of viewers had skyrocketed, and the chat was scrolling rapidly. A magic-powered camera flew through the air, capturing the entirety of the battlefield and transmitting it live to the stream. All viewers could clearly see the defensive army below the fortress. As the camera swept past the city walls, it also captured Gu Yuhong's scene. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a confident smile. Initially, he had only planned to record a video of himself leading the army to resist the Demon Tide and post it on the forums. But then, a thought suddenly struck him. Live streaming would be much more interesting. After the Demon Tide broke out, the forums were flooded with cries for help and despairing posts. Everyone was shrouded in the shadow of death. At this moment, by live streaming his battle, he could show everyone how easily he defeated the demon army. Those lords still struggling in pain would surely look extremely upset. Thinking of this, Gu Yuhong couldn't help but laugh. After all, seeing others in misery made him happier. His boring life needed this kind of thrill to spice it up. Ah, the Demon Tide has started. I came specifically to watch Gu Yuhong, the great god. This legion is massive. Are they planning to wipe out the entire Magic Tide in one go? I heard God Gu's Divine Warrior has over 100 Tier 5 units. That's insane. God Gu is so relaxed, it's like he's on vacation. A god is a god, effortlessly taking down monsters while lying down. Those posts analyzing the difficulty of the Magic Tide and survival strategies are hilarious. A bunch of noobs arguing about tactics. God Gu has an army of 100,000 here. No matter how many monsters there are, they're just fodder. Even though I don't have to fight the Magic Tide, watching God Gu's battles is so satisfying. While others are struggling to survive, God Gu is crushing it with ease. I'm happy for him. Not long after, the Magic Tide officially began. The first wave consisted of only 10,000 monsters, which posed almost no pressure to the 100,000 strong army. The second wave brought 50,000, and the third wave 100,000, but the defensive legions still handled it with ease. Several main 10,000 strong legions bore the brunt of the attacks. The core members of the Tier 5 guild, Scimitar Brotherhood, had invested significant resources into training their units, making their combat power far superior to lower-tier lords. This gave the defensive legion an overwhelming advantage against the Magic Tide. Meanwhile, in other Black Abyss battle zones, apart from the northern defensive line, the lords had already fallen into a nightmare of monsters. The forums forums were flooded with cries for help, and many lords had already perished without even having the chance to post. While some posts offered constructive advice, others were filled with mockery and disdain. So weak? I suggest you check out Gu Yuhong's livestream, link xxxxxx. Is the magic tide really that hard? Watching God Gu's stream, it doesn't seem difficult at all. Maybe reflect on how bad you are. God Gu just changed his stream title to Defending the Magic Tide, as easy as lifting a finger. Someone couldn't stand it anymore. Don't go overboard. Spraying insults in someone's help post is just disgusting. Thus, the forums descended into chaos, both online and offline, abuzz with activity. However, when the number of monsters surged to 200,000, the smaller lords who had temporarily joined the defensive line began to panic. The monsters kept increasing in number and strength, and the battles grew more intense. The armies of the smaller lords started to struggle, with rising casualties. Moreover, these conflicts were almost entirely borne by the troops of these smaller lords. Meanwhile, Gu Yuhong, guarding the main base, remained as calm as ever. His 10,000-strong legions were incredibly powerful. To him, this magic tide was not a problem at all. At this moment, another lord approached him to request assistance. A group of lords is asking for help. Should we send them some healing potions? The lord asked. Gu Yuhong didn't even look up, his tone indifferent. No need. Why bother with them? They're just here to serve as cannon fodder. Sending them supplies would be a waste. Hearing this, the lord could only retreat helplessly. But when the magic tide swelled to 300,000, everyone's expressions turned serious. The ease and confidence on Gu Yuhong's face had vanished. He stood up from his vehicle, hands clasped behind his back, and walked to the edge of the city wall, overlooking the battlefield below. The number of monsters was staggering, densely packed, covering the land and sky. At this point, the defensive army's tens of thousands of troops were clearly struggling. It was evident that this upgraded magic tide had exceeded Gu Yuhong's expectations. He had originally thought the magic tide would peak at around 200,000, but today's battle, not even the final wave yet, had already surpassed 300,000. Several leading lords of the defensive army gathered to urgently discuss countermeasures. They ultimately decided that they must personally lead their heroes into battle. Gu Yuhong donned his full battle armor and gripped his spear. As an S-tier lord, he prepared to personally enter the battlefield and lead his troops. Meanwhile, the livestream chat exploded with activity. Is God Gu stepping in personally now? Don't worry, God Gu just rested enough and wants to stretch his muscles. However, I saw those real-time battle reports outside. The situation with the magic tide doesn't look good. Many lords have died. Is the streamer okay? If you don't want to watch God Gu, you can leave. He's nothing like those useless ones outside. With God Gu's equipment, he can suppress them with ease. The battle grew increasingly intense. Gu Yuhong stood at the edge of the battlefield, coldly scanning the monsters before him. From time to time, he would strike, taking down a ferocious monster with a single shot. At that moment, a heavily injured low-tier lord in the distance was desperately running toward Gu Yuhong. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth as he groaned in pain. One of his arms was severed, leaving only a stump. Behind him, a 3-meter-tall ogre chased after him with outstretched arms. The ogre let out a terrifying roar, revealing sharp fangs, its eyes filled with greed. The distance was only 3 meters. The ogre was about to devour the injured lord. The injured lord, seeing Gu Yuhong not far away, had a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He desperately stretched out his remaining hand and shouted loudly, "Help! Help! Save!" His cry for help was abruptly cut off. A long spear flew from Gu Yuhong's hand, shooting straight ahead. The spear pierced through the lord's chest and then violently exited through his back. It continued with undiminished force, stabbing into the ogre's abdomen behind him. The one-armed lord looked down at the spear. The divided into ordinary, elite, champion, king, emperor. Elite and champion levels can become minor bosses. King level represents leaders or generals. Emperor level is enough to rule a region, even capable of contending with powerful high-tier lords. The legendary demon god level is a catastrophic existence. Thus, the gap between each tier is immense. Among them, rank and level usually do not change easily. These two factors determine the ultimate strength of a monster. If a monster excels in all 3 dimensions, it becomes a catastrophic existence. Legend has it that some terrifying monsters have evolved high intelligence, almost indistinguishable from top-tier lords. Currently, Shinchi, during this demon tide, has encountered 5th-tier king-level monsters mostly above level 40. However, the 12 6th-tier king-level monsters he faced, these monsters are mostly around level 20. Even so, the strength of these level 26th tier king level monsters, in terms of stats, is more than double that of level 45th tier king level monsters. If these 6th tier king level monsters grow beyond level 40, they will become even more terrifying, and Shinchi might not be able to handle them easily. However, for now, the 12 level 26 6th tier king level monsters are not too difficult for Shin-Chi to deal with given the cooperation of 3 heroes and the use of proper tactics. The real challenge is not eliminating these 6th tier monsters one by one, but minimizing their damage to the ordinary skeleton army while swiftly defeating them. After all, each 6th tier king level monster is a massive threat and an unstable factor. They could go berserk at any moment, causing a large number of skeleton soldiers to perish. This requires all units to cooperate closely. Skeleton shield guards must unite their defenses at critical moments, raising protective barriers to block monster attacks. The vampire count must quickly reach injured units and use the skill Scarlet Gift for large-scale healing. All fire element mage units must join forces to attack the 6th tier frost giant ape. Theodore must use the skill Prayer, Silence to interrupt the wide-range gaze spell of the 6th tier Miss Demon Eye in time. The Grievance Frost and Grievance Wail skills of the Wailing Grievance Spirit, along with Ilia's Earthshaking Arrow, must immobilize the monsters to maximize our side's output. Every step, every detail, every position, every action at every moment must be meticulously planned and accurately communicated. Finally, all units must execute the plan promptly and precisely. For Shin-Chi, who possesses 30,000 points of mental power, this is not impossible. The innate trait Absolute Loyalty allows Shin-Chi and all units to achieve a 100% synchronization rate in their mental link, ensuring perfect execution of all plans with almost no errors. Thus, Shin-Chi fully mobilized all skeleton troops on the battlefield, successfully hunting down most of the 6th tier king level monsters. So far, only about 1/5 of the elite skeleton soldiers have been lost, which is still within Shin-Chi's acceptable range. After all, he can use the skill Eternal Night Summoning to resurrect the sacrificed units. Now, after defeating the 6th tier king level corrupted Treant, only one 6th tier king level monster remains on the battlefield. The last 6th tier king level monster, a hunched giant, stands fiercely in place. Its back is bent, covered with dozens of thin, skeletal arms. The giant has an abnormally large belly, sagging due to its weight. Something seems to be frantically churning inside its abdomen. Upon closer inspection, human facial features continuously press against its skin, as if countless heads are rolling inside its belly, occasionally distorting the surface. Additionally, its 2 normal arms and the ankles of its legs are shackled with black iron rings, each dragging thick, heavy chains. Dense demonic energy continuously emanates from its body, accompanied by a nauseating stench that permeates the battlefield. This is human demon, Berwanu, the only 6th tier monster with a level reaching 30. Its health exceeds 15 million, and its other attributes are equally terrifying. Just looking at it makes one feel immense pressure and fear. The appearance of 6 6th tier king level monsters completely shattered Gu Yuhong and the others' composure. Among these 6 monsters, 3 were level 15, 2 reached level 20, and 1 had already risen to level 25. The presence of each monster was utterly terrifying. These commander level 6th tier monsters led hordes of terrifying creatures, surging madly toward the defensive line. Each of them opened their bloodthirsty jaws, their eyes greedily fixed on the Lord's defenses, like demons eyeing a feast. Gu Yuhong and all the battle commanders had no choice but to urgently contact the Scimitar Brotherhood headquarters, requesting the deployment of all corps members to rush to their aid. Meanwhile, the live stream chat became increasingly chaotic. Initially, a group of accounts bearing the Scimitar tag with management privileges in the live stream frantically controlled the atmosphere in the comment section. They collectively praised Gu Yuhong's every action, constantly reposting external posts and the host's remarks, mocking and ridiculing together. Anyone who posted comments that didn't fit the atmosphere in the livestream was immediately muted, then targeted and attacked by a group of people. A passerby, displeased with the livestream's atmosphere, posted 8 consecutive insulting comments. As a result, his account was banned 8 times. He kept switching accounts to post comments, but every account was banned by the administrators. His comments evolved from "What's with the title of this livestream" to "I just posted a few question marks and got banned" to "Can you guys be reasonable when you talk" and "The damn admin banned me again." Finally, he even cursed, "What a bunch of pathetic people taking pleasure in others' suffering, truly disgusting." However, every comment was quickly drowned out by a flood of rebuttals. That person stayed in the live stream, watching Gu Yuhong's grim expression, and couldn't help but feel delighted. He quickly borrowed a friend's account and hastily posted a comment. "Hee, are you calling for help now? Wasn't the live stream titled 'All You Need Are Hands'? So does your Gu God have hands or not?" Emoji, grinning. As a result, this account was swiftly banned as well. Immediately, a group of users with the Scimitar tag jumped out to retaliate. "It's you again. How many accounts have you switched to? This little troll is really persistent. Got nowhere else to go? Sticking around in Gu God's live stream? So many accounts banned and still not leaving. Seems like you're hopelessly devoted to Gu God. Idiot, find someone who can defeat 6th tier monsters monsters without help and show us. Yeah, you noob, you don't even understand how terrifying 6th tier monsters are. It's normal for Goo God to call for reinforcements. So annoying, can't even think before speaking. Every 6th tier monster is a strategic level target that requires multiple high tier lords to take down together. Do you think a single lord can hold off 6th tier monsters alone? Do you just want to see Goo God die? Exactly, at such a critical moment, you're still making snide remarks. People like you are truly scary. At this point, another passerby cautiously posted a comment. Weren't you the ones who first made jokes about other lords suffering? Seems like you were the ones making snide remarks first, right? This comment was also banned. Gu Yuhong no longer had time to deal with the chaos in the livestream. His expression was grim as he personally led the army into battle. In less than 10 minutes since the final wave of monsters invaded, the losses were already devastating. 3 legions, each with 10,000 soldiers, could no longer withstand the pressure of the 6th tier monsters. Large numbers of soldiers were crushed into pulp. Every time a soldier fell, it felt like a stab to Gu Yuhong's heart as the lord. His face darkened as he thrust his spear fiercely into the chest of a demon hyena, only to be suddenly pounced on by another. Caught off guard, he was thrown heavily to the ground, covered in dust, in a sorry state. He coughed dryly, his throat parched. Struggling to get up, clutching his aching shoulder, he hurriedly retreated to the Lord's defensive line, roaring at the system communication panel. Damn it, why aren't they here yet? We can't hold on much longer. Finally, the Brotherhood of Scimitars, along with 2 other level 5 guilds and several smaller guilds, dispatched over 200,000 troops to provide reinforcements. A group of level 50 and above lords led elite units to join the defensive line. At last, the forces resisting the demon tide were significantly strengthened in time. They frantically consumed energy crystals to activate 10 massive exorcism cannons. The cannon fire bombarded the 6th tier demons on the battlefield. Gradually, the demon tide was brought under control. The process was extremely arduous. In the end, they managed to kill 5 6th tier demons together. Only one remained, a level 25 6th tier king class demon. The power of this demon exceeded everyone's expectations. Demon Human Doria had a health pool of over 10 million, with absurdly high resistance, defense, and armor, as well as powerful full-screen skills. Over 20 high-tier lords led more than 50 heroes in the siege. Some heroes were responsible for drawing aggro, some for defense, and others for healing. Most heroes took turns as the main damage dealers. Each primary attack unit could maintain a stable DPS of 20,000 to 30,000, which was barely acceptable. Occasionally, under buff effects, they could deal over 200,000 damage in a single hit, though this was extremely rare. A single mistake could lead to the sacrifice of a combat unit. When a lord's hero fell in battle, their face turned ashen. After all, losing a carefully nurtured hero was like losing a lifeline. Worse still, the team was a temporarily assembled elite squad for hunting 6th tier demons. Internal discord and chaotic command led to low combat efficiency, slowing the pace. After enduring countless hardships, they finally succeeded in killing the last 6th tier king class demon. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Yuhong was in a disheveled state, his luxurious brocade robe stained with large patches of dirt, blood, and scorch marks from head to toe. His face was pale, and his chest felt tight. Clearly, this was the most brutal battle he had ever fought. At this moment, his hero, the 6-star divine swordsman, came to report. Clutching his still bleeding severed arm, he bowed his head and said, "Honorable Lord." Cedric reporting, requesting recovery medicine. Gu Yuhong cast a cold glance at the divine swordsman, his eyes filled with irritation and obvious dissatisfaction. He said grimly, "Cedric, you have disappointed me. During the final attack on Demon Human Doria, you could have seized the opportunity for the last hit and earned higher loot rewards. But instead, you chose to block the demon's skill to save a nearby lord, missing the chance and letting someone else take the final blow." Cedric lowered his head. With a loyalty level of 90, he dared not argue. "Yes, my lord. Cedric understands." Gu Yuhong's expression softened slightly, but his tone remained stern. "Good. Don't let me down again. As for the recovery medicine, you won't get it for now. Let the severed arm serve as your lesson. Endure it for a couple of days." Cedric responded in a low voice. "Understood." Meanwhile, in the northern war zone of the Abyss, an hour before the last 6th tier demon was slain, Shin-Chi had already successfully killed the final demon, Demon Human Burvanu. He stood quietly beneath the city wall. 3 heroes approached him slowly to report. They were Theodore, Asen, and Ilya. Each of them remained in peak combat condition. They were burning like flames. They exuded an imposing aura, as if they could easily take down 10 more 6th-tier demons. Shinchi looked at them with satisfaction and smiled, saying, "Well done, you've worked hard." In the distance, Meng Huachun watched in disbelief as Shinchi's skeletal army truly defeated 12 6th-tier king-class demons. The skeleton soldiers coordinated seamlessly, calmly engaging the 6th-tier demons, seizing the perfect moment to deliver fatal blows, a sight that was truly awe-inspiring. Meng Huachun had participated in countless real battles, whether it was a duel between lords or a joint crusade against powerful monsters. The scenes were always chaotic. Unlike these skeleton soldiers, who were calm, elegant, and skillful, their movements smooth and natural. He couldn't help but feel curious about the commander hidden behind the scenes. To the south of the abyss, in the territory of Zhang Xingyuan and his companions, 4 hours had passed. At this moment, Zhang Xingyuan and his team stood on the open ground outside their territory. Their expressions were solemn, their eyes fixed on the northern horizon. Their troops were neatly arranged, and the atmosphere was tense. Every slight movement of the wind or grass could set their nerves on edge. Everyone felt a sense of unease. The forums were filled with wails of despair, yet their side remained unusually calm. This stark contrast made them even more vigilant. They decided not to act rashly and waited quietly. At this point, they wanted to see what unexpected events might unfold. Another hour passed. Zhang Xingyuan maintained his tense observation, suddenly furrowing his brow and shouting seriously, "It's coming." Everyone immediately looked north. A thick black fog was rapidly surging southward. This massive black fog emitted swirling demonic energy, carrying a strong aura of the abyss. Due to the dense fog, those in the distance couldn't clearly see what was inside. The fog was over 3 meters wide, extraordinarily large. It likely concealed a massive monster. A creature of such size would undoubtedly possess formidable strength. Everyone's hearts tightened, and their expressions grew grave. The moment had finally arrived. The abyss was clearly planning some new move. This creature shrouded in demonic energy was very likely the vanguard of a monstrous tide. As the terrifying scale of the tide loomed closer, a heavy pressure weighed on their hearts. Yet they continued to encourage themselves. The truth was, there was no room for luck. What was meant to happen would inevitably happen. They exchanged glances and smiled wryly. Since that was the case, they would give it their all and fight with everything they had. Led by Zhang Xingyuan, the 7 lords adjusted their stances, preparing for the next great battle. The black fog drew closer and closer. Before long, it was right in front of them. The army stood in strict formation, ready for battle. Everyone was tense, not daring to let their guard down. The lords raised their weapons, aiming at the black fog ahead, ready to end, emitting various strange sounds, gulu gulu guda gugu gudong, meaning, "You weak humans, get out of here quickly, or you'll die miserably. My brothers and sisters will arrive soon." It twisted its fleshy body and looked back to check if its companions were following. It was one of the members of the army led by the 6th-tier magical creature, the Flesh Slime King. Unfortunately, their king had already been tragically killed by those damned skeletons. Sensing the unfavorable situation, these small creatures scattered into countless smaller entities, summoned a black mist to hide within, and fled southward, agreeing to regroup there. Once they escaped those terrifying skeletons, they planned to regroup and continue attacking humans. The flesh slime in front of them had exerted all its strength, leaping dozens of miles to finally escape that horrifying place. Now, after traveling a desolate road, it finally encountered humans. They appeared weak and helpless. It prepared to devour them to replenish its magic energy and strengthen itself. Although there were many humans ahead, they had the flesh slime army charge. However, when this flesh slime turned back to check if its companions were following, it froze. "Ha, where are my brothers? Why hasn't a single one followed?" Staring at the empty plain, with no trace of magic energy, or any sign of its kind, the flesh slime immediately fell into confusion. Unfortunately, apart from its successful escape, all its companions had been intercepted by the skeleton army. Zhang Xingyuan and the others were momentarily stunned, then decided the magic tide might not follow a fixed sequence. There could be even stronger magical creatures coming. We must stay vigilant. With that, they approached step by step, pointing their long swords at the flesh slime. Surrounded by humans from 3 directions, the round, plump body of the flesh slime began to tremble, emitting a weak sound. Gulu, meaning, "Humans, please listen to me first." Shinchi's side. It was the critical moment in the skeleton army's battle against the 6th-tier king-level magical creature, human demon Burvanu. Although only one 6th-tier magical creature remained, it was the most difficult to deal with. Whenever human demon Burvanu could no longer hold on, it would forcibly tear open its own stomach, reach in and pull out a handful of human demon larvae. Then it would frantically scatter them across the battlefield. Once these larvae hit the ground, they would would rapidly grow into formidable small human demons. The small human demons surrounded human demon Burvana, blocking the skeleton army's attacks. The weakened human demon Burvana would then grab a small human demon, stuff it into its mouth, and chew continuously. Each time it did this, its state would recover by more than 70%. Finally, with the full cooperation of the undead army, all the small human demons were completely eliminated. Ilya successfully charged up and unleashed. Nether sniper, an arrow shot out, piercing fiercely into human demon Burvana's abdomen. Boom! The human demon's body seemed to explode, instantly becoming a bloody mess. Its massive body swayed, struggled in pain for a moment, and then collapsed with a loud crash. Ding! Your hero skeleton sharpshooter Ilya has successfully killed the 6th tier king level human demon Burvanu. The familiar system notification sounded. This signified that the long battle to resist the magic tide had finally ended. Shin-Chi, who had been fully focused and extremely tense, finally let out a sigh of relief at this moment. In the next second, a sense of anticipation ignited in his heart once again. As always, he prepared to start clearing the battlefield. Asterisk after Shin-Chi killed the human demon, the magic tide completely receded. The magical energy in the world dissipated entirely, leaving behind a battlefield full of devastation. On a distant hilltop, Meng Huachun and the others waited for a moment, then turned off the recording device. After confirming that all the recorded footage was intact, they prepared to leave. So far, he had only caught a glimpse of the figure suspected to be leading the skeleton army. The master's figure had appeared. He circled in the air a few times on a skeletal bird before leaving. Because he was fully clad in armor, his face could not be seen. Meng Huachun had initially wanted to use a detection spell to probe for detailed information about him, but after thinking it over, he still didn't dare to act rashly. If the other party was a master, the moment he used the detection spell, the other party would immediately know his location. Without first clarifying his stance and purpose, it would be difficult to escape. So, he didn't alert Shin-Chi and quietly activated the cross-space formation, leaving without a sound. He hid the recording device on himself, as if he had obtained a treasure. Asterisk in the midair south of Shin-Chi's battlefield, a lord in a black robe was patrolling on a wind sparrow. He gazed from afar at the battlefield in front of Shin-Chi's territory, his eyes fixed on the scene with a face full of shock and disbelief. His name was Su Yuan. He brought the Wind Sparrow unit, known for their reconnaissance and escape abilities, and was sent by the guild as a scout. Every time before and after the Black Abyss riot, he would be dispatched to observe the situation near the Black Abyss and bring back intelligence. Today was supposed to mark the outbreak of a new round of Black Abyss riots. However, their guild had already set up defenses, mobilized all their forces, and was stationed outside the territory, waiting for the demonic tide's attack. It was said that this time the demonic tide was larger in scale and extremely difficult. But, in the southern war zone of the Black Abyss, they had waited for several hours, yet the demonic tide had not appeared. After waiting and waiting, several guild leaders decided to send Su Yuan to scout at great risk. Su Yuan arrived, and what he saw left him utterly incredulous. The edge of the Black Abyss, which was supposed to be unguarded by any lord, had turned into a real frontline battlefield, and the battlefield was filled with skeleton soldiers. What was even more shocking was that these skeleton legions had completely blocked the demonic tide from advancing south. Zhang Xingyuan and the others, after defeating the isolated flesh slime, continued to wait. They thought the demonic tide was finally about to launch its attack. Everyone was on high alert, ready for battle. But another 2 hours passed, and still, there was no movement. The wind swept across the grasslands, making a whistling sound. Apart from the wind, everything was silent. Ulausi's fingers kept sliding across the system panel in front of him, his face showing an indescribable expression. He said to Zhang Xingyuan, "Brother Zhang, it seems like the demonic tide in other areas has already ended." Zhang Xingyuan nodded. Ulausi continued, "Everyone says the difficulty of this demonic tide increased by at least 5 times, and the final wave exceeded 500,000 in scale." Zhang Xingyuan remained silent. Ulausi added, "The lords who faced the demonic tide head-on this time suffered heavy losses." He turned to look at the empty plains to the north, a look of confusion on his face. "So what about us?" Zhang Xingyuan met his gaze, both of them utterly baffled. This month's demonic tide had passed in such a bizarre manner. For an entire day, their mood felt as unsteady as walking on cotton. Everyone suspected they were still dreaming from the night before and hadn't woken up. A strange thought popped into Zhang Xingyuan's mind. Could it be Meng Huachun helping out? Meng Huachun owed him a favor. To be honest, Zhang Xingyuan didn't expect him to be of much help. He had even contacted Meng Huachun in advance, asking him to help resist the demonic tide. Meng Huachun had agreed. However, Zhang Xingyuan didn't hold out much hope. He knew it was a favor owed. But even if the other party didn't agree, he he had no other options. Zhang Xingyuan raised an eyebrow, a look of joy appearing on his face. He hadn't expected Meng Huachun to be so loyal. Could it be that he had brought others to help? Perhaps, through his connections, he had called in more high-level lords to withstand this demonic tide together? This demonic tide was exceptionally fierce. Other Black Abyss war zones had suffered heavy losses, with many lords perishing. How much manpower and resources would it take to completely block the demonic tide and prevent it from advancing south? The more Zhang Xingyuan thought about it, the more he felt this guess was close to the truth. If that were the case, he would owe Meng Huachun a huge favor. After hesitating for a moment, he opened the private chat channel. He clicked on Meng Huachun's chat window. Brother Meng, thank you so much for today. After a long time, Meng Huachun replied. Zhang Xingyuan was stunned for a moment and continued. Today's magic tide. Thanks to your help, we managed to avoid disaster. Meng Huachun seemed to hesitate for a moment before replying. To be honest, this has nothing to do with me. You could say you were just really lucky. After that, he said no more. Zhang Xingyuan was dumbfounded. What did he mean? It had nothing to do with Meng Huachun? They were just lucky? Zhang Xingyuan was completely taken aback. The most reasonable explanation he had thought of was completely overturned. Now, he was even more confused. After returning to his territory, Meng Huachun immediately received Zhang Xingyuan's inquiry. He and Zhang Xingyuan weren't close enough to chat casually, so he brushed him off with a few perfunctory words and ignored him. But he quickly opened his private chat group. Brothers, come out. I ran into something big today, guaranteed to pique your interest. Someone immediately popped up in the group. Meng Dog, what happened? Did you get castrated? Another said, or did you have some bad luck today? Spill it so we can laugh. Someone else chimed in, I'm tired. If it's important, say it quickly. If not, dismiss the court. Meng Huachun was furious with these unreliable guys but still pretended to be magnanimous. You all know today is the monthly magic tide from the Black Abyss, right? Yeah. We know. What's up? The forum is full of posts about it. It's hard not to notice. I heard this magic tide was particularly fierce, and many lords couldn't hold out. What happened? Meng Dog, did something happen to you? By the way, didn't you say you were going to help someone out? Is it related to this? Meng Huachun said, no more suspense. I'll tell you directly. Originally, I planned to go to the southeastern area of the Black Abyss to provide support, repay a favor, and leave after saying hello. But as soon as I arrived there, I saw meteors raining down from the sky on the front lines. The intense pressure made my heart race. The meteors crashed down with loud bangs, and the entire battlefield was a scene of devastation, like the apocalypse. Others asked, meteor rain? Is it a meteor summoning spell? We all know the magic tide hit today, and the frontline lords are indeed in a tough spot. A single misstep could mean death. Meng Huachun said, no, it's not what you think. The ones suffering weren't us, but the monsters. The cries were coming from the monsters. Everyone was baffled. Meng Huachun explained, there were no other lords on the front lines, only a skeleton army. About 10,000 skeleton soldiers directly blocked the magic tide. I only caught a glimpse of a figure that seemed to be the lord a few times. I guess he's the master of this skeleton army. But he seemed to be using an invisibility item, so I couldn't see him clearly. Moreover, he had 3 skeleton heroes commanding the entire skeleton army. Skeleton army, especially that archer hero, it was terrifying. One arrow could pierce through a 6th tier king level monster. Others began voicing their doubts. Meng Dog, are you drunk? Stop talking nonsense. A single lord can hold off an entire monster army? Do you know the scale of this magic tide? How could just 10,000 troops intercept it? And skeleton soldiers at that? A skeleton archer killing a 6th tier monster with 1 arrow? That's ridiculous. You can even make up such an absurd story. Truly, you're the same Meng Dog we know, with that little brain of yours not working properly. Don't blame him. Meng Dog lost miserably at Mahjong last time and wants to mess with us now? No one believes it. Of course, no one believed Meng Huachun, but this time, he didn't rush to explain. Instead, he said mysteriously, want to bet? If what I said is true, what will you say? Others immediately retorted, oh, so confident? I'll call you dad for 3 months if it's true. Playing big? Huh? Stop talking nonsense. 10,000 spirit crystals, let's bet. Meng Huachun didn't hesitate and directly sent a video file. Recording.avi. Everyone immediately started downloading. A video? Seriously? You even managed to record it? The video download count quickly surged. Even the usually silent members of the group were intrigued and started downloading downloading the video. Then, Mango, did you really film footage from the front lines? The opening is a meteor bombardment? That scene is terrifying. Damn, the density of those monsters is insane. Wait, those fighting the monsters, are they really skeletons? The group chat fell silent. The atmosphere grew tense. Something seemed off. The more people watched the video, the more shocked they became, because the content was exactly as Manghwa-chan described. Indeed, an army of skeletons was holding back the monster tide, and it seemed that these tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers were all under the command of a mysterious undead lord. In the video, throughout the entire battle, the figure riding a skeletal bird only appeared occasionally. After watching the video, everyone was left speechless in shock. Every frame shattered their understanding of reality. The group chat exploded with activity. The atmosphere became unusually lively. Everyone kept tagging Manghwa-chan, bombarding him with questions. Manghwa-chan smiled smugly. However, aside from recording the video, he didn't know much else. Finally, he solemnly said in the group chat, "Guys, watch the video yourselves, but don't spread it around. If it gets out, it'll definitely cause a huge stir, and if anything happens, I won't be able to take responsibility." Got it, Dad. Don't worry, we won't share it. The monster tide lasted for most of the day before finally subsiding. The lords who directly faced the tide suffered heavy losses. Many guilds, factions, and organizations were completely wiped out. The monster army spread out in all directions, wreaking havoc, especially the Tier 6 monsters, which left nothing but devastation in their wake. However, some powerful guilds quickly rallied their forces, formulated plans, and united to eliminate these Tier 6 monsters. Moreover, monsters relied on demonic energy to survive. Away from the source of demonic energy, the Black Abyss, monsters could only live for a maximum of 12 hours. Thus, the monster tide would eventually dissipate naturally. However, the monster tide had left many lords severely weakened, barely clinging to life. It would take at least 10 days to half a month for them to recover, and a significant number of lords had suffered catastrophic losses. The heroes and troops they had painstakingly nurtured, the items and treasures they had collected, and the territories they had built, all were destroyed in the fight against the monster tide. They had completely lost hope for the future. Wang Hong officially joined the Bloodthorn Guild. Using the city relocation order gifted by the guild, he moved his territory to a valley east of the Black Abyss. This area was also home to many small lords who, like him, had been invited by Bloodthorn. Before he could settle in, Wang Hong was summoned to join the guild's monster tide defense line. Most of the lords, like him, brought their troops and were assigned to the auxiliary forces on the flanks. The main force consisted of the elite units of Bloodthorn's core members, who were the backbone of the defense line. For small lords like them, they were merely there to make up the numbers, contributing whatever they could. Looking at the massive army before him, Wang Hong felt a sense of reassurance. He silently rejoiced. Indeed, joining Bloodthorn was the right choice. If I hadn't done so and had stayed with Zhang Xingyuan and the others when the monster tide came, I probably wouldn't even know how I died. He thought to himself, you'll regret it soon enough. The monster tide was about to erupt, and the defense forces had already begun mobilizing. Wang Hong stood in front of the 100 or so troops he led, nervously waiting, his eyes fixed on the horizon. On the horizon, a dark shadow gradually appeared. Monsters, shrouded in thick demonic energy, charged toward the defense line. The first wave of the monster tide numbered about 10,000. Given the size of the defense forces, this wasn't too much of a problem. The battle began, with powerful energy waves shaking the heavens and earth. At this stage, the auxiliary forces faced relatively light pressure. Occasionally, a monster would break through the main forces' defense line and reach them, but it was quickly surrounded and killed. After the first wave of the monster tide ended, Wang Hong felt a surge of confidence. It seems the monster tide isn't that hard to deal with. His decision appeared to be absolutely correct. However, the second wave of the demon tide struck, and the situation quickly changed. The scale of the demon tide expanded from 50,000 to 100,000, and even 200,000. Each wave grew significantly in strength and numbers. This change caught everyone off guard. Even the core leaders of Bloodthorn hadn't anticipated it. Chaos erupted on the scene. The demon tide surged like a flood, and the elite forces of the main army could no longer withstand such a massive enemy. The demons broke through the defenses like waves, scattering everywhere. The consequences quickly became apparent. It was now the turn of these minor lords to suffer. The demons bared their fangs and claws, roaring mockingly. They frantically broke through the defensive lines, slaughtering all the weaker troops. In a short time, corpses littered the ground, and rivers of blood flowed. Wang Hong's heart felt as though it had plunged into an icy abyss. He stared in horror at the apocalyptic scene before him, completely stunned. stunned. What is happening? Another lord from a miscellaneous troop shouted loudly nearby, everyone, try to gather your troops together. He attempted to take the lead, uniting the limited forces of the surrounding lords. I've already contacted the guild leader. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Hold on, everyone. Wang Hong calmed down slightly, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. He and the surrounding lords quickly responded, immediately gathering their troops to form a temporary defensive line. The demons frantically attacked the front lines, smashing the troops one by one into pieces. Wang Hong grew increasingly anxious. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. Still, no reinforcements arrived from Bloodthorn. Wang Hong was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He watched helplessly as the beast troops he had painstakingly trained were pierced through the abdomen by the demons and killed on the spot. Someone asked the lord who had contacted the guild leader earlier, when will Bloodthorn's people arrive? The result, that lord looked at the message on the communicator and his face instantly turned pale. He stammered, the leader has cut off contact with us. All the surrounding lords were stunned. The next second, everyone fell into despair. Wang Hong was utterly disheartened. Bloodthorn had abandoned them? If this continued, they would all be wiped out by the demons. This was completely different from what had been promised. Just then, a lord dressed in a black robe and wearing a mask, accompanied by a group of elite warriors, rushed over from the main camp. Many lords from the miscellaneous troops saw this. Someone shouted excitedly, Bloodthorn is here. We're saved. The other lords, including Wang Hong, felt a renewed glimmer of hope in their hearts. The black-robed lord ordered the elite warriors behind him to charge forward, frantically slaughtering the demons and temporarily clearing a safe area. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, the black-robed lord stood above them and shouted in an indisputable tone, all of you, immediately take your remaining troops and follow me to the front lines. The more troops, the better. Buy time for reinforcements. What? Wang Hong was stunned. Take them to the front lines? No one moved. Everyone was too shocked to react. The black-robed lord's face darkened and continued to command. Didn't you hear me? Move quickly. I warn you, anyone who dares to run will face my wrath. The blade in his hand exuded a dangerous aura. Wang Hong instantly despaired. Wasn't this just sending them to their deaths? In fact, the main forces of Bloodthorn were also in chaos. The miscalculation of the scale of this demon tide had disrupted all plans. They were forced to urgently mobilize more troops for reinforcements. As a result, an even larger wave of the demon tide surged in, directly breaking through the defenses. All surviving lords were urgently transferred back to the protective barrier within the valley, where various defensive measures were activated. All offensive forces turned to defense. Under the tenacious resistance of the main forces, the demon tide split and surged further south. In the end, they barely managed to endure this wave of the demon tide. The losses were devastating, needless to say. Wang Hong survived by sheer luck, but of his 100 troops, only 20 or so remained. Moreover, when he was sent to the front lines, almost all of his protective equipment had been used up, leaving him barely able to preserve his life. Cold sweat streamed down his entire body as if he had been soaked in water and then pulled out. His heart was pounding violently, yet his whole body felt numb. It was as if his body no longer belonged to him. After a long time, he finally felt a trace of relief for surviving. I made it through. Wang Hong almost couldn't hold back his tears. This wave of demons was far more difficult than expected. Fortunately, he had joined Bloodthorn. Otherwise, if he had stayed in his previous location, the front lines would have been completely incapable of stopping the demon wave. In that case, he would have died long ago, with no trace of his body left. Suddenly, he thought of Zhang Xingyuan and Jiang Tang. Ji Wenhao, how are they doing now? For some reason, his heart started racing. Judging by today's situation, it seemed unlikely that many of them had survived. Alas, there was no choice. Everyone had to bear the consequences of their decisions. Sometimes, the price was even life itself. Wang Hong felt both relieved and terrified. The next moment, he suddenly opened the system panel involuntarily. The contact information for Zhang Xingyuan and the other 7 people was still in his friend list. Who had the time to delete friends now? Wang Hong clicked on Jiang Tang's avatar frame, then found the territory log button and clicked it. He was momentarily stunned by his own actions, then smiled bitterly. What am I even doing? They're dead, how could there still be updates? Just as he was about to close Jiang Tang's territory log, he caught a glimpse of something strange. The territory log had been updated today and not long ago. He immediately clicked to check, entering the thumbnail. That looked odd. He saw Jiang Tang, so nervous, why hasn't the demon wave arrived yet? The attached image showed 4 people playing mahjong, one person lying on a chair drinking milk tea and browsing forums, and 2 others sitting on rattan chairs leisurely eating sunflower seeds. All 7 of them showed no signs of being in combat. Wang Hong was completely dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? He stared at the timestamp of the update. By all accounts, the demon wave had started at least 3 hours ago. Why did they seem not nervous at all? Not panicked in the slightest? Instead, they were so relaxed, playing mahjong, drinking milk tea, eating sunflower seeds, doing these things at a time like this? Wang Hong's mind went blank. Just then, a chat window suddenly popped up. Zhang Tang, yo, you sneaky guy, spying on my updates. Forgot to block you, you jerk. Before Wang Hong could react, he accidentally closed the chat window. He quickly opened the friend list, wanting to ask for clarification. But within just 10 seconds, he found that Zhang Xingyuan and the other 7 had simultaneously blocked him. Wang Hong was completely stunned. So, all 7 of them were still alive? What on earth had happened? He was on the verge of losing his mind. After the demon wave ended, the Black Abyss Highlands Lord Forum erupted into chaos. While everyone was complaining about how grueling this demon wave had been, a group of lords came forward claiming that, although they were stationed on the outskirts of the Black Abyss, they hadn't been attacked by the demon wave at all. At first, most people thought they were lying, trying to stir up trouble. Some even suspected these individuals were imposters from enemy factions. But these lords spoke with utmost seriousness, and they themselves couldn't understand what had happened. This left the forum users utterly confused. Upon closer investigation, it was discovered that all the lords who hadn't been affected by the demon wave were located in the southeastern battle zone of the Black Abyss. It was as if the demon wave hadn't appeared in the southeastern region of the Black Abyss at all. It was too bizarre. What exactly had happened on the southeastern front of the Black Abyss? Everyone's curiosity was completely ignited. At this moment, a post appeared, causing an even greater stir. The post's title was, "Everyone's discussing it, so let me share what I personally witnessed in Black Abyss Southeast Zone." The poster was the person who had been riding the wind sparrow at the time. Su Yuan had gone to the Black Abyss front lines to investigate the situation. Seeing the posts from lords in the southern Black Abyss who hadn't encountered the demon wave, he couldn't resist sharing what he had seen. After reporting the frontline intelligence, the people in the guild were half believing, half doubting, because the scene described by Su Yuan was simply too unbelievable. He decided to post directly on the forum to see if any other lords had witnessed similar situations. Otherwise, keeping it to himself, he was starting to doubt his own eyes. So, he posted the following: "I swear what I'm saying is true. I saw this scene with my own eyes." The post immediately went viral, with replies flooding in. Refreshing the page brought hundreds of new comments. "The OP sure has a knack for storytelling. Huh. Keep writing, the more the better. Experience +3. Already monsters on the scene?" The forum was just starting to get curious, and now a brand new version of the plot pops up, written as if it's real. "OP, do you even believe what you posted? Fool your friends if you want, but don't fool yourself. Don't you know there are no lords stationed on the outskirts of the Black Abyss? And a skeleton army intercepting the entire magic tide?" I'm dying of laughter. The only notable undead lord in the Black Abyss is probably the Filth Marquis of the Fallen Mountain Range. But the Fallen Mountain Range has nothing to do with the Black Abyss. Do you really think the Filth Marquis would kindly lead a skeleton army to the Black Abyss frontlines to resist the magic tide? For what reason? The most exaggerated part is that you claimed to see a skeleton archer shoot down a 6th tier king level monster with one arrow. I get that you want to exaggerate a bit to grab attention, but don't go overboard. You'll make up anything? I'm starting to feel secondhand embarrassment for you. You've probably never even seen a 6th tier monster, right? Besides, there are at least hundreds of thousands of monsters in each warzone. Are you sure the front lines can block them all? There are too many holes in your story. Everyone, just take it as a joke and move on. Today's comedy material has gained another entry. Su Yuan saw the replies full of skepticism and almost fainted from anger. But, thinking it over, he couldn't blame them for not believing him. The scene he witnessed was indeed too outrageous. He admitted that their doubts were completely reasonable. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it either. Now, he deeply regretted not recording those scenes in time. The situation was so shocking that he, usually responsible for reconnaissance, had completely forgotten to film. Now his mouth was sealed shut, and he was being treated as someone fabricating stories for attention, which made him furious. But unexpectedly, another post was made. It was like a bombshell dropped into a calm lake. Meanwhile, after the magic tide was blocked, Gu Yuhang returned to the main camp in a sorry state. He was in a terrible mood. Originally, he had planned to start a livestream to show everyone how effortlessly he could fend off the magic tide, letting those weaklings see how powerful and glamorous he was. But now, the scale and difficulty of the magic tide had far exceeded expectations. With the livestream on and countless eyes watching, his embarrassing state was completely exposed. Moreover, when he personally joined the battle, he lost composure countless times. All these moments were captured by the magic energy camera. He hadn't had the time to turn off the camera. Thinking about this, Gu Yuhong's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Serves him right. If only he had recorded a video instead of live streaming, he could at least edit a highlight reel of his impressive moves to post. At this moment, he noticed the magic energy camera was still. The buzzing camera overhead was clearly capturing his current dirty, broken, and awkward appearance. Gu Yuhong froze in his tracks, his heart sinking. He could almost see the mocking eyes behind the lens staring at him, and countless ridiculing voices echoed in his ears. For Gu Yuhong, who always cared about his image, this felt like someone stomping on his face with dirty shoes. He clenched his teeth, veins bulging, his eyes bloodshot. Suddenly, he reached out, and a spear shot out swiftly, smashing the magic energy camera to pieces. Back at the main camp, Gu Yuhong finally calmed down. To salvage his reputation, he immediately mobilized a batch of scimitar accounts on the forum. They swarmed into every post mentioning Gu Yuhong. Seizing control of the narrative then, various explicit or implicit posts were published, boasting about Gu Yuhong's great achievements in fighting against the magic tide this time. Although he encountered many unexpected difficulties during the process, he ultimately overcame numerous obstacles and successfully resisted the magic tide. One account named Scimitar posted a thread. The title read, Gu Yuhong personally took action, but this scene doesn't look as easy as he claimed. The first image in the post showed Gu Yuhong fighting a magic bear with a spear, his face smeared with a few streaks of ash. The camera angle perfectly captured his furrowed brows, sharp eyes, and tightly pursed lips. At that moment, Gu Yuhong had just been knocked to the ground by the magic bear and was struggling to get up, staring at the bear with murderous intent while cursing internally. This image made him appear resilient, decisive, and brave. The comments section quickly became lively. Honestly, Gu Yuhong is really strong, facing such a terrifying magic tide and still coming out unscathed. I couldn't do it. He said earlier that this magic tide would be easy, but the scale suddenly expanded fivefold. Who could have predicted that? Stop mocking him. Exactly. Look at how miserable those lower tier lords are. Compared to them, Gu God is simply amazing. Wow. Gu God is so handsome. He fought hard, his face covered in ash, but still so dashing. At this point, a genuine passerby saw the title and thought the poster was mocking Gu Yuhong, so they posted a picture. Gu Yuhong had completely fallen face-first into the dirt, his face pressed against the ground. This picture was taken at the same time as the poster's image but about 10 seconds apart, with a different angle. The passerby commented, "Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. I took this screenshot from the livestream." Compared to his earlier attempt to act composed, this is hilarious. Immediately, Scimitar's die-hard fans exploded. They gathered under that reply and started cursing. So despicable, why post someone's ugly photo? Don't you have any decency? You didn't even see Gu God's heroic moments fighting enemies, just captured these few seconds of his worst look. You must have worked hard for this? Huh? The original poster retaliated, "You idiot." Using different angles to mock someone? Truly disgusting. The comments section instantly descended into chaos. In addition, Scimitar's people deliberately edited a highlight reel of Gu Yuhong's impressive moves and posted it. Fans swarmed in, firmly dominating the public opinion. When Gu Yuhong browsed the forum again, he saw his supporters flooding the platform with positive portrayals of him, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, suddenly, a particularly striking video appeared on the forum. Initially, those who came across it thought it was just another video made by Scimitar's group to praise Gu Yuhong, so few were interested in clicking on it. But this video seemed to lack control from Scimitar's people over the comments. Out of curiosity, some clicked to watch. Gradually, more and more people opened the video. Then, the video's popularity snowballed, skyrocketing like crazy. Eventually, the situation completely exploded. In a short time, the video rapidly became a super hot topic on the forum. The number of comments and bullet screen messages surged, flooding the screen. The video began with a black screen, and a sentence flashed across the screen. This is footage from the front line of the Southeast War Zone resisting the magic tide. Watch for yourselves. Bullet screen messages immediately popped up with various questions. What does this mean? Didn't the Southeast War Zone say there was no magic tide? Why are the lords there all fine? Does the subtitle mean there really are lords in the Southeast fighting against the magic tide? The video was divided into several segments, each lasting a few minutes, totaling 20 to 30 minutes. The first scene appeared. Meteors rained down like a storm, the battlefield was devastated, and thick smoke billowed everywhere. This scene stunned viewers, and bullet screen messages quickly flooded in. Oh my god, what is this scene? So shocking. Is this meteor summoning magic? Wait, look, those are magic creatures. This scale, there must be over 100,000 of them. So the Southeast War Zone really does have a magic tide? Didn't those lords say they didn't encounter a magic tide? A magic tide has appeared on the front lines, but the lord behind the war war zone says there's no problem. Could it be? Someone suddenly remembered a post where someone claimed to have seen the defense army on the front lines completely block the magic tide. At the time, everyone mocked the Lord for making up stories. Now, seeing the footage of the magic tide, their hearts tightened, feeling something was off. As the footage continued, the audience gradually noticed. Wait, look at those troops fighting the magic tide. Are those skeleton soldiers? I see them, they're all skeleton soldiers. What's going on? Is this the undead Lord's skeleton army? I looked closely. There are skeleton mages, skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, as well as ghosts and vampires. All undead units. So, the front lines are being defended by an undead lord against the magic tide? Then who summoned this meteor shower? Was it a spell from the monsters in the magic tide? Look closely. Are the monsters being chased by meteors, or are the skeleton soldiers casting them? Could it be the skeleton mages casting the meteor shower? That's just too unbelievable. How powerful must those mage units be? But there aren't many skeleton soldiers, only 10 to 20,000 compared to the magic tide. Yeah, the small number of skeletons will be wiped out soon, right? However, just as these skeptical comments flashed by, the footage took a dramatic turn. The corpses of the monsters in the front suddenly exploded inexplicably. The explosions spread rapidly, one after another. Wave after wave of terrifying explosions swept across the entire battlefield. In the end, almost all the magic tide was blown to pieces. Flames, thick smoke, and the sound of explosions filled the screen. The endless magic tide was shattered into fragments by wave after wave of explosions. The scene was extremely shocking. The explosions finally stopped. Immediately after, the terrifying meteor shower poured down again. Countless meteors crashed into the center of the magic tide. The comments were horrified to notice that the number of monsters was visibly decreasing, until finally, all 100,000 monsters were completely wiped out. And those skeleton soldiers, who were looked down upon, were almost entirely intact. Each of them was clad in high-quality armor, exuding a chilling killing intent. Standing firmly on the battlefield, the comments exploded. Ha! These skeletons actually repelled the magic tide? Can Samion, these skeleton soldiers seem to be fighting automatically, and each skeleton is this strong? Isn't it typical for undead lords to rely on sheer numbers? Just as everyone was puzzled, the screen suddenly went black, and subtitles appeared. It is estimated that there are about 20,000 skeleton soldiers. They are likely all under the command of the Lord who will appear next. In other words, these skeleton soldiers probably belong to a single lord. The screen switched again. A young man, fully clad in armor with a partially covered helmet, appeared. He was riding a massive bird-like beast made of bones. He ascended into the air, circled the battlefield a few times, and then flew off into the distance. A few seconds later, his figure disappeared. The following scenes all featured this young man riding the skeletal bird. Each time, he would circle the battlefield and then vanish. Apart from him, no other figures appeared on the battlefield. At this moment, the comments section exploded. What? Does this mean all these skeleton soldiers belong to this undead lord? The narrator is saying this undead lord used 20,000 skeletons to hold off a magic tide of 100,000, 200,000, or even 300,000 creatures? No way. I don't believe it. Isn't this the southeastern front where no lord is stationed? I can't help but think of Gu Yuhong. If this video is real, it's way more impressive than his come and fight boast. Ha ha ha, are you talking about Gu Yuhong? That guy is always showing off, but when he personally joined the battle, he fell flat on his face. The gif still cracks me up. Among the comments, supporters of the Curved Blade faction immediately jumped in to counter when Gu Yuhong was mentioned. Don't stir things up in the comments. Is Gu Yuhong really that great? The authenticity of this video hasn't even been confirmed yet. Stop guessing. Is it real or not? Wow, this topic shift is so abrupt. How did it turn into a discussion about Gu Yuhong? With just these skeletons, can they even compare to a single strand of Gu God's hair? Gu God leads 3 10,000 strong legions and over 100 5th-tier warriors. Stop trying to make comparisons, thanks. Someone retorted, but these skeletons held off an assault from 300,000 magic creatures. Could your Gu God do that? A Curved Blade supporter replied, magic creatures, no matter how many, are just ordinary monsters. Gu God doesn't even need to intervene. He's specialized in dealing with 6th-tier magic creatures. Exactly, being able to fight 6th-tier magic creatures is the real skill, like Gu God. Everyone knows the hardest part of a magic tide is the 6th-tier magic creatures. Other battle zones might see at most 2 6th-tier creatures, but Gu God's area had 6, and he still managed to hold them off. Someone interjected, those 6 6th-tier magic creatures weren't handled by Gu Yuhong alone. down, don't steal credit. Gu Yuhong's fans countered, Gu God's output contributed a lot, too. Besides, I bet this video doesn't even feature 6th tier magic creatures. Without 6th tier creatures, don't brag about the achievements, especially when they went out of their way to film a video. Someone shot back, what kind of logic is that? Are tens of thousands of magic creatures nothing? Can your Gu God's 3 legions clear 50,000 magic creatures? The comments section was in chaos. However, the next scenes left everyone stunned. The final wave of the magic tide arrived. 50,000 magic creatures surged forward. 12 6th tier king level magic creatures appeared on the battlefield. Everyone watching the video was dumbfounded. Those are 6th tier magic creatures, right? I didn't see wrong, did I? 12. Oh my god. Who just said there wouldn't be 6th tier magic creatures? How do you even fight this? Gu Yuhong's side had to unite several major guilds and urgently deploy most of their elite forces to barely deal with all the 6th tier magic creatures. So in the end, those skeletons still couldn't hold out. But where did those 6th tier magic creatures go? Didn't the Southern Lord say they hadn't encountered any magic creatures? The next scenes were utterly shocking to all viewers. A 6th tier insect-like magic creature suddenly vibrated its dozens of wings and charged madly at the skeleton army. If this 6th tier magic creature broke into the skeleton army, the skeletons would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. Everyone held their breath, ready to witness a brutal battle. But at that moment, an inconspicuous arrow suddenly flew in from off-screen. Like lightning, it shot straight at the tier 6 insect demon. Everyone's hearts tightened sharply. The next second, the arrow accurately pierced the insect demon's body. The demon's charge was forcibly interrupted. Immediately after, a series of astonishing damage numbers exploded from the demon's body. 10 million. The massive tier 6 creature's health plummeted instantly. Its internal magic energy spilled out uncontrollably, and the entire insect demon crashed heavily to the ground. With a loud boom, dust flew everywhere. The insect demon turned into a corpse. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. This tier 6 creature was instantly killed by a single arrow. The bullet comments froze instantly. No one could comprehend what had just happened on the screen. Can someone tell me why this tier 6 creature suddenly died? I think I saw an arrow. An arrow actually killed a tier 6 creature? Is this video fake? Otherwise, how do you explain it? Could someone really one-shot a tier 6 creature? That's too fake. Well, it does seem exaggerated, but we newbies definitely wouldn't see something like this. Maybe it's the big shots from those tier 6 guilds stepping in. Everyone was still immersed in the shock of the arrow instantly killing the tier 6 creature, unable to calm down for a long time. However, the subsequent footage in the video made the bullet comments explode even more. It was like a dream. 12 creatures, all killed one by one. They had originally thought the skeleton soldiers would be wiped out in droves, leaving behind a field of remains. But in reality, what they saw was an ultimate display of the art of war. They never imagined that the combat power of skeleton soldiers could be so diverse. Various dazzling skills were unleashed continuously, their brilliance lighting up the entire battlefield. Cavalry charges, warrior assaults, mage chants, ghostly wails. Every skill was executed to perfection. Moreover, they had never realized that the coordination between troop types could be so seamless. All the skeleton soldiers seemed to be executing precise tactical programs. At every critical moment, they made the most appropriate moves. Whether it was engaging the tier 6 creatures, drawing aggro, coordinating defenses, group healing, or main damage output, every step was smooth and orderly, pleasing to the eye. All of this was especially impactful for viewers who had watched Gu Yuhong's livestream. In Gu Yuhong's stream, they had witnessed the brutality of tier 6 creatures. The defending army was beaten back repeatedly, utterly defeated. In the end, it was only through the sheer advantage of numbers and the frenzied consumption of resources that they barely managed to deal with all the tier 6 creatures. During that time, countless lords, heroes, and soldiers were sacrificed. Rivers of blood flowed, and corpses littered the ground. Those tragic scenes were etched into everyone's minds. But now, the video footage showed them. It turns out, facing tier 6 creatures can be this easy. Yes, easy. They couldn't find a more fitting word to describe it. During the process of killing the tier 6 creatures, 3 skeleton heroes stood out particularly. Their damage output was overwhelming. Those tough and durable tier 6 creatures couldn't withstand their weapons at all. Someone in the bullet comments said, if there really is a lord commanding these skeleton soldiers, just imagine how strong their mental connection and coordination must be. The video ended. The bullet comments completely exploded. The video's popularity skyrocketed. Countless discussion threads emerged. Everyone scrambled to discuss topics related to the video. Wow, this is so shocking. Whose generals are these? They're so powerful. They actually wiped out all the tier 6 creatures. So, what the Southern Lords of the Black Abyss said is true. They weren't invaded by the magic tide, and there really was an expert intercepting the entire magic tide on the front lines? This is just unbelievable. Suddenly remembered that post from before claiming to have personally witnessed the entire magic tide being intercepted. It's actually true? Looks like not only is it true, but it wasn't exaggerated at all. Hiss, weren't the comments under that post back then analyzing everything so logically? Pointing out flaws here and there, saying it was impossible, but in the end, everything the OP said turned out to be true. Hahaha, looking back now at those well-reasoned rebuttals to the OP, it's absolutely hilarious. The forum discussions were unusually heated, with everyone speculating about the identity of the mysterious undead lord. I think it might be that figure from the Fallen Mountain range. You mean Filth Marquis? Exactly. The most famous undead lord in Black Abyss Highlands is him. I heard that Filth Marquis is nearly level 70, and his skeleton army could fill the entire Wraith Canyon of the Fallen Mountain range. He alone can hold his own against those super guilds. Thinking about it, only he would have the ability to lead 10,000 skeleton soldiers to resist the magic tide. I guess he must be secretly executing some grand plan, so he didn't notify anyone in advance and came to the front lines alone to set things up. At this moment, a reply caught everyone's attention. Xiang Zishu, it's not me. The OP was a bit stunned. Who are you? Go away. Others replied to the OP, go check his profile's verified title, it says Filth Marquis. Xiang Zishu is the Filth Marquis you're talking about. So your entire deduction is wrong. The lord organizing this skeleton defense army isn't Filth Marquis at all. Truly awkward. The person himself came forward to clarify, yet he was doubted to the point of blushing. Left with no choice, the OP started over and posted a new thread on the possibility of impersonation and faking verification. Meanwhile, other threads were also blowing up. Could it be that another undead powerhouse has appeared in Black Abyss Highlands? Why have we never heard of them before? Did they just suddenly emerge? Looks like a newcomer descending upon the wastelands overnight. A newcomer? Don't be ridiculous. Could it be an expert sent by the duchy? Or perhaps a hidden big shot from a 6th tier guild revealing themselves? The discussions grew increasingly intense. Honestly, it's the first time I've seen an undead lord fight so stylishly. I really want to know what the big shot looks like. They must be handsome, right? How did you come to that conclusion? I advise you not to have high hopes for the appearance of an undead lord. After all, they've been dealing with skeletons and death energy for years. Their looks are bound to be affected. The undead lords I've seen all look pretty unpleasant. Don't shatter my fantasy. The forum's discussions about this mysterious undead lord became more and more fervent. Not long after, someone edited a fan-made video titled Resisting the Magic Tide, All It Takes Is Hands. The video began with the title of Gu Yuhuang's livestream. Then, it cut to his various arrogant remarks before the magic tide broke out. The scene shifted abruptly to Gu Yuhang being humiliated by the magic creatures in various ways. There were clips of him getting slapped in the face by monsters, shots of him with a dark, frosty expression, and moments of him losing his temper, yelling furiously. All the footage was captured in high definition, unfiltered angles from his livestream, completely overturning his initial arrogant, confident, and nonchalant image. Subtitles accompanied the video, effortless, all it takes is hands, if you're bad, just practice more. Finally, the video seamlessly transitioned to the awe-inspiring scene of the skeleton army elegantly slaying 6th tier magic creatures. As the monsters appeared on screen, the subtitles read, "So this is what all it takes is hands really means," with a nose-picking emoji added for effect. It was clear that the person who edited this video was absolutely infuriated by Gu Yuhang and his lackeys. The video was repeatedly pushed to the homepage by netizens, and the comments section was buzzing with activity. Gu Yuhang's fans repeatedly stormed in to angrily defend him, but this time, they didn't gain the upper hand. Other netizens collectively fought back, replying with various mocking emojis, leaving them speechless. At this moment, the one with the worst expression was naturally Gu Yuhang himself. He had barely managed to adjust his mood and decided to check the forum to see how his fans were praising him, only to come across the video of the legendary undead lord holding back the magic tide. He froze for a long moment, his face darkening with displeasure. Someone actually managed to hold back the magic tide alone? Impossible. Then, he saw the parody video mocking him. Instantly, he was furious, jumping up from the sofa in rage. The expensive liquor in vases on the table were smashed to pieces. He kicked over the mahogany table, which fell with a heavy thud. The surrounding servants were so frightened they didn't dare make a sound. Gu Yuhang panted heavily, his eyes bloodshot, seething with anger. He wanted to vent his frustration, but didn't know who to blame. After all, from start to finish, he had put himself in the spotlight, making everyone focus on him. His intention was to make people admire him, elevate him, and showcase his strength and confidence. But now, he realized he had become a laughingstock under the spotlight. For someone who valued his reputation so much, how could he tolerate this? He kept replaying the mocking comments from the forum in his mind and roared, "You bastards, I'll skin you alive, wipe you all out, and burn your territories to the ground." His head throbbed. Therefore, Zhang Xingyuan and Zhang Tang were originally supposed to be the first wave to face the demon tide. Yet, they managed to avoid disaster, emerging completely unscathed without losing a single soldier. As for him, Wang Hong's face instantly turned pale, despair flashing in his eyes. He had stubbornly ignored Zhang Xingyuan's advice and insisted on migrating his territory alongside Bloodthorn. However, the scale of this demon tide suddenly far exceeded everyone's expectations. Bloodthorn's defensive forces were insufficient, and the teams of minor lords summoned to assist suffered devastating losses. Wang Hong had nearly exhausted all his items and lost over 80% of his troops. At this moment, he was still sitting in Bloodthorn's waiting room, uncertain if he would receive any supplies. The terror of the demon tide was something he had experienced firsthand, and even recalling it left him shaken. Yet, all of this could have been avoided. It was all because he made a decision he thought was correct, and as a result, everything changed drastically. Now, Wang Hong's face was ashen, his regrets so deep it felt like his intestines were twisted into knots. A strange sense of resentment also welled up in his heart. Why did that undead lord have to appear? Why meddle in others' affairs? Why not let Zhang Xingyuan and the others die directly? Meanwhile, Xinqi stood on the city wall, gazing at the battlefield littered with remnants and bloodstains. He mounted the skeletal bird and patted its head. The skeletal bird shook its frame energetically, spread its wings, and flew toward the battlefield. As an undead lord, no corpse could be left untouched. Clearing the battlefield was the duty of an undead lord. Fortunately, bone transformation, soulfire refinement, and blood feast had all been upgraded to level 2, expanding their range to 1,000 meters. Otherwise, it would have been exhausting. Now, riding the skeletal bird for a lap took only about 3 minutes. Upon returning, the system panel was brimming with various essences. Gray-white bones, pale soulfire, and ordinary blood had all exceeded 10,000 in quantity. Xinqi had no intention of stockpiling them. He immediately used these essences to strengthen his skeletal soldiers. After the enhancement, skeletal berserkers, 1,600 piercing bone archers, 500 netherfire bone archers, 500 spell arrow bone archers, 500. The remaining essences were all converted into high-quality essences. High-quality bones numbered over 1,000, high-quality soulfire reached 8,000. And since there were no large numbers of ghost-type units requiring enhancement, consumption was minimal. Blood-type essences had not been used at all, now accumulating over 13,000. His subordinate vampire counts could be strengthened using blood essences, but upgrading from tier 6 to tier 7 required consuming 1,000 enhanced blood essences, equivalent to 1 million high-quality blood. His current strength was far from sufficient, but upgrading a tier 4 unit to tier 5 only required 1,000 high-quality essences. This meant the skeletal berserkers could be further enhanced. Xinqi immediately summoned the skeletal scorpion berserker, Xiaobai. Xiaobai quickly walked up to Xinqi, its scorpion tail swaying gently, awaiting his command. Without hesitation, Xinqi gave all the remaining 1,000 high-quality bone essences to Xiaobai. A few seconds later, dazzling white light erupted from Xiaobai's body, and a stronger aura rapidly spread outward. The light lasted for a moment before gradually fading. Xiaobai's appearance hadn't changed much, but its bones were now sturdier and more solid. Several dark red crystals were embedded in its forehead, shoulders, chest, and spine, resembling standby lights. Its overall aura was more concentrated, marking Xiaobai's official advancement to tier 5. Scorpionman Bloodslayer nickname, Xiaobai tier 5 level, 43 HP, 10,786 attack, 8,214 defense, 5,905 agility, 743 spirit, 647 armor, 12 skill 1, heavy sword sweep skill 2, ghostly stab skill 3, berserk skill 4, tail needle thrust skill 5, poison shot skill 6, furious cross slash skill 7, blood sea surge skill. Description: creates a blood-colored domain with a radius of 7 meters. The Blood Slayer can freely teleport within the domain and manipulate the blood elements inside. Attacking enemies within the domain also restores a small amount of health. Duration: 3 minutes. Cooldown: 7 minutes. Xiaobai advanced from Skeleton Berserker to Blood Slayer Swordsman, not only significantly enhancing his attributes but also awakening the rare domain skill Blood Sea Frenzy. He can transform the ground into a sea of blood, move freely within it, and manipulate the blood to form tentacles that bind enemies, suddenly appearing behind them to launch attacks. Even more impressive, within this domain, each attack restores health. This skill is incredibly powerful. What Xinqi is most satisfied with is that units advanced through essence enhancement not only retain their previous skills but also inherit the berserk trait of the berserker. This means the Blood Slayer swordsman can still enter a berserk state, further boosting combat power. This is simply too strong. Next, Shin-Chi began allocating free experience. After several waves of magic tides, the accumulation of prayer points was astonishing. The converted free experience had already exceeded 100 million points. Shin-Chi didn't hold back, investing it all to directly raise some level 30 units to level 40. Now, over 4,000 undead units had reached level 40. After level 40, the experience required for upgrades increased dramatically, but Shin-Chi's leveling efficiency remained astonishing. This was just the result of one day. For ordinary lords, cultivating a high-level army often takes years. Additionally, 3 skeleton heroes achieved remarkable feats in the battles against the magic tides. The number of monsters they killed reached the hundreds of thousands. Now, Skeleton General Ajuan and Skeleton Archbishop Theodore had both reached level 51. Skeleton Sharpshooter Ilya had even reached level 52. Their attributes had also been significantly enhanced. Shin-Chi himself had reached level 39. Everything was improving rapidly. Shin-Chi discovered that one of his talent skills could be upgraded. Eternal Prayer. It could now be upgraded to level 2. After the upgrade, instead of 1 prayer point converting to 10 experience points, it would now convert to 30 experience points. The efficiency of gaining experience tripled instantly. It was exactly what he needed. With this, Shin-Chi's experience gain rate would become astonishingly fast, and the speed of upgrading his units would also greatly accelerate. What would take others years to cultivate an army, he could accomplish with ease. Coincidentally, the day's battles had just ended. He had collected a total of 8 Nether Authority fragments. Even if he upgraded all his remaining talent skills to level 2, it would still be enough. However, unlocking or upgrading talent skills could only be done at specific times. Moreover, Shin-Chi didn't know what the cost would be to upgrade from level 2 to level 3. He had a feeling it wouldn't be as simple as just a few Nether Authority fragments. Whatever, he decided to upgrade first and worry about it later. Next, Shin-Chi sorted through the materials dropped by various monsters. He had no idea how many tier 4 and tier 5 monsters he had killed. His backpack was already full, so he had to transfer most of the materials to the territory warehouse. There were also quite a few valuable tier 6 monster materials. These materials could be refined into elemental essence, used to craft weapons and armor, or sold in the market later. They had a wide range of uses. Additionally, after hunting 12 tier 6 monsters, he obtained 5 demonic cores. It was said that only tier 6 monsters dropped these. Shin-Chi wasn't sure what they were used for, but he could clearly sense the powerful energy contained within the demonic cores. They were most likely treasures. He stored them away immediately. However, what puzzled Shin-Chi was that monsters no longer seemed to drop spirit crystals. Instead, his soul crystals had exceeded 200,000. Part of this was inherited from killing marauder Jiang Hongchang earlier. After a whole day of intense battles, the number of soul crystals had increased significantly. What could these soul crystals be used for? Developing and building the territory, as well as recruiting troops, all required spirit crystals. How exactly did the lords of the Great Wilderness obtain spirit crystals? Shin-Chi still didn't know. It seemed he needed to quickly figure out more methods for survival and development. Finally, Shin-Chi tallied up the treasure chests he had obtained today. There were quite a few: 3 perfect golden chests, 5 advanced golden chests, 9 regular golden chests, and over 20 silver chests, over 40 bronze treasure chests. It seems like a lot, but compared to the scale of this magic tide, the drop rate of treasure chests is actually quite low. After all, this is the novice trial area, and the drop rate was deliberately lowered to allow the Lord to grow gradually. Shin-Chi opened all the treasure chests, gaining countless resources: equipment, armor, weapons, skill books, building materials, barracks blueprints, items, gems, potions. In addition to tangible items, there were various design blueprints. This wave of harvest provided tremendous support for his upcoming territory development. Logically, resisting the magic tide requires a large number of people to build a defensive line, and resources need to be allocated reasonably. However, Shin-Chi single-handedly blocked the entire wave of the magic tide, so all the resources naturally belong to him. Developing the territory requires a massive amount of resources, and he has no need to worry. After closing his inventory with satisfaction, he assessed the survival status of the undead army and then disbanded his legion. He assigned some undead to patrol within the territory, sent others out for reconnaissance, and let the majority return to the ancient battlefield to rest and recover. After a day of intense command, even with his strong mental strength, Shin-Chi was feeling a bit overwhelmed. He returned to the Lord's mansion, sat on the throne in the hall to rest, and the system panel appeared before him. He casually browsed through it and suddenly noticed a change in the Lord Profession panel. Profession quests: Sea of Undead Eye, completed. Sea of Undead 2, completed. Sea of Undead 3, completed. Please check the quest. Completion rewards. Shun-Chi was stunned. Not only had 3 Lord Profession quests been issued, but all of them were completed? Sea of Undead I, completed. Simultaneously command 10,000 Undead reward. Profession experience plus 100. Profession points asterisk 10. Command points asterisk 1000. Sea of Undead 2, completed. Simultaneously command 50,000 Undead reward. Profession experience plus 200. Profession points asterisk 20. Command points asterisk 2000. Sea of Undead 3, completed. Simultaneously command 100,000 Undead reward. Profession experience plus 300. Profession points asterisk 30. Command points asterisk 3000. The quest requirements were to simultaneously command 10,000, 50,000, and 100,000 Undead. Clearly, during the battle against the Magic Tide, Shun-Chi consecutively completed these 3 quests. In other words, as long as the number of Undead commanded at the same time met the requirements, the quest was considered complete. His talent Undead Enslavement played a crucial role. After killing enemies, he could revive them as his own forces for a short period. It was precisely this talent that allowed Shun-Chi to command an Undead army exceeding 100,000 simultaneously. Upon completing the profession quests, there were 3 types of rewards. Profession experience, used to level up the profession points, which could be used to unlock the profession shop, and most importantly, command points. When Shun-Chi completed the Divine Refinement and opened the Lord Profession panel, he initially received 10,000 command points, and now he had an additional 6,000 points. Command points are exclusive resources for the Lord Profession, available only to lords who have unlocked the Profession panel. Their most critical function is to command units. The number of units a regular lord can command depends on their mental strength limit. Commanding a Tier 1 unit requires 1 point of mental strength. Tier 2 requires 2 points. Tier 3 requires 4 points. Tier 4 requires 16 points. Tier 5 requires 64 points. Tier 6 requires 256 points. Tier 7 requires 1024 points, and later, commanding a Tier 9 unit requires tens of thousands of mental strength points. Commanding hero units requires double the mental strength corresponding to their level. Clearly, the mental strength limit only increases during level ups. For developing a large army, the Lord's mental strength limit is far from sufficient. Therefore, awakening the Lord Profession as early as possible is crucial, because command points are specifically used to command units. 1 command point equals the commanding capacity of 10 mental strength points. In other words, 1 command point can command 10 Tier 1 units. However, Shun-Chi had long discovered that the Undead summoned using his talent, Undead Submission, did not occupy his mental power limit nor consume command points. Because of this, he was able to easily recruit an army of nearly 10,000 Undead and command a massive force. Shun-Chi's mental power was completely unrestricted, which was simply extraordinary. This was the hidden trait of the god-level talent, Nether King. Shun-Chi speculated that the principle behind Undead Submission was to directly imprint a subordination mark on the essence of the Undead's life. In this way, the initial summoning required a certain amount of mental power, but controlling the Undead afterward did not occupy the mental power limit. Once his mental power was depleted, he could wait for natural recovery, and when it was replenished, he could summon Undead again using Undead Submission. This was the key to Shun-Chi's near-limitless ability to recruit Undead. Other lords, once their mental power was exhausted, could only increase their mental power limit through leveling up or consuming special potions. This demonstrated that Shun-Chi could command an exceptionally large force, laying a solid foundation for building an Undead army. In addition to commanding units, command points were also used for legion organization. For example, a hero could be designated as the commander of a legion by consuming the corresponding command points. The command points required for heroes to lead legions were similar to those for the Lord himself. However, Shun-Chi's current Jinyuan Legion and Emerald Order were exceptions. Since the Skeleton General and Skeleton Archbishop had led legions in their previous lives, commanding their original legions as Undead did not consume command points. Therefore, summoning them with Undead Submission was equivalent to gaining 2 legions for free, even saving the mental power required for summoning. Now, Shun-Chi planned to appoint Skeleton Sharpshooter Ilya as the deputy commander of the Jinyuan Legion. Commanding the entire Jinyuan Legion required approximately 7,500 command points. He hesitated for a moment, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to assigning a 7-star hero as a deputy commander. So, he summoned Ilya to ask his opinion on the appointment. Ilya nodded slightly and replied, "I will follow the Lord's orders." Shun-Chi realized the question was unnecessary. Heroes and units, under absolute loyalty, would inevitably obey the Lord. lord. Thus, he spent 7,500 command points to appoint Ilya as the deputy commander of the Jinyuan Legion, also assigning him to prioritize commanding all archers in the legion. As a result, the description of Ilya's archer enhancement skills changed. Instead of range-based enhancement, it now applied to all archers in the legion, without range limitations, similar to Asen's general's order skill. This greatly improved the legion's mobility and combat capabilities. Next came the use of profession points. The most important use of profession points was to unlock the profession shop. Shinchi opened the shop option under the Lord Profession panel. Profession shop, current profession points 60, exchange list, Lord exclusive free attribute. Points *10, required profession points, 1, Lord skill upgrade scroll, profession point exchange items overview, level 1 Lord skill breakthrough scroll *1, required, 30 profession points, level 1 Lord skill. Breakthrough scroll *1, required, 40 profession points, Lord skill refinement stone *1, required, 50 profession points, Lord equipment, eagle leg guards *1, required, 35 profession points, Lord weapon, sword of glory *1, required, 55 profession points, Lord skill book, hand of dominion *1, required, 60 profession points. Currently, the items available for exchange were limited, all revolving around the Lord himself. They were mainly divided into 3 categories: attribute enhancement, skill strengthening, and equipment/weapons. 1 profession point could be exchanged for 10 free attribute points, indicating the high value of profession points. However, Shinchi's god-level attributes already far exceeded those of other lords, and adding these few hundred attribute points would have little actual impact. Skill-related exchange items included skill upgrades, skill breakthroughs, skill slot expansions, and skill books, as well as Lord-exclusive weapons and equipment. After careful consideration, Shinchi decided to use all 60 profession points to exchange for the most expensive item, the Lord skill book, Hand of Dominion. Hand of Dominion learning restriction, Lord exclusive, can be learned after level 30 function. The Lord can copy any skill from their heroes or troops. The copying process requires a certain amount of time depending on the skill's strength, and the progress bar must be full to complete the copying. Using the skill consumes a certain amount of mental energy. Currently, only 1 skill slot is available for copying. Once the skill is used, it must be copied again. After copying, the skill has an 8-hour cooldown. Currently, Shinchi only has 2 Lord skills, War Aura and Deep Gaze, both of which are supportive and lack offensive capabilities. However, with the acquisition of Hand of Dominion, he can directly copy any skill from his heroes or troops. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to try it. Through his mental link, he summoned Asen and immediately used Hand of Dominion to copy Asen's skill, Withering Bones LV5. Withering Bones LV5. Swing your weapon to unleash 30 fierce sword energies, rapidly dealing massive damage to enemies within range, accompanied by a powerful knockback and stagger effect. This is Asen's ultimate offensive skill, the strongest melee damage ability, capable of stacking terrifying damage with its 30 consecutive hits. Before long, a notification sounded in Shinchi's ear. Ding. Skill Withering Bones LV5. Successfully copied. Copy progress bar 0/5 hours. Skill slot occupied 1/1. Copying requires 5 hours. It seems the stronger the skill, the longer the copying time. However, this was no big deal, he could just sleep and let it complete. However, Hand of Dominion has some limitations. Currently, there is only 1 skill slot, so only 1 skill can be copied at a time. After the copying is complete and the skill is used, it must be copied again to use it. Additionally, there is a cooldown period between uses of copied skills. These limitations were not a problem. The most crucial point was this: Shinchi's Hand of Dominion allowed him to learn any skill. Whether it was a physical combat technique or a spell, he could copy it. This way, he could master all the skills of his troops, significantly enhancing his strength. The appearance of this skill provided Shinchi with an excellent offensive opportunity. More importantly, the copied skills level remained unchanged. This was incredible. You must understand, the difference between a level 1 skill and a level 5 skill is not minor. Moreover, Lord skills can be upgraded. An upgraded Hand of Dominion would allow for more skill slots. By then, Shinchi could store multiple skills simultaneously. Learning this Hand of Dominion was absolutely a huge gain. Shinchi had rested enough. Night had fallen. He casually ate something to pass the time. It was too dark to explore the territory, so he could only continue entering the ancient battlefield to uncover the map and kill time before sleep. In the ancient battlefield, there was no day or night. Time seemed to stand still here. The sun, moon, and stars could never shine upon this place. Shinchi rode his skeletal bird, flying over the boundless desert. From time to time, he activated undead allegiance to recruit nearby undead creatures. After running around Withered Mountain for so long, he discovered that the most valuable troops on the entire map were the Jinyuan Legion led by skeleton generals, a 5-star hero leading 10,000 3rd and 4th tier soldiers. There was also the skeleton high priest and 103 members of the order, a 6-star hero leading 3rd tier troops. Shinchi had already brought these 2 legions under his command. Apart from these, he found almost no other 3rd or 4th tier troops. Most were scattered 2nd tier undead cannon fodder, such as rotting zombies, zombie guards, ghost fighters, undead dire bears, skeletal falcons, and skeleton warriors. To obtain more powerful troops, he needed to finish Withered Mountain as soon as possible and move on to the next map. In addition to undead allegiance, Shinchi occasionally activated skeletal transformation, blood feast, and soulfire refinement to extract the undead essence scattered on the ground. The various essence materials in the system panel quickly increased, and so, Shinchi flew and flew, time passing unconsciously. A cold wind swept over his immortal body. Suddenly, the mist over the vast plain ahead dispersed. A colossal object, unlike anything seen before, faintly emerged. Shinchi's mind cleared. Finally, something extraordinary. He controlled the skeletal bird and accelerated toward it. As he approached, he discovered it was a skeleton lying prone in the desert. A skeleton of a giant beast, taller than a mountain. The enormous skull was as majestic as a building. The winding spine resembled a mountain range. Each curved rib was like a massive arch. The tailbone stretched for miles, resembling a river. It turned out to be the skeleton of a dragon. Shinchi was stunned by the spectacular sight. Just this dragon skeleton alone was enough to awe anyone, comparable to an entire cliffside ruin. At the same time, excitement ignited within him. What could such a massive dragon skeleton signify? Shinchi didn't think much further and, riding the skeletal bird, sped toward the dragon skeleton. Soon, he landed beside the skeleton. Jumping off the skeletal bird, he hurriedly approached the enormous remains. However, a panel suddenly popped up in front of him. Ancient dragon skeleton ruin, locked, unlocked conditions, exploration points must reach 100, and Withered Mountain exploration must be completed 100%. Shinchi froze. This dragon skeleton was actually a ruin, and it required meeting 2 conditions simultaneously? Not only sufficient exploration points but also completing 100% exploration of Withered Mountain. This meant that this dragon skeleton was the ultimate ruin of Withered Mountain. He quickly opened his panel. Current exploration points 253, already sufficient. Withered Mountain exploration 89%, still 11% short. Excited, Shinchi felt a surge of energy and decided to go all out tonight. Near the dragon skeleton ruin, he used his talent Nether Guidance to place a nether crossing as a teleportation point. Then, he mounted the skeletal bird and set off. 5 hours passed, and it was already late at night in reality. Shinchi looked at the exploration progress on his panel. 95%, only a 5% increase after an entire night. He was starting to feel exhausted. The process was too monotonous, although his mental strength was decent. Repeating the same actions for hours was still tiring. After all, he wasn't a machine, he had emotions and fatigue. He decided to rest for now. With a 5% increase tonight, he was confident he could finish it tomorrow. Thinking about unlocking the dragon skeleton ruin, he felt quite excited. So, he quietly left. In the middle of the night. Shinchi was sleeping soundly in his room on the 2nd floor of the Lord's Manor. Suddenly, he opened his eyes without warning. His gaze fixed on the ceiling above his bed. Strange, why did he wake up? A feeling of being watched surged in his mind. It was as if something was silently observing him. He sat up, looking left and right. He checked every corner of the room. Under the bed, the wardrobe, the bathroom, nothing unusual was found. He muttered, could it be a dream? Groggily, he lay back down. However, half an hour later, he woke up again. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of a shadow standing by the bed. His heart raced. He opened his eyes wide and jumped up, flipping over to look. But the shadow vanished instantly. What's going on? Shinchi couldn't hold back. Was there a ghost in the undead lord's house? The shadow disappeared so quickly that he didn't get a clear look. He immediately summoned Ajuan. Ajuan stood at the door, bowing respectfully, waiting for Shinchi to speak. Shinchi, with a serious expression, said, Ajuan, have you felt that there's a ghost in this house? Ajuan paused for a moment, then cautiously replied, Lord, apart from you, we are all ghosts. Shinchi froze. That left me speechless. speechless. Wait, Ajuan, are you joking? Ahem. Shinshi cleared his throat and said, then have you noticed any unusual intrusions in the territory? Or sensed any unfamiliar presence? Ajuan thought for 2 seconds and replied, Lord, I've been patrolling the territory constantly and haven't found any unusual intrusions. Shinshi paused. He had great trust in Asen's abilities. Since the territory hadn't been invaded, could that shadow have always been there? Was it the guardian spirit of this land? Unable to figure it out, he decided not to dwell on it. Shinshi climbed back into bed, closed his eyes, and prepared to stay alert, waiting to see if anything unusual happened. If he felt that eerie sensation of being watched again, he would get up immediately. However, until he fell asleep, he didn't sense anything out of the ordinary. He slept soundly until dawn. Shinshi groggily got out of bed, walked to the window, and looked at the scenery outside. Today's weather, perhaps it was just his imagination, seemed slightly better. Although the clouds were still thick, they were noticeably thinner than yesterday, and the light filtering through was brighter. It was probably because the magic tide had passed. Shinshi stretched lazily, yawned, and slowly walked out of the Lord's manor. Taking a few deep breaths of the fresh morning air, he cleared his mind. In the territory, rows of energetic skeleton soldiers who had been on night watch stood neatly in formation. 3 heroes approached and saluted Shinshi. Good morning, Lord. Shinshi nodded in response. After a while, he began organizing the day's plans. First, he arranged the exploration teams. He summoned 100 skeleton soldiers, dividing them into 10 squads of 10. Each squad consisted of skeleton warriors and skeleton archers, with a designated squad leader. After distributing tools such as axes, pickaxes, sickles, and buckets, he sent them off in 4 directions from the territory to explore the map and gather resources. Their tasks included mapping the main surrounding terrain and collecting basic resources like thatch, hemp, wood, stone, clay, iron ore, and water. The initial exploration range was set to about 20 kilometers around the territory. If they discovered other lords' territories, monster nests, caves, or mining sites, they were to record the findings. The squad heading north was specifically tasked with observing the situation around the Black Abyss. If they encountered danger, they were to retreat immediately. After Shinshi carefully issued his instructions, the 10 skeleton squads set off with high morale. Next, Shinshi went to a large open area in the territory to begin construction. With a wave of his hand, a pile of transparent storage orbs flew out from his system backpack. Each orb was the size of a fist and contained miniature models of items. Most of these were items obtained from treasure chests. This time, he planned to use those related to construction. First up was the building blueprint. Market, Level 1 Market. Unlocks regional trading functionality, building materials, 10 wood, 10 stone, 3 hemp ropes. Construction time, 10 minutes, required personnel, 1. This was a basic building for the territory, the market. It would unlock regional trading functionality. With it, he could trade resources with nearby lords. In the future, a large portion of the basic items Shinshi needed could likely be purchased through the market. However, he speculated that trading methods wouldn't be limited to just this one, nor confined to a single region. Shinshi refocused and looked at the market's construction requirements: wood, stone, and hemp. Rope. He called over a patrolling skeleton and instructed it to prepare the materials from the warehouse in the workshop. The skeleton, upon receiving the Lord's command, eagerly ran off to twist hemp ropes. Before long, it returned with several coils of hemp rope, loops draped around its neck and shoulders, holding the rest in its hands. Shinshi took the hemp rope, patted the skeleton on the shoulder as encouragement, and immediately opened the market's construction interface. With a whoosh, the market blueprint transformed into a blue light and flew to the open space in front of him. Instantly, a faint blue building silhouette covering an area of 10 square meters appeared. At the same time, the corresponding resources in his backpack quickly decreased. Shinshi called over another skeleton and instructed it to start constructing the market. Next, he turned his attention to several other building blueprints floating nearby, emitting faint purple and golden glows. These were all silver grade or higher building blueprints. Building blueprint: Dwarven mine silver advanced accommodates 500 people at once. Mining efficiency of miners increased by 200%. If dwarves join, all miners' efficiency increases by 400% and luck increases by 10%. Required materials: 10,500 spirit crystals, 8,000 wood, 5,000 stone bricks, 2,000 hemp, 500 iron ingots, 100 silver ingots, 150 clay. Construction time: 3 hours. Requires 5 workers. This building can greatly enhance mining efficiency, but the required materials are too many, making it currently unfeasible to construct. There is also a golden perfect grade blueprint for blessed fertile field of the goddess of abundance, covering an area of 50 square meters. It can increase seed growth speed by 500%, improve planting quality by 10, increase the probability of obtaining seeds by 100 times, and reduce nutrient consumption by half. It's simply a dream building for planting enthusiasts. However, the Golden Perfect Grade Blueprint demands extremely high resources, as it is on the same level as the Impregnable Fortress. Another Golden Perfect Grade Blueprint is Four Corners Inn, which can increase the territory's reputation by 10,000 points, significantly boost the probability of heroes and advanced special talents appearing, and attract numerous caravans, travelers, and various peculiar guests. Shin-Chi's eyes lit up. This Four Corners Inn not only recruits talents like the basic building talent recruitment hall, but also attracts talents from various special professions, such as construction experts, fishing and hunting masters, planting experts, management talents, and business elites. With these talents, the speed of territory development would increase significantly. However, the resources required for Golden Perfect Grade buildings are daunting. There are also silver grade buildings like Territory Technology Research Institute, which can research various technologies to improve planting and mining efficiency. Troop Research Tower, which can study war technologies to enhance troop attack, defense, and movement speed. And Training Camp, used to train troops in combat, swordsmanship, and archery. These buildings have an immediate impact on territory development, but the resource consumption for blueprints above silver grade is enormous, making it unaffordable for ordinary lords. Holding so many advanced building blueprints but unable to construct them immediately, Shin-Chi felt a bittersweet frustration. To build these structures, he must gradually perfect the resource production chain and slowly accumulate strength. In Shin-Chi's territory, there were no secondary resource processing facilities or sites yet. Therefore, the first step was to expand the basic buildings. Fortunately, besides those advanced blueprints, Shin-Chi also had plenty of basic building materials. To construct secondary processing facilities, he first needed to upgrade the primary work hut to at least the Black Iron Grade Workshop. Workshop is the foundation for all secondary processing buildings. Shin-Chi took out a special resource, Level 1 Territory Building Upgrade Tool. This was something he obtained from a treasure chest, allowing him to upgrade a building from primary to Black Iron Grade instantly without consuming resources or time. He walked to the work hut, and the upgrade tool in his hand turned into a beam of white light that flew over. Then, the work hut emitted a dazzling white light. After a while, the light dissipated and the work hut was completely transformed, with its area significantly expanded. More importantly, secondary processing facilities could now be constructed. Shin-Chi immediately took out 3 Black Iron Grade furnaces. Furnaces can burn stones into stone bricks and smelt ores into metal ingots. Next, he took out 3 Black Iron Grade woodworking workshops. These workshops can process primary wood into secondary wood, such as wooden poles and planks. The 6 processing buildings were quickly constructed. Shin-Chi summoned 6 skeleton soldiers to guard them. Then, he filled these processing facilities with basic resources like wood, stone, and iron ore. The work officially began. In front of the furnaces, the skeleton soldiers started burning wood. In the woodworking workshops, the skeleton soldiers wielded saws, diligently sawing wood. All that was left was to quietly wait for the secondary resources to be produced. Shin-Chi assigned Ajuan to transport basic resources from the territory's warehouse to the processing site, then return the processed secondary resources to the warehouse. As for the blueprints that couldn't be constructed yet, he set them aside for later. His goal was to establish a complete resource production chain to provide strong support for the territory's development. After finishing these tasks, Shin-Chi didn't rest and headed straight to the ancient battlefield to continue today's map exploration plan. He aimed to complete the final 5% exploration of Withered Mountain in one go. Riding the skeletal bird, he soared into the sky. 5 hours later, Shin-Chi stared at the panel as the exploration progress of Withered Mountain jumped from 99% to 100%. Ding! You have completed the exploration of Withered Mountain. Exploration points plus 300. Before him stretched an endless desert, seemingly at the edge of the map. Suddenly, a towering and peculiar mountain range appeared, revealing a completely different landscape. This must be the map's boundary. Crossing this mountain would lead to the next map. Shin-Chi felt a surge of excitement. After all, the journey through the ancient battlefield had advanced another step. However, the most important task now was to quickly return and unlock the Dragon Bone Ruins. He placed a nether crossing at the foot of the mountain so that he could directly teleport back via the nether crossing when heading to the next map. Then, Shin-Chi rode the skeletal bird and teleported back to the Dragon Bone Ruins through the nether crossing. A flash of teleportation light surrounded him, and the massive dragon bones appeared before his eyes. He stood beneath the ruins of the dragon skeleton. The enormous bones almost filled his entire field of vision. The dragon's skull, spine, ribs, tailbone, wing bones, and limb bones were all clearly visible. A colossal skeleton lay silently in the wilderness. The fierce wind blew year after year, covering every inch of the bones with dust. The relentless flow of time had swept away countless secrets, leaving behind stories lost to history, never to be known again. This ruin was extraordinarily magnificent, truly the ultimate structure on the withered mountain map. Shinchi raised his hand, and a panel appeared before him. Ruins, ancient dragon skeleton, unlock conditions, exploration points *100, withered mountain exploration progress 100%. You have met the conditions. Would you like to unlock it? She answered without hesitation, unlock. With a sound, the exploration points quickly decreased. A golden teleportation array slowly appeared before him. Shinchi stepped into the array, and with a flash of light, he entered the interior of the dragon bone ruins. Surrounding him was a void. On the ground stood a dragon skeleton as tall as a mountain. This skeleton was identical to the one seen outside, but inside the bones, the ribs arched inward. In midair, a small floating island hovered. On the island, a faintly visible altar-like structure could be seen. Numerous stone steps floated, rising layer by layer from the ground, and leading directly to the floating island. There was no other path here. Shinchi stepped onto the floating steps without hesitation, ascending step by step. Soon, he reached the altar on the floating island. The island was small, and the altar's base was a circular stone foundation. Several stone pillars stood on the foundation, all covered in fine cracks and moss, showing the marks of time. At the center of the altar were 5 circular platforms, each with a diameter of about 50 centimeters. Each platform was supported by a 70-centimeter high stone pillar. On the surface of each platform was an empty groove, completely vacant. The central platform was significantly higher than the other 4, with a wider groove. It seemed to be designed for offering items in exchange for some mysterious power. Moments later, a low, mournful sound seemed to drift through the wind, its source unknown. Shinchi felt a faint sadness in his heart. Could it be the emotions of the dragon? He couldn't help but wonder. His gaze passed over the altar, looking toward the dragon's skull lying quietly on the ground in the distance. Suddenly, a cold system prompt sounded in his ear. Ancient dragon ruins. The dragon once accompanied the gods, waging war against the Golden Kingdom. Later, the Golden Kingdom fell. The gods vanished without a trace, and the severely wounded dragon traveled far to this place. Afterward, someone impersonated the oracle, demanding the dragon's final loyalty. Thus, the dragon lost its heart, blood, horns, scales, and soul. In the end, only its skeleton remained. Fated traveler, are you willing to listen to the last lingering thoughts within the dragon's remains? Shinchi was stunned. Was this the story of the ruins? He firmly replied, I am willing. In an instant, a fierce wind swept across the entire dragon skeleton ruins. Within the wind, a deep, ancient, and distant voice echoed, You, who have come from afar, are the only one I have seen in endless time. I am trapped within this remnant body, neither alive nor dead, but the endless years are slowly eroding the last of my life. Perhaps not long from now, I too will reach the end of my life and turn to dust. At this moment, I have only one unfulfilled wish in my heart. Stranger soul, I hope you can help me fulfill this wish. The wind and all surrounding sounds suddenly ceased. Then, the aged voice spoke again. Do you know where my master is? Shinchi remained silent for a moment after hearing the dragon's words. The master mentioned by the dragon, could it be the god referred to in the system? Considering the background of this ancient battlefield, this must be the site of the divine war. All the gods had already fallen, and all races were destroyed. So, it was highly likely that the person the dragon sought was already dead. He tentatively said, perhaps, he is no longer in this world. The aged voice was silent for a long time. After a while, the dragon spoke again. If that is the case, would you be willing to take me to his grave? Shinchi was stunned. Did this mean the dragon wanted him to take it to the grave of the fallen god? In other words, the place where the god had fallen? At that moment, a familiar system notification sounded in his ears. Do you accept the dragon's request? Hint, choosing no will cause the dragon's lingering thoughts to vanish, and the dragon bones will immediately collapse. Shinchi's heart tightened. Wasn't this a single-choice question? He had worked so hard to unlock these ruins. How could he give up so easily? Without hesitation, he chose yes. Immediately, the dragon's voice came. Thank you, young one from afar. This is the last wish of my life. Shinchi asked in confusion, then how can I find the place where the god fell? The dragon replied, seek it with his name. I will tell you his true name. The true name will guide you. you. His true name is asterisk asterisk asterisk. Shin-Chi was baffled. The name was censored? He tried to recall the name repeatedly but couldn't make it out. Could it be that ordinary people were not allowed to know the name of a god? What should he do? Just then, the system notification suddenly sounded. Talent Nether Guidance has been activated. Talent Forbidden Gaze as second stage gaze upon all things has been activated. Metal Favored by the Heavens has been activated. Decoding the censored. Entry, decoding 1%, decoding 22%, decoding 79%, decoding 99%, ding. Decoding successful. God's true name Aljuan. Boom. Shin-Chi's mind felt as if it had exploded. In an instant, his thoughts became extraordinarily clear. His eyes involuntarily went blank. His gaze seemed to pierce through the altar before him, through the massive dragon bones in the distance, and even further into the void. Then, it traversed mountains and rivers, until finally, his gaze seemed to meet the eyes of some supreme existence. For just a moment, he immediately withdrew his gaze. His body swayed as he came back to his senses. Shun-Chi felt sweat pouring down his body. He touched his chest, feeling his heart pounding violently. Just now, he had faintly sensed a connection between himself and some distant place in the heavens and earth. That place was so far away that even its direction was indescribable. Perhaps that was the place where the god had fallen. However, this feeling, coming from deep within his heart, suddenly gave him a firm belief. As long as he is still on the road, even if separated by billions of miles, he will eventually reach that place. After a long while, the dragon's voice finally sounded. You already know my true name. This true name will guide you to find where I am. Now, I will teach you how to help me break free from this predicament. The altar's formation here is specifically designed to trap me. The dragon's voice suddenly carried a trace of anger. That despicable person forged the crown of the gods, disguised as the wings of the gods, transformed the chariot of the gods, and even impersonated the commands of the gods, deceiving my eyes and taking my body, ultimately, trapping me here. After a while, the dragon's voice calmed down, as if all the anger had been worn away by time. You can follow the instructions and move forward to break the altar's formation. Only then can I be freed. After listening, Shin-Chi walked toward the altar. When he was just one step away from the altar, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Place any 4 materials related to dragons on the 4 platforms on either side. Place a true dragon sigil on the central platform. The higher the level of the true dragon sigil, the stronger the dragon summoned. Shun-Chi paused for a moment, processing these instructions. Any 4 materials related to dragons? He thought for a few seconds, then took out 4 items from his backpack. Dragon scales, a dragon heart, a dragon horn, and a dragon soul crystal. Exactly 4 items. These were all materials he had obtained during the novice trial after defeating the 5th-tier demon dragon, Lu Feichen. He stepped forward and placed the 4 items on the 4 platforms on either side. The central main altar was still empty. He asked, "What is a true dragon sigil?" The dragon's voice came from the air. In this world, every true dragon, when it becomes strong enough, receives a corresponding sigil from the dragon ancestor. The true dragon sigil is unique and represents the sole reason for that dragon's existence. When a dragon dies, its sigil remains in its bones. Once the bones decay, the sigil also disappears. If the dragon dies, the sigil becomes useless. But I am not dead. My sigil was merely taken from me. I need a useless sigil to continue existing in this world. Go find a dragon's graveyard. Shin-Chi listened carefully, thinking, a true dragon sigil, only sufficiently powerful dragons have one? Lu Feichen, that demon dragon, didn't drop a sigil, probably because it wasn't a true dragon or wasn't strong enough. To find a true dragon sigil, I'll have to locate a dragon's graveyard. What a hassle. He fell into thought. After a while, he scratched his head and asked again, can you wait a bit? I don't have a true dragon sigil right now. The dragon replied, we have already signed a contract. This space can be maintained for a long time. Shin-Chi thought, that's good. Since this ruin could persist indefinitely, it meant he could return with the true dragon sigil anytime. He wandered around twice, feeling clueless, and decided to exit the ruins for now. He muttered to himself, where can I find a dragon's graveyard? Forget it, there's no rush. However, just as he turned around, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his ears. Ancient Dragon. Remains ruins quest accepted. Dragon's residual will. Quest details. Offer dragon materials. Break the altar's formation. Help the dragon reconstruct its body and free it from its predicament. Quest progress. For fifths. Quest reward. Summon the ancient skeletal dragon and gain its allegiance. Description. The ancient skeletal dragon is a 9th tier ancient dragon species. It has 3 forms, and with each form upgrade, its tier increases by 1. The minimum tier depends on the sacrificed true dragon sigil. Shin-Chi froze. His eyes widened abruptly. His body stiffened in place. A 9th tier entity? He let out a low growl. Shin-Chi, who had been somewhat indifferent, suddenly felt his heart ignite. His entire body trembled slightly with excitement. Dragon Tomb, that's right, the Dragon Tomb. I must find it. I have to find it. Shin-Chi withdrew from the ancient battlefield and returned to his territory. Today was truly exhausting. Whether it was the 5 hours of continuous exploration to finally uncover the entire Withered Mountain map or the encounter at the Dragon Remains where he learned the true name of a god, it all left him mentally drained. After resting for half a day at the Lord's mansion, he finally recovered his energy. Shin-Chi had been excited for a long time after receiving the mission related to the Dragon Remains, but he eventually calmed down. After all, such dragon tombs are not something that can be found easily. Dragon corpses themselves are extremely precious resources. Any easily discoverable dragon tombs would have long been excavated. The only option was to gather as much information as possible related to dragons and dragon tombs, then search for clues in dungeons, secret realms, and various dragon-related rumors. Shin-Chi sat on the throne in the first-floor hall of the Lord's mansion, feeling utterly bored. He casually opened the Lord's interface and looked at the skill bar. Hand of Dominion, Withered Bones LV5, *** releases 30 sharp sword energies with the weapon in hand, causing terrifying area damage quickly, along with powerful knockback and stagger effects. Consumes 150 stamina. Withered Bones had been fully replicated. Shin-Chi raised an eyebrow. Now, he could use Asin's exclusive ultimate skill, Withered Bones, at any time. With his current panel attack power of 10,000, using Withered Bones could deal hundreds of thousands of damage. Whether for defense or offense, it was more than sufficient. A sense of security instantly surged within him. Closing the system interface, Shin-Chi prepared to continue developing his territory. There was still more than half a day left, enough to accomplish a lot. Just as he stood up, several mental link signals appeared in his mind. It was the skeleton squad exploring the northern area. They had already scouted the perimeter of the Black Abyss. The dense fog covering the outskirts of the Black Abyss had receded by at least 5 kilometers. The edge of the Black Abyss was now visible. The fog of the Black Abyss has receded? Shin-Chi propped his chin with his hand, pondering for a moment. Then, he activated Eye of Dominion, ***, and switched to the perspective of the Northern Skeleton Squad. The view shifted, and what appeared before him was the legendary Black Abyss, though it was only a corner of its edge. Despite its name, the Black Abyss was not a bottomless chasm. Looking north, Shin-Chi saw a gently sloping path extending downward. The slope was about 100 meters long, gradually descending into the ground. At the end, it was once again swallowed by the familiar black fog, and visibility dropped sharply. The slope descended gently, far less intimidating than a steep drop. The scene before him resembled a massive pit rather than an abyss. From the edge of the pit, one could walk down the slope all the way to the bottom, or so Shin-Chi speculated. He carefully observed the ground beneath his feet and noticed that starting from the edge of the Black Abyss, the once lush vegetation gradually thinned out. By the time it reached the slope, the plants had completely disappeared, as if all life force had withered away in the Black Abyss. All that remained was a layer of hard, uneven ground. Shin-Chi gazed into the fog deep within the Black Abyss. The last time he saw it from afar, the fog exuded a threatening aura, radiating a sense of danger that deterred anyone from approaching. This time, however, the sense of danger had significantly diminished. It seemed it might now be possible to enter the fog. Shin-Chi was momentarily stunned. What was the truth of the Black Abyss? What was hidden within that fog? How vast was the Black Abyss? A series of questions swirled in his mind, but there were no answers. He snapped out of it, severing the skeleton soldier's perspective and returning his consciousness to his own body. Opening the system interface, he clicked on the regional chat channel. As expected, many people were already talking. Now that the magic tide has just receded, anyone want to team up to explore the pit? I'm in. PM me. Teams are fine, but bring your own talismans, okay? The magic tide just ended, so those monsters might still respawn in the upper layers. Hurry and try your luck today. Otherwise, starting tomorrow, you'll have to go deeper into the middle layers to find those cracks. And for us small fries, entering the middle layers is no easy task. I'm already at the edge of the Black Abyss. Where are you guys? Amid the chaotic messages, Shin-Chi pieced together the key information. The Black Abyss was indeed now open for exploration. Moreover, the Lord said there might be something valuable hidden in the abyss. Otherwise, if they missed today, they would have to venture into even more dangerous areas. The depths of the abyss are extremely perilous, and ordinary lords cannot enter. Shin-Chi couldn't sit still. No matter what, he had to go in and investigate. This was already part of his plan. Since that was the case, why delay? He Chi immediately set out with Ajuan and Theodore. He left the 7-star hero Ilya to guard the base and oversee the production of territorial resources. Part of the skeleton army had been recalled to the ancient battlefield and could be summoned at any time. Shin-Chi rode the skeletal bird straight north. The two heroes either walked or flew, closely following behind. Before long, they reached the edge of the abyss. Shin-Chi had already scouted the area in advance, so without stopping, he stepped directly onto the slope, heading into the dense fog. The thick fog enveloped the world, reducing visibility to about 5 meters. He carefully descended, fully focusing his vision and hearing, not missing any signs of danger. For some reason, as Shin-Chi walked, he felt a strange sensation. It was as if he wasn't descending a slope but walking on flat ground, as though the gravity inside the abyss had been altered. Through his mental connection with the territory and all the skeleton soldiers, he could still discern the direction. Step by step, he ventured deeper into the abyss. Shin-Chi continued forward. Before long, a thin mist began to settle on his exposed skin. A sense of danger surged in his heart. He frowned. Could this fog be poisonous? At that moment, the system's notification sounded in his ear. Detected that you have entered a negative state. The crown of trials trait is triggered. All negative states will be automatically cleared. Speed increased 5-fold. Estimated clearance time, 30 seconds. During this period, you will continuously lose health. Health loss rate, 0.01 points per second. Current health, 21863.99. Shin-Chi was momentarily stunned. This mist must be demonic energy, and as expected, it was harmful to the human body. However, the demonic energy at the edge of the abyss was still relatively thin, causing minimal damage. More importantly, his crown of trials could automatically clear negative states. Relieved, Shin-Chi continued forward. The surroundings were shrouded in thick fog, and the sky above was completely obscured, with not a single ray of light visible. He faintly felt as if he had entered another world. The mist grew denser, and the light dimmer. He raised his hand and lit the lantern of the dead he carried. The soft light illuminated the fog, adding an air of mystery and stillness. Shin-Chi pressed on without hesitation, his steps resolute. 30 seconds later, he noticed the health loss notification in the status bar had stopped. He continued forward, starting to calculate in his mind. Based on his current connection with the territory, he estimated he had walked about 200 meters into the fog. Shortly after, the system notification sounded again. Detected negative state. The crown of trials trait is triggered. Negative state automatically cleared. Speed increased 5-fold. Estimated clearance time, 60 seconds. Continuous health loss during this period. Health loss rate, 0.05 points per second. Current health, 21863.7. Shin-Chi stopped in his tracks. He had just cleared the negative state, and now, only a minute later, it was back. His brows furrowed. It seemed the demonic energy here was indeed denser. However, a health loss rate of 0.05 points per second was still manageable for him. 20 minutes passed. Shin-Chi glanced at the status bar notification. This time, the negative state required 3 minutes to clear, with the health loss rate increasing to 0.2 points per second. That was 12 points of health lost per minute, or 720 points per hour. Calculating this, exploring the abyss indeed carried risks. Moreover, the deeper he went, the stronger the demonic energy and the greater the damage. For ordinary lords, it would be impossible to venture too far. Based on his current estimation, he had already walked about 1 kilometer from the entrance. The surroundings were now only visible within a 3-meter radius. Shin-Chi noticed that the ground had also changed. It was now entirely composed of hard black stone. He continued forward. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, because he discovered that the connection between himself and the territory was severed. The mental link with all the skeleton soldiers outside also disappeared simultaneously. Shin-Chi remained calm, surveying the dense fog around him. The light of the lantern in his hand flickered gently. Shin-Chi felt as though he had grown stronger, but perhaps it was just an illusion. The light shone into the surrounding fog but couldn't penetrate it. The fog was as thick as a wall, completely sealing off the surroundings. He observed calmly. Behind him, 2 skeleton heroes followed silently. Asen and Theodore made no sound, but their bodies were tense, exuding a powerful aura. They were ready to respond to any sudden situation at any moment. Shin-Chi pondered, could he have truly entered another space? He tried to open the system panel. Sure enough, the regional chat channel was no longer accessible. He stepped forward. Suddenly, the environment changed. Ahead, a passage formed by the fog appeared. This path led straight forward, with no other options. On both sides of the passage were walls of black fog, allowing only only two people to walk side by side. Shin-Chi walked straight ahead, continuously using detection spells. He found no targets. After walking about 20 steps, he emerged from the foggy passage into a more spacious area. As soon as he stepped out of the passage, the fog behind him immediately filled the space and disappeared. He looked ahead. There was actually a ceiling here. It felt like a cave. As he walked, he realized he had entered a cave without any transitional sensation. This black abyss was truly strange. It could subtly adjust gravity in every area, keeping people grounded. It could also silently distort space, making one feel no abnormalities while directly traversing to another location. Ahead, the cave's ceiling and walls, like the ground, were made of hard black rock. Moreover, the fog here was much thinner, allowing for a clearer view. Shin-Chi now seemed to be standing in the hall of the cave. It was empty. Not far to the right, a large stone wall blocked the way, but it seemed possible to continue forward. He walked directly to the right. As his position shifted, he saw that there was space behind the stone wall. Sure enough, there was a passage behind it. It was as if the mountain contained many interconnected caves. Shin-Chi moved through these caves, but before he reached the space behind the stone wall, his eardrums vibrated slightly. His keen hearing caught a faint sound, a scraping noise, softly echoing, just behind the stone wall. Ahead, the sound seemed to be something moving along the ground. Moreover, it was heading in his direction. The scraping noise grew louder and louder. Something was rushing toward him. Shin-Chi's expression changed. He had just turned to the space behind the stone wall when a massive shadow lunged at him. His pupils contracted. The creature before him had a human body and limbs below the neck, but above the neck, where the head should have been, was a mass of bloody, shapeless flesh. From that amorphous mass of flesh, dozens of fleshy tendrils frantically extended. Each tendril was 3 meters long, thick like a snake, and wildly thrashing about. The monster rapidly spread out in all directions. This creature had no vocal organs, but several tendrils dragged along the ground, producing the scraping sound Shin-Chi had heard earlier. The monster's entire body emitted a familiar black demonic aura, identical to the aura of the creatures from the demonic tide. Shin-Chi's innate skill, Forbidden Gaze, with its second-tier trait, Gaze Upon All Things, combined with his detection spell, immediately revealed its information. Meet Mortis 6th tier ordinary level 10 HP, 2.87 million. Shin-Chi was shocked. A 6th tier demonic creature. He had just entered the Black Abyss and already encountered a 6th tier monster? Could the Black Abyss be filled with creatures of 6th tier and above? Meet Mortis seemed to have already sensed Shin-Chi's presence. Without hesitation, the tendrils on its head suddenly extended forward. The tendrils instantly grew thicker and longer, shooting straight toward Shin-Chi, attempting to crush him into pulp. However, Asin reacted even faster. In an instant, a dazzling white sword light streaked through the cave. The sword light descended, slicing the fleshy tendrils into several pieces that scattered onto the ground. Though the flesh matra didn't make a sound, it reacted as if struck hard, with all its tendrils thrashing wildly. In the next moment, Ajuan had already charged forward at full speed. The skill Netherworld Traverse activated. Ajuan turned into a fleeting shadow, instantly closing the distance between himself and the flesh matra. Then boom! The greatsword in his hand emitted a crimson glow. 30 streams of sword energy unfurled like layers of vivid flower petals, scattering in all directions and bathing the entire cavern in red light. This was Withering Bones LV5. All the tendrils on top of the flesh matra's head were slashed into countless pieces, and its body disintegrated into ash. In a single clash, a Tier 6 monster was defeated. However, this Tier 6 monster clearly hadn't fully matured, otherwise, it would have taken at least a few more exchanges. Ding! Soul Crystals plus 2,214. Prayer Points plus 56,542. Shin-Chi walked calmly past the bloodstains left by the flesh matra and circled behind the stone wall. A bizarre sight unfolded before him. In a narrow corner, the ground was covered with fleshy tendrils sprouting from the black surface like grass stems. These tendrils intertwined into a dense web, tightly spread across the corner like a spider web. Within the web, two bulging masses were tightly wrapped, as if something was being encased. Despite the eerie scene, Shin-Chi didn't sense the same danger as he had from the flesh matra. Still, the writhing tendrils were unsettling, enough to make his skin crawl. Shin-Chi immediately ordered Ajuan to clear them out. Ajuan obeyed, and with several sword strikes, the tendrils were severed as easily as cutting grass. Among the blood and remains on the ground, two stone-like objects lay quietly. Shin-Chi approached to examine them closely. These two unidentified objects, encased in black rock layers, emitted a faint purple glow. Could it be that the flesh matra was guarding these items? Shin-Chi picked them up, holding them in his hands and tilting his head to feel the texture of the stones. Not even the detector could provide any information about them. They bore some resemblance to the unidentified mysterious materials found outside. At this moment, from the direction Shin-Chi had come, behind the stone wall, a sound emerged again. Shin-Chi's expression darkened. He quickly stowed the two items into his backpack. This time, it wasn't the strange, nameless noises from before, it was the clear sound of human voices. Someone was approaching? Elsewhere, amidst a sky filled with black mist, countless vines suddenly shot upward. The vines pierced through the fog, swiftly weaving into a massive net, as though trying to block someone. Moments later, a blazing light flared within the mist. A terrifying pillar of fire shot straight at the vine net, instantly reducing the brittle vines to ash. As the firelight faded, the vines and a large portion of the black mist vanished, revealing two figures. Both were clad in black robes and wore half-face masks. Behind them followed three Tier 5 fire elemental units. Flames surrounded the fire elementals, with glowing red sparks dancing around them. These individuals were Yi Xiao and Zhang Yan, lords of the Bloodthorn Guild. The two paused where they stood, gazing in the direction where the vines had vanished. Zhang Yan stared at the two faint figures disappearing into the distance, then turned to ask Yi Xiao, "Should we keep chasing Zhang Xingyuan and Zhang Tang?" Yi Xiao was silent for a moment, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. After a long pause, he finally replied, "If they managed to survive this magic tide and even escape from us, they must be quite lucky. We have more important matters to attend to now." He turned around, fixing his gaze on a misty passageway behind them. In his hand was a detector, its square screen flashing with a glaring light. With excitement, he said, "A level 5 Black Abyss rift. It's actually on the upper levels of the Black Abyss. This is unbelievable. A level 5 rift could contain purple-grade ancient relics. We absolutely can't miss this. It's far more important than chasing those two. Let's go." The two took one last look at the distant mist before heading directly into the passageway behind them. Passing through the corridor, they entered what was known as the Black Abyss rift. As soon as they stepped into this vast space, the mist immediately thinned, irregular. Black stone walls and jagged cave ceilings were revealed all around. The detector in Yi Xiao's hand suddenly lit up with two purple light points. His face lit up with joy. Two purple-grade ancient relics. Just ahead, not far. Yi Xiao and Zhang Yan quickened their pace. This detail indicated that the purple-grade ancient relics in their eyes were of extremely high value. However, after walking for about 10 seconds, the two purple light points suddenly disappeared. Yi Xiao keenly noticed the change in the detector. His face showed shock. Gone? The two purple-grade ancient relics actually disappeared? At the same time, they stopped by the stone wall, their gaze turning to the area obscured by the wall. They saw another person. Shin-Chi turned his head toward the source of the sound, suddenly locking eyes with the newcomers. His expression was cautious. "Is this another lord?" Yi Xiao and Zhang Yan stopped in their tracks, silently observing Shin-Chi. A trace of coldness flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. He did not speak, quietly watching Shin-Chi. He did not use detection magic, relying instead on a vague sense of aura. It was clear that Shin-Chi's level was far below his. He also paid no further attention to the two skeletons behind Shin-Chi. After a moment, Yi Xiao seemed to piece together the situation. Before him, in a low voice, he asked, "Did you take those two purple-grade ancient relics?" Shin-Chi simply stared at the masked, black-robed man without responding. The black-robed, masked lord was Yi Xiao. He didn't care that Shin-Chi didn't answer. Instead, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he continued, "I don't know if you're incredibly lucky or terribly unlucky. Usually, where there are purple-grade ancient relics in the Abyssal Rift, there are bound to be 6th-tier monsters, but there were none here, giving you the chance to snatch a great bargain. Unfortunately, your luck has run out because you've encountered me." Yi Xiao's tone was calm, but a dangerous aura surged around him. "However, you now have a choice. Hand over the purple-grade ancient relics in your possession, and I can spare your life." His cold gaze pierced through the mask, directly targeting Shin-Chi. His words sounded like he was toying with prey, carrying a hint of provocation. Shin-Chi clearly had no intention of wasting time on unnecessary words. He coldly shouted, "Ajuan, Theodore." The two skeleton heroes immediately reacted, leaping forward with their weapons, charging fiercely at Yi Xiao and Zhang Yan. Seeing Shin-Chi suddenly attack, Yi Xiao and Zhang Yan's expressions turned serious. Those two skeletons, usually overlooked, suddenly erupted with intense killing intent. Their strength was formidable and not to be underestimated. However, Yi Xiao thought to himself, "This kid is really confident. Watch how I burn you two to ashes." He quickly summoned 3 5th-tier fire elemental soldiers to engage. In the blink of an an eye, he had already devised a strategy. This lord before him relied entirely on the two skeletons for defense. Since the skeletons had been deployed, it meant his own defenses were exposed. Yi Zhao's lips curved into a slight smile. This kid was young and clearly inexperienced, daring to leave himself unprotected. He commanded the fire elemental soldiers to entangle the skeletons while his figure flickered and disappeared from sight. In the next second, he appeared behind Shenqi. A short blade suddenly shot out from his sleeve, aiming directly at Shenqi's nape. Sensing the danger behind him, Shenqi's eyes narrowed slightly. The blade's cold glint streaked toward his nape, and Yi Zhao's lips curled with a smug smile. However, in the next moment, a blazing crimson sword aura erupted from Shenqi's body. The sword aura bloomed like petals, radiating an intense brilliance. The sword light was faster than Yi Zhao's blade. In an instant, it crossed the less than half-meter distance, enveloping Yi Zhao completely. Yi Zhao's eyes widened in shock, his pupils filled with terror. In the next moment, his mask, shoulder armor, chest plate, waist guard, arm guards, and leg guards all shattered. The sword aura pierced through his body, violently tearing through his muscles. Every inch of his flesh trembled. Hand of Dominion, Withered Bones LV5. Although Yi Zhao was wearing multiple layers of armor, reducing a significant amount of damage, this strike still caused over 100,000 points of damage. The entire battle lasted less than 5 seconds, and Yi Zhao fell just like that. In Shenqi's hand, at some unknown point, a long sword had appeared. His expression remained calm and composed. Attack is the best defense. On the other side, 3 5th-tier fire elemental units also met their end. The weapons in Asin and Ilya's hands still bore traces of energy explosions. The fire elemental units turned into scattered wisps of firelight, dissipating in the cave. Zhang Yan didn't even have time to react. Cold sweat poured down his body, terror filled his eyes. His throat felt blocked, unable to utter a word. Not far away, 3 pairs of murderous eyes coldly stared at him. Shenqi looked at the 2 pools of blood on the ground. In his right hand, 5 blue light spheres floated in midair. Inside each sphere, a stone rotated. These were treasures dropped from the 2 individuals. Unlike the 2 purple light stones he had collected earlier, this batch emitted a faint blue glow. Shenqi thought to himself, it seems these items have different levels. He carefully stored all the materials. In the pool of blood, 2 masks lay quietly. Shenqi walked over and picked them up. The masks were pitch black, edged with gold. Below the eye holes was a symbol, a blood-red thorn pattern. He guessed this must be the emblem of some guild. He put away the 2 damaged masks. After circling the cave to confirm there was nothing else, he decided to leave. Unknowingly, the mist in the cave began to thicken again. Shenqi followed the path he had come from. After walking a few steps, the dense mist had already become so thick that even the nearby stone walls were obscured. He didn't notice that he had already left the cave and returned to the boundless black fog. Shenqi opened the status panel, looking at the ongoing blood-draining effect on him. To clear 1 layer of demonic energy influence, it would take at least 5 minutes. The blood-draining rate was 1 point per second, amounting to 3,600 points per hour. However, after clearing 1 layer of the effect, there would be at least 10 minutes of temporary relief. All signs indicated that the deeper he ventured into the black fog, the stronger the influence of the demonic energy. Shenqi speculated that the lords exploring the black abyss likely had specialized equipment and items, otherwise their bodies wouldn't be able to endure for so long. For this black abyss exploration, Shenqi decided to stop here for now. At least the harvest was decent. With a slight focus, he realized the mental connection with his territory had been restored. Following this faint but accurate sense, Shenqi chose a direction and moved forward slowly. 2 heroes still followed not far behind him. The mist blurred their figures, and the skeletal masks on their faces were indistinct, but Shenqi knew they were always there, giving him a strong sense of security. Shenqi continued forward. At this moment, the mist ahead gently swayed, and his sharp eyes caught sight of 2 faint humanoid silhouettes emerging in the fog. Shenqi paused his steps. Encountering other lords again? A male and female voice faintly came from the fog. Brother Zhang, why do you think Bloodthorn suddenly stopped chasing us? I guess they might have discovered a new Black Abyss rift. A rift that could attract their attention must be extraordinary. Let's go take a look. But honestly, getting 2 Cyan Ancient relics today is already pretty good. At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the dense fog. A man and a woman. They happened to meet Shenqi face to face. The distance was less than 5 meters. Zhang Xingyuan and Zhang Tang were also momentarily stunned when they saw someone ahead. Shenqi quietly stared at the newcomers, his face expressionless. He was already prepared to handle any sudden situation. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. Both sides silently observed each other, neither speaking first. Shenqi looked at the 2 people before him. The man was tall and thin, wearing silver-rimmed glasses, appearing refined and scholarly. In his hand, he held a glowing rod, seemingly a special lighting tool, faintly dispersing the surrounding dense fog. The woman next to him was dressed simply and neatly, her hair tied into a ponytail. Shin-Chi recalled the gray mistwalkers he had encountered before, as well as Jiang Hongchang and He Wen, and even the two black-clad masked lords he had just met in the cave. They all carried an obvious malice, a hostility that could be felt at a glance. But the two people in front of him now, he didn't sense any clear hostility from them. After a moment, the woman spoke. A newcomer? Jiang Tang looked at Shin-Chi, paused for a moment, and then involuntarily exclaimed. In surprise, Shin-Chi frowned. This was already the second time someone had immediately identified him as a newcomer. What exactly did that mean? While preparing to handle any potential danger, he decided to take the initiative to probe these two. After mulling over his words for 2 seconds, he finally spoke. How can you tell? His voice was calm and straightforward. Jiang Tang and Zhang Xingyuan exchanged a glance. Then she turned back to Shin-Chi, her tone softening slightly. So, this really is your first time in the Great Wilderness? You look so young, could it be that you've only just arrived in the Endless Land? 2 seconds later, Shin-Chi nodded. Slightly. Jiang Tang asked, do you have a soul crystal on you? Shin-Chi was taken aback. Then he raised his hand, and a small black crystal quietly floated in his palm. A soul crystal, is this it? Jiang Tang let out a surprised "oh" and said, you actually have a soul crystal? That means you've already hunted monsters in the Great Wilderness. Soul crystals are a specialty of the Great Wilderness. They're almost non-existent elsewhere. Carrying a soul crystal for over a month will leave a unique aura on you. People with soul crystals can sense this aura in each other. Newcomers to the Great Wilderness usually don't carry a soul crystal for more than a month. I couldn't sense the aura of a soul crystal on you, so I suspected you were a newcomer. Aura? Shin-Chi was momentarily stunned. So soul crystals had this kind of peculiarity. Then what's the use of a soul crystal? Is this aura harmful to the human body? Jiang Tang explained, soul crystals are dropped by monsters when you hunt them in the Great Wilderness. For most lords, soul crystals themselves aren't particularly useful, but they are one of our most important assets because soul crystals can be exchanged for spirit crystals, and spirit crystals are an indispensable resource for a lord's development. Almost all production activities and power upgrades in a territory require spirit crystals. The exchange rate between soul crystals and spirit crystals is 1 to 10. As long as you have soul crystals, you can exchange them for spirit crystals. Jiang Tang explained everything in one breath. Shin-Chi silently absorbed this crucial information. He continued to ask, then where should I go to exchange for spirit crystals? After this brief conversation, Jiang Tang noticed that Shin-Chi showed no signs of aggression or hostility. She became much more patient, and her tone grew friendlier. If this is your first time in the Great Wilderness as a newcomer, exchanging for spirit crystals might be a bit troublesome. This is the outskirts of the Black Abyss. About 600 kilometers south of here, there's a large city called Central City. You can go there and find a place called the Mission Hall. There, you can exchange soul crystals for spirit crystals. You can also sign a contract with the Mission Hall, so in the future, you can exchange spirit crystals directly through the system interface without having to travel back and forth. The Mission Hall always has a demand for soul crystals and spirit crystals. By the way, it's said that these exchange missions are bounties issued by the royal capital of the kingdom. They've been exchanging spirit crystals for soul crystals for a long time, but no one knows exactly what they use them for. Shin-Chi asked again, Central City? 600 kilometers away? Jiang Tang replied, Central City is an absolutely neutral main city and a place every lord must visit. The city has many shops and official institutions, with countless lords coming and going every day. Lords can encounter all kinds of opportunities and adventures there. So, Central City is a place every lord must go to. If you want to go to Central City, you can raise a flying pet, or you can hitch a ride with one of the caravans from the roaming continental trade convoys that occasionally appear in the wild. Or you can go to a nearby transportation station, join the city-bound group on time, pay a fee, and enter the city with them. Later, you can also purchase fast return buildings for specialized teleportation arrays. After listening, Shin-Chi understood. It seemed that the Great Wilderness wasn't entirely chaotic and dangerous. Places like the Central City were specifically designed to provide a safe environment for lords to develop. It sounded like there was a super large trading market there, along with many lord activities. It seemed that visiting the Central City was a must. The 20,000 soul crystals in his hand could be exchanged for 2 million spirit crystals. During the territory development phase, spirit crystals were never too much. Shin-Chi snapped back to reality, slightly relaxed his guard, and said to the two people in front of him, thank you. Zhang Xingyuan, who was beside Jiang Tang, suddenly spoke, young brother, since you're really a newcomer, you must have just entered the Black Abyss, right? Shinchi blinked. That's right, less than an hour ago. Zhang Xingyuan said. Then you're quite bold. But I advise you not to go deeper yet. Go back and prepare before coming again. After all, the depths of the Black Abyss are not suitable for lords to stay for long. He paused, then took out a crystal token emitting a gentle glow from his neck and continued. When exploring the Black Abyss, we usually buy this thing called a demon-repelling amulet to resist the invasion of demonic energy. Amulets come in different levels. The higher the level, the stronger the effect. The longer you stay in the Black Abyss, the more severe the demonic energy erosion becomes. If you want to go deeper into the Black Abyss, you must prepare amulets. Without amulets, the demonic energy will erode the Lord, causing them to lose clarity and their physical condition to deteriorate rapidly. Shin-Chi nodded lightly. So that's how it was. If the blood loss was really as severe as described, indeed, few people could stay inside for long. Shin-Chi replied, I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Zhang Xingyuan hesitated for a moment and then said, young brother, I wonder if you've noticed, have you seen two men dressed in black and wearing masks in the Black Abyss? Shin-Chi froze for a moment. Ha! Seeing his puzzled expression, Zhang Xingyuan explained, those two are members of a nearby guild called Bloodthorn. They're arrogant and rely on their powerful troops to bully others everywhere. We've had conflicts with them before. Shin-Chi's expression became somewhat complicated. Then, he raised his hand. In his palm appeared two masks, the very ones he had picked up after killing those two lords in the cave earlier. The masks were still stained with a large patch of blood, shocking to behold. Shin-Chi tentatively asked, are you talking about these masks? Seeing the exclusive masks of the Bloodthorn Guild suddenly appear before them, Zhang Xingyuan and Jiang Tang were stunned, seemingly unable to react. Moments later, the two exclaimed in shock, how did their masks end up with you? These masks are originally extremely protective items. Unless the wearer dies, they would never fall off on their own. Shin-Chi calmly said, I picked them up in a cave. Jiang Tang exclaimed again, a cave? Did you enter the Black Abyss Rift? Shin-Chi asked, Black Abyss Rift? So that place is called the Black Abyss Rift? Zhang Xingyuan nodded. It seems Yi Xiao and Zhang Yan encountered trouble in the rift. For even their masks to fall off, could it be a level 5 Black Abyss Rift? Only rifts of that level would have monsters capable of threatening them. Zhang Xingyuan muttered to himself, what a pity. A level 5 Black Abyss Rift might contain purple great ancient relics. If only we could seize the opportunity to pick up something good. Oh well, if it's not meant to be, don't force it. Shin-Chi caught the keyword and asked in confusion, purple great ancient relics? Zhang Xingyuan's expression softened upon hearing the question and explained, in the Black Abyss, a special type of space called Black Abyss Rift appears randomly. The deeper you go, the higher the probability of encountering high-level rifts. Inside, there's also a special resource called ancient relics. Ancient relics are classified by levels, from lowest to highest, white, green, cyan, blue, purple, gold, and red. We suspect that the rift where the two Bloodthorn Guild lords were killed is at least level 5, and rifts above level 5 have the potential to produce purple great ancient relics. Hearing this, two black block-like objects emitting a purple glow immediately appeared in Shin-Chi's hand. He hesitated and asked, is it this? Zhang Xingyuan and Jiang Tang were momentarily stunned when they saw the purple ancient relics in Shin-Chi's hand. A few seconds later, their faces were filled with shock. Jiang Tang's eyes widened sharply, almost unable to believe what she was seeing. Her lips parted slightly as she softly said, purple great ancient relics? It was something they had always dreamed of but never dared to hope for, and now, it had actually appeared. These two ancient relics were right in front of their eyes, held in the hands of someone they had considered a newcomer. Zhang Xingyuan's face was full of astonishment, and even his tongue felt numb. Unable to control himself, he blurted out, little brother, how exactly did you get these two ancient relics? Shin-Chi answered without hesitation, I also got them from that cave. Zhang Xingyuan's first thought was, Shin-Chi had incredible luck and stumbled upon a huge find. He imagined the scenario like this. The two Bloodthorn members had fought with all their might to severely injure a level 6 companion beast in the level 5 Abyss Rift. Unfortunately, they were still no match for the level 6 beast, and ultimately both perished. By chance, Shin-Chi entered the rift and picked up the two purple great ancient relics. This explanation was simple, reasonable, and logical. Only this could explain why a newcomer like Shin-Chi was holding two purple ancient relics. Yes, this was how Zhang Xingyuan comforted himself. However, a terrifying thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Could it be that this so-called newcomer in front of him was actually the one who killed Yi Xiao and Zhang Yan, and also took down that level 6 beast? This idea was too frightening, and Zhang Xingyuan desperately suppressed it. Forcing a smile onto his face, he cautiously asked, "Is that so? Then, may I ask how exactly you obtained these two ancient relics?" Shinchi thought for a moment and replied, "There was a monster inside. I just killed it, and then I found these two items in the place where it had been." As soon as he said this, Zhang Xingyuan felt his throat tighten and his eyes widened even further. The monster guarding purple ancient relics in a level 5 rift was very likely a level 6 beast, and this newcomer had directly killed it. Shinchi's words completely overturned all of Zhang Xingyuan's assumptions, pointing to the most unbelievable answer. At this moment, Zhang Xingyuan and Zhang Tang's minds were in a complete daze. They looked at Shinchi, who remained calm and composed, utterly shocked. How could this newcomer say something so terrifying so nonchalantly? A rookie who had just entered the Great Wilderness had actually killed a suspected level 6 beast, and possibly even dealt with the two Bloodthorn members along the way? The two were utterly dumbfounded. Seeing their strange expressions, Shinchi hesitated for a moment before asking, may I ask what these ancient relics are used for?" Zhang Xingyuan, still recovering from his shock, mechanically replied, "Well, ancient relics are said to be items left behind by ancient civilizations in the Great Wilderness a long time ago. These items are completely covered by a layer of magic-infused rock which conceals their original appearance, making it impossible to tell what they are. At the same time, the magic-infused rock also protects them from the erosion of time, allowing them to survive to this day. You can go to the central city and find a specialized ancient relic appraisal agency. For a certain fee, they can use special equipment to remove the magic-infused rock and restore the relics to their original state. Ancient relics can be various tools, equipment, weapons, buildings, or even everyday items. The higher the grade, the more likely they are to be appraised as valuable items." Shinchi suddenly understood. So, this ancient relic is like another form of treasure. Treasure chests are unique to the Black Abyss, akin to a blind box opening experience. Then, Shinchi asked some other questions, such as the location and departure time of the convoy station heading to the central city. Zhang Xingyuan answered absent-mindedly, his gaze involuntarily sweeping behind Shinchi. A few times, he saw two blurry figures hidden in the mist. These two figures gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. But at this moment, Zhang Xingyuan was in a state of turmoil and didn't think much about it. In the end, Shinchi left the Black Abyss together with Zhang Xingyuan, Zhang Tang, and a few others. After exchanging contact information, they went their separate ways. Shinchi walked back alone, organizing the various pieces of information he had gathered today in his mind. The most important was the news about the central city. It seemed that a trip to the central city was inevitable. Along the way, he could also appraise the ancient relics he carried. However, according to Zhang Xingyuan, the central city was 600 kilometers to the south. To reach the central city, one had to cross a vast wilderness filled with various dangers. Moreover, to protect their territories, lords had to station troops for defense. Considering these factors, it was almost impossible for ordinary lords to set out for the central city alone. Therefore, lords would choose to join nearby city-bound convoys. About a few dozen kilometers to the east, there was a dedicated public transportation station. This was a commercial transportation system jointly established by 3 guilds. They organized trade convoys and set up multiple stations around the Black Abyss. The convoys were heavily guarded and traveled back and forth to the central city. Lords along the way could pay to join the convoy and travel to the central city together. This way, it was both safe and fast. Logically, Shinchi could choose this method to go to the central city. But the city-bound convoys didn't operate daily. The last convoy had just departed yesterday. The next one wouldn't leave for another 5 days. Shinchi frowned. Waiting 5 days was too long. A lot could be accomplished in those 5 days. If he really waited 5 days to head to the central city, it would severely delay the progress of developing his territory. He thought to himself, if only there were a faster flying mount. Although he had summoned a few tier 2 skeletal birds in the ancient battlefield, they could only be used for basic transportation. The speed of the tier 2 skeletal birds was far from sufficient. For a round trip of over 600 kilometers, the time it would take riding skeletal birds was unimaginable. Suddenly, Shinchi remembered the final relic mission in the ancient battlefield, Withered Mountain. The ancient dragon skeleton relic. Completing that relic mission would reward him with an ancient skeletal dragon. If he could have a dragon as a mount, his travel problems would be completely solved. However, the final step to summon the skeletal dragon required a true dragon persona. To find a true dragon persona, he would need to locate the burial site of a deceased dragon. What a headache. At this moment, Shinchi felt as if something important had flashed through his mind but was overlooked. After returning to his territory, he checked the output of the 3 furnaces and 3 woodworking workshops, 4,862 stone bricks, 987 iron ingots, and 7,125 wooden planks. The efficiency of the black iron level tier 2 resource processing plants was still too low, running all 6 machines at full capacity for over 7 hours had only produced enough resources to construct a single silver level blueprint. To improve efficiency, he would need to build more processing facilities or upgrade the existing ones. Meanwhile, the 100 skeletal soldiers sent out to explore had all returned. As soon as Shinchi arrived, the captains of several skeletal squads came forward one after another to report. They handed over all the intelligence they had gathered and the resources they had collected: 3,682 pieces of wood, 1,845 stones, 523 clay, 267 iron ore, 2,543 bundles of thatch, 786 bundles of hemp, and 452 bags of sand. The skeletal squads had almost completed their exploration of the 20-kilometer radius around the territory. They had discovered a forested area, so plant resources were relatively abundant. Other resources were collected in scattered amounts. However, this was the maximum efficiency of the 100 skeletons. Overall, the resources in the vicinity were far from sufficient to support Shinchi's rapid development. At present, finding more resource sites had become an urgent priority. More importantly, the skeleton squad also discovered several monster strongholds. To the southeast, there is a cave, to the west, a mountain forest housing a wild monster camp, and to the northwest, a ruin was found. All these locations are worth further exploration. The skeleton squad did not venture in recklessly but instead marked the locations and returned to report. It seems necessary for the hero to personally lead a team to conquer these special sites. This would not only eliminate potential threats around the territory but also train the hero's independent command abilities, thereby reducing Shinchi's own burden. After hearing the report, Shinchi dismissed the skeleton soldiers and entered the Lord's Mansion's dedicated storage room. He opened the territory warehouse panel and stored most of the resources inside. Then, he opened his backpack to carefully inspect the treasures obtained today. The most valuable, without a doubt, were the ancient relics. 5 blue quality ancient relics and 2 purple quality ancient relics. These needed to be taken to the appraisal agency in the central city for identification, which would also require an appraisal fee. However, Shinchi suddenly thought, what if he placed these ancient relics into the analyzer in the ruins of the ancient alchemist's garden? Would there be any effect? This analyzer, embedded with the philosopher's stone, could analyze unknown materials and, theoretically, should also be able to analyze these ancient relics, right? His eyes lit up, and he decided to try it immediately. Of course, if it didn't work, he could always deal with it later. Without delay, Shinchi took the ancient relics and headed straight to the ancient battlefield. Through the nether crossing, he arrived at the ancient alchemist's garden. Stepping into the garden, he gazed at this eternally frozen space, his mind filled with various thoughts related to the ruins. After exploring the ancient battlefield for some time, Shinchi discovered that many ruins were hidden within it. These ruins were places that had truly existed many years ago, where countless stories had unfolded. Over time, they were sealed away and forgotten. The ancient battlefield became lifeless, but all the ruins were preserved in special spaces by a mysterious force. Shinchi needed exploration points to unlock these ruins. There were many types of ruins, some were mission-based, while others were permanent. The previously completed Cult Dungeon, Sandstorm Pass, and Ancient Dragon Remains were all mission-based ruins, whereas the Ancient Alchemist's Garden was a typical permanent ruin. Shinchi could use this alchemy workshop as his secret base. At this moment, Shinchi entered the alchemy workshop and approached the analyzer. He raised his hand and took out 2 purple orbs of light and 5 blue orbs of light. First, he placed a faintly glowing blue stone into the analyzer. Feeling a bit nervous, Shinchi withdrew his hand and began waiting for the result. Unexpectedly, the philosopher's stone embedded in the analyzer's shell emitted a red glow. Shinchi's heart leaped with joy. The analyzer had started operating. After a while, the system notification sounded, analysis successful. Analysis result obtained, silver tier lord exclusive. Equipment, dwarven mithril breastplate crafted from ancient mithril using lost dwarven techniques. Defense plus 1451, armor plus 3, health plus 100, carrying capacity plus 5%, fire and cold resistance plus 30, special trait, passive trigger, reduces damage by 30% on the first attack, 20% on the second, and 10% on the third. Cooldown, 3 hours. Shin-Chi's pupils contracted sharply. A silver tier lord equipment? And it was analyzed from a blue quality ancient relic? Moreover, the additional attributes of this breastplate were incredibly rich. 5 in total. It even had a special passive effect. Not only did it enhance defense and armor, but it also reduced damage for the first 3 attacks. What an incredible item. Shin-Chi was thrilled. Filled with anticipation, he placed the remaining 4 blue quality ancient relics into the analyzer one by one. The resulting items are Bronze tier, Illusionary Warrior Leg Guards, Silver tier, Orc Logging Chainsaw, Silver tier, Orc Mining Robot, Unknown tier, Mysterious Elven Text Atlas. Shin-Chi looked at the analysis results. 2 silver tier items, and 1 bronze tier item. The bronze tier leg guards could enhance movement speed and jumping ability, and could also actively trigger a brief hover to reduce fall damage. Quite decent equipment. But what made Shin-Chi happiest were the 2 silver tier tools. Although not weapons or armor, they were production tools. Logging and mining tools crafted with ancient orc technology. Their efficiency far surpassed basic axes and stone picks. Not only did they work faster, but they also yielded higher output. In other words, more resources could be obtained in less time. Shin-Chi contentedly stored these valuable items. Additionally, there was a material without a grade, a blueprint, written in Elven script. Shin-Chi couldn't understand it. He planned to find an expert in Elven language to help translate it. This blueprint might record the secret stories of this continent. After analyzing all the blue ancient relics, Shin-Chi's eyes gleamed as he focused on the remaining 2 purple tier ancient relics. If blue tier relics could yield silver tier equipment, what surprises would the purple tier ones bring? He placed the 2 purple tier ancient relics into the analyzer. The machine buzzed and began working. Before long, the analysis of the 2 purple tier relics was complete. The first item was a gold tier weapon. Gold tier, Dragonborn Broken Sword, usage. Restriction, Lord exclusive, level 35, swordsman class, attack power plus 2548, defense penetration plus 10%, armor penetration plus 5, feature 1. When infused with dragon essence, it can track all nearby dragon vein holders and establish a mental connection. Feature 2. When the wielder resonates with dragon-type creatures, dragon's might can be activated, increasing both parties' combat power by 30%. However, the other item wasn't as impressive. Unknown tier, Sweet Dream Candelabra. Lighting the candle allows one to have a sweet dream. The dream is filled only with happiness, and all nightmares will vanish. Shin-Chi held the 2 newly analyzed purple tier ancient relics in his hands. One was a long sword, with only the hilt and half of the blade remaining. The tip was broken. A dark red crystal was embedded in the sword. Guard, Dragonborn Broken Sword, truly worthy of being a gold tier weapon. Its attributes were incredibly strong. It added 2500 attack power, and each attack could penetrate 5 points of armor and 10% of defense. Most importantly, this sword had special abilities. Special abilities related to dragons. First, it could track nearby dragon vein holders and establish a mental connection. Dragon vein holders included true dragons, beings with dragon bloodlines, and even dragon vein warriors. Establishing a mental connection, Shin-Chi interpreted this as being able to forcibly communicate with dragon vein holders. This would undoubtedly be very useful in dragon-related situations. But the most crucial ability is the second one. When the sword bearer resonates with a dragon-type creature, both their combat power increases by 30%. This sword is practically a weapon tailor-made for dragon knights. However, for now, Shin-Chi has no use for it. But this doesn't diminish its precious value. He carefully put the sword away. Then, he examined another purple ancient relic, a candlestick. Made of copper, it had an exquisite design, engraved with intricate and ancient patterns. On top were 3 trays, each holding an unlit white candle. Judging from the description, there didn't seem to be any special use for it. Shin-Chi guessed it might be a tool for calming the mind. Perhaps it could dispel negative emotions? For now, he couldn't think of a specific use. He simply stored it away. Overall, being able to analyze so many valuable items from these ancient relics was definitely worth it. Not only were there various practical weapons and armor, but also 2 production tools that Shin-Chi was particularly satisfied with. As resources, these ancient relics appearing in the abyss were truly worth a lord personally venturing deep to explore. However, it was unclear whether these ancient relics only appeared in specific areas of the abyss. Shin-Chi set these thoughts aside and prepared to leave the alchemy workshop. This mission was complete. Returning to the territory, it was already evening. Shin-Chi first went back to the Lord's manor and had dinner. Since entering the Endless Land, he hadn't had a single hot meal. Although the mythic-level territory template Eternal Night Graveyard had an upgraded Lord's Manor. Equipped with a kitchen and complete cooking facilities, there were no ingredients or chefs. The kitchen was essentially just for show. She had to rely on roasted meat, dry rations, and snacks he brought along to get by. It seemed that developing agriculture was necessary. Start by cultivating some land and finding seeds to plant. Gradually establish a food production line. Solving the territory's food problem was a must, at least achieving self-sufficiency. This would prepare for future territorial expansion and population growth. Shin-Chi happened to have several farmland buildings on hand. These tasks could already be arranged. After eating and drinking his fill, he stepped out of the Lord's Manor and headed to the open space in the territory. He summoned Ajuan, preparing to send him to lead a team to the forest 18 kilometers west. The mission was to clear out monsters and gather resources. Shin-Chi instructed Ajuan to lead a 1,000-strong skeleton army, freely configuring the troop types infantry, cavalry, melee, ranged, magic, and shield guards, to fully utilize the advantages of a hero commander. In addition, Shin-Chi took out 2 silver-grade production tools, both analyzed from blue-grade ancient relics. Orc logging chainsaw, silver-grade logging efficiency plus 300% gathering bonus plus 100% energy consumption, 0.1 points/second. This is a handheld chainsaw, developed based on ancient orc technology, requiring energy crystals to charge for use. And this, orc mining robot, silver-grade mining efficiency plus 310% gathering bonus plus 90% energy consumption, 0.3 points/second movement speed, 0.6 meters/second storage capacity, 100 slots. This mining robot is an independent operational unit, about half a person tall, with a round, metallic shell and tracks at the bottom. Its 2 slender mechanical arms end in sharp silver-white drill bits, capable of automatically receiving commands to complete mining tasks, while also storing minerals. Each storage slot can stack up to 999 of the same item, allowing it to hold nearly 100,000 mineral resources in total. Both tools require energy crystals to charge before they can be activated. Their logging and mining efficiency is increased by about 3 times compared to ordinary axes and pickaxes, enabling faster collection of the same amount of resources. More importantly, they also come with double gathering bonuses. In other words, a single tree or mining point that originally yielded 100 units of resources would now yield 200 units when using these tools, truly gathering artifacts. Shin-Chi planned to hand these 2 tools over to the skeleton army led by Ajuan, sending them out to gather resources, but before that, he first built 10 logging cabins, each capable of accommodating 10 members, with each member able to increase logging efficiency by 10%. Shin-Chi assigned 100 skeleton soldiers to these cabins, and after registration, they all enjoyed a 10% boost in logging efficiency. Then, he handed a logging chainsaw to one of the skeleton soldiers, instantly raising that soldier's logging efficiency to 310%. Additionally, Shin-Chi prepared ample energy crystals and handed them to Ajuan, tasking it with charging 2 tools. A basic energy crystal provides 100 energy points, a medium one provides 500 points, and an advanced crystal offers 2,000 points. Although Shin-Chi only had over 200 basic energy crystals on hand, it was more than enough to power the tools for several hours. Once everything was ready, Shin-Chi instructed Ajuan to lead the team out, reminding it to stay safe and contact him immediately if anything unusual occurred. After finishing these tasks, the sky had already darkened. Shin-Chi returned to his bedroom to rest. In the middle of the night, he suddenly woke up from a dazed state, feeling unusually clear-headed. Without opening his eyes, he silently thought to himself, "It's finally here." That feeling, the sensation of being watched by a pair of eyes, made him instinctively keep his eyes shut, refraining from opening them immediately. Yet, he had a strong premonition. There was a figure standing by his bedside, quietly watching him. Shin-Chi was filled with questions. What kind of creature was this, daring to hide directly in his territory and specifically appear while he was sleeping? If the figure attacked, he couldn't even imagine the consequences. Still keeping his eyes closed, his mind began calculating his next move. Gradually, Shin-Chi sensed that the gaze carried no malice, nor did it exude the fierce killing intent of someone wanting to harm him. Instead, it seemed to be observing him curiously, with a hint of doubt and even complex emotions. Shin-Chi couldn't decipher what those emotions represented. After about half an hour, the feeling of being watched disappeared. He believed that even if he opened his eyes now, the figure would no longer be there. In a haze, Shin-Chi drifted back into sleep. That night, his rest was far from peaceful. He vaguely dreamed of eerie scenes, faces of Zheng Hongchang and He-Wan. They were the 2 malicious lords he encountered when he first entered the wilderness, who had tried to rob him. When he woke up, Shin-Chi suddenly opened his eyes wide, his face full of confusion and doubt. This was too strange. Could it be that those two lords he had already dealt with were still unwilling to give up and sought revenge? But this didn't align at all with the emotions expressed by the figure watching him in the middle of the night. If it were truly their ghosts, they would likely be filled with hatred, eager to kill him themselves, wouldn't they? Shin-Chi felt as though some force was secretly guiding him, reminding him to pay attention to something. Almost instinctively, he got up, did nothing else, and went straight to the storage room to open the territory warehouse. He kept flipping through the storage panel until he found all the items dropped when he defeated Jiang Hongchang and he won. The result left him stunned. There was a talent mark, burning soul resolve, fragment, an abhorrent soul orb, and a blueprint for the entrance to the dragon burial grounds. His pupils contracted sharply. What was this? Dragon burial grounds? His heartbeat suddenly skipped a beat as he quickly took out the blueprint. The description of the blueprint appeared before his eyes. Dragon burial grounds, entrance building blueprint can be used to construct a portal entrance with materials. Through the portal, you can enter the instance space, dragon burial grounds. Instance, content, difficulty, and rewards are unknown and require exploration. Construction materials, 100 wood, 500 stone bricks, 10 jade, 3 portions of any tier 4 elemental essence. Construction time, 30 minutes. Shin-Chi narrowed his eyes. He hadn't paid much attention to this blueprint before, but now it seemed he already had the materials needed for construction. Moreover, judging by the name, the dragon burial grounds likely contained something he needed. His heartbeat began to accelerate. At this moment, he could start building immediately. There was no reason to delay. Could that mysterious figure in the middle of the night have been a warning to him? How did this thing come about? Even stranger, how did he happen to know I needed this blueprint? Could it be that someone else is also looking for this blueprint? Shin-Chi was completely baffled at this moment. He walked out of the storage room and left the Lord's mansion, arriving at an open space. He took out the blueprint and softly said, "Start construction." Instantly, the blueprint transformed into a beam of golden light. The slender golden light flew toward the ground, where it shimmered. Gradually, a faint golden architectural silhouette appeared, a 3D preview of the building to be constructed. Then, the relevant materials in Shin-Chi's backpack began to disappear one by one. The building's silhouette started to automatically assemble. It would take 30 minutes to complete. Shin-Chi didn't wait there. He left to handle other matters. By dawn, Ajuan returned with the skeleton army. Shin-Chi quietly listened to Ajuan's report. In the western forest, there was a group of kobolds and a group of goblins stationed. Ajuan led the main force to launch an attack, easily crushing the 2 monster outposts and sweeping through their main camps. They found a silver treasure chest, 5 bronze treasure chests, and supplies from 2 warehouses. The warehouses contained weapons and armor, mostly of ordinary quality, with a small portion being black iron grade. For Shin-Chi at this stage, they weren't very appealing. There were also plenty of basic resources, wood, stone, hemp, thatch, and more. Surprisingly, there were also some secondary resources: iron ingots, silver ingots, glass, planks, stone bricks, cloth, and so on. Even a small amount of precious resources: crystal, agate, glazed glass, jade, gold, and various gemstones. But what made Shin-Chi happiest was the food: bread, cured meat, dried fish, and water, all ready to eat. There were also seeds for carrots, wheat, and cabbage. He had been planning to search for seeds, but Ajuan had brought back several bags directly. It seemed these kobold and goblin camps were quite organized, resembling human society in some ways. Unfortunately, their strength was too weak to stand against Ajuan. Shin-Chi was naturally happy to accept their resources. Additionally, the skeleton troops Ajuan had taken out spent the entire night gathering resources, bringing back a large amount of basic materials, especially from the dense forest surrounding the 2 outposts: 15,647 pieces of wood, 12,545 pieces of stone, 5,672 bundles of thatch, 688 bundles of hemp, 542 pieces of iron ore. Such a large haul in just one night. Shin-Chi knew this was all thanks to the orcs' logging chainsaws and mining robots. As for the treasure chests, this time they obtained a silver chest. Although it wasn't as rewarding as the last time Shin-Chi personally led a team to sweep through the cave, outdoor resource points were distributed randomly, so not everyone could be as large. He decided to keep the treasure chests for now and open them later. Shin-Chi began to roughly organize these resources. After finishing, he stood in front of the newly constructed building, the Dragon Burial Grounds. On a circular stone base, a portal slowly rotated. He equipped himself with various protective gear and dispatched part of his forces to guard the ancient battlefield. Then, he stepped into the portal. His vision darkened as the teleportation began. When the light returned, he opened his eyes. Surrounding him was a dense forest, with towering ancient trees blocking out the sunlight. The air was thick with the earthy smell of soil. But the strangest thing was, Shin-Chi found himself running uncontrollably. It wasn't his own legs moving voluntarily, his legs were charging forward on their own. He couldn't control his body anymore. Shin-Chi realized he couldn't command his legs or turn his gaze. He could only observe everything from a fixed perspective, like a soul attached to another person's body, unable to control it, just an observer. He heard the sound of his own panting as he ran. Judging by the voice, the owner of this body was very young. He was running down a mountain path littered with dead branches. Suddenly, another panting sound came from behind. This one was deeper and more powerful, clearly from someone older. At this moment, the body Shin-Chi was attached. To turn to look back, and Shin-Chi saw the scene behind him. A strong man was carrying an unconscious young man on his back, running with all his might. The young man's face was pale, his head resting on the man's shoulder, eyes tightly shut, brows furrowed in pain. His lips were white from blood loss. After a while, the possessed body spoke, "Uncle Andre, are you okay? Should I carry you instead?" The man carrying the young man shook his head and replied, "Tiago, I'm fine. We're almost at the foot of the mountain, and the village isn't far now." Shin-Chi quickly memorized their names. The young man he was possessing was called Tiago. The middle-aged man carrying the young man was named Andre. Tiago turned his head and continued running forward. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Shin-Chi found himself indoors. The wild mountain forest had changed into a cramped room. He was sitting on a stool in front of a wooden bed. Lying on the bed was the same young man who had been carried earlier. He was still unconscious, his brows furrowed, appearing restless. Sitting by the bed were Andre and an elderly man. The old man held a crystal ball in one hand and a withered wooden staff in the other. He bent over to check the young man's condition. Andre asked anxiously, "Dr. Kanan, will he be okay?" The old man closed his eyes in thought, nodding and shaking his head in turn. After a long time, he finally spoke, "Overall, there's no major issue, at least no life-threatening danger. However, the damage caused by the demon's power has deeply penetrated his soul. It will take at least 3 years before he can recover his original form. For now, he'll have to live in his current state for a long time." Andre breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "That's good." He kept his eyes fixed on the young man on the bed. After a long silence, he said with emotion, "The dragon god entrusted his son to us. No matter what, we in Noel village must fulfill his request. The dragon god probably doesn't have much time left either. Now, the only hope lies in our hands." Hearing Andre's words, the old man shared his thoughts as well. "This whole thing feels like a dream. The dragon god we've worshipped for generations actually appeared, and he even entrusted his child to our care." At this moment, Shin-Chi, who was possessing Tiago, curiously asked, "Uncle Andre, Dr. Kanan, is he really a true dragon? What's his name? He seems about my age." Andre turned to look at Tiago. "He was personally entrusted to me by the dragon god, so of course he's a real dragon. The dragon god told me himself that his son's name is Paras. Paras just recently came of age and is already at the stage to inherit the dragon god's legacy. However, in his current state, when Paras breaks free from the demon's influence and regains his true dragon form, he'll once again gather his strength and inherit the dragon god's legacy. By then, he will become the new guardian of this land." Since suspecting that he was possessing someone else's body, Shin-Chi had stopped trying to control it. Instead, he used all his senses to quietly gather every piece of information. At this moment, he observed the scene before him. A strong man named Andre, an old man skilled in both medicine and magic, and a young dragon lying in bed. From their conversation, Shin-Chi understood that the place he was in was a village called Noel. Noel village had worshipped the dragon god for generations. Starting today, they would care for a real dragon until he regained his true form, gathered his strength, and inherited the current dragon god's legacy. Shin-Chi also learned that on the continent where Noel village was located, dragons were exceedingly rare and powerful beings. They were even referred to as the guardians of the land. For now, this burial grounds of the dragon instance appeared to be a story-driven exploration type. Players needed to unlock the storyline and complete the main quests. However, at this moment, Shin-Chi still had no idea what the task was. The scene shifted again. Shin-Chi felt as if he were flipping through a photo album. With each turned page, he would possess the body of a character in the picture, only able to perceive the story within the scene through their eyes. The album turned page by page, and the story gradually unfolded. After the dragon child Parasu awakened, he settled down in Noel village. Parasu had a handsome appearance, with golden hair and blue eyes. Even in simple, coarse clothing, he stood tall and exuded an extraordinary aura. He lived in the home of the hunter Andre and became good friends with Tiago, who was of the same age. The two often practiced swordsmanship under Andre's guidance. Parasu enjoyed sitting on the hillside at the village entrance, listening to the shepherd play the flute. Amid the melodious tunes, he would gaze at the distant mountains and the herds of cattle and sheep on the slopes. He also loved attending the village's monthly bonfire parties. During these events, villagers of all ages would gather around the warm fire, singing, dancing, and laughing together. Of course, his favorite was the wine brewed by Ian, the village chief of Noel. Ian was skilled in wine winemaking, producing delicious and aromatic beverages from various ingredients, whether it was ale, mead, or wine. The entire village cherished his creations, and Parasu was no exception. Even someone as refined and handsome as him could not resist the intoxicating allure of Ian's brews. Ian, the village chief, was a generous and kind-hearted man. He often hosted feasts, sharing his treasured wines with everyone. Parasu never missed these gatherings. Naturally, it wasn't just the wine he enjoyed but also the lively and warm atmosphere. At these feasts, Aunt Hannah would bring her homemade flour pastries, hunters would offer roasted meat seasoned with their unique spices, and children would play nearby. On the stage, a bard who had just returned from travels would sing songs of distant lands. To Parasu, all of this was both novel and heartwarming. Yet, his handsome face often carried an indescribable trace of worry, as if the beauty before him was but a fleeting illusion. Perhaps because of this, he cherished his time with the villagers even more. On this particular day, the village chief was supposed to host a feast the following evening. As per tradition, he had already announced that he would share a bottle of finely aged wine he had kept for years. However, Parasu received a letter from Ian, revealing that the precious wine had been stolen by a group of demi-humans in the forest. Heartbroken and regretful, Ian had no choice but to cancel the feast and ask for the villagers' understanding. At the time, Parasu was sitting indoors with Tiago. Shinchi, who was inhabiting Tiago's body, observed Parasu through his perspective. Shinchi clearly noticed a hint of disappointment on Parasu's face. It seemed he truly wanted to attend the feast. Just then, the door creaked open, and a blurry figure stepped inside. Before Shinchi could make out who it was, something unexpected happened. His perspective suddenly shifted. He had left Tiago's body. Shinchi looked up abruptly, and the scene before him had changed. It was still the same wooden house, with nothing altered in its arrangement. But strangely enough, standing before him were Parasu and Tiago. Both of them were looking directly at Shinchi. It was only then that Shinchi realized his perspective had shifted to that of the stranger who had just entered the room. He unconsciously raised his hand and was startled to find that, for the first time, he could control his own body. At that moment, Parasu looked at Shinchi without any sign of surprise. He slowly spoke, asking, "Shinchi, is there something you need?" Shinchi's pupils contracted sharply. What was going on? How did Parasu know his name? But wasn't Shinchi an outsider to this story? A bead of cold sweat formed on Shinchi's forehead. He inadvertently turned his head and looked at the mirror on the wall. Reflected in the mirror was Shinchi's own appearance, his original self. Shinchi froze. Just moments ago, from Tiago's perspective, he couldn't clearly see the face of the person at the door. Now, that blurry figure had turned out to be himself. Shinchi's mind raced, processing the situation so quickly it felt as if his mental circuits were about to overheat. Could it be that the real task of this instance was only now beginning? Just then, a woman's cold voice suddenly sounded from behind Shinchi. "This is the first critical juncture of the instance. Now, it's time for you to act." Shinchi was startled. He turned around abruptly, looking toward the source of the voice. A woman. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, and she was dressed in a black gown that even covered her feet. Her face was as cold as her voice. On her snow-white face, two slender eyebrows were slightly furrowed, making her seem somewhat unapproachable. She quietly locked eyes with Shinchi. At that moment, Parasu walked into the room. He stopped in front of Shinchi and asked, "Shinchi, what are you looking at?" Shinchi turned to look at him. Parasu stared at Shinchi but didn't notice the presence of the woman beside him. Shinchi froze for a moment. Could it be that they couldn't see this woman? He stammered, unable to complete his sentence. Parasu waited for a while, seeing that Shinchi didn't respond. He looked a bit puzzled but seemed dispirited. "Shinchi, if you're fine, I'll go rest now." His voice carried exhaustion and disappointment. Clearly, he was in a bad mood because of village chief Ian canceling the banquet. Parasu turned and walked out through the half-open door. Tiago followed him out. The room was left with only Shinchi and the woman beside him. Shinchi carefully observed the woman again, furrowing his brows. 5 seconds later, his heart tightened. A thought surfaced. "It's you?" he blurted out. The aura of the woman before him felt familiar. She was the shadow that had been appearing in his bedroom for the past few nights. Of course, this was just intuition, but the woman spoke, confirming his suspicion. "It's me." Her red lips parted slightly. Her voice remained slow and indifferent, like the tinkling of a mountain spring, clear and melodious. "Let me introduce myself. I am Lilith, the witch of abhorrence." Shinchi hadn't yet reacted. The woman immediately followed up with a shocking statement. "I'm already dead." Shinchi froze. "You can check your backpack," the woman said calmly, looking at Shinchi's confused expression. Shinchi raised his hand and indeed opened the system panel. He quickly opened his backpack and found something in the first slot of the first column. Soul Orb of Abhorrence. Ha, wasn't this one of the items that dropped when he killed Jiang Honchang and he won? At the time, he hadn't paid much attention to it and had thrown these items into the warehouse after returning to the territory. But now, this Soul Orb of Abhorrence had appeared in his backpack on its own. He looked up at the woman with a questioning gaze, clearly seeking an explanation. The woman, who called herself the Witch of Abhorrence, didn't keep him guessing and directly explained, "This soul orb was something I created while I was alive, used to contain a part of my soul. Although I'm dead, a part of my soul is attached to the orb. I still have unfinished business, so I left this as my last resort. Since you killed Jiang Honchang and he won, you've avenged me in a way. So, I will help you pass through the dragon burial grounds." As her words fell, Shin Chi stared at her. His mind raced, processing her words. So, this woman was indeed here for the dragon burial grounds. Shin Chi didn't rush to agree but instead asked, "Why do you think you can't clear this dungeon on your own?" Lilith wasn't angered by his skepticism. She straightforwardly explained, "Because the events in the dragon burial grounds dungeon are part of the real history of this land, and I've long planned to enter and retrieve what I want. For this, I spent a lot of time researching extensive materials from that era. Eventually, I obtained a blueprint of the entrance to the dragon burial grounds. So, you could say I understand this dungeon better than you." Shin Chi quietly pondered Lilith's words. Finally, he asked, "So, you're helping me because you want something?" Lilith smiled faintly. That subtle smile on her face was like the first blooming peach blossom in spring. "You'll find out when the time comes. What I want is something you don't need. We'll simply take what we each need." Shin Chi nodded, tacitly agreeing to this collaboration. He truly knew nothing about this instance, but he had been gathering various details, trying to piece together the full picture. Now, he decided to hear the opinion of the person in front of him. Lilith noticed that Shin Chi had agreed to cooperate and said, "Alright, now go out immediately, catch up with Paras who hasn't gone far, and do as I say." Lilith quickly instructed Shin Chi, "After you catch up with Paras, tell him you're heading into the forest and we'll bring back the village chief's craft brew from the demi-human camp before tomorrow. By then, he can take the brew to the village chief and say the banquet will proceed as planned." Shin Chi nodded. Then he pushed open the door and stepped out of the wooden cabin. In the distance, Paras hadn't gone far yet, so he jogged over. As he got closer, he called out, "Paras." Hearing the shout, Paras stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked at him with a hint of confusion. "Shin Chi, what's the matter?" Shin Chi stopped, took a deep breath, and said slowly, "I'm heading into the forest today. I'll go to the demi-human camp and bring back Chief Ian's craft brew. Wait for my news, and by then, you can tell the chief the banquet will proceed as planned." Paras froze for a moment, his eyes lighting up. "Really?" Then his expression turned worried. "But those demi-human bandits are dangerous, aren't they? Is it really worth the risk just for the brew?" Shin Chi shook his head. "Don't worry, just wait for my news." Following his memory, Shin Chi left Noel village and began climbing the mountain from its base. Lilith followed him unhurriedly. Shin Chi glanced back at her and couldn't help but ask, "Why am I in this world? Didn't you say this instance is based on historical events?" "I don't think I ever appeared in this part of history." Lilith's tone remained calm. "In fact, you were added as a character later. Originally, you weren't in the instance. Your identity is that of a villager from Noel village participating in the entire event. Your appearance and name were directly copied from your original self. Your actions and choices will affect the completion of the instance." Shin Chi nodded, understanding. After a while, he asked again, "Where is the demi-human tribe you mentioned?" Lilith replied, "Just follow the path I point out." Assuming I remember it correctly, they continued their journey, crossing about 2 mountain ridges and moving forward. They entered a hidden valley. Among the chaotic trees, a few tents could be faintly seen. This was clearly the demi-human camp. However, Shin Chi's nose twitched slightly. He caught a faint scent of blood. The atmosphere was unusually eerie. The further they walked, the stronger this feeling became. Logically, there should have been some activity in the demi-human camp as people lived there. But the camp ahead was eerily quiet, so quiet it raised suspicion. Lilith, beside him, also sensed something was wrong. The two exchanged a glance, said nothing, and silently continued forward. Passing through the dense forest, they arrived at the clearing beside the tents. From a distance, not a single living figure could be seen. Shin Chi decisively concluded, "No one's here." He cast a detection spell but found no signs of life. Lilith frowned. "Let's check it out first." Shin Chi grabbed a weapon from his backpack, holding it cautiously in front of him, and slowly approached the first tent. Using his sword, he gently lifted the tent flap. The scene inside made Shin-Chi's face change drastically. On the ground lay a demi-human, blood staining the floor. This was a dead demi-human. Shin-Chi quickly scanned the items inside the tent, then lowered the flap in silence and moved to the next tent. They checked one tent after another. 15 minutes later, they reached the back of the camp. Except for the last tent, all others had been searched. Shin-Chi and Lilith exchanged another glance. This time, both could see the confusion in each other's eyes. Shin-Chi was at a loss for words. After inspecting all the tents, they found 7 demi-human corpses. The camp was filled with traces of dragged blood, overturned tables and chairs, and broken objects. Apparently, a fierce conflict had just occurred. Here, there were about 20 to 30 demi-humans. Now, apart from the corpses, all the other demi-humans had disappeared. Men, women, young and old, none were to be seen. Not to mention the craft beer they were searching for on this trip. Lilith hesitated for a moment and said, "This situation is very different from the historical records I found." Shin-Chi remained silent, lost in thought. Only one tent remained in front of them. Shin-Chi pulled back the curtain and scanned the interior of the tent. It seemed to be a warehouse. The items inside were similarly destroyed and in disarray. One corner was piled with various barrels and bottles of alcohol. Unfortunately, most of the bottles were shattered, and the liquor had spilled all over the ground. Only a few remained intact. Shin-Chi carefully searched, while Lilith examined the types of alcohol. However, the craft beer was still nowhere to be found. Shin-Chi stopped his actions. Their hope of finding the craft beer seemed to have been dashed. Lilith frowned and finally said to Shin-Chi, "There's no other way. We'll have to take the remaining alcohol back. These might have been stolen from the village chief's wine cellar. Although we couldn't find the most precious craft beer, taking these back should still allow us to complete the mission." Shin-Chi listened, lowered his head, and rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Suddenly, he asked, "Is the craft beer the key to our next move?" Lilith was momentarily stunned and replied, "Of course it is." Shin-Chi analyzed carefully, "Is it because the village chief's barrel of craft beer is of exceptionally high quality? If we present another equally top-tier wine to the village chief for the banquet, wouldn't the effect be just as good?" Lilith hesitated. "Although that's true, the missing barrel of beer is the masterpiece the village chief spent years brewing. Its reputation has spread far and wide, even attracting nobles from the royal city to inquire about it. Where could we find another wine of the same caliber?" Shin-Chi fell silent. Lilith thought he was frustrated by the difficulty of realizing his idea and was about to comfort him. To her surprise, he opened his backpack interface, his fingers scrolling down continuously, his gaze focused, not frustrated, but intently searching. After a while, he suddenly said, "Found it." Lilith froze, wondering what he had found. Shin-Chi took out an item from his backpack. It was a system storage orb containing a miniature model. Surprisingly, the item emitted a faint golden glow, indicating it was of gold tier quality. Lilith's eyes widened slightly. That was the gold tier, Radom's fine wine. This wine is the masterpiece of the renowned winemaker Radom, known as the god of wine. It is said that its aroma can tempt even the proud dwarves. No drunkard in the world can resist Radom's fine wine. What Shin-Chi had taken out from his backpack was this gold-quality fine wine. It was a reward he had obtained from a golden treasure chest during the trial of the gods, which he had kept and never used. Shin-Chi rarely drank, but the value of a gold-tier item was undeniable. Shin-Chi spoke again. "Can this bottle of fine wine replace the village chief's craft beer and make him forget about the theft of his wine cellar?" Lilith read the description and showed a shocked expression. No drunkard could resist this wine. She looked at Shin-Chi with a "what do you think" expression. Shin-Chi immediately descended the mountain and returned to Noel Village as planned. He found Parasu and handed him the wine, specifically the bottle of Radom's fine wine. Parasu was very surprised. Shin-Chi explained that he hadn't found the village chief's barrel of craft beer in the demi-human camp but had found this even more precious fine wine. Parasu was still hesitant, but Shin-Chi urged him to quickly find the village chief and proceed with the banquet as planned. A clear smile appeared on Parasu's face. The next evening, the village chief's banquet was successfully held. The villagers flocked to attend, and the village chief's courtyard was filled with dozens of round tables and low stools. The table was filled with pre-prepared delicacies and sets of wine glasses. Against the wall by the inner courtyard entrance stood a large wine barrel, filled with the fragrant Radom wine. The village chief's face was flushed with joy, and everyone was brimming with enthusiasm. Blending into the warmth of the night, candlelight flickered on the walls. The courtyard was filled with the aroma of wine and stars, and the moon hung high in the night sky. Parasu sat to the side, looking blissful and intoxicated, occasionally raising a large wine glass to take a sip, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Shin-Chi sat beside her, quietly watching Parasu. Shin-Chi stood thoughtfully, unnoticed by anyone, including Lilith beside him. Suddenly, she spoke. This storyline should be nearing its end. Shin-Chi was startled. At that moment, Parasu turned to him, smiled, and said, Shin-Chi, thank you. As soon as she finished speaking, Parasu disappeared. The scene abruptly darkened and everything vanished. The warm glow of the wall lamps, the bard's murmurs, the aroma from the wine barrel, the laughter from the banquet, all disappeared, leaving only darkness and the sound of his heartbeat. Shin-Chi's eyes widened suddenly, still unresponsive, as a cold and mechanical system prompt echoed in his ears. You have obtained Dragon's Regret ×1 storyline completion. 100% storyline rating. S-grade. A golden light appeared in his vision, like a firefly in the night, slowly merging into his chest. Dragon's Regret? What is this? Shin-Chi couldn't help but mutter to himself. At that moment, a cool female voice sounded. You actually received an S-grade rating. Shin-Chi turned to see Lilith standing behind him. She was unaffected by the disappearance of the instance, her expression complex. Slowly, she began to explain, as you guessed, the task of this instance was to mend the Dragon's Regret. The storyline you just witnessed, apart from your direct involvement, was all part of the Dragon's memory. Dragon's Regret? Shin-Chi repeated. Is it about attending the banquet hosted by the village chief? Lilith nodded. Yes. If this banquet is successfully held, it would be the last wine-tasting banquet hosted by Noel Village's chief. In reality, due to the theft of the crafted wine, the chief lost the mood to host the banquet. Parasu was saddened, but that wasn't considered regret. However, in reality, Chief Ian passed away half a month later, never having the chance to host another banquet. Soon after, the entire Noel Village also disappeared. Shin-Chi listened, stunned, unsure of what to say. He touched his chest, feeling the golden light, and Parasu's final words of thank you echoed in his mind. Perhaps it was the real Parasu thanking him. After a moment of silence, Lilith softly said, the next node should be starting soon. As soon as she finished speaking, the scene before them suddenly brightened, transforming into daylight. They were now in an open field, with targets set up in the distance and weapons placed in crates nearby. It was clearly a training ground. In front of Shin-Chi stood Parasu. She was holding a sword, practicing her swordsmanship. At this moment, Shin-Chi once again entered someone else's perspective, losing control of his own body. He thought to himself, what point in time is this? How long has it been since that banquet? Suddenly, the body Shin-Chi was inhabiting spoke. Parasu, did you read today's Filorent's Kingdom Times? Parasu stopped her sword practice and asked, not yet. Tiago, what's the matter? Shin-Chi was now in Tiago's body. He hesitated for a moment before saying, I heard the demon army has taken over several border cities of the kingdom. The royal palace has been working overnight to form a new defense force. Also, experts in the capital have jointly questioned why the dragon, previously responsible for resisting the demon invasion of Fernanda continent, failed to fulfill its duty, allowing the demon army to wreak havoc. They wrote lengthy articles in the newspaper, expressing their disappointment in the dragon. Tiago carefully observed Parasu's expression, worried she might feel upset. He continued, Parasu, don't think too much. You are not strong enough yet to fight against the demons. The final baptism is approaching. Soon, you will be able to rid yourself of the demonic power within you. Palazzo paused for a moment and said, Tiago, I'm fine. The two fell silent for a while. Suddenly, Palazzo looked up at Tiago, hesitated for a moment, as if making a decision. He said, Tiago, I have something to give you. As he spoke, he raised his hand. A glowing golden droplet slowly floated on his fingertip. This is the dragon essence blood I recently condensed. Tiago's eyes widened, staring intently at the golden droplet. Palazzo, what is this? Palazzo lowered his head and murmured, lately I've been feeling increasingly uneasy, as if something bad is about to happen. He looked up and changed the subject. Tiago, didn't you tell me before? When you were 7, your parents were killed, and it hit you hard. It made you especially eager to grow stronger, so you trained tirelessly with Uncle Andre. We've all seen your efforts. You said you wanted to become strong quickly and take control of your own life. This year, you're about to come of age and can join the Noel Village militia. Soon, you'll be able to protect Noel with your sword, and perhaps even the entire Fernanda continent could become your stage. The demon army wants to plunge the continent into darkness, but I hope you will be the one to bravely resist. So, Tiago looked at Palazzo, choking up and unable to speak. Palazzo's gaze became resolute. The demonic power within me has weakened significantly. This is the first dragon essence blood I've refined, the strongest power I can control right now. Dragon essence blood contains the blessing of the dragon god. I'm giving it to you, hoping you'll become stronger. Infuse the dragon essence blood it into your sword. It will make your blade indestructible. Palazzo extended his hand, and the golden droplet on his fingertip trembled slightly. The ancient dragon aura slowly emanated, its power so strong it could be felt. Tiago finally accepted the dragon essence blood. He looked at Palazzo with a complex expression. Palazzo smiled gently. Time passed quickly. Life in Noel village flowed like a stream. Shin-Chi possessed different bodies, observing the village's gradual changes. Tiago officially joined the Noel village militia. The Noel village militia was a self-organized defense force of the village. It consisted of over 50 warriors, 50 archers, and 5 mages who could speak the dragon language. Tiago trained intensively with the warriors every day. Palazzo spent most of his time with the dragon language mages. Dragon language mages were powerful individuals awakened by generations of devotion to the dragon god in Noel village. Upon awakening, they naturally mastered the dragon language, enabling them to understand the rules of dragon power and cast powerful dragon language magic. Previously, Noel village had only one dragon language mage per generation, but with Palazzo's arrival, the number of dragon language mages in the village suddenly increased to 5. As the dragon's child, Palazzo helped everyone train together, learning more powerful magic. Recently, the air in Noel had been filled with a restless and uneasy atmosphere. Fewer and fewer outsiders visited, and today there were none at all. The inn was desolate, with no guests. The merchant caravans that usually arrived at this time to deliver goods were nowhere to be seen. The children playing in the streets were all hurried home by worried parents. For a moment, the streets were eerily quiet. In the tavern, only a few scattered tables of guests remained. Palazzo and Tiago sat at a corner table. The table was set with food and drink, but neither touched it. Palazzo looked at the distracted Tiago and asked, "Tiago, I spent the whole day at the militia camp today. Why didn't I see you?" Tiago picked up a mug of beer and took a sip. "I had something to do, so I took the day off." "Oh." The two chatted casually. At that moment, the tavern door was pushed open. A stranger walked in. He walked straight to the oak bar and ordered a glass of wine. From Palazzo's perspective, he found the man a bit strange. His appearance was completely unfamiliar, clearly not someone from the village. This must be the first outsider to visit the village today. Even stranger, his features didn't resemble those of people from the Fernanda continent. The man slowly walked to an empty table and sat down. As he walked, he seemed to glance at Palazzo, almost imperceptibly. Palazzo wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. The scene shifted. A new image appeared before Shin-Chi in the militia camp's office. More than 20 people were gathered. The newly appointed village chief and village guard captain, Andre, along with Dr. Kanan, Tiago, and Palazzo, were all present. Everyone was seated around the large conference table. The atmosphere was heavy and solemn. Several copies of the same issue of the Florence Daily were laid out on the table. The front page, with bold headlines and striking layout, reported, "Shocking news, the key city of Florence, Hecate, has fallen. The demon army burns and pillages, committing atrocities and threatening the kingdom's security. The guardian of Fernanda, the dragon, why has it vanished? Shocking. The dragon protecting Fernanda allegedly colluded with demons to create a false front? The dragon has fallen, becoming an accomplice to the demons. Over half the population believes the dragon is evil, claiming that without the dragon, the demon invasion wouldn't have happened. The demon stronghold lies deep in the abyss, making a direct attack impossible. A siege on Dragon's Gorge is urgent." The call grows louder. "The dragon must be slain to undermine the demon's momentum. Strong fighters from the capital are stepping forward, declaring their intent to slay the dragon. The kingdom's defense army has reorganized overnight, forming a dragon-slaying unit. The dragon-slaying unit has departed and will soon arrive at the human outpost near Dragon's Gorge, Noel." The atmosphere in the meeting room grew increasingly oppressive, like a massive hammer slowly descending. Everyone's thoughts were in turmoil. Clearly, they had all read the newspaper's contents. Palazzo frowned slightly. Andre's eyes widened as he stared intently at the glaring headlines on the paper, his gaze filled with rage. Many others present felt the same anger. Someone couldn't help but voice their frustration. "Damn it, how can they write such reports so recklessly? With just a few strokes of the pen, they've tarnished the hard work of Lord Dragon God. Those heartless people in the capital are truly disappointing. If it weren't for Lord Samuel, the dragon god, tirelessly holding the front line at the abyss, the demons would have already invaded the capital and turned Florence into a living hell. This is infuriating." A nearby sword-wielding guard anxiously asked, "Captain, what do we do now?" Andre struggled to suppress his anger, forcing himself to stay calm. He didn't speak but was rapidly formulating a plan in his mind. At that moment, Palazzo's eyes suddenly widened. His heart pounded violently as if struck by a heavy blow. Unable to hold on, he collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest and gasping for air. The sudden sight of Palazzo falling threw everyone into chaos. "Palazzo, what's wrong?" Palazzo's eyes were vacant, his expression dazed, struggling to breathe and unable to speak. At the same time, the village's priest and doctor, Kanan, along with 5 dragon language mages, all froze in unison. It was as if they had simultaneously sensed something extremely grave. Dr. Kanan's face showed shock, his eyes filled with confusion, sorrow, and helplessness. Andre, who had just helped Palasu up, noticed Kanan's unusual reaction. He asked sternly, "Kanan, what happened?" Kanan remained silent for a long time. Finally, he took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Lord Samuel, the dragon god has fallen." Dr. Kanan, the dragon language mages, and the dragon's child, Palasu, all shared a spiritual connection with the dragon. If the dragon perished, they would sense it. As soon as Kanan spoke, the meeting room fell into a deathly silence. Faced with such a catastrophe, everyone found it hard to accept the news. Andre seemed to have made a decision. His expression suddenly became exceptionally calm as he looked around at everyone present. Slowly, he began to speak. "The people of Noel Village have worshipped the dragon for generations. No one understands the greatness of the dragon god better than us. Under the protection of the dragon god, we have thrived, multiplied, and prospered. We are all children of the dragon. Now is the time for us to face the test. No matter what, we must protect Parasu." He looked firmly at the villagers, born and raised here. From their faces, he saw determination and courage. Andre felt reassured. He decisively announced his decision: mobilize everyone in Noel Village immediately, regardless of age or gender. Under the protection of the guards, set out at once and head to the ancient dragon god altar. Today, once everyone arrives at the altar, we will perform the final baptism for Parasu. Let Parasu completely purge the demonic power, restore the dragon form, consolidate the true identity of the dragon, and inherit Lord Samuel's power. When Lord Samuel entrusted the dragon child Parasu to me, he said, once Parasu restores the dragon form, consolidates the dragon identity, and takes on the legacy, the dragon god altar will be activated. At that time, all of us will be able to use the altar to teleport to the altar on the other side of the Dragon Canyon. The Dragon Canyon is far from the human world, and apart from the altar. This path is the only way in. By then, we will at least be absolutely safe. Under Andre's swift command, everyone began to act in an orderly manner. The scene shifts. A carriage is slowly moving forward. Andre, Parasu, Tiago, and several guards are seated inside. In front and behind are dozens of carriages carrying the population and supplies of Noel Village. The carriages travel along a small path at the foot of the mountain. This path is not an ordinary mountain road. It is a secret passage secretly developed by Noel Village. Completely different from the main road usually used to enter and exit the village, it ensures no outsiders will be encountered. A guard operated the magic-powered communicator. Beside him, he looked up at Andre, his expression worried. "Captain, there's new information from the royal capital. They've already tried to contact us for the 3rd time. They want us to prepare to receive them." Andre's expression remained unchanged as he coldly responded, "Ignore them." Half an hour later, the soldier responsible for communication reported again. "The royal capital has issued a statement, a final warning, asking if we will comply with the arrangements of the Philorins royal court." Andre remained silent, clearly resolute in his decision. The royal capital has officially declared that Noel Village has allied with the forces of the evil dragon, which means openly defying the kingdom. The kingdom's dragon-slaying forces have been authorized to set out immediately to subjugate Noel Village. The soldier responsible for communication read the message word for word. By this time, the migration convoy had already entered deep into the mountains, far from the village. Andre frowned. "We're about an hour away from the ancient altar. The ancient altar is far enough from Noel Village. Without someone familiar with the terrain to lead the way, outsiders absolutely cannot enter. Moreover, the altar is located in a deep mountain valley, with treacherous terrain that is easy to defend and hard to attack. Without using the secret path we prepared, no force can break through. As long as we complete the baptism for Parasu as quickly as possible, there will be no further worries." Finally, the convoy entered the mountains before sunset. The deep valley was cold and shadowed, with sunlight unable to penetrate. The chill was bone deep. Here stood a large area of ancient buildings, but they were usually uninhabited. These structures were old, marked by the passage of time. This was the birthplace of Noel Village's ancestors. It was here that the dragon god first revealed itself, and Noel Village began its generations of faith. Later, for development, the villagers collectively moved outside the mountains. They settled in a place with convenient transportation and fertile land, forming the current Noel Village. The ancient ancient altar was preserved here, with villagers regularly sent to maintain it. Andre got off the carriage and arranged everything. Andre, Parasu, Kanan, and all the dragon language mages headed to the center of the valley to the altar, preparing for the final baptism. The altar was ancient, built of stone, circular in shape, with a diameter exceeding 300 meters. At its center stood a 5-meter-tall totem pole. The pillar was engraved with various patterns, dragons, kneeling figures, and defeated beasts and monsters. The valley was so deep that even the sunlight from the mountaintop struggled to reach the altar. Dozens of torches were lit around the altar, barely illuminating the area. Palasus sat beneath the totem pole, surrounded by the Canaan priests and all the dragon language mages. They closed their eyes, silently chanting incantations. A faint glow emanated from the totem pole. The Canaan priests, the mages, and Palasu, as a heavy force slowly surged. Around the altar, men, women, and children watched quietly. Andre stood silently to the side as well. However, at that moment, a guard came running, his face anxious. He reported to Andre, an armed force is rapidly approaching, about 10 miles away. Preliminary estimates suggest their numbers may exceed 1,000. Andre's eyes widened in disbelief as he said, "How is that possible? We just arrived. How could they act so quickly?" At that moment, nearby, Shinchi, who had been possessing a soldier, suddenly found himself regaining control of his body. Shinchi raised his hand and flexed his wrist. At this moment, he had returned to his original body. Before he could think through the situation, Lilith's calm voice came to his ear, "Follow me." Shinchi hesitated for a moment but quickly followed her. In her soul form, Lilith would not be noticed by those engaged in the storyline of the instance. Shinchi tried to keep his movements natural, avoiding any signs of abnormality. He followed Lilith closely. Before long, Shinchi realized Lilith was heading in the opposite direction of the altar. He didn't ask questions, instinctively knowing that every second was precious. Now, passing through a dense forest, a dilapidated tunnel entrance appeared before them. "Follow me," Lilith said without turning back, diving into the tunnel hidden by overgrown grass. Shinchi reached into his backpack and pulled out a sharp dagger, cutting away the obstructing branches and vines, and followed her inside. The tunnel was narrow, forcing him to stoop as he moved forward. Shinchi lit a lantern, its faint glow illuminating the enclosed passage. He kept close to Lilith's figure. Around the altar, Andre immediately mobilized the villagers, directing them to gather at the ancient altar. "Stay alert. Everyone, regroup and don't get separated." He organized all armed personnel into a defensive line to guard the altar's perimeter. Hidden in the darkness, the arrow towers had already been manned with archers. If enemy forces were detected approaching, they would immediately intercept with ranged weapons. The valley's defenses were activated iron. Caltrops and Shabotafrize covered the mountain paths, key passages were locked, and rolling stones on the slopes were ready to be deployed. If the enemy wanted to enter the valley, they would face significant obstacles. What Shinchi didn't know was that the tunnel he was traversing was the only route that allowed smooth passage out of the valley. Outside the valley, in the distance, the massive force planning to raid the valley was closing in. The fiery glow of their torches illuminated the forest, and the sound of their marching footsteps rumbled through the mountain paths. However, these clearly hostile troops seemed aware of the valley's tight defenses and numerous ambushes, refraining from rushing in recklessly. They collectively halted on a hillside not far from the valley. Contrary to Noel and the others' expectations, they did not attempt to force their way in with sheer numbers. The scouts in the valley's watchtower observed the stationary army, their expressions grim. One of them took out a communication device to contact Andre. "They've stopped outside the alert range, not approaching recklessly, and are beyond the arrow tower's range." Andre's voice came through, "Keep observing." Thus, what seemed to be an imminent battle suddenly turned into a standoff between the two forces, each watching the other from afar. Inside the valley, the pressure on everyone grew heavier. They had no idea what the enemy was planning. On the surface, it seemed the enemy couldn't enter the valley for now, but everyone had a feeling that the opposing side was confident and had the upper hand, as if they had already planned their next move. Andre turned back to look at the center of the altar, where Palasu and the dragon language mages were undergoing the baptism. His heart raced, tension reaching its peak. A growing sense of unease surged within Shinchi. Meanwhile, Shinchi emerged from the tunnel. Arriving directly outside the valley, outside the tunnel exit, there were still human-height shrubs and thorns, along with towering ancient trees. Lilith once again slipped into the jungle, and Shinchi followed closely behind. Walking ahead, Lilith turned to glance at him, confirming he was keeping up, and briefly explained, "There are defenses set up all around the valley. If you take the normal path down the mountain, you'll be subjected to layer upon layer of inspections. But you don't have time for those hassles right now. That's why I'm taking you down the mountain through this tunnel. Soon, you'll understand what I want you to do." Shinchi nodded silently and followed her. They hadn't walked far when, upon leaving a dense patch of forest, the view suddenly opened up. Shin-Chi found himself standing on the mountainside outside the valley. From this vantage point, he could see an army encircling the valley. At the center of the army, a palanquin was raised high, parked on a gentle mountain path. Surrounding the palanquin were soldiers densely packed, armed with various weapons. Two people sat on the palanquin. Shin-Chi could see them clearly. One was a man in armor, sharp and powerful, but the other person beside him was not human at all. That individual had greenish-black skin, a pair of horns on his head, and sharp teeth visible at the corners of his mouth. He sat cross-legged in the palanquin, his 10 fingers sharp, like claws. A pair of membranous wings extended from his back, and his tail, tipped with a barbed hook, swayed back and forth. Standing over 2 meters tall, he was far more robust than the human man beside him. Clearly, he was a demon. Moreover, this demon and the human man beside him were obviously not enemies. The demon had his eyes closed, muttering something under his breath. A crack on his chest emitted a faint, sinister glow. It seemed he was performing some kind of ritual. Shin-Chi instinctively cast a detection spell. Using his talent Forbidden Gaze and Tier 2 trait Gaze upon all things, he instantly discerned the information of everyone below. First, the demon. Demon General Hamza Tier 4 Champion level, 38 HP, 102, 453 Skill 1, Demon Egg Incubation Skill 2, Hellfire Eruption Skill 3, Demon King's Gift. Shin-Chi frowned deeply. What was going on? According to previous intelligence, the force besieging Noel should have been the Dragon Slayer unit, dispatched by the royal court. Why was there now a demon commanding them? The army that was supposed to resist demons, how could they be collaborating with a demon to attack the dragon that protects the continent? This scene was utterly incomprehensible. Shin-Chi then looked at the human man beside the demon. Human Lord Flynn level, 42 talent, Dragon Vein activation, S level, troop count, 1-542 main units, Dragonborn warriors, Dragonborn mages. Shin-Chi's eyes widened. This man was actually a lord. Could it be that, like Shin-Chi, he had entered this instance through the entrance building? However, his current position was clearly the command center of this Dragon Slayer unit. In other words, he must be a character in the storyline. Shin-Chi felt extremely shocked. Suddenly, he realized that this man's face looked very familiar. He thought back carefully and suddenly exclaimed. Shin-Chi remembered. Previously, when Paris and Tiago were drinking and chatting gloomily in the tavern, a stranger had suddenly entered. From Shin-Chi's perspective, he had also noticed this unfamiliar face. Now, the face of the man in the army was the same as the stranger in the tavern from his memory. Shin-Chi felt that things were becoming increasingly strange. At this moment, Lilith beside him began to explain, this human Lord Flynn did not come from outside the instance. He is a lord from that era. Shin-Chi turned to look at her. Lilith continued, I investigated some records and found that the story of this instance takes place in that era, when the native forces were still dominant and the power of lords had not yet become widespread. And this Flynn is a powerful lord who suddenly emerged in the royal capital of Philorence. After he descended upon the Fernanda continent, he quickly rose to prominence with the power of a lord, becoming renowned throughout the kingdom. His influence was immense, his appeal strong, and he spread the belief that dragons were evil, claiming that dragons and demons were allies. He even incited the Florence royal court to form a dragon-slaying force. He publicly declared that only by killing evil dragons could the invasion of the demon army be resisted. But in reality, as you've seen, this dragon slayer is actually in collaboration with the demons. His so-called dragon slaying was merely a ploy to harness the power of dragons to strengthen his dragonborn army. When the main demon forces were fighting the dragon Samuel on the front lines, they learned of the existence of Dragonborn. Thus, they sent a demon general to join forces with Flynn, the leader of the dragon-slaying force, to besiege Noel. They share common interests, which is why they stand together in the dragon-slaying camp. So far, this is how things stand. Lilith slowly finished explaining, and Shin-Chi silently processed everything. Then he asked, so, what should I do now? Meanwhile, near the altar, villagers gathered nervously around it. The village guards stood ready, protecting the perimeter. The air was heavy with tension. Everyone remained silent, no one daring to speak. Suddenly, a man let out a piercing scream. He fell to his knees, clutching his throat tightly with both hands. His face turned purplish red, his eyes bulged wide, bloodshot veins filling his eyeballs. His mouth opened, emitting strange gasping sounds. The veins on his hands and neck bulged prominently. Everyone was terrified terrified by the sudden scene. Several sword-wielding soldiers immediately stepped forward to restrain the man, forcibly prying his hands away to prevent him from strangling himself to death. Andre quickly approached to inspect the situation. A woman cried out, "What's happening to him?" Despite being restrained by several strong soldiers, the man's body continued to convulse violently. His body emitted increasingly strange sounds, as if something was desperately trying to break free from within him. Andre immediately stepped onto the altar, quickly moving behind Priest Kanan, who was conducting the baptism. He shouted, "Kanan, come take a look at Luke. I suspect he's been cursed." Kanan opened his eyes, glanced at Paris, nodded, and immediately walked over to the man. A man stood before Luke, who was writhing in pain on the ground. He glanced at Luke briefly, then raised his staff. The tip of the staff glowed with a blazing light, which shone upon Luke. Kanan silently began chanting an exorcism spell. Moments later, his face turned pale, showing signs of strain. There's a demon inside him, fighting for control of his body. The surrounding people were stunned. A demon? Luke has always been in the village. How could he be connected to a demon? Kanan continued chanting, seemingly locked in a fierce struggle with the demon inside Luke. But blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, Kanan was at a disadvantage. No, the demon is too strong. My magic can't hold up. His expression darkened. Luke, I'm afraid there's no good outcome for him. Luke writhed in agony. The villagers huddled together in terror. Meanwhile, Lilith said to Shinchi, "You must kill the demon general as soon as possible. It has already planted demon eggs in every villager in Noel village. Right now, the demon is conducting a demon egg hatching ritual. Soon, the demon's power will erupt from the depths of the valley and the villagers' bodies. When that happens, the entire valley will be unstoppable. So, you must stop this demon general from casting the spell as quickly as possible." Lilith paused, leaving the next steps to Shinchi. Over the past few days, she had come to understand Shinchi. She believed he was strong, and stopping the demon general wouldn't be difficult for him. Although she hadn't seen him in action, the fact that he had killed Jiang Hongchang and he won with his own strength proved he was no ordinary person. With just a bit of effort, taking down that demon wouldn't be a problem. However, before that, the most important thing was to disrupt the demon as much as possible, preventing it from successfully completing the summoning and awakening the demonic seeds within the villagers. Lilith believed that from the moment Shinchi began to act, the demon general had already started casting its spell, and the villagers were likely in danger. It would take time for Shinchi to emerge from the valley. Interrupting the demon's spellcasting would also take time. As a result, many people in the valley might perish. However, Shinchi raised his hand, and a lantern appeared in his palm. Its faint glow illuminated the surroundings, flickering between light and shadow. Through a mental link, he summoned the skeletal sharpshooter, Ilya. After listening to Lilith's instructions, his plan of action quickly took shape to eliminate the distant demon general. As swiftly as possible, of course, he had to deploy the sniper, Ilya. Before him, a vortex gate, just wide enough for one person to pass through, slowly opened. Ilya obeyed the command, stepping out from the gate and standing before Shinchi. "Lord, awaiting your orders." Shinchi decisively said, "Ilya, can you eliminate the demon general as quickly as possible?" Ilya turned to look at the formation in the distance at the foot of the mountain and nodded calmly. Then, he slowly drew his bow and arrow. Drawing the bowstring, he silently aimed a sharp arrow at the distant demon general. The demon general, seated on a chariot, suddenly widened its eyes. Its heart tightened as a strong sense of crisis surged within. "Hamza, what's going on?" asked Flynn, the human lord beside him, noticing the demon general's unusual reaction. The demon general ignored him, abruptly standing up and mobilizing all its senses, warily scanning the surroundings. The sense of crisis came from afar. Then, it saw it, on the distant hillside. An arrow was aimed directly at it, its tip exuding a bone-chilling coldness. The demon general, realizing someone dared to attack it, was furious. It immediately spread its wings, rushing swiftly in Ilya's direction. The demon's power erupted, producing a deafening roar. However, the arrow suddenly shot out. A dark glow streaked across the night sky, heading straight for the airborne demon general. Boom! The arrow pierced through the massive body of the demon general. The anger on the demon general's face instantly vanished, replaced by shock. Its flight was abruptly halted, its entire body frozen mid-air. Its chest was pierced through, and demonic energy leaked out like sand from an hourglass. Then, the massive demon general fell backward, crashing heavily into the demon army below. Silent, motionless, the human Lord Flynn was stunned, standing up abruptly. His face was filled with shock, unable to believe the scene before him. In the distance, Lilith also watched in astonishment. She turned to look at the calm-faced Shinchi and the powerful skeletal sharpshooter. "Is it over?" Deep within the valley, on the altar, the struggling and pained Luke suddenly quieted down, falling into a deep sleep. The signs of convulsions and spasms disappeared. Kanan felt the pressure on his shoulders lift, as if the demon that had once overpowered him had chosen to flee. He had inexplicably won. Andre said joyfully, "Luke is fine now." On the other side, Shin-Chi noticed Lilith's unusual silence and asked, "What's next?" Lilith's expression turned complex. After 10 seconds of silence, she finally spoke, "Next, we eliminate these dragon slayers." Hearing this, Shin-Chi understood that a major battle was imminent. Lilith looked at Shin-Chi, hesitating to speak. In truth, she had originally intended for him to summon more units to do everything possible to prevent the Dragon Slayer team from entering the valley. First, to disrupt the Demon General's demonic egg-hatching ritual and reduce the casualties among the villagers in the valley. Second, to intercept the Dragon Slayer team's external assault on the valley. Delaying time would allow Paras to complete the baptism and successfully transform into a dragon. Originally, the Dragon Slayer team's plan was as follows. First, create new demons within the valley to cause chaos and disrupt Noel's defenses. Then, break through the defenses from the outside. With an internal and external pincer attack, they would catch the defense team off guard. Finally, they would charge directly toward Paras at the center of the altar. However, as soon as she spoke, she regretted it. Eliminating all dragon slayers was too much for him. Although Shin-Chi was a powerful archer capable of shooting down the demon general with a single arrow, intercepting an army of thousands of dragon slayers was still extremely difficult. Yet Shin-Chi said nothing more. He directly raised the lantern. Journey of the Dead, once again, asterisk at the foot of the mountain. The human Lord Flynn saw the demon general fall and immediately reacted. He quickly mobilized the dragon-slaying army, part of which was his personally commanded troops, while the other part was a legion sent by the Florins royal court. Everyone immediately entered combat mode, changed their plans and began a full-scale assault. Amid the dense army, a battalion of dragonborn warriors charged forward under Flynn's orders. The dragon veins within their bodies were activated. The warriors, fully transformed into dragon-like beings, experienced a surge in power that far exceeded the limits of ordinary humans, and they charged up the mountain with swords in hand. However, Flynn's body suddenly stiffened, his vision blurred, as if he had seen something wrong. He saw, in the distant bushes, among the thorny grounds, between the pine forests, shadows emerged densely from every corner of the mountain. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were all skeletons. Flynn's heart trembled. Instantly, where did these skeleton soldiers come from? Could it be that someone in Noel village is colluding with necromancers? His shock quickly turned into anger and disdain. These piles of bones, scattering at a touch, think they can block dragonborn warriors? Wishful thinking. But soon, he realized he was wrong. These skeletons, though appearing weak and far inferior to the size of dragonborn warriors, swarmed like locusts. Groups of skeletons surrounded each dragonborn warrior, rendering them immobile. Flynn's face changed drastically. The aura emitted by each skeleton was no less powerful than the full-force burst of a dragonborn warrior. Within the skulls of the skeletons burned two cold soul flames, radiating a chilling coldness. A wave of fear involuntarily rose in his heart. 10 minutes later, the mountain path was littered with corpses. The scent of blood filled the air. The dragon-slaying army was completely blocked, and Flynn was not spared either. Meanwhile, the skeleton army retreated swiftly like a tide. Midway up the mountain, Shin-Chi calmly commanded the skeleton army back to the ancient battlefield. Lilith silently observed Shin-Chi's actions, once again adjusting her assessment of his strength. She said numbly, "Now, return to the altar along the original path. The final act is about to begin." After arranging the skeleton soldiers, Shin-Chi walked straight up the mountain. In the valley, at the ancient altar, after calming the chaotic crowd, Andre received another report from the scouts. Outside the valley, the dragon-slaying army that had intended to attack suddenly became eerily quiet, as if they had vanished. Andre's face darkened. He certainly did not believe that those dragon slayers who had vowed to conquer Noel would give up so easily. He could only strengthen patrols and prepare for any unexpected situations. As long as we hold out until Para's baptism is complete and he successfully transforms into a dragon, everything will turn out fine. Andre comforted the crowd and himself. Not long after, Kanan returned to the center of the altar, beneath the totem pole, to continue the baptism ceremony for Paras. The light emanating from Kanan and the dragon tongue mages grew increasingly intense. A surging power flowed within Paras, as if something was about to erupt. After a long time, Kanan opened his eyes, filled with joy. The dragon tongue mage's magic simultaneously dissipated. Paras quietly closed his eyes. He still appeared human, but there was a noticeable difference about him. Tiago, who had been waiting nearby for a long time, saw Kanan's state and finally breathed a sigh of relief. With a complex expression, he asked, "Priest Kanan, how is Paras?" Kanan replied with satisfaction, The baptism is complete. The demonic power has been completely eradicated. Next, Paris can officially restore his dragon form and attempt to harness the power of a true dragon. Tiago nodded. That's good. I will. This place will be guarded by Paras. Kanan nodded and stood up. Palasa remained seated cross-legged on the ground as countless waves of golden energy began to surge within him. A golden beam of light shot straight into the sky, piercing through the twilight deep in the valley, drawing everyone's attention. Not long after, a deafening dragon's roar suddenly echoed through the valley. Whether it was the villagers of Noel, the members of the village guard, or even Kanan and the dragon language mages, all of them excitedly turned their gaze to the center of the altar. Palasu is transforming into a dragon. The new dragon god is about to descend. All eyes were fixed on the altar. At the very center of the altar, beside the totem pole, a brilliant golden light radiated intensely. This dazzling light exuded a sacred and solemn aura. Not long after, a colossal beast formed of golden light suddenly appeared in the sky above the valley. It was the outline of a golden dragon, slowly taking shape. It emanated an incomparably majestic presence, as if declaring to the world that a supreme being was about to arrive. Everyone held their breath, captivated by this awe-inspiring scene. Palasa stood at the center of the golden light, still maintaining his human form, arms outstretched. His body emitted a radiant glow. These rays of light, like threads, coiled upward and merged with the dragon's shadow in the sky. Within the golden dragon's silhouette, a crystal-clear, gem-like object gradually took shape. Palasa kept his eyes tightly shut, his hair flowing in the brilliance, his robes fluttering despite the absence of wind. However, suddenly, something completely unexpected happened. Palasa's eyes snapped open, filled with disbelief and shock. He slowly lowered his head to look at his chest. A long sword had pierced through his chest. This sharp longsword also glowed with a golden light. The aura on the sword was one Palasa recognized all too well. It was the essence of a dragon's blood. He slowly raised his head to look at the one holding the sword, Tiago. Tiago gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands and drove the blade deep into Palasa's heart. His face was shrouded in shadow, making it impossible to discern his true emotions. Tiago, you. Palasa's lips trembled as he struggled to speak. At this moment, the dragon's shadow in the sky seemed to freeze. The figure that had been gradually solidifying now grew faint and fragile. The crystal hovered silently in the air. The people around the altar. Tiago turned his gaze away and said coldly, "Because I need the true dragon power that you embody. Dragons shouldn't possess such immense power. The dragon slayers want to use your soul to strengthen their dragon veins. Demons want to devour your flesh and blood, and I want to use your true dragon power to make myself stronger." Parasa looked at him expressionlessly and said calmly, "So, you forged the dragon-slaying sword with my dragon blood, just to deal with me?" Tiago's face stiffened, and he didn't answer. But when he saw the genuine disappointment flash in Parasu's eyes, he couldn't help but nervously avert his gaze. Parasu slowly reached out and gripped the blade embedded in his chest. Golden droplets of blood dripped down the sword onto the ground. Tiago frowned and shouted, "What are you trying to do?" On the other side, She had just emerged from the underground passage and rushed to the altar. He arrived just in time to see Tiago's sword pierce through Parasu's chest. He froze in place, unable to grasp the situation. Then, everything suddenly darkened. People, objects, and scenery all disappeared. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Shinchi stood there, stunned. At that moment, two golden spheres of light floated before him. Moments later, they merged into his chest and vanished. A system notification sounded in his ears. Obtained dragons. Regret times 2 story completion. 100% mission rating. As all storylines completed. Unlocking dungeon core. Core scene is about to begin. Shinchi didn't immediately understand what had happened. Then, Lilith's figure slowly emerged from the darkness. She looked at Shinchi and said softly, "I know you're curious about Tiago. Tiago's parents both died when he was 7 years old. It was all because of dragons. That year, a rift to the abyss appeared near Noel, and demons took the opportunity to invade. Demons couldn't confront dragons directly, so they attacked the dragon's followers instead. They aimed to start with Noel and find the Dragon Canyon. The priests contacted the dragon god and summoned its descent. And Tiago's. His parents were members of the village's guard team, responsible for fighting the demons on the front lines. That time, the dragon appeared. As soon as it arrived, it wiped out all the invading demons. Unfortunately, Tiago's parents still perished under the demons' fierce attacks. Tiago witnessed his parents being torn apart by demons. Only then did the dragon descend. The young Tiago blamed everything on the dragon. He hated the dragon for coming too late. He couldn't understand why everyone worshipped the lofty, hypocritical, and indifferent dragon god. He believed that it was because of the dragon that the the demons invaded Noel. The dragon was the root of all disasters. He harbored deep hatred for the dragon in his heart, but outwardly he continued to worship the dragon god like everyone else. Years later, he met the dragon's child, Parasu. Lilith turned to Shinchi and said, "You saw what happened next." Tiago joined forces with the dragon slayers to take revenge on the dragon, and seized the dragon's power he had long desired. Shinchi listened and slowly nodded. Lilith continued, "As for the two dragons, regret you completed. The first, you successfully stopped the demon general from incubating demon eggs in the bodies of Noel's villagers. This way, none of the villagers were harmed. The second, you intercepted all the dragon slayer troops, preventing them from breaking through the canyon and engaging the village guard directly. You indirectly saved the lives of all the village guards. These two things are what the dragon most wanted to do but failed to accomplish. You completed them, essentially helping the dragon make up for two major regrets." Shinchi frowned slightly. "These two things are the dragon's regrets, meaning?" Lilith continued, "Yes. In the true history related to the dragon, all the villagers of Noel became incubation vessels for demon eggs. They all died in the canyon. Not a single one survived. This caused the village guard to fall into chaos, defenses weakened, and they had to face the attacks of the dragon slayer. In the end, the casualties were severe. Noel's people all died beside Parasu, and in reality, Tiago, leading the dragon slayer, approached the nearly transformed Parasu. That moment when the sword pierced the chest did indeed happen." Lilith quietly recounted everything she knew. Shinchi silently absorbed the information. After a moment, he hesitated and asked, "So, what happened in the end?" Lilith was silent for 2 seconds and didn't answer directly. "You've already seen all the storylines. Next, the core of the dungeon is about to open. Your mission is still incomplete." As soon as she finished speaking, the faint light around Shinchi lit up again. A cold and eerie atmosphere filled the air. This time, he stood quietly on the altar. His gaze swept across the surroundings, revealing a ground covered in bones. The figures of Noel's villagers had long disappeared. He turned to look back. At the center of the altar, beside the totem pole, lay a massive corpse in silence. It was the corpse of a dragon. The entire valley was engulfed in endless cold and silence. No signs of life, no flickering candlelight, no sound at all. Shinchi slightly tilted his head, as if hearing countless sorrowful and angry screams echoing through the empty valley, as if seeing countless wandering souls frantically roaming back and forth in the valley. Finally free. This torment lasted 10,000 years. I hate it. Damn dragon. I want to tear apart that dragon's body and soul, so it can never rest in peace. Countless deep and sharp voices echoed in the valley, sounding like hallucinations. These voices were filled with intense hatred and despair. Some were cries of collapse from being imprisoned for too long, while others were frenzied rage to destroy everything after being freed. Listening to them was chilling. Shinchi lowered his head, silently observing the surroundings. His gaze fell on the massive dragon corpse not far away. The corpse lay stiffly on the ground, its head drooping, claws pressed to the earth, wings tightly folded, and tail coiled. The entire corpse emitted no stench of death, its flesh and blood intact. It simply lacked the breath of life, its heart no longer beating, its blood no longer flowing. The dragon's corpse resembled a meticulously carved artwork, preserved by time, waiting for explorers to arrive years later. Suddenly, a low sigh echoed. The sound was long and faint, like an illusion. Shinchi stared fixedly at the dragon corpse before him. Somehow, he understood that the sigh came from the dragon's soul. The dragon's soul was sighing? Shinchi involuntarily stepped toward the dragon corpse, step by step, until he was less than a meter away. At that moment, the system notification suddenly sounded in his ear. A damaged dragon core is hidden within the dragon's corpse. The core fragments you currently possess are insufficient for repair. Core fragments, 3/4 hint, each dragon's regret contains 1 core fragment. Shinchi froze. A true dragon core was hidden within this dragon corpse, but the core was damaged. It must be repaired with core fragments? In other words, Parasu hadn't completed his transformation into a dragon back then, and the core hadn't fully formed? Shinchi held 3 dragons' regret, each containing a core fragment. He was still missing the final fragment, which meant there was still one last dragon's regret out there? As Shinchi quickly pondered, Lilith's ghost slowly appeared. He looked up at her, knowing she was about to reveal more secrets of the dungeon. Sure enough, Lilith slowly said, when Tiago plunged his sword into Parasu's heart. Parasu had already begun condensing his core. He awakened the powerful strength of a true dragon. However, the dragon blood power within the sword also backfired against Parasu. At that moment, with the help of the Dragonborn Lord Flynn, Tiago had already nurtured a trace of dragon veins within his body. He needed the dragon's power to irrigate the dragon veins and strengthen himself. So he must seize the power of the dragon's eruption just as Parasuth is about to complete its transformation and condense its core. At the very moment when Tiago and the dragon slayers succeeded, Parasuth awakened, an ultimate secret technique within its bloodline, eternal nightmare. Everyone, including thousands of dragon slayers, Noel's group, Tiago, and even the dragon itself, their souls were all sealed within a nightmare. In this nightmare, each person's soul remained attached to their body, repeating the same events according to historical facts. This cycle lasted for 10,000 years, repeating countless times. Just as you saw, you possessed another's body, witnessing those events that truly happened. Each person's soul was firmly attached to their own body, constantly observing. But you are different. They have watched it countless times. Everyone is trapped in this nightmare, unable to escape. They cannot change the plot arranged in the script, nor transcend this cycle. Ultimately, this valley became a dungeon sealed for over 10,000 years. The dragon divided its power into fragments, integrating them into the dungeon's rules to maintain the cycle. Despite numerous lords venturing in over the years, no one has fully unlocked the entire storyline. In other words, no one has broken the cycle. And you are the first in 10,000 years to break the cycle and enter the dungeon's core. Lilith's words stopped, and she quietly looked at Shinchi. To completely end this dungeon, you must help the dragon fulfill its final wish. She suddenly looked up at the countless screaming souls in the sky, her gaze turning sharp. The cycle has been broken. All souls are now free to act. But what you face now are vengeful souls tormented for over 10,000 years. They are filled with a desire for destruction and slaughter. And you must deal with these vengeful souls, while finding Tiago and dealing with him. In all the disasters Parasuth endured, Tiago was the sole mastermind. He is also the key to maintaining the dungeon. Only by dealing with him can the dungeon truly end. Shinchi listened quietly, looking up at the vengeful souls churning in the sky. Those dark, indistinct spirits exuded terrifying killing intent, bearing sharp fangs and claws, all fixated on the only living person in this world, Shun. He quickly organized the information Lilith had provided. The dragon's final regret was Tiago, the root of all Noel's suffering. To resolve this regret, he must find Tiago's soul among the countless vengeful spirits and completely destroy it. After all, the dragon had used all its strength to unleash the dragon's ultimate art, sacrificing itself to trap everyone here. For 10,000 years, there had been no winners. Now that the cycle was broken and all vengeful souls were free, it meant they all had the potential to leave the dungeon. Suddenly, Shinchi remembered. When he had previously possessed Tiago's body, his soul had also been within that body. At this thought, a chill ran through him. Steadying his mind, he asked Lilith, "Did Tiago awaken the dragon vein?" Lilith nodded. "Yes. With Flynn's help, he has already awakened part of the dragon vein and needs more nourishment and baptism from dragon power." She sneered. "He claims to hate dragons, yet he craves their power to make himself stronger." Receiving confirmation, Shinchi formed a plan. The screams of the vengeful souls in the sky grew louder, filled with heart-wrenching, bone-chilling killing intent. It seemed as if they would rush at Shinchi in the next moment. Shinchi calmly walked to the dragon's corpse, raised his hand, and gently placed his palm on the dragon's head. He spoke, his voice steady, "Blood feast." Buzz, the dragon's corpse seemed to resonate with him. Moments later, on the dragon's skull, a drop of golden liquid slowly coalesced, crystal clear and round. It was dragon's essence blood. This drop of essence blood seemed to hear a summons, floating gently onto Shinchi's outstretched palm. Shinchi closed his 5 fingers, firmly securing the drop of dragon's essence blood in his palm. He turned around, his gaze directed toward the valley above. There, thousands of lingering souls churned like dense black clouds, exuding an overwhelming aura. Finally, these lingering souls fully awakened, letting out deafening cries. All their eyes were fixed intently on Shinchi. They did not seek revenge on the dragon's soul but were instead filled with interest in the only living human present. The next moment, thousands of souls extended their sharp claws, madly swooping down from the top of the valley toward Shinchi. At this moment, Shinchi was like prey surrounded by hunters, becoming the focal point of all enemies. Yet, Shinchi remained calm, his gaze unwavering as he stared at the oncoming lingering souls. He spoke lightly, "Undead submission." This was a special skill of his god-tier lord class, Undead Sovereign. The effective level 1 undead submission. All hostile undead have their attributes reduced by 30%, with additional states of fear, intimidation, and despair. In this dragon burial ground for the undead Lord Shinchi, this was practically his home turf. In an instant, a majestic aura erupted from his body. This aura rapidly expanded, like a massive sphere, covering the entire edge of the valley. All the lingering souls flying in the sky were enveloped within it. Instantly, the frenzied undead were suppressed by this power. Filled with terror, they seemed to feel a supreme existence coldly gazing down upon them. The lingering souls let out piercing screams, their movements becoming chaotic and disordered, scattering aimlessly in the air. However, some of the more powerful souls in life gradually regained their composure after the initial suppression. They resisted the pressure and continued to approach Shin-Chi. They knew that as long as they eliminated Shin-Chi, the power suppressing the undead would vanish. But Shin-Chi had already raised his hand, holding up a lantern. Instantly, a massive vortex unfolded above the altar. Countless cold auras surged out from within. Purple, ghostly light scattered, falling onto the empty ground of the altar. These ghostly lights transformed into skeletons. Skeleton warriors, berserkers, archers, shield guards, necromancers, grand mages. One by one, robust skeletons appeared, wielding weapons and clad in armor. Their skulls burned with intense soul flames, exuding an imposing aura as they faced the lingering souls in the sky. From any angle, Shin-Chi's undead army was far superior to the lingering souls trapped in the dungeon and tormented for ages. Shin-Chi was the undisputed core of this skeleton army. The lingering souls charging at Shin-Chi hesitated upon seeing the sudden appearance of the skeletons, but their minds, long eroded by the passage of time, were incapable of rational judgment. Hatred and killing intent had become their instincts, driving them to tear apart any living existence. Thus, they continued their frenzied assault on Shin-Chi. Soon, they realized this was a path to self-destruction. The skeleton army raised their weapons. In unison, any soul daring to approach Shin-Chi was instantly shattered into fragments by the flashing blades. Shin-Chi looked up, calmly scanning the countless enemies in the sky. They were like shadows lingering after the clouds had dispersed. Tiago, where are you hiding? At this rate, there's no way to find you. Then, I'll follow that faint dragon vein of yours to track you down. Shin-Chi raised his hand, and a drop of golden liquid quietly floated out. It was the dragon's essence blood, summoned by Shin-Chi. He raised his other hand as well. The next moment, a flash of light appeared. A broken sword materialized in Shin-Chi's hand. The sword was only half intact, its blade fractured, and the tip long gone. Dragonborn broken sword. Fused with the dragon's essence blood, it could track and lock onto all dragon veins and establish a mental connection. Under Shin-Chi's mental control, the floating dragon's essence blood suddenly became active. It drifted toward the broken sword, merging into the blade. Without hesitation, the blade emitted a faint glow. Next, blinding golden light shot out from the fracture. Golden threads quickly outlined the missing sword tip. A complete sword appeared in Shin-Chi's hand. Shin-Chi gripped the hilt tightly. Buzz and enigmatic force instantly surged into Shin-Chi's mind. It felt as though he had entered another dimension, seeing a broader perspective. Countless presences appeared around him. Shin-Chi knew they were all dragon vein wielders. Among them was the Dragonborn Lord, Flynn, and the Dragon Vein army led by Flynn and Tiago. Even the dragon Parasu himself. Shin-Chi clearly sensed the locations of these presences. He scanned in a certain direction and immediately locked onto the location of Tiago's fragmented soul. Shin-Chi spoke, Tiago. It was as if he was calling out to someone in the void. He was certain this person had already heard his voice. He forcibly established a mental link with the dragon vein wielder. Shin-Chi could directly converse with his target. Sure enough, a voice echoed in his mind. What do you want? The voice trembled. Before Shin-Chi could respond, the voice spoke again. I know you control the power of the undead. Killing me would be easy. But if you kill me, you'll never get what you want. Shin-Chi's eyes shifted. It seemed Tiago's soul was quite resilient. Despite enduring millennia of torment and suffering, he remained lucid. From Shin-Chi's summoning of the skeleton army, Tiago had already realized Shin-Chi had the ability to kill him effortlessly. Now, was Tiago begging for mercy? Shin-Chi smiled and asked, Oh, why? Tiago's voice echoed once more in his mind. What Parasu desires most is simply to return to the peaceful life before Noel. He wants the days when everyone was still around. He surely hopes everyone is doing well. I admit, I once schemed against Parasu, but I am willing to offer my utmost sincerity and apologize to him. Parasu will definitely forgive me. Our years of brotherhood were genuine. We truly treated each other as brothers. So, you cannot kill me. Shin-Chi almost doubted his own ears. Where did this confidence come from? You destroyed all of Noel, brought disaster to everyone, and personally stabbed Parasu's heart. Do you really think Parasu would forgive you? Are you tired of living? Shin-Chi coldly regarded Tiago's words, unmoved. He said no more and directly turned to another direction, asking Parasu, what do you think? Moments later, near the dragon's corpse, a low mocking laugh echoed, faintly, like an illusion. It was unclear whether it mocked itself or Tiago. That voice belonged to Parasu's dragon soul. Then, Parasu calmly responded, his tone steady and resolute. Even if he were torn to pieces, it would never repay the lives of all the dead villagers of Noel. Tiago, hidden somewhere in the void, tensed up completely. This was the same Parasu who had always been gentle and kind to everyone. Tiago's plan to use Parasu to stall Shin-Chi had utterly failed. He suddenly flew into a rage, determined to break through the dungeon's final barrier and escape. A strong wave of energy surged. Cracks began to appear in the dungeon's walls. Shin-Chi immediately noticed. Lilith's warning followed closely. He's trying to break through the dungeon and escape. Shin-Chi remained unflustered. He calmly raised his sword, precisely locking onto Tiago's location. Through the mental link, Shin-Chi shared Tiago's position with Ilya beside him. Ilya swiftly drew her great bow, Judgment Day, and knocked an arrow. In the next moment, an arrow shot through the air. Carrying intense killing intent, it soared skyward. It pierced through the wailing souls. In an instant, it struck Tiago's soul. A fragmented soul, incapable of escaping even a single round against a 7-star hero. Tiago's eyes widened in terror. The arrow pierced through his soul. Then, his soul shattered and dissipated. Meanwhile, the battle at the altar quickly reached its conclusion. All the fragmented souls of the dragon slayers were slain one by the skeleton soldiers, including the human Lord Flynn, including his dragonborn warriors, including the army sent by the Florence royal court, as well as the demon subordinates of the demon general. The ancient altar suddenly became empty and quiet. After the fierce, murderous evil spirits were eliminated, only a few hundred wandering souls remained, aimlessly drifting around the altar. They were the remnants of the souls of Noel's villagers, who had been implanted with demon eggs, becoming vessels of flesh and blood for the demons. Ultimately, they were torn apart by the demons within them, dying beside the altar. All members of Noel's self-defense force also perished under the attack of the dragon-slaying troops. Their souls never left, trapped in this eternal nightmare of the dragon. After countless years and the constraints of the dungeon, their consciousness had almost dissipated. Now, they were finally free, yet they had no idea where to go. They could only quietly wait for their soul energy to naturally fade away, eventually returning to the earth and sky. Shin-Chi put away the dragonborn broken sword. The dragon's essence, blood within the sword separated from the blade, floating beside him. The dragonborn broken sword dimmed once again, returning to its damaged state. Shin-Chi stood silently. Then, a golden orb of light slowly flew from the void, merging into his chest. Item obtained, Dragon's Regret ×1, Dungeon task completed, Dragon's Burial Ground, rating received, S level. Shin-Chi turned and walked toward the dragon, Pallas's corpse. The dragon seemed to be watching him as well. Shin-Chi could feel the dragon's soul rapidly dissipating. The dream had ended. Everyone had been trapped in this 1,000-year nightmare, and now they were finally fully awake. But everything could never return to how it was. Noel had completely vanished. At this moment of returning to reality, and in the moments to come, would they fall into another nightmare from which they could not awaken? You possess enough fragments of rank, 4/4, to repair the broken dragon's rank. Would you like to proceed with the repair? Shin-Chi answered calmly, yes. In the next moment, 4 golden beams shot out from his chest, flying toward the dragon's corpse. A dim crystal hovered above the dragon's body, occasionally emitting faint golden light. True Dragon rank repair completed. 6th tier True Dragon. Rank ×1 note. Extracting the True Dragon rank will cause the dragon's soul to immediately dissipate. Shin-Chi frowned slightly, but did not act. He could sense Palasu's soul lingering beside the True Dragon rank, quietly watching him. If he were to retrieve the True Dragon rank now, Palasu would vanish instantly. Lilith spoke softly, Palasu can't hold on much longer. If you take his True Dragon rank now, he won't blame you. Shin-Chi stood for a while, seemingly deep in thought. Then, he opened his backpack and took out an item. It was an ancient copper candlestick with 3 small candle holders, each holding an unlit white candle. Shin-Chi knelt down carefully, placing the candlestick on the ground. Dream candlestick. When lit, it can create a beautiful dream within the candlelight. Only joy exists in the dream, and nightmares will quietly fade away. He took out a low-grade fire element essence from his backpack, igniting a small flame. Then, he lit the 3 candles. With a soft hiss, the candle flames instantly flared up. In the cold valley, the only warm light appeared on the altar. Suddenly, this warm glow transformed into a light shield, slowly spreading outward. In an instant, the shield covered the entire ancient altar. All the lingering souls near the altar were enveloped by this gentle white light. Then, new scenes began to appear on the altar. In the images, Palasu sat quietly under the old tree at the entrance of Noel village, gazing at the cattle and sheep on the distant hillside. Clouds drifted gently over the distant mountains, and the sound of a wind flute echoed softly in the breeze. The scene shifted. At a bonfire party, villagers sang and laughed joyfully. Every face was filled with carefree smiles, and even the moonlight above seemed softer. The scene changed again. In the courtyard of village chief Ian's house, a wine-tasting gathering was underway. Villagers arrived one after another. Children played, women chatted leisurely, and hunters raised their glasses in celebration. The aroma of wine filled the air. A bard softly strummed and sang songs of distant lands. Starlight adorned the night sky, decorating the tranquil Noel. Another scene emerged. Amidst the mountains, mist swirled. At the peak, towering into the clouds, a majestic dragon spread its wings and soared. Surrounding it were wind, clouds, and birds in flight. Suddenly, the dragon dove into a deep canyon. Gradually, all the scenes faded into darkness. Only the cold, desolate ancient altar in the valley remained. All the lingering souls entered a dream under the candlelight, experiencing the gentlest and most beautiful dream. The candlelight grew weaker and, eventually extinguished. The souls quietly dissipated within the dream, a faint smile on their lips. At that moment, a dazzling golden orb of light slowly floated from the dragon's corpse toward Shen-Chi. You have obtained Dragon's Regret ×1. Shen-Chi's eyes widened. This was the 5th Dragon's Regret? This time, the Dragon's Regret should be completely resolved. Thank you. A faint voice echoed around him, directly reaching Shen-Chi's heart. Shen-Chi immediately had a strong intuition. Palasu might have already departed. The golden orb in his hand transformed into a ray of light and merged into the nearby dragon's position. In the next moment, the true dragon position suddenly erupted with countless golden rays. It shone brilliantly. 7th tier true dragon position ×1. The dragon's soul has completely dissipated, and the true dragon position is unclaimed and can be picked up. Shen-Chi's eyes widened. 7th tier. A 7th tier true dragon position. With the addition of the final hidden Dragon's Regret, the true dragon position directly upgraded from 6th tier to 7th tier. Shen-Chi reached out his hand. The radiant crystal floated toward him and was stored in his backpack. Moments later, the system notification sounded in his ears. You have completed the Dragon Burial Grounds dungeon. Dungeon completion. 100% dungeon rating. SSS calculating dungeon rewards. Calculation complete. Please claim your rewards. You have obtained 7th tier true dragon position ×1. You have obtained golden treasure chest ×1. You have obtained a complete dragon corpse. You have obtained Chronicles of Noel. You have obtained Dragon God Altered Totem Stone, fragmented. You have obtained the medal favored by dragons. Shen-Chi was stunned. The dungeon rating was SSS. In addition to obtaining a 7th tier true dragon position, he had received many precious rewards. A golden treasure chest, a complete dragon corpse. This meant Shen-Chi could use his 3 talents to extract the essence from the dragon corpse. Moreover, this dragon corpse, preserved for 10,000 years without decay, must contain extremely valuable essence. Then, Shen-Chi looked at the Chronicles of Noel in his hand. It was a thick book with a leather cover. He casually flipped through it, skimming the contents. The content was mostly related to the dungeon he had just experienced. Shen-Chi turned directly to the last page of the book. It read, "The guardian of Fernanda Dragon has completely vanished. The demon army invaded Philorant's royal city, the palace fell, and the king was assassinated. The Philorant's kingdom became a living hell. Demons occupied the Fernanda continent and attempted to expand to neighboring continents. The Loren human empire dispatched troops to seal the borders and successfully repelled the demons months later. The Fernanda continent and Philorant's kingdom were erased from history. This was the conclusion of the historical events related to Noel. It was also the true past of this vast and desolate land. Shen-Chi reflected on his recent experience. It seemed the wilderness was not always barren and perilous. At least 10,000 years ago, there were once thriving native forces here. However, after 10,000 years, who knows what transformations the wilderness has undergone. Shen-Chi put away the Chronicles of Noel. Then he looked at the next reward. Dragon God Altered Totem Stone, fragmented, contains the core of spatial rules. Once repaired, it can rebuild the Dragon God Altar. The Dragon God Altar leads to the Dragon Canyon. Hidden within the canyon is the complete legacy of the Dragon Samuel. Shen-Chi was suddenly startled. The Dragon God Altar? According to the information from the dungeon, there was a Dragon God Altar near Noel Village, leading to the depths of the Dragon Canyon. In other words, it was a passage to the Dragon Canyon. The Dragon Canyon where Paraso ultimately failed to return. Inside lay the complete legacy of the Dragon Samuel. This was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity. Shen-Chi silently made a note of it. In the future, he must repair this totem stone and personally explore the Dragon Canyon. The next reward. The medal Dragon Clan's favor. Gain more attention and blessings from the Dragon Clan. Another medal with an unclear effect. However, Shinchi speculated that it likely enhanced affinity with the Dragon Clan, making them more willing to assist him. He carefully stored all the rewards, then turned his gaze to the solitary totem pillar on the altar. The totem pillar had a crack running through it, and its surface was engraved with numerous runes. These runes were faintly glowing, as if retaining the last remnants of power. Shinchi turned and looked at Lilith beside him. She quietly approached the totem pillar. Lilith murmured to herself, "This altar has been used by generations of Noel village priests to communicate with the power of true dragons. The runes on the totem pillar connect to the dragon god's power. These runes are blessings bestowed upon Noel village by true dragons over generations. One of them is called the dragon god's wish spell, said to transcend life and death and infinite distances. It allows the wisher to meet the person they long to see once more." Shinchi watched Lilith without speaking. He understood that she intended to fulfill her own wish. She had no interest in any of the dungeon's rewards. She only needed the last remaining power of the runes on this broken altar. The dragon god's wish spell? Lilith's soul extended her hand. Her cold, pale hands gently caressed the glowing runes on the totem pillar. "I wish to the dragon god." She closed her eyes, lowered her head, and silently recited something. Moments later, the runes began to shine with radiant light. The spell activated. For the last time, to transcend life and death, to traverse the long passage of time and vast distances, to meet the one in your heart. Suddenly, not far away, two blurry figures appeared. Shinchi immediately noticed them. These two figures suddenly emerged on the altar, surrounded by a soft glow, dreamlike and ethereal, as if they did not belong to this world but had been summoned here. Looking closely, it was a man and a woman. Lilith opened her eyes. She stared blankly at the two figures, her face, devoid of any expression, appearing hollow. Perhaps her emotions were too overwhelming to show any reaction. She took one step at a time toward the two figures, each step seeming to exhaust all her strength. Finally, she seemed to compose herself. Her steps became steady and composed, as if she had finally let go of her inner turmoil. She walked briskly toward them. As she approached the two figures, she threw herself into the arms of the female figure. The woman extended her arms and gently embraced Lilith. The man beside her reached out and softly patted her shoulder. Although Shinchi couldn't clearly see their expressions, he could feel the warmth and comfort of that moment. From a distance, there was a faint sense of ancient tranquility. Lilith did not speak to the pair. She simply stood silently with them. Time passed bit by bit. She gently broke away from the woman's embrace, looked at them, and nodded. Then she turned and looked at Shinchi. Shinchi noticed it. At this moment, Lilith's face carried a faint smile, no longer as cold and distant as when they first met. She softly explained, "As you can see, they are my parents. They were ordinary people, always living in the primitive world of my homeland. I awakened my lordship powers, so I left my homeland and came to the endless land." She smiled faintly. "I had planned to wait until I became stronger before returning to see them." Shinchi was stunned. Unfortunately, Lilith had died at the hands of Zhang Hongchang, and he hesitated and asked, "Have your parents been waiting for you to return to your hometown?" Lilith gently shook her head. "No, actually, they left before me. 2 years ago, my hometown, that world, for some inexplicable reason, the entire planet turned to dust. No one survived. When I learned of this, I could no longer contact them. By chance, I heard about the Dragon Burial Grounds dungeon, so I have been digging into everything related to this dungeon. Now, I have finally seen them, and I can say my last wish has been fulfilled. To be honest, without your help, I might have been trapped by the soul orb of resentment for who knows how long. Now, it's time to say goodbye. My soul can't hold on much longer. I will leave with them. Goodbye." There was no sadness on Lilith's face, only a faint smile. Just as she said, she had fulfilled her wish in life and had no regrets. She walked toward her parents, who were quietly waiting. The three stood side by side. Then, their figures slowly became transparent and gradually faded away. Shinchi felt a stir in his heart. He raised his hand and softly chanted, "Netherworld guidance." He didn't know if his talent would work this time. He just wanted to try. Perhaps he was also wishing that the power of the Netherworld could take Lilith and her parents away, allowing them to rest in peace. Lilith seemed slightly surprised. She looked at Shinchi and smiled. Then, the three figures completely disappeared from the altar. The ancient altar was left with only Shinchi. Not long after, a system notification sounded in his ears. Dragon Burial Grounds dungeon has been cleared. It will now close. Please exit the dungeon promptly. The Dragon Burial Grounds was completely cleared. This dungeon would disappear forever, and no one would be able to enter it again. This also meant that, apart from the scenes in Shinchi's memory, the place called Noel would officially vanish from history. All the past would remain only in words, sealed within the chronicles of Noel, With a single thought, Shinchi exited the dungeon and returned to his territory. The portal to the dragon burial grounds had already shattered into fragments. He sent out a patrol skeleton to clean up the remnants there. Then, he headed toward the Lord's mansion. The entire dungeon had taken him half a day. Although the time wasn't long, the exploration process was extremely draining. Shinchi planned to rest for a while, but he couldn't stop thinking about that dragon remained sight. Now, he already had a true dragon essence in his possession. With all the conditions met, he could fully complete the ruins quest. An hour later, Shinchi walked out of the Lord's mansion, stretched, and headed straight to the portal of the ancient battlefield, entering it directly. As soon as he stepped into the ancient battlefield, the massive dragon bone mountain towering over the desert came into view. She approached and arrived at the entrance of the ancient dragon ruins, stepping through the portal to enter. He ascended step by step along the floating stone stairs, eventually reaching the altar platform in the sky. Among the 5 altars, 4 were already set with materials, leaving only the largest central altar empty. Shinchi stopped, took out the crystal-clear Tier 7 True Dragon Essence from his backpack, which radiated a dazzling golden light. He carefully placed the True Dragon Essence onto the altar. Instantly, the altar lit up with a glow, and all 5 altars emitted light simultaneously. The sacrificial materials vanished in an instant, transforming into radiant brilliance that floated away, resonating with the massive dragon bones around. Shinchi felt a ripple through the heavens and earth. The enormous dragon bones surrounding the floating altar all began to glow, the light growing stronger and stronger, illuminating the entire space. Finally, the mountain-like massive dragon bones slowly dissipated, transforming into a brilliant radiance that ascended into the air. The light converged, morphing into a dragon skeleton. Though much smaller in size than before, it hovered in the air, exuding a distinct and intense undead aura. The enormous skull bore thick, sturdy horns, and 2 blazing soul flames burned within its eye sockets. Between the scapula, sternum, and ribs, a mass of ghostly green soul fire burned fiercely, radiating intense necromantic power. Massive bone wings spread wide, though only skeletal in structure, they gently flapped, sustained by the undead energy within, keeping the creature afloat. This skeletal dragon measured over 15 meters in both length and wingspan. While not as grand as the dragon bone mountain from before, it was still incredibly majestic. At this moment, the skeletal dragon hovered silently in the air, its enormous skull seemingly staring in the direction of Shinchi. Shortly after, the system notification sounded. You have completed the Dragon Remains Ruins quest remnant. Consciousness of the Dragon. You have obtained ownership of the ancient skeletal dragon. A panel appeared before Shinchi. Ancient skeletal dragon Gabriel Tier 7 level, 1 HP, 1324 attack, 767 defense, 285 agility, 324 stamina, infinite spirit, 424 max flight speed, 200 km/h core skill. Form transformation. The ancient skeletal dragon possesses 3 advanced forms: dragon form, soulfire form, and an as yet unlocked form. Switching to the first form, dragon form, restores the skeletal dragon's original massive appearance, with a body length exceeding 100 meters. Flight speed doubles, attack and defense increase by 50%, and new skills are unlocked. Switching requires 1000 spirit points. Continuing, switching to the second advanced form, soulfire form, engulfs the entire body in soulfire, granting new fire element attack skills. The creature's tier directly upgrades to Tier 8. This transformation consumes 10,000 spirit points and 10,000 high-quality soulfire, lasts for 30 minutes, and has a cooldown of 30 days. The third form remains locked. Skill descriptions. Skill 1, Soulfire Rain condenses 10 soulfire projectiles around the body, launching a comprehensive attack on the target area. Each projectile deals 1.3x base attack damage, consumes 60 spirit points, cooldown, 3 minutes. Skill 2, Dragon Tail Strike delivers a powerful attack with the massive tailbone, dealing 1.6x base melee area damage and causing a ground-shaking effect that disrupts enemy balance. Skill 3, Soulfire Storage. Passive skill, absorbs the soulfire of defeated enemies, providing minor health recovery. After hearing the system notification, Shinchi carefully examined the attributes panel of the ancient skeletal dragon before him and couldn't help but marvel. This was a Tier 7 ancient skeletal dragon. It had fused with the Tier 7 True Dragon Essence of Palasu, successfully summoning a Tier 7 skeletal dragon. Now, with a Tier 7 unit in his possession, Shinchi, who already had a 7-star hero, had gained another powerful asset. Although the overall attributes of units are slightly lower than those of heroes and lack legion support skills, the strength of a Tier 7 unit is still incredibly formidable. For those Overlord-level lords, cultivating a Tier 7 unit with vast resources often meant they could dominate their surroundings. And now, Shinchi officially owned such a powerful unit. After reviewing the The panel of the ancient skeletal dragon, Shin-Chi even felt his breath momentarily pause. Its name was Gabriel. Unlike ordinary units summoned from barracks, Gabriel had a unique past in history. What made it even more special was its core skill, form transformation. This meant that what Shin-Chi saw before him was merely Gabriel's base form. Gabriel could transform into 3 advanced forms. The first advanced form was dragon form. Upon transforming into a dragon, its body length exceeded 100 meters. Shin-Chi's eyes widened. That meant Gabriel, in its dragon form, would be as massive as a small mountain. Shin-Chi recalled the enormous dragon bones lying quietly on the ground, their colossal and majestic silhouette visible from afar. If it transformed into a dragon and flew in the sky, it would be like a mountain moving through the heavens. The sheer dominance was unimaginable. In dragon form, flight speed doubled, reaching a maximum of 400 kilometers per hour, comparable to a small passenger plane. Attack and defense increased by 50%, significantly enhancing combat power. Moreover, new skills would be unlocked in this form. However, the mental energy consumed by switching forms is extremely astonishing. The duration is only 1 hour, with a cooldown time of up to 10 days. Therefore, transforming into dragon form is essentially a trump card for critical moments. Even more shocking is that this is only the first form. The second form is the Netherfire form, where the entire body is enveloped in soul fire. Most importantly, after switching to the Netherfire form, Gabriel's rank directly rises to Tier 8. Shin-Chi felt a wave of dizziness. The strength of Tier 8 units far exceeded his imagination. The greater the gap between units and heroes, the larger the disparity in power. Gabriel's second form can briefly reach Tier 8 level. The resources consumed are truly terrifying. Mental energy consumption reaches 10,000, and premium soul fire also requires 10,000. The mental energy consumption alone is shocking. Just 10,000. Transforming into dragon form only consumes 1,000. At lower levels, Gabriel can hardly switch to this form. This is quite troubling and may require Shin-Chi's assistance, such as using items that enhance mental energy. Moreover, it also requires 10,000 premium soul fire. This condition is too harsh. The cooldown time is even more astonishing, an entire month. However, thinking about the fact that this is Tier 8 form, once transformed, the battle is almost over. This is truly an absolute trump card. It also means Shin-Chi must consciously accumulate resources during normal times. At critical moments, he can inject resources into Gabriel in one go, allowing it to directly unleash the Netherfire form and quickly end the battle. Shin-Chi's mind was already planning Gabriel's development and battle strategies. Finally, there is the third form, which has not yet been unlocked. Shin-Chi fell into deep thought. The second form is already terrifying enough. The third form, he dared not imagine. Moreover, there are likely special unlocking conditions that Shin-Chi is completely unaware of. Apart from this core skill, form switching, Gabriel also has 3 initial skills. Netherfire Rain. This is a fire and dark attribute area of effect spell that can create and launch 10 fireballs. It's somewhat like a smaller version of Falling Stars. The second skill, Dragon Tail Strike, a physical area of effect skill with high damage and a control effect, causing enemies in a large area to lose balance. These two skills, combining magic and physical attacks, already make Gabriel's combat power in its normal form very strong. Then, the third skill, Soulfire Storage, a passive skill. Each time an enemy is killed, it collects the enemy's soul fire. It seems that the skeletal dragon itself can collect and store soul fire. After collecting soul fire, it can also restore a small amount of health. This passive skill with a healing effect is incredibly powerful. Although only a small amount of health is restored for each enemy killed, a single tail strike can knock down a large group of enemies. Accumulating bit by bit, health naturally recovers. From this, it is evident that each of Gabriel's skills is outstanding, truly worthy of being a Tier 7 unit template. Shin-Chi speculated that ordinary Tier 7 units probably aren't as strong as Gabriel. Just as Shin-Chi was lost in thought, suddenly, a deep and aged voice came from the sky. The voice carried a hint of ethereal resonance, as if it emerged from the depths of the soul. Gabriel, Lord, thank you for saving me from my broken body, allowing me to return to this world. Through the long years, I will serve you unconditionally, swearing loyalty unto death. If you can take me to Lord Aldwin's tomb, I will be deeply grateful. I once had a lost item stored with Lord Aldwin. If I can retrieve it, perhaps I can unlock my third form, which is my peak form, the ancient dragon form. Shun-Chi listened slowly. When he heard ancient dragon form, his eyes couldn't help but widen. He hesitated before speaking. Gabriel, can you tell me what rank is your third form? What? Gabriel heard Shin-Chi's question and sincerely replied, my lord, my true form is tier 9. It was exactly the answer Shin-Chi had guessed, completely beyond imagination. Tier 9. Oh my. This is truly unbelievable. At this moment, Gabriel continued, and once I retrieve the lost item, I might be able to fully restore my peak state. By then, I can freely switch between any forms, and the duration will be unlimited. Upon hearing this, Shin-Chi almost fainted. Doesn't this mean a permanent tier 9 unit? It felt like the skeletal dragon was painting a grand picture for him. Fine. The skeletal dragon, Shin-Chi was determined to raise it. Even if it took a lifetime, he would level it up to tier 9. Shin-Chi calmed himself down and set aside the beautiful dream in his mind. He was well aware that Gabriel's sole condition for allegiance was to visit the resting place of the fallen god Alduin. It seemed there were many hidden stories between Gabriel and Alduin. Only by completing this task could Gabriel regain his original identity, a tier 9 ancient dragon. So, there was no need to rush, take it slow. Shin-Chi looked up again at the massive skeletal dragon hovering in the sky. Then, he directly took out 10 million free experience points. These were the prayer points left over from the previous Magic Tide battle. He directly infused them into the skeletal dragon. Although this level 1 skeletal dragon already had decent stats, he would never send it into battle like this. Let it witness the truly terrifying power after leveling up. Boom! A dazzling light of leveling up burst forth from the skeletal dragon. The entire bone dragon was enveloped in brilliant light. Not long after, the upgraded Gabriel reappeared before Shin-Chi. Ancient skeletal dragon Gabriel tier 7 level, 46 HP, 6987 attack, 35,645 defense, 29,876 agility, 1,125 stamina, unlimited spirit, 1,224 max flight speed, 200 km/h core skill, form transformation skill, 1, Netherfire Rain LV3 skill 2, Dragon Tail Strike LV2 skill 3, Soulfire storage. Shin-Chi carefully examined Gabriel's upgraded stats, his heartbeat accelerating. This was undoubtedly his most powerful combat force, aside from his 3 heroes. Spending a massive amount of experience points had directly turned it into an aerial bomber. Moreover, the agility and flight speed exceeding 1,000 meant Gabriel was more mobile than any land unit, and it was perfect for traveling. Shin-Chi's exclusive mount, no doubt. The system notification sounded. The mission instance Ancient Dragon Remains had lost its purpose after completing the ruins task. The ruins were about to collapse. Shin-Chi left the ruins with Gabriel and returned to the ancient battlefield. Shin-Chi returned to his territory, packed his belongings, and prepared to set off, heading to the central city. Now that he had the strongest mount, Gabriel, there was no need to wait any longer. He would leave immediately. Elsewhere, in the south, 300 kilometers away, another convoy was slowly traversing the vast wilderness. One of the vehicles was pulled by a beast specialized for long-distance travel. On the vehicle stood 2 men, a short, plump man in luxurious robes and a tall, stern man with a composed demeanor. They stood side by side, gazing ahead, where the sky was shrouded in thick clouds. Both carried a hint of worry and unease in their hearts, sensing that danger awaited them ahead. The plump man in luxurious robes hesitated for a moment before speaking. Captain Liu, I have a bad feeling about this journey to the city. If anything happens, I hope you can help. The composed man beside him replied, don't worry. If anything happens, I'll handle it. I've escorted many times before, and I won't let anything go wrong. Shin-Chi dispatched Theodore to continue exploring the surrounding areas. To the southeast, there was a cave. To the northwest, a ruin, both waiting to be investigated. Asen was tasked with guarding the territory. Then, Shin-Chi, accompanied by Ilya, set off southward. With the ancient battlefield as a powerful tool, Shin-Chi's efficiency in deploying troops was astonishing. Normally, he had part of his forces patrolling and defending the territory, while another part remained on standby in the ancient battlefield. Shin-Chi's accompanying team was greatly reduced. Usually, it was enough to bring just one highly mobile hero guard. When an army was needed, Shin-Chi could quickly summon the forces from his territory through the ancient battlefield's portal. Using an item in his possession, he could open a summoning gate to call these forces swiftly. In emergencies, he could also dispatch troops remotely through the ancient battlefield to return to the territory for support. For most lords, defending their territory was the greatest burden. If they wanted to go out exploring, they had to leave someone behind to guard the city. But Shin-Chi hardly needed to worry about this. Leaving the territory, he arrived at an open field. With a single command from Shin-Chi, a massive shadow flew overhead, accompanied by the howling wind and a fierce aura. A colossal skeletal dragon, composed of pale bones, suddenly descended. The ground trembled slightly, and the grass was blown into disarray by the wind. The skeletal dragon's bones were hard and solid, exuding a strong texture. Ghostly green soul flames burned in its eye sockets and chest cavity, radiating an eerie and terrifying undead aura. It looked extremely formidable. However, after landing, this ferocious skeletal dragon gently lowered its head. Its limbs crouched, and its bony wings naturally drooped to the ground, displaying a very docile and obedient demeanor. It even extended its left forelimb as if inviting Shin-Chi to climb onto its back. Shin-Chi nodded and climbed onto the back of the skeletal dragon, Gabriel using its bony forelimb. He motioned for Ilya to climb up as well and sit behind him. Ilya moved nimbly, reaching the dragon's back in just a few steps. Shin-Chi nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to give the command to take off, Gabriel seemed to understand his intent, suddenly flapping its wings and soaring almost vertically into the sky with a roar. The fierce wind slapped against Shin-Chi's face, forcing him to close his eyes. However, in just a moment, Gabriel had already lifted him off the ground. The earth quickly receded, as if being left far behind. After reaching a certain altitude, Gabriel spread its wings and began gliding southward. Shin-Chi gripped Gabriel's neck bones tightly, sitting firmly. The takeoff process was smooth and felt good, though the bony back was a bit hard, making his rear uncomfortable. It seemed he would need to craft a special cushion in the future. A cushion was a must. He also needed to learn some wind-resistant magic. The wind felt like a slap to his face. Through a mental link, Shin-Chi sent the coordinates of the central city to Gabriel. He had obtained these coordinates from Zhang Xingyuan and the others through the friend channel. The coordinates were southeast, 680 kilometers away. At Gabriel's normal speed, it would theoretically take less than 4 hours to reach. Gabriel flew at high speed, quickly leaving the territory far behind. The grasslands on the outskirts of the Black Abyss resembled a green carpet stretching southward. Along the way, there were numerous hills and slopes, as well as swamps and streams. Far to the south, a mountain range could be seen, standing firmly on the horizon. In one area, a river snaked through the land like a serpent. Overall, the natural environment was quite good, far better than expected. This indicated that the limitations on the development of nearby territories were not solely due to natural resources. One known reason was the Black Abyss. The Black Abyss erupted once a month, significantly impacting the development of surrounding territories. However, Shin-Chi's personal experience in the Black Abyss revealed that it was a high-risk, high-reward place. The timid would starve, while the daring would survive. From the chat channel, he learned that the Black Abyss's eruptions greatly restricted nearby lords. But as long as one stayed far from the Black Abyss, the impact of the eruptions diminished significantly. If that were the only issue, this wilderness wouldn't have such a notorious reputation. Shin-Chi speculated that there must be other dangers in the wilderness. While he was lost in thought, the skeletal dragon had already flown a great distance. Shin-Chi even spotted several human settlements, though he only glanced at them from afar without intending to disturb them. Occasionally, territories could be seen, but most of the time, Shin-Chi's view was filled with endless wilderness. Human-height shrubs, small trees, and thorns covered the ground, making travel on foot highly inefficient. Moreover, the deeper they ventured into the wilderness, Shin-Chi saw more monster settlements. Those monsters with ferocious fangs roamed the plains aggressively, searching for prey. For weaker lords, encountering these monsters would undoubtedly result in significant losses. To the south, on the vast expanse of land, a caravan was slowly advancing. To the east, on the horizon, stood a pitch-black mountain range like a towering wall. Within the caravan, there was a team of specially trained monsters. Each monster pulled a carriage, some carrying passengers, others loaded with goods. Around the carriages, cavalry guards provided protection to ensure the caravan's safety. In the foremost carriage sat the caravan owner, Zhang Guan, along with their escort captain, Lu Nanqing. This caravan was not public transportation but a private trade convoy. Zhang Guan was neither a lord nor a native of the wilderness. He came from the original plane to the endless land, relying on the major powers of the Black Abyss Highlands for survival. With a sharp mind, he specialized in trade between territories, gradually building his own caravan. Every time he set out, he transported goods between territories and hired escort teams to ensure safety. The escort captain, Lu Nanqing, was a lord specializing in this line of work. The cavalry guards were all elite soldiers under Lu Nanqing's command. At the rear of the caravan were several lords who had paid to hitch a ride into the city. At this moment, the two men gazed at the gloomy sky ahead, their faces filled with worry and a sense of unease. Zhang Guan, having been in the trade business for years, had a strong sense of environmental awareness and a keen intuition. Now, he regretted not purchasing a faster and safer magical airship earlier. But it was too late for that. All he could do was pray for a safe journey. However, the more one hopes for peace, the more trouble seems to follow. Lu Nanqing's brows furrowed tightly as his heart sank. He exclaimed, "Not good. What is that?" Zheng Guan's heartbeat quickened as he looked ahead in panic. In the sky, what appeared to be a dark cloud was not a cloud at all but a swarm of flying monsters, spreading out like a black tide. They flew at an incredible speed, closing in within moments. These monsters had multiple heads and black wings, their details clearly visible. Each head resembled a human skull, wrapped in a thin blood membrane. Their jaws opened and closed, emitting a piercing sound that sent chills down the spine. They were as terrifying as specters, with at least 2 heads, some even as many as 10, exuding ferocity. Worse still, these monsters had already set their sights on the caravan below and were rapidly descending toward them. Lu Nanqing immediately cast a detection spell to roughly assess the monsters. The results showed that this was a group of multi-headed man-eating demon birds, mostly level 30 and above, ranging from tier 3 to tier 4, clearly belonging to the same species. For some reason, they had all mobilized. If their numbers were small, Lu Nanqing could handle them based on his experience, but now there were an estimated 1,000 of them. With only 300 well-trained soldiers under his command, facing such a massive enemy force was immensely challenging. He quickly issued orders, "Stop moving. All guards on each carriage, activate protective scrolls immediately. Archers, form ranks and prepare to fire. Melee soldiers, prepare for aerial defense." The orders were swiftly relayed. Despite the immense pressure, Lu Nanqing remained calm and methodical in his response. The soldiers quickly pulled out scrolls, tearing them open to raise transparent shields that covered the carriages and guards. Sword-wielding, spear-holding, and javelin-throwing, soldiers readied themselves for combat, prepared to fend off aerial assaults. Archers formed ranks, knocking arrows and aiming at the approaching monsters. The battle erupted in an instant, with countless arrows raining down upon the sky. Lu Nanqing led his team into the swarm of multi-headed demon birds. As soon as the demon birds entered range, they were met with a fierce barrage of attacks. Sharp screeches echoed through the air, and a terrifying aura spread everywhere. The monsters, like mad creatures, dove down in a frenzy. Lu Nanqing, an A-rank lord after his class change, personally led the charge this time, guiding his team into battle. A squad of melee soldiers formed the vanguard at the front of the caravan, serving as the main force. They used taunting skills to draw the attention of most of the monsters, striving to keep the battle controlled at the front and protect the convoy in the rear from being attacked. Lu Nanqing activated his flying device, gripped his long sword, and suddenly soared into the air, beginning to slay the multi-headed demon birds. 2 3-star heroes nearby also activated their flying devices, ascending to join the battle. Various legion buffs spread out, covering the soldiers below. On the ground, a mage hero, protected by heavily armored soldiers, began chanting magic. The buffed soldiers, high in morale, engaged in fierce combat. For a moment, the wasteland echoed with deafening clashes of swords, the air thick with a bloody mist, and blood splattered everywhere. Not long after, Lu Nanqing's mage suddenly unleashed a group ice spike spell. The chill rapidly condensed in the air. Countless ice spikes simultaneously shot toward the flock of multi-headed demon birds. Boom! The sharp, massive ice spikes instantly pierced through dozens of demon birds. Their shrill screams echoed as the flock fell one after another, their corpses piling up like mountains. Lu Nanqing had activated his strongest state from the start, sparing no resources. Thus, the initial pace of the battle was still manageable. Inside the carriage, Zheng Guan sat weakly, witnessing the thrilling battle, his heart racing. He feared that if Lu Nanqing made a single misstep and lost his life, he himself would also be doomed. As the battle continued, the multi-headed demon birds surged like a tide, seemingly endless. Lu Nanqing began to feel the mounting pressure. At this moment, several lords from the rear convoy hesitated briefly before stepping forward to assist. They summoned their own troops to join the fight. These lords, who usually relied on the convoy's resources, were far weaker than Lu Nanqing. Normally, their help wasn't needed. But faced with the sudden attack, some lords, fearing for their safety, decided to participate in the battle. With the addition of new troops, the situation was still under control. Seeing others share the burden, Lu Nanqing felt a slight relief. He fought even more valiantly, slaying monsters with renewed vigor. As the monsters fell one by one, the flock of demon birds in the sky gradually thinned. Lu Nanqing thought the battle was nearing its end. Suddenly, he keenly sensed a gaze fixed tightly on him, like that of a powerful hunter toying with its prey, relishing the thrill of control. Lu Nanqing's heart tightened. Trusting his instincts, he dodged abruptly. Immediately after, a sharp energy wave shot out from behind the monster horde, horde, precisely passing through the spot where he had just been. He exhaled in fear. Turning back, he saw the energy wave strike the ground, instantly obliterating a group of his soldiers. Lu Nanqing felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, cold sweat soaking his back. The next second, a strong sense of foreboding surged in his heart. Not good. He hurriedly looked toward the rear of the monsters, and what met his eyes was a multi-headed demon bird, 10 meters long, with 19 skeletal heads. The creature stared coldly at him. It was a Tier 5 king-level monster, the leader of the entire monster horde. Lu Nanqing cursed inwardly. A sense of helplessness swept over him. He couldn't help but think, it's over. This time I'm probably done for. The people at the rear of the convoy also felt utter despair upon witnessing this scene. Some lords even prepared to activate their escape tools. Lu Nanqing's eyes were filled with hopelessness. Unless a powerful figure happened to pass by and lend a hand, it would be nearly impossible for them to survive. He chuckled bitterly and said, heh, as if such a miracle could happen. But they didn't notice. At the rear of the convoy, on the horizon, a figure was slowly flying closer. Lu Nanqing stared blankly at the sky, looking beyond the dense swarm of monsters. The Tier 5 king-level multi-headed man-eating demon bird slowly flapped its massive wings, hovering in mid-air. Its 19 enormous skeletal heads fixed their sharp gaze on Lu Nanqing's direction. The heads let out a strange, synchronized laugh, as if mocking the arrogance of these humans. A monster of this level was far beyond what he could handle. Its health points reached millions. With thick defenses and impenetrable armor. King-level monsters usually guard dungeons, secret realms, strongholds, or nests. But what exactly caused such a massive group of monsters to roam the wilderness? Lu Nanqing's heart sank into despair. However, he was hired to protect this caravan and had to give it his all to minimize losses. He continuously used his most precious items, commanding his soldiers to fiercely resist the monsters. His mage hero chanted spells non-stop, unleashing fire tornadoes and 2 consecutive mass lightning storms. Under the powerful spell bombardment, countless monstrous birds were reduced to ashes. Charred corpses rained down from the sky. The 5-star king-level multi-headed man-eating bird was enraged by the scene before it. All 19 of its skeletal heads let out a piercing screech in unison. The sound rippled through the air, driving everyone mad. Instantly, all the multi-headed man-eating birds went berserk, becoming even more ferocious, savage, and frenzied. Each attack was lethally precise. The pressure on Lu Nanqing and the minor lords assisting in the rescue suddenly multiplied. The dense swarm of multi-headed birds, like a plague of locusts, blotted out the entire sky. At this moment, Zhang Guan, in the frontmost carriage of the convoy, wore a worried expression. Observing the dire situation, he had already prepared for the worst, abandoning the entire convoy and using a single-use teleportation scroll to escape. But this meant leaving all the cargo behind, with all losses falling on him. If he stayed, however, he might lose his life, which would be even less worthwhile. As for the others, he couldn't care less, they were on their own. Meanwhile, Xinqi was leisurely flying through the air on the skeletal dragon Gabriel. The journey had been uneventful so far. Suddenly, he noticed what seemed like a dark cloud gathering on the wilderness ahead, blocking his view. The path forward was obstructed. Xinqi frowned, puzzled. At this moment, Gabriel was rapidly approaching the area. What had appeared from afar to be a dense swarm of insects turned out, upon closer inspection, to be a horde of ferocious bird-like monsters. Each bird monster had several terrifying skeletal heads, exuding a menacing aura. They flapped their wings frantically, as if eager to tear apart every living thing in sight. Suddenly, a dozen or so frenzied multi-headed birds seemed to notice the skeletal dragon flying overhead. Without hesitation, they charged straight at it. Like bullets piercing through the air, they dove directly at the massive bone dragon blocking their way. Xinqi naturally sensed the murderous intent rushing toward him. He looked indifferently at the monsters charging with all their might. How unlucky, running into creatures seeking their own death. Just as he formulated a defensive strategy in his mind, Gabriel below him swung its tail in an instant, lashing out like a phantom. Smack! The thick skeletal tail mercilessly struck the dozen or so bird monsters, swatting them away as effortlessly as killing a swarm of flies. The 5-star king-level bird leader at the rear of the flock immediately noticed the commotion. It let out an enraged screech, its 19 heads radiating an even sharper wave of oppressive energy. Clearly, it felt its authority had been challenged. The next moment, the massive man-eating bird charged at the skeletal dragon with astonishing speed. It tore through the monster horde, creating a violent gust as it surged forward. Everyone on the ground witnessed the sudden scene. They stared at the sky in shock. A massive skeletal dragon had flown in from the rear, only to to be attacked by a swarm of multi-headed birds. Although the frenzied birds were formidable, they were no match for the skeletal dragon, which effortlessly swatted them away with a single strike. The skeletal creature moved with ease, completely unbothered. The crowd's expressions were filled with astonishment, their actions momentarily frozen. Then, they saw the enraged king-level man-eating bird charging madly at the similarly massive skeletal dragon. This sudden, unexpected scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. They vaguely noticed that, high in the sky, on the back of the dragon-shaped skeleton, there seemed to be a person. In other words, the one controlling this massive skeletal dragon was likely a lord. However, this skeletal dragon may look terrifying based on its size, but is it actually sturdy? After all, despite its considerable size, its body is hollow. Could it lack the necessary durability? The opponent is a 5th-tier king-level monster. With such a full-speed collision, won't the skeletal dragon fall apart instantly? A sense of foreboding rose in everyone's hearts, as if they had already foreseen the fate of the skeletal creature. Shin-Chi's eyes narrowed as he stared at the 5th-tier king-level demon bird charging madly toward him. Behind him, Ilya had already drawn her bow, calmly aiming at the king-level demon bird. For Ilya, piercing through a 5th-tier king-level monster was as easy as a casual shot. It was just like sprinkling water. However, through their mental link, Shin-Chi stopped Ilya's action. He wanted to test Gabriel's strength. After all, a 7th-tier skeletal dragon was no pushover. And this king-level monster before them was the perfect opportunity for a real battle. The next moment everyone's eyes were fixed below. The king-level demon bird suddenly charged forward, now extremely close. In an instant, an unbelievable scene unfolded. A massive creature, as large as a mountain, suddenly appeared in the air. Its body expanded rapidly, blotting out the sky and sun. A vast shadow covered the wilderness. Everyone looked up in astonishment. Their hearts skipped a beat, and even their breathing paused for half a second. This was also a skeletal creature. A skeletal dragon. Its exaggeratedly thick bones were covered with hard plates on every single one. Its powerful limbs, sharp claws, twin horns, and bony wings. This terrifying skeletal creature exuded an unprecedented aura of dominance. Judging by its appearance, it looked like a supersized version of the skeletal dragon from earlier. Although the previous skeletal dragon was already impressively large, this one was so massive it was almost unbelievable. The 5th-tier king-level demon bird, which had been comparable in size to the earlier skeletal dragon, now seemed minuscule in comparison. Next to this newly appeared skeletal dragon, it was like a watermelon next to a tiny grape. The king-level monster seemed to sense an immense danger, completely unable to comprehend how this colossal being had appeared. When it tried to stop, it was already too late. Gabriel suddenly extended a massive front claw, directly grabbing the charging multi-headed demon bird, just like a big cat catching a mouse. Then, its entire body plummeted downward, slamming the multi-headed demon bird fiercely into the ground. Boom! A thunderous crash erupted, with dust and grass flying everywhere. A deep crater appeared on the ground, blood splattering in all directions. In the distance, everyone in the convoy jumped off their vehicles and quickly retreated. Fearing the terrifying battle would affect them, they scrambled and stumbled, retreating 2 miles away as fast as they could. With Lu Nanxing's help, Zhang Guan urged the beasts pulling the carts to run at full speed, trying to save as much cargo as possible. In the distance, the dust slowly settled. A 5th-tier king-level monster, with millions of health points, wouldn't go down so easily. It staggered to its feet, the dozen or so skulls on its head swaying dizzily, unable to discern its direction. At this moment, the mountain-like skeletal dragon that had descended from the sky Gabriel had consumed 1,000 points of mental energy to transform into its first advanced form, the dragon form. It was as massive as the ancient skeletal remains Shin-Chi had once seen on the old battlefield, towering like a mountain. The 5th-tier king-level multi-headed demon bird seemed to have just snapped out of its daze, instantly consumed by rage. Its entire body ignited with fury. Just as it was about to gather a terrifying energy wave to attack, a thick, powerful skeletal tail suddenly swung toward it. With a loud smack, the tail interrupted the demon bird's attack and slammed it hard into the ground. Gabriel then swung its tail again, relentlessly whipping the king-level demon bird, as if it were spinning atop. In the distance, the onlookers were dumbfounded, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The fearsome skeletal beast was treating the demon bird like a disobedient toy, mercilessly smashing it around. For a moment, everyone felt like they were dreaming. Wait, wasn't that a 5th-tier king-level multi-headed man-eating bird? How could this be possible? Gabriel transformed into his dragon form. He had learned several new skills, and his physical strength had greatly increased. With the blessings of Shin-Chi's undead offering, War Aura, and deep gaze, Gabriel's power skyrocketed. He was already a 7th-tier powerhouse, and after transforming into a dragon, his massive size and overwhelming strength were terrifying. Every strike was lethal, instilling fear. The multi-headed man-eating bird had tough skin and thick flesh, but its health bar was depleting rapidly, like flowing water. It was completely thrown into disarray. Worse still, every strike from Gabriel carried a control effect. The bird couldn't fight back at all. It became nothing more than a ragdoll for Gabriel to toy with. A dignified 5th-tier king-level bird was beaten so badly it couldn't lift its head, utterly humiliating. 10 minutes later, the 5th-tier king-level multi-headed man-eating bird was completely slain. Its corpse was casually tossed to the ground, like a dead dog. It was utterly lifeless. Gabriel's every move could instantly scatter a large group of multi-headed man-eating birds. He effortlessly dealt with all the enemies. The people in the distance were still dumbfounded, unable to recover for a long time. Just when they had fallen into despair, the situation suddenly took a dramatic turn, heading in a direction they never expected. Only then did they realize, were we just saved by a passing powerhouse? This was unbelievably lucky. Shin-Chi easily dealt with a small monster blocking his path and prepared to move on. He had already noticed the people in the distance but had no intention of stopping to talk to them. He simply instructed Gabriel to flap his wings and take to the sky. In the blink of an eye, they were soaring high above. Zhang Guan and Lu Nanqing finally snapped out of it. The person commanding this terrifying skeletal dragon must be a powerhouse. They exchanged glances, wanting to call out to Shin-Chi to express their gratitude and perhaps establish a connection. Zhang Guan, seizing the moment before Shin-Chi flew too far, shouted loudly, "My lord, thank you for your timely assistance in saving us from danger." Zhang is deeply grateful. Shin-Chi seemed not to hear, as the dragon soared away with the wind. Lu Nanqing gazed in admiration at the majestic dragon silhouette and sighed, as expected of a powerhouse acting with such grace, seeking no reward. Unwilling to give up, Zhang Guan shouted again, "My lord, if you don't mind, Zhang has a gift to offer. Please accept it." It seemed this powerhouse, who effortlessly annihilated enemies as if swatting flies, had no intention of engaging in conversation. Just as Zhang Guan felt a bit disappointed at failing to strike up a conversation, while simultaneously admiring the powerhouse's demeanor, something unexpected happened. The dragon in the sky suddenly stopped. Then, it turned around. Shin-Chi controlled the skeletal dragon to descend rapidly. A fierce wind arose, kicking up dust all around. The skeletal dragon landed once more, exuding an overwhelming aura and an intense sense of oppression. Shin-Chi commanded Gabriel to lower his head and approach Zhang Guan. Lu Nanqing and Zhang Guan were still in a daze. Shin-Chi looked at the two stunned individuals and thought, "Do I really need to spell it out for them?" He coughed lightly, his expression calm. Zhang Guan, utterly confused, stood there dumbfounded. The next moment, his mind clicked into gear. Oh. He quickly pulled out a storage ring and a card from his pocket, his face full of flattery. He said with a grin, "My lord, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Your kindness to Zhang is as vast as a mountain, and I will never forget it. This is a VIP black card from the Gale Merchant Guild. If you visit the central city, you can use this card to shop freely at the Gale Merchant Guild. Additionally, there are other small gifts inside this storage ring. Please accept them." Shin-Chi raised his hand, and the items in Zhang Guan's hand flew into his own, disappearing instantly. "Very good. He's sensible." Shin-Chi let out a soft hum as a response. Then, he controlled the dragon to take to the skies once more. Under the watchful eyes of Zhang Guan, Lu Nanqing, and the others, he quickly flew into the distance, gradually becoming a small dot before disappearing. Entirely sitting on the back of the dragon, Shin-Chi casually opened his storage ring for a glance. His heart skipped a beat. His eyes widened abruptly. My goodness, a small token of appreciation? 500,000 spirit crystals? Shin-Chi was stunned, but not bad at all. I like it. Shin-Chi happily put the items away. Guiding Gabriel, he continued heading south. Meanwhile, Lu Nanqing and Zhang Guan, who remained at the original spot, reorganized the caravan and set off again. The lords in the rear gathered together, whispering in low voices. Most of them were discussing the incredible scene they had just witnessed. That skeletal dragon just now was way too powerful to easily defeat that 5th-tier king-level monster, unlike someone like me, who would be beaten to the ground looking for my teeth. That dragon must be 6th tier. Can a 6th-tier skeletal dragon be that massive? Who exactly is that lord? That skeletal dragon clearly belongs to the undead category. That means this big shot is an undead lord? Zhang Guan and Lu Nanqing stood by the carriage, gazing in the direction where Shin-Chi had disappeared. The image of that powerful skeletal dragon seemed to still linger in their minds. Lu Nanqing glanced at Zhang Guan. "You don't have many black cards from Gale Commerce, do you, and yet you were willing to give one away? Zhang Guan's expression remained calm. He had a partnership with Gale Commerce and held plenty of resources. He replied to Lu Nanqing, "It's just a black card. Can it be more important than a life?" Not long after, they began discussing another matter. Zhang Guan said, "To the east lies the Twilight Mountain Range. That's also the most dangerous place around here. That flock of multi-headed demon bird beasts probably came from the Twilight Mountain Range. But why does it seem like these demon birds suddenly went berserk? Could something major have happened in the Twilight Mountain Range?" Lu Nanqing thought for a moment but could only shake his head. "It's none of our business. However, to avoid further trouble, we'd better hurry on our way." Zhang Guan nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on Shinqi's side, after Gabriel transformed into its advanced dragon form, its speed reached 400 kilometers per hour. Moreover, it gained an advanced skill, Dragon Surge. This skill could double its flying speed for 10 minutes, meaning it could reach a speed of 800 kilometers per hour. Shinqi decided to take advantage of Gabriel's current dragon form and use the remaining mental energy to activate Dragon Surge once, pushing the speed to its limit and shortening the remaining journey. The dragon form could still last. In less than an hour, Shinqi would reach his destination. He controlled the transformed skeletal dragon, its massive body flying at low altitude, easily noticeable from afar. To avoid being disturbed by various troubles along the way, Shinqi directed the dragon to keep ascending, heading straight for the clouds. The ground was soon shrouded in misty clouds, and the air quickly turned cold. Shinqi felt the chill creeping in. The system continuously alerted him to the dropping environmental temperature, bringing a severe cold debuff. However, with the blessing of the Crown of Trials, this level of cold was nothing, and the health-draining effect was almost negligible. The massive skeletal dragon weaved through the dense clouds. Once it reached a sufficient altitude, Shin-Chi activated the Dragon Surge skill. Gabriel stretched its head, let out a roar, and flapped its wings forcefully. Its enormous body accelerated instantly, turning into a fleeting shadow and vanishing from its original spot. Over the next 10 minutes, Gabriel carried Shin-Chi, speeding like a meteor with a deafening sonic boom. The clouds churned, the boundless wilderness stretched beneath them, and the mountains fragmented the wildlands into pieces. Finally, a magnificent sight appeared in the distance. A colossal city stood abruptly on the horizon, coming into Shin-Chi's view. As the distance closed, he could make out the city's outline. Towering walls encircled the area, and wide main roads divided the city into multiple sections. Within the city were awe-inspiring structures that reached into the clouds. At the very center stood an exceptionally tall tower, a landmark of this land. The entire city was enveloped in a faint golden barrier. A word surfaced in Shin-Chi's mind: megacity. Clearly, this was the central city. The central city was situated on a vast plain, surrounded by bustling traffic. Various vehicles entered and exited the city gates, some pulled by monsters, others powered by magical technology. The skies were even more crowded with flying vehicles, airships, floating boats, flying pets, everything imaginable. People from all directions poured into the city, while streams of people flowed out as well. This fully showcased the prosperity and vitality of the central city. From a distance, Shin-Chi controlled Gabriel, who had reverted to his original form, and slowly descended to the ground. By the time they landed, the central city was already within sight. Within a 100-meter radius, other lords had already appeared. Compared to these lords, the skeletal dragon Shin-Chi was riding was not particularly large. The surrounding vehicles came in all shapes and sizes, but Gabriel's skeletal dragon form was still strikingly conspicuous, drawing many gazes. Quite a few lords began sizing up Shin-Chi and his skeletal dragon, assessing their strength. However, when they attempted to use detection spells to probe Shin-Chi and Gabriel, all their spells failed. This left them stunned. One by one, the lord's expression shifted from initial calm confidence to surprise, and even to a hint of panic. It seemed that this undead lord controlling a skeletal dragon was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Shin-Chi's expression remained calm. Although this was his first time seeing so many lords, he was well aware, as long as others didn't provoke him, he wouldn't cause trouble. However, if someone insisted on making trouble, they would have to bear the consequences themselves. As Shin-Chi approached the central city, he observed his surroundings. In the distance, he could already see a few lords breaking out into conflicts. Both sides had brought large forces, fighting fiercely. However, such conflicts were rare. Across the vast wilderness, only one or two areas showed intense battles, while most were scattered small-scale skirmishes. According to the information Shin-Chi had gathered, the interior of the central city was an absolute neutral zone where fighting between lords was prohibited. Outside the city, however, the situation was clearly less peaceful. It seemed that grudges accumulated accumulated within the city were being resolved outside its walls. Shin-Chi had now reached the towering city walls. Ahead of him was an enormous city gate. Surrounding the central city, there were at least 3 such gates. This particular gate had ornate relief carvings on its lintel and the stone pillars on either side. Above the gate, 2 large characters were inscribed. Ningbai. Ningbai? Could this be the name of the central city? Were there other central cities in the Black Abyss Highlands? A series of questions flashed through Shin-Chi's mind. At the city gate, lords were dismounting from their mounts or stepping off their vehicles. Shin-Chi also dismounted from the dragon's back. Raising his hand, he summoned a lantern, sending Gabriel and Ilya back to the ancient battlefield. Then, he leisurely followed the crowd toward the city gate. There were no guards at the gate, but the inner side of the gate frame was shrouded in a thin layer of light. The light rippled with waves as people passed through. Stepping into this light meant entering the boundaries of the central city. Following the crowd, Shin-Chi stepped through the gate. With a hum, a strange sensation surged through him, as if he had entered another dimension. Here, an absolute source of power was hidden deep within the void. It immediately made everyone entering the city understand this place operated under a different set of rules. Absolute neutrality, no fighting allowed. Shin-Chi pondered that this no fighting likely only prohibited physical altercations. Hidden grudges and schemes, however, would not simply vanish. As soon as he entered the city, Shin-Chi was greeted by a variety of magnificent buildings. The architectural complexes, made with exquisite materials and meticulous layouts, stretched far into the distance. The main road was paved with brand new stone slabs, clean and tidy. What surprised Shin-Chi even more was that, aside from seeing so many lords for the first time, the number of lords in the Black Abyss Highlands far exceeded his expectations. It made sense, he was 600 or 700 kilometers away from the central city and still had to come here. It was evident how many distant lords this central city could accommodate. Amid the crowd, various lords headed in different directions. At this moment, Shin-Chi appeared very ordinary, attracting no special attention. Interestingly, the lords coming and going were not all humans. Although humans still made up the majority, he occasionally spotted beastmen. These beastmen, with animal ears and tails, wore cold and proud expressions as they strode forward. There were also various barbarians, dwarves, giants, and demi-humans. Even tall, slender elves with pointed ears were present. The lords of these different races wore colorful and distinctive attire, showcasing a variety of styles. For Shin-Chi, who was seeing so many races for the first time, the scene before him was particularly novel. He quickly noticed several bulletin boards near the city gate. Upon closer inspection, they contained information about the city's layout and introductions. Shin-Chi began reading carefully. This central city was called Ningbi City, governed under an absolute authority. The sole rule was that lords were forbidden from fighting each other. All administrative power in the city was concentrated in the towering hall at the center of the city. Here, every lord could purchase land and build their own residence. As long as you had enough resources, you could establish your own base in Ningbi City. According to legend, countless guilds, families, and factions had taken root here. Powerful lords could even buy large tracts of land to build luxurious gardens, while those with average strength could purchase a small room by the street to live in. The land in the city was primarily used for residential, commercial, entertainment, and official purposes. The crisscrossing streets were lined with shops, bustling with activity. Shin-Chi then looked at another bulletin board, which displayed an overall map of Ningbi City. He had 2 main objectives for this visit. First, to find the mission hall and exchange soul crystals. Second, to purchase resources to expand his territory. However, he knew wandering around aimlessly wouldn't work. Suddenly, he thought of an idea. He took out a card from his backpack, Jifeng Trading Company. This was a token of gratitude from the caravan leader he had met earlier. He decided to inquire whether there was a Jifeng Trading Company in Ningbi City. If there was, it would make things much more convenient. Shin-Chi casually asked a lord on the street for directions and quickly got the address. Walking along the main street, he admired the scenery along the way. Most of the people on the street walked briskly, with few engaging in idle chatter. However, Shin-Chi knew that the endless land was not solely inhabited by lords. There were also native forces, races that had lived here since birth. They did not have the system interface that lords possessed. Moreover, not everyone who wasn't a native was a lord. Under a lord's command, there were heroes, troops, assistants, attendants, and ordinary civilians. Some powerful lords would open spatial portals to recruit people from other worlds, allowing them to live in their territories as ordinary civilians. Apart from lords, another group of people who could come to the endless land were those recruited by lords for various reasons to work and make a living here. For example, young Guan, whom Shin-Chi had met earlier, had come from his original world to do business. These people, though lacking the powers of a lord, worked under a lord's command. Their relationship with the lords was not particularly close. As long as they paid taxes and followed the rules, they could live peacefully in the territory. Such situations were common in large, well-managed territories. Shin-Chi, however, was still far from reaching that scale. Therefore, not everyone walking on the streets was a lord. Some might be a lord's assistant or an ordinary civilian working in a territory. Of course, the hustle and bustle of Ningbi City was still far from that of the lively metropolises. In his previous life, Shin-Chi had seen first-tier cities where the population density was so overwhelming it felt suffocating. Lost in thought, he continued walking forward. Before long, a massive square appeared before him. The square was surrounded by high-rise buildings with a unified style. In the center of the square stood a towering statue, clearly the landmark of this place. At the heart of the area, the most prominent building had a plaque above its entrance that read Gale Trading Company. Shin-Chi had arrived at his destination, the Gale Trading Company. Without pausing, he headed straight for the entrance. At the same time, several other lords were also entering the trading company. These 4 or 5 lords clearly knew each other. Each of them was dressed in luxurious brocade and adorned with expensive accessories. One of the lords tilted his head slightly, casually surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed the solitary Shin-Chi. He glanced at Shin-Chi, a faint trace of disdain flashing across his face, before turning away to look elsewhere. The group of lords chatted and laughed as they made their way toward the central counter of the trading company. Shin-Chi also observed the interior of the trading company. The hall resembled a marketplace, divided into small shops that seemed to be rented out to individual merchants. Scattered around were a few customers browsing goods. The hall had various corridors that likely led to other areas. Behind the counter, a well-dressed man emerged. Shin-Chi saw him and was about to speak. "Excuse me," intending to inquire about the procedures here. However, the man merely glanced at Shin-Chi before immediately putting on a smile and turning toward the group of lords. This man was the manager. With one look, he recognized these individuals as VIP clients with purple cards. He knew how to identify important customers. The lords, dressed in their opulent attire, wore expressions of entitlement as they saw the manager approach. Some even carried an air of superiority, clearly considering themselves distinguished guests. Manager Ding greeted them warmly, his smile as bright as a blooming flower, his hands clasped in a welcoming gesture. He spoke effusively. "Ah, Mr. Guo, Mr. Luo, and everyone else, what a pleasant surprise to have you visit our Gale Trading Company today." Maintaining his enthusiastic demeanor, he continued, "Are you here to check out our newly arrived premium goods, or do you have treasures you'd like to consign?" On behalf of the Gale Trading Company, I assure you of our full support. The lords were evidently pleased with Manager Ding's warm reception. One of them, a lord named Guo Fengqian, responded indifferently, "Manager Ding, you're too kind. We're just browsing." Manager Ding kept smiling and said, "Of course, take your time to look around. If you need anything, just let us know. Perhaps you'd like to head to the second floor? There's nothing on the first floor that could match your refined tastes." At this moment, Shin-Chi cleared his throat and interjected politely, trying to maintain his composure as he addressed the manager. "Excuse me, may I trouble you to introduce your trading company?" Manager Ding clearly heard Shin-Chi's question, and his expression shifted slightly. It was evident that he couldn't outright ignore Shin-Chi. He turned around, pretending to have just noticed him, and took a couple of steps forward. With a forced smile, "Sir, how can I assist you? If you're just looking to shop, feel free to browse the first floor. Payments can be made directly to the individual merchants." He added dismissively, "You only need to find an ordinary blacksmith shop." Manager Ding gave Shin-Chi a once-over, his gaze carrying a clear sense of judgment. Having been a manager for a long time, accustomed to serving the Gale Trading Company's elite clientele, he was naturally reluctant to spend time on ordinary customers. Shin-Chi, who had previously used a silver-tier set of equipment, had left it at a blacksmith shop for repairs after the Magic Tide War. Once the durability was restored, he had simply stored it in his backpack, too lazy to wear it. After all, with Shin-Chi's current strength, wearing armor made little difference. As a result, he was dressed in a simple, everyday outfit, which starkly contrasted with the well-equipped lords around him. Manager Ding's first impression of Shin-Chi was naturally low, and he had no intention of engaging with him. However, for the sake of appearances, he still offered a few perfunctory words. Shin-Chi listened to Manager Ding's indifferent and dismissive remarks without much reaction. Just then, Guo Fengqian, standing nearby, laughed loudly and said, "Manager Ding, there's no need to waste your efforts on some people. If you're polite to everyone, wouldn't that lower your own status?" This comment left Manager Ding momentarily stunned. Many people in the hall secretly glanced over, their eyes carrying a hint of excitement. Luo Hong, beside Guo Fengqian, sneered coldly and said in a low voice, Brother Gui is absolutely right. Manager Ding, we are purple card customers. Do you dare to neglect us? Manager Ding immediately became nervous upon hearing this, hurriedly waving his hands to explain. Oh, Mr. Luo, please don't joke around. How could I possibly neglect you? Please, follow me. Guo Fengqian nodded in satisfaction, half squinting his eyes as he cast a contemptuous glance at Shenqi. Shenqi naturally understood this was a typical display of disdain. He clicked his tongue lightly, thinking to himself, what a way to stir up trouble. Yet his face remained calm. The next moment, he raised his hand, quietly revealing an eye-catching card in his palm, a black card with golden edges. Shenqi said expressionlessly, oh, I heard you don't neglect important customers? The hall instantly fell silent. Manager Ding, who had been focused on Guo Fengqian and his group, showed obvious displeasure. Upon hearing Shenqi's words, he stared at Shenqi impatiently and muttered under his breath, Sir, what are you? Before he could finish, his eyes widened, and the rest of his words got stuck in his throat. A black card? This. Guo Fengqian and Luo Hang, seeing this, looked at Shenqi in confusion, then widened their eyes one by one. Someone even gasped audibly, what is going on? How does this person have a black card? Guo Fengqian couldn't help but voice his doubts. How could this seemingly ordinary lord possess a black card from the Swiftwind Trading Company? They themselves were only purple card users. Everyone was stunned, completely unable to react. Shenqi quietly stared at Manager Ding, neither impatient nor angry. He simply held the black card in his hand, and this simple action brought an imperceptible pressure to Manager Ding. Just as he was about to muster the courage to approach Shenqi, Luo Hong frowned and said coldly, Manager Ding, if someone sees you flustered like this, it would be quite the joke. Your Swiftwind Trading Company is one of the top trading firms in Ningbi City, and black cards aren't issued casually. As far as I know, every black card comes with specific authentication and a signature. I suggest you carefully investigate, so no one takes advantage of the situation. If a black card belonging to a major client is lost and someone uses it as their own, you'll be held responsible. His words were reasonable, almost publicly calling out the issue. His voice echoed clearly and powerfully in the spacious hall. Manager Ding suddenly realized the problem. Indeed, Swiftwind Trading Company had a clear list of black card clients. Every black card had a specific owner. But this person in front of him, he had never seen before. For Swiftwind, every black card user represented immense wealth. Not just anyone could wave a black card around and pretend. His expression turned cold, his eyes revealing disgust, as if saying, thief. Guo Fengqian, hearing Luo Heng's words, also caught on. He stared at Shenqi with even more disdain, then said to Manager Ding, Manager Ding, I suggest you report this to your superiors immediately to avoid further trouble. Manager Ding quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, Mr. Guo is right. I'll report this right away. Even Shenqi was momentarily stunned. He lowered his head to sense the black card and found that it was indeed a card capable of recording personal information. However, it had no signature yet. It was a new card. The caravan owner hadn't tried to fool him with a fake card, but unexpectedly, these people were quite the performers. His impression of Swiftwind Trading Company had already plummeted. Still, he couldn't just walk away. That would be tantamount to admitting their accusations. His eyes shifted as he came up with a new idea. Shenqi put away the black card and waved his hand. 10 storage spheres appeared before him. Inside were miniature models of various items. The key point was, the items within these storage spheres emitted a faint purple glow, indicating they were silver-grade resources. Shenqi said indifferently, whether you recognize this black card or not, I don't care. He changed his tone. I originally planned to consign a few items here. It seems I'm not welcome. The hall instantly fell silent. Everyone present could see that these were silver-grade treasures. Shenqi took out 10 items in one go. Guo Fengqian's face instantly turned ugly. He had at most 2 silver-grade items on him. For him to take out 10 at once was simply impossible. Before they could think further, Shenqi withdrew his hand and then released it again. All the silver-grade items returned to his backpack. Then, 3 new items appeared in front of him. The difference was, these 3 emitted dazzling golden light. Gold-grade treasures. Shenqi frowned slightly, his voice lowering. Oh, by the way, I also have gold-grade resources I can't use. I guess I'll go look elsewhere. The hall fell into dead silence. All eyes turned to him. Seeing those undeniably genuine gold-grade resources, everyone was speechless. The manager was completely dumbfounded. Guo Fengqian and the others were all stunned, and after a while, their faces turned ashen. Manager Ding snapped back to reality, suddenly feeling a splitting headache. Every word Shenqi said was like a heavy hammer pounding on his heart. Every sentence felt like torture. Cold sweat immediately broke out on his back. The surrounding people, seeing Shenqi take out silver-grade and gold-grade items, were first shocked, then all became excited. They hadn't expected to stumble upon such big news just by casually looking around. This wasn't a trivial matter. It was a dramatic twist, full of ups and downs. You look down on me and flatter the purple card customers, and I immediately pull out a black card to slap you in the face. You suspect my black card is stolen, so I directly take out 10 silver grade and 3 gold grade items to prove the strength of a black card holder. This move was clean, decisive, and satisfying, leaving Manager Ding pale-faced. Those purple card customers turned green with envy. Manager Ding understood the significance of Shin-Chi's actions. Originally, Shin-Chi intended to consign gold-grade resources at Gale Trading Company. This was of great importance to Gale Trading Company, not to mention the substantial commission the company could earn from the sale of gold-grade resources. More importantly, being able to consign gold-grade resources indicated that Shin-Chi was a true VIP of Gale Trading Company. He was a potential core customer, a channel for gold-grade resources. Manager Ding finally realized the gravity of the situation. He wore a bitter expression, preparing to muster the courage to approach. At that moment, a man quickly walked out from the front hall. He went straight to Shin-Chi, bowed respectfully, and said politely in a low voice, "Sir, our Gale Trading Company deeply apologizes to you. We have received a message from Mr. Zhang Wan, informing us that a black card has been transferred to you. We failed to verify the information properly, made baseless assumptions, and publicly insulted your identity. This was our company's mistake. We will seriously deal with the manager in question and dismiss him." Beside him, Manager Ding's face turned pale, almost bloodless. He pleaded, "Manager, I was wrong. Please don't dismiss me." He then turned to Shin-Chi, extending his hands helplessly, almost trying to grab Shin-Chi's clothes. "Sir, you are magnanimous and forgiving. Please don't hold a grudge against a petty person's mistake." Shin-Chi swiftly dodged. His expression remained cold. After a moment, he stared at the manager and asked, "Oh, then how do you plan to compensate me?" The Gale Trading Company manager said solemnly, "Sir, we will compensate you with 1 million spirit crystals and allow you to freely select 2 silver grade resources from our top-tier inventory. Additionally, you will enjoy a permanent 30% discount, which is even better than the 20% discount of the black card. For the first resource you consign with us, we will waive all commission fees. For subsequent consignments, the commission will be reduced by 2 percentage points. If our company acquires rare resources or hosts major auction events, we will notify you immediately. These are our sincere offers. If you have other requests, please let us know, and the company will do its best to fulfill them." Shin-Chi half closed his eyes, neither accepting nor agreeing. In the hall, silence gradually spread. The oppressive atmosphere made it feel like ants were crawling on one's shoulders, extremely uncomfortable. Manager Ding was already like a walking corpse. Manager Ji-Fong was so nervous that cold sweat broke out on his back. Offending a black card client, this was no trivial matter. If the client showed even the slightest dissatisfaction, the powerful forces behind them would take action. Huo Fengqian, Luo Han, and the others had already shrunk into a corner, not daring to provoke further. They knew very well that the person in front of them was someone they absolutely could not offend. Finally, after a moment of silence, Shin-Chi spoke. "Don't just say nice things. Show me something real." His tone was calm and emotionless, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. The manager visibly breathed a sigh of relief. The weight on his shoulders significantly lightened. This meant there was still a chance to salvage the situation. The next steps had to be flawless, with no room for error. The manager immediately put on a warm smile and gestured invitingly. Then, "Sir, please follow us to the VIP room on the 3rd floor. You can rest and have some tea while we prepare your compensation." The people around looked at Shin-Chi with envy. The 3rd floor VIP room was exclusive to black card clients. Purple card clients could only access the 2nd floor. Shin-Chi nodded slowly. Changing locations to renegotiate would be troublesome, so he might as well accept the compensation this time. He also felt that Ji-Fong Trading Company had no reason to oppose him further. He took a step forward and followed the manager into the VIP room. The manager cast a cold glance at Manager Ding, who immediately looked dejected. Shin-Chi seemed to remember something and suddenly turned back, his gaze carrying a hint of mockery as he glanced at Guo Fengqian and the others. Then, without paying them any more attention, he turned and continued walking. Guo Fengqian's face darkened. Further, his fists clenched tightly. He hadn't expected someone he considered insignificant to step on him like this. That gaze felt like a knife stabbing into his heart, and hatred slowly grew within him. Beside him, Luo Han also looked grim, but reason prevailed. Seeing Guo Fengqian's expression, he felt a bit worried and advised, "Old Guo, take this as a lesson. He's not someone we can mess with. Don't act impulsively." Guo Fengqian, hearing Luo Heng's words, seemed to snap out of it. With a sullen face, he nodded. Shin-Chi followed the manager down the corridor and entered a private elevator. The manager respectfully asked, "Sir, I am Manager Song. May I ask how I should address you?" Shin-Chi, "All right, Mr. Shen, please follow me." The two arrived at the VIP room on the 3rd floor. The room was spacious and filled with luxurious furniture. furniture. Behind a massive solid wood desk was a wide balcony. From the balcony, one could see the plaza outside and the dense rooftops of buildings in the distance. Under Manager Song's guidance, Shin-Chi sat on a large reception sofa. Manager Song quickly instructed an assistant to serve premium tea. Shin-Chi sat calmly, showing no sign of nervousness. Before long, Manager Song placed a document in front of Shin-Chi and respectfully said, "Mr. Shin, based on your requirements, we have drafted these terms. Please feel free to share any feedback." Shin-Chi slowly picked up the document and began to carefully review it. The terms were indeed exactly as Manager Song had previously stated. Shin-Chi nodded lightly and signed his name. The contract was thus officially signed with Ji-Feng Trading Company. According to the document, the contract was legally binding in Ningbi City. Next, Manager Song handed Shin-Chi a tablet. "Mr. Shin, this is our first-tier inventory of silver-grade resources. You may select 2 items to take with you." Shin-Chi took the tablet. The screen displayed rows of item icons, and he began browsing. The silver-grade inventory contained hundreds of items, neatly categorized. Most were standard silver grade, with only a few high-grade silver items and no perfect grade ones. These resources were likely all publicly available for sale. Shin-Chi guessed that Ji-Feng Trading Company must have a higher-tier inventory, and those high-quality silver-grade resources would not be sold publicly. However, these 2 resources were free, so Shin-Chi didn't think much and started choosing items. In the end, he selected 2 silver-level resources. The first was the Weapon Master Job Change Certificate. As the name suggests, it is a certificate used for job changes. Shin-Chi chose it because he had a skeleton weapon expert. His idea was to let the skeleton weapon expert undergo a secondary job change to see what new changes might occur. The second item was the Sleeping Ghost's Clay Pot. The description read, "Invest a certain amount of soul fire daily and eventually receive a gift from the ghost." Shin-Chi had plenty of silver-level resources on hand, and there was nothing particularly appealing to him at this level unless he could take them all. Apart from the Weapon Master Job Change Certificate, the only thing that caught his interest was this little item. It sounded like a blind box mechanic and was clearly an undead-related tool, so he chose it. After making his selections, he handed them to Manager Song. Manager Song immediately took the tablet and quickly processed the items. Then he smiled and said to Shin-Chi, "Mr. Shin, your items have been packed and will be delivered shortly." Shin-Chi responded indifferently with, "Ahum." Manager Song placed his hands together and slightly bowed, asking, "Mr. Shin, do you need any other services?" Shin-Chi replied, "I need to buy some resources to develop my territory." Manager Song immediately picked up the tablet, operated it for a while, and then handed it to Shin-Chi, saying, "Here is the resource list, please take a look." Shin-Chi took the tablet and began browsing. Rows of resource icons were clearly visible, including basic resources and secondary processed resources. Finally, he placed in order 100,000 units of wood, 100,000 units of stone, 100,000 units of wooden planks, 100,000 units of stone bricks, 50,000 units of linen, 10,000 units of water, 100,000 units of iron ingots, 10,000 units of agate, 10,000 units of jade, 10,000 units of crystal. Additionally, 50 bronze-level wood-cutting machines, 10 bronze-level advanced furnaces, 100 bronze-level farmlands, 5 bronze-level leather workshops, 1 silver-level construction engineering institute for silver-level arrow towers, and 1 silver-level watchtower. These orders included basic resource packs as well as secondary and advanced resource packs. Shin-Chi had a pile of blueprints in his backpack, and the resource consumption was astonishing. Collecting them himself? That would take forever. It was better to directly spend money on resource packs, saving time and effort. He also bought many secondary resource processing devices. The bronze-level wood-cutting machines and advanced furnaces were far more efficient than the black iron-level woodworking workshops and furnaces. The ready-made farmlands were also acquired, ready for use, without the need for reclamation. This way, he could establish a complete food supply chain in the future. The leather workshops could produce fabric from basic resources, process animal hides, and make simple clothing and protective gear. The Construction Engineering Institute could convert 20 construction workers daily and train 1 architect weekly, which was crucial for building structures in the territory. Lastly, the arrow towers and watchtower were for defending the territory. All these items combined cost nearly 1 million spirit crystals. Fortunately, the 1 million spirit crystal compensation from Gale Trading Company could be directly used for payment. Shin-Chi handed the list to Manager Song beside him. Manager Song took it and quickly processed the order. Then he respectfully said, Mr. Shin, we have prepared the packaging for you. After applying a 30% discount, the total price is this amount. Do you plan to use the spirit crystals compensated by us for payment? After payment, there will be about 20,000 spirit crystals remaining, which can be delivered to you along with the goods. Shin-Chi nodded. Manager Song thoughtfully reminded him, Mr. Shun, in the future, if Gale Trading Company has valuable resources for consignment, we will notify you immediately. If there are important auction events, we will also inform you. Shin-Chi responded lightly. Manager Song gently asked again, Mr. Shin, do you have anything you wish to sell? Would you like Gale Trading Company to assist you in consignment sales? We guarantee to arrange sufficient sales channels and provide strong promotion for your items. According to our agreement, we won't charge a commission for the first consignment item, and for subsequent consignments, we only charge a 2% commission. Shin-Chi did not respond immediately and fell into deep thought. In fact, he possessed more than 20 silver-grade resources and over 10 gold-grade resources. As for bronze-grade resources, they were countless. These were all obtained from treasure chests during the Great Magic Tide War, the Abyssal Rift, and the Dragon Burial Grounds. Of course, these resources were diverse, and not every item was suitable for Shin-Chi's own use. Selling the resources he couldn't use would be more cost-effective. The Swiftwind Trading Company happened to provide such a consignment channel, and the discounts were substantial. The situation was clear now. The Swiftwind Trading Company was in great need of customers like Shin-Chi. As long as Shin-Chi was willing to cooperate long-term, it would benefit both parties. Shin-Chi thought for a moment and summoned a gold-grade resource. With a wave of his hand, Orc Secret Blood Greatsword Gold Advanced Weapon, specifically designed for Orc units. Its attributes were very strong, and both the weapon's characteristics and additional skills were excellent. However, it could only be equipped by Orc units and heroes. Keeping it for himself was useless. Selling it would be more appropriate. Letting the Swiftwind Trading Company handle the consignment would save him the trouble of finding buyers himself. Shin-Chi placed the Orc Secret Blood Greatsword on the coffee table and slightly nodded his chin, signaling Manager Song that this was the item for consignment. Manager Song's eyes immediately lit up. A gold-grade weapon was perfect for selling to Orc Lords. Although the first consignment was free of charge, the more important point was, as long as Shin-Chi was willing to let them help sell gold-grade resources, it would lay a solid foundation for future cooperation. A single gold-grade resource could easily be hyped to astronomical prices. They could earn a fortune by taking a percentage commission. Manager Song said with a beaming smile, Mr. Shin, we can help you consign this gold-grade weapon. By the way, let me inform you that the prices of gold-grade weapons we've sold in the past generally start in the 7-figure range. He raised 5 fingers. Shin-Chi froze. 5 million spirit crystals? Manager Song continued. For more sought-after and precious gold-grade resources, the price can even break into 8 figures. Shin-Chi's eyes widened slightly. An 8-figure price, his current total wealth combined was barely close to that. It seemed the value of gold-grade resources was indeed astonishing. No wonder when he displayed 3 gold-grade resources in the hall earlier, everyone was so shocked they couldn't believe it. After finishing his tasks, Manager Song returned to Shin-Chi's side. He calmly asked, Mr. Shin, is there anything else you need me to help with? For example, if you'd like to know any information, feel free to ask. As long as I know, I'll provide answers. Shin-Chi glanced at Manager Song and slowly said, tell me about the situation regarding the Abyssal Highlands. For instance, how large is the Abyssal Highlands, and what is its higher-level geographical division? Shin-Chi knew that Manager Song had already figured out he was a newcomer to the Great Wilderness. Moreover, he had proactively offered to provide information. It was better to ask directly than to spend a long time piecing together bits of information from the chat channels. Manager Song immediately adjusted his demeanor. He had indeed noticed Shin-Chi was a newcomer, because Shin-Chi did not carry the aura of soul crystals. Those who had been in contact with soul crystals for over a month would carry a unique scent. People with soul crystals could clearly sense each other's presence. Shin-Chi, however, lacked this aura, indicating he had likely arrived less than a month ago. But what puzzled Manager Song was that Shin-Chi had immediately taken out astonishing silver and gold-grade resources. Manager Song speculated that Shin-Chi might be a heavyweight descendant of a major power, possibly backed by a super-strong individual. After all, Manager Song had seen many people. Most newcomers would exhibit obvious signs of nervousness, unease, and fear of the unknown. True newcomers were easy to see through, but Shin-Chi showed none of these traits. Instead, he exuded a sense of maturity, calmness, and fearlessness. This only shows that Shin-Chi is very confident. It also means that Gale Trading Company should avoid offending major clients like Shin-Chi. Manager Song quickly collected his thoughts and began Introducing. Alright, Mr. Shin, let me give you a brief introduction. The Black Abyss Highlands cover an area of over 20 million square kilometers. It is called the Black Abyss Highlands because of a terrain feature named Black Abyss. The Black Abyss Highlands are located in the heart of the Aran continent in the southern wilderness. On the Aran continent, there is one kingdom and 4 affiliated duchies. The Black Abyss Highlands lie outside the kingdom and the 4 duchies, not directly governed by any party. The area of the Black Abyss Highlands is roughly equivalent to the size of 2 duchies. Since the kingdom cannot govern this area, the forces here are complex, with no absolute power center. The Black Abyss Highlands have 3 main central cities, among which Ningbi City is over 3,000 kilometers away from the nearest duchy. Beyond the Aran continent, the entire southern wilderness consists of 10 continents. One of them, a supercontinent, is home to the only empire in the southern wilderness. Beyond the southern wilderness lies the entire vast wilderness, divided into 4 regions, east, south, west, and north. Hidden within these regions is the Sea of Mist, which no one dares to enter. This is all the information I have, and I hope it answers your questions. It was Shinchi's first encounter with such extensive information about the vast wilderness. A new outline of the wilderness gradually formed in his mind. It seemed that the wilderness was indeed unimaginably vast. Without a cross-dimensional teleportation tool like the broken wall stone he had before exploring, even 1% of the wilderness would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Shinchi's thoughts became active as he began to imagine future adventures. After a while, he came back to his senses. Looking at Manager Song waiting beside him, he nodded to indicate that he had no further questions. Manager Song tactfully packed all the items into a storage bag and handed it to Shinchi. Mr. Shin, here are your items. Please check them, and let me know if anything is missing. Shinchi took the storage bag, quickly scanned it with his spiritual sense, confirmed everything was correct, and stored it in his system backpack. After getting up, he left the VIP room accompanied by Manager Song's enthusiastic escort, took the exclusive elevator down to the first floor, and walked to the main entrance, arriving at the plaza. On the first floor, there were scattered groups of lords. When they saw Manager Song, who rarely appeared, being so warm and attentive to someone, they all showed surprised expressions and speculated about who this young man could be. Before leaving, Shinchi specifically asked for the location of the mission hall. He hadn't forgotten to go there to exchange soul crystals. With an exchange rate of 110, he carried over 200,000 soul crystals, which meant he could exchange them for 2 million spirit crystals, something he couldn't take lightly. Feeling cheerful, he walked into another street, unaware that in a room next to Gale Trading Company, a hidden gaze was watching his back through a window before shifting away. Under Manager Son's brief guidance, Shinchi quickly arrived at the mission hall. Passing through several districts, he reached another, larger plaza. The plaza had only one magnificent building, and the crowd was noticeably larger than before. After all, this was one of Ningbi City's official institutions, far busier than the private Gale Trading Company. She followed the crowd to the entrance, where a prominent signboard reading Mission Hall North City Branch hung. It seemed this was just a branch of the Mission Hall. He walked directly into the hall. Inside, he immediately saw a massive electronic bulletin board displaying various mission information. The first floor had many compartments equipped with self-service machines. Lords could enter vacant compartments to handle their business independently. The hall was bustling with lords conducting their affairs. On the first floor, there were over 100 compartments, with fewer than 10 vacant. Shinchi looked around and waited for a while. When a compartment became available, he immediately entered. Facing the machine in front of him, the electronic screen displayed multiple operation buttons. There are options such as Task List, Publish Task, Personal Account Management, and Call Assistant. Shinchi clicked on Task List. A prominent prompt box immediately popped up on the screen. Shinchi froze. Register. New user prompt appeared at the bottom of the screen, and he was promptly guided to the registration page. Registration was simple, just fill in personal information, set a username, password, and identity verification method. After a series of operations, Shinchi finally had his own account. The level was LV0. He looked at the information on the personal account page. Shinchi, account level, 0 tasks completed, 0 task points, 0 medals, 0. Shinchi exited the page and clicked on Task List again. Numerous tasks immediately scrolled into view. He quickly glanced at the home page. Various task titles caught his eye. A. Seeking LV4 plus Mage Lords for Team Challenge in Difficult Dungeon. E. Need construction workers, urgent. B. Healer. Support. S. Difficult Dungeon Team, LV5 and below do not disturb. C. Long-term purchase of various potions, negotiable prices. A. Teaming up. For Abyss Exploration, bring your own amulet. SS. Seeking Master Blacksmith to forge gold-grade equipment. A. Long-term purchase purchase of monster drop materials. Tasks kept refreshing, with a wide variety. Shin-Chi spent some time understanding the system rules. Anyone could publish tasks. Publishers were divided into two types, individuals and organizations. Individual tasks were issued under personal names and accounted for the majority. The other portion was published by organizations, including officials, guilds, factions, families, and groups. Tasks were divided into long-term and time-limited types. The system categorized tasks by difficulty and personal settings into levels. SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E. Task levels were marked before the task titles. Completing tasks earned points. Task points could be exchanged in the hall for various resources, ranging from spirit crystals, lords, territories to troop resources. Everything was available. There was also an annual points leaderboard. Points earned by lords for completing tasks accumulated into historical points, which were ranked on the leaderboard based on point totals. Completing tasks also accumulated completion counts. Based on the number of tasks completed, their levels, and success rates, personal accounts would level up. Levels ranged from LV0 to LV7. The higher the level, the more tasks completed, the higher the difficulty, and the higher the success rate. This indicated greater strength. The higher the leaderboard ranking, the more people would privately invite you to take on tasks. Shin-Chi looked at the constantly refreshing task list on the home page. However, tasks posted on the homepage might not necessarily be seen. There were too many people publishing tasks. To make tasks more visible and attract more participants, one had to spend points to buy rankings and exposure, essentially buying promotions. For example, the large bulletin board in the hall's front lobby allowed you to pay for exposure spots. However, Shin-Chi's gaze fell on the top of the homepage. There was a pinned task in an extremely prominent position, special, long-term soul crystal exchange. There was no specific task level. Shin-Chi clicked to enter and looked at the task description. It was no different from what he had known before. The Clear River Kingdom Royal Court of the Aran Continent had long-term task postings. Soul crystals could be exchanged for resources at a 1:10 ratio, exchanging soul crystals for spirit crystals. For most lords, soul crystals were almost useless and were better converted into the universal currency, spirit crystals. Moreover, this task was a long-term, open-ended task. All spirit crystals were funded by the Clear River Royal Court. The task was set to the highest exposure level and pinned long-term. All lords on the Aran continent could use this task to exchange soul crystals for spirit crystals. It could be said that the Clear River Royal Court provided a massive amount of spirit crystal resources for countless lords. As for why the Clear River Royal Court would purchase soul crystals at high prices, no one knew. Shin-Chi vaguely felt it was a bit strange. Killing monsters did not drop spirit crystals but instead dropped soul crystals. Where exactly did these soul crystals come from? Unable to figure it out, Shin-Chi simply set the question aside. He directly clicked on the task. The exchange process was very simple. You can directly transfer soul crystals through the Lord System panel. Spirit crystals are immediately credited to the account. Ding! Soul crystals * 221, 546 plus spirit crystals * 2, 215, 460. Shin-Chi seemed to hear the sound of spirit crystals flowing into his little treasury like running water. It was simply exhilarating. The spirit crystal deposit had already surpassed 10 million. Shin-Chi raised an eyebrow and reminded himself, keep working hard, don't get carried away. The numbers in the account are just the beginning. For a lord, wanting to go further means spending money endlessly. Shin-Chi noticed that because this exchange task was special, the reward was directly issued as spirit crystals, so no task points would accumulate. Then, he saw a small note below. You can call an assistant to sign a contract with the task hall. After that, tasks can be accepted directly through the system panel without running errands. However, to exchange resources with task points or upgrade account levels, you still need to handle it on-site at the task hall. Any branch of the task hall in the central city can process these services. Shin-Chi exited the task interface and clicked on Call Assistant. Shortly after, a professionally dressed woman approached and greeted him. Sir, please follow me. Shin-Chi exited his account and followed her. They bypassed the hall and arrived at a door. The assistant softly said, Sir, please enter. She opened the door, and Shin-Chi stepped inside. This area was much smaller than the hall, divided into individual windows. The difference was that behind the windows were real people, not machines. It seemed that further business had to be handled face to face. Inside, a few lords were scattered around. As soon as Shin-Chi entered, those lords turned to look at him. After a brief glance, they withdrew their gaze. The assistant led him to a window and let the staff behind the window assist him. Then, the assistant turned and left. In the hall, among a group of lords, there was a newcomer named Kong Xian. He and a few others were here for the first time, preparing to sign a contract with the task hall. At a distant window stood a lone lord, keeping his distance from others. This person was Dai Wenza. He wasn't a newcomer. This time, he came to the task hall for a system evaluation, preparing to upgrade to level 3. When Shinchi entered, Dai Wenza merely glanced at him and quickly lost interest. Another newbie, he muttered to himself. Kong Xian chatted with a fellow lord he had recently met, Su Yimeng, about his first soul crystal exchange. Brother Zhang, how many spirit crystals did you exchange for the first time? Kong Xian asked with curiosity and excitement. Su Yimeng replied with a smile, not much, just 5,000 spirit crystals. I've only just arrived here and haven't fought many monsters yet. Kong Xian's eyes lit up, and he said proudly, Brother Su, I exchanged more than you. I got 10,000 spirit crystals. Su Yimeng's expression stiffened slightly, and he said awkwardly, that much? You are quite impressive. Kong Xian quickly responded modestly, not at all. Brother Su, you're too kind. I've only been in the wilderness for less than 7 days. Their conversation was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for Dai Wenza in the distance to overhear. Dai Wenza couldn't help but chuckle softly, then said, as if talking to himself or to others, what's the point of bragging? A newbie dares to show off? Such a small amount, and you think it's worth mentioning? His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for Kong Xian and Su Yimeng to hear. The two immediately looked displeased and turned to glare at Dai Wenza in the corner. Dai Wenza, knowing they were looking at him, deliberately cleared his throat and then loudly asked the staff behind the window, excuse me, has my account upgrade been completed? Am I level 3 now? The staff replied, sir, you are now a level 3 user and can view all level 3 user privileges. Dai Wenza raised his voice again and asked, can you check the record of my first soul crystal exchange? The staff quickly operated the system and replied, Mr. Dai, during your first soul crystal exchange, you used 10,000 soul crystals to exchange for 100,000 spirit crystals. This statement echoed clearly throughout the hall, and Kong Xian, Su Yimeng, and other lords all heard it. Kong Xian's face instantly turned pale, his eyes widened, and he shouted in shock in his heart, 100,000 spirit crystals. He no longer dared to look at Dai Wenza with the same gaze as before. Dai Wenza glanced at them, turned his head proudly, and thought, these pretentious people, I just can't stand them, unless I'm the one being pretentious. Meanwhile, Shinchi had also completed the contract signing. From now on, he could directly publish, accept, and complete tasks through the system panel without having to go to the task hall. At this moment, the staff behind the window said in a calm tone, Mr. Shin, after completing your first soul crystal exchange task, you received a transfer of 2.2 million spirit crystals. The system has assessed that you are eligible to become a premium account holder at the task hall. If you upgrade to a premium account, you only need to pay an annual fee to have a personal assistant available to serve you at any time. In the future, when you visit the task hall, you can directly go to the exclusive compartment on the second floor to handle your business without queuing. On the first floor, Shinchi paused for a moment, thinking this was indeed an extra membership service. However, he smiled and said, thank you, I don't need it for now. I'll consider it later. The staff replied considerately, no problem, Mr. Shin. You're welcome to upgrade to a premium account anytime. Shinchi turned to leave, but he suddenly noticed, all eyes in the business hall were focused on him. Shinchi's heart tightened. What's going on? The incident had occurred earlier, just as the staff attending to him reminded him that Shinchi had received a transfer of 2.2 million spirit crystals for his first soul crystal exchange. The hall, which had been quiet, suddenly buzzed as everyone clearly heard the news. Then, everyone turned their heads to stare at Shinchi, whether it was Kong Xian, Su Yimeng, or Dai Wenza. Their eyes were filled with shock. Their thoughts were surprisingly unanimous. This newcomer exchanged 220,000 soul crystals on his first soul crystal task? Received 2.2 million spirit crystals? What kind of joke is this? Kong Xian stared at Shinchi's back, deeply shaken. He sighed inwardly. The great wilderness truly is a place full of experts. To think there's such an impressive newcomer, what am I even worth? In the distance, Dai Wenza's expression was complicated, and his face no longer showed any trace of pride. Having spent so much time in the great wilderness, he knew better than anyone how difficult it was to exchange 230,000 soul crystals in one go. This was practically a silent, decisive move, a king's gambit. Moreover, this was a premium account, something even he wasn't qualified to obtain. Dai Wenza recalled his earlier boast about his soul crystal exchange history, and his face burned with embarrassment. Amid the complex gazes of the crowd, Shinchi walked out of the task hall. He looked at the lights gradually illuminating outside the central city. Night had fallen, and the task was complete. Following his memory and landmarks, he headed toward the city gate he had entered through, preparing to return the same way. Along the way, he relaxed his mind, observing the various novel sights along the street. After turning a few corners, Shinchi accidentally walked too far and arrived at another district. Suddenly, a magnificent building appeared before him, a towering structure. Beside the tower's entrance stood a stone tablet, inscribed with Lord's Trial Tower. Shinchi's eyes narrowed. This is another official institution? Perhaps because it was an official institution, the square was bustling with people. Shinchi thought, since I'm here, why not go in and take a look? Without hesitation, he stepped inside. Upon entering, the light suddenly dimmed, replaced by the soft glow of wall-mounted lamps. It was a massive circular hall. The walls were smooth and white, and above was a grand hemispherical dome. In the center of the hall stood a thick pillar, extending all the way to the center of the dome. The upper half of the pillar held a rack, on which 4 screens faced east, south, west, and north. Besides the entrance, the other 3 walls of the hall had elevator-like doors. Each door was only wide enough for one person to pass through, and they opened and closed automatically. Above each door was a signal light. Just on this floor alone, there were over 100 such small doors. A huge door was open on the wall directly facing the main entrance. The door had no barriers and led straight to a dimly lit corridor that seemed to stretch endlessly. This door was just like the main entrance Shinchi had come through. People were constantly coming and going, making the entire hall bustling with activity. In front of each small door, there were 3 to 5 lords waiting in line. As soon as a door opened, someone would come out, and the next person in line would immediately go in. The doors opened and closed quickly, so the queues weren't too long. Shinchi looked around and noticed that everyone here seemed to have been through this countless times. They all knew exactly what to do upon entering and moved with practiced efficiency. There wasn't even a receptionist. Shinchi decided to find someone to ask about the process. His gaze swept across the room and landed on a young man, sitting on an empty patch of ground not far away. The young man didn't look very old. He had a buzz cut, calm features, a blade of grass in his mouth, and was dressed casually, sitting cross-legged. He seemed completely at ease, glancing around idly, occasionally reaching behind his back or scratching his head. In the crowd, someone like him stood out. Their eyes met, and Shinchi paused for a moment. The young man froze too, then his eyes lit up and he waved at Shinchi. Shinchi found it odd and wanted to turn away and ignore him, but in the next second, his legs moved uncontrollably toward the young man. In the blink of an eye, he was standing in front of him. The young man, seeing that Shinchi had actually responded, jumped up excitedly and said, "Sorry, I was just too bored, so I waved at you." "Hello, hello," Shinchi thought to himself. "Bored?" He calmly replied, "Hello." The young man introduced himself. "My name is Lu Zhu. You can call me Xiao Lu. Is this your first time in the great wilderness? First time at the trial tower?" Shinchi looked at him warily. "Why do you ask?" Lu Zhu didn't seem to notice his guardedness and smiled, saying, "Oh, nothing. I just came out of the trial tower and was feeling bored, so I thought I'd chat with someone. How about I give you an introduction?" Shinchi replied coolly, "Thanks in advance." Lu Zhu waved his hand with a smile and invited him to sit down. "Why don't you sit here on the ground for a bit?" Shinchi shook his head. "No need." Lu Zhu scratched his head and chuckled, then got serious and began explaining. "The Lord's Trial Tower is an official institution of the Endless Land. There are 7 branch towers in Ningbi City, but the system is shared. The only difference is the entrance. As the name suggests, the Lord's Trial Tower is designed to test the lords. The Trial Tower has a total of 300 floors, and lords start from the first floor. For every floor you clear, you'll receive a reward. The higher you climb, the better the rewards. That's why challenging the Trial Tower is one of the daily activities for lords in the Great Wilderness and an important source of resources. As long as you successfully clear a floor, you can keep going. But if you fail, you'll only have 3 more attempts. If you fail all 3, you'll have to wait a week before you can challenge again. After all, clearing the tower is very exhausting. It consumes a lot of energy, so the trial tower has partnered with some inns, stations, and hotels in Ningbi City. Later, in the corridor behind you can directly book a room and use the fast passage to return to the hotel to rest. Also, before each challenge, the trial tower will record an update update your status. In other words, the battles in the Lord's Trial Tower are all system simulations, so there's no real risk of death or injury. And since the system only uses the information you input to simulate battles, you can summon troops to challenge the tower even if you didn't bring any with you, Lu Zhu explained earnestly. Although he didn't seem very reliable, his introduction was quite detailed. Shun-Chi listened attentively. By the way, the Lord's Trial Tower operates on a 4-year seasonal cycle, and the floor progress resets at the start of each season. The 250th floor is a major threshold, but most lords haven't managed to reach that high. You don't need to worry about that for now. You've seen the many small doors in the hall. Those are the entrances to the tower. Once you go in, you'll be taken to the corresponding floor. Alright, do you have any other questions? Lu Zhu stopped talking and looked at Shun-Chi expectantly. Shun-Chi listened carefully and asked, what is the trial content in the trial tower? Lu Zhu immediately replied, good question. The key is guarding the tower. Each floor will have waves of monsters attacking, and you must summon troops to repel all the monsters. That's basically it. Of course, that's just the regular tower challenge. There's another trial called Lord Duel, which is a 1v1 match. But for now, you can only do the regular levels. The duel mode isn't open yet. She nodded. Got it, thank you. This person seemed a bit odd, but his answers were quite reliable. Shin-Chi's gaze swept over the lords lining up to enter the tower. Why not give it a try today? Shin-Chi looked around. Groups of lords were walking together, their low conversations echoing throughout the hall. With his keen hearing, he caught snippets of their chatter. Hey, which floor are you starting from this time? Floor 55. Damn, I have to break through floor 50 today. If I fail again, it'll be so embarrassing. You said the same thing last week and the week before. You've already racked up 2 rounds of embarrassment. Those don't count. I've been staying in the trial tower for 2 weeks now. Haven't even returned to my territory just to review the battle on floor 75. Looks like I'll have to push hard again this week. What are you going to do? Borrow some money. I'm almost out of cash to stay at the hotel. I heard Fu Shizhu, ranked in the top 10, successfully broke through floor 280 today. Whoa, does that mean all the top 10 have reached floor 280? But the top-ranked Lu Changlin has been stuck on floor 290 for a long time, hasn't made progress in 3 months. Getting to floor 290 is already impressive. At least he's the only one. Various conversations, mixed with different emotions, reached Shin-Chi's ears. He tried to piece together these scattered bits of information. After a moment, he turned and found Lu Zhu staring at him eagerly. Lu Zhu met Shin-Chi's gaze and asked, are you planning to challenge the tower later? Shin-Chi nodded slowly. Lu Zhu patted his chest boldly. Hey, want me to give you some tips? His eyes sparkled as he looked at Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi was taken aback. Not for now. I want to figure it out myself. Shin-Chi stared at Lu Zhu, noticing his eager expression, and suddenly asked, how's your tower challenge record? If it's inconvenient to share, that's fine. Lu Zhu waved his hand and laughed. Nothing to hide. I've just reached floor 150. Shin-Chi's eyes lit up, looking at him in surprise. He had heard before that most lords were stuck below floor 100. Reaching floor 150 already made Lu Zhu one of the top contenders in the hall. Shin-Chi carefully observed Lu Zhu, surprised at how capable this guy actually was. Lu Zhu noticed his gaze and smiled smugly. Shin-Chi felt a bit helpless. This person seemed strong, but his brain didn't seem particularly sharp. Ahem, I'll be off now, Shin-Chi said, turning to leave. Lu Zhu waved the dogtail grass in his hand and shouted, alright, bye. I'll be resting here. If you run into trouble in the tower, don't get discouraged. Little Lu will be waiting for you here. Shin-Chi shook his head speechlessly and turned to walk toward one of the tower entrances, joining the end of the line. Within 2 minutes, the people ahead of him had entered through the door. It was Shin-Chi's turn. He stood in front of the automatic door, which opened automatically as someone walked out. The door slowly closed again. Shin-Chi stepped inside. Once the door closed, he found himself in a space resembling a sealed chamber. He steadied himself as lasers shot out from small holes above, scanning his body meticulously. Shortly after, a system notification sounded in his ear. Ding. Identity verification successful. Model generated. Information updated. Please select the activity you wish to proceed with. Several blue screens appeared in front of Shin-Chi. Trial tower, duel, training room, personal management. The duel and training room buttons were grayed out and unclickable. Without hesitation, he clicked on Trial Tower. You are about to enter the first level of the Trial Tower. Please prepare. Shin-Chi waited quietly. A few seconds later, a sudden burst of intense white light illuminated his vision. The light engulfed everything, leaving his sight blank. 3 seconds later, the white light dissipated. Shin-Chi found himself standing in a spacious area. Shin-Chi had just entered the tower gate not long ago. Suddenly, a text announcement appeared on the 4 large screens screens in the first-floor hall of the Lord's Trial Tower. Accompanied by a loud notification sound, the entire hall floor trembled slightly. Everyone simultaneously turned their heads and looked up at the screens. The screen displayed Zone Broadcast. Lord Zhang Mui has set a new record for the season, clearing 80 consecutive levels starting from the first level. This is hereby announced to the entire zone. Next to the text was a man's avatar. As soon as the message appeared, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone stared at the words on the screen in shock. Some quickly summoned their system panels, opening group chats, friend channels, and forums, furiously typing in the chat boxes. More people couldn't help but turn to their friends nearby, whispering in discussion. Holy crap, cleared 80 levels consecutively? Who's so amazing? The season's already halfway through and someone still broke the record? This record is usually set by top players at the beginning of the season. Who is Zhang Mui? Could he be a top player from last season who just started clearing the tower this season? Check. The forums, someone posted about it. Yes, a newcomer? Damn. A newcomer who just entered the Wildlands not long ago. A newcomer? Seriously? Are newcomers this strong now? How are we veteran players supposed to compete? Clearing 80 levels in one go, directly breaking the record of 76 levels set by a top player at the start of the season. This is insane. I can barely manage 20 levels before I can't go on. The key is clearing 80 levels consecutively without a single mistake. This requires incredible strength and state from the Lord. The forums exploded instantly, with the homepage filled with discussions about the Trial Tower record-breaking news. Amazing! This newcomer broke through 80 levels today, setting a new high for the season. Ha! This new top player is a new member of our Scimitar Brotherhood. You can't envy us enough. Such a powerful newcomer. Should really join us at Scimitar. What? Scimitar? Yeah. Not convinced? It's Scimitar. Congratulations to Scimitar for gaining another new god. Truly exciting. Ah, what a pity. What do you mean? Are you looking down on newcomers or Scimitar? Ridiculous, you don't deserve us. In the territory of one of the vice presidents of the Scimitar Brotherhood, Gu Yuhong, the backyard was bustling with activity. Members of Scimitar surrounded a male lord, enthusiastically greeting and praising him. The man surrounded was none other than Zhang Mudi, whose name had appeared on the first-floor screen of the Trial Tower. Zhang Mudi raised his wineglass, toasting Gu Yuhong, and then drank it in one gulp. Gu Yuhong squinted his eyes, satisfied as he observed Zhang Mudi. Mudi, now that you've joined Scimitar, I won't let you down. A special glint flashed in his eyes. After all, Uncle Zhang specifically asked me to take good care of the young ones. Uncle Zhang and the Gu family are as close as brothers. We get along like family. Zhang Mudi responded politely with a smile. You're absolutely right, Brother Gu. Gu Yuhong continued, your Zhang family has invested so many resources in training you, clearly treating you as a core member. Remember, don't let your elders down. Zhang Mudi replied firmly. I will definitely follow Brother Gu's advice. The sound of flowing water from the artificial mountain mingled with laughter in the garden. Xinqi opened his eyes, and a panel appeared before him. You have entered the first level. The Lord's trial for this level is about to begin. Monster tide incoming. Please eliminate all monsters and protect the Lord's core. Note, if the Lord himself is killed or the Lord's core is destroyed, the trial for this level will fail. Upon failure, you have 3 chances to retry. After using all attempts, you must wait 1 week before trying again. First trial rules, limit of 10 units, 0 heroes allowed. Please select 10 units for battle as soon as possible. The trial will officially begin in 1 minute. Xinqi stared at the panel prompt, his mind stirring. A massive unit library appeared before him. No heroes allowed in the first trial? No problem. The issue was faced with tens of thousands of units. He felt a bit overwhelmed. Too many choices, hard to decide. A small annoyance indeed. Xinqi finally settled on this configuration: Wailing Wraith, Scorpion Man, Blood Butcher Swordsman, Skeleton Berserker, Piercing Bone Archer, Netherfire Bone Archer, Magic Arrow Bone Archer, Skeleton Archmage. ×2, Necromancer, Vampire Count. The lineup included spirits adept at mental control, as well as melee, ranged, magic, and healing units, forming a well-balanced team ready for the challenge. All the skeleton units were tier 4, with levels above 40. Among them, the Vampire Count was tier 6. The Wailing Wraith and Scorpion Man Blood Butcher Swordsman were tier 5. After Xinqi made his selection, an undead squad immediately appeared by his side. He had them line up, standing to his left and right, and nodded in satisfaction. The trial is about to begin. The prompt sounded. Xinqi looked around. The trial room seemed boundless, with no end in sight in any direction. Behind him stood a massive crystal, placed on a stone pedestal. This crystal was different from the one in his territory. It seemed to be used for simulating trials and calculating scores. Xinqi waited quietly. Suddenly, 500 meters away from the crystal. A vortex appeared on the ground. "They're here." One by one, dark figures emerged from the vortex. Green-skinned, pointy-eared, ugly, and short, they wore only a few scraps of cloth and held wooden sticks. A familiar goblin squad had arrived. They were all Tier 1, Level 5 goblin monsters, a total of 20. The goblins glared in Shin-Chi's direction, raising their crude weapons, snorting through their noses and shrieking as they charged noisily. However, before they had run even 10 meters, the three bone archers beside Shin-Chi immediately raised their bows, precisely aiming at their respective targets. In the next moment, the three fired 9 arrows simultaneously. Thud! 9 bursts of blood bloomed on the goblins' heads, and 9 goblins fell dead on the spot. The remaining goblins pressed on, undeterred, continuing their charge. 2 seconds later, another volley of arrows was fired, taking down 3 more goblins. In just 15 seconds, all 20 goblins were eliminated. At this point, the farthest goblin hadn't even made it 50 meters. The 3 bone archers alone easily completed the first round of the trial. The other undead units didn't even need to move. Shin-Chi's expression remained calm, showing no emotion. Moments later, ding! You have completed the first trial. This trial is not timed. Reward, trial gift pack ×1. The prompt sounded. Shin-Chi raised an eyebrow. A reward? Let's see what it is. He opened his backpack and clicked on the trial gift pack. First trial gift pack: stone ×10, wood ×10, thatch ×10, iron or ×5, spirit crystals ×20. Shin-Chi sneered, finding the reward rather stingy. But, after all, it was just the first level. Then, with a thought, an operation panel appeared before him. Several options were displayed. Proceed to the next trial tower level. Leave duel mode, locked. Training room personal management. Without hesitation, he clicked the first option. Thin strands of teleportation light began to glow around him. His vision shifted instantly. Shin-Chi found himself in another trial room. The environment was the same, but the goblin bloodstains on the ground had disappeared. The familiar system prompt sounded. You have entered the second level. The Lord's trial for this level is about to begin. Monster waves incoming, defeat all enemies and protect the Lord's core. Second trial rules: troop limit is 10, heroes are prohibited. The trial will officially begin in 1 minute. The restrictions on the second level remained unchanged. Shin-Chi and his undead squad stood motionless. Not long after, a vortex appeared in the distance once again. This time, a group of lizardmen emerged from the vortex. Tier 2, level 10, a total of 30. These lizardmen, covered in scales, frantically swung their tails. Wielding tridents in their hands, they charged at Shin-Chi. 3 skeletal archers continued their ranged attacks. This time, 2 skeletal archmages also joined the battle. They chanted spells, each firing a necromantic arrow glowing with green light. These necromantic arrows, along with the enchanted arrows of the skeletal archers, flew toward the lizardmen. The seemingly tough and rugged lizardmen couldn't block a single arrow. The arrows pierced through them as easily as through a window, hitting their targets effortlessly. The lizardmen fell one after another. Before long, the trial was over. Shin-Chi opened the trial reward pack again. He obtained stone ×30, wood ×30, thatch ×10, iron or ×10, and spirit crystals ×40. Although it wasn't much, it was still something. The third level. 50 jungle wolves rushed out of the vortex. But as soon as these jungle wolves appeared, they were caught off guard by the rain of arrows from the skeletal archers, the necromantic arrows of the skeletal archmages, and the ghostly fireballs of the necromancers. After 3 rounds of attacks, all the jungle wolves were eliminated. 5th trial. 7th trial. So far, the content of the trials was roughly the same, with only the level, rank, and number of monsters changing. Compared to the novice trial, the difficulty of this trial tower was a piece of cake. However, the novice trial only had 7 rounds. This trial tower, on the other hand, had a total of 300 levels. The difficulty of the later levels remained unknown. According to Shin-Chi's understanding, it was already late in the season, but no one had managed to reach the 300th level yet. Asterisk at this moment, in the first floor hall of the trial tower. After leaving the Gale Trading Company, Wu Fengqian's whereabouts were unknown. Luo Heng, on the other hand, wandered around the trial tower alone, planning to clear a few levels before returning to the guild base. Meanwhile, Kong Xian, Su Yimeng, and the disagreeable Dai Wenza also left the mission hall and headed to the trial tower separately. After all, many lords who came to the central city were there to challenge the trial tower. They each joined a tower climbing team and waited in line. Out of boredom, asterisk on Shin-Chi's side. Soon, he reached the 10th level. The allowed number of combat troops had increased to 50. The number of monsters had also risen to 400. The vortex gates summoning monsters had increased from 1 to 2, 3, and now 4. The 4 vortex gates were located in 4 directions, each with a pitch-black vortex floating at the entrance. Shin-Chi led his undead army, distributing them in 4 directions and setting up formations. The lineup included Skeleton Berserkers times 10, Skeletal Archers times 20, Skeletal Archmages times 10, Necromancers times 7, as well as the Vampire Count, Wailing Wraith, and Scorpion Man Bloodslayer. In front of the 4 vortex gates, hundreds of Tier 3 Rotbirds, Crimson Fire Snakes, Demon Mantises, and Ravenous Hyenas surged madly toward the Lord's Crystal. These monsters bared their fangs and claws, drooling from their mouths, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. They exuded a strong killing intent. However, the rain of arrows from the skeletal archers, the necromantic arrows from the skeletal archmages, and the ghostly fireballs from the necromancers created layers of area attacks, preventing the enemies from getting within 100 meters. Every 5 meters, a batch of monsters fell. Finally, the most tenacious monsters reached the front line. At this moment, the long-awaited Vampire Count unleashed a blood rose. Countless thorny vines shot out from beneath the monster's feet, instantly weaving into a dense net. The vines tightened abruptly, strangling the remaining monsters in an instant. The monster's life force dissipated, and the blood-soaked vines slowly bloomed into several bright red roses. The 10th trial ended. So far, the difficulty of the first 10 levels was as simple as a light drizzle. No trial lasted more than 30 seconds. Shinshi looked at the 8 unopened gift packs in his backpack. Without hesitation, he continued forward. The 15th floor. There were still 4 vortex gates, but the number of monsters in each direction had increased to 200, totaling 800 third-tier monsters pouring out of the vortexes. They stared menacingly at Shinshi's undead army. The current troop limit was 150. Shinshi realized that in the previous trials, melee units were practically useless. The skeleton berserkers stood idly, bored out of their minds. So, Shinshi maxed out the ranged units instead: 74 bone archers, 10 skeleton archmages, 50 undead mages for vampire counts, 10 skeleton berserkers, along with wailing wraiths and scorpion blood slaughter swordsmen. The trial began. From all directions, dense swarms of monsters formed thick walls, surging forward. Headless ghosts, scorpion lions, floating venomous jellyfish, and sharp-toothed worms came rushing in. However, Shinshi's undead units had incredibly strong individual combat power. With their numbers, they were unstoppable. Hundreds of black arrows rained down, and fiery ghostly fireballs appeared on the battlefield. In the next moment, they shot out in all directions. The monsters were intercepted hundreds of meters away before they could even get close. One arrow pierced through a monster. A ghostly fireball exploded directly in the midst of the monster horde. With thousands of points of damage, no monster could withstand it. By the time the 800 monsters closed in within 100 meters, only about 100 remained. Then, the explosive bats summoned by the 4 vampire counts swarmed in like a dark cloud. The violent explosions quickly engulfed the battlefield, wiping out the remaining monsters completely. The 20th floor, the 25th floor, the 30th floor. 2,000 third-tier elite merfolk guards, led by a third-tier champion merfolk general, charged forward with shrill cries. In midair, the magic-wielding merfolk units formed streams of water arrows shooting toward the undead army. But under the barriers of the skeleton cultists and the shields of the skeleton shield guards, all attacks were neutralized. After the ranged units eliminated most of the merfolk, the scorpion blood slaughter swordsman Xiaobai led the skeleton berserkers in a charge. The long idle melee units finally swung their blades and swords, slashing at the merfolk guards. Xiaobai leisurely flicked its scorpion tail, swatting a merfolk 10 meters away with a single strike. Its tail then stabbed fiercely, piercing the head of a merfolk attempting a sneak attack. Immediately after, sea of blood surge. In an instant, a layer of blood-red ocean appeared on the ground, rapidly spreading like a crimson carpet. On the red carpet, all the water elements surrounding the merfolk turned blood-red. In the next moment, countless blood-red tentacles emerged from the sea of blood, piercing through the bodies of the merfolk. Dozens of merfolk fell in an instant. The 30th floor cleared. Shinshi opened the reward pack for clearing the 30th floor. Bronze perfect chest times 1, spirit crystals times 2500, resource pack, stone times 2000, wood times 3000, iron or times 1000, crystal times 500. The rewards were far better than those from the earlier weaker monsters. Shinshi stretched his muscles and felt that the 30th floor was just a warm-up. He immediately clicked on the next floor, the 50th floor. Shinshi stood calmly in place. In front of each vortex gate stood a third-tier king-level monster leader, leading ordinary, fourth-tier monsters to surround him. There were as many as 5,000 monsters, their screams and roars making hearts race. In the next moment, the monster tide surged forward, but Shinshi raised his hand and summoned Asin. Now, he was allowed to deploy a hero unit. Shen-Chi yawned and gestured to Asin. Do as you please. Asin nodded and raised the golden perfect grade Titan greatsword in his hand. Skyfall. 5 seconds later. On the path of the charging monsters, 5 dark, smooth, and mysterious black holes suddenly appeared in midair. They instantly distorted space, descending with immense force into the monster horde. In the next moment, they spun like meat grinders, emitting black ripples that spread outward. Hundreds of nearby monsters were instantly annihilated. The black hole lasted for 25 seconds, eliminating 80% of the monsters. The remaining monsters were suppressed by over 300 ranged undead troops and were swiftly and cleanly cleared. Floor 50 cleared. Time taken 40 seconds. Floor 70. Theodore entered the battle. 1. Fall of the Stars directly turned 5,000 monsters into ashes. Cleared. Floor 80. Asin slashed the 4th tier king level monster leader with one sword. Cleared. Floor 90. Cleared. Shin-Chi thought calmly, could he encounter stronger enemies in the trial tower today? However, only 2 hours had passed so far. He decided to continue playing for a while. Floor 100. A level 35th tier king level rock giant led 8,000 4th tier elite demon soldiers charging forward. But Theodore unleashed a destruction storm, stirring up a sky-reaching hurricane. All the monsters were swept into the air, and the dual damage from wind blades and falling turned them into dust. After clearing all the monsters, the system notification sounded right on time. Ding! Congratulations on completing the 100th floor trial. You have received the 100th floor reward package. This trial took 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Starting from the 100th floor, trial times will be recorded and ranked. You have broken the fastest clearance record for the 100th floor, and a regional announcement will be published. Meanwhile, Trial Tower Hall, accompanied by a distinct sound effect, an announcement suddenly popped up on the screen. Regional announcement: Lord Shen-Chi has set a new season record, clearing the 100th floor trial in just 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Special broadcast across the region. Next to the announcement, an avatar was displayed. Since Shen-Chi hadn't had time to change his avatar, it was currently showing his own photo. The hall instantly erupted. Another announcement? Damn, someone broke the record again? How long has it been? Is this for real? Could it be that new god-level player Zhang Muyi? Please, take it easy and stop crushing us. Let me see what record was broken this time. Wait, it's not Zhang Muyi? Shen-Chi? Who's that? Never heard of him. Clearing the 100th floor in 2 minutes and 12 seconds? Most of the lords in the hall took over 3 minutes just to clear the first floor trial. Even the skilled lords believed that the higher the trial floor, the harder it became and the longer it took. Trials above the 100th floor usually required 3 to 4 hours. But, what did they just hear? Clearing the 100th floor in 2 minutes and 12 seconds? The hall gradually quieted down. Many people's minds went blank, unable to react. Then, another announcement came, accompanied by a crisp notification sound. Regional announcement: Lord Shen-Chi has set a new season record, clearing the 101st floor in just 1 minute and 56 seconds. Special broadcast across the region. All the lords' pupils shrank sharply. Following this, the entire hall exploded into chaos. Within 10 minutes, regional announcement: Lord Shen-Chi has set a new season record, clearing the 102nd floor in 2 minutes and 23 seconds. Regional announcement: Lord Shen-Chi has set a new season record, clearing the 103rd floor in 1 minute and 41 seconds. Regional announcement: Lord Shen-Chi has set a new season record, clearing the 104th floor in 3 minutes and 01 seconds. 5 consecutive announcements rang out. The entire trial hall was in complete uproar. Ever since Shen-Chi started climbing the tower, Lu Zhu in the trial hall had been sitting on the ground, bored and zoning out. He didn't know how long had passed, but he even started dozing off. Suddenly, the hall shook, and countless exclamations exploded around him. Lu Zhu woke up abruptly, looking around in surprise. What was going on? Everyone was staring in shock at the central screen in the hall. Lu Zhu hesitated, then turned his head to follow their gaze to the screen. When he saw the text on it, his eyes widened, finally catching up with everyone's reaction. Someone broke the record again? At first, Lu Zhu, like everyone else, found it hard to believe. Clearing the 100th floor in 2 minutes and 12 seconds? Oh my god, is this even human? He muttered, staring at the name Shen-Chi. Then, he glanced at the avatar again. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. Lu Zhu was completely dumbfounded, his eyes wide like copper bells. Wait, why does this person look so familiar? Damn, isn't this the newbie from earlier? He suddenly jumped up from the ground, his mind racing. Based on the impression left from his first meeting with Shen-Chi, he kept comparing the avatar in front of him. His eyes widened further, and his heartbeat quickened. It's over. The more he looked, the more it resembled him. But the problem problem wasn't that person visiting the trial tower for the first time? His clueless demeanor didn't seem like he was pretending. Yet this guy directly charged to the 100th floor, and in just a few hours. How is that possible? Even more absurd, he broke the time record? 2 minutes and 12 seconds? This is insane. Lu Zhu couldn't help but recall his own experience clearing the 100th floor, facing a 5th-tier king-level boss and over 8,000 monsters. And due to troop restrictions, he could only deploy a maximum of 1,000 units. Back then, he fought desperately for 5 hours to clear all the monsters. Now you're telling me this clueless newbie cleared it in 2 minutes and 12 seconds? Lu Zhu felt like he couldn't breathe. The gap was terrifying. He couldn't accept this as reality. He tried to comfort himself. Impossible, it must be fake, I'm still dreaming. Saying this, he suddenly raised his paw. He stared at his hand for a second. Without hesitation, he gave himself a loud slap. Ouch, that hurts. Damn it, it's really not a dream. Someone nearby saw Lu Zhu suddenly slap himself and hesitantly asked, "Hey, are you okay?" Lu Zhu waved his hand. "I'm fine." He looked back at the screen. The announcement was still clearly displayed. Oh no, it's really not a dream. He blankly asked the person next to him, "Bro, do you know the guy in the announcement on the screen? Is he some hidden big shot who decided to try his luck today?" The person next to him was equally confused. "I've never seen him. Honestly, I've been hanging around here since last season, and I have a pretty good memory. I've never heard of the name Shin-Chi all these years. Maybe he really is a low-key big shot." Just then, another vibration alert echoed through the hall. A new announcement popped up, right below the first one. Lu Zhu couldn't help but look over, his eyes widening again. His eyes were going to be sore from all this staring today. The record for the 101st floor was broken too? I've only been standing here for a moment, and another record was broken? This is way too casual. Lu Zhu felt completely defeated. What happened next completely shattered his understanding. A series of district-wide announcements kept popping up in the hall like raindrops. 103rd floor, 104th floor, 105th floor, all the way to the 110th floor. Buzz. District announcement. Lord Shin-Chi has broken this season's record trial completion time for the 110th floor, 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Broadcast across the entire district. Everyone in the trial hall was numb. All eyes were fixed on the large screen in the center of the hall. Some people were still thinking about climbing the tower. The lords who had just exited the automatic doors immediately sensed the strange atmosphere in the hall. The lords at the back of the line all stopped in their tracks. No one moved forward. Those who had just come out began looking around, trying to figure out the reason. They saw the large screen in the center of the hall filled with over a dozen announcements. All the announcements featured the same name, and every single one was about breaking the fastest clearance record. What on earth is happening? Lu Zhu stared gloomily at the continuously refreshing announcements. A crazy thought popped into his head. Could it be two people who just look alike? He seemed to have figured it out. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Lu Zhu decided to stay in the hall no matter what until that newcomer appeared. He had to figure out whether it was truly the legendary master. At this moment, he was restless and agitated. If he couldn't confirm it today, he'd rather die. The other lords in the hall began heated discussions. The arguments were so intense that spit flew everywhere. Clearing a level in less than 5 minutes. What was the previous fastest record? As far as I know, after the 100th floor, the fastest time was over 30 minutes. Really? Then how did Shin-Chi do it in less than 3 minutes? Could Shin-Chi really be that powerful? It's hard to believe. Over the years, many strong players have emerged in the great wilderness. Could he really surpass all of them by such a margin? What do you think? How many records will Shin-Chi break today? He's already at the 110th floor, and he doesn't seem tired at all. But after the 100th floor, the difficulty increases significantly every 10 floors, right? I don't believe he can keep going like this. It took me 3 hours to clear the 101st floor last time, and 5 hours for the 111th floor. Exactly. The trials get harder and harder, and the Lord's states deteriorate rapidly. Even a master starting from the 100th floor couldn't maintain their condition all the way through. I bet he'll stop at the 130th floor. 130? Do you think the trials after that are a joke? I think he won't make it past the 120th floor. But honestly, how long did this guy prepare? Is he planning to rush from the 100th floor to the end in one go? Actually, I think that Zhang Muyi from before was even more impressive. He rushed from the first floor to the 80th floor in one go. I heard it took him 2 days, maintaining peak condition the whole whole time. That's incredible. You're only comparing the number of consecutive floors. Shin-Chi may have only cleared 10 floors in a row, but they're all high difficulty levels above the 100th floor, and each one took less than 5 minutes. If he started from the first floor, his results wouldn't be bad either. That makes sense. Discussions about Shin-Chi instantly exploded online and offline. Everyone stared at the screen without blinking. They all realized that Shin-Chi hadn't reached his limit yet. Everyone wanted to see just how astonishing he could be. Next, the big screen in the trial hall became Shin-Chi's exclusive stage. One after another, with incredible speed, record-breaking announcements kept popping up. 115th floor, 118th floor, 120th floor. These shocking announcements wildly stimulated countless people's nerves. Those lords who initially guessed Shin-Chi couldn't surpass the 120th floor were all dumbfounded, their faces turning red. I can only make it to the 130th floor at most. If you surpass the 130th floor, I'll cry for you, someone shouted. Who are you? Does the master even know you? Someone nearby replied in confusion. Next, the 124th floor, the 126th floor quickly passed. Before long, as expected, 130th floor cleared. In the hall, everyone fixated on Shin-Chi took a deep breath. This achievement completely shattered everyone's expectations. Oh my god, is the master going crazy? 130 floors, and it only took 5 minutes. Wow, he's completely ignoring our feelings. This is definitely the pace of a pro. Farming monsters. Could it be one of those season-dominating masters climbing the tower again? Probably not. Those masters don't even need resources. On Shin-Chi's side, from the moment he first stepped into the trial tower, he hadn't left. Now, in the trial space, he took out his beloved lounge chair, lay down comfortably, and crossed his legs. Almost all command authority was handed over to the 3 heroes he had already unlocked. After all, Shin-Chi had once single-handedly completed the entire Demon Tide War. After experiencing the Demon Tide, his combat power had risen to terrifying heights. The Demon Tide was a catastrophic disaster feared by everyone. In comparison, the challenges in the trial tower were a piece of cake. Faced with such battles, Shin-Chi didn't even need to go all out to achieve swift and effortless victories. Now, the trial room had transformed into a battlefield over 1,000 meters square. 8 portals opened, and more than 10,000 monsters surged out from the vortex. Shin-Chi's 3 heroes, leading over 2,000 skeleton soldiers, stood ready, guarding Shin-Chi and the Lord's Crystal. The outcome was clear. With the powerful legion buffs from the heroes, the skeleton soldiers turned into frenzied killing machines. They mercilessly slaughtered every attacking monster. After passing the 130th floor, Shin-Chi did not stop. 133rd floor, 135th floor, 138th floor. Records were broken one after another. At the 140th floor, Shin-Chi yawned. Keep going. 142nd floor, 144th floor. Finally, he broke through the 150th floor. From the first floor to now, nearly 5 hours had passed. Bored, Shin-Chi opened his inventory. Inside, he had accumulated over 100 trial gift packs. No wonder so many lords wanted to grind the tower. After all, tower grinding was all about strength. The stronger you were, the more resources you could get. Shin-Chi opened the trial gift pack for the 150th floor to see what treasures it held. 150th floor trial gift pack gold grade common treasure chest times 1, resource pack times 1, 300,000 level spirit crystal gift box times 1, 1 million level experienced gift box times 1. Shin-Chi's eyes lit up. He had actually gotten a gold grade treasure chest. He had opened a few gift packs from floors above the 100th before and found that the drop rate for treasure chests above silver grade was not high. Getting a gold grade chest this time was definitely a huge win. Since that was the case, it was about time to call it a night. Shin-Chi had cleared 150 floors in one go. How did this rank? He calculated in his mind and decided he would find another opportunity to return to the central city and continue climbing to higher floors. He estimated that reaching above the 200th floor should be no problem. It was said that the 250th floor was a significant checkpoint. Shin-Chi raised his hand and pulled up the panel. This time, he did not choose to continue climbing but instead click leave. System prompt: are you sure you want to leave the trial tower? Upon confirmation, your tower climbing data from the first floor will be recorded and ranked. This data will only be calculated once. Confirm. Throughout the entire tower climbing process, Shin-Chi's mindset remained steady. But outside of him, everyone paying attention to the trial tower announcements was shocked by his performance. In the trial hall, people stared at the constantly refreshing announcements on the screen, already numb. Many were so tired they couldn't stand anymore and simply sat on the ground, chatting while waiting for the latest updates. The hall had turned into a peculiar scene, making newcomers wonder if they had entered the wrong place. Is this guy not tired? I'm exhausted, exhausted just watching. Don't worry, he cleared from the 100th floor to now in less time than it takes you to finish one battle. This is really crushing my confidence. Finally, amidst everyone's numb waiting, the announcement of the new record for clearing 150 floors appeared, albeit slowly. But, before anyone could discuss it, an even more shocking message popped up on the screen. Division broadcast, Lord Shinchi has broken this season's record, clearing 150 floors consecutively from the first floor. This is a special announcement for the entire division. The hall fell into dead silence. A lord sitting on the ground, eating sunflower seeds, froze mid-motion, a seed in hand. After a while, someone finally reacted and asked in shock, "Did I hear that right? Does this mean Shinchi cleared from the first floor all the way to now? What? Wasn't it from the 100th floor? I thought the record only counted from the 100th floor. So, the results before the 100th floor aren't even recorded. In other words, he cleared 150 floors in one go?" The lords widened their eyes in disbelief. On the scene, Lu Zhu was so stunned that his head buzzed. Clearing the tower from the first floor. It's over. Could Shinchi really be? Lu Zhu froze, too afraid to continue his train of thought. Kong Xian and Su Yiming entered the trial hall together, lining up to wait like the other lords. Soon, an announcement suddenly popped up on the screen in the trial hall. At first, there was no reaction in the hall, but gradually, exclamations of surprise began to echo. Standing in line, Kong Xian crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest. Su Yiming noticed the commotion around him and looked around to find the cause. When he saw the announcement on the screen, he, like the other lords, showed a look of astonishment. Clearing 100 floors in 2 minutes? Impressive. But when his eyes fell on the avatar in the announcement, he couldn't help but freeze. This person, why do they look a bit familiar? Shen-Chi? His mind automatically began searching his memory. He had just come out of the mission hall not long ago. Soon, he grasped the key point. Wasn't it that newcomer in the mission hall? The one who exchanged over 2 million spirit crystals in one go. It must be him. When Shin-Chi left the mission hall at the time, everyone in the business office had looked at him with strange expressions. That included Kong Xian and Su Yiming. So, Su Yiming quickly recognized Shin-Chi. Moreover, he himself was also a newcomer and had already been told how to identify newcomers through soul crystals. Therefore, he was certain that person was a newcomer. At the time, Shin-Chi's exchange of 2 million spirit crystals had shocked Su Yiming. But thinking it over later, he figured Shin-Chi might have joined a powerful guild and had some big shots supporting him, which was the only way he could have obtained so many soul crystals at once. Otherwise, how could a mere newcomer kill so many monsters and earn that many soul crystals? Back then, Kong Xian had even comforted Su Yiming, saying that Shin-Chi was just lucky to have joined a good guild, and that pure newcomers like them without any background could only envy such fortune. Perhaps Shin-Chi's actual strength wasn't that impressive. Although the two of them had earned fewer spirit crystals, at least they had done so through their own efforts. Su Yiming had felt somewhat comforted by this. He had only dwelled on these details for a minute or two before quickly forgetting about Shin-Chi. However, now, in the trial hall, he actually saw this newcomer breaking the 100 floor clearance record with a time of 2 minutes and 12 seconds. He was stunned. His mind raced. This meant that person was incredibly strong. Not just strong, clearing 100 floors in under 3 minutes. Su Yiming's heartbeat quickened. No way could those 200,000 soul crystals really have been earned by him alone. He felt his head spinning. Then, he slowly raised his hand and patted Kong Xian, who was standing in front of him. "Brother Kong Xian, look over there." Kong Xian, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them and turned back to look at Su Yiming in confusion. "Brother Su, what's wrong?" Su Yiming, still in a daze, pointed numbly at the announcement on the screen. Kong Xian followed his finger. When he saw the announcement clearly, his spirit immediately lifted, and he showed a look of surprise. "Wow, this expert is incredible. That speed is really enviable. Brother Su, if only we were that strong too." "Forget it. As newcomers like us, we shouldn't daydream or aim too high." Su Yiming looked at him and shook his head, unable to put his feelings into words. "No. Kong Xian, take a closer look at that avatar and tell me, am I mistaken? We haven't actually seen that avatar before, right?" Kong Xian, noticing Su Yiming's strange expression, felt a bit puzzled. He then carefully stared at the avatar. After a while, he too showed the same bewildered expression. Su Yiming, seeing Kong Xian's reaction, understood. Shen-Chi was indeed the same person they had encountered, the newcomer who had exchanged 2 million spirit crystals in one go. Then, Kong Xian's face went blank for a second before he began to go through the same mental process as Su Yiming. shock, doubt, unwillingness to believe, and finally, acceptance, followed by a sense of powerlessness. He's that newcomer from the mission hall? Su Yimeng silently nodded. Kong Xian's eyes widened. Wasn't he only able to get those soul crystals because he had big shots in his guild backing him up? Su Yimeng didn't respond. 10 seconds later, Kong Xian fully understood. A newcomer? This was simply too outrageous, clearing 100 floors in just 3 minutes. Is this something a newbie can do? They are the real beginners. Others are still struggling on floors in the teens or 20s. But then again, thinking about how that guy could exchange 2 million spirit crystals in one go, it kind of makes sense. Meanwhile, at Gale Trading Company, manager Song had just finished attending to several clients. After wrapping up, he finally returned to the lounge. At that moment, a friend sent him a link along with an exaggeratedly shocked message. Ding Lei, a monster appeared in the trial tower today, crazily breaking records. The screens in the hall are all filled with him. Go check it out. Manager Song glanced at the dramatic message, frowning slightly. What's going on here? Old Chen, stop being so tense all the time. There are plenty of strange things in the world. What's there to be so shocked about? Still, he clicked on the link. The content was about Shin-Chi's insane record-breaking spree in the trial tower. From clearing 100 floors in 3 minutes to consecutively challenging 50 floors, and then breaking through to an astonishing 150 floors. The more he read, the more shocked Manager Song became. Could this be some top expert from a major guild practicing their skills? But then he stared at the name and avatar. Shin-Chi, the name was familiar. Looking at the avatar again, Manager Song froze, stopping his movements entirely. His eyes locked onto the avatar. He knew this person. Just a few hours ago, he had personally attended to him. Shen-Chi, the one who had casually brought out 10 pieces of silver-grade equipment, then 3 pieces of gold-grade gear. He had even consigned a gold-grade treasure at their trading company. They had almost offended him. The higher-ups had held a meeting and spent a fortune to win over this big shot. At the time, they were well aware that Shin-Chi wasn't someone to mess with. On the surface, Shin-Chi seemed like a newbie, but he was definitely backed by a powerful family or major force. Otherwise, how could a rookie with no background suddenly produce so many resources? But now, this newbie had broken the record for consecutively clearing 150 floors? Manager Song suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This means, when Shin-Chi stood before him earlier, his confidence didn't come from having someone backing him, but because he himself was the big shot. With just a casual move, he could easily crush him. Manager Song took a deep breath. It seems Shin-Chi is someone they absolutely cannot afford to offend. He must pay close attention to Shin-Chi's movements in the future. Shin-Chi's actions instantly caused an uproar on the forums. Countless people were discussing him. Various posts flooded in, with some trying to gather information and others analyzing seriously. Who exactly is Shin-Chi? Which major guild's top expert is he? Could it be the legendary mountain overlord making a comeback? That would be so boring. Serious analysis of how Shin-Chi shortened his tower clearing time and maintained his streak through 150 floors. Not only were the online forums buzzing, but privately, the lords were also discussing this mysterious Shin-Chi. Everyone was frantically talking about the latest news. Lord A kept spamming messages in Lord B's chat window. Hey, did you hear? Someone broke the consecutive tower clearing record again today. I know about that. It's Zhang Mai, the newly rising big shot. Honestly, clearing 80 floors in one go is insanely impressive. You're behind the times. It's Shin-Chi now. He cleared from the first floor all the way to the 150th floor in less than half a day, directly breaking Zhang Mai's record. The entire forum is exploding. What? I clearly saw Zhang Mai breaking the record. Are you messing with me? Before Lord A could finish speaking, Lord B had already sent over screenshots and links, placing them right in front of him. Lord A clicked the link, his face full of confusion, then fell silent. This big shot makes clearing the tower look so easy. I'm starting to feel like I'm incredibly strong. I've decided I'm going to try the tower tonight. Wake up. That's nowhere near your level of strength. Don't go looking for trouble, or you'll end up doubting your life and doing something foolish after the blow. Some members of major guilds began privately investigating which guild Shin-Chi belonged to. Soon, a piece of news that drove all the lords crazy exploded on the forum. Oh my god, this is insane. A big shot used their privileges to check the trial tower data of Shin-Chi and found that this account was just registered today. In other words, Shin-Chi is a complete newbie, a beginner who just arrived in the great wilderness for the first time. What? A newbie? Stop joking. How can a newbie clear 150 floors in a row and reach the 150th floor in less than 10 minutes? But that's the truth. From this post, the forum's popularity skyrocketed. Everyone went mad. Previously, people could still watch some expert break records as bystanders. Although surprised, they remained relatively calm. But now, Now, knowing that this person was a newbie, many lords broke down on the spot. They couldn't accept it. The thought of being outdone by a mere newbie left them feeling stifled. The forum hadn't seen such a frenzy since the Great Magic Tide War. Back then, it was because of a mysterious undead lord who single-handedly held off the entire magic tide. However, that undead lord's identity remained a mystery. No one recognized who he was or uncovered the truth, so the impression wasn't deep. But tonight was different. Everyone knew the person causing a massive stir in the trial tower was named Shin-Chi. Even his appearance had been exposed. This left a deep impression of Shin-Chi in many people's minds. However, no one knew that Shin-Chi, who had just cleared 150 floors in a row, was the same undead lord who had shocked them last time. These two seemingly unrelated sensational events actually had the same protagonist. Inside the trial tower, Shin-Chi chose to end his trial. He returned to a space resembling an elevator. The automatic doors slowly opened. At the same time, many other lords had also just finished their trials and were coming out from different trial exits one after another. As a result, there were quite a few lords who had just completed their trials. However, when they stepped out of the trial tower, the hall was already in chaos. Everyone's faces were flushed as they excitedly discussed. The lords who had just finished their trials looked puzzled and started asking what had happened. Thus, the hall was even more complicated than expected. When Shin-Chi walked out of the hall, he didn't attract much attention. He glanced at the chaotic scene in the hall and paused for a moment. Quickly, he adjusted his expression, lowered his head, and weaved through the small groups of lords before leaving through the main door. At this moment, Lu Zhu had already focused all his attention on watching every automatic door. He wanted to recognize Shin-Chi the moment he came out of the trial. So, when Shin-Chi appeared, Lu Zhu immediately spotted him. Just as Lu Zhu was about to walk over to greet him, he suddenly stopped. He froze in place. Memories of his previous conversation with Shin-Chi suddenly surfaced in his mind. If you have any questions, come ask me. It's just 150 floors, nothing special. Back then, Shin-Chi had even complimented him for being impressive. If you can't clear it, don't feel bad. I'll be here to comfort you. Shin-Chi had given him a speechless expression at the time. These words now echoed in Lu Zhu's mind. Usually carefree and unconcerned about others' opinions, Lu Zhu's face was now as red and hot as boiling water. He thought to himself, I really embarrassed myself, making a fool of myself in front of a big shot. Lu Zhu stood there, not daring to chase after him, watching as Shin-Chi's figure disappeared through the door. Shin-Chi followed the signs in his memory, successfully leaving Ningbi City this time. He walked into the wilderness outside the city. After walking a short distance, the twilight had already enveloped the boundless wilderness. He muttered softly, it's already this dark. Suddenly, he thought that he could have stayed in the city for the night and left during the day tomorrow. After all, traveling during the day was safer. Just as he turned around, an arrow suddenly shot out from the darkness in the distance. Shin-Chi immediately sensed the approaching danger. He quickly donned his armor. With his formidable strength, he directly blocked the arrow. The arrowhead fell to the ground with a crisp sound. However, strange, why is the damage from this arrow zero? Just as he was puzzled, his body suddenly lost control and vanished on the spot. Shin-Chi's figure disappeared like a shadow, silent and traceless. All that remained on the ground was a broken arrow, snapped in two. Outside Ningbi City, dusk spread across the land. The wind swept over the boundless grasslands, bringing a chill and a sense of foreboding. At the foot of a mountain, 50 kilometers from Ningbi City, Shin-Chi's figure suddenly appeared, blurry and indistinct. He knelt on one knee, supporting himself with one hand on the ground to steady the momentum of his fall. Was I teleported? He realized someone had targeted him. Quickly standing up, he scanned his surroundings to assess the environment. Before him was an open area filled with shrubs. Tall trees loomed around, blocking the already faint moonlight completely. The forest, shrouded in darkness, resembled clusters of black shadows. Tree branches swayed gently in the wind, eerie and sinister. Occasionally, sharp bird cries pierced the silence. Suddenly, Shin-Chi heard a noise near his ear. About 30 meters ahead, there was a rustling sound, as if something was moving through the grass, the friction of branches and leaves against clothing. Someone was approaching. Shin-Chi's sharp gaze locked onto the direction of the sound. In the darkness, two figures faintly appeared. Suddenly, a burst of firelight ignited ahead. The firelight quickly spread, illuminating everything around. Shin-Chi focused his gaze and saw that the source of the firelight was a fire elemental. The fire elemental was composed of a mass of blazing flames, vaguely forming a humanoid humanoid shape with flames flickering around it. At the same time, a coarse, hoarse-male voice rang out. We've located the teleportation arrow. Seems like this guy wasn't very cautious, falling for it so easily. Guo Fengqian, you didn't lie to me, did you? This guy doesn't look like he's worth much, at most a fat sheep. The voice came from one of the two figures illuminated by the firelight. One was burly, draped in a half-length cape, with a half-mask covering his face, leaving only his eyes visible. Under the firelight, a faint blood-red thorn pattern could be seen on the mask. The other figure was slender, dressed in a brocade robe with intricate patterns. Shin Qi silently observed them. The next moment, a young man's voice sounded, Brother Jinhong, I didn't see wrong. Back at the Gale Trading Company, I saw with my own eyes that he took out 10 silver-grade resources and 3 gold-grade resources. Brother Jinhong, don't you think this guy doesn't know how to hide his wealth? The coarse voice spoke again. If what you said is true, this guy is either a fool or has someone powerful backing him. Guo Fengqian replied, don't worry, Brother Jinhong. The teleportation arrow we customized not only transports the target to a designated location but also erases all traces of their movements. This way, he can't immediately escape back to the central city, nor can he send a signal for help. We'll have enough time to strip him clean and even pick a nice burial site for him. As the words fell, silence enveloped the area. The two figures simultaneously turned their heads, their gazes fixed intently on Shin Qi. Their eyes were filled with greed and malice, like predators eyeing a lamb ready for slaughter. But they didn't rush to act, instead appearing composed, as if certain the lamb before them couldn't escape. Shin Qi ignored their stares. His eyes quickly scanned, carefully observing the two men's appearances. The slender young man in the brocade robe was someone Shin Qi recognized at a glance. He was the same person from the Gale Trading Company who had caused trouble for him alongside manager Ding. The other man, the caped and masked figure, was unfamiliar to Shin Qi, but when he saw the blood-red thorn pattern on the mask, he paused slightly. On the other side, Zhou Jinhong, the man with the coarse voice, suddenly fell silent. His mood turned somber, as if he might erupt in anger at any moment. After a moment, he spoke grimly. The Bloodthorn Guild has been in chaos lately. First, the battle against the Magic Tide resulted in heavy losses due to a misjudgment of the Abyssal Demons. A few days ago, Vice President Yi Xiao mysteriously disappeared, and the guild's tracking system couldn't locate him at all. Now it's my turn to step up, and the resources needed to fill the gaps are immense. Yi Xiao and Zhang Yan, those two, are nothing but useless trash. Just died like that. How disappointing. Such a waste of blood thorns. Efforts. Zhou Jinhong gritted his teeth, the sound of grinding audible. He appeared furious. Then, he loosened his jaw, his tone softening with a hint of relief. But fortunately, there's you, Guo Fengqian, much more sensible. With such a great opportunity, how could I forget to thank you, Brother Jinhong? Alright, once we take down this fat sheep, I'll take those 3 gold tier resources, and you can pick any 3 silver tier resources you like. Hearing this, Guo Fengqian's face lit up with joy, and his tone rose with excitement. Thank you, Brother Jinhong. Clearly, he didn't regard Shin Qi as a threat at all. Their voices carried clearly through the night. Shin Qi roughly understood the situation. His display of skill at the Gale Trading Company had sparked jealousy. As a result, they had set up an ambush outside the city. The moment he left the city, they used that teleportation arrow item to send him far away from the central city, preventing him from escaping back. That arrow, though harmless, was a special teleportation tool. Shin Qi stood quietly, alone in the dark. He showed no trace of fear. Guo Fengqian frowned as he looked at Shin Qi. In his view, Shin Qi, who held a black card from the Gale Trading Company, must be a rookie from some major guild or an heir of a prominent family. But he believed this rookie was relying on his background and lacked real strength. After all, how strong could a newcomer be? Flaunting his resources in public was like a child waving money on the street. Since that was the case, why not take the treasure delivered to their doorstep? Guo Fengqian calculated in his mind. At that moment, a notification popped up on his system panel. He summoned the panel and glanced at the brief message. He muttered, Luo Hang? Why is he messaging me now? Luo Hang was a fellow lord from the Gale Trading Company. Guo Fengqian opened the message. Luo Hang wrote, Old Guo, take a look at this. Below was a link. Guo Fengqian glanced at it but didn't open it immediately. He was busy now and planned to check it later. He closed the panel and looked back at Shin Qi strangely. At this moment, Shin Qi's eyes showed no panic or fear. There was even a faint smile on his lips. Guo Fengqian furrowed his brows. What gave this kid such confidence? He slowly said, Brother Jinhong, this guy doesn't seem to realize his situation yet. Why don't you teach him a lesson? Xiao Jinhong replied with a nonchalant smile. Don't worry, I'll make sure this kid learns his place. A simple task, just a flick of the finger. He waved his hand. The 5th-tier fire elemental soldier beside him suddenly ignited in flames, its entire body seemingly growing larger. In front of the fire elemental soldier, a burst of fiery red light erupted, rapidly extending forward into a thick pillar of fire. The fire pillar shot straight toward Shinchi, scorching the ground black. The intense flames dispelled the surrounding darkness, illuminating the area as bright as day. The fire pillar carried a terrifying heat, reaching Shinchi in the blink of an eye. Xiao Jinhong's lips curled into a smirk. He had already envisioned Shinchi reduced to ashes. Unexpectedly, a massive shadow suddenly emerged in front of Shinchi, completely swallowing the incoming fire pillar. Immediately after, a loud sound of bones colliding violently echoed. The shadow slammed into the ground, causing a tremor. A colossal skeleton appeared in the night. In front of Shinchi, the enormous skull and chest cavity of the skeletal figure suddenly lit up with a cold, eerie blue flame. As the flame appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted, the air turning icy and bone-chilling as if they were plunged into a frozen abyss. Xiao Jinhong and Guo Fengqian stared in shock, their eyes wide open. What is that thing? Xiao Jinhong muttered. It actually absorbed my fire elemental attack? As the two watched, the skeletal creature in disbelief, the bone dragon in front of Shinchi slowly straightened its spine and raised its head. Those two ghostly blue flaming eyes stared intently at Xiao Jinhong, causing his heartbeat to suddenly accelerate. That feeling was like a hunter suddenly becoming the prey. Bone dragon. Xiao Jinhong identified the skeleton by the firelight. Is this his summoned beast? Is he an undead lord? His expression changed as he quickly analyzed the situation in his mind, gradually calming down. It seems you do have some skills, but controlling this bone dragon must have already consumed most of your mental energy, right? You're just a rookie. What powerful units could you possibly summon? This bone dragon might as well be put in a museum as a specimen. But now, humph, burn it for me. Burn its bones to ashes. At Xiao Jinhong's command, 3 5th-tier fire elementals, 20 4th-tier flame soldiers, and over 100 3rd-tier flame spirits appeared around him. The firelight instantly illuminated the entire clearing. Blazing flames shot skyward, fiercely attacking the bone dragon. Shinchi remained silent, but Gabriel had already taken action. The bone dragon spread its skeletal wings and swiftly ascended into the air. In the next moment, Gabriel lunged forward, extinguishing the flames one by one. Upon landing, its thick skeletal tail swung out violently, directly dispersing a 5th-tier fire elemental. Xiao Jinhong hurriedly dodged, watching in shock as the 5th-tier fire elemental was shattered by the bone dragon's tail. He froze in place, his eyes trembling as he stared incredulously at the scene before him. A bone dragon summoned by a rookie can actually kill my 5th-tier fire elemental directly? A strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. The next moment, countless pale blue light particles began to gather around the bone dragon. Clusters of ghostly cold flames converged in midair, their power far surpassing any fire elemental summoned by Xiao Jinhong. Then, a downpour of cyan flames rained down. Gabriel's skill, Netherfire Rain. Like meteors, they plummeted at high speed, precisely striking Xiao Jinhong's fire units. These fireballs carried an extreme chill, like the icy grip of death, piercing through and destroying the fire units one by one. Amidst the explosions, Xiao Jinhong's forces quickly collapsed. It was evident that even the 5th-tier fire elementals couldn't last more than a few rounds against Gabriel, the 7th-tier bone dragon. Watching his units fall one after another, Xiao Jinhong's eyes widened in fury. This bone dragon, could it be 6th tier? A 6th-tier unit? How could a rookie possibly possess a 6th-tier unit? Xiao Jinhong was horrified to realize that he couldn't even probe the bone dragon's detailed information. He abruptly turned his head to look at Shinchi, who was standing quietly not far away. Shen. She clearly felt Xiao Jinhong's gaze. He seemed to suddenly remember something and also turned to look at Xiao Jinhong. He said calmly, "Oh, I think I've met your colleagues before." Xiao Jinhong froze upon hearing this. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Shinchi's mouth. "Forget it, let me show you something." He raised his hand, and 2 masks immediately appeared in front of him. These 2 masks were identical to the one Xiao Jinhong was wearing. They were, of course, the masks of the 2 Bloodthorn Lords Shinchi had encountered in the Abyssal Rift. Xiao Jinhong stared at the masks, his entire body suddenly trembling. Were those the masks of Yi Xiao and Zhang Yan? He fixed his gaze on Shinchi. The look in Shinchi's eyes sent chills down his spine. Could this person be the true culprit behind Yi Xiao and Zhang Yan's deaths? A wave of fear rose from the depths of his heart. Meanwhile, not far away, Guo Fengxian, though temporarily unaffected by the battle, was already stunned. He stared at the terrifying scene before him, completely dumbfounded. This was actually done by that rookie? That bone dragon, with just one glance, had made his heart race. A strong sense of crisis suddenly surged in his mind. The next second, he suddenly remembered something. Unconsciously, he summoned the system panel and opened the message sent by Luo Hang. Frantically, he clicked on the link. He had a strong premonition that this link would help him unravel his doubts. The link opened, revealing the sensational report about Shen Qi in the trial tower. Guo Feiqian's eyes widened in shock. This Shen Qi was the very person. Standing before him, after reading the report, his heart skipped a beat. It was over. He nervously raised his head, only to meet Shen Qi's playful gaze. Guo Feiqian's throat tightened, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. At the same time, the massive, skeletal dragon suddenly soared into the sky. A rain of ghostly fire gathered again, floating in the air like a magnificent galaxy. In the next moment, the skeletal dragon, carrying countless fire rains, swiftly charged toward Qiu Zhenhong in Guo Fengxian's position. 5 minutes later, the mountain forest returned to a deathly silence. Gabriel returned to Shen Qi's side, lowered his head, and gently nudged Shen Qi's hand with his massive head. Shen Qi's expression was calm, as if he had casually swatted a few flies, showing no particular emotion. He smiled faintly and stroked Gabriel's skull. "Let's go, Gabriel. I don't even know where we are now. Let's think about how to get home." Shen Qi flipped onto Gabriel's back. Gabriel suddenly soared into the night sky. Below them lay a vast expanse of mountains. The boundless mountain range slumbered in the darkness, resembling a massive, ancient beast. These mountains gave Shen Qi a sense of familiarity. He released a second-tier skeletal bird to scout the nearby forest. The skeletal bird hadn't flown far when it detected several extremely powerful presences coming from all directions. Within this vast mountain range, 5 or 6 strong presences could be felt. Beasts? Shen Qi frowned slightly. If these presences belonged to the monsters in the mountains, they were at least 5th-tier king-level beings. He controlled the skeletal bird to fly forward quickly. Under the faint moonlight, mist filled the valleys. Towering peaks stood like giants, silently guarding the land. The skeletal bird glided noiselessly through the forest. Shen Qi sensed that almost every peak harbored a powerful presence. Logically, since he had detected their existence, they should have sensed him as well. If these monsters had a strong sense of territoriality, they might immediately become enraged, perceiving his probing as an intrusion, and lock onto him to launch an attack. But strangely, these powerful presences seemed to completely ignore him. Deep within the forest, amidst dense trees, steep cliffs, and mist-shrouded valleys, besides these obvious strong presences, there were countless smaller, active presences, stirring. All of them were monsters. This forest, under the cover of night, vegetation, rocks, and mist, concealed countless creatures. Occasionally, low beastly growls echoed, sharp bird cries pierced the air, and the chaotic sounds of animals running along mountain paths could be heard. For some reason, Shen Qi felt that among these lurking monsters, there was a pervasive sense of tension and unease. Suddenly, as the skeletal bird flew past 2 solitary fir trees standing between the cliffs, 2 figures darted out from the shadows of the trees. 2 winged monsters let out piercing cries and lunged at the skeletal bird. Shen Qi immediately controlled the skeletal bird to skillfully change direction and fly upward, evading the ambush. He glanced back and his heart tightened. They were 2 multi-headed man-eating demon birds. One had 2 heads, the other 3, and neither was particularly strong. Shen Qi used the cover of night in the forest to maneuver nimbly, easily shaking them off. These 2 multi-headed demon birds didn't seem to be hunting from nests in the trees, they appeared to be strays. Shen Qi fell into thought. These multi-headed demon birds were similar to the ones he had encountered on the way to the central city. Instinctively, he could almost confirm that these multi-headed demon birds belonged to the same group as the ones that had attacked the caravan earlier. Their leader was the 19-headed man-eating demon bird. However, that leader had already been killed by Gabriel's dragon tail. Shen Qi recalled that the place where he had killed the man-eating demon bird was near a mountain range in the distance. Could it be that he was now within that mountain range? He speculated. If that were the case, then the base of the multi-headed demon birds must be hidden within this mountain. However, something must have happened in the mountain, causing those multi-headed demon birds to leave the range and venture into the wilderness where they encountered the caravan. Shen Qi continued to control the skeletal bird, weaving through the mountains while maintaining a moderate flying altitude. At the same time, he used his mental power to probe the surroundings for any movement. Occasionally, he activated his innate skills for deeper reconnaissance. He sensed the presence of Tier 3 rock turtles and swift wind wolves, as well as Tier 4 tree demons, fire lions, and goatmen. Most of them moved in groups. Shen Qi even occasionally caught glimpses of Tier 5 creatures. Their numbers were estimated to exceed 30, all Tier 5 monsters. Such a massive gathering of monsters had never never been seen in the wilderness. Moreover, this area should only be the edge of the mountain range. How could the monster density be so exaggerated? Shen Qi once again confirmed his current location. If he continued further, he would delve deeper into the mountains. He pondered for a moment. These monsters posed little threat to him. Even the powerful presences perched atop the mountain peaks were merely tier 5 king-level monsters. Since he was already here, there was no turning back to his territory now. Why not have a grand monster hunt tonight? Previously, in the trial tower, he had killed many monsters, but those monsters and units were simulated, offering no real experience rewards. Only the trial gift packs contained a small amount of experience boxes, but those were far less rewarding than directly hunting monsters. After all, killing monsters not only granted experience to his units but also earned him prayer points. After upgrading Eternal Prayer to level 2, 1 prayer point was equivalent to 30 free experience points. These prayer points were the key to enhancing the strength of his units. As the number of units grew and their levels increased, experience would become increasingly scarce. So, while the opportunity was rare, why not enjoy a thrilling monster hunt? With that decision made, Shen Qi withdrew his perspective from the skeletal bird and returned to his own body. He left the skeletal bird in place and mounted Gabriel, who was still waiting at the foot of the mountain, flying toward the depths of the mountain range. He flew all the way to the location of the skeletal bird. The mountain beasts noticed the massive figure in the sky. From that figure, they felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Instantly, the mountain beasts grew restless, their noisy cries echoing through the mountains. Shen Qi cast a detection spell, using his powerful mental strength to map out the distribution of the mountain beasts. He carefully pinpointed the location of each monster group. Soon, he locked onto a group of goatmen in a valley. Within the valley, there was a strong presence, likely the leader of the goatmen. Shen Qi directed Gabriel to dive down. Swiftly descending above the valley, he observed the goatmen below. The group of goatmen had been resting, with some patrolling the perimeter as guards. However, when Gabriel descended above them, all the goatmen panicked, letting out terrified howls and scattering in all directions. The dragon's aura from the sky was too overwhelming, like a giant hand pressing down on them, robbing the goatmen of their will to fight. At Shen Qi's command, dozens of pale blue-white orbs began to gather around Gabriel. These orbs resembled fire but exuded a chilling aura. Moments later, the firelight filled the sky. In the next instant, a torrential downpour of pale flames rained down. Like a deluge, it crashed down, the icy flames fiercely bombarding the valley. Each fireball struck a small group of goatmen with precision. Explosions of firelight erupted one after another, instantly depleting their health bars. With the first wave of fire rain, over 100 goatmen were reduced to ashes. Gabriel flapped its skeletal wings forcefully, gliding downward. The soul fire in its chest burned fiercely in the wind, its power surging even higher. It shook violently, yet the flames did not extinguish. Instead, they burned even brighter. Gabriel pressed its body downward, crushing another group of goatmen into pulp. Then, its dragon tail swung continuously, sweeping through the surrounding goatmen who were frantically fleeing. Under Gabriel's ferocious and relentless assault, the group of goatmen stood no chance and was annihilated in an instant. In the end, only the goatman leader remained. Wielding a pair of curved blades, its face twisted in a ferocious expression, as it panted heavily. This was a tier 5 king-level goatman leader, practically a major boss, with over 2 million health points. Its strength was immense. If Gabriel could transform into his first advanced form, the dragon form, just like when he dealt with the man-eating bird leader before, handling the ram-headed leader in front of him would be no problem. Unfortunately, that advanced form was still on cooldown. Therefore, killing a tier 5 king-level monster quickly was not an easy task. In his base form, the bone dragon was invincible when clearing out smaller enemies. Whether it was the dragon tail sweep or the rain of netherfire, both were extremely powerful area of effect skills, capable of easily wiping out hundreds or even thousands of smaller enemies. Among Shen Qi's forces, apart from the heroes, no undead unit could surpass the bone dragon in terms of area of effect attacks. However, Gabriel in his base form lacked high damage single target skills, making it somewhat difficult to quickly kill a boss. Nevertheless, Gabriel's mobility was extremely high, making it nearly impossible for the ram-headed leader to gain the upper hand against him. Since that was the case, Shen Qi waved his hand. The lantern in his hand flickered briefly. Beside him, a purple oval vortex appeared. Several powerful figures emerged from it: the Wailing Wraith, the Scorpion Blood Executioner for vampire counts, and 10 undead archmages. They all appeared beside Shen Qi and quickly charged toward the ram-headed leader. Previously, to defeat a powerful tier 5 king-level enemy, Shen Qi had to send out heroes because, at that time, the gap between the boss and the skeleton units was too vast. The skeleton soldiers couldn't even break through the boss's defenses. But, now, his units had grown increasingly stronger. Perhaps, with just the coordination of his units, they could take down a Tier 5 king-level boss. Under Shin Chi's command, the undead squad charged at the ram-headed leader. The ram-headed leader stood 2 meters tall, upright. Its body resembled a human's, but it had the head of a ram. It had pitch-black, curved horns, and its eyes glowed red. A belt was tied around its waist, and it wore a few tattered cloth pieces on its lower body. Its legs were bent, like an animal's, firmly supporting its body. Each hand gripped a sharp scimitar, which it held in front of itself. The aura of the Tier 5 king-level boss was overwhelming, but the undead squad showed no fear and did not retreat. Instead, they advanced step by step. The next moment, the Scorpion Blood Executioner suddenly activated his skilled Blood Sea Surge. Thick blood quickly spread out, covering the ground beneath the ram-headed leader. The Scorpion Blood Executioner moved swiftly, his barbed legs darting through the blood. The ram-headed leader swung its scimitars and charged at him, ready to strike only for the executioner's figure to blur and vanish from sight. In the next second, he reappeared behind the ram-headed leader. Blood Sea Surge allowed the executioner to teleport instantly within the Blood Sea. Even more impressively, he could manipulate the blood element to control his enemies. From the Blood Sea, several thick blood tendrils suddenly shot up, wrapping tightly around the ram-headed leader. Caught off guard, the ram-headed leader was firmly restrained. The next moment, a large mass of vines suddenly burst forth from the shadows beneath its feet. The vines quickly climbed up the ram-headed leader's body. The vampire Count Blood Rose was already prepared. At the same time, the 10 undead archmages had charged up their necromantic arrows. Moments later, the arrows, glowing with a dark green light, shot toward the ram-headed leader in unison. Behind it, the Scorpion Blood Executioner raised his massive sword high and slashed down fiercely. Furious cross-slash. 2 intersecting streaks of black and red sword energy lit up instantly, slamming into the ram-headed leader. In the sky, Gabriel once again gathered a rain of netherfire. Dozens of fireballs poured down like rain, directly striking the ram-headed leader. Under this relentless barrage, the ram-headed leader suffered heavy damage, and its health bar visibly decreased. However, it was still far from enough to quickly defeat a Tier 5 king-level boss. Next, the Scorpion Blood Executioner thrust his scorpion tail fiercely at the ram-headed leader. The vampire counts unleashed swarms of explosive bats, which scattered and attacked the enemy. The undead archmages continuously summoned skeletal warriors to block the ram-headed leader's escape routes. Wave after wave of attacks relentlessly bombarded the ram-headed leader. Meanwhile, the Wailing Wraith seized every opportunity to cast its mental control skills, Frost of Resentment and Wailing Resentment, to keep the ram-headed leader firmly immobilized. Unable to fight back subsequently, they endured continuous attacks from the undead squad. Finally, after more than 10 minutes of fierce battle, the blood bar of the 5th tier king level goat-headed leader was depleted. With the last blood-red sword light falling, the goat-headed leader died on the spot without a sound. The undead squad remained unscathed, regrouping in an orderly manner. Shin Chi counted the dropped rewards and closed the panel. He nodded in acknowledgement, then used the Journey of the Dead lantern to summon the undead squad back to the ancient battlefield. Afterward, he rode Gabriel and continued flying over the mountains. Shin Chi observed for a while and locked onto another target. It was a group of 5th tier ghost prisoners. A 5th tier king level ghost prisoner leader led a batch of 5th tier champion level and elite level ghost prisoners, struggling through the damp mountain swamp. The ghost prisoner's true form was a slender, pitch-black figure with a terrifying human face. Heavy, thick iron chains were bound to their limbs and necks, dragging on the ground and scraping against the grass roots. These chains had become the ghost prisoners' weapons. As usual, Shin Chi controlled the undead squad to set out from the ancient battlefield to participate in the siege of the ghost prisoners. However, this group of ghost prisoners was clearly stronger than the previous goat-headed ones. Shin Chi thus dispatched more undead units to join the battle. Eventually, all the ghost prisoners were completely annihilated. Following this, he successively hunted down 5th tier king level flame lions, rock giant snakes, rampaging phantom knights, a total of 6 5th tier king level bosses, all defeated. Those initially powerful presences he sensed ultimately turned into generous rewards, all stored in Shun Chi's backpack. Meanwhile, the monster groups led by these bosses were also wiped out under Shin Chi's offensive. A large number of rare monster materials, prayer points, and soul crystals fell into Shin Chi's hands. Now, Shin Chi's position was far from the outskirts of the mountains. Moving forward, he reached the depths of the mountains. Thin mist shrouded the forest. Ahead, a massive canyon stretched across his path. The canyon was deep and cold, but Shin Chi, sitting on Gabriel's back, calmly looked down. From the depths of the canyon, a stronger presence faintly emanated, even stronger than the 5 or 6 presences he had sensed before. Shin-Chi hesitated. He stared at the wandering mountain mist. Finally, he released a second-tier skeletal bird, sending it diving into the depths of the canyon to scout. Shin-Chi ventured deeper into the mist-filled canyon, its depth astonishing. He didn't know how long he had been flying, only feeling that he was getting closer to that intense presence. He controlled the skeletal bird, observing the movements ahead. The night sky above the canyon had already turned into a thin line, the canyon walls on both sides gradually receding, and the space suddenly opened up, revealing the canyon floor. To his shock, the depths of the canyon were not shrouded in darkness but illuminated by several spots of firelight. Beneath the firelight, he saw a being exuding a powerful and terrifying presence, a 6th-tier monster. This monster was massive, with grotesque limbs and a ferocious appearance. However, surprisingly, the 6th-tier monster was curled up in a corner, and in front of it floated 2 human figures. Shin-Chi's heart tightened. Someone was hunting this 6th-tier monster. What shocked him even more was that the aura emanating from these 2 humans was at the mountain dominating level. At the canyon floor, the 2 humans and the 6th-tier monster were locked in a standoff. Shin-Chi controlled the skeletal bird, hiding behind a protruding boulder on the cliff wall, observing from afar through the bird's perspective. The aura of those 2 mountain-dominating figures was identical to the mountain-dominating figures he had encountered during the novice trial. He hadn't expected to encounter 2 mountain-dominating figures in the deep mountain canyon in the middle of the night. He continued to focus on the monster, discovering that it was a 6th-tier king-level creature, level 40, with over 20 million health points. This was stronger than any monster he had encountered before, even surpassing the 6th-tier monsters that appeared during the Demon Tide battle. Despite its strength, this powerful monster was surrounded by the 2 mountain-dominating figures, trapped in a desperate situation. Then, Shin-Chi clearly saw one of the mountain-dominating overlords, a tall woman. Her hair was styled up, adorned with a floral crown, and she wore a pure white, long dress. The sleeves and hem of her dress seemed to float gently despite the absence of wind. Her attire and the floral crown were decorated with pristine white flowers. Her expression was cold, completely unfazed by the 6th-tier monster before her. Suddenly, she raised her hand, and a glowing longsword materialized in her grasp. The blade was surrounded by countless tiny jasmine flowers, emitting a faint radiance as they swirled around the sword and her body. Moments later, she flicked her wrist lightly, and the sword energy condensed, sending countless white petals flying through the air. The powerful and overwhelming sword energy shot toward the 6th-tier monster in an instant. Dragging a trail of petals, the sword energy pierced through the monster's chest in a flash. The monster had no time to evade and was forced back 10 meters, crashing heavily into the stone wall, blood spurting out. The monster howled in pain, its body covered with the jasmine flowers that had danced with the sword energy. Though the petals appeared delicate, they were imbued with an incredibly sharp killing intent, sharper even than the blade itself, sending chills down one's spine. From Shin-Chi's perspective, the 6th-tier monster was rapidly weakened, its health dropped by a full 5 million. On the other side, a floating lord in the air was a fierce-looking man. He wore a sharp outfit, his broad shoulders and muscular arms bulging like thick tree roots. After the woman in white made her move, he suddenly widened his eyes and clenched his fists. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from his body. Over a dozen golden rays shot out from behind him. Moments later, these rays transformed into golden beast phantoms, tigers, lions, snakes, giant wolves, bears, eagles. Over a dozen ferocious beasts surrounded him, bearing their fangs and claws with an imposing presence. The man let out a loud shout, and all the beast phantoms obeyed his command, charging toward the 6th-tier monster in the corner below. As soon as the beasts approached the massive monster, they clung tightly to its body, opening their jaws to ravenously tear into its flesh. Blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by the monster's anguished screams. The monster's health plummeted rapidly, like a collapsing mountain. Within half a minute, its health was reduced to less than 8 million. Shin-Chi held his breath nervously. This was the first time he had witnessed the mountain-dominating overlords in action. These overlord-level powerhouses could easily deal millions of damage with a single move. However, this was not their limit. Although Shin-Chi's attacks were not weak, his health was too low to withstand the might of the mountain-dominating overlords. For the first time, he truly felt that in the Great Wilderness and the Black Abyss Highlands, the weak simply could not survive. During his time here, he had encountered many troublemakers. But so far, those minor skirmishes were nothing more than small fry to him. Still, Shin-Chi couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. What if he were targeted by the mountain-dominating overlords next time? Therefore, he must not slack off after returning. He had to continue improving his strength. Then, Shin-Chi witnessed two humans at the bottom of the canyon almost effortlessly reducing the 6th-tier monster's health bar to less than 1,000 in a very short time. However, they did not immediately finish off the struggling monster. The woman in white and the man exchanged glances without speaking. The woman in white turned and quickly flew into the distance. Only then did Shin-Chi notice a group of people holding lighting tools not far from the battlefield. The woman flew into the crowd. Moments later, she brought out another woman. This woman wore a black pointed hat embroidered with jasmine flowers. She was dressed in a black long dress with silver thread stitching jasmine flower patterns along the hem. The two quickly returned to the 6th-tier monster's side. The woman in white rose into the air, again, standing side by side with the man. Below, the woman in black raised her hand to summon a staff and began chanting. A beam of light gathered at the tip of the staff. Moments later, a powerful attack spell shot toward the 6th-tier monster, instantly depleting its health to 0. The massive monster ceased its struggle, collapsing into a lifeless heap of flesh and blood. A 6th-tier king-level monster had fallen just like that. The two mountain-dominating overlords and the woman in black said nothing more. Turning to walk toward the distant crowd, however, suddenly, the man who had summoned the phantom of 100 beasts abruptly raised his head, looking in the direction of Shin-Chi's skeletal bird. Shin-Chi was startled. He had been discovered. Before he could react, swift action followed. A golden eagle's shadow suddenly burst out of the void, diving straight at the skeletal bird. The skeletal bird was instantly struck by the eagle, shattering into a pile of bone fragments. The connection to the Eye of Dominion was severed. Shin-Chi's mental power immediately withdrew, returning to his own body. A fine layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. In an instant, he controlled the Gabriel beneath him, rushing toward the sky at the fastest speed. He pierced through the clouds, braving the biting cold wind, breaking through the layers of mist in the dark night. At an incredible speed, he distanced himself from the canyon. Below the canyon, the lord who had just shattered the skeletal bird with the eagle suddenly froze. The woman in white noticed his reaction and asked, Guan Shaoquan, it seems someone followed us here. Should we go after them immediately and stop them? The lord, referred to as Guan Shaoquan, was silent for a moment before turning to look at the woman in white. He slowly shook his head and said, No need. I just activated the detection spell immediately, but I detected nothing. Instead, my scouting device issued a strong warning. Target level too high, unable to detect. Do not stare. So, the opponent's strength is likely greater than ours. The woman in white showed a trace of doubt and vigilance on her face. Are you saying, avoid breaking overlord? Guan Shaoquan shook his head. Not confirmed yet, but one thing is certain, that scouting unit was likely sent by him, as a warning. The woman in white hesitated. That scouting unit was a skeletal bird, not of a high level, which means the opponent is likely an undead-type lord. Guan Shaoquan looked at her. The filth marquis, Xiang Zishu? The woman in white said, with his reclusive personality, he probably wouldn't get involved in our plans. Besides, he hasn't reached the void-breaking realm yet. Guan Shaoquan was silent for a moment, then suddenly narrowed his eyes as if he had thought of something. Do you remember the rumors about the Black Abyss Demon Tide last time? The woman in white was taken aback. Are you referring to the undead lord who supposedly held off 6 waves of demon tides single-handedly? Guan Shaoquan said, I used to think it was nonsense, but now, the woman in white's expression turned serious. Another void-breaking realm has appeared in the Black Abyss Highlands? Guan Shaoquan slowly shook his head. Not necessarily. But one thing is certain, their strength is no less than ours. In any case, let's retreat for now. There's only this tier 6 monster nearby anyway. The woman in white nodded. Alright. On the other side, Shin-Chi was fleeing at full speed, completely unaware that the other party had chosen to retreat because of him. He controlled Gabriel to quickly distance himself from the canyon. Gabriel was a tier 7 flying unit with outstanding mobility. At times like this, escaping was the wisest choice. He had no intention of confronting the Mountain Overlord head-on. The Mountain Overlord was over level 60, having essentially completed the Lord's class transition with terrifying combat power. Moreover, his strongest units were likely also above level 60. The higher the level of the Lord, the larger and stronger their army. If the Mountain Overlord were to summon all his forces, it would undoubtedly result in a brutal battle. Most importantly, the Mountain Overlord was not only powerful but also had multiple life-saving methods and extensive combat experience. Shin-Chi had no desire to clash with such an opponent. To easily eliminate a mountain overlord, one would need overwhelming strength and level superiority. However, for Shin-Chi, this was not impossible. In fact, even if he were to face those two mountain overlords head-on now, he could still retreat unscathed. His greatest trump card was the Heroic Spirit Ring. The ring still had one final move left, Heroic Spirit's Wrath. This was the ultimate killing move of a heaven-opening realm heroic spirit, capable of instantly annihilating all enemies below level 70, including the mountain overlord. But Shin-Chi was reluctant to use this final move lightly. This was his strongest trump card, reserved for critical moments. Usually, he treated the ring as a protective charm. With it, he felt confident in everything he did. Shin-Chi's 7th tier skeletal dragon, Gabriel, had an exceptional ability to escape. Now was the perfect time to put it to use. It could evade the mountain overlords and preserve the wrath of the heroic spirits. Shin-Chi exerted all his control, instantly pushing Gabriel's speed to its limit. In the blink of an eye, they soared over countless mountain peaks, speeding toward the outskirts of the mountain range. The mountain overlords were not slow either, so Shin-Chi dared not let his guard down. He remained highly focused, maneuvering Gabriel to quickly escape. Being ambushed and teleported into this mountain range tonight had turned into an unexpected gain. He had gone on a frenzy hunting monsters, amassing a wealth of resources. This haul left Shin-Chi very satisfied. In such a situation, it was better to play it safe and avoid a direct confrontation with those two dangerous mountain overlords. However, deep in the night, Shin-Chi unexpectedly encountered a bizarre scene in the depths of the mountain range. It seemed that the chaos among the monsters was likely related to the mountain overlords. Perhaps those two were carrying out some secret plan. But after some thought, Shin-Chi decided not to concern himself with it. These matters had nothing to do with him. He distanced himself far from the mountain range and returned to the open wilderness. The vast plains stretched endlessly under the twilight, with the occasional mountain breaking the view, but overall, the landscape was wide and open. Relying on his vague sense of the territory's location and Gabriel's powerful navigation abilities, Shin-Chi quickly adjusted his route home. His current position wasn't too far off course. The mountain range he had just passed was the same outer range he had crossed on his way to the central city earlier. The range extended far, and it wasn't far from Ningbi City, where one could enter the mountains. After flying several hundred kilometers, the mountain's base was still visible ahead. The two mountain overlords had not pursued him. Shin-Chi continued traveling through the night without rest. Finally, he returned to the plains near the Black Abyss. After being away from his territory for a full day and night, this trip to the central city had been immensely rewarding. Next, he would return to his territory to rest, organize his resources, and officially begin building his domain. Gabriel glided over the vast grasslands, flying back toward the skies above his territory, 9 Nether, against the morning breeze, dew, and faint light of dawn. But at that moment, Shin-Chi suddenly became alert. His sharp eyes spotted two figures 2 kilometers away from the territory. Due to the special effect of the territory template, Eternal Night Burial Grounds, outsiders couldn't detect the existence of 9 Nether. So it was clear that those two had no idea that just 2 kilometers away from them, a territory was hidden. The two of them were lying on the grass, limbs spread out in a star shape, sound asleep. Chang Junyi and Zhao Yunshin often explored the Black Abyss together. That day, they had just emerged from the Black Abyss and were slowly heading south. They had no soldiers, no vehicles, just their 2 legs, walking through grass that barely reached their knees. As they passed through the plains on the outskirts of the Black Abyss, Chang Junyi looked around and turned to Zhao Yunshin, saying, "Hey, have you heard about the ghost stories around here recently?" Zhao Yunshin paused for a moment and asked, "Ghost stories? Are you kidding me?" Chang Junyi replied, "Yeah, I heard several people say that recently. When passing through here, they saw an army of the undead appear." Zhao Yunshin asked curiously, "Tell me more." Chang Junyi explained, "Some people speculate that there's an ancient ruin buried beneath this plain. Recently, for some reason, the slumbering souls have been awakened. People have reported seeing 5 to 10 armored skeleton soldiers, armed with weapons, appearing in certain spots on the grassland and then vanishing quickly. If that's not a ghost story, what is it?" Zhao Yunshin hugged himself with both arms, feeling a chill down his spine. "Does anyone know where the entrance to that ruin is? Has anyone actually encountered those undead?" Chang Junyi shook his head. "Haven't heard of it, but I have a bold idea." Zhao Yunshin immediately tried to dissuade him. "I advise you not to take too many risks." Chang Junyi smiled and said, "Don't rush. What I mean is, tonight we'll camp out here on the grass, try our luck, and see if we can follow those undead to find the ruins." Zhao Yunshin immediately refused upon hearing this. Chang Junyi was persistent. "Brother, if the ruins are really big and contain lots of valuable resources, resources. Wouldn't we strike it rich if we found them? Aren't you even a little tempted? Zhao Yunshin hesitated. Finally, under Chang Junyi's persuasion, he agreed to stay. The two agreed to take turns keeping watch at night, ensuring one of them would always be awake to observe the movements of the undead. Chang Junyi said, "You sleep first, I'll keep watch. If anything happens, I'll wake you up." In the end, both of them fell asleep. One was blowing bubbles from his nose, while the other snored thunderously. They lay side by side on the grass, completely unaware of their surroundings. At some point during the night, clouds covered the moonlight. Around Chang Junyi and Zhao Yunshin, a circle of shadows gradually gathered. The shadows pressed close, lowering their heads to look at the two sleeping men. The sound of bones rubbing and clashing could be heard. When the clouds parted and the moonlight illuminated the area, the shadows turned out to be skeletons. One skeleton crouched down and used its bony finger to pop the bubble of snot on Chang Junyi's nose. Another skeleton scratched Zhao Yunshin's armpit. The two slept like logs, completely unresponsive. The skeletons exchanged glances, their jawbones clattering as if in heated discussion. Finally, they stood up, determined that the two posed no threat, and lined up to patrol elsewhere. As dawn approached, Shin-Chi rode Gabriel back to the territory. From a distance, he saw the two men sleeping soundly. Shin-Chi dismounted and sent Gabriel back to the territory. Standing not far away, he observed Chang Junyi and Zhao Yunshin lying on the ground. Shin-Chi repeatedly used detection spells to scan them several times, finally confirming that these two posed almost no threat. He had initially thought that perhaps the forces behind those he had dealt with were coming to cause trouble, tracking him to this area based on various clues. But looking at these two, they didn't seem like they were here to ambush him. So why were they sleeping in the wilderness in the middle of the night? Could it be some strange hobby? She couldn't figure it out, nor did he care to think further, and he certainly had no intention of disturbing them. However, if they did have any malicious intentions, he would ensure they met a bad end. Just as he was about to turn and leave, one of the men on the ground suddenly sat up straight, locking eyes with Shin-Chi. A cold wind blew across Zhao Yunshin's face, jolting him awake. He sat up, his mind still a bit foggy. The next second, he saw Shin-Chi's gaze not far away. As a lord, Zhao Yunshin immediately became alert, his drowsiness vanishing completely. He stared nervously at Shin-Chi, a wave of fear washing over him. Glancing at the still sleeping Chang Junyi beside him, he felt utterly speechless. You said we'd take turns keeping watch, but you didn't wake me up and ended up sleeping soundly yourself." They had been lying there completely defenseless, with a stranger lord watching them nearby. If that person had ill intentions, they wouldn't even know how they died. Zhao Yunshin quickly stood up and kicked Chang Junyi awake. Chang Junyi jumped up in shock, his face still groggy as he looked at Zhao Yunshin. "What's wrong with you?" Sensing something was off, he pulled up his system panel to check the time. It's already morning. Old Zhao, why didn't you wake me up?" Zhao Yunshin stared at him helplessly, saying nothing. Chang Junyi suddenly realized he hadn't woken Zhao Yunshin and had fallen asleep himself. Sorry, old Zhao, I forgot." Zhao Yunshin still said nothing, only nodding toward the direction behind Chang Junyi with his chin. Chang Junyi followed his gaze and saw a living person standing there, instantly jumping in fright. Zhao Yunshin continued to keep his eyes fixed on Shin-Chi. In the wild, encountering other lords usually results in just passing by if neither side harbors ill intentions. However, as soon as Zhao Yunshin woke up, he noticed Shin-Chi staring at them, which inevitably raised his suspicions. He was already prepared to respond, but he quickly realized that the other party seemed to be a newcomer. After repeatedly confirming, he didn't sense the aura left by prolonged use of soul crystals on the other party. His body relaxed slightly. This meant the other party was just a novice and posed no significant threat. Dealing with such a rookie would be effortless for Zhao Yunshin. Still, he didn't let his guard down and continued to keep a close eye on Shin-Chi on the side. Chang Junyi seemed oblivious to the tension between the two. The next moment, he unexpectedly waved at Shin-Chi without any precaution and shouted loudly, "Hey, buddy, good morning." Shin-Chi was baffled. "Do I know you?" Zhao Yunshin was also stunned. Chang Junyi, acting as if they were old friends, smiled and said to Shin-Chi, "Brother, are you here because of that rumor too?" Shin-Chi paused for a moment and asked, "What rumor?" Chang Junyi showed a surprised expression. You're not?" He scratched his head and added, "Then you're just passing by? Have you seen any suspicious skeletons nearby?" Shin-Chi's face darkened. Skeletons? Could it be that these two were really here for him? Did they know he was a necromancer lord and came specifically to cause trouble? Shin-Chi's tone suddenly turned cold, carrying a hint of malice. "Haven't seen any." Chang Junyi didn't notice Shin-Chi's hostility and instead nodded in understanding. "Oh, we heard earlier that there might be a ruin buried buried under the grasslands here. Someone passing through saw skeleton armies appearing. Those skeletons were wearing armor, holding weapons, and seemed to be patrolling in formation. Some speculate that these undead guards might be the protectors of the ruins, awakened and now patrolling. Old Zhao and I wanted to stay here overnight to see if we could encounter those undead. Then we'd follow them to find the entrance to the ruins. Who knows, there might be treasures inside. But, we overslept and didn't see any skeletons. We just happened to run into you, so we thought we'd ask. Don't mind us. After hearing this, Shinchi roughly understood the purpose of these two. However, what ruins? What undead guards? Why hadn't he heard anything about this? Moreover, weren't they just talking about the skeletons in his territory? Before leaving, he had indeed arranged guards. He had deployed 4 squads of 100 skeletons each to explore in 4 directions. Additionally, there was a 10-member patrol team that roamed the grasslands outside his territory. At the center of the territory, he had stationed a large phalanx of skeletons ready to respond to any anomalies. However, during his time away, he hadn't received any mental signals from the skeletons, indicating no conflicts with other lords. In other words, no one had discovered his territory. At most, someone passing by might have seen his patrolling skeletons from afar. Shinchi helplessly nodded at Cheng Junyi. He didn't want to explain the rumors about the ruins. It had nothing to do with him. Cheng Junyi said, "Alright then, brother, we'll head back for now. We'll come back another day to keep watch. Want to add me as a friend? I'll call you next time." Shinchi replied indifferently, "No need. You can keep watch yourselves." Just then, a cold wind suddenly swept through, pressing the grass low. Zhao Yunshin stared alertly into the distance and suddenly shouted, "Something's approaching." Cheng Junyi also became tense, because they both saw it. On the distant grasslands, a faint black line appeared. The black line grew closer and gradually turned into a shadow. A group of entities was marching in formation, quickly heading toward them, surrounding their location. From all directions, the formations were rapidly converging. Zhao Yunshin's eyes narrowed. A monster horde in the wilderness? Shinchi looked at the two of them and immediately assumed a defensive posture. However, he didn't make any moves. Zhao Yunshin saw that he didn't react and assumed he was a novice who didn't understand the need to stay alert when encountering monsters in the wild. Out of kindness, he reminded him, "Friend, why don't you come over and join us? It might get dangerous ahead." Shinchi calmly replied, "No need." Zhao Yunshin was taken aback. How could this newcomer be so clueless? Cheng Junyi comforted him, saying, "Don't worry, we'll protect him later." Zhao Yunshin glanced at Shinchi and nodded. They began quietly observing the movements in the distance. As the monsters approached and the situation became clear, they immediately summoned their troops to prepare for battle. Time ticked by second by second. The dark figures in the distance became clearer. They appeared to be humanoid creatures walking shoulder to shoulder? "No, that's not right." Zhao Yunshin frowned. "Those are skeletons." He quickly scanned the surroundings and realized that all the approaching shadows were skeletons. Cheng Junyi saw it too and exclaimed in surprise, "Could they be the undead guards of the underground ruins? Why are they coming toward us? Do they see us as intruders?" Zhao Yunshin's heartbeat quickened, and his expression turned serious. "It's very possible. It seems we won't be able to enter the ruins today without a fight, but we still don't know how strong these skeletons are." The skeletons closed in from all directions, now less than 100 meters away. They could finally see clearly that these skeletons were clad in uniform armor, wielding matching swords and shields, and arranged in multiple formations. What shocked Zhao Yunshin and Cheng Junyi was that they couldn't discern any specific information about these skeletons. However, the aura emanating from the skeletons was terrifying, as if any one of them could cause them significant trouble. The two men's expressions grew increasingly grim. They hadn't expected the skeleton guards of the ruins to be this formidable. Strangely, after forming their formations, the skeletons suddenly stopped. They didn't attack as expected. In fact, the skeletons didn't seem to show any hostility or killing intent toward them. What's going on? Could these skeleton guards be neutral? Are they just here to warn us? Zhao Yunshin quickly pondered. The next moment, they were stunned to see one leading skeleton emerge from each of the 4 directions of the skeleton formations. These were likely captain-level units. The 4 skeleton captains quickly approached them. Zhao Yunshin and Cheng Junyi immediately became alert. What were these skeletons planning? However, what happened next was even more unbelievable. The 4 skeleton captains didn't head toward them but instead walked directly toward the newcomer. Zhao Yunshin hurriedly shouted, don't just stand there, come over here quickly. Shen-Chi remained calm and unmoved. As a result, Zhao Yunshin and Chang Junyi could only watch as the scene unfolded. The four skeleton captains suddenly stopped in front of Shen-Chi. Shen-Chi's expression remained calm, showing no trace of surprise. In the next moment, the four tall skeleton captains, armed with swords, knelt on one knee in unison before Shen-Chi. They placed one hand on their opposite shoulder and bowed their heads in respect to Shen-Chi. Chang Junyi and Zhao Yunshin were dumbfounded. What was going on? These four seemingly ferocious skeletons were actually kneeling and surrendering to this newcomer? Their eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. What was even more astonishing was that Shen-Chi didn't seem surprised at all, as if he had long known about the existence of these skeletons. After recovering from his shock, Chang Junyi began to think frantically. After a while, he lowered his voice and said to Zhao Yunshin, "Could it be that this guy is actually the master of these ruins?" Zhao Yunshin, still in a daze, asked, "Huh? What do you mean?" Chang Junyi explained, "I mean, he might be the reincarnation of the tomb owner of these underground ruins, who has just awakened. Those skeletons are the guards he sent out to patrol. Now, he might have come up in person." Zhao Yunshin, upon hearing this, nodded in astonishment. You might be right. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. No wonder this newcomer seemed so calm and unhurried. For someone who had just awakened and lacked any soul crystal aura, such behavior was perfectly normal. Chang Junyi whispered, "Did we offend him just now? We shouldn't have, right?" Zhao Yunshin hesitated and said, "We shouldn't have." At this moment, Shen-Chi was listening to the reports from the skeleton soldiers, nodding in approval. The four skeleton captains displayed absolute obedience and discipline, leaving Chang Junyi and Zhao Yunshin dumbfounded. Shortly after, the four skeleton captains turned around and left with their respective teams. Chang Junyi mustered his courage, took a step closer to Shen-Chi, and waved his hand. Shen-Chi looked at him indifferently and asked, "What is it?" Chang Junyi quickly said, "Buddy, it was our fault to disturb your rest underground. We promise not to bother you again in the future. Could you kindly let us leave?" Shen-Chi's lips twitched slightly. "Do as you please." The words sounded like a great favor. Chang Junyi and Zhao Yunshin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They exchanged a glance and quickly turned around, sprinting away. They were terrified that the fearsome master of the ruins might change his mind and chase after them for punishment. As they passed the skeletons, they stood quietly without blocking their way. In the blink of an eye, the two had already run 2 kilometers. They stopped to catch their breath. Chang Junyi gasped heavily and said, "That was nerve-wracking." The two looked back in the direction of Shen-Chi. They vaguely saw the master of the ruins surrounded by a large group of skeleton guards, heading in a certain direction. Soon, the man and the skeleton guards suddenly disappeared from sight. Zhao Yunshin and Chang Junyi were shocked. Could that be the entrance to the ruins? It must be. Looks like we have no fate with this ruin this time. That master of the ruins seems terrifyingly strong and definitely won't let us enter easily. Chang Junyi immediately opened the system panel and simultaneously activated 10 friend chat windows. "Guys, let me tell you, today in an inconspicuous corner of the forum, a bragging post suddenly appeared. The title was, 'Everyone come chat, who wants to explore the legendary Black Abyss Prairie ruins?' The post was filled with all kinds of baseless speculations and random comments. People treated it as casual entertainment. After all, in this vast world, what strange things haven't been seen? New things happen every day. Truth and falsehood are hard to distinguish, and no one took it seriously. But at the end of the post, someone spoke with particular certainty. He claimed to have seen the master of the ruins and his army of 100,000 skeleton guards. His description was vivid, saying he discovered the entrance to the underground ruins when the moonlight hit a certain angle in the sky. He said it was the capital of a kingdom buried for tens of thousands of years, a massive underground city with 99 levels. There, 100,000 slumbering undead guards stood neatly, protecting the gem coffin at the center of the palace. And inside the coffin, the master of the ruins had just awakened from his slumber. Someone replied, "Sounds too exaggerated, but is anyone forming a team to find the entrance?" Another person said, "Isn't it just a dungeon? It's being hyped up. If it's skeleton monsters, just hack them down." Shun-Chi returned to Nine Nether with a large group of skeletons, rumbling as they went. Once inside Nine Nether, they were immediately isolated from the outside world, and no one could see them. Shin-Chi casually arranged the skeleton troops and then returned to the Lord's mansion, climbed into bed, and went to sleep. He didn't know that yet another legend about him had emerged outside. The master of the ruins, who had been asleep for tens of thousands of years, had finally awakened, and it was said that his ruins contained immense treasures. Following the mysterious undead lord who single-handedly resisted the entire magic tide and the newcomer who cleared 150 levels consecutively from the first level, Shin-Chi had gained yet another new identity. Moreover, these three identities were completely distinct.